In this world, ancient labyrinths are known simply as dungeons. The older and more treacherous these dark ruins are, the more powerful and valuable the artifacts buried inside become. Ever since, instead of caring for their people, kingdoms have rushed to plunder these dungeons for ancient relics. This particular expedition is no different, as a young man reaches out toward a strangely beautiful flower, only for an urgent voice to suddenly cry out and stop him. Be careful. If you touch that plant, your body will swell up and poison will consume you entirely. The young soldier quickly pulls his hand back after a sharp warning. To survive, every salvage team must hire a professional adventurer. This group hired the veteran adventurer Stetch Atelier. Their leader is a proud young noble with golden hair and shining golden armor. He halts his men right before a dark, crumbling archway, where columns of thick black smoke rise up from the abyss below. Steve smirks, confidently stating that this is one of the oldest dungeons in the entire kingdom. The commander nods in deep satisfaction and immediately issues his command. Bandstock, ready the vanguard and assemble the soldiers. We go in the moment the scouts clear the entrance. His subordinate, Bandstock, stammers in disbelief. You mean right now? The commander simply nods. It took them an entire week of hard travel just to reach this dungeon, and they cannot afford to waste another day idling here. Watching the soldiers prepare, Steve silently wonders what powerful noble fathered this arrogant commander, allowing him to afford such a massive military escort and hire a top-tier adventurer like himself. But in the end, Steve has no reason to complain, as long as his gold commission is paid in full. This ruins rank as a hazardous Class A dungeon, and nobody knows what horrors lurk inside. Yet, looking at the heavily armed soldiers surrounding him, Steve feels quite confident they can overcome any danger. As Steve stands lost in thought, the commander barks out for him to lead the way. Stepping into the dark abyss, Steve activates his level 7 pathfinding skill to map out the safest route, a rare talent reserved only for the elite. Next, he activates his level 6 animal instinct, sharpening his senses to pick up the faintest vibrations and echoes in the dark. It feels like opening a spiritual third eye, the very skill that keeps Steve alive in this trade. But since the regular soldiers cannot see these invisible paths, they exchange nervous glances, wondering if they can truly trust him. One skeptical soldier mutters that Lord Gerald would not have hired this guy just for show, so they should follow. Having mapped the path, Steve signals them to move, warning everyone to watch the walls and the ceiling. Bandstock and a few curious guards raise their torches. The flickering light reveals massive rows of jagged, razor-sharp stone spikes hanging directly overhead, ready to drop at any second. Steve caught on because he heard the faint grinding of heavy gears inside the walls with every step, a classic mechanism of ancient ruins. Realizing the floor pressure triggers the trap, he instructs the squad to hug the stone walls and tread lightly. The soldiers look hesitant. Though Steve's advice sounds bizarre, it is incredibly convincing. Steve leads the way, slowly running his fingers along the cold stone. Disarming hidden pressure plates as he finds them, Steve guides them safely forward. But soon they reach the deepest chamber, home to the ancient temple guardian protecting the relic. Facing this final, monstrous barrier is always a massive challenge, and even thinking about it makes Steve feel quite weary. Is this the place? Bandstock does not hesitate for a second, shouting orders for his heavily armored warriors to form a defensive wall. He then asks Steve how to summon the guardian. Steve simply picks up a loose stone and tosses it into the darkness, triggering a violent, earth-shaking roar. Every soldier freezes, their hearts pounding in anticipation. A massive pale green head covered in white fur emerges, its glowing eyes striking pure terror into the guards. It is a legendary Tarrasque. The beast roars, shaking loose dirt and stone from the cavern ceiling. Bandstock rallies his men, commanding the front line to advance. They raise their shields, blocking a torrential wave of fire erupting from the monster's maw as Bandstock barks out constant orders from behind. Do not let it break the vanguard. Raise the shield wall now. Their level 6 shield wall skill deflects both physical and magical forces, allowing them to withstand the Tarrasque's scorching breath. Archers in the rear aim for its open mouth. On Bandstock's command, the marksmen quickly step into position. But the blinding fire and intense wind pressure make a clean shot nearly impossible. Gritting his teeth, Bandstock realizes they need someone with elite sensory skills to guide the attack, and nobody has better senses here than Steve. He signals the adventurer to use his skills to target the beast's fiery throat, demanding to know if he can make the shot. Steve curses inwardly, completely caught off guard by this sudden demand. Determined to prove his rank A status, Steve steps up. He raises his crossbow and activates his animal instinct, letting fly an arrow that pierces straight down the Tarrasque's throat, surprising even himself with his accuracy. The Tarrasque screeches in agony. Bandstock quickly signals his men to stay focused, warning them that the real fight begins now. The furious beast thrashes wild limbs toward them. Steve dives out of the way, realizing their fire resistance is holding, but the monster's sheer physical power is the real threat. He desperately signals Bandstock to act as standard arrows, bounce harmlessly off its hide. Amidst the chaos, the beast lunges, taking down several young soldiers. Growing frantic, Banstock yells for his front line to lock their heavy shields together and hold the line at all costs. The enraged Tarask locks its eyes on Steve, remembering the sniper who shot its throat. Before Steve can even scream, a wall of brave young soldiers slams their shields forward to push the beast back. The impact leaves the monster completely disoriented. Taking advantage of the distraction, Banstock slips behind the beast and yells for one final, coordinated charge. The beast crashes down hard, its massive bulk preventing it from standing back up. Banstock signals Gerald, who draws his finely polished royal blade and leaps forward, driving a deep slash across the creature's neck. With the beast slain, Gerald brandishes his sword triumphantly as his soldiers erupt in cheers, shouting that they have finally conquered the monster. Steve is still in disbelief after witnessing the legendary guardian fall so quickly. As his mind races with thoughts of the artifact, he follows the squad deeper into the heart of the ruins, with Gerald quietly probing him. Rumor has it that despite your elite rank, you have never cleared a single dungeon completely on your own, Gerald remarks. Steve remains silent, annoyed that the young noble has touched on his deepest insecurity. Gerald realizes that these formidable guardians are why Steve always failed to reach the end, then asks him what it feels like to finally lay eyes on his very first relic. Everyone gazes up at a skull-shaped ring hovering in midair, radiating a mystical and highly powerful blue light. Steve is completely mesmerized, muttering under his breath about how incredible it looks. Gerald smiles coldly, warning Steve not to get any bright ideas. He remains confident, knowing that with over half his squad still standing, the adventurer would lose his head if he dared to betray them. Lured by the relic's call and Gerald's cold command, Steve reaches out and touches the ring. In an instant, a devastating surge of raw, crackling electricity blasts through his body, tossing him backward. The soldiers watch in horror as the high-voltage currents char Steve's flesh, leaving him utterly helpless. He eventually collapses onto the cold stone, withered and half-dead, while Gerald merely stares down with cold indifference. Muttering a fake apology, Gerald smirked as Steve realized he was merely a sacrificial lamb. These ancient relics harbor immense dark energy, and they are never obtained without a terrible cost. Hot tears stream down Steve's badly charred face. Gerald brutally stomps on his hand to pry the ring away, coldly whispering that they will never forget his ultimate sacrifice. Gerald orders Banstock to inspect the relic. After a brief look, Banstock confirms the deadly curse has been fully absorbed. Gerald grinds his boot into Steve's broken arm, then casually turns away. But as the noble reaches for the ring, dark, pulsing veins suddenly sprout from the metal. The tiny carved skull opens its maw and shoots straight toward Steve, weaving glowing blue threads to reconnect his shattered arm. Suddenly, Steve's entire body undergoes a horrific regeneration as new skin rapidly binds his charred flesh. Sensing the immediate danger, Banstock swings his heavy sword, but the blade fails to pierce Steve's new form. Even arrows prove useless against him now. Jero seethes with rage, realizing this incredible power fell to Steed instead of him. Suddenly, Steed floats into the air as the dark dungeon cracks open. Banstock panics and tries to drag Jero away, but Jero remains utterly obsessed with the artifact. Banstock quickly rips open a teleportation scroll to escape the collapse. Jero stands before Steed with blood staining his clothes. He poured everything into securing this ring, only to watch Steed absorb it. Just as Jero draws his sword, Banstock grabs his arm and forces their escape. Jero roars Steed's name in absolute fury. Meanwhile, Steed plunges into the dark abyss, accompanied by a sudden system alert stating that the Mortem relic has officially accepted Stetch Atelier as its partner. Who knows how much time passes before Steed painfully crawls out of a flowing stream. Coughing violently, he collapses onto the muddy ground, every muscle screaming and agonizing, tearing pain. Suddenly, a glowing blue light catches his eye. Steed looks at his arm. He is completely baffled to see the Mortem ring wrapped around his finger. He clearly remembers being electrocuted and dying right on the spot. Out of nowhere, a massive spectral skull emerges from the ring. It speaks. It tells Steed that he indeed died, calling him a pathetic partner. Meanwhile, back with the escapees, Jero is so furious that veins bulge on his face. Left with nothing but Banstock, he falls to his knees and screams, "Curse this damn luck!" Banstock pats his shoulder to comfort him, urging him to calm down. But there is absolutely no way Jero can keep his cool. He turns his fury directly on Banstock instead. Jero demands to know why he used that escape scroll. Banstock is utterly speechless. If he had not used it, his bone-headed boss would have been buried alive under tons of rock. Panting like a wild beast, Jero feels even more humiliated when Banstock calls him Prince. His royal brothers already know he was given command of this unit, which is exactly why losing his entire squad is going to look so incredibly bad. He has no idea how to explain this mess. If he tells his royal family that a dead peasant resurrected from a dried mummy, they will laugh him out of the castle. Thinking back to the ring, Jero realizes it is definitely not some common parasitic relic, especially since it moved on its own to find a new host corpse. Banstock has never seen anything like it. If it is not parasitic, then what could it possibly be? It is a symbiotic type, Jarrow explains, holding his aching head as he educates his clueless subordinate. Relics are usually divided into two categories, with the most common being the independent class. Most independent relics act simply as tools, operating entirely under the user's command. Parasitic relics are far more powerful, but they share a tragic fate once their host dies. The artifact is instantly destroyed along with them. But those are just the common ones. Symbiotic relics are legendary and incredibly rare, possessing the unique, miraculous power to resurrect their host whenever they choose. Banstock admits this fits perfectly with what they saw. Still, he notes that Steed stood no chance of surviving inside that collapsing cavern. In all likelihood, the boy must be dead and buried. Jarrow hopes so too, but he still orders low-profile wanted posters for Steed across the nearby towns, keeping the reward small to avoid drawing attention. Meanwhile, Steed is lying in the dirt, and trust me, his thoughts on getting a wedding ring before even finding a wife are pretty hilarious. Steed tries to activate his animal instincts, but the ring immediately objects. It does not just complain verbally, it sends a painful jolt of electricity straight through his body. Sore and annoyed, Steed snaps back, but the spectral skull manifests to scare the absolute daylight out of him. It explains that resurrecting him required a massive soul recall passive, leaving his body temporarily paralyzed. Honestly, all this talk of souls and paralysis just leaves Steed completely and utterly confused. The ring gives him a highly judgmental, mocking look. It basically means you have zero energy left, you useless idiot. That is when Steed finally asks the most obvious question. He asks what exactly it is. The ring solemnly introduces itself, demanding that Steed commit this name to memory forever. It is the legendary relic, Mortem. A short while later, as they walk and talk, Steed wonders if other relics possess consciousness like this. Mortem arrogantly scoffs, telling him that other tools are absolutely nothing compared to its greatness. Although the ring is incredibly sassy and rude, Steed still feels incredibly lucky they can communicate. He curiously asks how many unique skills Mortem can actually perform. Steed knows that normal relics only possess a single unique skill. He was secretly hoping to sell the ring for a fortune, but Mortem calmly boasts that when fully operational, it actually has about 40 unique skills. Hearing that jaw-dropping number, Steed is so shocked his hand slips off the rocky cliff. Just a moment ago, he wanted to sell it, but now, there is absolutely no way. Most humans can only master about 10 skills or spells in an entire lifetime. Steed quickly scrambles up, his attitude turning incredibly humble before this legendary power. He eagerly asks if there are any skills he can use right now. Mortem agrees, but explains that its mana was completely depleted during the resurrection. To recharge quickly, Steed needs to keep talking to it. So, while struggling to climb the cliff, Steed makes small talk and asks about the mana pool. Suddenly, Mortem remembers a tiny, minor detail it forgot to mention. Steed only has 12 hours left to live before his body completely shuts down. Panic surges through him, but Steed barely manages to hold onto the ledge. He screams at the ring, demanding to know if the resurrection was a total lie or if he has just landed straight in hell. Mortem drops its playful tone. It gets dead serious. It explains that they are symbiotically linked now. If the ring runs completely out of mana, its life support fails, and both of them will die for good. It demands to know if Steed expected a free resurrection, telling him to get moving if he wants to survive. Soon, Steed escapes the dungeon ruins and runs frantically through the forest, cursing the ring with every step. Mortem ignores the insults, complaining that its peaceful slumber was rudely interrupted in the first place. But seeing Steed's desperate struggle to stay alive, it decides to grant him a taste of the power he so desperately needs. A dark power envelops his arm as a spectral mouth filled with sharp, terrifying teeth bites down on him. All the while, the entity continues to mumble its strict conditions. It warns him that waking it up does not make him its master. Steed is the one fighting for survival, not the relic. Steed grows exhausted from the endless lecturing, especially since it still has not explained how to actually recharge its mana. Finally, it reveals that low-level monsters or cursed objects are its preferred source of food. With less than 12 hours left, Steed has to hunt down monsters while enduring a ghostly voice that constantly nags and counts down in his ear. He hopes some wild beasts are lurking nearby, but because his body is still suffering from paralysis, his animal instincts are completely useless right now. Left with no other choice, Steed tracks his prey the old-fashioned way. He spots fresh claw marks on the trees and sniffs a familiar rotting stench. He is certain a giant wolf is nearby. Sure enough, he spots a massive wolf tearing into a fresh carcass. According to Mortem, the paralyzing side effect triggers whenever the relic is completely out of mana. The stronger the skill used, the longer the paralysis lasts. Steed waits silently for his body to recover, thankful the wolf is eating alone. Once Mortem announces his recovery, Steed quickly asks if it has any offensive skills ready. Mortem suggests using the air bullet skill, which fires highly compressed air at extreme speeds to maximize damage and impact. It is a basic battlefield spell used by mages, but Mortem only has enough power for a single shot. Steed nods seriously, knowing he must focus. With only one bullet, he has to aim directly for the heart or lungs. If he hits his target, the beast will drop. Steed raises his hand and firmly warns Mortem not to fire until he gives the signal. But Mortem absolutely despises taking orders from its mortal host. Completely ignoring Steed's warning, the ring unleashes the spell instantly. A devastating blast of compressed air tears a massive, gaping hole straight through the wolf's torso, easily snapping several nearby tree trunks like dry twigs. Steed stands frozen in complete disbelief, wondering if this was an air bullet or an actual air cannon. The sheer destructive power far surpasses a devastating blow from a giant guardian. At this moment, the magical relic shows off its power, boasting that it is no mere decoration. It mocks the weak magic of 3 basic skills, telling everyone to shut up and fire instead of trembling with fear. Steve realizes he cannot win this argument and admits defeat. He quickly turns to drain the primal essence from the giant wolf carcass, hoping to replenish the completely empty mana tank of Mortem. Meanwhile, the royal family begins to gather under the king. His Majesty has 3 sons. The eldest is Raptors, the second is Unfit, and the youngest is Jero. Because Raptors is the oldest, he naturally claims the title of Crown Prince. This leaves the other 2 brothers constantly trying to prove their superiority, desperate to steal that royal position. Claiming powerful relics is the key to securing status in this world, but currently Jero acts like a total degenerate. His unusual silence on the journey home makes the talkative Bandstock wonder what foolish scheme his master is cooking up. Jero suddenly mentions the fortune teller Conrash, a known puppet of Prince Anfit. Cursing that wretched fraud, Jero regrets trusting a temporary ally. They kept completely silent about the most important detail regarding the ring, leaving him unsure if it was accidental or intentional, forced to swallow his pride and go home. Seeing his master overthinking again, Bandstock tries his best to reassure him. He tells the prince not to worry, since his extensive battlefield experience will surely guide him to a peaceful resolution. While Jero excels in open warfare, he finds royal politics far more lethal. Even after all these years, he still struggles, and without Bandstock by his side, he would have met an early grave. Back with Steve, he is once again astonished by the incredible power of Mortem. The relic drains the giant wolf soul completely, yet remains unsatisfied since that beast only replenished 15% of its mana. Seeing Steve hesitate, the ring snaps back loudly, forcing the young man to shut his mouth. Deep down, Steve only worries about how many times he can actually trigger his skills with so little energy. With the stolen relic in his hands, Jero's hunters are bound to close in. This is a critical turning point for Steve, who must find a safe hiding place, starting by sneaking back to town to retrieve his gear. Unfortunately, 2 royal guards stand watch right at the entrance, ensuring Steve will be captured the moment he steps out. Looking around in desperation, he spots some wild sleeping flowers and quickly hatches a plan. He sparks a flame, knowing that maximizing the chemical properties of Freeman's powder will create a potent, fast-acting sedative capable of knocking out any grown man. Covering his nose, Steve watches the sweet smoke drift toward the 2 guards. The moment the guards inhale the strange aroma, their eyes grow heavy and they collapse. Steve proudly boasts his adventurer experience to Mortem, but his confidence shatters when he spots a wanted poster featuring his own face, accusing him of theft. Infuriated, Steve crumples the poster while Mortem quietly snickers at his misfortune. There is no denying the deep trouble he is in, having become a government-wanted criminal overnight. Once his gear is packed, Steve prepares to flee. He knows that if rumors spread any further, his dreams of living a quiet, peaceful life will be shattered forever. He sighs in frustration, realizing that running away like a beaten dog leaves a bitter taste. When Mortem asks if he wants revenge, Steve nods, claiming only a saint could walk away from this kind of humiliation. Mortem chuckles as the situation grows more interesting, promising to aid him. The relic reminds Steve how fortunate he is, boasting that with its power, they will become absolutely invincible. Steve glares at the boastful relic, questioning how it expects to win with only 4 moves. Mortem explains that its primal essence can break eternal curses, but its strength relies entirely on absorbed mana. Steve has to put the remaining pieces together, connecting the hints before asking a crucial question. He asks if the relic devours other magical artifacts, prompting Mortem to reveal a stunning hoard of rare treasures it has previously consumed. If Steve helps collect more artifacts, his personal vendetta will become their shared mission. Steve imagines the smug, corrupt Jero vaporized in a single, devastating explosion. With burning determination, Steve asks if doing what the relic demands will truly allow him to destroy Jero with his own 2 hands. Sensing Steve's dark hatred, Mortem's aura swells and wraps around him, promising to show him the sweet taste of victory. Meanwhile, in a nearby tavern, a traveler seeks information. He asks Stanton where to find affordable, quality animal hides. Whistling while wiping down a glass, Danton replies that such goods can only be bought on the black market. The customer grumbles about the high black market prices. As Danton prepares to recommend a skilled adventurer, his eyes fall onto a fresh wanted poster on the counter, and his jaw drops in surprise. Danton stares at Steve's face, wondering what trouble he caused. Meanwhile, the rogue adventurer is busy sneaking around, discovering a secret path leading into the village. Steve is certain that high-grade smuggled goods are hidden inside. Motem cannot comprehend his obsession with this village, urging him to return to the dangerous dungeons instead, but Steve calls the relic a fool. He explains that entering dungeons without emergency escape scrolls is suicidal. Sure, one might find a rare relic, but they will never make it out alive to enjoy it. Motem recalls the escape scroll bandstock used earlier. While incredibly useful, the authorities strictly regulate their sale, fearing criminals might abuse these magical items for quick getaways. Fortunately, Steve has a backup plan. After scoping out the area for hours, he finally locates the village's hidden entrance. Steve knocks on a hidden wooden hatch, but receives a confusing, irritated response from within. The voice grumbles that his knock used a secret code from 3 months ago. Steve apologizes to Danton, explaining he rarely visits. The tavern keeper opens the door and hugs his friend, lecturing him on his terrible memory, noting Steve would be dead without him there. Catching his breath, Steve thanks his friend, explaining the urgency of his situation. Danton laughs, teasing that Steve usually struts through the front door rather than crawling through a hole. Glad to be reunited, Danton invites the runaway inside for a congratulatory drink, but Steve politely declines, needing a brief moment to rest and gather his thoughts. Danton asks about the wanted poster, teasing if he is really desperate enough to resort to petty theft. Steve sighs at how fast news travels, dumping out his loot to sell. He advertises his prime wolf claws and high-quality fur to nearby patrons. While they inspect his merchandise, Steve pulls Danton aside to ask about the price of the escape scrolls. Learning they cost 600 crowns, Steve asks for a temporary loan since his sales will take time. Danton merely chuckles, enjoying the chance to tease him further. When Danton jokingly refuses, Steve's face falls. Satisfied with his prank, Danton asks how many he needs, and Steve requests 4 scrolls, promising repayment within 2 days. Danton agrees to the loan but wonders why Steve doesn't simply pay the 400-crown bribe to clear his name. The mention of the bounty only fuels Steve's anger. He rants about the deceitful princes who double-crossed him. Steve has his pride, and 400 crowns is a small price to pay to keep his dignity completely intact. Danton laughs and offers to introduce a cheap scroll merchant. He asks if Steve needs anything else, pointing out a gear dealer named Clyde and offering to cover the tab. After asking Danton to gather some rations, Steve walks over to Clyde, slamming his fist onto the table and shouting his name to get his attention. Clyde slowly wakes up from his drunken stupor, reeking of cheap booze. Steve quickly steps back, trying to escape the terrible stench of a man who clearly has not bathed in weeks. Unexpectedly, Clyde bursts into tears of self-pity, sobbing that he is selling his goods dirt cheap, yet absolutely nobody wants to buy them. Steve looks at the glittering gear on the table in utter silence, realizing other buyers simply did not recognize their value. He decides to make a proposal, asking the old merchant which specific piece he is most confident in. Clyde instantly sobers up, thinking Steve is ready to buy. However, Steve quickly warns him that if the price is too high, he will walk away. Though refusing to lower his prices further, Clyde excitedly rummages through his stock once Steve explains he needs a practical weapon for dungeon survival. After all, using the right gear is the only way to stay alive. Seeing Steve's muscular build, Clyde tosses him a massive warhammer. Motem immediately bursts out laughing, pointing out that dungeon pathways are far too narrow for anyone to carry such a giant weapon around. Steve nods, but then suddenly remembers something and starts to shout. Motem quickly warns him to keep his voice down, reminding him that he is the only one who knows the artifact even exists. Motem turns to the pile, grumbling that Clyde has absolutely no basic knowledge of magic, since these weapons are actual masterpieces. Steve is surprised to see the talking artifact so chatty and genuinely interested in these items. Replying with deep pride, Motem boasts that as an ancient artifact, its vision and judgment are naturally far superior to any ordinary human. Capable of analyzing any object, Motem points Steve toward a short sword. It promises that once he masters using it, he will never want to hold another weapon again. Steve inspects the uniquely wide short sword before heading deep into the dark dungeon. However, nothing could prepare him for the sheer size of the monster horde waiting to ambush him. Even as he slays them one by one, countless red eyes keep glowing in the shadows. Signaling his companion to finish off the survivors, Steve watches as Motem eagerly leaps forward to devour their energy, suddenly growing 2 grotesque skeletal arms from its body. It seems all that excess energy is being put directly toward growing its physical limbs. With the area clear, Steve takes a pickaxe deep into the cave to mine valuable minerals. Strangely, almost every step reveals another hidden trap, and looking closely at the machinery, he realizes these rare parts are highly valuable. Just when you think things are calm, a terrifying roar echoes through the darkness. Steve asks Motem to light the way, and the sight before them is pure nightmare fuel. A massive mineral reserve monster slowly creeps forward, letting out a deafening roar right in Steve's face. He finally remembers that a place so rich in valuable ores is the perfect nesting ground for such a hideous lizard. The beast suddenly puffs up its cheeks, but it's not trying to look cute. It vomits a torrent of highly corrosive acid. Steve dodges quickly, but a few stray droplets burn his face, while his arm smokes painfully from the direct contact. Seeing Steve wince in pain, Motem mockingly reminds him that there is nothing to fear when he has the power to revive from death. Instantly, the auto-revive skill triggers, wiping away his severe burns as if they never happened. Still, Steve knows this monster is an incredibly dangerous opponent. Covered in thick ore armor, the beast is incredibly durable. Even with half its power, it can easily crush Steve. Motem bluntly advises him to just turn around and run. Pushing further would only lead to a dangerous dead end, and detonating heavy explosives inside this narrow cave would cause a total collapse. Steve quickly abandons his plan to use bombs, retreating to dodge another heavy attack. Suddenly, Motem praises him, which leaves Steve completely baffled. The artifact urges him to draw the special sword he bought from Clyde, warning that if he hesitates, his next fight will be with the Grim Reaper. Steve decides to go all in without hesitation. Drawing the weapon and loading a heavy cartridge, Steve unleashes a powerful swing that shatters the ground beneath them. While the disoriented beast looks around in confusion, he leaps directly above its head, aiming his blade downward. The monster suddenly whips its head around, but Steve's blade is already coming down. He stabs straight into the thick mineral armor on its skull, but the heavy plating refuses to pierce. As the beast's deadly claws swing to tear him apart, Motem shouts out to fire the weapon immediately. Steve presses the switch, and the blade violently extends to pierce straight through the monster's skull. He jumps back, clutching his heavily vibrating numb arm from the sheer recoil. This is the weapon's true power, though it is now wedged deep inside the dead beast's head. Motem immediately begins devouring the fallen beast's energy, while Steve can only sigh in deep regret over his lost weapon. Those specialized gas cylinders are incredibly hard to find, and he only has 4 left. While Clyde guaranteed their durability, Steve wonders if a heavy impact would shatter them, but suddenly, something feels deeply wrong. Suddenly, Motem warns him to be on guard, which sparks Steve's curiosity, urging him not to rush into battle. You can absolutely feel the tension building here, and right on cue, a strange, chilling roar echoes from the deep shadows. Another massive mineral reserve charges toward them at incredible speed. Steve realizes he cannot afford to waste all his remaining gas cylinders, but winning without them seems completely impossible. Swinging a massive fist, the beast clearly prefers raw physical force over spitting corrosive venom. Right at that moment, Steve spots a critical opening where its thick armor plating is completely missing. Determined to strike the weak point, Steve charges. But it is not that simple. The beast swings its long tail, sending him flying. Pushing himself up from the hard ground, Steve slowly realizes this monster is far more experienced than the first. Its massive 8-meter tail is both incredibly fast and highly flexible. Still, compared to the legendary Tarrasque, these lizards are practically insects. Steve charges forward to clash blades once more, but after just one heavy strike, he quickly takes back his words. This beast is staggeringly strong. For the second time, the brutal tail whips Steve back down to the ground. Seeing him struggle, Motem swears in frustration, reminding the idiot that he was warned about this highly unusual monster. Although fully understanding the creature's immense power after exchanging blows, Steve remains convinced that it must have a critical vulnerability somewhere. Before he can react, a massive hand shoots forward and grabs Steve with lightning speed. Motem screams at him to wake up and stop daydreaming, pointing out that even combat goblins do not move with such human-like intelligence. Yet Steve remains completely confident, declaring that he already has a plan. Clutching Freeman's powder in his left hand and Dondum powder in his right, he knows mixing them will trigger a devastating blast right at the weak point. A blinding flash from the explosion forces the giant beast to release its grip. Instantly, Steve thrusts his blade directly into its wide-open maw, absolutely certain that this strike will finish the job. At that exact second, a system warning flashes, detecting a 95% abnormal bodily structure inside the monster. Motem panics and screams Steve's name, but the deafening roar of a massive explosion completely drowns it out. Thankfully, his auto-revive power triggers again, rebuilding his shattered limbs and head from scratch. More importantly, the data on that creature reveals it is actually a minor roulette, a beast reinforced with a magical artifact far stronger than any normal mineral reserve. To put it simply, someone lurking inside this dungeon has artificially modified the creature's body. Even Motem cannot fathom what kind of dark magic they used. Steve wonders if he will have to face such terrifying opponents from now on. Motem calmly asks if he is afraid, but with a gaze full of determination, Steve fires back that his only real fear is having no one left to fight. After activating his beastly instinct to find a path, Stith still finds nothing. Walking a bit further, the duo comes across a human skeleton completely encased in glowing minerals. But that is no ordinary skeleton. It is a dormant monster that detonates when anything gets too close. Mortem quickly warns Stith to leave it alone, fearing another explosive disaster like the one before. Stith agrees and tries to slip past quietly, but after only 3 paces, the bones begin to rattle and glow, ready to blow. Even Mortem is scared half to death by the sudden reaction. The blast sends Stith tumbling into a lower tunnel. Luckily, because he kept his distance, he escapes with only minor injuries. Mortem urges him to get back up, but Stith is completely tuned out. His eyes lock onto a cluster of dazzling, colorful crystals nearby. Grinning at the thought of how much gold these riches would fetch, he reaches out to touch the rock. The moment his fingers graze the stone, strange sparks crackle across the surface, confirming Mortem's worst fears. A bizarre, heavy magical energy is slowly filling the entire atmosphere of this dungeon. The deeper they venture, the thicker the air becomes, irritating Mortem to no end. Looking at the mutated beast they just encountered and the strange glowing crystals, it is clear this heavy magic is altering everything in its path. Every single object in this dungeon is slowly being corrupted. Stith swallows hard, feeling like they are walking directly into a minefield. But just when things seem bad enough, Mortem warns him there is something even worse. The extreme density of this magic completely suppresses their healing abilities. Only now does Stith notice that the painful bruises on his hands have not faded one bit. In addition, Mortem explains that in such an unstable environment, they can use the flow of magic to locate a safe exit coordinate. While Stith feared they were trapped forever, Mortem assures him there is still a way out. They must eliminate the source of this magic, whoever or whatever it is. In the end, Mortem just wants Stith to push deeper into the abyss, and luckily, they both share the exact same goal. After a long, tense march, Stith stops before a massive set of double doors. If the master of this corrupted magic is anywhere, they are waiting just on the other side. Pushing the doors open, they are met with a chilling sight. Mortem immediately identifies the glowing entity as a Jinn spirit, pointing out the powerful artifact embedded right in its chest. A Jinn spirit is a mindless force of nature born from raw magic and death energy, driven purely by the urge to destroy. Why such a legendary artifact is fused to its core remains a complete mystery to Stith. Suddenly, a wave of overwhelming pressure crashes down on Stith. Mortem finally connects the dots. The gatekeeper itself is the source of the volatile magic, making the beast a living, breathing bomb. Yet Stith only grins. To him, this makes things simple. Defeat the gatekeeper, and they win their freedom. The gatekeeper hurls a volley of volatile rocks, forcing Stith to deflect them with his blade. Suddenly, one stone glowing with a bright golden light slips through, exploding directly in front of him. Mortem warns him to be extremely careful. The magic here is incredibly unstable, and any sudden impact will only make the explosions far more destructive. Stith grits his teeth, annoyed that his talking ring always waits until the absolute last second to share crucial details. Suddenly, the gatekeeper slams both hands onto the ground, freezing Stith in his tracks. Raw magical energy begins swirling into the Jinn spirit like a charging cannon. Mortem screams in sheer panic to run for his life, just as a barrage of massive energy beams erupts from the beast. Stith barely rolls away from the devastating blast. Seeing the smoking, overheated beast recovering from its attack, he spots his opening and charges ahead. The beast is made of solid rock, but its unprotected joints are clearly the weak spots. Stith aims a strike, but a floating boulder flies in, blocking his blade before hovering midair. The boulder suddenly rockets upward, delivering a brutal blow under Stith's chin, sending him crashing to the floor. Wiping blood from his mouth, Stith struggles to find a way to pierce the creature's armor. Realizing his stubborn partner won't run, Mortem urges him to strike the artifact at the center. Destroying that core is easier said than done, especially when getting close means being pulverized by flying stones. Having fully recharged, the gatekeeper prepares to unleash another devastating barrage. Stith fires a wind blast head-on, asking Mortem if they can pierce it. Mortem screams they lack the power, forcing Stith to quickly dive aside. This time, the deadly beams split, raining down from multiple angles. While Stith is still disoriented, the gatekeeper's massive stone fist is already hurtling toward his face. Cursing, he leaps away just in time. Realizing normal attacks won't cut it, Stith decides to take a massive gamble and get up close. As he charges the chest, the gatekeeper tightens his grip. Gritting his teeth, Stith plunges his sword forward, unleashing his trump card. He drives an explosive syringe into the armor, but the dense stone refuses to shatter. Before Stith can even recover, a massive stone hand swats him all the way back to the start. Groaning in pain, he sits up, utterly frustrated. Mortem sighs, reminding him that this chaotic magic severely weakens his elemental abilities. Just as he gets his bearings, another rain of explosive stones flies his way, forcing him to block. The gatekeeper raises both arms, summoning a mountain of rock to bury Stith alive. Watching his partner collapse, Motem grows deeply worried, while Stith feels like he is trying to stop a meteor. Suddenly, the giant stone hand looms to his left, but Stith refuses to back down, locking his eyes on the beast. If he cannot survive this, he thinks, he will never get his revenge. Fueled by raw determination, Stith launches himself forward like a rocket. His normal attacks are useless, but Clyde's weapon is the one tool capable of piercing this monster's defense. If Stith can land a precise strike right in that tiny fissure, the gatekeeper's massive defense will shatter. Stith triggers an explosion on his blade, forcing the giant fist to recoil as smoke billows from its cracked fingers. He pulls out his very last syringe, ready to gamble everything, but the gatekeeper suddenly raises both arms high. The beast begins to spin at high speed, turning into a terrifying stone tornado. Motem screams his usual warning, telling Stith to move before he gets pulverized. Stith tries to tap into his beastly instincts to dodge, but the spinning stone tempest is simply too fast. He is thrown violently across the chamber, battered and broken on the cold ground. Though Motem hates seeing him take such a beating, Stith's body is finally responding. Crackling blue lightning surges across his arms, a sign of a breakthrough, but Motem warns he has less than a minute left in this state. Stith's eyes flare with renewed resolve. 1 minute is more than enough for a final showdown, even if it means his body and blade shatter in the process. Charging through the thick smoke, Stith leaps high into the air toward the giant. Seeing this reckless move, Motem screams, asking if he has a death wish. Annoyed by the nagging, Stith actually uses the recoil of Motem's air blast to launch himself even higher. He grins, knowing his plan to distract the monster and expose its core has succeeded. No matter how fast it spins, the spot above its axis remains wide open. With a fierce battle cry, Stith drives his sword deep into the stone giant's head and triggers a massive detonation. It seemed like a flawless plan, yet it only leaves a tiny fracture on the beast. As a barrage of stone, Golems lunges in for a counterattack. Motem watches Steed freeze up like a fool and frantically begs him to start fighting, but Steed hears nothing. His mind is spinning with dark thoughts, unable to believe a 20-something guy who has never even been in love is about to bite the dust so soon. Suddenly, Steed feels something hard in his pocket, pulls out a sharp piece of mana stone, and holds it high in the air. Motem panics, thinking Steed is trying to end his own life, but instead, the young man drives the stone straight into the gatekeeper's head. A deafening explosion blasts them backward, leaving Steed smoking like charred meat, the skin on his very fingertips blasted completely raw. Yet his eyes still flicker with life, especially as the core of the gatekeeper is ripped wide open, and get this, the beast's raw, swirling energy surges outward like a violent hurricane, only to be swallowed whole by Motem's bottomless appetite. With the gatekeeper finally slain, Steed stumbles out of the dungeon clutching his shattered sword. His body suddenly feels incredibly light. Out here in the open air, Motem's recovery speed is exceptionally fast, and the painful mutations in Steed's flesh finally grind to a halt. Steed sits down to examine himself, breathing a sigh of relief only after counting all 6 intact muscles on his abdomen. Next, he checks his status. Both his Beast Instinct and Prime Devourer skills have successfully leveled up. Upgrading Beast Instinct is normally an uphill battle, but the sudden, heavy silence around him feels strange. He soon realizes why Motem has not uttered a single word this entire time. The moment he calls out its name, a flood of sudden notifications flashes before him. Motem's mana limit has jumped from 100 to 150. His aura skill has evolved into explosive rage, and the chaos skill is officially unlocked. It seems Motem truly grows by consuming ancient artifacts, though why all these upgrades are dropping at once remains a mystery. Even now, the unlocking process continues, with stored mana soaring past 8,000 points. A long list of locked abilities begins to reveal itself. Steed has no clue how to use any of these powers. He wishes Motem would wake up and explain things, but the artifact likely needs to finish its massive upgrade before it can speak again. He wonders if other artifacts are as temperamental as Motem. If he can gather more magical relics to absorb and channel their energy, his own physical strength is bound to reach whole new heights. Steed decides to take a gamble and test his options. Currently, he can only choose between 2 newly unlocked skills, the Devourer of Primal Souls or the Primal Aura. Both names send a shiver down his spine. Sometime later, Steed The two men stare in awkward silence at the completely ruined blade. Steed scratches his head to break the ice. "Do not get the wrong idea," he says. "This sword is the only reason I am still breathing. Thank you." Unexpectedly, Clyde begins to sniffle and tear up, promising to rebuild the blade to be stronger and tougher than before. Steed is genuinely surprised. Since the old blacksmith is so dedicated, Steed is more than ready to provide any materials needed. Steed pulls out various high-grade parts gathered from the dungeon alongside remnants left by the demons. He also hands over a heavy pouch containing around 3,000 crowns as a deposit, asking Clyde to upgrade and reinforce the weapon with extra steel. After leaving Clyde, Steed heads over to Danton's tavern. The tavern owner welcomes him with open arms, like a long-lost brother, but Steed just shoots him a sarcastic, knowing, "Look, are you not angry that I collapsed your precious money-making dungeon?" Steed asks, teasingly. "Or did you already make a fortune off all those harvested minerals?" Danton nods along, trying to invite Steed into the black market business, but the young man politely declines. Watching Steed walk away, Danton sighs and mutters to himself, could it be true? Did he really clear that dungeon all on his own? Back in his room, an exhausted Steed collapses onto the bed. He lifts his ring and whispers to Motim, "Hey, you can stop playing dead now, partner." Motim replies in a slow, lazy tone. It complains about feeling completely drained. Yet despite its sluggish attitude, Motim's current form looks far more intimidating and sinister than before. Steed gets a bit of a fright, letting out a heavy sigh. "So we will not know what a skill does until we actually use it?" Steed asks. Motim nods, explaining that its system was completely reset when they first met, leaving all of its abilities sealed away. Yesterday was the very first time Motim actually absorbed a genuine artifact. Its basic aura was a simple, non-evolving skill, but after last night, it transformed into explosive rage. This proves the ability has uniquely adapted itself just for Steed. Steed is thoroughly confused. When he asks about the difference between the basic and explosive versions, Motim has no real answer whether the name changes or evolves. The core function remains a mystery. Motim simply tells Steed to practice diligently since words cannot easily explain it. Even so, the little companion cannot shake the nagging feeling that it has forgotten something highly important. Steed does not care much about what Motim forgot. He only wants to know how his chosen primal aura skill works. But Motim promises to explain during their next dungeon raid, eagerly asking when they will finally set out to test the new power. But Steed has no intention of rushing back, insisting he needs to sleep and recover first. As deep night falls over the town, sudden, loud crashes begin to echo from outside. A voice bangs on Steed's door, shouting that something terrible has happened and urging him to wake up. Rushing downstairs, Steed finds Clyde laid out on a table, eyes shut tight and his face covered in brutal, swollen bruises. Danton signals to an assistant to bring over a remedy. He explains that a patron found Clyde unconscious in a dark alleyway and carried him straight to the tavern. Danton pops the cap off a bottle of deep red liquid and pours it directly down Clyde's throat, leaving Steed in a panic. "Hey, what on earth are you feeding him? Wine is not going to cure a beating." But a second later, Clyde's pale face flushes healthy and warm. Steed is stunned by the instant recovery, asking how much a miracle cure like that costs. Danton admits it is incredibly expensive, but points out that saving a life is worth every coin. Slowly opening his eyes, Clyde mumbles in a daze, asking where he is and who everyone is. Steed and Danton press him for details about the thugs who beat him. Clyde racks his brain, finally remembering a crucial connection to Derek's gang. At the mention of that name, everyone in the tavern frowns and sighs in unison. Oh, not that guy again. Steed stands there completely puzzled, having no idea who this troublemaker is. Danton slaps his forehead with a groan. He explains that Derek is a petty, irritating pest who loves causing trouble, but since he has never committed a serious crime, the locals usually let him slide. Some time ago, Danton had humiliated Derek in public to teach him a lesson. Now, it seems the sore loser is seeking petty revenge by targeting Clyde instead of facing Danton directly. The thugs did not just beat Clyde, they also stole all the gold Steed had left for the deposit. Clyde grumbles through his swollen lips, swearing to report them and beat them senseless to settle this burning grudge. Hearing about the gold and the assault, Steed's face turns pale with fury. As he storms out into the night, Motim asks mockingly if he is angry. Steed tells the artifact to shut up. He wants to settle this with his own fists, so he does not feel guilty later. Motim assumes Steed wants to slaughter the trash, but the young warrior remains rational. Killing every nuisance makes a man no better than a wild beast, but letting them walk away scotangent-free is simply not an option. Steed activates his upgraded Beast Instinct skill to hunt down the gang. Meanwhile, Derek is busy trying to sell out Danton and Steed to two town guards. However, the two guards are highly skeptical because of Danton's stellar reputation. Besides, knocking on a popular tavern owner's door late at night without a shred of proof is completely ridiculous. Derek gnashes his teeth and stomps back to his thugs, who cannot understand why he is obsessing over a measly 400 crown bounty on Steed's head. That pocket change is barely enough for a few meals, so they urge him to leave. But Derek is greedy for more than the small stash they stole. He is determined to capture Steed, eager to use this golden opportunity to humiliate Danton once and for all. Right on cue, Steed steps out of the shadows, glaring with a cold rage that looks ready to rip Derek's smug face apart. Spotting him, Derek lets out a sneering laugh. "See? There he is. That is the guy I was talking about." Steed dryly thanks the three fools, noting it has been a long time since he last got to trade blows with ordinary street thugs. Enraged, a goon named Diremap lunges forward and grabs Steed by the collar. Steed instantly snaps his wrist and flings him aside before the thug can even process what happened. He calmly stretches his fingers as if that was merely a warm-up, leaving Derek and his dark-haired partner absolutely furious. The black-haired thug pulls out his blade, but before he can use his weapon, Steve leaps forward and drives a knee right into his face. The thug is sent flying backward, spitting blood. Derek, completely blind to the danger, charges in with sheer recklessness. Fight with all your might, because their target is 400. Steve launches a sudden uppercut under the chin, knocking him out cold for several seconds. He waits for him to fall to the perfect height before delivering another lightning-fast punch. If they want to capture him, they have to win first. Derek spits some blood, wondering how Steve could be this terrifyingly strong. But Steve is not done having fun yet, refusing to let him stay down. He pulls out one of the healing potions he stole from Danton and pours it right over Derek. The next morning, Danton prepares breakfast while sharing some fresh rumors with Steve. Apparently, Derek and his gang were seen wandering around looking completely battered today, with no one knowing what happened last night. Danton asks him what he thinks. Steve sits down and stretches, casual about it. He claims he was just getting a little morning exercise. Right then, Clyde runs over to announce that he has finished upgrading Steve's sword. After being refined, the sword is much lighter, more compact, and looks far more beautiful. Clyde adjusted the blade and added special enhancements to increase its power. Facing such a delicate and exquisite weapon, straight men like Steve and Danton cannot help but question their own masculinity. Clyde finishes his explanation and awkwardly hands over a few cold syringes. Since it is made from a very special gas, he could not find enough alchemists or dwarves to help make more. In the end, he was only able to craft 4 of them. Knowing Steve will not return for a while, Clyde writes down the needed materials in a recommendation letter for him to give to an expert. Danton also promises to notify other black market branches to help him stay in touch. As Steve sheathes the sword, Clyde smiles slyly and tells him to wait. He insists Steve must name the weapon before leaving, since it is a truly one-of-a-kind blade. Naming things is tough for an indecisive guy like Steve, but luckily, Modem already has a name ready, Infiltrator. Meanwhile, Jarrow and Bastok finally arrive back at Brandon Castle in the Kingdom of Veneria. Just as Jarrow collapses onto the sofa in exhaustion, a knock at the door makes him frown in irritation. It is the arrogant second prince, Anfet, who steps inside and tosses his chin up as Jarrow politely greets him. Anfet tells him to cut the empty pleasantries, asking if the trip was worth it. Jarrow turns slightly pale, knowing why he is here, and replies it was not bad. With a smirk, Anfet lists off Jarrow's major offenses: leaving the front lines without permission, leading an army astray, and raiding a Class A dungeon without the Emperor's consent are all highly illegal. If the Emperor finds out, Garrow is finished. Honestly, it is hard not to feel for Garrow as Anfet blackmails his own brother, leaving him utterly helpless. Seeing this, Anfet suddenly instructs him to remain silent when the Emperor calls, promising to provide an alibi instead. He then tosses Garrow a filthy sack, telling him to bring it along when their father summons him. Sure enough, Jarrow is summoned just minutes later and immediately kneels before the Emperor. The sovereign nods and questions him about his whereabouts over the last 2 weeks, since he has been completely missing. Anfet quickly steps in to speak first. He tells his royal father that Jarrow heard about an elf rebellion in the southwest and rushed to crush it before he could report, making it an unavoidable emergency. The woman standing on the other side is General Henrietta. She is highly skeptical, wondering why the Western Army knew nothing of an armed elf force in the southwest. Yet Jarrow, who guards the north, went there to crush it. Frowning, Anfet calls upon Conrach to use the prophetic power of the artifact in his hands. This magical orb displays events across the land, and Anfet claims he used it to warn Jarrow beforehand. The rebels had planned to infiltrate the Class A dungeon to seize an artifact there. If Jarrow had not taken immediate action, the situation would not have ended so favorably. Hearing the mention of the artifact, the Emperor's resolve wavers. He asks Henrietta if she is suggesting they should have followed normal protocol and wasted precious time. It seems Garrow was thoroughly coached by Anfet. When the king asks for specific details, Garrow sticks to the script, claiming that while his troops were defeated except for Vice General Bastok, he managed to destroy the artifact. He explains that the artifact was a parasite, so he destroyed it instead of letting it fall into enemy hands. Jarrow then presents the filthy bag Anfet gave him, while Anfet quickly chimes in, proudly stating his brother brought back the enemy commander's head. Jarrow pulls out the severed elf head, and after confirming its identity, the Emperor speaks. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters, so go rest. Seeing everything go smoothly, Anfet cannot help but feel smug, knowing Jarrow now owes him a massive favor. Meanwhile, by a crystal-clear stream, Motem's voice rings out with clear disgust, asking how he can possibly eat something that looks like a dirty tree root. Steve looks at the beautifully grilled fish and then back at the floating spirit with a judgmental stare. Seeing him eating happily, Modem complains anyway, noting that as they travel southwest, human settlements grow far scarcer, and wonders if that relates to their ultimate destination. Steve knows the population is sparse because the last remaining elf village lies deep within the vast forest to the southwest. They are hostile to outsiders and forbid them from approaching. But at least Steve can use his skills here without fear of discovery, making it the perfect place to set up a few trial dungeons. Steve feels it is not always that simple, as there are many dark rumors about the sheer danger of the elf kingdom. At the very same time, a young man is sprinting frantically through the deep forest. Suddenly, an arrow flies from behind, sending him tumbling to the ground. A group of pursuers leaps down in front of him, looking human except for their long, pointed ears. Just as the two are about to finish him off, a clear, authoritative voice commands them to stop, deciding to keep him alive. This vast forest, located near the southwestern mountains of the Kingdom of Veneria, is known as the Forest of Darkness. Steve looks around, wondering what kind of forest this is, since neither his dungeon system nor Nabin can seem to find a path. Touching a nearby tree, he silently thinks to himself that he lacks any basic knowledge of this area, and his artifact is of no help either. The dense, surrounding foliage disorients Steve completely, blocking out the sky entirely. Consequently, he has no idea which way to go, and his map is utterly useless. It truly lives up to its name as the Forest of Darkness. A voice rings out, asking if complaining will make things any better, making Steve realize something. Could this supposedly famous adventurer actually be lost? He suddenly points and calls out in surprise. He spots a man suspended over the rocks in the middle of a pond. Steve wonders if the man is even human. He lowers him down, gives him some water, and urges him to wake up. Seeing that the man remains unconscious, Steve cannot help but care. He sighs, muttering that he simply cannot ignore this. Just then, Modem appears and tells Steve they need to move immediately. He asks why, and Modem replies that if he wants to play with these water monsters, it won't stop him. Right on cue, hideous creatures begin to rise from the pond. Steve looks and realizes those floating bodies must belong to others who tried to rescue the man. Seeing how they have been dissolved, he knows that standing still means certain death. Raising his fist, Steve decides to fight. A small flame sparks, and chanting an air-based spell, he unleashes a bomb from his hand that obliterates the monsters in the blink of an eye, turning them into mere puddles of water. Steve quickly hoists Patterson onto his back and runs from the area. However, since these monsters are born from water, they rapidly reform and block his escape. He has to find a way to deal with them. Steve places his hand into the water where they stand, realizing that since they are just water, blowing them away will guarantee his victory. Steve launches his counterattack, unleashing his special skill to strike them down. The lethal ability activates, firing projectiles straight at the enemy. The low-state abnormal status effect triggers, starting a chain reaction that strikes up to 5 targets at once. Gathering powerful lightning in his hands, Steve channels the high-intensity electric surge directly into the water. Having temporarily shaken off the monsters, Steve sighs in relief. He notes that since they have made it this far, the creatures will never catch up. Beside him, the stranger slowly opens his eyes. The man groans in confusion, utterly bewildered to wake up in such an unfamiliar place. Looking around in complete surprise, he mutters, asking where on earth they are. Realizing he is no longer at the lake, the man quickly thanks Steve for saving his life. Noticing this sudden change in attitude, Steve comments on how fast he recovered. He turns to the man to ask what happened, urging him to calm down first and explain why he was tied up there. Patterson speaks up anxiously, asking if Steve truly does not know about this dark forest. He points out that the legendary elves are the only ones here who capture humans without killing them. Steve finally understands. Since Patterson knew how dangerous this place was, Steve asks why he even ventured out here in the first place. The man explains that they were traveling toward the capital to deliver their goods on time. With no other choice, they had to cross this dark forest, only to be ambushed by the elves. Steve recalls the previous scene and asks if the bodies at the bottom of the lake were his companions. Feigning deep sorrow, Patterson claims he was forced to watch the entire tragedy unfold. He claims the elves tied him up and threw him into that wretched pond while his friends died trying to save him. Taking the story at face value, Steve reassures him that the forest exit is not far now. Steve offers to guide him to safety, after which Patterson must find his own way back to his village. Seizing the opportunity to use him, Patterson plays along, expressing deep gratitude for Steve's kindness. Steve silently activates his listening skill and prepares to move. Steve closes his eyes to sense the path ahead. Although his survival instincts have been sharp since his return, this forest feels incredibly strange compared to others. The deeper they go, the quieter the wildlife becomes. Though the woods are not completely barren, he figures that a louder rustling ahead means the exit is near. Opening his eyes, Steve announces he found the way. As they start walking, Steve calls out to Patterson, who quickly responds. Suddenly, a volley of arrows rains down on them. Steve raises his sword in defense while Patterson collapses in sheer terror. Steve angrily demands they show themselves, but only silence answers. In an instant, the attackers drop down from the trees. Elena steps forward as their leader, demanding they hand over the captive. Steve does not hesitate, asking what happens if he refuses. Sensing his defiance, Elena's subordinates draw their weapons and await her command. She raises her bow, warning Steve that she will not ask a third time to hand over the prisoner. Steve calmly suggests she is mistaken. Gripping his sword tightly, he states he is not merely trying to block her. If they want to fight, they should skip the talk and bring it on. An internal voice mocks Steve, suggesting he would have handed the man over instantly if not for his pride. Sharing a silent mental conversation, Steve mentally snaps back at the voice to shut up. An elven warrior steps forward, aggressively asking if they have a death wish. Behind him, Elena remains poised, her bow still drawn and ready to fire. Sensing the rising tension, Elena lowers her bow, suggesting a peaceful talk is better than mindless violence. Steve gasps in surprise, while the two elven men beside her turn to her in utter disbelief. They call out her name in protest, but they quickly obey. Turning back to Steve, Elena asks if he actually knows why they are demanding the prisoner. Up until now, Steve had no reason to doubt the man he saved. Steve honestly replies that he does not know, but he is willing to hear her explanation. Terrified of being exposed, Patterson frantically asks if Steve is really going to believe these wicked elves. Annoyed by the noise, Steve tells him to keep quiet. Elena looks at Steve. She wants to hear Patterson's side of the story before she explains her own. Elena's mocking laughter rings out through the quiet woods as she points out his lies. Sweating profusely, Patterson trembles in absolute terror as she asks him directly if he fabricated the entire story. Elena tells them to follow her. Steve grabs Patterson, who panics as they move. Elena promises to show the young adventurer something very interesting. Elena leads them to an overturned carriage, surrounded by scattered wooden barrels. Looking closely at the debris, Steve realizes something is off and hesitantly asks what this is. Pointing to the carriage, Elena asks Steve what he thinks of the scene. Steve looks closer, noticing the direction of the wheel tracks and realizing the truth. If they were truly fleeing deep into the forest to escape an attack, the tracks should lead inward. Instead, these tracks clearly show the carriage was heading outward. Elena calmly points out that this is only the first clue. She glances at the sweating, terrified Patterson. Elena leaps down to the edge of the pond from earlier. Worried about the toxic water, Steve warns her to be careful, but Elena ignores him as she searches for something. Showing absolutely no fear, she insists she is fine. Elena pulls up a severed hand, so badly corroded by the toxic water that the bone is visible. She asks Steve if the emblem on it matches Patterson's gear. She explains that ordinary travelers passing through this forest never carry such items. She challenges Steve to put the pieces together and tell her what this really means. Furious at being deceived, Steve grits his teeth and confronts Patterson for lying to him. Grabbing the man tightly, he declares there is no excuse left, as this is the mark of slavers. With nothing left to lose, Patterson desperately asks what of it. He demands to know why Steve, as a human, would side with these filthy elves instead of his own kind. Steve swings his arm, delivering a devastating punch to the slaver's face. Boiling with rage, he tells him to shut his mouth, staring down at Patterson with pure hatred. Steve points out that if Patterson were actually a decent man, he would not have hidden his crimes. He leaves the broken slaver collapsed on the forest floor. Stunned by the powerful blow, Patterson spits out a broken tooth. Steve scoffs at his pathetic appeal to humanity. Watching the scene unfold, Elena asks Steve what he plans to do now that he knows the truth. Steve falls silent, lost in thought. With nothing left to say, he simply clenches his fist while Elena watches closely, waiting for his next move. On his knees, Patterson suddenly lets out a sinister laugh. Seizing a split second, he bolts and runs for his life. Elena's subordinates move to stop him, letting loose an arrow that pierces Patterson's shoulder. Despite the wound, the slaver keeps running. Steve is amazed by her absolute precision, wondering how she could so easily hit a fast-moving target in such a painful spot. Elena walks over and cold-bloodedly steps on the writhing man. Crying out in pain, Patterson trembles and begs for forgiveness. He raises his hands in surrender, promising that if they spare his life, he will disappear forever and live quietly. Showing no real remorse, Patterson turns his desperate pleas to Steve, begging the young adventurer to save him since they share the same blood. Patterson, the slave trader, begs for his life, promising to obey whatever Steve wants. But Steve stays quiet. Elena draws her bow to shoot, ignoring Patterson's desperate cries to spare him. She intentionally misses the shot, muttering that she slipped. While wiping her arrow, Elena admits she expected Steve to save the man since they are of the same kind. Steve looks back at Elena and replies that they are only allies until betrayal happens. Besides, he is not one to hold back his anger, so stopping her would just feel fake. Elena aims her bow right at Steve. asking if he now understands her duty to eliminate any intruders who step onto her land. Steve calmly replies that of course he understands, knowing how terribly the humans treated the elves. Elena releases her arrow anyway. Steve has no plan to die here. He has his own secret mission to complete. The arrow suddenly teleports right past Steve. Elena recoils in shock. Highly alert, she wonders how this is possible when he did not even move. Her eyes fill with deep suspicion. Staring at Steve, Elena wonders if he is a wizard she failed to recognize. Meanwhile, Steve activates his defensive ring, trigger healing his stamina and patching up his minor wounds. His active skill, Crosswind, unleashes a blast of air from his core to deflect and neutralize incoming projectiles. The longer he uses it, the more his magic power swells. Elena quickly notices his ring, realizing it must be a powerful magic artifact. She orders her subordinates to keep attacking, doubting he is a real wizard since he does not cast magic directly. She wants to force his mana to run dry so his artifact becomes useless. Her subordinates shout in agreement and immediately charge forward into action. Two archers aim, triggering a level 5 explosive skill that homes in on a single target when fired together. Steve waits on high alert, channeling his magic ring once more. Closing his eyes, he unleashes his massive wind barrier to deflect the attack. The two homing arrows completely miss Steve, slamming into the tree behind him. He calmly notes that he already planned for this exact outcome. Refusing to back down, Elena fires rapid shots, yelling that they must at least show everyone they do not kill people without a proper, justified reason. The magical ring warns Steve not to waste his precious mana, reminding him that his maximum capacity is still limited to around 125 or 150. Steve draws his sword anyway. With a single blade, Steve easily deflects every incoming strike. He realizes they are only aiming for his head, making their predictable attacks surprisingly easy to defend against. Looking for a way to break the encirclement, Steve knows he cannot just play defense forever. He grimly jokes that taking a hit might only cost him a hand or a leg. Mortem tells him to stop joking, warning that such carelessness will turn him to ashes. Left with no choice, Steve unleashes an air bomb, making Mortem sigh at his recklessness. He detonates the air bomb, sending a shockwave cutting through the battlefield. Elena's subordinate barely dodges the blast, quickly shouting a warning for Elena to watch out. In the blink of an eye, Steve closes the distance, appearing right beside the soldier and delivering a powerful kick. The brutal kick sends the soldier flying into a nearby tree. Elena is stunned, knowing it should be impossible to cast different spells while using a magic tool. She asks if that ring is an ancient artifact. Elena realizes something sinister, comparing him to a cursed warrior. She immediately fires another deadly arrow, but Steve swiftly dodges the projectile. Gritting her teeth, Elena fumes that her sacred reputation cannot be tarnished. Steve nervously asks Mortem what she is talking about, but the spirit jokingly replies that Steve's face looks cursed anyway. Suddenly, Elena leaps high into the air, catching Steve completely off guard. Distracted, he fails to notice her closing in to fire another shot. While Steve is arguing with Mortem, a swift arrow flies straight toward him. Unable to react in time, he takes a direct hit. Defeated, he groans and asks why he is always the target. From a bird's eye view, the battle between Steve and Elena is reaching a fever pitch as tension fills the air. The spinning arrow pierces Steve's chest while he is distracted, sending a sudden wave of sharp agony through his body. He quickly activates his recovery skill to heal the damage, which Elena watches with sharp suspicion. A bright light shines from Steve's chest, pushing the arrow right out of his body. Unwilling to give him a break, Elena draws her bow and fires another rapid barrage. This time, Steve catches the arrow barehanded. He finally snaps out of it, realizing he severely underestimated his opponents. He was being far too careless against a group of deadly elves who can shoot with perfect precision. Elena realizes his abilities are no joke, knowing even a perfect shot might not bring him down. Ready to counterattack, Steve unleashes another air bomb while the skull in his hand bursts into flames. Seeing him prepare another spell, Elena acts fast, drawing her bow to intercept his next move. Her arrow strikes the air bomb mid-flight, detonating it harmlessly. Steve is stunned that a simple arrow could neutralize his spell so easily, wondering if she just defied the laws of magic. Steve recalls the mechanics of his air bomb. He must first concentrate his mana to form a stable core, which then expands to unleash its truly devastating and explosive power. If a physical object strikes the core before the spell is fully formed, the mana disperses and cancels the explosion. Still, he never expected someone to actually pull it off in battle. Remembering how his ring absorbs energy, he realizes she must have targeted a microscopic core. Meanwhile, Mortem watches her draw her bow, silently noting that this woman is definitely no ordinary elf. Seizing the moment, Steve draws his sword and charges directly at Elena to shut down her long-range advantage. Agreeing with Mortem, Steve closes the distance and swings his sword. He delivers a heavy, direct slash, but Elena manages to leap back just in time to avoid it. Steve tightens his grip on the hilt, triggering a sharp clicking sound. Suddenly, the ground where his sword struck erupts in a massive explosion, scattering debris and forcing Elena to realize this is no ordinary weapon. Moving like the wind, she retreats out of his reach and fires a counter shot. Fortunately, Steve uses his crosswind barrier to safely deflect the incoming arrow. Elena realizes he is using wind to alter her arrow's trajectories. Determined to take his head off anyway, she focuses her gaze entirely on the magic ring resting on his hand. That ring is her true target. Pulling her bowstring to its absolute limit, she prepares to release a shot aimed directly at his head. Waiting for Steve's close-range strike to connect, Elena seizes the perfect moment to target the ring. However, before she can release, Steve nearly lands a devastating blow of his own. Luckily, Elena's quick reflexes save her. Steve grins, knowing that no matter how agile an elf is, they cannot easily change their direction once they are airborne. Steve grabs her tightly midair, relying on his sharp instincts to guide him. He delivers a brutal headbutt straight to her forehead, instantly knocking her unconscious before she can cause any more trouble. Elena slowly opens her eyes to find Steve sitting nearby, complaining about how exhausting it is to fight. He mutters that he has not struggled like this since training under his master. She is shocked to discover that both she and her subordinates have been completely tied up. Glaring at Steve, she demands to know his real reason for entering their sacred forest. She asks if he truly intends to harm fellow humans. Steve replies that he has absolutely no interest in meeting elves in this forest, let alone starting fights with them. Steve glares at Elena with a cold, warning look that leaves her trembling. He tells her plainly to stop gambling with her own life, then heartlessly empties her bag, taking every scrap of her rations. To her surprise, Steve only takes a tiny magic stone. He tells her to let him off with just this, admitting he was so starving during the fight he thought he would drop dead. Seeing her stunned expression, he asks why she is so shocked by such a small trade. He spreads open her map to study the pathways. Quietly, he mentions that his only goal in this dense forest is the hidden dungeon. Satisfied, Steve packs his gear. He tells her he will need the map for a while, promising to return it the next time they cross paths. Elena reaches out in panic, begging him to wait. He simply waves goodbye and turns on his heel. Behind him, Elena screams out in pure desperation, demanding that the foolish human turn around right now. Deep in the woods, Steve studies the stolen map, finally getting his bearings. Without this paper, he would have wandered in circles for hours. But now, he stands before a massive tree, spotting a hidden entrance nestled right beneath its roots. A dark, forbidding cavern yawns open directly before him. Inside the ring, Motim mutters that his attitude is rather reckless for an experienced adventurer. Stepping into the cold, dark abyss, Steve points out a strange anomaly. Normally, the thick magic radiating from a dungeon suffocates all nearby plant life, keeping trees from growing. Yet, here he is, sensing something entirely different. It really is bizarre. Motim asks what has him so unsettled, and Steve admits this is the very first time in his life he has seen a dungeon completely overtaken by nature. He presses his hand against the bark, but a bright system warning flashes before his eyes. It warns him of insufficient authority to access the padding system. Just as he feared, his dungeon experience is not enough. Shifting his stance, he grips his sword defensively while activating another skill. He mutters, "How about this?" He calls on animal instinct, closing his eyes to let the sound waves guide him. Soft blue waves ripple through the cavern as his blade echoes, helping him map the layout. Motim chuckles, remarking that an adventurer truly knows how to survive anywhere, then asks when exactly he started mining dungeon stones. Steve casually answers that he started at age 12. Using his sword to guide his path, he presses deeper into the gloom, noting that earning a living while doing what you love is a no-brainer. The young warrior chats with his talking ring as the shadows stretch longer around them. Yet, as they venture further past massive, tangled roots, the damp passage remains eerily quiet. Steve notes that if monsters were lurking nearby, his sharp senses would easily detect their heartbeats. Motim warns him that overconfident veterans often talk themselves into trouble, and Steve just chuckles. Steve suddenly halts. Standing directly ahead is a colossal beast woven entirely from ancient wooden roots. Inside his ring, Motim sighs, muttering that being that massive must be a real pain. Shaken, Steve asks what on earth they are looking at. Motim identifies the massive, looming entity as a rude regus, and Steve warily repeats the creature's strange name. Tangled roots cover every inch of the cavern, forcing him to watch his step. When he wonders if this overgrowth is normal, Motim gives him a stern warning, advising him not to touch a single vine. Suddenly, the wooden tentacles lurch forward, attacking him from all sides. He quickly realizes these mindless plants can move freely, but because they have no heartbeat, his instincts cannot track them. Even so, he knows he must stay incredibly sharp, silently chalking this up as a valuable lesson. As a wave of roots descends upon him, Steve spins gracefully through the air to dodge the deadly blow. Keeping his cool, Steve notes that while they look overwhelming in number, they lack real speed. With a swift swing of his blade, he slices through the wooden tendrils and finds them surprisingly weak. But the moment his guard drops, thick roots strike from his blind spot, wrapping tightly around his limbs. Watching him get pinned, Motim dryly remarks that he really should have kept his mouth shut. The wooden vines begin to slither under his armor, piercing his skin. As Steve gasps in horror, Motim sighs, reminding him that this is exactly why he warned him to keep his distance. Sharp, thorny roots dig deep into his flesh, draining his energy. Steve panics, shouting that now is not the time for lectures because these things are literally drinking his blood. More vines wrap around him like starving serpents, squeezing the life out of him. Gritting his teeth through the blinding pain, he realizes these red roots are far more dangerous than they look. They actively feed on human blood, and their grip is only getting tighter by the second. Just as his strength begins to fade entirely, Steve unleashes a powerful spell to break their hold, roaring out the name Grotwin. A bright burst of energy explodes, freeing him, though his arms are left covered in painful, bleeding punctures. The magical ring speaks up, teasing him that he acted just in time to avoid being drained completely dry. Steve grumbles while applying healing magic to his wounded arms, asking why the ring has to be so dramatic. Still, he admits that letting his guard down in here almost cost him his life. Summoning his inner magic, Steve conjures a bright, crackling fireball, noting that normal trees certainly do not burn like this. The system confirms his fire generation skill is ready, and he unleashes a massive, roaring fire punch that completely surprises him with its raw power. That single blazing strike entirely incinerates the wooden beast, leaving nothing but ashes and carving a clear path forward for him. The ring remarks that the magic absorption was incredible, and Steve confidently prepares to move. But suddenly, a violent explosion rocks the hollowed trunk, blasting him backward and sending him flying right out of the dungeon. Steve stands up and sighs in relief as a new system screen suddenly materializes before his eyes. The system notifications reveal that Motim's artifact rating has surged from 150 to 250, though 2 of his active skills have been disabled. Steve grins with pure excitement at the upgrade, while his current mana pool registers at an impressive 4,564. Next on the list, his Kaz Deviltar artifact requires 7,000 mana, while Synchro needs even more. The higher tier artifacts require a staggering 45,000 mana. Stunned by the massive magic deficit, Steve stares down at his glowing ring in disbelief. With no other options, Steve continues analyzing his new status until a sudden rustle behind him makes him freeze. He spins around instantly, raising a closed fist as Elena suddenly emerges from the shadows. Annoyed to see her again, he draws his blade in a flash, holding the cold steel against her neck. She quickly gasps out that she is not here to fight, prompting him to lower his weapon and ask what she actually wants. He asks if she wants her map back, reminding her he promised to return it soon. Dropping to her knees, Elena pleads, explaining she cares nothing for the map or his loot, but desperately needs one specific item back. Confused, Steve asks what she is talking about, and she softly begs for her necklace. Steve pulls a delicate silver chain with a glowing purple stone from his pocket. As her eyes light up with joy, her heavily armed guards suddenly burst through the brush, shouting out her name in panic. They ask if she is unharmed, reminding her she should never wander off alone. But their relief turns to instant fury when they spot the glowing purple relic resting in Steve's open palm. Before her guards can draw their weapons, Elena turns and violently punches them in the stomach. They collapse to the dirt in agony, staring up at her in absolute shock and confusion. Dusting off her hands with a heavy sigh, Elena stands over her fallen men. Steve watches the bizarre display in total bewilderment, while Motim wonders aloud what kind of circus they have stumbled into. Elena quickly drops to her knees again, begging Steve to return the precious artifact. She desperately promises that he can keep absolutely everything else she owns, as long as she gets it back. Steve sternly warns her that such blind trust is incredibly dangerous, asking what she would do if he decided to take advantage of her. But Elena looks up with unwavering faith, arguing that a truly wicked man would never worry about her safety like this. Elena reminds him that he even saved others. If he had truly known that man was pure evil, he would have killed him right then. Remembering how she once tried to eliminate Patterson, she knows this man is far from evil. Steve holds up her necklace, asking what it is and if she truly believes that, wondering about the story behind the ornament. He asks if this item is really that important to her, but Elena remains completely silent. Steve looks at the necklace and tells her she does not have to speak, offering to return it on one condition. Elena urges him to go ahead and name his price, asking what she must do, as Steve reveals his true goal. His goal is to destroy every single dungeon in this forest. A stunned Elena gasps in disbelief. Using his possession of her keepsake as leverage, he proposes that if she helps him clear the dungeons, he will return her precious necklace. Looking at her necklace, Elena quietly accepts the deal. Meanwhile, a scarred hand clutches a tiny note, which explains that the writer will be gone for the next few days. The letter requests that if the elder asks, they should simply say she is patrolling a distant area. adding a final note that there is no need to worry about her. Deep in thought, Elena recalls her childhood in the forest she has called home since birth. Her grandmother raised her here, passing down wisdom, including a vital warning about the nature of humans. Humans are driven by pure greed, never hesitating to commit evil acts to get what they want. In truth, every outsider she had ever met in these woods fit that dark description. Every single one of them. Walking behind Steve with her lantern, she studies him closely. He is the very first human who does not act like the others. Meanwhile, Steve glances back, sweating nervously. Steve finds the suffocating silence unbearable, and a voice in his mind agrees. Moat points out how incredibly awkward it is for two people who almost killed each other to suddenly play nice. Steve turns to Elena, apologizing for dragging her along on this journey, but she responds with something confusing, noting that while he might be a bad person, he might also be a good one. Elena suddenly remembers something and asks what his real reason is for attacking these deep dungeons. No matter how desperate humans are for artifacts, coming all the way to this dangerous forest makes absolutely no sense. Steve scratches his head, explaining that while there are plenty of dungeons outside, his actual reasons are far too complicated to put into words. He admits he is not even sure how to explain it. Holding her lantern, Elena listens quietly, deciding not to press him further and giving only a soft response. So that is how it is. 4 days later, things get real. Steve carefully abseils down a rope into a dark cavern, grumbling that while the cave is not incredibly deep, getting inside is still a massive pain. Negotiating the rugged cliffside is exhausting. As he descends, a sudden noise echoes nearby, proving these dungeons hold all sorts of surprises. He leaps aside to dodge a giant insect, driving his sword into the rock to steady himself. It is a swarm of giant beetles this time. Drawing his blade, Steve targets the insect monster, knowing that slicing through its leg joints is the quickest way to bring it down. He pins the creature to the ground, calling up to Elena to ask if she is unharmed. She frowns with intense caution, warning him to watch his back. Standing directly before her is a monstrous, giant ant. The beast screeches and lunges, leaping wildly into the air. Elena quickly unsheathes her curved, crescent-shaped blade to meet the threat head-on. Before Elena can even catch her breath, her eyes widen as she senses another threat from above. Another beast stands before her, letting out a ferocious roar. Just as she braces herself, Steve drops in, kicking the creature back with immense force and noting that yet another pest has arrived. The insect stumbles but manages to keep its balance, screeching in pure rage. Suddenly, Steve raises his hand to conjure a glowing orb, shouting a warning back to Elena. He tells her to get back. As the monster locks its eyes on him, Steve raises his palm while the voice in his head urges him to burn them all. He unleashes a torrent of fire, engulfing the beasts in a raging inferno. The massive flames quickly spread, trapping the entire swarm in a scorching sea of heat. Elena watches in utter disbelief, realizing with a sinking feeling that this man must have been holding back and merely playing with her during their previous fight. As the smoke clears and the monsters disintegrate, Elena looks at the charred cavern in sheer amazement. She asks how many distinct skills he actually has to use just to retrieve a single artifact, which leaves him hesitating. He guesses it might be around 10 different skills. He then asks if the bugs are truly dead, and Elena explains that one creature used its own body to block the fire from entering the inner cave. He admits that is quite impressive. Nudging the charred remains with his boot, he wonders how simple monsters could exhibit such tactical behavior. He explains that this dungeon is known as Small Bing, where the dominant threats are insect types. Most of these creatures, especially the ants, possess extremely thick exoskeletons. He reaches out toward the remains to inspect them, activating another ability. A soft light begins to emanate from his hand, washing over the dead insects and catching Elena completely off guard. She stares intently at Steve, asking if all artifacts possess such unique skills. Steve hesitates, unsure of how to explain, and answers that it is probably not the case, wondering why she finds it so incredibly strange. Elena nods and frowns, explaining that wielding actual magical power is entirely different from just releasing raw, untamed energy. As Steve absorbs the energy to form a glowing blue sphere, she adds that these objects seem to contain deep essences, almost like actual souls. Clenching his fist, he looks at his glowing ring and explains that these insect monsters are actually capable of absorbing artifact energy. Even as lifeless husks, they pose no threat to humans, though they sometimes consume entire artifacts. Elena remains thoughtful for a moment before asking if he is absolutely sure they are harmless to people. With that, she turns to head deeper into the cavern. Steve gazes at his ring, only for Moat to tease him about sharing her mindset, which he quickly and defensively denies. Following close behind Elena, Steve quietly asks the ring if it actually trusts him after everything they have been through. The ring dryly points out that it hardly has any other options. Muttering a quiet curse under his breath, Steve complains about how troublesome it is getting deeper into the cave, prompting Elena to explain. Due to the chaotic layout of this dungeon, even highly skilled elves struggle to clear it. Suddenly struck by an idea, Steve tells her to wait while he tries something new. Steve strikes the rocky wall with his sword, closing his eyes to chant a spell and focus his senses. Activating Animal Eastern, he suddenly opens his eyes in complete shock. Seeing a swarm of giant insects crawling out from the dark shadows, he warily asks what these creatures are. Standing in the cavern, Steve emits subtle sound waves to map out the surrounding space, trying to find his way through the abyss. This dungeon is easily the most confusing place he has ever encountered, with the echoes of giant ants overlapping across multiple winding pathways. He frowns as he detects countless moving targets, realizing how difficult it is to map this layout. Elena calmly adds that the structure here is so incredibly convoluted that absolutely nobody has ever managed to explore it fully. Normal methods simply will not work to conquer this abyss. Suddenly, a strange noise echoes through the dark, forcing them both to spin around as Elena whispers a tense warning. She tells him to hide. Steve is utterly confused, pointing out that there is nowhere to take cover. Before he can finish, she lunges forward and wraps her arm tightly around his neck, choking him. Elena throws her invisibility cloak over Steve. Her hand is still holding the chain around his neck, causing him discomfort, as she quietly tells him to please stay silent. Suddenly, something rushes toward where they are standing. Two giant ants are carrying a pupa in their mandibles. Hidden beneath the invisibility cloak, Steve asks in a low, confused voice if the monsters cannot see them. Suddenly, a system screen pops up. The level 5 stealth cloak is now active, blending perfectly with the surrounding terrain. However, once activated, the effect begins to fade after a maximum of 5 minutes of movement. It requires 30 minutes to fully recharge. Motim appears and suggests they use the pupa to find their way, advising them to watch which direction the creature is being taken. This will lead them straight to the nest. Steve stares at the creature, asking if they can really use a pupa to navigate. Motim happily agrees that it is an excellent idea. But what kind of creature did this pupa come from? Steve explains that it came from a caterpillar, prompting Motim to realize that this caterpillar must belong to the queen ant. If this is the queen's nest, guard duty must be incredibly strict. She is definitely surrounded by guards, as they are not called giant ants for nothing. Steve realizes the danger, agreeing that she makes a very good point. So by following the ants carrying the eggs, they can reach the queen's chamber. Motim quickly warns him that if he understands the plan, they must move out of this strange cave before the rest of the swarm arrives. Once the ants crawl away, the two sit down to plan. Elena admits it is a solid strategy, but points out that this dungeon has been here for a very long time. There is no way others have not thought of this before. If it were that simple, the elves would have conquered this entire dungeon a long time ago. Motim chimes in that Yan Su in that talk is cheap. Sitting nearby, Steve sighs with a sarcastic look, teasing the spirit for talking so confidently despite being blind. Motim offers a mix of sarcasm and comfort, asking how a mere handful of elves could ever defeat them. But then the spirit adds that they will find a way through. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the deep cavern. Steve raises his hand to conjure fire magic in his mind, while another blast erupts. Elena quickly uses her stealth cloak as a shield to protect them both from the devastating impact. He looks at his ring and hopes they are close. Motim replies that they are still far away and must keep moving. With a serious look, Steve grips his sword and slashes directly at the giant ants. Beside him, Elena aims her bow at the monsters, swiftly unleashing a barrage of deadly arrows. Side by side, they fight off the relentless swarm of giant ants. Raging flames incinerate the giant ants on one side as Steve uses fire magic to clear the path. Elena is just as busy, firing arrows at other monsters across the cavern. While she wipes down her weapon, Steve frowns at his ring, muttering that there are far too many ants to deal with. He figures that by utilizing Elena's stealth skills and his own detection abilities, they can find a safe path with zero enemy movement. Motim speaks to Steve telepathically, asking if he is dissatisfied. Instead of answering, Steve closes his eyes to sense the surroundings, detecting an intense, murderous aura emanating from deep within the cave. He senses something else close by. Trusting this strange feeling, Steve announces to Elena that they are almost there and just need to push a little further. Elena picks up a strange bracelet surrounded by a dark mist. Frowning in confusion, she wonders what it is and touches it, only to cry out and drop it instantly. She quickly recovers and explains her finding. This is a piece of elven craftsmanship, likely left behind by the poor victims who were fed to the caterpillars. Motim suddenly appears and suggests they collect any abandoned items left behind, as they might need them to activate the Curse Aura skill. Steve closes his eyes, recalling how the magical circle previously absorbed the dark energy from these objects. Activating a skill like Curse Aura requires deeply cursed items, but taking the personal belongings left behind by fallen elves like this feels highly disrespectful. Steve points at the scattered items lying among the cocoons. He asks Elena if they can take them since no one else is using them, leaving her completely hesitant and unsure how to respond. Elena frowns, asking him if he has lost his mind since those items are heavily cursed and could easily kill them. Steve simply waves his hand to reassure her, flashing a highly confident smile. He claims their artifact will protect them, so there is no need to worry. Feeling completely helpless, she watches him mess with the cursed items and tells him to do whatever he wants. Since he is not worried, he should just do as he pleases. Motim cheerfully urges Steve to be careful as they gather up every single piece. His face darkens as he clasps his hands, wearing a subtle, knowing smile. Declaring that it is time to move on, they step forward only to be greeted by a shocking sight. Anyone can see that the dungeon artifact is right there in the middle of those wretched insects. Deep in the cavern sits a massive queen ant with a bloated abdomen, guarded by two loyal soldiers who hiss menacingly at the intruders. Elena aims her bow at the queen, declaring there is no time to hesitate. Suddenly, the surrounding giant eggs begin to shake, leaving them completely stunned. The eggs burst open as the sharp legs of newborn ants emerge. They immediately lash out, forcing Steve to duck low while Elena leaps backward to dodge the attack. They both stare in disbelief at the hatching swarm. As countless other eggs begin to move, Steve points at them in sheer panic, asking if they are really hatching right now. A sudden noise from behind makes them spin around. Elena warns Steve that the ants behind them are also swarming forward, crawling rapidly toward their position. Steve grits his teeth as veins bulge on his face. Surrounded on all sides, he realizes their only hope is to take down the queen. Summoning his fire magic, he hurls a massive blaze directly at her. The newly hatched ants instantly leap forward to shield their queen from the flames. Steve is shocked by how quickly they formed a defensive wall to protect her. Steve looks deeply worried, but Motim cackles in his mind, finding this highly amusing and hinting there is still a way out. Staring at the defensive line of ants, Steve realizes he has the perfect counter to try. Steve chants the spell to trigger the Curse Aura skill. Releasing a powerful wind bomb, he blasts the cavern ceiling, causing a massive rock slide that completely blocks the incoming swarm of giant ants. Turning back to the queen, Steve calmly plans to use the curse to wipe out the remaining ants. He gazes at the growling monsters ahead, utterly unfazed by their threats. Every single insect here is about to be destroyed. He adjusts the cursed bracelet with a dark grin as a sinister aura leaks from the skulls. These abandoned artifacts are heavily loaded with deadly curses. Cursed items like these are highly dangerous, easily draining a user's life force or causing fatal illness. Aside from daring dungeon researchers, no sane person would ever dare to touch them. Steve clenches his fist with a terrifying smile. Thanks to Motim suppressing the curse's backlash, he can wield this deadly power without suffering any side effects. Curse Aura allows the user to fully channel and release stored energy. As they warily face the giant ants, Steve suddenly warns Elena to stay back, leaving her completely bewildered by his sudden command. He removes the bracelet and squeezes it tightly in his palm, unleashing the Curse Aura. A massive wave of dark energy erupts from his hand, violently pushing back the encroaching swarm. The pitch-black energy surges directly toward the queen ant, forcing her to tremble violently as she struggles to survive. The surrounding soldier ants collapse to the ground, while Steve falls to his knees from exhaustion. Drenched in sweat, Steve struggles to catch his breath as he questions if they are using this massive power correctly. A message pops up, confirming he used it right, urging him to have her finish the job. Steve calls out to a dazed Elena, who slowly looks back at him. His face pale as death, Steve desperately yells for her to take out the queen ant before his hold completely slips. Elena nods in understanding, drawing her bow as she commands the beast to yield and return what it stole. She releases the string, sending 2 arrows hurtling straight into the queen ant. They pierce deep, triggering a high-pitched scream of agonizing pain. Enraged by the attack, the swarm charges forward on mechanical legs. Summoning a sudden burst of strength, Steve pulls Elena back close to him, warning her to stay completely still. Crackling blue lightning erupts around him. With a grim smirk, Steve unleashes his skill, Chaos Eating. Watching this terrifying display, Elena reaches for her arrows, muttering that she has never met anyone quite as reckless as him. Steve shrugs as he manipulates a glowing heart floating right in front of him. Behind them lie the massive carcasses of the giant ants, as he admits he has absolutely no excuse for his wild behavior. He checks the ring on his arm just as a scroll materialized out of thin air. Snatching it with a grin, he celebrates clearing their second dungeon. Shortly after, the pair set off through the dense forest. 3 days later, Steve notes they only have one dungeon left, Ratchy. Elena nods, warning him that it is not only the oldest dungeon in these woods, but also by far the most dangerous. Steve smirks and tells Motem not to worry, boasting that he is far stronger than before. Looking up with a stern glare, Motem warns him to watch his arrogant mouth. Elena turns to warn him that their biggest threat out here is actually the elves. When a confused Steve questions this, she explains that Ratchy borders elven territory, and they have been incredibly lucky not to run into any of their deadly scouts just yet. Because they are so elusive, she tells him he must follow her lead. Suddenly, Elena thrusts her arm out to stop him in his tracks, leaving Steve to ask what is going on. Crouching down, she inspects a faint footprint in the dirt. It looks quite old, but she recognizes it instantly. Steve looks over her shoulder, asking if it is just some ordinary beast track. Elena shakes her head gravely, explaining that this is no ordinary beast. It is the unmistakable mark of a strider. Staring closely at the dirt, Steve repeats the unfamiliar name. Elena explains they are an elite elven scouting unit operating in the deep forest. They are the best of the best, possessing extraordinary innate tracking skills that no human can match. Every single member of this unit she knows is absolutely terrifying. Steve ponders this, admitting he has never heard of these striders. If they really are that elite, he wonders why humans have never heard of their legendary reputation. With a grim expression, Elena replies that anyone who actually spots a strider never lives long enough to tell the tale. The sheer weight of her words leaves Steve completely speechless. Elena glances back, warning him that a direct confrontation is a losing battle. Worse, if they decide to snipe from the shadows, he will be dead before he even hears the arrow. She tells him they must move fast and stay alert. As they press on, Steve notices her sudden silence and asks what is wrong. Feeling an eerie shift in the air, Elena whispers that the forest has gone completely quiet. Steve shrugs, seeing nothing odd about a quiet night in the deep woods. He figures a dark forest is naturally quiet anyway. Still, to be safe, Steve secretly activates his sensory skill, animo eating, to probe their surroundings. He tries to detect any nearby presence but senses absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. Yet Elena remains deeply guarded, keeping her eyes locked forward, convinced that an unseen enemy is actively stalking them. She desperately needs to pinpoint their location, growing anxious as to why the stalker keeps their distance instead of attacking. Elena closes her eyes to activate her skill, Detect Deep Hostility, which is designed to pinpoint an enemy's exact position and attack timing. Suddenly, her eyes snap open as a warning blares in her mind, realizing exactly who is hunting them. Enveloped in a tense red aura, she realizes they are out of time. Elena spins around and screams for Steve to watch out, but she's already too late. Steve grimaces in pure agony, staring down at his freshly bleeding shoulder. He collapses to the ground as Elena desperately rushes toward him. Hidden in the nearby brush, two silent figures watch them from the darkness. Steve opens his eyes in agonizing pain, staring at the horrific wound tearing right through his shoulder. Elena panics, shaking Steve as he lies motionless on the ground. Suddenly, another arrow streaks towards her feet, forcing her to leap back. Out from the shadows step two familiar elves, Jester and Isaac, as Jester speaks up. He offers a casual greeting, but an enraged Elena demands to know what they think they are doing. Isaac merely frowns, muttering that they should be the ones asking her that question. Jester smirks, claiming they are simply doing their duty. He demands to know why she brought a human into their sacred territory. Elena grits her teeth, furious that they dared to attack someone under her protection. Isaac draws his bow, coldly telling them that is enough. But as he looks closer at Steve, his eyes widen in disbelief. He glares at Elena, asking if she has any idea what kind of unforgivable crime she is committing. Elena bravely shields the fallen Steve, looking up to ask if they truly have no idea who this man is. Her gaze remains firm, insisting that Steve must reach Rachie and she is merely guiding him. Searching through Steve's belongings, Jester pulls out a glowing necklace. He frowns, calling humans utterly disgusting, and points out the absolute irony of a guardian actively protecting a thief who stole a sacred relic. He reminds Elena that she was once a strider too. Startled by how close he has gotten, she demands to know when he moved. Isaac steps in, his face cold as ice as he asks if she remembers the legend of that relic. The group begins their trek back to the elven village, with Jester carrying an unconscious Steve over his shoulder. Shifting his heavy cargo, Jester lets out a playful, mocking laugh. He teases Elena, telling her she should be thrilled to finally come back home. Elena snaps at him to shut up, but Jester only looks at Steve in confusion, wondering how the human is still alive despite losing so much blood. Elena looks back at him with deadly seriousness, warning that once he realizes this man's true value, he will change his tune real quick. Angered by her tone, Jester challenges her to speak like that in front of the elders, especially her own grandmother. Isaac quickly cuts them off, warning them to quiet down because the elder has arrived. Elder Bellinora appears, praising Jester and Isaac for their successful mission. She then smiles warmly at Elena, expressing her joy at their reunion and hoping the relic will keep her safe. Elena remains silent. The elder shifts her gaze to the limp body on Jester's shoulder, asking who this mysterious human is. Isaac explains that this outsider is one of the thieves who stole the Guardian's sacred relic, even trying to use it for blackmail. They found him hiding in a nearby village and brought him back to be heavily interrogated. Bellinora looks puzzled, asking how a dead man could wield a relic, given his massive wound. Jester admits that they are not entirely sure if the human is actually dead or alive. Even though he should have bled out hours ago, his horrific wounds are slowly closing up on their own, and his heart is still beating strong. The elder turns away, ordering them to bind his wounds and lock him in the cave until they decide his fate. She then instructs Elena to follow her inside, leaving Jester to quickly obey her command. With a heavy heart, Elena follows her into the chambers. As they walk, Bellanora solemnly admits that they may soon lose absolute control over the ancient Ratchy dungeon. Controlling the seal was already their absolute limit. Elena Dapp. Has it truly grown this massive? The elder explains that the dungeon energy is radiating too strongly into neighboring lands, and not long ago, a helpless elf was dragged right into the abyss. They are standing in accursed territory where even the Shiders have completely lost control. This dungeon possesses a terrifying trait that lets it expand its boundaries, meaning the seal can only hold it back for so long. She tensely recounts the crisis while Elena struggles to find the right words. No one, not even Elena herself, is taking this dark situation lightly, and she knows the gravity of what they are facing. Even Lady Olivia would agree with her. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Stetch as Mortem desperately urges him to wake up. Stetch hears the voice and clutches his aching head in pure agony. Eerie voices echo through the air, chanting to kill and punish the human. Stetch looks around in confusion, wondering where he is, while Mortem dryly remarks that he has finally decided to wake up from his faint. Mortem explains that while he can easily heal a physical body, waking him up was a different story. Stetch had nearly died from that poisoned arrow, a wound so fatal even Mortem could barely save him, leaving him recovering from death's doorstep for 4 days. Stetch is stunned to hear it has been 4 days, but Mortem quickly warns him that they are currently in the elves' interrogation and execution grounds for humans. A commanding voice booms, ordering the human to be silent. The voice demands to know if he stole the sacred relic that Elena was sworn to protect before venturing into the dark forest. Stetch only cares about Elena's safety, asking what happened to her. Mortem tells him to look to his right, and though Stetch is relieved to see her treated slightly better, Mortem warns him not to be so sure. Stetch remembers the necklace, realizing that must be the sacred relic they are talking about. When he honestly admits to taking it, the entire crowd of elves erupts into a furious uproar. Their reaction leaves Stetch deeply anxious, and we cannot help but wonder if that item was far more important to Elena than he ever realized. Elder Bellanora looks down from her high platform, demanding to know if he used that sacred pendant to force Elena to guide him. She presses him further, asking if he came to capture elves as slaves, but Stetch firmly denies the claim and states his true motive. Stetch calmly declares that his actual goal was to destroy the dungeon inside this forest. This revelation leaves both Jester and Isaac utterly speechless, while Elena keeps her head lowered in silent anxiety. Bellanora is highly skeptical, demanding to know how many troops and supplies he brought with him. She wants their exact location and asks what kind of military operations he is planning against them. The elder asks what kind of terrifying skill he used to subjugate them, leaving Stetch sweating as he explains he has no such power. The crowd is completely stunned, wondering if this human is mocking them by claiming he cleared a whole dungeon alone. Dismissing his words as lies, Bellanora firmly commands Jester to step forward. Jester steps right in front of Stetch with a highly confident smirk, advising the human to speak the absolute truth while he still has the chance to do so. Jester gives him a menacing glare, noting that physical violence is not the typical elven way, but perhaps a human only understands pain. Before Stetch can even brace himself, Jester mockingly asks if he can endure this, delivering a brutal punch straight to the stomach that leaves him gasping in agony. Elder Bellanora coldly watches the brutal display from her high platform and begins her questioning. She turns her sharp gaze toward Elena, addressing her as the accomplice. She demands to know why Elena made absolutely no effort to save the tribe's treasure when it was stolen right before her eyes. While Jester continues to mercilessly beat Stetch, the elder demands to know why Elena would so meekly submit to the threats of a mere human companion. Elena silently reflects on the heavy burden of the stolen relic and whether the whole tribe bears the blame. Gathering her courage, she respectfully explains that she genuinely believed Stetch's quest to destroy the dungeon would benefit their entire elven community. Recalling his incredible combat skills, she testifies that regardless of any doubts, Stetch has already successfully conquered and destroyed 2 entire dungeons all on his own. Bellanora growls in pure anger, reminding Elena that they too are fighting to defeat the dungeons, which requires a proper military force. Even as Jester viciously kicks Stetch in the face, the elder coldly continues, demanding proof if her claims are actually true. If she witnessed all of his actions, then surely she must know how many troops and hidden supplies he secretly gathered for this massive operation. While Stetch recovers from the heavy blows and quietly gathers his strength, Elena firmly declares that there are absolutely no troops or hidden supplies, only the 2 of them. Suddenly, Elena's own grandmother speaks up. Deeply confused about what has gotten into her, she wonders why her granddaughter is trying so hard to defend this strange human. Elena desperately tries to explain that she is telling the absolute truth, but she suddenly freezes, locking her eyes onto a single spot in the arena. Isaac calls out in surprise, and the watching elves gasps as a sudden wave of shock spreads through the arena. No matter how many brutal blows he takes, this human refuses to fall, prompting Mortem to manifest around him. Mortem asks if Stetch is about to show him how a human truly fights, just as a system notification pops up to reveal his newly unlocked level 1 reaction skill. His mastery grows alongside his focus, and an excited Stetch challenges Jester to fight without holding back, warning him that he might be the one to fall. Jester merely sneers, eager to see him try. Elena calmly explains to the elders that this raw, unbreakable fighting spirit is exactly how Stetch managed to clear those deadly dungeons on his own. While the two combatants prepare to clash violently, Elena explains that Stetch possesses the rare ability to absorb power from defeated monsters and dungeon souls. Even Mortem comments that this legendary skill seems absolutely tailor-made for his companion. Harnessing this immense power, Stetch realizes an air bomb could instantly end this fight, but he quietly hesitates before making his move. Stetch knows that causing a massive scene here won't benefit either of them. Meanwhile, Elder Bellanora turns to Elena, questioning if she truly understands the weight of the words she is speaking. Bellanora warns that obtaining such unnatural power goes against the very laws of their world. To settle the matter, Isaac steps forward and seriously suggests they test his claims by releasing a monster into the arena. The Council of Elders is taken aback, and Elena's grandmother gasps at the idea of a monster. Isaac calmly points out that if Elena spoke the truth, this trial will easily verify her claims, to which she slowly agrees. Suddenly, Jester raises both of his hands in surrender down in the arena, calling out to Stetch and ending their physical clash for now. Jester tells him to calm down, smiling as he unties Stetch's bound hands. He playfully asks if he wants to try something a bit more exciting, leaving Stetch highly confused about what is coming next. The heavy gates of the arena slowly grind open to the sound of deafening roars. A massive, terrifying beast emerges to face Stetch, catching him completely off guard as he braces himself. As the giant armored bear lets out a deafening roar, Stetch is surprised to see such a wild beast domesticated. Watching the spectacle unfold, Elena's grandmother anxiously wonders how they are supposed to control it. Isaac questions if this trial might be a bit too extreme, but another elder insists that if Elena's claims are true, this beast should be absolutely nothing to him. Elder Bellanora solemnly demands that the human prove his worth. Stetch realizes he has no choice but to win this battle, though facing such a massive monster with his bare hands is quite a stretch. He holds out his hand and reminds Mortem that the elves had previously severed it, suggesting the dark curse of the bracelet must still be lingering on his flesh. Mortem reassures him that the relic simply hides whenever he wishes it away. Stetch is amazed by this hidden feature, but Mortem quickly warns him to focus and prepare for the battle ahead. Steve conjures a burning fireball, confident that even a giant beast cannot withstand this sheer power. Without wasting a single moment, he hurls the blazing sphere directly at his massive opponent. The fireball strikes the armored bear right on its heavy arm. As the smoke clears, Steve silently complains about how hideous the creature looks, and Mortem cannot help but agree. Preparing for his next strike, a fierce pressure gathers in Steve's hands. He unleashes a high-density air bomb, sending a powerful shockwave blasting straight toward the beast's head. The armored bear is visibly caught off guard by the strike. Up in the stands, the spectators are completely overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure of the blast, watching in sheer disbelief. The monster violently shakes its head to clear its senses. Steve looks on with absolute surprise, and honestly, who wouldn't be shocked after seeing that thing survive? With a deafening roar, the beast swings its massive claws down, smashing the ground where Steve stood. Luckily, he leaps high into the air, already preparing his next devastating spell. Steve strikes again, summoning crackling lightning bolts that crash directly onto the armored bear. Isaac watches in utter disbelief at his magic, while Jester stands there completely frozen in terror. It makes absolutely no sense how he can cast such magic without any equipment. Meanwhile, in the arena, the charred beast roars in agonizing pain from the lightning strike. The watching elders are completely stunned by his raw power, while Elena keeps her trusting eyes locked on the stage. The wounded beast looks down at its heavily scorched body. Mortem warns that his body needs recovery and his mana is running low. Steve calmly acknowledges the warning, knowing his magical energy is almost at its absolute limit. Still, he remains entirely confident, declaring that this is more than enough to finish things. He charges forward like a bullet just as the beast swings its massive claws. Steve easily dodges the deadly claw swipe. In a flash, sharp blades of wind materialize behind the monster as he leaps high into the air right above its blind spot. Instantly seizing the perfect opening, Steve unleashes a blazing stream of fire right into its face. Although the beast still tries to swallow him whole, Steve incredibly uses his bare hands to hold its massive jaws and tongue. Pulling the monster's tongue outward, Steve smiles wickedly and asks if its inside is just as tough as its outside. With one final devastating blow, he completely obliterates the beast. Jester and Isaac stare in complete horror, unable to process what just happened. The surrounding elves murmur in absolute shock, while Bellanora stands frozen, her voice trembling in fear. To them, Steve is a monster who defies the natural order of the world, yet Bellanora tells them to hold their tongues, quietly wondering if they even have another choice left. This is their absolute last hope, and nobody else can pull this off. Ashamed of her previous doubts, Elena's grandmother covers her face and quietly apologizes for not trusting him. Elena asks about their next move, and her grandmother anxiously repeats that they have no other options left. Turning to Steve, Elder Bellanora seriously demands his name, and he calmly replies, Stetch Atelier. Bellanora addresses him, acknowledging that he literally risked his entire life just to prove his strength and fulfill his duty. First, she demands to know why he stole Elena's sacred relic in the first place. Steve quickly defends himself, explaining that he had absolutely no idea it was a sacred item, nor did he ever intend to steal it from her. If he truly wants to challenge the Blood Dungeon, they will not stop him, though they will not provide any supplies either. Mortem dryly notes that the elder is incredibly stingy. Elena firmly declares she will accompany him, but her grandmother immediately forbids it, arguing that the Blood Dungeon is on a completely different level of danger compared to normal dungeons. Elena tries to protest, arguing that sending him to such a place completely alone is madness, but Bellanora quickly cuts her off. Bellanora reminds Elena that she must still take responsibility for losing their sacred relic. Turning back to Steve, the elder flatly states that the girl cannot accompany him, leaving Mortem to point out the blunt, painful truth behind their decision. The elves simply refuse to risk their own noble kind in such a deadly place. Steve stands there with his hands on his hips, fully understanding their selfish but predictable logic. He knows no amount of arguing will change their minds since they are still being incredibly stubborn. Suddenly, Steve speaks up, telling Elena to just stay behind. Confused, she asks what he means, but he calmly asks if she has forgotten his unique ability. Steve points out that his artifact grows stronger with every single dungeon he clears, asserting that he is vastly more powerful now than when they first crossed paths. He tells her not to worry because he is not as weak as the elves think. Bellanora then orders Jester to return his weapons, asking Steve if he needs any assistance. Steve requests some healing potions, which the elder gladly provides. Meanwhile, deep in the dark forest surrounding the Blood Dungeon, a commanding voice echoes, ordering the guards to hold the line. Drawing his bow, Nazir yells to block the beast as sharp arrows tear through its thrashing tentacles. Nearby, a terrified elf screams out, desperately asking when reinforcements will finally arrive. Suddenly, a panicked shout warns the commander to watch out. Before he can react, massive tentacles wrap tightly around Nazir, leaving his soldiers screaming his name in absolute horror. Smaller, writhing tentacles sprout rapidly, threatening to crush Nazir completely. But check this out in the nick of time. A massive fireball crashes down, vaporizing them instantly. The elves cheer, believing their savior has arrived, but their joy turns to utter shock. Walking right behind Jester is Steve, leaving a bruised Nazir wondering why on earth a human is here. He questions how a human managed to survive this deep into such a deadly zone. Isaac, stepping forward, issues a cold warning to chop off the limbs of anyone who touches Steve. Confused, Nazir asks Jester why they are cooperating with a human who wields such strange foreign magic. Letting out a heavy sigh, Jester admits that he has no idea either. Still, Jester explains that according to the elder, this outsider might be their absolute last hope. Steve simply waves a casual goodbye, calling them pointy ears as he heads inside. Back in the sunlit elven chambers, Elena cannot comprehend why she is being held back. She pauses for a brief moment before demanding an answer from her grandmother. Her grandmother looks at her with a heavy heart, flatly refusing to let her go to that cursed place. She tearfully asks if Elena remembers what was left after her parents died there. It was only her beloved granddaughter. Elena sadly reminds her grandmother that despite their grief, their entire race is slowly dying. Elena thinks of the innocent elves struggling on the battlefield, warning that if their front line collapses, their entire race faces extinction and this forest will become a permanent dungeon. She sighs deeply, wondering how they can expect to fully utilize Steve's power without giving him proper support. She asks if they should not support him as best as they possibly can. Her grandmother replies, questioning if Elena honestly believes she is the right person for that job. Fighting back her tears and holding her face, her grandmother tells her to stop lying to herself, because Ken is gone forever and this dungeon will never bring him back. Just as Elena stands heartbroken by those painful words, a sharp voice commands them both to stop. Elder Bellanora steps in, reminding them that this is no time to argue. She emphasizes that they must prepare for the worst possible outcome, and this mission is no exception. She seriously analyzes the situation, noting that no matter how strong Steve is, they are in massive trouble if he fails. They absolutely need a flawless backup plan. Elena's grandmother hesitates, wondering if the elder intends to use that desperate measure once more. Amid Elena's shock, the elder calmly announces that this time she will go herself. The old woman looks down with a heavy heart, noting this gesture might at least bring some peace to the elves. Stit steps onto the frost, moving deeper into the dark cavern. Even Modem cannot help but shudder, muttering that this dungeon has always been a complete nightmare. Stitz nods in agreement as they venture deeper inside. He can actually taste the metallic tang of blood heavy in the air, far worse than their very first dungeon run. Stitz asks curiously if Modem knows anything about these bizarre dungeon plants. The spirit vaguely replies that he barely remembers such things existing. Still, Modem warns him to be careful since these roots must be unique to this Bloodwood dungeon. Do not touch anything, just keep moving forward. The spirit warns that if Stitz dies from some random plant poison, their journey together is going to end right here. Pinching his nose to block out the overwhelming stench of rot and blood, Stitz grumbles that he has no desire to stay here either. Modem quickly counters, asking if he really wants to just give up and end their entire journey right now. Modem admits he thought there was a real plan before they blindly rushed in. Looking at the chaotic overgrowth ahead, Stitz simply smiles with absolute confidence. He explains his skills are highly effective in these wood-type dungeons, having already conquered one before. They are in the right spot now, and he certainly did not come unprepared. After all, his experience speaks for itself. Drawing his blade, Stitz points out that these massive roots only managed to spread this far because of an underground river flowing underneath. He plunges his sword deep into the thick wood, asking if Modem knows what an underground river eventually does to the terrain. The roots beneath him snap instantly. Plunging down into a freshly opened sinkhole, Stitz proudly tells Motem to look closely at his prediction. But as his boots hit the ground, his voice trails off in sheer confusion. An underground river stretches out with colossal roots lining the damp walls, holding strange sacks suspended in midair. They look horribly familiar. The water itself has turned a foul, murky color, releasing an unbearable stench that makes him freeze in dread. Inside those hanging organic pods are human bodies, completely drained of life and left looking like hollow, desiccated husks. Instinctively drawing closer to inspect, Stitz prepares for the worst. He quietly triggers his level 1 auto-reflex passive skill, just in case he needs a split-second boost to his reaction speed. With a swift swing of his blade, he cuts the pods free. Angered by the cruelty, Stitz calls out to the unseen beast, warning that he knows it won't just let him ruin its feast, but he has absolutely no intention of becoming its next meal. A sudden shifting sound echoes through the cavern, creeping closer. Meanwhile, the freed captives tumble out of their bindings, though it seems they will need some time before regaining full consciousness. Stitz kneels beside one of them to check. As the man slowly stirs, Stitz welcomes him back and asks if he knows where they are. Instantly panicking, the survivor shrieks in terror, wondering how a human could possibly survive in this dreadful Bloodwood dungeon. The hysterical survivor screams that they are all doomed, but Stitz silences him with a sharp slap. Stitz tells him to shut up and pull himself together, since they are clearly still breathing. He urges the man not to lose his mind over a few overgrown roots. Still stinging from the slap, the survivor watches as Stitz calmly retrieves a scroll. Handing it over, Stitz explains it is a return scroll. Once the others fully wake up, they must use it to escape. He has to keep moving. Fearing that his savior will vanish into the shadows, the man quickly grabs Stitz's cloak. In a desperate, trembling voice, he begs the young warrior to wait, pleading that they must save him. Confused, Stitz replies that he has already checked every single pod. The man quickly cuts him off, insisting there is still one more left behind. That man is the sole reason any of them managed to stay alive this long. The survivor desperately refuses to leave without him. When Stitz asks who this savior is, the man reveals the name Ken Renoir. Deep in another part of the dungeon, the legendary Renoir weakly opens his eyes, kept separate from the others. Renoir is tightly bound by heavy, pulsating roots. Hearing a strange, echoing rustle nearby, the weakened old man clenches his jaw in grim silence. He wonders if his tormentors have not stolen enough of his life force already. Meanwhile, carrying the survivor on his back, Stitz moves swiftly through the dark tunnels and finally locates the trapped wizard. The survivor calls out in relief to Lord Renoir, but quickly gasps at the horrific sight of the thick roots wrapping around his body. Stitz can only curse under his breath. Stitz mutters that it looks incredibly painful before gently sliding the survivor off his back. He rushes toward the old wizard, warning Renoir that the rescue is going to hurt a little bit. Thrown to the ground, the survivor groans and calls him a complete brute. Ignoring the complaints, Stitz swiftly slices through the roots, freeing Renoir before ordering the man to carry the weakened wizard out of this place. Stitz strictly warns him to get the wizard to safety and use healing magic on him instead of health potions, which could actually worsen his condition. Seeing the survivor hesitate, Stitz urges him to move quickly, since the other captives are likely waking up by now. Hoisting Renoir onto his shoulders, the man nods in deep gratitude, thanking Stitz for his incredible help and the return scroll. Once they leave, Stitz turns to Motem, asking if Renoir is indeed the legendary figure they suspected. Motem confirms his suspicion but worries about the weak survivor carrying a frail wizard through these dangerous halls. Stitz calmly reassures the spirit, guessing the man has a return scroll of his own to escape. Stitz points out that no monsters will attack them as long as they stick together. Motem remains highly skeptical, but Stitz confidently states that he can feel it in his gut. He adds that the master of this dungeon is waiting just behind the stone wall, eager to meet them. With a powerful airstrike, Stitz completely shatters the barrier ahead. Stepping through, Stitz stares in awe at the bloodwood tree. Right in the center of its massive trunk is a horrifying human-like shape, completely drenched in a heavy scent of blood. The entity is feeding on fresh blood for nourishment, a sight far beyond anything they had ever imagined. As Stitz marvels at its terror, the monstrous tree lets out a deafening guttural roar. Feeling the tension, Stitz asks Motem if he has any information on this demonic plant. Motem replies it is likely a rare subspecies, similar to the flora growing above. Without wasting a second, Stitz charges forward, weapon raised to strike. Motem adds that the plant is wrapped too tightly around the ancient relic to see clearly. At this point, it is nothing more than a repulsive, breathing nightmare. Agreeing with the description, Stitz leaps forward to unleash his airstrike, but just as the energy gathers, the thick roots suddenly twitch and spring to life. He realizes the roots possess their own dark consciousness, wrapping together to form a highly defensive shield. Unable to break through their barrier, Stitz quickly falls back to launch another elemental attack. He unleashes a blazing fireball, but the bloodwood quickly responds by constructing a thick wall of dense vines to completely block the searing magical attack. Breaking into a cold sweat, Stitz realizes none of his attacks are breaking through. Even lightning magic is useless against a massive wooden tree. Motem quietly agrees with his grim assessment. As the monstrous entity shifts mockingly, Motem warns that the master of this cave has ruled the forest food chain for centuries. Defeating it will require everything they have. Even the powerful Lord Renoir once fell to this creature, proving how incredibly dangerous it is. It has likely captured and drained countless elite mages over the years, absorbing their energy. It is no wonder this monster possesses such terrifying godlike strength. Stitz swings his sword frantically, realizing the drained wizard was indeed the source of this immense power. As the bloodwood counterattacks, the massive roots strike back with overwhelming force. Struggling to defend against the relentless onslaught, Stitz clicks his tongue in frustration. Even with his passive reflex skill active, the pressure is far too immense. The creature is simply too overwhelming, pushing him to his absolute limits. Sharp wooden spikes threaten to impale him, tearing his clothes to shreds. Despite the agonizing injuries, Stitz refuses to back down, his fierce determination burning brighter than ever. Since the only things to fight in this dungeon are these strange trees, Steve realizes he cannot absorb any proper energy to replenish himself. He pulls a small glass vial filled with a strange liquid from his back pocket, drinks it down, and focuses on preserving his energy to heal. The giant bloodwood seems completely stunned. Steve warns it not to get too arrogant, but suddenly pauses in absolute disbelief. Is this monster actually laughing at him? That is impossible. He pieces the clues together, from the abnormally massive roots to how this creature completely ignored basic keeper instincts just to protect the heart of the dungeon. Its terrifying influence stretches far beyond any normal dungeon, creating bizarre giant pods. Not a single monster remains active in these halls, leaving only these vicious, flesh-eating plants. The plant even adapts its form to trap prey and secure a constant supply of nutrients. Could this beast possess an ego of its own? It sounds completely absurd, yet here it is. The vicious bloodwood successfully provokes Steve into unleashing his powerful gale skill. As the tight vines binding his arms completely shatter, his anger boils over how dare a mere mindless monster have the audacity to mock him. Breaking free, Steve declares that he will destroy this creature even if it is the last thing he ever does. The roots close in, but Steve unleashes his gale skill, forcing a devastating counterattack. Standing right amidst the massive roots with his head lowered, Steve mutters that he can easily push these plants to their absolute limit. He mocks the beast, warning that if it tries to split its thick branches into smaller, thinner pieces, the pain is going to be absolutely unbearable. Sensing the threat, the bloodwood radiates pure, concentrated fury. Preparing his next move, Steve admits there was a technique he wanted to test back then, but too many eyes were watching. Out here in the isolation of the dungeon, he can finally let loose. With a shout, he activates his devastating Rain of Blades skill. The attack erupts like an earthquake, tearing apart the bloodwood's seemingly indestructible roots. The beast writhes in absolute agony. Steve shields his eyes, muttering that this is almost too easy, as the monster finds itself completely powerless to resist. Motem urges him to strike as much as possible while the window is open. Steve attacks immediately, but Motem warns him that this single onslaught will not be enough to completely incapacitate the beast. Leaping into the air, Steve retorts that a few seconds of paralysis is more than enough. Motem sighs at his sheer arrogance, but Steve has already spotted the bloodwood's fatal weakness. Although its massive body is woven from countless strong, thick roots, there must be one core area it desperately needs to protect. Grinning triumphantly, Steve asks if the monster is still having fun. The monster suddenly bites down hard on Steve's fist. He scoffs at it, wondering how a faceless creature could even have a mouth. Furious, he declares that it is finally time to end this miserable tree. Steve unleashes his primal energy. Seeing Steve's arm still trapped in the beast's grip, Motem warns him that this energy alone won't suffice. When asked if he can push it further, Steve confidently replies that he absolutely can. In that desperate moment, the image of Gerald flashes in his mind, fueling his resolve. Declaring that he will never let anyone look down on him, Steve channels every ounce of his strength, ready to unleash the devastating Devourer Fist. Activating the Devourer Fist, he absorbs the dark energy from a cursed item to enhance his abilities. He upgrades his basic fireball skill into a raging hellfire, unleashing an intense wave of heat to incinerate the target. He releases a massive blast of hellfire, his most powerful strike yet. Meanwhile, just outside the dungeon entrance, Bellinora anxiously demands an update on whether the brave human is still alive. Captain Nausea respectfully admits they have no way of knowing, since he entered quite some time ago without any sign of movement. Bellinora sighs in disappointment, muttering that this is exactly what she feared. She orders them aside, declaring the bloodwood is at its limit and she will suppress it herself. But Nausea immediately stops her, warning that she cannot do this. Nausea earnestly pleads with Bellinora not to act so recklessly. Right at that moment, a weary group of survivors emerges from the dungeon depths, led by a man carrying Drainois on his back. As the guards prepare to draw their weapons on the newcomers, Captain Nausea quickly orders them to stand down. Zester stares in absolute disbelief, recognizing the survivors as the long-lost elves who had gone missing. Bellinora and Elena stand completely stunned. Elena quickly urges the guards to get everyone to safety, while Captain Nausea mutters in sheer awe that Lord Drainois has actually survived. Seeing Drainois lying motionless on the ground, Elena rushes over with a worried cry for her father. Standing nearby, Captain Nausea can hardly believe it, wondering if that human truly succeeded. Nausea quietly confirms that the young man actually pulled off the impossible. Drainois weakly looks up at his family, whispering their names, bringing tears of absolute relief to Bellinora and Elena. The soldier who carried Drainois out suddenly speaks up in a panic. He begs Captain Nausea to send a rescue squad back into the dungeon, even though he knows it is a massive risk. A stunned Captain Nausea asks him to repeat himself. The soldier explains that the strange human stayed behind all alone to secure their escape, saving both the survivors and Lord Drainois. Falling to his knees, the soldier begs them to save their savior. He explains they only escaped because of a return scroll the human gave them, but no one could survive that place alone. No matter how strong that young man is, a normal human cannot possibly survive those deep caverns alone. Just as he begs the captain for help, a massive rumble suddenly echoes from the dungeon entrance, drawing everyone's attention as someone shouts in alarm, wondering what is happening. Bellinora panics, urging Nausea that they must rescue the human. Without wasting another second, Captain Nausea orders Zester and Ida to prepare to head back inside immediately. At that very moment, Steve calmly walks out of the dungeon completely unscathed. He casually asks Motem if his left arm has finished healing yet. Steve grumbles about how long the recovery is taking, leaving Motem utterly speechless at his attitude. How badly did he push his own body to make it take this long? Suddenly, Captain Nausea spots him and gasps that the human has returned. Confused by all the shouting, Steve simply utters a quiet gasp. The rescued elves instantly erupt in cheers upon seeing him safe, celebrating their savior who completely destroyed the terrifying bloodwood. With the immediate threat finally eliminated and everyone safe, the scene shifts elsewhere. Banstock advises Jero, the third prince of Benezia, that since he has not been near the northern border in years, he should depart before the incoming troops arrive. But Prince Gero immediately rejects his advisor's suggestion, telling Banstock to wait because there is a crucial task he needs him to handle right here. Looking surprised and slightly bewildered, Banstock can only offer a brief nod of agreement. Gero then hands over a highly confidential letter, his expression serious as he instructs him to read the contents immediately. As Banstock curiously breaks the seal to read the message, Gero explains that the letter contains critical information regarding a newly discovered dungeon keeper. A royal spy deployed in the Gendian kingdom happened to stumble across this secret and sent word. Still slightly confused by the prince's ultimate goal, Banstock hesitantly asks what exactly His Highness requires him to do. Jero expected this question and replies with a dead serious expression, commanding him to handpick a few trusted members from his elite squad and retrieve this ancient holy relic without delay. Since this dungeon lies deep within Gendian territory, any mistake could easily trigger a massive international conflict, meaning he must tread with extreme caution and avoid capture. Banstock nods, fully understanding the high stakes. Mounting his horse with a quiet dignity, the prince instructs Banstock that he will head toward the northern border ahead of them. He orders them to meet there once the mission is complete, and Banstock bows in obedience. Meanwhile, deep in the quiet forest, Steve and Elena walk side by side in an awkward, heavy silence. Seeking to break the tense atmosphere, Steve speaks up first. He points out that entering a human village looking like an elf might draw unwanted attention, especially with her distinct ears and markings. Though briefly startled by his blunt observation, Elena quickly reassures him. She calmly explains that as long as she carries this specific crest, everything will be perfectly fine. To ordinary people, he seemed like just another face in the crowd, though that trick was useless on anyone who knew his true identity. Hearing this, Steve found himself flooded with questions. Was this some secret elven magic? Still, he realized he shouldn't be surprised. After all, these elves could even predict the movements and paths of dungeons. These racing thoughts suddenly reminded Steve of the dark secrets Renoir had once shared about the mysterious elven race. Certain elves were highly sensitive to raw energy, just like the Renoir family, possessing the rare ability to see its flow. He had explained that when energy concentrated intensely in one spot, getting so thick it was blinding, a new dungeon would be born. Hearing this, Steve had asked in utter disbelief if a dungeon had actually just been created. Drenua had confirmed it. Even with others sticking their noses into the matter, at least no one would stand in their way. Steve knew they had to act quickly and clear the dungeon before anyone else discovered its existence. Suddenly, Elena pulled him back to reality, asking her companion when they would leave, insisting on coming along. Stunned by her sudden demand, Steve could only stare in disbelief. He secretly thought she was incredibly old-fashioned, wondering who in their right mind would try to repay a debt with such blind loyalty. Steve pulled an arrogant face, clearly annoyed by the situation. Trying to ease his irritation, Motim chimed in, reminding him that an elven ally's unique abilities could actually prove quite useful. Steve carefully evaluated her combat skills, noting her talent for long-range battles and her impressive elven agility. But his silent assessment was abruptly cut off when Elena hesitantly asked what lay ahead in their current direction. Steve told her that a small village lay ahead, where they could rest up before starting another week-long trek. The moment he spoke, the grand settlement came into view, looking far too massive to be a mere village. He warned Elena to stay close behind him, noting that even if she looked human, suspicious eyes would watch her every move. Motim chimed in again, asking a sharp question that made Steve freeze, wondering if he was being far too confident. When asked if he had forgotten his reward, Steve retorted by asking if anyone would even recognize him from an old photo, since he no longer wore those clothes. His response left Motim deeply puzzled about the strange logic of humans. At the village entrance, guards blocked their path to ask for names, prompting Steve to casually lie and call himself Brian Gosling. That bizarre fake name left Elena utterly confused, but the guard quickly turned his attention to her, asking for the name of the woman traveling with him. She stammered out the name Elena Gray. Though slightly suspicious, the guard handed over their travel passes, warning them not to lose the documents and wished them a good day. Once they safely crossed the gates into the town, Steve smiled, clearly pleased with how she handled the guard, and praised her quick thinking. He told her she did well, but despite his proud grin, a worried Elena asked if she could raise a quick question, which he welcomed. Elena immediately asked why he had lied about his name, catching Steve completely off guard. Motim quickly mocked him, pointing out that he had never bothered to tell her about his wanted status, causing Steve to curse as realization finally hit. Shaking off the panic, Steve ushered her inside, promising to explain the whole story. Inside a bustling tavern, Elena slammed her hand down in anger, calling him a liar, while Steve desperately tried to explain himself. An awkward silence fell over their table, completely isolated from the noisy tavern. Steve quietly pointed out that her voice was a bit too loud for public spaces, to which she sheepishly agreed, realizing she needed to adapt. He slid a mug of beer toward her, suggesting she try it since they would be living like this for a while. Ignoring his words, Elena became fascinated by the strange foaming brew. Driven by pure curiosity, she lifted the glass and took a massive, enthusiastic gulp, only to immediately regret her reckless decision. She immediately spat it out, choking on the bitter aftertaste that burned her throat like dirty swamp water, leaving Steve to watch her in mild amusement. Motim remarked that he could never understand how humans drank such garbage, prompting a weary Steve to steer the conversation back to their main objective. After hearing him finish his tale, Elena finally understood the situation, asking if he had actually received a bounty reward because of that man. Steve confirmed it, gently offering her the choice to head back to her forest home if she wished to avoid his personal vendetta. But Elena did not protest, admitting his desire for revenge seemed entirely justified. Her mind drifted back to their very first encounter, specifically remembering his bitter confession about regretting that she had seen his true, flawed nature. He had claimed he had to act like a madman or a hypocrite to stop her, making her realize what those cryptic words truly meant. She added that since he had saved her entire race from extinction under the Renoir name, she was duty-bound to repay him. Steve sighed, realizing he could never say no to someone so fiercely determined. Before he could speak, she warned him that targeting a king was a monumental task, regardless of his strength, before curiously asking about the strange items he carried. Steve suddenly shushed her, leaning in to eavesdrop on the neighboring table, where patrons were whispering about royal soldiers swarming every road in the kingdom. Another patron explained that the patrols were trying to stop a thief who only stole cargo, likely a highly skilled human culprit. The merchants had been blindsided, waking up to find their entire stock completely gone. Hearing this, Elena warned him that heavily guarded roads and hidden threats in the surrounding forests would make their journey nearly impossible, asking what his next move would be. Steve sat in silence, unable to come up with a clear plan of action. He offered only a distracted grunt as his mind raced. Just then, a guard outside shouted a public announcement, telling locals to gather for essential supplies while warning that a major trade route had suffered a serious incident. Although troops had already been deployed to handle the threat, fully clearing the route would take a considerable amount of time. To ensure safety, merchants with private guards were encouraged to pair up with unescorted travelers, urging everyone to form joint caravans heading in the same direction. Seeing an unexpected opportunity to slip past the checkpoints, Steve realized this was his ticket out. Acting instantly, he walked up to a nearby merchant and casually asked about his final destination. The traveler replied that they were taking the main highway straight to the heart of the Gendia kingdom, prompting an eager Steve to ask if he could tag along. Looking slightly hesitant, the man explained that he had already joined a group led by a famous merchant named Farquhar Fitch, suggesting Steve ask him instead. Spotting the notoriously stubborn merchant, Steve sighed, anticipating trouble. Sure enough, Farquhar was already yelling in frustration at his current associates. Farquhar snapped that he had only agreed to escort their specific team and no one else. While the embarrassed driver tried to calm him down, the wealthy merchant turned to Steve, asking if he was an adventurer. After a tense pause, Farquhar relented, warning Steve to keep up and protect himself. With a relieved thumbs up from the driver, Steve was invited to climb into the carriage. Steve quietly notes that this is far easier than he anticipated. They set off early as morning light filters through the lush green forest. Along the way, their driver strikes up a conversation, mentioning he is an adventurer before asking what Steve does. Grateful for the ride, Steve answers honestly they explore deep dungeons and survive by trading the rare artifacts they recover. The man smiles warmly at his response, noting that it makes sense why he wanted to help, since he once dreamed of becoming an adventurer too. He scratches his head, admitting he took an arrow to the knee from a goblin in his youth. Steve nods, warning him that goblins are incredibly dangerous in packs, while Elena silently scans the surrounding trees. Steve had already warned her beforehand, telling Elena that she is the sharpest at sensing danger. He suspects trouble might strike on their very first day, urging her to watch for anything out of the ordinary. She had agreed with a firm nod, promising to stay alert. By nightfall, the camp settles down around a roaring fire, the rich scent of roasting meat filling the air. Steve and Elena sit close to the flames while the rest of the caravan winds down. Some warm their hands while others polish their gear, prompting Elena to whisper that everything seems peaceful so far. Steve agrees, hoping their luck holds out. But the moment the words leave his mouth, a traveler suddenly collapses to the ground, startling them both as Steve gasps in shock. Steve catches a strange scent and stumbles on his feet, wondering what is happening. Elena instantly recognizes it as paralyzing powder and realizes the whole camp is doomed if she stays. She leaps high into the trees to escape the toxic cloud. From her high branch, she watches a mysterious group approach, wondering if they are assassins. Below, one of the intruders grumbles about the caravan having far too many hired mercenaries. Bernard stares greedily at the gleaming crest on Fa Qua, whispering that the wealthy man's possessions are bound to fetch a massive fortune on the market. He turns to ask if they should seize everything, but their leader flatly refuses. Gazing at the soundly sleeping Fa Qua, the boss explains he is only targeting that greedy pig. Reaching down to swipe a roasted meat leg from the fire, the leader orders them not to touch anyone else, and his men quickly nod in agreement. The leader of this gang is Gareth. Taking a savory bite of the meat, he orders his men to seize all the medicine they can find and ensure no survivors are left behind. But just as the bandits turn to execute the plan, Bernard hesitates with a sudden question. He warns his leader that they have a problem. Gareth looks over in surprise, wondering why one of the targets is still moving. Steve is desperately fighting the paralysis to stay upright, prompting Gareth to command his men to finish him. Gareth's henchmen instantly lunged forward to strike. Steve tenses his body in sheer fury, refusing to let these criminals have their way. He blocks the first attacker's swing, slipping to the side as he growls about them using underhanded magic to rob and harm innocent people. Without waiting, Steve drives a heavy fist straight into the man's face. As the first thug is sent flying, Bernard rushes in with a wild swing of his own. Steve's eyes turn ice cold as he pivots, delivering a devastating counterpunch that breaks Bernard's nose and knocks him out cold. Steve pants heavily after dropping his foes, asking if that is all they have. The remaining bandits stare in absolute terror, whispering in disbelief that their paralysis magic should still be active. This is actually Steve's level 1 anti-magic passive skill. It weakens the potency of all harmful spells used against him. reducing their negative effects by 20%. Breathing heavily, Steve silently tells Moat that his new skill is working quite well. Moat replies that although he still lacks a physical form, their strengthening bond is steadily transforming Steve into something far beyond a normal human. Steve grumbles that he does not like the sound of that at all. Meanwhile, the panicked lackeys cry out to Gareth to handle this monster themselves, leaving their leader genuinely stunned that anyone could resist their paralysis spell. Gareth demands to know what is going on, calling out to his mage, Sail. Sail, a short mage, continues casting his magic while shouting back that his spell is working perfectly, meaning Steve is the freak here. Frustrated by the hitch in his plan, Gareth demands to know who Steve is and why he is immune. Gareth tells him they will leave peacefully once they grab the valuables, urging him not to make this complicated. Steve slowly pushes himself up, repeating the words back with pure contempt. Steve asks if Gareth would really expect anyone to just stand aside and let them rob the camp. Gareth chuckles, admitting he makes a fair point. But get this, things are about to get a lot more complicated. With a heavy sigh, Gareth declares that it is time to wrap this up. His body suddenly vanishes from sight like thin air, leaving Steve completely off guard. Gareth reappears without warning, delivering a brutal kick that sends Steve crashing hard into the dirt. Steve grits his teeth in agonizing pain as he struggles to rise, realizing his foe can slip effortlessly through the thin mist. Gareth does not give him a second to breathe before vanishing once more. Unaware of the danger closing in, Steve stammers out, demanding to know what he is planning. Before Steve can even finish his sentence, another devastating kick slams directly into his face, knocking him out cold. Gareth sighs with relief, muttering that the kid is incredibly tough for resisting magic and taking those heavy blows. An exhausted Sally urges him to hurry up instead of complaining. Gareth laughs, admitting he did not expect Steve to be this resilient, adding that there is one more thing he wants to do. Gareth gestures toward the unconscious youth and orders his crew to bring him along, leaving his henchmen absolutely stunned. Sally tries to protest, warning that bringing an outsider to their base is highly risky, but Gareth cuts him off. High above, Elena watches the entire scene unfold, whispering to herself in deep concern. She notes that the leader truly vanished from sight, keeping her eyes locked on Gareth as he laughs below. Elena wonders if this man is really just a common thief, especially after his strange mention of Atelier. Watching a masked thug sling Steve over his shoulder, she quickly resolves to tail them into the shadows of the dark, freezing forest. Inside his mind, Moat scolds him for letting his guard down around normal humans and getting knocked cold. Steve desperately tries to defend himself, arguing that there was nothing he could do against an opponent who literally vanishes in thin air and blindsides him with sudden magic. Moat continues to lecture him, insisting that Steve still does not understand how to properly fight alongside him. Annoyed, Steve snaps back, demanding to know why Moat does not just manifest and fight instead of criticizing. Suddenly, a hot drink is set before him as a voice asks what he is muttering about. The stranger chuckles, telling Steve that he is worrying far too much about things. Reaching out a friendly hand, he offers a warm smile and asks to introduce himself properly. Presenting himself with genuine goodwill, the man introduces himself as Gareth, a true patriot who deeply loves his kingdom, before warmly inviting Steve to join his crew. He claims to be a visionary leader dedicated to serving the common folk, though Steve inwardly scoffs at a patriot from a corrupt nation like Venzia before giving the fake name Brian. Gareth laughs off the cold reception, noting that the more he talks, the less interested his guest seems. Cutting straight to the chase, he sincerely offers Steve a spot on his crew, shocking his nearby henchmen. Steve flatly refuses, asking if Gareth takes him for a fool who would willingly join a band of outlaws playing at being the king of thieves. Gareth frowns slightly, warning him to watch his tongue because they are not mere bandits, nor do they target honest merchants. Instead, they only rob the corrupt to give back to the needy. But Steve remains unmoved, stating that a thief is still a thief. Bernard steps forward, asking if it is worth recruiting someone so unwilling, but Gareth insists his intuition is never wrong. Then he gave an example, saying that Ad, the beggar they rescued from the streets, had somehow turned into an incredible operative. The masked henchman, Ad, felt rather insulted by his leader, calling him a mere beggar. Gareth then looked over at Sail, the short wizard who always kept his hood drawn low. He praised their shy companion, reminding everyone that the boy had completely taught himself magic to become the talented spellcaster he was today. He slammed his hand on the table, demanding to know who made that possible, and his loyal followers quickly credited their master. Gareth laughed heartily, boasting of his own eye for talent, but before he could finish his sentence, a sudden arrow grazed past his head. Feeling a sharp sting as blood began to drip from his ear, panic instantly set in. Terrified shouts echoed through the camp as two more arrows whistled by, snuffs out the torches. One of his men screamed out, "Boss, we are being ambushed." From the dark forest, a mocking voice called their security pathetic, questioning how they ever expected to raid anything. Gareth's men panicked, shouting into the shadows to find the intruder while arrows continued to rain down on them. Steve smiled, praising Elena for her impeccable timing. Sensing danger, Gareth stood up and ordered his men to secure the perimeter, but a falling chair signaled Steve's escape. Looking up, Gareth realized there was help in the trees as Elena called out, telling Steve to follow her. As she dropped from the branches, Steve asked if she managed to get past the heavy guard. Elena casually replied that they had already been dealt with. Hurrying past the unconscious guards, Elena noted they would not be moving anytime soon. Steve felt a brief pang of pity for them as the duo kept running, hoping they had finally escaped the enemy camp. Suddenly, a breathless Gareth caught up, panting heavily while complaining about their insane speed. Steve let out a tired sigh, asking why the leader had not just run away from them instead. Elena was equally baffled, wondering how he caught up when they took the absolute fastest route. Gasping for air, Gareth declared he could not let Steve leave without making him understand. Steve lost his temper with the incredibly stubborn leader, telling him to stop being so persistent because he had had enough. But the stubborn leader refused to listen, suddenly lunging forward with incredible speed. He charged directly at Steve and Elena, forcing both of them to prepare for a fight. Steve threw a powerful punch and Elena swung her heavy staff, but their opponent turned completely transparent, phasing right through their strikes. As they gasped in utter disbelief, Mortem screamed out a warning for Steve to guard his stomach. Gareth materialized out of thin air to deliver a heavy kick, but Steve reacted quickly, activating his automatic countershield. The impact blasted Gareth backward. Shocked that his surprise attack had been blocked, he frowned, demanding to know if Steve could actually see his movements. Mortem quickly spotted a glowing jewel on Gareth's shoulder. The system companion explained that it was a powerful relic, allowing the user to shift between the physical and spiritual realms to phase through attacks. Recalling how easily Gareth had vanished into thin air, Steve muttered to himself, wondering what on earth a spiritual realm even was. Mortem warned him that normal eyes could never track such speed, urging Steve to follow instructions closely. Just as Gareth prepared to phase out once more, Sale and his lackeys suddenly burst through the trees, shouting that they had found their leader. While Steve warily surveyed the area, Mortem warned him of an incoming strike. Dodging backward just in time, Steve activated his defense. When the system guide pointed out a glaring opening on the enemy's side, Steve seized the moment, delivering a brutal right hook directly into Gareth's ribs. Gareth gritted his teeth in agony from the blow. Seizing the opening, Steve yelled for Elena, who immediately unleashed 3 throwing daggers. Gareth was forced to use his phasing skill to evade the deadly daggers. Watching from a distance, Sale stared in absolute disbelief, wondering how an ordinary human could read their leader's elite movements. Gareth launched another ferocious, blinding barrage of kicks, but Steve blocked every single strike, leaving the watching mage completely stunned by his incredible defense. Steve even countered with a vicious, lightning-fast uppercut that Gareth barely dodged at the very last second. Sale watched in mounting horror, realizing that this young traveler was actually adapting and improving with every passing second of the fight. Determined to help his struggling leader, Sale raised his hands to prepare a supportive spell, knowing he had to act. Suddenly, a perfectly aimed stone flew through the air, striking the small wizard directly in the face. As his nearby allies cried out in worry, Elena stood calmly tossing another rock, warning them not to interfere in the duel. Seeing their comrade collapse, the angry lackeys immediately lunged toward Elena, shouting at each other to capture her. But she did not back down, instantly unleashing her wind magic to create a massive gale that threw them completely off balance. A violent storm of wind erupted from Elena's body, forcing Gareth's men to shield their faces and struggle just to remain standing. They gasped in shock, realizing she was a highly skilled magic user too. Watching his entire squad get thrown into utter chaos by a single gust, Gareth found himself dangerously distracted. At that exact moment, Fa Qua arrived with soldiers, yelling that they had found the bandits who raided their supplies. Steve felt a wave of relief, welcoming the sudden backup. The angry merchant ordered his mercenaries to charge. Furious about being ambushed earlier, the mercenaries drew their weapons, screaming that the bandits would pay for what they did. But to Steve's horror, the mercenaries charged at everyone, including him. Recognizing his former allies in the mad rush, he quickly held up his hands, pleading that he was on their side. But they did not stop, charging even faster. Steve cursed under his breath, unable to believe how completely blinded by rage these fools were. He glanced back at the furious merchant standing in the shadows. In the dark, Fa Qua had clearly misunderstood the situation, but Steve knew that running away now would only get him branded as a wanted criminal accomplice. Steve reluctantly drew his sword, resolving to fight only in self-defense. Meanwhile, a soft groan echoed nearby as someone slowly struggled to open their eyes. It was Sale, who had finally regained consciousness. Nursing his badly bruised face, he gasped and asked what was happening, while Gareth checked on him. Looking around, Sale was horrified to see a chaotic brawl unfolding between the two factions. He quickly informed his worried leader that the wealthy merchants they robbed earlier had tracked them down, bringing heavy reinforcements along with them. He pointed toward a massive, heavily armored warrior who was effortlessly throwing their men aside, warning that normal weapons seemed entirely useless against his heavy steel plates. With physical attacks failing, magic was their only hope. Gareth asked if he could handle the giant, and Sale raised his hands, promising to try. He activated his level 3 slow spell, aiming to reduce the massive warrior's movement speed by 30% depending on his natural resistance. Glowing golden hands erupted from the ground to restrain the giant warrior, but they only held him for a brief second before shattering into dust. Sale gasped in absolute horror, realizing the armored beast possessed a powerful anti-magic shield. Gareth's expression darkened, realizing their enemies had come fully prepared with incredibly expensive magic-nullifying gear. Drawing a sharp dagger, he prepared to join the brutal fray. Deciding to handle the heavily armored monster himself, Gareth ordered Sale to stay behind and support the rest of the crew. The small wizard gasped in shock, frantically pleading with his leader to wait. The giant warrior was caught completely off guard as Gareth suddenly leaped onto his massive shoulders, locking his legs and driving his dagger straight down. The dagger clangs against the thick metal armor protecting the warrior's face. Realizing his attack did absolutely nothing, Gareth grits his teeth in frustration, cursing under his breath. Before he can strike again, the giant warrior raises both hands high, slamming his massive fist directly into Gareth's face and shoulder, before violently slamming him down onto the hard ground. The giant raises his fist to finish him off, but a sudden shout tells Gareth to stay down. Steve arrives just in time, unleashing a burst of magic fire straight at the monster. Gareth watches in utter shock, stunned by this incredible spell. As the burning giant screams in agonizing pain, someone laughs smugly nearby, mocking the monster for believing its artificial magic armor could actually trick them. Steve glances over, dryly noting that someone seems to be having a great time. As the flames fade, the giant collapses to one knee, desperately using his massive sword to stay upright. The warrior gathers his strength to swing and stand back up, prompting Steve to observe that wielding such a massive sword leaves too many blind spots for any ordinary fighter. The giant swings down, but Steve effortlessly steps aside to dodge the blow. Thinking back to past battles, he sighs and tells the giant that he is far from the first behemoth he has faced, and he is already quite used to it. Steve sweeps the giant's leg, throwing him off balance. He declares that one precise strike is all it takes to bring them down, before signaling Elena to make her move. Elena leaps down from the tree, gritting her teeth as she exerts all her strength to slam the massive warrior to the ground, leaving him bleeding as someone screams in terror. Gareth pushes himself up and asks why they fought so fiercely. Steve grumbles in annoyance, explaining that the guards mistook him for one of Gareth's men, leaving him with no choice. He turns and gestures, adding that he has no love for the Venetian family anyway. Helping Gareth while taking them down was the perfect opportunity, and with that, he unleashes his power. Green lightning erupts from Steve's palms, striking with sudden fury. Fakwa's remaining mercenaries watch in absolute horror as their allies are completely neutralized in an instant. While Gareth stands stunned, Sally's jaw drops in pure amazement. Watching the paralyzed mercenaries drop their weapons and collapse, Gareth quickly snaps out of it, yelling for his men to tie them up. A bit of light finally filters through the dark forest. Even though he is securely tied to a tree, Fakwa screams at the top of his lungs, calling them foolish adventurers. He accuses them of conspiring with bandits, shouting that this is why he despises working with uneducated trash. Steve suddenly punches the tree trunk right next to him, instantly silencing the angry merchant. He tells Fakwa to stop blaming others for his own mess. Gareth looks Fakwa in the eye and asks how on earth he tracked them down, since they erased all traces. The merchant Fakwa merely snorts and looks away in silence, prompting Gareth to grit his teeth in frustration. Sale notices something, glancing at his leader to suggest a possibility, leaving Gareth curious. Understanding Sale's suspicion, Gareth reaches into his cloak and searches around. He pulls out a small badge he took from Fakwa, realizing it is currently emitting a faint magical signal. Seeing the glowing emblem, he curses, shocked that anyone would use a tracking badge. They are single-use, incredibly expensive, and extremely rare. Sale casts a sleep spell on Fakwa and points out that this is exactly why they should handle rare items. Stealing randomly always leads to trouble. Gareth quickly defends himself, arguing that there was no way he could have known the merchant carried such a rare artifact. Gareth tosses a water skin to Steve, complimenting both of them on a job well done, which catches Steve a bit off guard. As Steve gulps down the water, Gareth asks if he indeed shares their hatred, wondering if he knows about Veneria's past. Finishing his drink, Steve exhales and replies that while Gareth is not entirely wrong, he wonders what they actually plan to do. A coup, perhaps? Watching his men tie up the captured mercenaries, Gareth admits that is the plan, noting the Venetian family fell apart a long time ago. By exploiting neighboring kingdoms, they amassed massive wealth through the cruel extortion of their own people and allies. Filled with righteous anger, Gareth declares he cannot stand by and watch his homeland fall. Glancing back at the soundly sleeping and drooling Fakwa, Gareth explains that this merchant is actually one of Veneria's key political players. Fakwa funds the northern military in exchange for total tax exemption. Gareth reiterates that he is no thief. Steve grows thoughtful, observing that while they share similar goals, Gareth's methods will take far too much time. Gareth looks confused, but Steve dismisses it as a personal opinion. Turning to leave, Steve asks if he is free to go, or if Gareth plans to stand in his way. Gareth asks if Steve plans to report them. Insulted by the suspicion, Steve frowns and asks if he honestly looks like a snitch. Steve explains he has far more important matters to attend to. Gareth laughs, noting that the enemy of his enemy is a friend, before turning to announce their departure to his men. Gareth tells the group that they have no reason to stay, ordering them to pack up for a departure in 1 hour. Sale sighs, complaining that he hoped they could rest a bit longer. Hearing the groans, Gareth tells them to stop complaining. He turns back to Steve with a friendly smile, offering a hand and saying farewell to Brian. Looking at the outstretched hand, Steve forces a wry smile at the incorrect name, silently realizing he has no desire to ever partner with this man again. Ultimately, Steve shakes Gareth's hand, saying they will meet again if fate allows. Sometime later in the quiet forest, weary voices complain about the long walk, asking if they are almost there yet. Elena suddenly stops and points ahead to declare they have arrived. Steve halts right behind her, deeply impressed by her genuine ability to track down hidden dungeons. Stepping forward to inspect the entrance, Steve notes that it looks brand new and completely untouched. He eagerly suggests they head inside and start exploring. The pair heads inside, Steve reaching out to feel the draft. Suddenly, Elena senses danger and warns him of a monster, which Steve quickly identifies as a fleeing goblin. He turns to ask if she has ever fought goblins before, calling them the perfect starter monster. Elena carefully replies that she has faced them a few times when they roamed in packs. Steve turns back and calmly issues a warning, advising her that while forest goblins are simple enough, the ones lurking inside these dungeons are a completely different story. Suddenly, Steve holds out a hand to stop Elena, crouching down with his sword to examine a crude wire. He warns her that despite looking simple, this is a deadly trap, prompting her to ask if goblins made it. Bringing his blade close to the wire, he confirms that goblins are surprisingly crafty with these things. He gently cuts the string, warning her of the consequences if they step on one. Right on cue, a pack of armed goblins charges forward, proving his point perfectly. Steve simply smiles, raising his hand to conjure a small sphere of fire, shouting out a fireball spell. A wave of fire immediately engulfs the goblins. Steve raises his skull ring to absorb their energy, seriously reminding her that dungeon goblins should never be underestimated. Witnessing his incredible power, Elena stands completely speechless. The scene shifts to a dark room where a small pendulum swings back and forth. After a few swings, the pendulum suddenly halts, prompting its owner to declare the direction. Wielding the device is Millie of the Banstock Special Squad, focusing deeply on her instructions. Just as Lord Banstock advised, a new dungeon means fewer monsters and a weaker boss guardian, making this the absolute perfect opportunity to seize the valuable artifact. Behind her, 2 other members of the Banstock Squad, Emmerich and Jay Moon, discuss their situation. One grumbles that their timing is perfect, but questions why nobody in their team can use pathfinding. He asks if they really think finding such a specialist is easy, adding that they do not even need another scout for this mission. Hearing those words, Emmerich nods in agreement. That is true. But right at that moment, Millie raises her hand to cut them off, warning them that something is wrong. Bending down, she gently touches a severed rope to inspect it closely. This trap has been destroyed, she notes, wondering if some highly intelligent beast was behind it. She picks up both ends of the rope, gasping in pure shock. No, whoever did this must have used their own bare hands. A beast could never be this precise. Hearing this, Jay Moon quickly chimes in, admitting that he also sensed something unusual despite this being a newly formed dungeon. Yet they still have not encountered any monsters. Emmerich peers from behind with a look of sheer surprise at the sight before them. It is a scene of absolute devastation, littered with goblin corpses, leaving them wondering what kind of beast could have swept through here. No, every single corpse has been completely incinerated. Millie grows deeply serious, furrowing her brow as she realizes a newly born dungeon cannot house fire monsters. This means they are not alone. While they piece this together, Elena and Steve push past the fallen goblins and rush forward. Steve urges her to hurry, determined not to let anyone steal the holy relic first. Whoever is ahead cannot have gone very far. A rough hand gently touches the heavy, sealed door, asking his partner if this is the place. The massive door creaks open. Elena stares inside, noting that this must be the dungeon boss. Steve frowns, identifying it as Agui. The terrifying monster glares down at them, warning that unless they can destroy all 9 of its eyes at once, they stand no chance. Facing the colossal beast, Steve breaks into a cold sweat. He tries to plan his next move, but the monster wastes no time, throwing a massive fist straight at him. Steve reacts instantly, slamming his palm onto the creature's massive arm. With a fierce roar, a surge of wild lightning erupts, striking the beast and making it howl in agonizing pain. The monster's agonizing screams echo all the way back to Millie's squad. Jae-moon frowns as their captain urges them to pick up the pace. Emmerich's face turns grim as Millie warns that the intruders have already engaged the dungeon boss. They arrive at the chamber just as she finishes speaking, spotting the figures ahead. Millie pauses, her breathing heavy and tense as she surveys the battlefield. Just ahead of her, Elena is already drawing her bow back, locking onto her target. Watching them fight, panic rises inside Millie. She realizes these two easily wiped out the entire goblin horde, but her squad's mission is to protect the relic at all costs. She coldly orders Jae-moon to draw his bow, leaving the archer stunned as he asks if she is truly serious. Millie points directly at Steve, telling him to target that man so they can handle the monster themselves. Jae-moon gets into position as the system instantly activates his level 4 piercing shot skill, massively boosting his penetration power. Next, his level 3 auxiliary shooting skill triggers to maximize accuracy, ensuring his deadly arrow remains completely unaffected by gravity or any other physical force. He hesitates for a split second, whispering that he does not know who the stranger is. Ultimately, he hardens his gaze, aims directly at Steve, and releases the string. Steve senses the incoming threat instantly and blocks it. Jae-moon stares in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how anyone could deflect his shot. In response, Steve turns and locks a terrifying glare right onto him. As a massive wave of fire sweeps toward them, Emmerich lunges forward and tackles Jae-moon out of the way. They crash heavily onto the dirt, and Jae-moon frantically asks if his savior is all right. Unleashing his fiery wrath, Steve steps forward with intense bloodlust, demanding to know who they are. He looms over them menacingly, warning them not to play dumb since he can easily recognize another human face. Just as he speaks, a cold arrow charged with pure murderous intent suddenly flies straight toward him. Staring at the terrifying man, Jae-moon is left utterly bewildered. He realizes that if Steve can cast such massive fireballs, then that absolute devastation and the mountain of incinerated goblins they passed outside were entirely his doing. He keeps his eyes locked on Steve, terrified by how incredibly dangerous this man truly is. A stray blast of lightning hits Emmerich directly, making him spit blood as his teammate screams his name. Despite his injuries, he raises a heavy magic shield to protect Jae-moon from the onslaught. The voice of Mortem rings in Steve's head, warning him that the enemy shield is magical. Confused, Steve asks what it can do, and the relic quickly answers. Mortem explains that the shield absorbs energy and blasts it back outward. Steve frowns, wondering if his own attacks are completely useless against it. The relic quickly refutes this, explaining that Steve's raw energy far exceeds the shield's absorption limits. It scoffs at the enemy's cheap, low-grade magic, mocking them for trying to resist when they do not even possess a proper holy relic. Emmerich struggles to hold his ground, gritting his teeth as he realizes Steve is no ordinary opponent. Suddenly, a piercing shriek from the boss monster Agui cuts through the air as it thrashes with countless arrows in its hide. Seizing the moment, two figures leap aside to dodge. Elena bounds back towards Steve, demanding to know who these newcomers are. Steve keeps up his relentless assault, muttering that he has no clue. They are definitely not allies, Steve says, and they are blocking his path. Elena makes a swift decision, telling him they must take these pests out first and offering to back him up. Nodding at her offer, Steve prepares to strike. He leaps forward and delivers a devastating kick straight into Emmerich's shield, shouting for Elena to release her shot. Elena draws her bow and fires, her single arrow splitting into a deadly rain of projectiles. Suddenly, Millie leaps into the fray, slicing them out of the air and commanding her squad to stay calm and take their foes down one by one. Elena watches in shock as her attack is deflected. Steve, however, remains completely calm, identifying Millie's peculiar weapon as a whip sword. Clearing the arrows, Millie swings her whip sword forward. The metallic blade coils tightly around Steve's body, catching him completely off guard as he gasps in surprise. Without a single moment of hesitation, she barks Emmerich's name. On cue, the shield bearer charges forward, slamming directly into Steve while Jae-moon prepares to fire another deadly shot. Jae-moon smiles, believing Steve is finally cornered. But Steve grits his teeth, veins bulging on his neck as he gathers his power. He breaks free from his restraints with an explosive burst of wind and storm. Before Jae-moon can even react, a massive swarm of magical arrows materializes directly above his head. He gasps in shock, barely managed to leap back and dodge the deadly downpour. Gritting his teeth, he realizes they are bound to lose if this keeps up. He glares back at Steve and Elena, feeling completely overwhelmed by their coordination. Steve demands to know who they are and why they are targeting him. As the squad remains dead silent, Mortem chuckles in his head, asking why an enemy would ever share their secrets. The relic hovers nearby, pointing out that these attackers are clearly well-trained elite fighters. Steve breaks into a cold sweat, expressionless as he admits he has absolutely no clue who would want to target him. Suddenly, the image of Prince Jero flashes in his mind. He frowns, wondering if the prince tracked him down, though he was sure he kept a low profile. Besides, no magic could possibly track someone into a deep dungeon like this. They must be here for the holy relic, or simply hunting the boss. While Steve is still deep in his thoughts, Millie quickly barks out a change of plans to her comrades. She commands Raymond and Emmerich to handle him, while she personally takes care of the remaining girl. The two men readily agree with a firm nod of approval. Suddenly, the monstrous roar of Agui echoes right behind them. Elena turns back in shock, realizing its strength has fully recovered. Steve warns that the beast is absolutely furious, followed by a loud shout telling everyone to move. Wasting no time, Millie channels her strength and lashes out with her whip sword. Elena reacts with lightning speed, raising her heavy bow to block the incoming attack. Driven back by Millie's relentless onslaught, Elena is forced directly beneath the massive Agui. Instantly, the beast opens its gaping maw to gather a sphere of destructive energy, launching the glowing blast directly down toward her helpless position. Locked in a fierce clash with Emmerich, Steve cries out in panic for Elena, but Emmerich violently parries his blade, shouting a fierce challenge that if Steve wants to help his friend, he must get through them first. Refusing to let the opponent pin him down, Steve swiftly leaps backward, barely evading the deadly slash. He raises his ring, gathering energy while telling his foe to mind his own business and handle his own problems. Steve then fires a blast forward, forcing Emmerich to brace his shield and summon his defensive energy. Struggling to hold his ground, Emmerich desperately signals his partner Raymond to make his move. From the rear, Raymond draws his bow and fires a high-speed arrow that grazes Steve's cheek, proving that the chaotic gale is still in full effect. Steve watches their coordination with growing irritation. He realizes they have quickly adapted to his combat style, proving to be far more troublesome than he initially anticipated. His gaze turns menacing as he makes a crucial decision. He must defeat these two opponents first before he can help Elena. Meanwhile, a badly battered Elena catches her breath, staring warily at the formidable enemy before her. Across from her, Millie is also showing signs of deep fatigue, panting heavily from their intense clash. But suddenly, the massive Agui begins gathering energy for another attack, forcing Elena to quickly unleash her signature gale magic to counter it. Moments later, the two massive forces collide head-on, triggering a violent explosion that shakes the entire chamber. Millie shields herself from the blast, watching the flames in absolute shock. She realizes Elena's wind is actually infused with fire, making it a formidable long-range attack. As the smoke clears, Elena suddenly appears right behind her, ready to launch another strike. Elena delivers a powerful kick straight to Millie's ribs, warning her not to underestimate her close combat skills just because she wields a bow. Millie barely blocks the strike, coolly responding that the feeling is mutual. Pivoting on her heavy iron boots, Millie vows that she will not be defeated so easily. She clenches her fist, ready to drag Elena into a brutal and unforgiving close-quarters struggle. In the blink of an eye, Millie lands a devastating punch right to Elena's face. But Elena answers instantly, smashing her own fist directly back into Millie's jaw. The double blow sends both women flying backward in pain. Instantly, Millie anchors her whip sword into the nearby wall, using the leverage to launch herself directly down at Elena. Millie spins midair to deliver a kick, but Elena grips her bow tightly, utilizing it as a blunt weapon. She swings it hard, striking Millie's side and forcing a gasp of pain from her. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Millie suddenly swings her whip sword, wrapping it securely around Agui's massive fangs. Watching this unfold, Elena bites her lip, bracing herself for whatever crazy move is coming next. Millie lands gracefully atop Agui's head, but before she can celebrate, a sudden flash of brilliant blue light nearby catches her attention. She stares at Steve's crackling lightning in sheer disbelief, realizing he is using that electrical skill again, but with a far greater energy density. She quickly screams a warning, telling Emmerich they must stop him. But Millie's warning cuts short when she sees Emmerich has already been completely knocked out. Cursing under her breath, she immediately uses her sword to command Agui to charge towards Steve, who can only watch the massive beast approach in surprise as it draws near. Controlled by her blade, the beast begins gathering power in its gaping mouth, ready to unleash a devastating strike. Gritting her teeth, Steve silently rages, wondering why they keep getting in his way. Driven by anger, he combines his spatial burst with a violent storm, enveloping himself in a massive aura of raw energy. Millie raises her arms to shield herself from the sheer force of his energy, while the wounded Emmerich grits his teeth just to survive the blast. Seizing the moment, Steve screams a loud signal for Elena to attack. On his cue, a lethal arrow flies straight at Raymond's head. It grazes him, leaving a streak of blood before pinning into the ground behind him as Emmerich screams out Raymond's name in sheer horror. Raymond quickly mutters a curse and turns to his companion, who is engulfed in raging flames, urging Millie to get back up. But when she lies there completely unresponsive, a heavy silence falls over him. Steve glances back and notices that Millie's power is being rapidly absorbed by his ring. Ignoring her, he turns his blade toward the giant monster that is desperately struggling to free itself. Thanking the beast for waiting for his precious skill, Steve vanishes into thin air as he leaps forward. He strikes with his sword, triggering a concentrated explosion that shatters Agui's head into countless tiny fragments, completely obliterating it. Extending his hand, Steve invokes his unique origin power. The massive beast dissolves into streams of ethereal energy, which are swiftly sucked into the ring on his finger. Landing gracefully, Steve calls out to Elena. Looking at the remaining Spec Ops team in front of him, he suggests she go protect the relics in the other chambers and wait for him, while he stays behind to handle the rest of them here. Elena looks at him with deep worry, questioning if it is truly necessary to go that far. But Steve silences her doubts by asking if she remembers exactly how he managed to survive. Recalling the agonizing moment he fell into the abyss, Steve explains that he only survived because Zero let his guard down. He refuses to repeat that mistake and leave any vulnerability. With his sword raised, Steve approaches his defeated foes, telling them not to hate him since they were the ones who started this. Emmerich closes his eyes, bracing for his grim end. However, Emmerich quietly clutches two strange devices that are emitting an odd noise. Suddenly, a thick smoke screen erupts, leaving Steve coughing in utter confusion as he looks around. Seizing the distraction, Raymond screams for Emmerich to run and protect the items at all costs. The moment Raymond finishes speaking, Emmerich scrambles to his feet and bolts. Steve quickly yells for Elena to watch the relic, realizing that is their true target. Meanwhile, Raymond raises his bow from behind, muttering to himself that it is now or never to make a stand. Aiming directly at Steve, Raymond accepts that while his body is severely weakened, he cannot miss at this close range. He releases the arrow, silently cursing Steve to die. Suddenly, an arrow pierces straight through Raymond's head from behind. He stares in utter disbelief, wondering how anyone could possibly aim through the thick smoke. He glares at Elena, the archer who shot him, before spitting out one final bitter curse. Watching Raymond collapse, Steve quickly shouts for Elena to move. In his mind, he wonders if their enemies are truly ruthless enough to sacrifice their own comrades just to achieve their goal. Before his voice even fades, Elena lunges forward, chasing after the fleeing Emmerich with swift determination. Determined to protect the relic, Elena vows not to let them escape. Suddenly, the system announces the activation of her sprint skill, boosting her stride to achieve incredible speed and allowing her to easily overtake her fleeing target without hesitation. Emmerich is stunned by her explosive speed. Suddenly, Elena pivots and hurls two throwing daggers at him. As he raises his arm to block, Steve lunges forward at a low angle, shouting for her to grab the relic. Steve stares at the glowing ring floating ahead, urging her that they will escape the moment they secure it. Determined to stop them, Emmerich lunges forward to intercept Steve. Blocked once again, Steve's blood boils with pure rage as he looks back, angrily screaming if they will ever just learn to give up and leave them alone. He quickly spins around to cast his magic, unleashing a massive torrent of roaring flames. Caught completely off guard, Emmerich takes Steve's magical strike head-on. Blazing fire instantly swallows his entire body, and Steve uses that exact moment of chaos to run. The roaring flames threaten to burn Emmerich alive as he screams out in pure, agonizing pain, cursing his miserable fate. At that very moment, Steve finally reaches Elena, who quickly reaches out her hand to pull him up. Emmerich's consciousness begins to fade. In his mind, he whispers an apology to his comrades. The relentless fire consumes him, his bruised face slowly disappearing into the bright, deadly glow. His final thoughts drift away, realizing he failed his mission. His eyes grow completely dark as his body goes limp. Hours later, night falls over the quiet forest, leaving nothing but dead silence in the cold air. Just as the two of them escape, the entire area collapses behind them. Teleported out to safety, Steve gasps heavily for air alongside Elena, both completely exhausted and drenched in sweat. He looks around the quiet woods and asks who those people were and why they would risk their lives like that. Elena stands nearby, her brow furrowed as she reminds him of what happened. She tells him to calm down, asking if he remembers what the dying man screamed. Even with blood pouring down his face, he yelled for Emmerich to run and protect the item. Elena pauses to think before continuing. Based on those words, they must be hunting the relic. Hearing this, Steve quickly pulls the artifact out to inspect it, realizing this is exactly what the enemy was after. He stares intensely at the strange item, examining every detail, before asking how it looks. Nearby, Motem hovers, surrounded by a gloomy dark mist, looking quite annoyed. Mortem snaps back, asking if he has a brain, since newly formed dungeon relics are always incredible. It demands to eat the item, but Steve just pouts, staring down at the bracelet in deep hesitation. Instead of feeding it to the creature, Steve slips the bracelet onto his wrist. Mortem goes from shock to furious, demanding to know what he is doing. Steve looks down, remembering their past discoveries. He softly explains that they have found several relics so far, but he has never actually got to test any of them because Mortem always absorbs them first. Suddenly, the bracelet erupts in bright flashes of light, pulsing with heavy waves of raw energy. Steve watches in complete awe, not quite understanding what is happening but feeling incredibly fascinated by it. A sudden flood of information fills his mind. The name of the artifact is Barak. Seeing him use it, Mortem fumes with anger, calling him shameless for stealing the relic. It explains that once an artifact fuses with a host, it can never be absorbed, asking if Steve even realized that. But Steve just shrugs it off, offering a playful smirk and replying that he is simply taking precautions. He points out that relying solely on one partner is pretty risky, which makes perfect sense. Still, an angry Mortem snaps back that the action is deeply insulting. A system screen pops up, confirming the Barak relic has fused to create a brand new artifact. Elena stands behind him with hands on her hips, asking curiously why he did not let the creature have it. Steve bends down to pick up a few loose pebbles from the ground, replying that he wants to test its power. Clenching a small stone in his fist, he whispers the word, enchant. Instantly, a surge of energy causes the stone to flash with a blinding light, leaving Steve completely speechless. Elena stares with wide eyes, asking if that was actual enchantment, while Steve examines the crackling electric sparks around the pebble. Yeah, letting Mortem eat this would be a total waste. Elena looks down thoughtfully and begins analyzing the tactical advantages of combining this raw power with other gear. She explains that it temporarily infuses objects with magic, meaning Steve could easily turn a standard, cheap dagger into a formidable enchanted weapon. She admits that this type of enchantment is incredibly complex, wondering how he pulled it off so effortlessly. Steve grins with absolute pride, raising his wrist to show off the glowing bracelet. Steve explains that as he grows stronger, utilizing these relics becomes much easier. He then glances over to reassure a very grumpy Mortem, reminding the creature that it is still his absolute best asset, so there is no need to worry. Mortem simply huffs and turns away. Elsewhere, a crystal-clear stream flows under a bright blue sky and warm sunshine, creating a beautiful, peaceful scenery. A man is resting against a tree trunk, enjoying the view, when he spots them approaching and calls out a friendly welcome to the traveling pair. Steve greets him warmly, saying they are counting on his help, which makes Elena highly curious. She asks who he is and how Steve knows him, prompting Steve to explain that the man is a guide of sorts. Steve checks a map to confirm their direction, noting that continuing north will bring them to a massive mountain range called Raxra. Right next to it lies Santikma, one of the continent's largest mining cities and their final destination. Elena watches him closely, pointing out that the city is actually in a completely different direction while Steve looks around for something. He tells her to wait because there is something they must find first. Spotting it, Steve eagerly calls Elena over, explaining that security in Santikma is too tight, so they need an alternative route. Buried in the ground is a small, neat chest containing 2 carefully placed stones and shiny gold coins. Elena picks up one of the peculiar stones to inspect it. She curiously asks why anyone would leave those items there. Steve casually replies that they are tools to get across, though Elena demands to know what they actually do. The guide secures the ropes on his packed carriage, laughing as he mentions they are both quite lucky because very few travelers use this route anymore. He peels back the heavy curtain to reveal a cramped interior, telling them to hop inside. The duo stares in utter disbelief, with Steve muttering that it is way too small. Before Steve can protest, the guide quickly shuts him down, but Elena sees things differently, nodding in agreement that tight spaces are expected in situations like this. She remarks that the local culture is certainly unique, prompting the driver to brag that this carriage is actually considered quite spacious. Steve's mind goes blank, and his cheeks turn bright red as he watches Elena climb inside, telling himself he needs to grab more gear. Soon, the carriage wheels begin to roll, but their journey is quickly interrupted by a loud, stern voice from a guard demanding they halt. The driver calmly presents his manifest, explaining it is just a list of supplies. The guard scans the paper, reading out mining explosives and standard gear. He notes the digging equipment and hand lanterns, telling the driver they can proceed once the paperwork is cleared, to which the guide politely expresses his thanks. Sometime later, the driver calls out to let them know they have finally arrived, startling the cramped pair huddled under a blanket. Pulling the heavy cloth away, a flushed and uncomfortable Steve notes that the plan worked perfectly, suggesting they quickly disembark. Stepping out, they peer down at the bustling, lively streets below as their guide proudly introduces the city. He welcomes them to Santikma, advising that since they arrived secretly, they should check in at the tavern first. Inside, amidst the warm yellow lights and noisy chatter, a patron at a table speaks up, asking if he is the rumored Steve they heard about from the guild. A bald old man with a prominent scar across his eye raises a glass, a cigar clamped between his teeth as he introduces himself. He claims his name is Bantaja, noting he would normally give them a warm welcome, but they arrived at the absolute worst time. Steve looks thoroughly confused by this, while Elena grinds her teeth, staring at his glass in annoyance. Bantaja begins to explain further, recalling the bloody chaos of the area where local soldiers have gathered to conquer the territory. He even holds up a wanted poster featuring Steve's rather silly-looking face, laughing as he jokes that if Steve had any brains, he would not be out causing trouble. Staring at the amusing picture, Steve glares back at him and mutters through gritted teeth that the old man should not worry because they do not plan on staying long anyway. Stitz leans back, taking a few slow sips of his drink before asking when the local blacksmiths and alchemists will finally return to this area. Bantaza stretches behind the counter with hands on his hips while other guests chatter loudly, telling the stubborn young kid that he clearly does not understand the real situation here. Every single local blacksmith is completely overwhelmed with hundreds of urgent equipment orders for the military special forces, so absolutely nobody will fulfill a personal request now that the army is involved. Hearing this, Stitz is completely shocked, suddenly wondering why on earth he even traveled all this way in the first place. When asked what locals sell, the old man answers that they mostly offer explosives and mining equipment. Bantaza sighs heavily and rests his chin in his hand, explaining that blacksmiths naturally prefer crafting custom high-end gear over mass-produced military items. However, during times of crisis like this, people simply have to adapt and do what they must, and he is only doing exactly what he is told to do. Growing increasingly impatient, Stitz stands up abruptly and leans forward, startling the old tavern owner with his urgent tone as he says that he understands the situation. Stitz offers to pay more than enough money if the old man can introduce someone, prompting Bantaza to sigh reluctantly and call him an incredibly stubborn young kid. Looking at the gear Stitz has laid out, the old man promises to ask around but warns him not to hold out much hope because someone will surely demand an outrageous price. A few days quickly pass by, and a completely exhausted Stitz ends up slumping over the tavern table in absolute despair, crying over his bad luck. Stitz laments that he has money but nobody wants to take it, wondering what will happen to his journey and his quest for revenge, when Elena suddenly approaches with a warm smile, asking if there is any news. She mentions that the human clothes actually fit her pretty well, even though they feel incredibly stiff and restrictive. She thanks him anyway, but a sudden loud shout cuts her off as Bantaza calls out to Stitz with some fresh news. Stitz quickly looks up in relief, staring as two heavily cloaked figures walk into the tavern. Bantaza introduces them, explaining that even though they are completely buried in work, these two are still willing to help him, so he should buy them a drink later, a master blacksmith and an alchemist. Stitz opens his eyes wide in complete disbelief, repeating the words blacksmith and alchemist. Seeing his utter shock, one of the mysterious figures pulls down his hood, asking if the young boy has simply never seen a real dwarf in his entire life before. The dwarf grumbles that humans always seem to confuse blacksmiths with dwarves, before solemnly introducing himself as Casper the alchemist, and introducing the muscular, smiling young girl standing right behind him. Casper reveals that the young girl, Lodi, is the actual blacksmith. Stitz stands up to shake hands while still feeling a bit skeptical, introducing himself as Stitz while Elena quietly giggles nearby. Casper points out that Stitz surely knows how tough things are, with almost all local craftsmen working day and night to fulfill massive military orders for the army, meaning the regular blacksmith market simply cannot operate at all right now. Stitz stands with his hands on his hips and looks over at Bantaza, who gives him an encouraging thumbs up as Casper continues speaking. Even so, the alchemist adds that someone still needs to do business to keep the local economy moving, before asking Stitz to explain exactly what he needs so they can see how to help. Stitz reaches out to pull his unique long sword from its sheath, asking the dwarf to take a close look at the special weapon that his friend had crafted for him. Now check this out, both Casper and Lodi stare in utter amazement, their eyes wide as Casper gasps at the sight of the weapon and Lodi admits she has never seen anything like it before. They turn the sword over in their hands, quickly realizing it is no ordinary weapon, while Stitz sits with folded hands and quietly explains that the blade is named Monster Hein. Lodi inspects the blade with deep admiration, noting that it is made of incredibly complex components while remaining remarkably sturdy, and can even use gas to trigger powerful explosions. She mutters in awe that whoever forged this masterpiece must be a highly experienced master blacksmith. Recalling the small green gas canisters she saw in his bag, Lodi speaks up. She admits she is unsure how to produce that kind of gas since the ingredients are extremely rare. Suddenly, Casper interrupts while holding a small piece of metal, suggesting they use gunpowder instead as he carefully inspects a scrap of paper. Gunpowder would not only be far more destructive than gas, but also much easier to find. It is also much easier to transport, with the only real issue being the high cost. Stitz confidently lifts a heavy bag of coins with a grin, telling them not to worry before asking if they can upgrade his armor using tough leather. Casper looks surprised, questioning if leather armor is even possible to acquire in this current market, before leaning back to ask the young female blacksmith what she thinks. Lodi puts her hands on her hips and smiles, saying she can easily handle it since it is simpler than making a saddle, but she warns him that he must find the leather himself. She promises to work through the entire night to finish the armor if he brings the hide, leaving Stitz in absolute despair as he hangs his head, wondering where on earth he can find leather in a mining city. Bantaza chuckles as he cleans up across the room, noting that while some monsters do roam the deep mines, most of them are just made of stone, when Stitz suddenly remembers something and gasps out loud. Stitz quickly raises his head and stands up to ask about the terrifying monster from yesterday, while Bantaza pauses his glass wiping to recall the horrific, deep claw wounds on the surviving miners who recently returned from the depths. He describes how they looked as if a wild beast had shredded them, leaving hideous scars even after healing, though since he has never seen the creature itself, it is hard to say for sure. Stitz lets out a fierce grin that makes the tavern owner shudder with fear, prompting him to ask if the boy is actually planning to hunt the beast, warning him it might not even have any hide. Stitz replies that the only way to know for sure is to skin the beast, even as Bantaza warns that even the city guard could not stop it, which is why they are gathering an entire army. Stitz rests his chin on his hand with a chuckle, telling them not to worry because upgrading his gear is precisely how he plans to survive, and he has no intention of doing anything stupid. Relieved by those words, Bantaza suggests that Stitz should go talk to a certain person, nodding toward a heavily intoxicated old man who is currently snoozing away at a nearby table. The drunk is actually a member of the Sintikma City Guard and a reliable source of local information, serving as a key link to the black market who might have the answers he needs. He was the very first person to warn them about the beast, but as the old guard sleeps, a loud voice suddenly rouses him by offering to buy him a fresh drink. The old guard wakes up to see Stitz carrying over a large mug of beer and asks what he wants, prompting Stitz to go straight to the point about the monster in the mine. With flushed red cheeks, the irritated old man snaps that he has no desire to talk about the beast since everyone only bothers him for that exact reason, but Stitz gazes back with absolute sincerity. Stitz explains that he is not asking out of mere curiosity, bringing up the brutal attack on the miners, which instantly causes the old guard's face to grow pale and dark with dread. Slamming his hand onto the table, the guard furiously shouts that he did indeed see it, standing by utterly helpless as unarmed people were ripped in half by those razor-sharp claws, leaving Stitz completely stunned. He bitterly admits that he ran away like a coward and failed his duty as a warrior, asking if Stitz is satisfied, before Bantaza rushes over and smacks the old man on the head. Bantaza tells the old fool that they need him alive because he is currently their most valuable source of information. The old guard reveals that the beast is actually a manticore, causing Stitz to break into a cold sweat as he visualizes the winged, scorpion-tailed monster. He wonders aloud how a creature from the Kadelt Desert ended up in these rocky mountains. The old man began to recall that horrific scene as they ventured deeper into the mine. Suddenly, without warning, a massive stone wall collapsed right in front of them. That falling wall pinned several workers. Then, a manticore with razor-sharp wings lunged. In an instant, his companion was severely wounded, blood splattering everywhere while the guards stood frozen in utter shock. They were slaughtered instantly. It was a massive, monstrous beast with the wild body of a lion, leathery wings, and a deadly, poison-tipped tail. Hearing this, Steve felt a surge of excitement. He realized a manticore, with giant bat wings and a scorpion tail filled with lethal venom, would be the absolute perfect source for crafting rare materials. Steve thanked him and handed over a reward for his guidance. The old man, leaning heavily against the wall with his head bowed, struggled to adjust his worn-out arm guard. The old man asked if Steve really intended to hunt it. Scratching his head with a grin, the young man admitted he needed monster hide. The veteran let out a helpless sigh and warned him to be careful. Since there is no stopping reckless warriors like you should know its hide is as tough as solid steel. Leaving the coin pouch on the table, the old man told Steve to keep his money. I did not warn you about this beast just to watch you commit suicide. Flustered, Steve quickly waved his hands to reassure him, pointing to himself with a confident smile that everything would be fine. He promised he was much stronger than he looked, and had no intention of recklessly chasing a manticore. Suddenly, a tiny spark of green lightning crackled at the tip of his finger. The confused old man muttered that the beast was as powerful as a dragon, dismissing Steve as just another boastful youngster. In response, Steve focused his energy and snapped his fingers, sending a burst of lightning forward. A bright bolt of electricity crackled in front of them, startling the two old men. Gasps echoed in the tavern, and the old veteran asked in disbelief if Steve was actually a mage. The onlookers murmured in amazement, finally understanding his confidence. Steve casually blew the smoke from his fingertips, saying he was not quite a mage, but certainly knew how to defend himself. Still deeply concerned, The old man frowned and noted that Steve would still need a secret way to slip into the heavily guarded mines. He offered to arrange the entrance if Steve agreed. Cut to another location, where their shoes and clothes were completely covered in filth, smelling like they had just crawled out of a sewer. Steve and Elena squeezed their noses as they trudged forward. He grumbled, asking if this foul sewer was really the secret path, but Elena pointed out it kept them safe from the city guards. Bones were scattered across the slimy floor. The talking skull, Motem, silently warned Steve that the beast had already hunted here. Steve sighed heavily, realizing they had barely entered and yet everything was a total mess. He extended his hand, tapping into his primal beast instinct. Covering his face to block out the horrific stench of decaying flesh, Steve held his breath while the skull urged him to stay calm. Looking down, he carefully studied the deep tracks left in the thick mud, realizing they all pointed in one direction. Elena suddenly spotted a severed arm wearing a glittering ring nearby. She called out to Steve, hoping they would be safe, and pointed toward the gruesome sight. Steve stared in horror at the decaying, severed hand lying in the mud. His eyes grew cold as he wondered if this belonged to one of the old man's lost guards, recalling their grim conversation back at the tavern. The old man had only asked to bring back their belongings. Elena carefully removed the ring and slipped it into her pouch, speaking softly. At least they found something, and Steve agreed. He told her to keep her eyes peeled for more clues as he led the way deeper into the passage, with Elena following close behind. As they walked, Steve suddenly turned to ask if the skull knew anything about these creatures. Motem sounded surprised, prompting Steve to repeat his question. He asked about the manticore, noting he had only heard rumors. Learning they could resist both physical and magical attacks, Steve muttered about how unfair that was. Motem explained that although the beast boasts incredible defense, it still has a critical weakness. The thin membrane connecting its wings to the shoulder is the softest, most vulnerable spot, making it highly susceptible to direct physical attacks. Nodding, Steve promised to keep that in mind. By this point, they had ventured deep inside. Elena stared at the abandoned weapons and dried blood splatters, her voice filled with dread. She noted that the path ahead looked incredibly chaotic. Steve wondered if the manticore caused this mess, but Motem clarified that no ordinary monster around here was capable of such violence. Steve stepped forward to pick up a discarded item, questioning why things were so strange. Just as the words left his mouth, a sudden, terrifying roar echoed through the cave, making them spin around. Motem warned that the beast knew they were here, waiting for them to step into its territory. While not as difficult as a dragon, it was still an incredibly high-level threat that almost no warrior would ever choose to face. Steve let out a tired sigh, admitting it sounded terrifying. Yet, despite the danger, Elena refused to back down, declaring they had absolutely nothing to fear. She joked that her grandmother's grueling 8-hour training sessions were far scarier than any monster. Reliving that memory of being forced to push her limits, she smiled while Steve and the skull shuddered, wondering what kind of torture that elf had put her through. Steve slapped his cheeks hard to steel his resolve. He declared he was trying to overthrow an entire nation, so he couldn't freeze up in front of a mere beast. Motem agreed, jokingly promising to keep Steve alive even if he lost an arm or a leg. Annoyed, Steve told the skull to stop treating him like a fragile doll. Pulling out a spool of sturdy wire, Steve muttered that he had no intention of dying in a filthy sewer. Elena asked if he had a real plan, warning that a simple trap wouldn't be enough to defeat such a monster. Steve ignored her doubts, continuing to set up his snare. He explained that while it looked simple, this steel frame could at least buy them a few precious seconds. When risking their lives, every single advantage counted. With the trap prepared, Steve drew his dagger and told Elena he would lure the beast back. He instructed her to wait and support him, and she nodded, telling him to stay safe. Gripping his dagger with a mix of confidence and curiosity, Steve was eager to see just how formidable this creature really was. He advanced into the dark tunnel, prepared for anything, when Motem suddenly noticed something strange ahead. Resting on a small mound of earth directly ahead was a bizarre, glowing object, prompting Steve to ask if it was an egg. The skull confirmed it, noting manticores only lay eggs after 50 years, making this an incredibly rare find. Steve grinned, realizing that securing such a treasure would solve all his financial worries for a long time. As he stood there daydreaming, he failed to notice a pair of glowing eyes watching him from the ceiling. Talk about a heart-stopping moment for anyone watching. Motem quickly warned him to focus on survival. Suddenly, the manticore lunged from the darkness with its massive, fanged jaws wide open, ready to swallow Steve alive. Thanks to the skull's frantic warning, Steve's sharp reflexes kicked in just in time to dodge the lethal strike. Shaken, Steve gasped out his gratitude. But before he could finish, the skull screamed a frantic warning that the beast was already behind him. Steve quickly drew his daggers as Motem pointed out that the thick eggshell was indestructible, meaning the beast knew its nest was safe. The furious manticore stood its ground, let out a terrifying growl. Steve braced himself, knowing he was facing a lethal combination of a venomous tail, acid spit, razor-sharp claws, and deadly fangs. There is absolutely no way Steve can defend against all of those attacks at once in this situation. Realizing this, he does not waste another second and turns to run for his life. The Manticore is not about to let him escape, immediately giving chase. As he runs, Steve spins around and swings his arms to unleash a fire blast and a fireball. Combining these two powerful spells, he sends a massive wave of flames crashing directly into the Manticore. But before he can even catch his breath, Motim screams out a warning to watch out. The Manticore is completely unharmed, slicing right through the massive flames with its tail and striking straight towards Steve. Steve watches two venomous stingers strike the ground like lightning and gasps in sheer terror, wondering what on earth this is and if the beast can actually shoot poisonous darts. Motim urges him that magic is still their best shot, and under these desperate circumstances, Steve has no choice but to listen. He keeps firing bursts of flame, while Motim reassures him the beast cannot hold out forever as it continues throwing poison from afar. Caught off guard, Steve gets grazed by the venom, causing him to wince in pain. Motim warns him that this potent acid can melt through anything instantly, even without any magical enhancement. He is told to be careful, so Steve looks ahead and shouts for Elena to shoot. She instantly gets into position and releases a sharp arrow, flying straight toward the face of the Manticore. Yet, the arrow barely tickles the beast, leaving it without a single scratch. Elena refuses to give up, firing again while realizing that the creature's thick hide is incredibly difficult to penetrate. Sharp arrows rain down like water, but the Manticore deflects them all and charges forward. However, as it lunges, it is suddenly stopped dead in its tracks by a wire trap set up beforehand. Its massive body gets tightly tangled in the wires, sending it rolling across the dirt. Steve calls out that he will take it from here, raising his hand to conjure a massive fireball. Elena stands ready, gripping her bow tightly as she waits for the signal. Seeing the perfect opening, Steve commands her to keep shooting. Suddenly, the Manticore is completely engulfed in flames and a relentless barrage of arrows. Suddenly, the beast tenses up in sheer rage. It flexes its giant wings, blowing away all the flames with a deafening roar. Seeing this terrifying display, Elena is stunned, her eyes wide with fear. Steve yells that he will handle the close combat while she keeps her distance. Without hesitation, she agrees to the plan and prepares her next shot. While the Manticore is distracted trying to clear its eyes, Steve dashes forward. He knows this is his chance, aiming directly for the joint where the wing meets the body. He drives his weapon deep, but misses his main target. Stunned by the sudden strike, the monster rears its head back and roars in agony. A split second later, it locks its glowing red eyes directly onto Steve. Using its rock-solid head, the beast slams him brutally against the stone wall. Steve coughs up a mouthful of fresh blood, prompting a terrified Elena to cry out his name in sheer panic. Thanks to a quick healing spell from Motim, Steve slowly drags himself back up and tells her not to worry because he can still fight. Motim warns him not to rely too much on healing magic, explaining it only keeps him on his feet rather than fully repairing his body. If his internal organs are ruptured, he will bleed out and die. Despite the dire warning, Steve shows no fear. He tells them it is worth the risk and points to the beast. Remarkably, his sword is still lodged deep inside the joint of the creature's wing. With a faint smile, he explains that was his target all along. Motim urges him to end this quickly, since that sword is the only close-range weapon he has left. Steve raises his hand, declaring that high risks bring high rewards, and this is not his first time beating the odds. Suddenly, a massive surge of blue lightning erupts from his body. The lightning wraps around the Manticore, delivering a direct shock that makes it howl in pain. Seeing this, Steve feels a surge of hope, knowing his plan actually worked. Motim notes that the electric current is flowing straight through the sword into its body, finally dealing some serious damage. Under this massive voltage, the beast's strength rapidly drains as its roars grow incredibly weak, while Steve desperately pushes his magic to the absolute limit. And trust me, the longer this battle drags on, the worse his chances of survival become. He silently begs for the beast to die quickly, but suddenly, the Manticore's expression turns dark. It throws its head back with a roar, launching a deadly spray of venomous stingers directly at Steve and Elena. Fortunately, Steve and Motim spot the danger in time. Working in perfect harmony, they trigger a powerful explosion that successfully deflects the incoming shower of poison needles. Motim warns him that acid is everywhere, urging him to try again. Steve closes his eyes, tightens his fists, and unleashes another blast. Just as he finishes, the Manticore swipes its massive claws forward. Seeing this, Elena draws her bow from a safe distance, aiming straight at the beast. The monster remains focused on its prey, but right as its claw slams down, Elena's arrow strikes. Just like before, it does no damage, but the creature still senses the nuisance and glares in her direction. It whips its venomous tail towards her, but Elena is too preoccupied worrying about her dwindling arrows to notice. Nearby, Steve instantly spots the imminent danger, his face twisting with intense anxiety for his companion's safety. Without a second thought, he leaps forward, tackling Elena out of harm's way just before the strike lands. Staring at the shattered ground, Steve grinds his teeth in anger. He tells Elena to stay down and cover him, and she quickly nods in agreement. Steve glares at the manticore, frustrated that it is still standing tall. The beast looks entirely fresh, as if this brutal battle has not affected it at all, leaving him wondering how it remains so strong. Motim appears, assuring him that the last attack definitely did some damage, and he just needs one more clean hit. Steve sighs, wishing he had brought his magic lens along. Dodging another swipe, Steve mutters that with the lens, he could easily blast a hole through the beast. Motim snaps at him to forget about it and focus on staying alive. Taking the advice, Steve gathers a massive surge of lightning in his hands, determined to see if the beast can survive this next attack. With a loud shout, he fires the full force directly at the monster. He watches with a mix of fear and desperate hope, waiting for a miracle. But once again, the manticore sweeps its massive wings and effortlessly deflects the electrical torrent. Steve stares in utter disbelief, wondering how this is even possible. But then, the beast's eyes suddenly grow glassy, and its massive body collapses heavily onto the hard ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Seizing the moment, Steve leaps forward to finish it, convinced the poison has finally kicked in. However, he fails to notice the manticore's tail whipping around from behind. Motim screams a warning about the incoming tail, and just in the nick of time, Elena's arrow strikes the beast's tail. Standing proudly, she remarks that she has got his back. Motim praises her excellent shot, while Steve pulls out a shovel he had scavenged earlier. He confidently remarks that with enough effort, absolutely anything can be turned into a deadly weapon. He drives the shovel straight into the manticore's wing joint, claiming the wing as his. With a violent wrench, he tears it completely from the body, sending dark blood spraying everywhere. The monster screeches in pure agony, exposing its massive fangs. Standing right next to it, the deafening noise rattles Steve's skull, forcing him to cover his ears while wishing it would shut up. Despite his own pain, he pushes through with a grin, declaring he is not done yet. Steve delivers a thunderous punch right to the monster's head, leaving both Motim and Elena completely stunned. He does not stop there, repeatedly unleashing his fireball technique with loud shouts. Under the continuous, brutal barrage, the helpless manticore collapses to the ground once and for all. When the moment comes, Steve unleashes a devastating final blow, a massive fireball that makes the very earth melt. Only then does he finally stop, his face and limbs covered in thick blood. The monster is sent straight to its grave, but because he pushed himself too hard, Steve's arm is badly injured. He clutches his agonizing arm, groaning in pain. Elena rushes over and asks if he is all right. Steve grunts in reply, "Well, at least I am still breathing." She pulls out a red potion, telling him to rub some on his wound and drink the rest. Steve immediately obeys, applying it before chugging the bottle down. Mortem appears with a nod of approval, not bad. That final struggle was quite impressive. Elena still cannot believe her eyes, admitting she never expected him to take down that manticore alone. Steve lets out a long sigh of relief and asks, "We actually won, right? Is it really dead?" She nods, admitting it is hard to believe. Smiling, he looks at her and says, "Good, let me harvest its hide, and then we are getting out of here." Before Steve can even finish his sentence, the tail of a manticore flashes right before his eyes, leaving him completely stunned. Steve looks closely at the charred remains of the beast. "Let me harvest its hide so we can get out of here." But as he speaks, he suddenly stops, putting a hand to his face as he mutters, "What on earth is this?" Noticing his strange expression, Elena and Mortem ask him in absolute surprise if something is wrong. Steve quickly mutters that it is nothing, but he walks over to the dead beast and peers deep inside its stomach to inspect it. With a disappointed look, Steve notes there is absolutely nothing inside, not a single corpse of anyone it devoured. Mortem agrees, pointing out that after eating so many people, it is highly unusual for its stomach to be completely empty. Something is wrong. No matter how much he ponders, Steve knows something is terribly off. Recalling the strange events from earlier, there were so many human remains in this dungeon, yet its stomach was empty. All they found was that egg. Just as he realizes this, Elena and Mortem gasp, their eyes widening the egg. And then, out of nowhere, disaster strikes. A manticore's tail suddenly thrusts right towards Steve's face while his guard is down. The venomous stinger is inches from his eyes, leaving no time to react. At the absolute last second, Elena lunges forward with a powerful kick that knocks the deadly tail off course, sending Steve crashing safely to the side. He hits the ground hard, his head bleeding as he looks up in sheer panic, calling out for Elena. Meanwhile, she finds herself in grave danger as the beast instantly shifts its target to her. Its massive tail wraps tightly around her body, pinning her arms and leaving her completely unable to break free. Her strength is fading fast as the grip tightens, choking the air from her lungs. Seeing her in mortal peril, Steve forces himself up and charges, clenching his fist with a single thought: detonate. The explosive impact makes the beast howl in pain, dropping Elena to the floor. But the situation is turning grim, and Steve is filled with dread. Damn it. He should have known there were two of them the moment they found that egg. Standing right before him is another manticore, far more ferocious than the first. This is the female of the species, and she is much larger than her mate. Without a moment of hesitation, she lets out a roar and stomps the ground, shattering the earth. She drives her rock-hard head straight into Steve's body in the blink of an eye. Because the charge is so incredibly swift and sudden, Steve has no time to defend himself. He takes the brutal impact head-on, coughing up a mouthful of blood as his broken body is hurled backward, directly toward the waiting tail of the beast. Steve is impaled. Blinding agony washes over his entire body. Gritting his teeth, he tries to endure as sweat pours down his face, his breathing turning very shallow and weak. Seeing his bloody wound, Elena screams his name in terror. He tries to reassure her, warning her to stay back. He remembers the tavern rumors of a manticore with torn wings, wondering if this is that legendary beast. Summoning his strength, Steve raises his hand to manifest a glowing fireball. He unleashes the spell, engulfing the manticore in flames, but the violent backlash knocks him to the ground. Mortem urges him to get up, warning that if he loses consciousness, he is as good as dead. I warned you, recovery magic only keeps you on your feet. It does not actually heal your wounds. Its acid is far too potent for you to endure. Just then, Elena rushes to his side. Shielding him, she tells him to hold back. Steve weakly responds that he is fine, but warns her that this monster is too dangerous. He insists they must retreat and find another way. Suddenly, Elena spots movement. She glances to the side just as the manticore's tail whips toward her. With no time to react, she is struck with enough force to shatter the surrounding trees. The devastating strike sends Elena crashing violently into the dirt, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust and debris. Steve sits on the ground in agony, blood pouring from his wounds as he calls out her name. Mortem tells him to at least drink the acid-neutralizing potion. Gulping down the rest of his recovery medicine, he asks what happened to Elena. Elena lies completely motionless on the hard ground. Mortem reassures him that she is still alive. Before the spirit can finish, Steve cuts him off and grabs his dagger. He knows that if he fails, they all die, leaving him no choice but to slay this beast here and now. Sensing his determination, the manticore growls in absolute fury. Without a moment of hesitation, it unleashes a barrage of venomous stingers directly at Steve, aiming to end him once and for all. Not one to stand defenseless, Steve raises his hand and calls upon wind energy to deflect the venomous projectiles away. Mortem shouts that he will block the remaining incoming attacks, urging him to focus entirely on the offensive. Steve dashes straight toward the incoming tail. He reasons that no matter how massive the beast is, it is still a living creature, meaning its sensory organs must be its weak point. Activating his wind magic, he prepares his strike. As the tail slams down, Steve uses a sudden gust of wind to propel himself high into the air. The resulting explosion of dust completely blinds the monster, forcing it to wildly rub its eyes in frustration. Seizing the opportunity, Steve grips his dagger tight and dives. He slashes across the beast's face with lightning speed, then delivers a powerful kick to its body, shouting that he is far from finished. He immediately drives the sharp blade deep into the manticore's left eye before it can even react, but suddenly, its remaining eye begins to glow with a menacing, bright red light. The beast retaliates, biting down on Steve with a devastating, near-fatal chomp. Seeing this, Mortem quickly casts his recovery spell, slowly closing and patching up the boy's severe wounds. Steve lets out a dark, eerie smile. Sensing something is terribly wrong, the manticore is suddenly hit by a massive, unseen force that makes it howl in pain, throwing Steve off to the side. Though his body is covered in countless gruesome wounds, they miraculously heal up in an instant. Lying flat on the ground, Steve begins to laugh aloud like an absolute madman. Mocking the creature's stunned expression, he grins with pure satisfaction and asks, "What is wrong, you hideous giant beast?" His eyes gleam with pure malice as he sneers, mockingly asking why it looks so terrified now after being so confident. Nearby, Elena's brow furrows as her eyes slowly begin to open. Elena slowly sits up, exhausted. Seeing her awake, Steve asks if she can stand. Still dazed, she weakly asks him if she had passed out and what happened to the manticore. Suddenly, a look of pure shock washes over Elena's face. She wonders what on earth is going on as she stares at the beast, asking herself if the manticore is actually terrified of him. Steve's voice snapped Elena out of her deep daze. Shovel in one hand, knife in the other, he urged her forward. "Hurry, Elena." Their prey was still drawing breath. Mortem observed Steve's rising bloodlust and offered a grim warning. The spirit would not spoil his fun, but Steve was nearly drained of energy, with only one move left. Steve simply replied that was more than enough. Pointing his blade toward Elena, Steve promised her that this fight would not drag on much longer. Keeping his eyes locked on the raging manticore, Steve asked Elena if she could lend him a hand. She eagerly agreed. Suddenly, a strange, dim glow erupted from the shadows, striking pure terror into the beast and forcing a silent scream from its throat. Blinding blue energy surged from the blade wedged deep inside the monster's eye socket. The sheer force of the power made the manticore howl in agony. Steve grimaced, his mind racing with a lethal calculation. With the sword already in its eye, he needed to drive it straight into the brain. Suddenly, the giant beast went dead silent. As the weakened beast collapsed, Steve realized it was already trying to recover. Seizing his chance, he charged forward, swinging his heavy shovel to deliver a devastating blow to the monster's other eye. With the beast blinded, Steve urgently ordered Elena to strike and sever its deadly scorpion tail immediately. At his command, Elena slipped behind the manticore. Without wasting a single heartbeat, she swung her blade and cleanly severed the massive tail from its body. The severed tail hit the ground with a heavy thud. Spurred by adrenaline, Steve rushed over, grabbed the poisonous appendage, and hoisted it high above his head. Tension lined Steve's face as a final thought crossed his mind. If this beast was the ultimate predator of the dungeon, he would finish it with their ultimate weapon. Driven by pure determination, Steve drove the razor-sharp tip of the severed tail deep into the heart of the manticore. He stepped back to catch his breath beside the fallen giant, while Mortem materialized behind him to proudly declare that they had finally done it. The scene shifts to a lavishly decorated hall, buzzing with hushed whispers. People stare in disbelief, wondering what on earth that stranger is carrying and who he could possibly be. Bantaza and his companions look on in absolute shock. The merchant gasps, wondering aloud if that is indeed a legendary manticore brought all the way from the distant mountains. Watching Steve and Elena drag the massive bound cargo, Bantaza steps forward. He eagerly asks if these are indeed the beast's remains, meaning they truly conquered the terrible monster. Still catching his breath, Steve explains that a mated pair had been hunting together, and the injured female had hidden her egg nearby. As Steve carefully uncovers a massive glowing egg, Bantaza can only stare in sheer wonder. Flabbergasted, the old merchant gasps at the sight of the egg. Steve simply smiles, admitting it is his first time seeing one too, before pulling out a distinct, marked leather pouch. Steve tries to present the pouch, but Bantaza quickly cuts him off, telling him to keep it. Steve looks up in total surprise, utterly confused by the merchant's generosity. The old merchant beams with satisfaction, declaring that just seeing this marvel is reward enough, a story he will tell for years. Steve watches helplessly as Bantaza starts bickering with onlookers, telling them to keep their hands off the prize. Shaking his head, Steve approaches a table where a horned elder sits. He places a pouch down, presenting it to the old man, who looks up with wide, startled eyes. Peering into the pouch, the elderly man gasps, asking what all of this could possibly be. Steve scratches his head awkwardly and offers a gentle apology, explaining that most of the fallen had nothing left, but he recovered whatever he could. The elder quickly shakes his head, tears welling up in his eyes. He insists there is no need to apologize, as he is the one who owes Steve a debt of lifetime gratitude. At least now he has something to bring back to the family, a small comfort to ease their grief. Seeing the peace washing over the old man's face, Steve cannot help but offer a warm, gentle smile. As night falls, the tavern fills with lively, excited chatter. Eager patrons call out, asking about the legendary manticore egg and wanting to see where it is being kept. Casper examines the giant egg with intense curiosity, muttering that he had only heard of such things in fairy tales. Nearby, Lodi excitedly runs her fingers over a heavy monster scale. Lodi marvels at how incredibly tough and durable the beast's hide feels. Sitting across from Steve, Bantaza looks over at the egg and raises his voice, telling the crowd that while they are welcome to marvel, they must not speak of this to anyone. If anyone brings trouble to his doorstep over this prize, he swears by the underworld gods that he will hunt them down to the very depths of the abyss. Steve chuckles at the merchant's fierce protectiveness, teasing him about the excellent service, though he admits he is still surprised the fee for bringing in 2 manticores was so low. Holding up a massive sheet of leather, Lodi explains that while the hides are severely damaged from the brutal fight, preserving the leather is usually the last thing on a hunter's mind. She adds that it is an absolute miracle they even made it back alive. Steve quietly agrees, knowing that worrying about keeping the hide perfect would have gotten him killed instantly. Casper points to a small sack on the table, explaining it contains the leftover funds from his weapon upgrade. Steve opens it up and is stunned by the generous amount remaining. Lodi promises his sword will be ready at the workshop tomorrow, while the custom armor will take about 3 days. Steve asks curiously, wondering if curing and drying raw monster hide usually takes far more time than that. She flashes him a highly confident thumbs up in response. Seeing Elena holding the broken, splintered pieces of her beloved bow with deep sadness, Steve turns to the skilled smiths, asking if there is any possible way they can restore the shattered weapon. As they stare at the splintered fragments, Lodi shakes her head decisively. Examining the ruins of the bow, she declares it is far too damaged, meaning they must craft an entirely new one. She warns that the original craftsmanship was incredibly sophisticated, making a perfect replica difficult. Remembering how Elena broke her weapon while shielding him during the battle, Steve quietly offers a sincere, guilt-ridden apology. Though sadness fills her eyes, she tries to comfort him. She insists it was just an old bow passed down by her grandfather, admitting she knew its time would come eventually. Steve panics internally, screaming in silent terror as he asks Mortem if she just emphasized the word grandfather. Sensing his sudden anxiety, the spirit chuckles slyly, enjoying his sheer discomfort. Mortem confirms his fears. Steve then notices Elena's long elf ears drooping slightly, leaving him to wonder what on earth that gesture is supposed to mean. Steve gently tells her that they will seek out the finest blacksmith tomorrow morning to get her an even better weapon. Elena nods politely, offering a soft word of thanks. As she turns to retire for the night, Steve wishes her sweet dreams. Suddenly, Mortem's voice echoes in his mind, calling his name and prompting a grumpy response. Mortem thoughtfully muses if they will ever find what they are looking for in this region. Steve quickly dismisses the spirit, telling it to shut up while he tries to think. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the sharp defensive spikes guarding Venezia's northern border. Clad in heavy armor, Commander Gerald stands among the fortifications, barking orders to his men to rebuild the defensive walls as quickly as possible. They must prepare for the next imminent wave of beasts. His exhausted soldiers carry heavy logs, shouting their compliance. Scaling the wooden stairs, Gerald mutters grimly that while monsters continue to swarm from all sides, the essential reinforcements they requested still have not arrived. Leaning against his desk, Gerald sighs that nothing is going according to plan. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out from the entrance. A soldier reports that Brandon Castle has established contact. Thoroughly exhausted, Gerald tells him he has no patience for excuses or empty words today, ordering the guard to tell them he is busy. Binyi rushes in holding a glowing purple orb with an eager face, claiming things are different this time. Zero raises an eyebrow and asks who is calling. The purple orb on the table speaks, asking how Prince Zero has been lately. Hearing that voice, his tone shifts instantly, welcoming Van Stock and wondering if something happened. On the other end, Van Stock recalls the orders Zero gave him before to take the absolute best of the royal guards and retrieve the ancient artifact quickly. He speaks in a hesitant voice, telling his lord there is a slight issue. He asks if Zero remembers sending a special task force to retrieve that artifact. Zero rubs his temples and guesses they returned empty-handed. Van Stock replies that it is actually much worse, explaining he had gathered a search party to look for them. They reported the dungeon was completely destroyed, shocking Zero so much that he gasps out in disbelief. He asks with a furious face if that means someone else took the artifact, or if his own royal guards betrayed him. As Van Stock speaks, memories flash. Van Stock quickly denies it, explaining that all the royal guards were chosen from helpless, homeless orphans. And if they ever thought of betraying the royal family, well, there has never been a single traitor yet. Zero tightly grips the communication orb, acknowledging the trust. So he does not doubt their loyalty. But as Alfred's face flashes in Zero's mind, he covers his face with his hand. There is no telling what his brother will do if he finds out, so they must find them immediately. Van Stock swiftly promises to obey. A thick, juicy hamburger sits on an elegant plate. Steve asks the shopkeeper how many weapon shops are around, and Bantaja asks if he is looking for a bow. Bantaja admits he is not sure. Of course, Steve can find something, but it won't be easy to replace the sentimental value of her original bow. Folding his arms seriously, Bantaja points out that the bow has deep sentimental value to her. Besides, elves hate everything from dungeons, so she probably won't like local gear. Steve quickly wipes his mouth and says he has to go. He is determined to find her a bow, even if he has to search every shop in town. Steve thanks him for the meal, but Bantaja points toward the door and delivers some bad news he is too late, as his girlfriend has already returned. Startled, Steve asks when she left. Bantaja strokes his chin and explains she woke up before him, asking for directions to get out of there. He adds that she should be fine, but with so many shady characters around, Steve should follow her. Right then, Steve throws his used napkin in Bantaja's face. Steve asks impatiently why he didn't stop her, snapping that she is not his girlfriend. Watching him rush off, Bantaja chuckles that boys are always the last to realize. Reaching the bustling town full of diverse market stalls, Steve wonders aloud where on earth she could have wandered off to. Wrapped in a dark black cloak, Steve suddenly looks worried. He realizes he never actually explained the local currency or money system to Elena. He hopes she doesn't get ripped off. Modem whispers in his ear to not worry, as she is far more careful. Just then, a passerby mentions a good tavern. They invite her for a drink, prompting Steve to look up. Across the way, he spots a group of men crowding around Elena, trying to coax her. They urge her to forget about the weapon shop and come along. Squinting in disbelief, Steve asks if that is really Elena. Modem asks if he plans to follow her. Hiding nearby, Steve counts 3 men and wonders if she will be okay until something catches his eye. Surprised, Steve wonders what is happening. He watches Elena unleash a burst of strength, standing her ground by slamming one of the men straight into a barrel. Chuckling, Steve tells himself he should have known there would be trouble. Motem chimes in, saying those three guys never stood a chance anyway. As Steve steps out of hiding, one of the thugs glares and asks who he is. Smiling slightly, Steve points to himself and tells them to ignore him. Infuriated, the thug lunges at him. Steve easily dodges the attack and delivers a painful, heavy punch straight to the jaw. Following up with a buy one, get one free special, Steve lands another blow that sends the thug crashing down, nose bleeding. The other thugs shudder in pure terror. Elena rushes over and kicks another thug, asking what he is staring at, sending him flying and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Steve stares at her, dumbfounded. Seeing his expression, Elena asks if he was actually worried about her, explaining she wants to overcome her weaknesses after past battles. Steve stands nearby, pulling his hood down further to observe and silently noting that those guys were actually pretty well trained. Elena suggests moving to another spot. As they walk down a narrow alley, she asks Steve what he is doing here in the first place. He admits he was about to ask her the exact same thing. Walking ahead of her, Steve explains he was looking for her, wondering why she left. Looking a bit melancholy, she explains that elves believe old items have great value, so before sunrise, she buried her grandfather's bow in a fitting place. Her words pierce straight through him. Motem teases that she seems to be guilt-tripping him, proving elves are smarter. Clutching his chest, Steve sighs. As they stroll through the small town lined with shops of all sizes, Elena shakes her head and clarifies that it is not quite like that. She actually cremated the bow. Even though finding a quiet spot was tough, she decided to search the nearby shops for a new weapon instead of heading back. Surprised by her words, Steve notes that when he asked around, all the shop owners said no one had visited their stores. She explains she was worried they would realize she is an elf if she spoke to them. To stay safe, she only looked through the shop windows. But since she didn't spot anything she liked, she was about to head back when those men suddenly cornered her. Feeling a bit helpless, Steve realizes what really happened. He promises to find her a bow she will love, asking her to just give him some time. Motem asks if he is joking, wondering where he expects to find a worthy replacement. Annoyed, Steve tells him to stay out of it. Claiming that was his line first, Motem grumbles as Steve suddenly spots a shop while wandering around. Steve points out the shop, telling Elena they should check it out. Inside, they find themselves surrounded by a massive variety of weapons. Steve looks around in surprise. He figures a mining town like this must stock some truly rare items, then calls out to see if anyone is around. Elena focuses on a rack of bows. She picks one up, inspecting it carefully as she wonders about its quality. Steve notices her stare and asks if she has finally found something she likes. Elena sighs and explains that the wood they used is all wrong, claiming the core of the bow is practically screaming in pain. Steve just looks at her helplessly, asking if she can actually hear that. Steve reassures her there will be better bows in other cities, but Motem chimes in mockingly, claiming he will never find a proper one for her. Just then, the shopkeeper steps out from an upstairs room. The shopkeeper apologizes, explaining he was packing up some things, and asks what they are searching for. He approaches the counter as Steve prepares to answer. Steve politely explains they are just looking around, but inside his head, Motem suddenly warns him to wait. Motem insists that despite all the clutter, there are some truly rare gems hidden here. Steve looks at the entity with deep skepticism, asking what it actually sees with its inhuman eyes. Suddenly, a strange weapon materializes right in his hand as Motem reassures him that this item will be absolutely perfect for his friend. Steve stares at the weapon in complete confusion, wondering what it is. Later, at a local tavern, he sighs while watching Elena bubble with pure excitement. Steve admits he is incredibly relieved she found a weapon she likes. Elena happily agrees, while Steve casts a skeptical glance toward Motem. He notes that it is a pretty impressive item, using her own energy to craft the weapon she feels most comfortable with. Motem scoffs, claiming its own skills are far superior, while a joyful Elena hums a cheerful tune. Elena happily names her new weapon, Ricordaccio. Steve is surprised she named it, but suddenly, his face twists in sharp discomfort. Steve breaks into a cold sweat and grits his teeth, staring at the rings on his hand. He admits he has felt incredibly strange and heavy ever since putting them on. Steve explains he tried to choose items that would not attract any unwanted attention, yet Motem laughs mockingly in his head, basking in what it calls the sweet scent of dark energy and death. It tells Steve he finally looks like a worthy partner, though Steve utterly detests the eerie feeling. A thick shroud of dark energy swirls around Steve, causing him visible distress. Elena watches him with concern, asking when they will finally leave this place. Steve explains that Lodi warned him his items are currently activating, so they can leave once they secure them. Suddenly, a deafening roar shatters the silence of a quiet forest. With a sharp, focused gaze, Steve slices a green monster completely in half. He has been taking them out one by one, but now a massive green goblin leader with razor-sharp teeth blocks his path. Steve quickly coordinates with his teammate, telling Elena that he will hold off the massive leader while she takes care of the remaining beasts. She agrees with a quick nod, immediately drawing her bow to launch a fierce attack. Her incredible marksmanship drops one of the enemies instantly. Meanwhile, another beast charges Steve with a weapon, aiming directly for his face before slamming a heavy staff into his chest. But Steve shrugs it off with a confident grin. The defense holds, proving that his manticore leather armor is doing its job perfectly. Summoning a massive wave of energy, Steve grins widely and declares it is his turn now. The terrified monster turns pale as Steve absolutely clears the entire battlefield, then turns to ask Elena if she is all right. He unleashed a devastating strike to bring down the leader, brushing it off as a simple task. Elena agrees it was easy, then asks if their next destination is indeed about teaching the corrupt local lords a lesson. Steve confirms that is exactly the plan. Steve finds their next target highly promising, unable to hide his growing excitement. They plan to aid the townspeople while cutting off a major royal revenue source. Steve adds that he recently heard some highly intriguing rumors from his bard friend. The bard had shared some highly secretive intelligence about the nobility, warning that a certain lord named Bogdan has started hoarding massive amounts of cash. Surprised, Steve immediately wonders why the ruler of Galen Town would suddenly mobilize so much wealth, driving him to uncover more details. Word is that Bogdan is using his wealth to buy up as many ancient artifacts as possible. Eventually, the duo finally arrives at Galen, agreeing that they should first secure a safe place to stay. Down a quiet street, a sudden commotion breaks out as a desperate voice begs for mercy. Before their eyes, a cruel act of extortion is taking place. A poor farmer begs the soldiers not to take his only pig, warning that his family will starve. The guard rudely snaps back, shouting that everything they own belongs to the Lord, ordering him to shut up and hand over the animal immediately. Appalled by the sight, Elena prepares to intervene, but Steve quickly grabs her arm to stop her. Elena is deeply confused, arguing they must act since this is clearly wrong. Steve advises patience, urging her to assess the situation first. They watch helplessly as the soldier drags the pig away, leaving the family in tears. Steve steps over to the devastated farmer and pulls out a coin from his pocket. He politely asks if they might rent a room for the night, offering a generous payment to help the struggling family. The grateful family welcomes them warmly, serving up a hearty home-cooked meal. Steve insists they did not have to go to such trouble, but the host explains it is the absolute least they can do after years of constant extortion. The farmer explains it started with small hikes in water fees, but quickly escalated into ridiculous fines, harsh punishments, and absurd road tolls at every turn. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the old man sighs deeply. With nowhere else to run, they have no choice but to stay quiet and endure it in silence. Sympathizing with their heavy plight, Steve realizes that making an honest living is nearly impossible here. He quietly reflects that their lives seem far worse than his own upbringing as an orphan, which feels completely unjust. Elena is furious, wondering why the guards are resorting to robbing poor farmers. She reasons that if the Lord is collecting so much wealth, paying his own soldiers should not be an issue. The farmer continues to detail their hardships, explaining that things worsened once the heavy taxes began. He adds that for some mysterious reason, even the regular guards recently had their pay cut. Steve deduces that Lord Bogdan is likely spending all the tax money on his secret artifact buying. He ponders his next move, wondering how to locate the massive hoard of wealth that the Lord must have hidden far from public eyes. Steve suddenly turns to the old farmer with a curious question, catching him off guard. He asks how a simple farmer managed to learn so much about the soldiers' internal affairs. Hearing that the information came from the local tavern, Steve smiles as his eyes light up. He realizes that the best secrets are always shared over drinks, prompting him to pay the noisy pub a visit to gather intelligence. An old, wealthy-looking nobleman flanked by several guards approaches. He remarks that Steve is a fresh face in town who looks like he has had a rough time, asking where he works. The noble is utterly stunned that Steve easily defeated him in an arm wrestle. Steve clenches his fist with an excited grin, laughing as he explains he is just a wandering mercenary doing whatever feels right. Intrigued by the young mercenary, the wealthy man chuckles warmly. He admits they rarely see such high-spirited fighters around here anymore, and eagerly offers to buy Steve a round of drinks. Steve gladly accepts, saying he could really use a cold drink after dealing with those monsters. The old man looks completely baffled, insisting there are absolutely no monsters in this area. He slumps his shoulders in sheer exhaustion, muttering about how he only expected a few goblins around town but ran into their actual leader. The mercenary leader crosses his arms, rambling on about the good old days. Steve just flashes him a completely fake, polite smile. Defeat them, he barely escaped with his life. He humbly asks the veteran for some wise words of advice. Flattered by the request, the leader starts waving his hands around in pride. Laughing, he tells Steve he still has a lot to learn, because a mercenary who cannot even handle a tiny goblin is in for a very rough time. The man boasts about his own golden years, clearing his throat to describe his past glory days. But as the empty bottles pile up on the messy table, the alcohol loosens his tongue, and he begins slamming the wood in loud, drunken frustration. He complains about how all the gold in this region is wasted on useless old artifacts, wondering why the Lord does not just pay his men their wages first. Steve leans in, realizing the drunk leader just handed him a golden opportunity. He mentions he actually has a rare artifact of his own. Pulling out a strange, glittering bracelet, he watches the mercenaries' eyes instantly light up with pure, undisguised greed. Seeing that hungry look on their faces, Steve wonders if these greedy people are just incredibly gullible or plain stupid. Either way, their expressions make it completely obvious what they are plotting. Sweating profusely, the wealthy merchant laughs it off. He assures Steve that the Lord throws money at anything and would probably buy this artifact even if it came straight out of a trash pile. Eager to broker a deal, the man can barely contain his excitement. He tells Steve that if he wants to sell, he should head directly to Lord Chensi's castle, where the head knight manages all such transactions. Steve finally steps out of the noisy tavern, holding his aching head and sighing deeply. That little interrogation took far longer than he expected. Elena has been waiting outside for a very long time. Feeling quite embarrassed by his lack of solid information, Steve scratches his head and apologizes, admitting he tried to slip away but got dragged into a massive, rowdy drinking party instead. Walking back under the night sky, he keeps telling Elena about the wild scene inside, amazed at how much those local soldiers could actually drink. She mutters that she will never understand how humans stomach that bitter liquid. But as they walk down the quiet, dimly lit street, her expression suddenly changes, something feels off. Fully alert, Elena warns him that they are being followed. Steve nods, having already sensed their presence himself. He quietly picks up a heavy stone from the road, channeling his magical power directly into it as he prepares to strike. Without hesitation, he hurls the pebble with terrifying force. Instead of aiming for the spy's face, he deliberately strikes the stone wall right next to him, shattering the silence and scaring the man half to death. Steve demands the stalker show himself. The startled spy steps out, but he is not alone suddenly. A dozen armed thugs emerge from the shadows. The leader tells them to hand over the artifact and walk away, but before he can even finish his threat, Elena delivers a brutal kick right to his jaw. Dropping like a meteor from above, she unleashes a flurry of devastating blows that leaves the entire group completely defenseless. Steve watches in sheer terror, amazed that she did not even let the poor guy finish his sentence. He quietly wonders how on earth he ever managed to beat Elena in the past. Nearby, Mortem finds this hilarious, teasing that her wild fighting style actually reminds him of Steve. Mortem asks if Steve honestly believes he could survive a prolonged battle against her in a real war. While the two bicker, Elena continues to demolish the remaining thugs. Steve sighs, muttering that they should probably step in and help. The scuffle drags on as the moon rises high, though this chaos is pretty much what Steve expected. The stalkers end up completely battered on the ground, including that wealthy merchant who was drinking in the tavern earlier. Yet, they still refuse to back down, stubbornly demanding the mysterious artifact. Steve glares, asking who sent them. When the leader acts tough, Steve delivers a solid punch that sends him flying 3 meters back. Shrugging, he mutters that he did not mean to hit him that hard, before getting serious. He notes that they ambushed them just minutes after they left the tavern, even wearing matching black uniforms. This was clearly a planned hit from the very start. Steve stares coldly at the shivering soldier. But if you ask me, he says, he highly doubts a bunch of clumsy amateurs could pull off a neat scheme like this on their own. Grabbing the soldier's finger, Steve smiles warmly, offering him one final chance to cooperate before things get painful. Now, let's see what he says. He advises the man to start talking while he is still feeling exceptionally generous. Squeezing the finger tightly, Steve warns him that he might have to learn how to eat with his other hand starting tomorrow. Terrified and in agonizing pain, the man quickly confesses that Lord Chensi ordered the attack. Sweating profusely, the terrified thug spills everything. He explains that Lord Bodan spent all his gold on dead artifacts, so Chensi ordered his men to rob anyone who brought a new treasure into their territory. Steve looks at him, totally baffled. They are risking their lives to steal artifacts for someone else, proving they really are not the brightest bunch. He demands to know where the stolen treasures are being stored. One of the thugs falls to his knees in despair, crying out that they do not know all the details. The man insists Chensi is incredibly paranoid about information leaks, meaning he never shares real secrets with common soldiers. He begs them to stop, crying that there is literally nothing else they can tell him. Rubbing his chin, Steve notes that if they are completely useless, there is no real reason to let them go free. Terrified of what he might do, one of the thugs immediately shrieks that there is actually something highly suspicious. Desperate to save his skin, the man mentions an abandoned well right near Lord Bodan's military base. He swears he saw the guards dumping massive piles of fresh meat down into the darkness. Steve immediately catches the flaw, his face twisting in disgust. He asks if the man honestly expects him to go climb down a well and dig through rotting meat. Steve accuses him of trying to buy his freedom with useless garbage. Panicking, the thug insists this is a major clue, explaining the meat was fresh, and they even tossed live wild animals down into the dark well. Steve starts connecting the bizarre clues in his head, but the whole situation still feels incredibly messy and confusing. Why feed an empty well right next to the Lord's quarters? It is exactly the kind of shady thing these bastards would do. Meanwhile, inside the castle, a knock sounds at the door. An elegant man steps inside and bows politely. He remarks that patrolling the military base so early must be exhausting, but Chensi assures him that everything is quiet. Chensi is here to discuss some business, asking if there is any word from the prince yet. The Lord smirks with absolute confidence, saying there is no rush, as the prince is incredibly enthusiastic about adding more rare artifacts to his collection. The Lord is obsessed with rare treasures, dreaming of expanding his collection. The prince, it seems, is especially interested in their very latest find. In his letter, the prince emphasized how eager he is to lay eyes on that specific artifact. He better have his gold ready, because this single piece is worth far more than the other two combined. The two carefully refine their smuggling plan, making sure every detail is perfect. Once they successfully deliver the cargo to the capital in a few days, they will both be comfortably set for the rest of their lives. They must stay alert to avoid any unexpected slip-ups. The next morning, Steve is up early in the quiet town, preparing their gear and declaring that they must make their move tonight. With yesterday's thugs tied up securely in the corner, Steve knows time is ticking. If Chensi is as sharp as they say, he will notice his missing patrol right away. Brewing potions with a thoroughly bored expression, Steve discusses the rescue plan with Elena. They need to break in by tonight at the very latest, but she wonders if they are truly going to descend into that disgusting well. Steve might look relaxed, but he gets incredibly serious when formulating a plan. If the rumors are true and the terrors inside that well are real, a massive challenge awaits him. He is not quite sure what lies at the bottom, but the well seems to be their fastest and safest path into the vault. Elena jumps in to help refine the plan with great enthusiasm. She agrees he is likely right about the traps, but without knowing what actually waits down there, preparing the right gear is nearly impossible. Swirling a glowing potion bottle, Steve delivers a sharp, logical deduction first and foremost. The terrifying beast guarding that well is absolutely a living, breathing creature. Since they know the beast must eat and prefers flesh, it is clearly a predator. Preparing some laced bait is bound to have a direct impact on it. The potion bottle smokes with a soft glow as Steve stares deep into it. The only real issue left is how to escape. He looks directly at Elena, telling her that this is where he will need her help. He asks her to create a major distraction an hour after he sneaks inside, using whatever means necessary. Elena grows deeply anxious, realizing just how dangerous his plan actually is. She asks if he is really going in alone, warning him that he cannot fight that beast by himself. She wonders if he thinks she will just get in the way, but Steve remains confident. He reassures her that a solid distraction is a vital part of the plan, which is why she must stay outside. When he asks if she can do this for him, his sincere words fill her with joy and sudden confidence, making her agree instantly. Night falls over the estate in complete silence. Steve waits in the shadows, watching closely. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoes. Elena emerges carrying a massive pig. He praises her, saying it is even better than he hoped for. Steve quietly pulls out his newly mixed potion, knowing the scent of fresh blood will easily mask the strong sedative. As Steve injects the sleeping potion into the pig, Elena scouts the perimeter to check the guard patterns. They are right outside the castle, ready to move. Security is tight, though the outer walls seem to have fewer patrols tonight. Hoisting the heavy pig onto his shoulder, he looks up at the wall and bids her a quiet farewell. He is completely exhausted after hauling the massive beast all the way up the steep stone wall, silently swearing never to climb a barrier with a giant animal on his back again. Using his keen observation skills, Steve quickly notes that while many guards patrol the perimeter, the inner security seems slightly more relaxed. Suddenly, the stone well looms right in front of him. There is no mistaking it, this has to be the exact well the castle guards were whispering about earlier. Steve stares down into the pitch-black abyss, feeling a wave of hesitation. The foul stench rising from the bottom confirms that terrifying monsters, including one absolute giant, are waiting directly below. He instantly begins to regret this incredibly risky move, but Motim remains right by his side, urgently prompting him to jump down despite the overwhelming, suffocating stench. Steve pushes the pig into the opening as Motim tells him to hurry before they are spotted. Just as Steve whispers his agreement, a commanding voice suddenly cuts through the silence, startling them both. It turns out Warden Sazin is making his rounds, questioning the sentries. A guard assures him everything is as quiet as usual, but Sazin merely repeats the words with deep suspicion. He criticizes the soldier with arrogant condescension, asking if the man expects to relax while on duty. Sazin sneers, admitting he is shocked the guard has not been fired yet. Sazin finally walks away, leaving Steve hiding in the shadows with his heart pounding wildly. Before departing, the warden loudly orders the guards to double their patrols starting tomorrow, emphasizing that absolutely nothing must go wrong before they leave the capital in 3 days. The guards salute, and as Steve waits in hiding, a sudden system notification appears. A passive skill called Auto Reflex has activated, temporarily sharpening his physical reactions. The handy skill arrives at the perfect moment, though it seems to offer even more than expected. Watching Warden Sazin walk away, Steve realizes the garrison is on high alert, even though there is no active war. The guards are fully armored and tense. He finds it surprising that the oppressed citizens have not revolted yet, wondering if they simply do not know how to stand up for themselves. The question lingers in his mind as he and Motim cling to the narrow shaft of the well, waiting for the beast below to eat the bait and fall asleep. When Steve asks how much longer they must wait, Motim tells him to be patient, as the sedative takes time to kick in. After what feels like an eternity in the pitch-black silence, Steve decides they have waited long enough, signaling that it is finally time to head down. Steve drops silently to the dark bottom of the well with impressive, professional ease, realizing the awful stench no longer bothers him as his senses quickly adjust to the foul air. Suddenly, he freezes. A massive, terrifying creature is sleeping soundly right in front of him, prompting Motim to quickly whisper details about the beast. It is a bunyip demon, a dangerous beast typically found deep within swamplands, leaving Steve to wonder how on earth they managed to transport it here. Motim notes that capturing such a creature takes rare, dangerous skills that money simply cannot buy, urging him to move. Steve carefully slips past the sleeping beast, grateful that the heavy sedative will keep it out cold, knowing they would have been eaten alive otherwise. Motim is both terrified and amazed by the setup, wondering how ordinary castle guards could possibly come and go with such a monstrous guardian blocking the path. Steve suggests they might use a control artifact or a hidden bypass, as the beast is certainly no friendly pet. He warns Motim to stay alert and avoid getting stepped on. Steve uses a spark of magic to light their path, spotting a wooden door ahead. The cheap rusted padlock keeping it shut seems like a surprisingly weak final line of defense for a noble treasury. He chuckles, realizing that almost nobody could survive the terrifying monster pit to reach this door anyway. Pulling out his specialized lockpicks, Steve easily bypasses the simple lock with practiced, effortless skill. He enters to see what treasures the greedy baron has hidden away. Before them lies a massive, glittering vault filled with unimaginable wealth. While Steve stares in absolute awe, Motim tells him to ignore the gold and look straight ahead. Motim points toward a large pedestal in the very center of the chamber. Covered by a rich red cloth, whatever lies beneath it is clearly of immense value. Intrigued, Steve approaches and pulls back the cloth to find a collection of incredibly rare, powerful weapons. He remarks that while this is a great hiding spot, the daggers and helmet are slightly disappointing, prompting Motim to ask for them instead. As Motim absorbs the artifacts, their power immediately activates, raising the companion's energy limit from 850 to 3,250. The companion's abilities receive a massive upgrade, unlocking 2 brand new skills, including a powerful active ability called Tesla. Steve is highly satisfied with this sudden boost, pleased that their energy reserves have skyrocketed enough to banish any immediate worries of running out. With 5 artifacts consumed, the current energy pool sits at 9,760. However, the next tier skills, Synchro and Sensor, require an immense 45,000 energy each to unlock. Steve sighs as he reviews the massive requirements, realizing he still has a long way to go, though Motim points out there is still one last item left to examine. Motim quickly alerts him to an overlooked artifact sitting nearby, which resembles a strangely glowing glass vial. Steve looks at it with curiosity, wondering if such an object is truly an artifact. Motim explains that ancient artifacts come in many strange forms, reminding him that some can even exist as gases or liquids. Intrigued by this explanation, Steve immediately attempts to twist open the tight cap of the mysterious glowing vial. He strains his hands, but the lid refuses to budge. Sighing at the stubborn seal, he notes that he cannot risk breaking the glass and decides to figure out how to open it later. With the relics packed away, Steve suddenly freezes as the giant guardian beast rouses from its slumber. Drawing his weapon as the towering monster roars, he steels his resolve and charges forward at high speed. His sword lands a heavy, crushing blow that makes the beast bellow in sudden agony. Steve quickly prepares to chain his next skill, but the monster retaliates with a fierce swing of its massive arm, throwing him back despite his solid guard. Glaring at his massive opponent, Steve realizes the beast possesses devastating strength. He knows he cannot hope to block these heavy, bone-shattering strikes with just his sword. Steve raises his fist to strike. Fighting both beasts at once is getting far too difficult, so he decides to take down the smaller one first. But wait, why isn't his skill working? There is a sudden blast, and the monster immediately lunges forward to attack. He quickly turns to Motem to demand answers. He asks what is going on and why his magic suddenly stopped working when Motem is supposed to be in charge of it. Motem just breaks out in a cold sweat. Motem admits they only just noticed, but there are tiny meteorite fragments embedded in these cave walls. They are almost invisible unless you look very closely, but they are incredibly effective. A meteorite? He asks if they mean the anti-magic metal used to block wizards. Gritting his teeth, he dodges another blow. Yes, that is exactly what Count Bogdan spent everyone's hard-earned tax money on, that absolute bastard. Steve stares at the giant beast before him. Fighting monsters in a cave full of magic crystals is tough. He takes a deep breath. Gritting his teeth in rage, Steve curses the corrupt Count, realizing this is exactly why this country is completely broke. Meanwhile, Elena silently watches from afar, letting out a soft sigh. She raises her bow toward the sky, activating her level 3 active skill, constant velocity. The skill ignores gravity, allowing long-range shots to fly at a steady speed. Elena smiles, realizing she is not quite used to handling a bow of this massive size. Still, these weapons are a true symbol of Ada, and this one works brilliantly. Without a single moment of hesitation, she lets her arrow fly straight down. The empowered arrow tears through the air so fast it leaves no trace, slamming directly into the fortress wall. Watching the patrolling guards, Elena wonders if they really failed to notice her from 1,500 paces away. She grins, drawing back another arrow as she realizes she is truly starting to love this weapon. Suddenly, the guards below throw themselves into a panic, blowing their alarms and shouting that they are under attack. Chelsea rushes out in a panic, screaming at the guards not to just stand there and to find the enemy's location immediately. But the arrows keep raining down like a storm, scattering the soldiers like a broken hive. They cry out in the darkness, struggling to see where the deadly shots are coming from. Orders are barked to get into defensive formations and guard the perimeter. Up on the stone wall, a soldier holding a heavy wooden shield suddenly freezes, his eyes widening in pure shock. He quickly signals to the other guards that the enemies are hidden in the woods, ordering everyone to shift their defenses because the attack is definitely coming from the trees. An urgent command is issued to leave only a tiny skeleton crew of guards inside the castle while the rest hunt down the attackers. Suddenly, Count Bogdan runs up in a panic, demandingly asking what on earth is happening. He quickly warns the Count that it is far too dangerous out here and urges him to get back inside immediately. The heavy gates swing open with a loud rumble as the commander shouts for everyone to get ready to raise the drawbridge the moment the soldiers leave. Watching cold-eyed from her branch above, Elena whispers that she simply cannot let them do that. A system notification flashes, revealing her level 5 active skill, Piercing Shot, which allows her projectiles to easily tear through heavy armor and thick monsters alike. She releases the string, sending a devastating shot directly toward the gate. The thick, heavy iron chain holding the bridge is instantly shattered into 2 pieces by her arrow. The drawbridge crashes down, completely jammed. As the panicked guards scream in terror, Elena looks down at her weapon and sighs, noting that managing this bow's magical energy is no easy task. She has managed to secure a clear escape route for Steve, but now the rest of the plan is entirely up to him. Meanwhile, deep inside the damp cavern, Steve is locked in a fierce, desperate battle. Dodging agilely from wall to wall, he desperately asks Modem if there is truly no skill he can use here. Modem retorts, asking what he expects them to do, just as the beast swings a massive fist. Modem explains that magical energy is completely blocked here, but suggests this restriction might actually present a golden opportunity. Steve is stunned, grumbling that a good opportunity is easy to talk about when Modem isn't the one fighting. It retorts that Steve upgraded his weapon specifically for desperate situations just like this. Vaulting onto the beast's massive shoulder, Steve smiles and agrees that he was thinking the exact same thing. Moving like a ghost, Steve suddenly appears right behind the confused creature. He tightly grips his dagger, his eyes locked onto his target with cold, absolute focus. He drives the dagger deep into the monster's flesh before it can even react. As the beast shrieks in agony, Steve tightly grips the hilt and silently tells it to die. A massive explosive force suddenly rips through the beast, blowing it to pieces. Even Steve is stunned by the raw power of the gunpowder made from rare dragon ash. It is incredibly powerful, and Modem quickly agrees. Steve carefully reaches inside the steaming carcass of the monster, muttering to himself that this highly volatile stuff could easily blow his arm off. Suddenly, another beast lunges at him from the darkness at blinding speed, but he barely manages to leap aside just in time. Dashing away, he knows one wrong move with this explosive could cost him an arm, but he is glad to have the firepower. He has absolutely no desire to get caught in those razor-sharp teeth. Ducking low, he quickly slips another explosive charge into his dagger hilt. With a sudden burst of speed, Steve charges directly at the second beast. Hearing his rapid approach, the monster warily whirls around and unleashes a deafening, furious roar from its massive fanged maw. The sheer force of the sound wave and pressure makes it incredibly difficult for him to advance. Steve grits his teeth in pure frustration, his brow furrowed deep. As the monster lunges, he slides flat against the ground, barely evading the deadly claws. Suddenly, Steve's eyes widen as a perfect opportunity appears right in front of him. There is no way he can let this moment slip, so he grabs his blade and slices the beast open from its throat down to its belly, killing it on the spot. The monster's body bursts into pieces. Steve sinks to the cave floor, letting out a heavy sigh of relief as he wipes the dark blood from his face. Steve complains about the absolutely foul stench of the beast's blood. Modem floats nearby, holding its nose and teasing that Steve looks like a complete mess. He mutters that there was really nothing else he could do. Spotting sacks of gold piled tightly in a dusty corner, Steve reaches for them and hoists the heavy load onto his shoulders, letting out another tired sigh. Modem points out that he still has to find a way out of this damp cave and sneak past the castle guards. Steve just laughs, confident that he has already cleared their toughest defenses. Asking what he could possibly have left to fear, he adds that he has just devised a brilliant plan to humiliate Count Bogdan. Surprised, Modem asks what he has in mind. He promises to share the details once they escape. Walking forward, he smiles and asks if Modem can see how easy this is. He insists there is absolutely nothing to worry about, while Modem reminds him to stay sharp because the castle is bound to have traps. Just as he says this, Steve reaches out and pulls a hidden lever on the stone wall, scoffing that only amateurs would install something so clearly artificial on a natural rock face. As the lever is pulled down, the rocky wall quickly slides away to reveal a secret door. Looking at the open passage, Steve mutters about how much stolen tax money Count Bogdan must have wasted just to build a secret door like this. Without any further hesitation, Steve quickly steps through the door into a beautifully decorated, brightly lit corridor. He marveled that it leads straight into the castle, enjoying the sudden rush of clean air, just before a loud shout echoes nearby, warning that the drawbridge has been destroyed. Hearing voices approaching, Steve quickly hides himself to one side. Just then, a group of panicked soldiers runs past, shouting in fear. They wonder what lunatic would dare attack a castle right in the middle of Benicia. Hearing this, Steve is stunned, wondering if Elena actually pulled off such a crazy stunt. To make sense of the chaos, Steve closes his eyes tightly and activates his beast instinct skill. A system notification pops up to show the active skill is working, maximizing his physical senses and sharpening his hearing to pinpoint voices through sound location. His vision rapidly expands across the distance, allowing him to scan every single corner of the surrounding forest. Looking up at the castle walls, Steve spots countless arrows left behind by Elena, confirming that her main method of attack is indeed the bow and arrow. Their numbers and identities remain unknown, but they clearly stand no chance. Just as he processes this, Steve's eyes snap wide open as he realizes this must be Elena's handiwork. He leaps down through the window, realizing that even though he has no idea how she pulled this off, the scattered guards make it much easier for him to move around freely now. Suddenly, Steve stops in his tracks when he spots a horse, realizing it has been a very long time since he last rode. He quickly mounts up and gallops past a startled guard, who clutches his head in absolute shock, wondering what just happened. By the time the guards spot him, he has already slipped past the castle gates. The soldiers shout to stop the enemy who just left the castle carrying a sack full of treasure, urging everyone to block his path. Seeing them panic like this only makes Steve smile with sheer amusement. He decides to head straight to the town. But just as he thinks this, a familiar voice calls out his name. Startled, Steve turns around to find Elena standing there, looking back at her in complete surprise. He praises her for causing such a brilliant distraction. When she asks if they are finished, Steve admits they are only about halfway done, as there is still one more thing left to do. Elena looks surprised, warning him that the enemy is already preparing to hunt them down and asking if he actually plans to fight. Steve just grins mischievously, replying that they will head straight into town instead. Before long, the two of them arrive in a very peaceful town. Steve hands over the heavy sack, asking Elena if she can hold on to it for just a few minutes. She takes the giant sack and watches Steve run off. He calls back, instructing her to wait for his signal and then do exactly what he had asked her to do earlier. As he walks, Steve raises his hand to summon a blazing fireball. He launches it high into the night sky, lighting up the entire area with a brilliant glow. He then shouts at the top of his lungs, calling for all the local townspeople to come outside immediately. Hearing the loud commotion, surprised residents open their doors to peek out as Steve announces that this is their single chance to escape the tyrant Abek. His words leave the villagers completely stunned. They stare out into the streets with wide eyes and open mouths, unable to believe what they are hearing. Steve calls out, promising them a fresh start in a brand new land. Now watch as they make their move. On his cue, Elena immediately hurls the massive sack high into the air, and Steve quickly fires a powerful blast of compressed air directly at the falling bag to rip it open. Under the violent force of the blast, the sack tears wide open, scattering glittering gold, silver, and precious jewels all over the ground in a dazzling display. Staring at the pile of wealth, an old man trembles in disbelief, wondering what on earth is happening. Just then, Chelsea arrives on the scene, shouting furiously to demand what they think they are doing. He quickly realizes this is the treasure stolen from the Count's castle. Accompanied by his soldiers, Chelsea surrounds Steve, demanding to know who he thinks he is, but Steve calmly asks what the big deal is. Steve confidently points to himself, explaining that he is simply returning what originally belonged to these people, and asks if there is a problem with that. Furious at this casual attitude, Chelsea commands his soldiers to capture and kill him on the spot. Steve has no intention of backing down. He simply smirks and points ahead, noting that dealing with guys like this is almost too easy. With those words, he unleashes a flurry of sharp ice spears directly at the charging soldiers. Terrified, the guards scream in panic, realizing they are facing real magic. He waves his hand, warning them that they will not take another step until all the villagers have safely departed. He adds that he could easily wipe them out if he wished, leaving the soldiers frozen solid and completely unable to move. As the guards panic among themselves about being completely paralyzed, Steve casually asks if killing them all would really be the best way to handle this. As he mounts his horse to ride away, Steve tells them to deliver a message to their greedy lord once the ice finally melts. If that tyrant ever tries another stunt like this, Steve warns, he will personally hunt him down next. The next morning arrives with bright sunshine filtering through a dense forest. Steve complains about still smelling like those slave traders, wishing he could wash off the awful stench. He rubs some local herbs over himself, hoping they will mask the scent since this plant is known for neutralizing odors, and asks if it smells any better now. Since Elena remains quiet, Steve sighs and mentions it is not the first time he has dealt with this. Now that they have cleared all the dungeons on the kingdom's outskirts, they need to start heading toward the center of Benicia. Reaching into his pouch, he pulls out a small item, suddenly remembering that he had found something rather interesting during their adventure. Surprised, Elena points out she thought he gave all the treasure to the villagers. Steve holds up a glass vial filled with a glowing liquid, admitting he has no idea what to do with it, which makes Elena pause. He explains that while he is fairly certain it is a valuable artifact, he could not get the cap off to examine the contents. But before he can even finish speaking, Elena easily pops the lid off the bottle. Shocked by how easily she managed it, Steve asks how she opened it so quickly. She points out a small switch on the cap, prompting Steve to tip the bottle over to inspect what kind of artifact it is. Suddenly, Steve's eyes go wide in absolute amazement. He immediately holds the bottle out toward Elena, telling her that she should be the one to have it. Startled, she hesitates with a confused look in her eyes. Steve happily explains that this particular artifact will permanently boost her overall physical strength. He notes that it will be incredibly useful, especially since he had been meaning to find a good artifact for her anyway. When she remains completely silent, he curiously asks if something is wrong or if she simply dislikes it. He reassures her to just close her eyes and take a sip, even if he cannot guarantee how it tastes. Suddenly, Motim appears and questions if Steve is being foolish, asking if he has completely forgotten their very first meeting. Motim reminds him that Elena looked completely disgusted the last time he even brought up magical artifacts. Finally, remembering her reaction from back then, Steve realizes he made a terrible mistake. Motim explains that elves naturally despise such magic, especially since Elena lost her entire family inside a dungeon. He asks if Steve truly believes she would ever want to use an artifact like this. Feeling terrible, Steve quickly apologizes and insists he did not mean to force it on her. Elena remains silent and downcast, secretly thinking to herself that her own abilities are still nowhere near as good as his. She looks back on her life, realizing her natural talent for magic is so limited that she can only cast a few simple spells. She remembers how she could never gain the upper hand against the humans in that dungeon, and how she even managed to lose her precious bow during their recent fight with the Manticore. The thought weighs heavily on her mind. Even though she joined him to be of help, she wonders if she is actually just a burden when she always ends up feeling so utterly helpless during their most critical moments. Steve gently calls out to Elena, but before he can say another word, she suddenly reaches out, snatches the bottle, and insists on drinking it. Steve quickly waves his hands in panic, urging her not to force herself when other elves might never forgive her for doing so. She cuts him off, gently demanding silence. She volunteered to help, refusing to remain a mere burden to him. He protests, insisting she is not a burden at all. But Elena asks for a promise if the elves oppose her decision, he must take responsibility for her. Steve stands frozen, his face flushing bright red with embarrassment. Before he can even process the moment, Elena drains the entire vial in one single gulp, leaving him completely wide-eyed with shock. He frantically asks if she is all right. Catching her breath, Elena whispers that she can feel the potion flowing within her, fully awakening all her senses while cleansing her body of every impurity. So this is the elixir of life, she realizes. Steve smiles, suggesting her reaction is simply her body adapting to the relic. Suddenly, Elena flinches. Gripping her arm, her face contorts in sudden pain. She grinds her teeth hard against the burning sensation, cold sweat pouring down her face in heavy sheets. Recalling his own agonizing trial, Steve quickly tries to soothe her. He tells her to breathe deeply and stay calm, explaining this is just how the body reacts to a parasitic relic. She tries to focus, closing her eyes tight, but the excruciating agony is simply too much to bear, and she collapses to the ground as Steve calls her name. Deep inside her fading consciousness, surrounded by total darkness, she wonders about the strange sounds echoing around her. She can hear them. Strange sounds echoing from every direction. With her newly awakened hearing, she catches the faint breath of the smallest forest creatures. Her nose detects the complex scents of the woods, and her fingertips feel even the microscopic grains of dust. Slowly opening her eyes, she feels an overwhelming flood of raw physical sensations. Sitting up abruptly, Elena rubs her aching head, admits she feels quite sick, and struggles to hold back nausea. Relieved she is awake, Steve asks how she feels now. He warns her that fatigue is normal until she masters the relic, urging her to speak up if she needs anything. Suddenly, Elena points out she can actually smell something on him. Grimacing, Steve frantically rubs his collar to clean himself, realizing her nose must be incredibly sensitive right now. Meanwhile, inside the Grand Royal Palace of Benasia, Raptors reads a letter with a dark scowl, muttering that the sender should think twice before sending another foolish message, or else. Fuming, he crumples the paper, swearing he will personally go and rip the idiot's head off. The soldier bows stiffly in obedience, just as a massive, towering figure enters the room to ask what happened. Addressing the first prince of Benesia, the giant waits as Raptors hands over the letter, telling Mark to read it himself. This towering man is Mark Dorwell, the legendary giant of the East. Scanning the page, Mark asks if this is the same annoying nobleman who has been pestering the prince lately. Raptors nods. Raptors explains he only humored the fool because he promised to deliver rare relics, wondering why anyone would even bother targeting such an absolute idiot. Mark points out that according to the letter, some thief stole every single one of those items. Raptors sneers, saying he never expected much from him anyway, as people of his low caliber can never seem to do anything right. Scowling, he adds that what truly infuriates him is the audacity of the thief who stole those relics, as several were meant for his private collection. To him, this is a direct, unforgivable insult. As they walk, Mark asks if he should track down the culprit. Raptor snaps back that the thief humiliated a member of the royal family. He does not care who the perpetrator is. He will hunt them down and make them pay, even if it is the last thing he ever does. Turning around, Raptors points directly at the giant, commanding Mark to lead the hunt and bring the thief in. He orders Mark to eliminate the thief if there is any trouble, as long as the job is finished. The giant nods, promising to bring the culprit back alive if the opportunity arises. Meanwhile, Steve is shouting at their stubborn horse, warning the beast that its wild behavior will get them both killed if it refuses to listen. Seeing the animal panic, Elena gently reaches out to stroke its neck, which instantly works wonders. Steve glares at the horse in annoyance, muttering that it only listens to her and completely ignores him. The horse merely snorts back. Elena remarks that she has not visited the mountains in years, admiring how beautiful they are. Curious, Steve asks how she can see anything with her senses overloaded. She admits she cannot see a thing, but she can feel every detail of the environment. She truly loves this new feeling, leaving Steve quite surprised. Pulling out a map, he sighs and explains they must take this specific route to avoid any unwanted pursuers. Looking toward the highly dangerous bridge ahead, he admits this rugged area is far more hazardous than he anticipated, meaning they cannot take the horse any further. Suddenly, Elena raises a hand, telling him to wait. Slipping her blindfold down slightly, she whispers that she hears something resembling the rapid flapping of wings, making Steve look up in confusion. He closes his eyes to concentrate, but even with his animal instinct skill fully active, he cannot pick up a single sound. He wonders how she can perceive such a faint sound in this deep valley, realizing her senses must be incredibly sharp now. But watch closely, she is just getting started with her new powers. Elena continues to listen intently. She hears the savage roar of a monster and the desperate cries of people. Turning to Steve, she asks if they should save them, though he worries it might complicate things if they are soldiers from another town. She insists they must rescue them, arguing that regular town soldiers would not easily get lost in such a dangerous area and would likely be able to protect themselves. But staring into the thick blanket of fog ahead, Steve is highly hesitant, wondering how they can possibly fight blind in this mist and whether they might plunge to their deaths if the bridge collapses. Drawing her bow, Elena quietly warns Steve to stay absolutely still, suspecting the beast has already detected their presence. As she takes aim, Steve watches her in silence, deeply impressed by her swift composure. Her focus is absolute as she grips the arrow. Suddenly, one of her eyes glows a brilliant crimson, activating the mysterious sensory skill she unlocked from drinking the potion. With a sharp release, the arrow flies forward with incredible blazing speed. A monstrous, agonized roar echoes through the fog, prompting Steve to ask if she actually hit the target. Elena sighs with relief, noting that the survivors now know they are here and do not seem hostile. Peering into the mist, Steve asks if they are soldiers, but she cradles her arm, whispering that she doubts it. When he notices her pain and asks what is wrong, she hesitates. Looking down at her arm, she insists it is nothing. She is simply still adjusting to the intense flow of power, promising they can move as soon as her energy stabilizes. With that settled, they carefully make their way across the bridge, only to find the mangled corpses of monsters scattered all over the ground on the other side. Several heavily wounded survivors are frantically calling out for help, urging each other to treat the injured with bandages and medicine. Nearby, two men stare at the massive, horribly mutated corpse of a beast, gasping in sheer disbelief at the sight. One cries out that they had no enemies capable of such a devastating attack. His companion agrees, pointing out they were completely alone, leaving them to wonder who could have possibly shot the beast. Just as they finish speaking, Steve and Elena step forward. He politely greets them, explaining they are traveling adventurers, and asks if the group needs any assistance. Startled by the sudden arrival, the survivors turn in surprise, demanding to know what they are doing in such a dangerous place. Steve sighs, immediately recognizing that incredibly annoying voice. Suddenly, Gareth appears with a smug grin, waving them over. Gareth calls out, admitting he never expected to run into them again so soon. Annoyed, Steve demands to know what they want and what on earth they are doing out here. Gareth did not care at all. Walking over, he patted Steve's shoulder, noting that Steve clearly had no interest in joining his gang, though he secretly respected that stubborn attitude. Gareth turned to make a friendly proposal, suggesting they head to his hideout to catch up since they had not met in a long time. He even brought up cooperating, which only made Steve snap back in anger. What? Cooperation was the last thing on Steve's mind. Meanwhile, Gareth turned his attention to Elena, asking if she was okay, noting she looked completely different now, especially with her eyes fully covered. She merely offered a freezing stare, refusing to say a single word. Steve turned to the system, questioning if she had already used her power despite still getting adjusted to such a massive force. The system replied that she would not even need to hide herself anymore. High intelligence made a massive difference in how quickly people adapted to using their powerful ancient artifacts. She demanded to know if it was trying to tell her something. The system began to clarify, stating its exact meaning. Before the system could even finish, Gareth cut in, urging them to put the talk on hold and head straight to his hideout. After a short journey, they finally arrived at a remarkably bustling base, where the sheer volume of noise was almost overwhelming. Gareth explained that his crew was currently busy repairing the hanging bridges. It was an ideal spot for a hideout, meaning they only had to clear out the surrounding pathways first. Steve admitted the setup was not bad, asking if clearing those monsters earlier had been specifically for clearing the roads. Gareth confirmed that was exactly the plan. He added that monsters were incredibly plentiful around there, making food quite easy to find, as they tasted almost like chicken. Then, turning his head in curiosity, he asked what brought them out this far, especially since they had been heading in opposite directions. Steve warily asked why Gareth cared where they were going. Gareth simply laughed, telling him to relax. Knowing Steve was not exactly thrilled to run into him again, he argued that while he had no idea of their destination, exploring this dangerous region would require collaborating with his team. Steve looked back calmly, asking why that would even be necessary. Gareth explained that the only real ways to travel across the Regia Valley were by crossing those rickety swinging bridges or squeezing through the abandoned mine shafts. However, some bridges had recently collapsed because of the humangos, and the old tunnels were entirely blocked off by monsters. Steve finally saw the logic in this, asking if they would need to rebuild the bridges before moving forward. Gareth happily assured him there was no need to worry. Not all bridges were destroyed, and they could quickly fix the ones with intact frames. Still, he needed extra hands for another task. Steve let out a tired sigh, knowing exactly what kind of help Gareth was looking for. He reluctantly agreed, raising his hand toward the sky as crackling blue lightning began to spark around his fingers. Electric wave. A system screen materialized, detailing the skill as a wide-range electrical attack with a small chance to stun or paralyze. It was highly effective against massive crowds of enemies in a set area. Up in the sky, a massive flock of beasts began to gather. They were the flying avian monsters known as humangos. As they hovered above, a blinding bolt of lightning suddenly shot up, catching them completely off guard. Erupting directly from Steve, the massive discharge blanketed the entire sky, cooking the beasts instantly before they could even react. Their charred bodies rained down onto the forest floor. Witnessing this raw display of power, Gareth stood frozen in absolute shock, wondering how Steve had become so incredibly strong since their last encounter. Steve himself was stunned by the sheer force of the skill, realizing it was far stronger than his usual arc. However, because it consumed 1/5 of his total energy, he knew he had to be careful not to exhaust himself. Just then, Elena walked over, asking if he was tired and needed a brief rest. He assured her he was fine, viewing this as the perfect opportunity to truly test his limits. With a small ball of electricity crackling in his hand, he urged her to help him finish what they started. She told them to look up, warning that more were heading straight for them from 1,300 paces away. Steve immediately aimed his fingers toward the target. With a sudden roar, he unleashed a massive pillar of lightning that pierced the clouds, tearing the flock apart and leaving nothing but feathers raining down. Yet, as the carcasses fell, a mysterious shadow flickered in the distance. Elena's sharp eyes caught it instantly, and she quickly warned him that something else was lurking out there. Sure enough, a massive creature with a mouth full of razor-sharp fangs emerged from the mist, letting out a terrifying roar. The deafening sound overwhelmed Elena's sensitive hearing, causing her to collapse in pain while covering her ears. Steve rushed to her side in worry, asking what was wrong, just as more human-faced avian monsters darkened the skies, prompting a panicked shout from the crowd. Gareth and his men rushed forward, weapons drawn, shouting that they wanted in on the action and refused to be left behind, telling the others to fall back. Steve prepared to strike, telling Gareth to keep the others at a safe distance while he drew the beast's attention. Gareth understood, immediately ordering his men to defend the group since Steve clearly had a plan. With a confident grin, Steve muttered that it was time to see what his power could do when fully charged. He unleashed a devastating electric wave, striking the avian beasts and sending them into agonizing screams. The entire crowd stood completely frozen, staring up at the sky with their mouths wide open. Gareth smiled to himself, whispering that this was the exact reason he wanted Steve on his squad. He then ordered his combat units to sweep the area for any remaining monsters. Seeing Steve standing there, completely out of breath, Gareth walked over and asked if he thought he had overdone it just a bit. Steve replied that he was fine, just slightly lightheaded. Gareth looked toward Elena, noting that covering her eyes was probably for the best, as she seemed quite stressed by all the noise, to which Steve breathed a sigh of relief. Steve offered a quiet thanks. With the danger cleared out, Gareth rallied his men, shouting for everyone to get back to work on rebuilding the damaged bridges immediately. 2 days went by in a flash, and the reconstruction of the bridge was finally complete. Gareth credited their incredibly rapid progress to not having to constantly worry about monster attacks, warmly thanking Steve for making it all possible. Steve admitted they worked impressively fast, noting that this valley could actually become a wonderful place for people to settle down. Handing Steve a loaf of bread, Gareth explained that thanks to them clearing out the beasts, his crew would be able to safely work here for a very long time. Normally, they had to run for their lives whenever a monster showed up, often wasting entire days with zero progress. Steve pointed out that while they might be fine for a couple of days, the monsters would eventually return, rendering the bridges useless again. Gareth smiled, explaining it took about 10 years for young humangos to mature and hunt, giving them plenty of time. Steve countered that those beasts were not the only threat, noting they had encountered many different types of creatures over the last 2 days. Gareth assured him they had already built a secure shelter, meaning survival was now just a matter of time and patience. He envisioned that a few more months of hard work would establish a proper trade route, allowing them to collect tolls from travelers, but his thoughts were cut short by a frantic shout warning that they were in trouble, causing Gareth to look back in surprise. He demanded to know what issue could possibly be serious enough to warrant abandoning a guard post. Saleh desperately replied that he was not joking. He warned that their pursuers had returned, prompting Gareth to freeze before barking orders to grab the tools. Gareth and Saleh immediately turned and dashed off to lead the way, while Steve just sat there quietly chewing on his bread. Noting how serious the situation looked, Elena asked if they should follow them. Steve waves his hand, saying that if they are just hunters, it is better if he goes alone. He tells her to keep an eye on the situation, and she simply nods in agreement. A little later, at a massive foggy canyon, Steve and Gareth look down from above. Steve asks if those are the hunters down there, and Gareth confirms, pointing them out in the mist. Worry washes over Gareth's face as he explains that once they separate, they will be facing a relentless army. It will be an endless loop of hit and run. Below them, the enemy forces are clearly much larger than before, but that is not all. This time, they have brought along some very dangerous new allies. What catches Gareth's eye is a prominent flag flying high above the camp. He mutters quietly that they have some highly unusual guests joining the fight. Back at their hideout, Gareth slams his hand onto a large map, declaring that the moment has finally arrived. He explains that while their formidable scouts located the hunters before they could find the base, the enemy seems incredibly angry this time. They have even hired a notorious group of mercenaries known as the Dress-Out Syndicate. Gareth warns that they can no longer afford to play cat and mouse with them. Steve calmly asks about this mercenary group called Dress Out. A surprised Gareth looks back, asking if Steve has truly never heard of them before. Steve bluntly admits he has not, noting that they must be pretty confident to name themselves after dragons. Gareth explains they are legendary, especially their leader Gorgoth, who goes by titles like the Dragon Slayer and Dragon Breaker. Elena is naturally curious, wondering how a legendary Dragon Slayer could end up as a common mercenary. Gareth warns her not to be fooled, as it is just a title the man gave himself. Gorgoth has never actually slain a dragon, and it is all just for show. However, there is no denying that the ancient relic in his possession is incredibly dangerous. A surprised Elena asks about this relic, and Gareth confirms its name is Spiritus. He explains it can absorb surrounding matter and fire it back like a lethal projectile. Elena remarks on how impressive that sounds, but Gareth points out the real danger is its sheer destructive power. Each shot packs the force of a cannon, and because it can use anything as ammunition, it never runs out of bullets. Depending on the wielder, it can even fire rapidly while on the move. Gareth adds that according to rumors, the relic once brought down an entire fortress single-handedly. Mortem materializes and scoffs, claiming anyone could do that. Steve points out that Gareth seems to know an awful lot of details, prompting Gareth to sigh and explain that the mercenaries simply make too much noise. They flaunt dragon emblems and names, so Gareth only knows what the rumors say. But looking at their current movements, there is only one reason why Gorgoth has not attacked them yet. They have not pinpointed the exact location of the hideout yet, and they want to be absolutely sure so their prey does not slip away. Steve stands lost in thought, realizing that if Gorgoth is even half as dangerous as they say, running away is the best option. He points to himself, asking if he is now dragged into this little feud with their pursuers. Gareth chuckles quickly, assuring Steve that he is by far their strongest ally. He asks how they could possibly manage to survive without his help. Steve sighs in exasperation, saying he was going to help anyway, but urges Gareth to be more careful. He wonders if they can just assassinate Gorgoth while he handles the rest, asking if Gareth still has that trick to make people act like fools. Gareth snaps back, demanding to know what Steve means by calling it a foolish trick. He argues that if assassination were that simple, they would not be holding this meeting. Before they can argue further, Mortem appears and defends Gareth, confirming that the relic's true power is a form of spiritual transition. Mortem explains that a living being entering the spirit realm goes against the laws of the universe. It carries a heavy price, and the longer someone stays, the more pain they endure. Steve is completely baffled and asks for a simpler explanation, so Mortem clarifies that the spirit world slowly tears a living body apart. The physical toll only worsens over time, leaving Steve to mutter about how incredibly grim that sounds. Elena turns to Gareth and asks what their actual options are. He replies that while they have plenty of specialized hunting arrows stored up, launching a random attack will only expose their hidden location. Steve wonders if sniping them from their current position is feasible. Elena explains that the distance is too great, and the thick forest blocks any clear line of sight. If they miss, they will be at a massive disadvantage against that cannon. Steve then turns to Charlie, asking if he can simply put the entire enemy camp to sleep just like he did to them before. Gareth explains that professional mercenaries are always fully prepared, carrying top-grade magic-resistant gear. Steve merely smiles, declaring they finally have their answer. A surprised Gareth asks if he actually has a plan, and Steve confidently tells him he does. Steve explains they already possess a powerful weapon and a proper shield. He adds that all they need now is a remarkably sturdy birdcage to trap their prey. An increasingly bewildered Gareth asks what on earth Steve is talking about, demanding to know what kind of person he truly is. Steve simply flashes a cunning smirk, noting that patience and hard work will always yield results in the end. Meanwhile, frustration echoes through the mercenary camp. The men complain that every time they think they cornered their prey, the targets vanish, talk about a frustrating game of hide and seek. A massive, thick-bearded mercenary bursts into laughter, raising his beer mug high and telling them not to worry. He yells out to wipe out the mountain bandits before tomorrow, finish up all their delayed missions, and drink until the job is done. While the mercenaries celebrate wildly, some nearby regular soldiers watch them in disgust, wondering aloud if they spent a fortune on these mercenaries just to let them slack off. A fellow soldier responds, noting their track record is solid, but orders guards to secure 3 defensive perimeters around the camp anyway. He warns them to keep the campfires low to avoid alerting the enemy, and the guard quickly salutes. Meanwhile, Gorgoth slams his massive relic violently into the ground, declaring it is time to feed as the earth caves in and cracks around him. Witnessing this, the terrified soldiers whisper that the relic is actually eating, proving that like master, like weapon. While Gorgoth gulps down his wine, his bizarre relic greedily chews on the shattered earth. Taking a massive swig, Gorgoth wonders where Jim has run off to, grumbling that his drink just does not taste as good without his loud partner chattering away nearby. Suddenly, a familiar arrow tears through the wind at blinding speed. It flies straight at Gorgoth, but his alert relic snaps forward just in time to bite it in half, saving his life and leaving him startled. Gorgoth wonders if it is an ambush, while his panicked men rush over, shouting to ask if he is all right. Springing to his feet, Gorgoth barks out that it was just a single arrow and orders them to find the archer. He suddenly stops mid-sentence, looking down at his feet as his own breath turns to ice. Right behind him, his men have already been frozen solid, crying out in sheer panic for help. They freeze completely as the temperature drops. Sensing the rapidly worsening situation, a tense Gorgoth looks around, demanding to know who would dare challenge him. Back on the ridge, Elena admits she was aiming right for his head, marveling at his insane reflexes. Gareth points out that an experienced mercenary should never be underestimated, then blinks in surprise as Steve suddenly steps forward. Steve warms up his muscles, replying that since their stealth attack failed, there is no use hiding anymore. He adds that his plan was never about fighting from a distance anyway, and urges them to move out. With that, Steve leaps forward and dashes straight ahead. Gareth follows, shouting back to Elena to keep them safe, betting that Gorgoth has scouts watching the area. Gorgoth watches in absolute shock as Steve and Gareth boldly step out from the shadows. His eyes widen before he bursts into a mocking laugh, yelling that the filthy bandits have finally decided to show their faces. Gorgoth stomps his foot hard, shattering the thick ice beneath him as he sneers that it is a pleasure to meet them. Steve raises the mysterious artifact, demanding to know their identities. Gareth smiles, claiming their duo is more than enough to handle this brute. He smoothly adds that he prefers being called a legitimate contractor over a simple rogue. Glancing to the side, Steve quickly defends himself, clarifying that he is not a robber but merely an associate, though he would rather not talk about it. Gorgoth lets out a booming laugh, shouting that their identities do not matter. To him, the only task is to wipe them out, and it will be over before they know it. The moment those words leave the giant's mouth, Steve draws his sword, channeling a quick spell to reinforce the blade. Blazing magical energy quickly coats his weapon. Leaping high into the air, Steve swings his blade in a fierce strike, targeting Gorgoth before the giant can even react. Yet, the giant is surprisingly agile. Just as the blade nears his face, Gorgoth blocks the slash. Without wasting a single second, he clenches his massive fist and drives a heavy counterpunch straight at Steve. The force of that blow is massive, but Steve luckily slips to the side just in time. Gorgoth grinds his teeth in frustration. Seizing this distraction, Gareth silently lunges in for a surprise backstab. But the blade strikes heavy, reinforced armor, leaving the commander completely unharmed. Not a single scratch pierces the metal, and Gorgoth simply glances over his shoulder with a mocking smirk. That shocking sight leaves Gareth completely stunned. Before he can even process the danger, Gorgoth raises his massive arm and slams a devastating fist straight down toward the earth. Gorgoth glares in utter disbelief. It turns out Gareth utilized a burst of speed to escape the impact zone just in the nick of time. The boss grunts with suspicion, realizing these intruders are definitely no amateurs. Before he can plan his next move, a sudden, sharp volley of arrows rains down from the sky right onto his position, forcing Gorgoth to quickly leap backward. Grinding his teeth, Gorgoth realizes there is another opponent in the shadows, the sniper from earlier. But as he tries to locate the archer, Steve suddenly appears right in front of him with a raised sword. Gorgoth panics, wondering how on earth the boy got so close. Before the giant can even react, Steve thrusts his blade forward. A massive explosion erupts on impact, unleashing a shockwave that sends Gorgoth flying backward. Clutching his chest in agony, Gorgoth struggles to stand. Seeing their seemingly invincible leader wounded, his subordinates panic, shouting for their commander. Even Gareth stands frozen, unable to believe his eyes. After delivering that devastating strike, Steve lands gracefully on his feet, standing tall right in front of the fallen beast. Frowning in concern, Steve knows that a blast of that magnitude should have left a massive gaping hole somewhere in the commander's chest armor. Gorgoth glares up at Steve, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he praises the boy's interesting weapon. Raising his own prized relic, the warlord aims it directly at Steve, roaring that he will show him what real power looks like. Steve adapts quickly. He leaps backward, using a frozen mercenary as a human shield. The terrified minion breaks into a cold sweat, begging his commander not to fire. Gorgoth pauses, acknowledging Steve's quick thinking. But instead of shooting, the massive warrior leaps high into the air, clenching his fists and commanding his men to hit the dirt. As the heavy strike descends, Steve raises his arms in a desperate block. The sheer force of the impact sends him reeling back several steps across the dirt. Gorgoth's face darkens, his eyes burning with pure malice as he refuses to let Steve escape. Aiming his magical relic once more, the relentless commander charges forward, determined to finish him off. Meanwhile, Elena remains hidden in the brush, waiting for a chance to shoot, but she cannot get a clear shot. Nearby, Gareth sighs anxiously, trying to figure out when to jump back into the fray. Gareth analyzes the situation, warning that the commander's reputation is fully earned. He points out how easily the giant counters magic while dominating the battlefield in close combat. But Steve refuses to back down. Clenching his sword tighter, he tells Gareth to save the compliments for after they win. With a sudden burst of movement, he swings his blade directly at the enemy's relic. The heavy blow forces Gorgoth's arm back, giving Steve a brief opening. Realizing physical attacks are not enough, he wonders if magic will do the trick. Determined to fight until his very last breath, Steve immediately channels a powerful spell, aiming it straight at the commander. Gorgoth is caught completely off guard, staring at the incoming blast. But his panic quickly turns into a smug grin. Raising his magical relic, Gorgoth absorbs the entire spell effortlessly. This time, it is Steve who is left completely stunned, muttering that this warlord is far tougher than anticipated. Gorgoth laughs triumphantly, boasting that Steve must be hiding some highly valuable magical artifacts. Charging forward, Gorgoth boasts that he has slain countless arrogant fighters just like him. Backpedaling quickly, Steve narrowly dodges the heavy onslaught. Watching the battle turn, the surrounding mercenaries cheer wildly, roaring for their commander to utterly crush him. Steve recovers on one knee, calmly challenging the experienced mercenary's skills. Gorgoth scoffs in surprise, asking if he wants to try another useless lightning spell, wondering if the boy fails to realize his relic can easily absorb it. Gorgoth sneers, admitting Steve is actually a decent thief, but instead of showing fear, Steve simply smiles with mysterious confidence. Gorgoth aims his relic directly at him, declaring that out of respect, he will give him a swift and painful end. He slams his weapon violently down, shattering the earth and completely breaking the thick ice sheet. Ironically, the massive shockwave of his attack also ends up freeing his frozen subordinates, shattering their icy prisons. Gorgoth glances back at his freed men, asking if they can still move. Eager for payback, the mercenaries grab their weapons, thanking their commander before screaming in fury at Steve for using them as human shields. They roar for blood, but Gorgoth quickly barks at them to stay out of it. Veins bulge across the commander's face as his eyes glow with a terrifying light. He growls that playtime is officially over. Terrified of his wrath, the men quickly flee, shouting their obedience as they run. With his men gone, Gorgoth grins and suggests they restart the battle. Steve has no intention of waiting around, launching himself into the air like a bolt of lightning. He slashes straight at the relic, but Gorgoth mocks his choice of close combat. With a cruel smile, the giant warlord easily catches the blade with his bare hand, clenching Steve's wrist tightly. Unfazed by the trap, Steve stares back with absolute confidence. He mockingly tells the commander that he should be more worried about his own mercenaries right now. Steve boasts that as a great leader, he has completely outsmarted them. He mockingly adds that they have all been trapped inside his birdcage this entire time. These words leave Gorgoth completely bewildered, muttering in confusion. But before he can speak, a chorus of agonizing screams echoes from the distance, forcing him to look back in sudden panic. Behind him, his entire squad of mercenaries lies utterly defeated on the ground. Writhing in pain, they scream in terror, warning each other to move away from the danger. Gorgoth grinds his teeth in rage, realizing yet another massive discharge of lightning magic has been cast behind his back. Steve smiles with immense satisfaction, declaring that he will not let any of them escape today. Gasping in horror, the commander realizes Steve did all of this on his own. He struggles to understand how simple rogues could have such a powerful ally. Right where Gorgoth is standing, a massive glowing dome of magical energy rapidly expands, sealing him completely inside the battlefield. Steve calmly warns that trying to take a single step outside will get them roasted alive. A system screen flashes in front of him, activating the automated Tesla skill to strike down any enemy in range. The lifespan of the floating orb depends entirely on the mana consumed and its attack frequency. Meanwhile, energy cages multiply rapidly, trapping the enemy soldiers and lackeys. Panic erupts as the men scream to their commander, crying out that they are completely pinned down by these bizarre spheres. Realizing he was caught off guard and trapped in a corner, Grogden trembles with sheer rage, shouting out, "You utter scoundrel!" Just then, heavy footsteps echo from behind as a wave of reinforcements rushes in. The desperate lackeys quickly plot, realizing they have no choice but to take down the spellcaster. They yell for their commander to hold his ground as they draw their weapons. With danger closing in fast, Stitz finds himself struggling to react to this sudden ambush. Fortunately, Gareth arrives in the blink of an eye, stepping up to guard Stitz's blind spot. Raising his weapon to block the charging soldiers, Gareth assures Stitz to leave this side to him. Single-handedly, Gareth cuts down the remaining attackers, slamming them onto the ground with absolute ease. He lets out a bored sigh, wondering why on earth he has to clean up such pathetic, charred small fry. Right on cue, one last soldier charges Gareth, screaming at him to die. But before the enemy can even make his move, 3 incredibly fast arrows tear through the wind, taking him down on the spot. Gareth is utterly stunned as he looks at the arrows precisely embedded in the fallen enemy's body. Realizing she targeted the joints with flawless precision, he cannot help but marvel at Elena's deadly skills, quietly noting that she is quite terrifying. Grabbing another soldier by the collar, Gareth calls out, warning Stitz not to get the wrong idea because he is handling these guys. Amused, Stitz points mockingly behind him, calling Grogden a mere shorty. Humiliated by the insult, Grogden grits his teeth and launches a sudden, violent strike straight at Stitz, furiously demanding they fight like honorable men. Stitz immediately scoffs at him. A fair fight? Not in a life-or-death struggle like this. As Stitz speaks, he summons a glowing energy orb aimed directly at his foe, calling Grogden's request a death wish. Seeing Stitz prepare to unleash his power, Grogden sneers, yelling that such weak skills will never breach his defense. Grogden plans to target Stitz's weak point during his skill cooldown. However, Stitz's glowing orb expands rapidly, casting a blinding light across the field as he prepares to unleash a devastating air blast. With a massive roar, a colossal blast of compressed air surges forward, striking Grogden before he can even think to dodge. Bracing himself in absolute terror, Grogden struggles to block the impact, wondering how this boy possesses such immense power. Driven backward step by step, he finds it completely impossible that Stitz has grown this strong. Grogden recalls Stitz's earlier attacks, finally realizing the boy had deliberately held back his true power to lower his guard. But by the time the truth dawns on him, it is already far too late. Stitz raises his voice and orders the team to seize him. Instantly, Gareth springs forward like a lightning bolt, delivering a devastating kick that sends Grogden flying backward with a painful cry. Right then, Stitz strikes. He swings his fist, unleashing his powerful air blast technique once again. Grogden crashes heavily into the stone wall behind him, his mind racing with sheer disbelief. He wonders what kind of monster this kid is using a bizarre weapon to shatter heavy armor, casting high-level lightning magic, and effortlessly overpowering his cannon. Finally realizing the truth, Grogden knows he cannot hold back any longer. With a furious roar, Grogden braces himself and screams that he will show them the true power of his Spiritus. But before he can even unleash his ultimate attack, the crackling Tesla orb slowly floats toward him. Grogden gasps in absolute horror as he looks up, but before he can utter another word, a barrage of lightning strikes him directly. As the villain screams in agony, Stitz stands back, watching in total satisfaction as his plan succeeds flawlessly. Moments later, Grogden collapses to his knees, looking utterly battered and defeated. As a sharp sword is slowly drawn and pointed directly at his face, he stares in blank disbelief, wondering if this is truly the end for him. He cannot accept dying like this, unable to even lift a finger despite possessing his strongest weapon. But suddenly, sensing an abnormal energy, Motim appears and warns Stitz to get back. With a sudden shout to move, Motim unleashes a whirlwind spell that forcefully pushes Stitz aside, narrowly dodging a devastating cannon blast. The near miss triggers a massive, blinding explosion behind them, sending thick dust swirling into the air. Still struggling to process the sudden attack, Stitz realizes with dread that a single cannon could never cause this much destruction. Through the haze, Grogden continues to fire his weapon blindly in all directions. Seeing the battlefield spiral out of control, Gareth quickly calls out to Stitz, asking if he has a plan to stop this madness. Shielding his face from the debris, Stitz yells back that this definitely was not part of their plan. Meanwhile, Grogden keeps firing wild, chaotic blasts everywhere, screaming like a madman. Suddenly, a streak of light flashes through the air, piercing straight into the center of Grogden's cannon barrel before he can react. With his giant weapon completely jammed, a bewildered Grogden peers down the barrel, wondering what could have possibly flown inside. Spotting the obstruction, his eyes widen in pure terror as he freezes in place, unable to move. An instant later, the cannon detonates, ending Grogden once and for all. Elena steps forward, calmly muttering that losing one's composure is a fatal mistake for a ranged fighter. With a cold expression, she adds that such a mistake is no different from throwing away your life. As the smoke clears, Grogden's beloved weapon rolls onto the dirt, and Elena gestures for them to finish. The three allies slowly march toward the remaining lackeys to put a final end to the battle, quickly restoring peace to the area. By morning, the camp is buzzing with activity as workers call out to finish up the remaining repairs. Stitz walks by, stretching his arms and letting out a relieved sigh that the work is finally done. Noticing his fatigue, Elena caringly asks if he has been overworking himself. Having stood guard right after a major battle, Stitz replies that the heavy physical labor actually helps keep his hands sharp. Bernard commends Stitz on a job well done before asking if they are leaving soon. He instructs Stitz to speak with the commander after resting, and surprisingly, to bring the young woman along with him, leaving them both quite confused. A short while later, Stitz enters Gareth's tent and asks why he was summoned so urgently. Recognizing the familiar voice, Gareth looks up and notes that Stitz arrived early. After asking if the guard duty took up too much of his time, Gareth tells him to wait while he retrieves something important. Increasingly curious, Stitz playfully asks what kind of nonsense Gareth is planning to babble about this time. Ignoring the tease, Gareth brings out a tightly wrapped object and places it on the table. Gareth explains that he stripped Grogden's men of their weapons before throwing them into a monster-filled forest. Hearing this, Stitz realizes why those beasts have been unusually quiet lately. Gareth places Grogden's heavy weapon on the table, proudly declaring it as his special gift. Stitz stares at the strange object with very little enthusiasm, flatly asking what he is supposed to do with it. Laughing, Gareth explains that even though he is doing charity, his conscience would not let him remain in Stitz's debt. He honestly admits that without Stitz's timely assistance, they would still be fleeing from those persistent pursuers. Gareth adds that Stitz truly deserves the reward, especially since no one else in their camp can use it. Intrigued, Stitz tilts his head and asks what Gareth means by that. Instructing Stitz to watch closely, Gareth picks up the mysterious artifact and slides it onto his own arm. Instantly, the ancient device begins to shift and reshape itself to perfectly match the size of his hand. Gareth explains that the artifact alters its size and shape based on the ammunition the user desires. Since Grogdon preferred massive cannon fire and possessed the strength to endure the recoil, the weapon expanded to accommodate his brute force. Steve listens to the explanation and speaks up. He guesses shooting bullets like that is a total waste, but then again, isn't that just how they do things? Mortem pops up. He asks what happens if he gives it to that little elf. Curious, Steve asks if Mortem does not want to eat it with the Amrita. But the spirit explains that during their fight with the Manticore, he realized something. If Steve wants the little elf to be truly useful, she needs a power upgrade. It is best to look at this as a smart investment for the future. The spirit's words make sense to Steve, but he still wonders what good this will do for Elena. He questions if she can even handle a weapon that is not a bow. The spirit simply tells him to hand over the Spiratus first, and they will figure out the rest later. Following the detailed instructions without any hesitation, Steve turns toward Elena. He calls out, asking her to put her bow down for a moment. He tells her to equip the item first. Elena curiously asks what he is planning, but instead of answering, he just tells her to grab hold of the handle. As Elena's hand slowly merges with the magical new treasure, Steve curiously asks how it feels. Startled by the sudden change, she admits that it is actually much lighter than it appeared to be at first. Steve explains that by using it this way, she can wield it as a protective shield during close combat. Plus, it can generate its own ammo, meaning she no longer has to carry arrows because everything around her can now become her ammunition. Watching this unfold, Garrett speaks up in genuine admiration. He admits it is a pretty clever trick, and with her impressive skills, she will utilize it far better than anyone else in their group. Steve holds a stack of papers and tells them they will definitely take it. He then looks at the photos on the pages and asks if these documents are also meant for him. Noting that it looks like a guild quest, Garrett clarifies that it is actually not for Steve. It was found in Gaget's pocket since the man is highly resourceful and keeps all kinds of things on him. While scanning the page, Steve suddenly spots something highly unusual. His eyes widen as he recognizes the seal. Garrett quickly rushes over to inspect it and notes that it looks like a direct order from the Veneria family, specifically from the second prince, Anfet Messer. It is an escort mission for a supply carriage heading straight to the northern front. The document states that the entire request will be cancelled immediately if they fail to show up on time for departure. Hearing this, Steve questions if the target is truly the northern front. Surely that bastard Gerald should be handling this. He eagerly asks which route they will take. Garrett explains that the route runs from northern Grislock right through the heart of the capital. However, since several hours have already slipped by, the supply carriage has likely departed by now. With a serious expression, Steve realizes that seizing those massive supply carriages would put immense pressure on Gerald. Eager to act, he asks how long the mission is set to last, wondering if they can use that timeline to pinpoint exactly where the caravan is right now. The fighter replies that such a massive transport operation would normally be delayed to ensure maximum safety. Judging by the files, they have been carefully preparing for 20 to 25 days. Pointing at the map, Garrett explains they plan to pass through the Lizaya Canyon to reach the capital. Hearing this, Steve gets excited and urges him to start moving immediately. This completely freezes Garrett. Stunned, he gasps out a quiet "what?" Grinning. Steve holds up the map to Garrett's face. He reminds Garrett that he did not want to owe him any favors. When Garrett questions how they could possibly catch a caravan that has already departed, Steve smiles they will simply cut through the canyon and wait. The young warrior grows increasingly thrilled at the thought. Now watch, this is the ultimate, God-given chance to check out their supplies firsthand. Seeing his intense enthusiasm, Garrett chuckles and remarks that the young man is incredibly serious about this. Garrett explains that while the route looks pretty short on paper, it actually cuts directly through the most monster-infested region. There is no way they will make it on time if they try to navigate around those deadly beasts. Curious, Steve asks, why do so many monsters gather in this area? The mercenary explains that Lizaya houses an incredibly ancient cave. The creatures emerging from it make their past battles look like child's play, as those were just weaklings driven out by competition. This place is rated S rank for danger, which presents a massive problem. With an excited grin, Steve says that if it is a cave, he will gladly handle it himself. He asks to borrow one of their men, making Garrett ask with a sinking feeling why he looks so incredibly thrilled. Are you actually going to clear out that entire cave? The scene then shifts over to the dark cavern, where deadly, terrifying monsters are silently lurking. Peering ahead, Steve asks if there is anything to watch out for. Bernard replies that while there is not much, the ground vibrations grow much stronger as they draw closer to the cave. Steve immediately asks what else he noticed. Bernard mentions that besides the strangely concentrated storm clouds hovering above, nothing seems out of the ordinary. Hearing this, Steve gazes up at the sky with a highly thoughtful and serious expression. Steve remembers that not a single drop of rain has fallen during his entire stay, making these heavy clouds near the cave highly suspicious. Steve pats Bernard on the shoulder, thanking him and telling him to keep up the good work. Bernard promises to report any issues immediately. With those words, Steve swiftly leaps down below to investigate. He realizes that the only monster capable of causing these strange, localized earthquakes is a specific creature. Mortem appears and suggests it is likely a species of deathworm. This immediately reminds Steve of a troublesome monster from his past, making him sigh in frustration that he always gets stuck dealing with such difficult, rock-eating beasts. Since the canyon is heavily covered in complex rock formations, these creatures love navigating through them, leaving random paths all over the ground. Steve sighs in deep frustration, remembering that the outer shell of a stone eater is completely immune to almost all magic and physical weapons. But before he can complain further, a sudden, loud, rumbling noise grabs his attention, making him look over to find the source of the heavy racket. It was Elena. With a single strike, she completely shatters a solid rock slab, making Steve gasp out her name in absolute shock. Mortem proudly explains that this is what a true bow is supposed to be. He points out that ordinary archers could never shatter solid stone with their arrows, while Elena keeps calmly drawing her bow to clear the path. Watching with confusion, Steve notices she is preparing to fire another shot. Mortem quickly directs his focus back to her movements, urging him to pay close attention to how she utilizes the weapon. No arrows are loaded. Steve gasps in utter shock. As Elena pulls back the string, a powerful swirl of air condenses around her fingers, instantly manifesting a solid, deadly arrow right before his eyes. Steve quickly figures out her secret. She is condensing dust and particles from the air to form the projectile. The raw power behind it is absolutely incredible. Suddenly, he breaks into a cold sweat, helplessly wondering if that is actually a spear rather than an arrow. But before he can ponder further, Elena aims at her target and releases the string, sending the projectile screaming through the air. The devastating arrow tears straight into the sky, easily parting the dense clouds. Stunned, Steve raises his hands in playful surrender, admitting he could never pull off a shot that incredible. Elena calmly replies that it was not difficult at all. Covered in sweat, Elena rubs her temples in exhaustion. She explains that managing 3 complex tasks simultaneously like that would be a massive struggle for absolutely anyone. She turns to Steve and explains that she is the only one who needs to get used to this power. She then asks if he has checked up on his own tasks yet. Quickly confirming that he did, Steve adds that they need to go gather some essential crafting materials now. Elena agrees to join him once she gets ready. Soon, they arrive at the entrance of a pitch-black cavern, making Garrett mutter nervously about how creepy the place looks. Garrett wonders how such creepy places can even form naturally. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turns to look at his companions and asks Steve if he is doing all right, noting that the young man looks pretty exhausted. Covering his mouth to yawn, Steve explains that he simply stayed up late gathering some necessary items. He promises that he will be fine. Steve regains his composure and gazes curiously at the cave ahead. Gareth looks in the same direction, noting that if they can pass through, they will quickly catch up with the supply wagons. Gareth mutters that he's starting to regret this now that they are standing right in front of it. Steve, entirely speechless, reminds him that he was supposed to stay behind, though Gareth tries to stay positive despite his growing anxiety. Gareth promises to be the first to run if things go south, leaving Steve to stare at him in pure, helpless disbelief. The trio quickly heads deep into the cavern while their allies cheer them on, wishing their commander the best of luck in clearing the path. Gareth waves back with absolute confidence and promises he will return. Steve impatiently urges Gareth to move faster as he pushes open the heavy barricade. Gareth follows close behind Steve and Elena, looking around nervously and whispering about the absolute darkness. Suddenly, a shadow darts from the dark, making Gareth scream in sheer terror. Steve and Elena calmly activate light crystals to illuminate the cave, leaving Gareth gripping his sword in utter awe of their composure. Appreciating their experience, Steve carefully scans the cavern, his brows furrowing in deep tension as he senses a strange fluctuation. There is definitely some powerful energy lurking nearby. Steve warns them that this might be an S-rank dungeon, suddenly murmuring 65%. Gareth and Elena look at him in total confusion, prompting him to quickly explain what he means. He explains that according to the Fioriu family, the survival rate for A-rank dungeons is 65%. Gareth swallows hard and nervously asks what the rate is for an S-rank dungeon. Steve delivers a terrifying truth. The rate drops to 15%, and if they face the dungeon boss, it is just 1%. He strictly warns them to keep their guard up. Steve silently assures Moat that he will protect him too, while the spirit calmly tells him to just keep his cool. Together, the 3 adventurers venture deeper into the pitch-black abyss. Suddenly, right behind them, 2 mysterious glowing magic circles materialize high in the air. Moat shouts an urgent warning, causing Steve to whip around. Instantly, his system screen flashes with an automatic reflex notification, temporarily boosting his reaction speed to the absolute limit. Two massive boulders crash down toward them, but Steve reacts instantly, pulling Elena and Gareth out of harm's way. Gritting his teeth, he wonders why the cavern was so deceptively quiet. As massive chunks of earth materialize from those two glowing magic circles, Steve instantly recognizes them as deadly magic traps. Gareth pants in absolute terror after his narrow escape, while a highly stressed Elena wonders what is happening. She wonders how she failed to detect the danger beforehand, especially since she was actively scanning the area using her Amrita. Steve explains that these traps exist on a completely different level, making them impossible to detect through normal senses or energy flows, which is why so many adventurers die here. Moat pops up with a smug grin, happily taking all the credit because of his unique spiritual sight. Steve casually brushes off the spirit, but Gareth continues to scan their surroundings with intense caution. He nervously asks if they should really keep going, especially since more hidden traps could block their path further ahead. Steve firmly declares that they are absolutely moving forward, instantly gathering his power and unleashing a devastating surge of aura that fires straight down the dark corridor. The powerful blast completely demolishes the massive boulders, blasting open a giant pathway. Gareth watches in sheer amazement at this brute force method, muttering that blowing up a trap-filled tunnel is certainly one way to handle it. Steve confidently takes the lead, but Moat quickly chimes in with a warning. While his explosive method is highly effective, blasting every obstacle could easily collapse the entire cavern or leak his energy signature to the surrounding area. Steve shrugs off the warning, asking if they should dig an underground tunnel instead, since he has no better way of clearing the path. Moat patiently explains the mechanics of the dungeon, noting that these magical traps are triggered by detecting the natural life force radiating from living beings. Therefore, if he can completely hide his life force, he will remain entirely invisible to the traps. Steve looks down in quiet contemplation at his hands, staring at the cursed rings wrapped around his fingers that he always carries. Suddenly, a massive surge of dark energy erupts across his entire hand, causing Steve intense physical agony as the curse activates. Right on cue, his system interface flashes, announcing that his curse transfer skill is now active, allowing him to deflect debuffs to nearby foes. Gareth watches in pure horror as a bizarre, dark energy begins to envelop Steve, asking if he is all right. Steve fights through the immense physical pain, realizing he can use this cursed negative energy to successfully shroud his own life force. He gasps through the pain but quickly reassures his worried allies, telling them he is fine and simply needs to test a theory. Suddenly, Steve stumbles forward toward a nearby magical formation, leaving his two companions watching in complete astonishment as he tells them to stay back. He approaches a glowing magic circle while Moat watches with great anticipation, telling him to step right in. Steve sighs and mutters that it is far easier said than done. He closes his eyes, bracing himself and waiting for the trap to trigger, but absolutely nothing happens. Steve gasps in shock, and Moat confidently confirms that it worked. Gareth watches the entire display in absolute disbelief, asking what on earth Steve is trying to pull. Overjoyed, Steve laughs and eagerly calls his allies over, declaring that he has found a perfect solution. In the dark cavern, a soft purple light begins to coat all three of them, and Steve reassures them as they gasp from the uncomfortable sensation. Steve warns them it might feel a bit uncomfortable, but Gareth quietly endures the sensation, placing his full trust in the expert's plan. Though Gareth mutters that he has no idea what he has gotten himself into, Steve tells him it is too early to complain, pointing toward a massive open cavern ahead. As the three approach the vast space, Gareth gasps in utter disbelief at the sight. Steve explains that these are the nesting grounds of the rock-eating worms, declaring that the real hunt is about to begin before leaping down the massive pit. Steve explains that his compass points to the very end of the cavern before leaping down into the pit. The other two quickly follow, and Steve immediately pours a strange purple liquid onto Gareth's sword. Gareth asks about the purple extract, prompting Steve to explain that the Mazung flower fluid is a potent acid capable of melting minerals and metals. Gareth stares doubtfully at the strange aura surrounding his sword, asking if they should really be putting acid onto their own weapons. Steve reassures him that it will not harm the metal at all, going on to explain the unique nature of this particular flower. He explains that the Mazung flower secretes this acid to dissolve surrounding rocks for nutrients, which is why it will not harm their high-quality weapons. He then takes Gareth's sword and carefully wipes off the excess purple liquid. Since this flower thrives in the Lesia Canyon, its acid is highly effective against rock-eating worms that feed on the exact same minerals. Steve then turns to Elena, explaining that if she coats her arrowheads with this specialized solution, her arrows will gain the exact same property. Elena takes the vial and quickly does as instructed, preparing her weapons to pierce the thick outer hide of the rock eaters. Steve cautions her that the acid becomes less effective with repeated use, so she must make every single shot count as they advance toward their primary objective. Steve bends down and slams his hands onto the cave floor, unleashing glowing lines of energy to find their path. As the three begin to advance, a sudden violent tremor shakes the entire cavern. A panicked Gareth immediately grips his sword, trembling as the walls shake. Elena scans their surroundings with intense focus, warning the group that a massive creature is heading straight for them. Steve smiles with quiet anticipation, noting that the beast's sudden arrival actually saves them the hassle of searching for it. A colossal rock-eating worm suddenly bursts through the dirt wall, charging straight toward the three adventurers. Steve claps his hands together and urgently tells the other two to remember the plan and fall back, promising to hold the beast off himself. A brilliant blue vortex of power swirls in Steve's hand as he prepares to strike. A blast of blue light strikes the massive worm, freezing it in place. Steve shouts a warning for everyone to run, but the beast easily shatters its icy prison and breaks free. Enraged, the creature lunges at Steve, who desperately leaps backward to dodge the devastating blow. Its raw power is truly terrifying. The worm strikes once more, opening a massive maw lined with razor-sharp teeth to crush its helpless prey. A voice cries out to warn Steve as Elena appears behind him. She raises her bow, aiming her weapon directly at the towering beast. She releases her arrow, and it flies right past Steve, striking the monster and shattering its massive jaw in an instant. The beast shrieks in agony, its cries echoing through the cavern, while Steve gasps in amazement at her incredible shot. Sensing the danger, another worm quickly burrows into the earth. Steve watches their movement with sheer frustration as they disappear underground. Suddenly, a massive beast erupts from beneath his feet, launching a vicious, close-range assault. The monster charges through the swirling dust, but Steve reacts instantly, slicing the giant worm completely in half. As the creature screams in agony, more worms swarm forward, opening their massive jaws to attack. Suddenly, a mysterious blue mist appears out of nowhere, wrapping around the monsters. Gareth charges in, striking the massive beasts, and reminds Steve that they were supposed to keep things quiet and fight them one by one. Seizing the distraction, a worm lunges, forcing Steve to yell a warning to dodge and run. Both men break through the swarm and retreat toward Elena. Standing her ground, she calmly draws her bow and releases two powerful soaring arrows, obliterating two of the massive beasts in an instant. With the massive swarm hot on their heels, Steve shouts for everyone to keep running. They reach a heavy stone door, rush inside, and Steve and Gareth strain with all their might to shut out the monsters. The beasts screech and slam against the stone, but the roars slowly fade away. Gareth asks if they are safe, but Steve cautions him that it is far too early to let their guard down. Turning around, Steve finally notices their dark surroundings and asks Gareth if he can see the mysterious object in the distance. He stares at a massive frozen statue, wondering if it is indeed the legendary gatekeeper. Steve confidently declares it is, while Gareth anxiously grips his weapon, bracing himself for a fight. Gareth wonders why the Guardian is just sitting there so silently. To test it, Steve cautiously picks up a heavy stone from the floor, suggesting they give it a gentle nudge. He tosses the stone directly at the frozen figure. It strikes the surface with a loud, hollow clang, but the silent statue remains completely still, showing no sign of movement. Suddenly, a menacing grin spreads across the statue's face. Sensing immediate danger, Steve shouts a warning to the team as he barely manages to block a razor-sharp icicle flying at him. A blazing fireball erupts, shattering the Guardian's freezing ice. Escaping the deadly trap, Steve wipes a trickle of blood from his lip, staring at his opponent with grim anticipation. Steve lands firmly on the ground as shattered shards of ice rain down around him. He is ready to test the strength of this legendary S-rank Guardian. Feeling the heavy tension rise, Steve realizes the monster can launch deadly attacks without giving any warning signs. Staring at the motionless boss, he quickly calls out to Elena, asking her to cover him from the rear. Elena nods and swiftly moves into position. Steve turns his attention to Gareth, telling him they must launch a direct, head-on assault to take down this mighty boss. Gareth breaks into a nervous sweat, admitting he is absolutely terrified. Once Elena is in position with her bow drawn, the giant Guardian slowly begins to stir, prompting Steve to charge forward at full speed. Gathering intense energy into his hand, Steve summons a roaring fireball. He hurls the blazing sphere directly at the giant Guardian, successfully drawing the creature's full attention to him. A wave of freezing air radiates from the Guardian to block the flames, releasing a massive frost storm that completely snuffs out Steve's fireball in an instant. No longer remaining passive, the Guardian rises to face them head-on. Steve rushes forward, launching a bold, close-range assault that catches the massive creature slightly off guard. He draws his sword to strike, but a sharp spike of ice suddenly erupts from the ground behind him. As Steve warily senses the incoming danger, Elena releases a powerful arrow that strikes the Guardian directly. Taking advantage of the distraction, Steve closes the distance and swings his blade with all his might, aiming directly for its head. However, the Guardian simply grins and catches the sharp sword with its bare hand. Gripping the blade with immense strength, The monster locks Steve in place and begins channeling a deadly frost directly through the metal weapon and into his body. The freezing cold numbs Steve's hand, forcing him to gasp in pain, wondering if the beast is trying to freeze him solid. Caught off guard, the monster takes the full force of the blow. Suddenly, multiple energy bands bind the Guardian, restricting its movement. Steve quietly smiles, praising the plan as a brilliant distraction. Breaking free from the Guardian's grip, Steve leaps back and cheers his ally on. Gareth suddenly appears directly in front of the monster, aiming his blade straight at its chest. The blade pierces straight into its neck, but the Guardian remains completely unharmed, catching the weapon to keep it from sinking any deeper. Gareth grits his teeth, frustrated that he cannot even buy enough time. Suddenly, the Guardian clenches its fist, unleashing a wave of magic as sharp icicles erupt all around its body. Frost erupts everywhere, turning the beast into a terrifying sphere of jagged ice. Steve feels a wave of anxiety, remembering how Gareth stabbed the creature's head and it did not even bother to dodge. He recalls how the monster reacted when he slashed at its head earlier, realizing it actively avoided his piercing strikes. Promptly channeling his magic, a dark, swirling sphere materializes in his palm. Summoning a Tesla attack, Steve hurls the twin spheres at the Guardian while shouting for Gareth to watch out. Elena seizes the perfect moment, releasing another deadly arrow toward the beast. The Guardian absorbs the brunt of her strike, shifting slightly to avoid fatal damage. However, one of Steve's dark spheres, crackling with violent lightning, suddenly closes in from behind. Both spheres strike, unleashing violent electric shocks throughout its body and paralyzing it. Steve charges forward to deliver the final blow, hoping to finish the boss while it remains stunned. Suddenly, Steve is stunned to see the monster moving again. He quickly fires a beam of light to defend himself, but the Guardian breaks free, launching a sharp ice spike that deeply wounds him. Staring at his bleeding wound, Steve is shocked that the monster can still fight. Though shaking in intense pain, he forces himself up, knowing he only needs to land one more solid blow. The deep wound restricts his movements, but he desperately wishes for one clean, full-power strike. Summoning his remaining strength, Steve lunges forward with his blade, catching the Guardian completely by surprise. He thrusts his blade forward in a final counterattack. Panting heavily, Steve waits in breathless suspense for the monster to react, while Elena watches him with her heart in her throat. Gareth watches in absolute suspense, anxiously whispering to ask if they finally succeeded. Slowly, massive cracks begin to web across the Guardian's stony head right where Steve's blade had struck. Instantly, a brilliant fire erupts, wrapping around the Guardian's head. The flames explode in a violent vortex, filling the entire cavern with a wave of intense, suffocating heat. The monster is quickly incinerated, leaving behind only a blackened, motionless husk. Believing the battle is won, Steve catches his breath and clenches his fists, though the lingering tension remains heavy. Oh no, the fire spreads too quickly to escape. Driven by a sudden gust of wind, the flames rage across the entire room. Elena shields her face in terror from the scorching embers. Where did those flames even come from? She stares at the burning cavekeeper in pure disbelief. Is this the same Guardian from before, or is it evolving? What on earth is happening here? She looks around and quickly leaps down from her vantage point. Wait a minute, where did the other two go? Suddenly, a painful scream echoes nearby. Elena looks over to see Gareth clutching his bleeding shoulder. She asks if he is all right, but wonders why he is all alone. Gareth struggles to breathe as he explains what happened. He remembers Steve grabbing his clothes tightly, sending a sudden gust of wind directly from his arm to push him away. That wind swept Gareth completely out of the blast zone. He adds with a heavy heart that by the time he regained consciousness, he was already lying over here. Looking toward the charred cavekeeper in the middle of the roaring flames, Gareth breaks into a cold sweat. Yet, he keeps full faith in Steve, believing he will definitely survive. Suddenly, Gareth freezes in terror at a shocking sight. Right in the middle of the inferno, Steve is covered in wounds, suffering as the violent flames consume him. Did Steve really sacrifice his own life to save him? Elena follows his gaze and turns pale. She is just as horrified to see the terrible state Steve is in. The sheer shock leaves Elena completely lost in a dark void. She can still hear the surrounding energy of Amrita, but there is absolutely no heartbeat coming from Steve. Is he truly gone? She should have stopped him. Once again, she was powerless to do anything but watch. Tears stream down her face in deep regret as she whispers an apology. As the fire dies down, Steve lies there completely motionless. Seeing Elena freeze up, Gareth yells at her to snap out of it because this is no time to daze off. Unable to wake her from her trance, Gareth draws his sword to defend them. He fears she has lost her resolve, and their entire mission is now a failure. Right now, they just need to find a way to escape this place. He watches in pure dread as the charred beast evolves into an even stronger nightmare. Even with his tear, Gareth is not sure they can outrun this monster or survive its flames. Even if they escape this room, they still have to face the flesh-eating monsters waiting outside. Suddenly, the cavekeeper raises its hand to launch an attack. Gareth panics, telling himself to stop overthinking and just start moving. As the cavekeeper gathers energy in its palm to blast them, a sudden, powerful aura erupts from Steve's direction, instantly snapping Elena out of her dark thoughts. Gareth stands in absolute tension, bracing himself to face the flaming cavekeeper head-on. A brilliant, glowing energy wraps around Steve, rapidly healing his fatal burn wounds. His passive skill, Red Chanson, proves that even death cannot stop him. As the light envelops his body, Motham asks if he is finally ready. Steve wipes the blood from his face and mutters in annoyance. That seriously hurt, and he never wanted to feel that pain again. The cavekeeper shapes its hand into a razor-sharp blade, aiming directly at them with a wicked grin. Covered in roaring flames, it charges forward to strike. Steve clenches his fist with sheer determination as powerful wind swirls around his arm. With quick movements, he easily deflects each of the cavekeeper's searing flame attacks. Steve charges forward, his face tight with rage. It might have been his second time dying, but he now possesses more raw energy than ever before. Stunned by this sudden surge of power, the cavekeeper quickly leaps backward. Moving as fast as the wind, Steve falls back to stand beside his allies. He retrieves his dropped sword while angrily cursing at the monstrous beast. Steve looks at his shredded clothes and sighs that his outfit is completely ruined. Seeing him standing there perfectly fine, Gareth wide-eyes in absolute shock, asking what kind of monster he actually is. Elena flushes red and bites her lip in slight frustration. Seeing their reaction, Steve feels awkward and quickly apologizes, saying he did not mean to tease them. Elena wipes away her remaining tears and cuts him off, telling him to save the explanation for later. She points toward the fierce enemy, reminding them they need to deal with the dungeon guardian first. Gareth anxiously points out that while the guardian is their priority, they have a massive problem. He asks which one they should even start with. Is it even normal to have two guardians in a single dungeon? Two cave keepers are now staring them down, and even Steve has no idea what is going on. Two of them? Steve gets tense, admitting he has never seen anything like this either. Things are looking very bad. Steve instructs the other two to handle the Ice Keeper while he takes care of the Fire one, urging them to keep the two beasts apart. Before Gareth can even protest, Steve charges ahead to engage. Gareth warns that fighting it alone is far too dangerous, but Steve ignores him entirely and leaps toward the Firekeeper. With a blast of freezing air and a shield of blazing fire, the monster easily blocks his strike. Steve grits his teeth, determined to break through. Channeling all his power into his hand, he prepares to show this beast who is truly boss. A mysterious light and dark aura from his rings blend together, activating his skill, Curses Devaro. This skill absorbs dark energy from cursed items to boost his strength. Motham warns him that if they use these two items now, they will only have 5 left. Steve activates Avalanche, an active skill that unleashes massive waves of ice and snow to wipe out everything in range. A devastating blizzard sweeps across the entire room. The Cavekeeper quickly counters with fire, but Steve's ice storm surrounds it. He calls out to his allies, telling Gareth and Elena to hold them down. The monster's fire burns Steve's hand, forcing a painful cry from him, but the burning pain only fuels his fighting spirit. Gathering energy into a small sphere in his palm, he vows to settle this head-on. Steve pins one of the Cavekeepers to the ground, shouting for his team to hold the other one. Elena understands instantly, raising her bow and aiming straight at the target. She releases a swift arrow while Steve stays completely focused on the keeper he has pinned down. Glaring coldly, he channels his energy into a spinning ice ring, ready to settle this one-on-one. Over on the other side, the Ice Keeper struggles to block the arrow Elena just fired. It looks up in shock as a sudden wave of energy rushes toward it. Gareth appears out of nowhere, landing several quick slashes on the beast. Caught off guard, it fails to block him, yet his blade leaves absolutely no marks on its body. Gareth grits his teeth, frustrated by how tough the monster is. Before he can plan his next move, the Keeper unleashes a barrage of massive ice spears right at him. It roars in fury, relentlessly pressing its attack. Suddenly, another powerful arrow flies through the air, striking the Keeper and catching it completely by surprise. The arrow pierces its head, making the beast howl in pain. Elena quickly yells that this is his chance. Understanding the signal, Gareth immediately springs into action, rushing toward the Keeper like a gust of wind. Realizing his sword is useless, Gareth delivers a heavy kick instead, sending the Keeper stumbling back as it clutches its chest in pain. Enraged to its absolute limit, the Cave Guardian lets out a savage roar. It lunges forward, slashing at Gareth with a hand as sharp as a sword and sending him flying to the side. Seeing where it is heading, Gareth yells out a desperate warning to watch out. Elena is completely stunned as a freezing chill wraps around her, and tiny shards of ice begin sprouting from the ground. In an instant, a jagged spike of ice tears through the ground toward her, but Elena swiftly steps aside to dodge the deadly blow. Gareth grits his teeth, frantically realizing they cannot defeat this monster on their own unless they act fast. Suddenly, a massive wall of ice rises, blocking his view, damn it. The cave guardian charges again, its arm transforming into a giant, razor-sharp block of ice. It leaps high into the air, building momentum to swing the massive ice block straight at Elena. She stays completely calm, raising her shield to block the oncoming strike. The cave guardian slams the ice down right in front of her. Bracing herself, Elena avoids the massive shockwave before spinning around to deliver a high knee strike, shattering the giant block of ice into a million pieces. Instantly, Elena darts away and vanishes from her spot, reappearing directly behind the cave guardian. She raises her fist to strike, but the creature quickly blocks her, releasing a blast of freezing energy. Elena freezes, shocked to find this icy energy is far stronger than before. Her hands are so cold she can barely move, her entire body locking up and stopping her from landing another blow. From the ground below, thousands of sharp ice spikes shoot up to impale her. Seeing the extreme danger, Gareth leaps in to protect Elena, dragging her away just in time. The moment they clear the area, a massive fiery explosion erupts right at the cavern entrance. The flames slowly die down, leaving behind a thick blanket of smoke. Suddenly, a giant stone worm bursts through the haze with its jaws wide open. Welt. The ice guardian grits its teeth, staring in sheer disbelief at this sudden intruder. The massive worm lunges straight down, leaving the guardian with absolutely no time to react. Gareth checks on Elena to make sure she is all right. Meanwhile, the stone worm swallows the ice guardian whole, shocking the remaining fire guardian. Seizing the moment, Steve yells out to draw its attention, "Where do you think you are looking?" He punches the beast hard from behind, telling it that he is right here. Modem pops up, excitedly cheering him on thanks to the power buff. He can now crush solid steel with his bare hands. Modem urges him not to back down and to keep up the pressure. Following its advice, Steve drives a heavy punch straight into the guardian's chin. He channels all his strength into his fist and unloads a brutal barrage of blows. Steve ruthlessly pins the guardian to the ground, hammering it repeatedly until he suddenly stops, noticing something strange. Cracks begin appearing on the monster's skin, venting plumes of scorching steam. It is clear that its outer shell is burning up, meaning the temperature is rising rapidly. But just as he hesitates, the guardian's fiery hand sharpens into a blazing blade. It slashes directly across Steve's arm, making him scream out in agony. Steve quickly unleashes a freezing wave of frost, forcing the fiery guardian back. The monster stumbles backward, its arm severely damaged by his sudden ice blast. Modem hovers nearby, analyzing the situation and warning that something is off. Steve agrees, grimly noting that he is glad he is not the only one sensing the danger. The cave guardian recovers quickly, rising with a sinister grin to face him head-on. Modem continues to analyze the enemy's strange behavior. Not only does it deal opposing elemental damage without taking any harm, but it also seems completely unfazed. Steve frowns in frustration, muttering that he must be doing this wrong before channeling his maximum magic into a massive fireball. The Guardian watches warily and leaps aside to dodge the incoming flames, raising doubts in Modem's mind. Steve grimaces, shocked that the monster actually bothered to dodge. Suddenly, a realization hits him. Is that why the fire wielder and the ice wielder separated? Recalling the battle, he wonders if the Ice Guardian was actually acting as a cooling agent to keep the Fire Guardian stable. Fueled by this theory, Steve unleashes his magical reserves, determined to blast the creature with everything he has until it goes down. He fires a massive fireball directly at the Guardian, forcing it to brace and shield itself. Steve's eyeballs widen as he realizes his theory is correct. If he keeps them separated and drives up the heat, he can win. He reaches out his hands, fully expanding his magical power. There is no time to waste. He summons a swirling vortex that traps the Guardian, forcing a painful scream from the monster. Steve grits his teeth, channeling his gravity magic to keep the beast pinned down. Suddenly, the vortex begins to crack. The Guardian unleashes a blast of fire, shattering the magic and sending a backlash of flames that knocks Steve to his knees. Ignoring the residual energy, the Fire Guardian sprints toward the Ice Guardian. Steve dodges the flames and yells out, "Gareth, don't let the Ice and Fire Guardians fuse back together." Glancing over at Elena, Gareth asks her to borrow that weapon of hers for just a moment. He grabs the firearm tightly, raises it, and fires, hoping he is using the strange weapon correctly. The blast blows the Ice Guardian back, stunning its fiery partner. Furious, the monster charges at him. Gareth winces and clutches his arm, complaining that the heavy recoil makes it hard to aim. Suddenly, Elena leaps in front of him, telling him to get behind her. Hoping she can hold them off, she raises her arms and summons a powerful gust of wind. Her system screen flashes to life, activating her special wind skill to unleash a massive gale. The violent winds whip across the battlefield, obscuring their vision while completely blowing away the incoming wall of fire. Even Elena is shocked by the sheer power of her own attack, wondering if this is the effect of Amrita. The heavy winds completely extinguish the flames surrounding the Guardian. Blown back by the gale, the monster crashes onto the ground. Steve leaps forward, stepping heavily onto its chest and asking if it enjoyed its brief moment of hope. He channels gravity magic into his hand, releasing a miniature black hole like a violent vortex. The sheer pressure tears at his sleeve as the Guardian screams in agony. Gritting his teeth, Steve pours in even more power until the magical energy slowly fades, leaving both of them completely still. Before any ice spikes can strike, they freeze in place and begin to melt away, dripping harmlessly onto the ground. Steve stands amidst the fading magic as the two Guardians slowly dissolve into nothingness. He lets out a long sigh of relief while Elena watches him with concern. Gareth grins, relieved that it is finally over. As the dungeon falls quiet, they wonder if they should retrieve the artifact now. Steve rests his hands on his hips, pointing out that there is no other way out. Just then, the protective barrier cracks open, revealing the dungeon boss's treasure, the ancient tomb artifact. Gareth looks over in surprise, urging them to grab the artifact and escape. He admits he just wants to get out of this place as quickly as possible. Steve picks up the artifact to examine it, wondering what it is. Suddenly, the object pulses, releasing an unstable, overwhelming energy that makes him uneasy. Right then, Motem glows brightly, asking if he is still awake. Elena watches the surging magic in utter shock. Gareth frantically asks what is happening. Steve clutches his hands tightly, struggling to contain the dual forces erupting inside him, questioning what the artifact is doing. Gritting his teeth, Steve wonders why his decay magic has suddenly activated on its own. He collapses to the ground in pain, clutching his head, as Elena and Gareth rush to his side in panic. A torrential downpour begins to fall from a pitch-black sky, washing away everything in its path. Inside their tent, Gareth rests while staring up at the roof, with a hooded figure sitting quietly nearby. The carriage driver and his companion sit around a table in complete silence, their faces dimly lit by a flickering candle. Lost in deep thought, no one says a word. Then, someone quietly reaches out and picks up a bottle from the table. Gareth stands up and walks out, startling the driver. Meanwhile, in another room, a half-eaten loaf of bread sits on a table beside a burning candle. Suddenly, a voice calls out from the doorway, asking if she is in there. Elena starts at the sound of Gareth's voice, looking surprised. She tells him to come in, and Gareth steps through the curtain holding a bottle. He asks how she is doing. Looking at Elena with genuine concern, Gareth holds out the water. He gently reminds her that while he knows she wants to care for the boy, she must look after herself too. He tells her the drink is for her, noting that the boy has been asleep for 5 days now, with no telling when he might finally wake up. Elena remains silent, sitting by the simple bed where Steve lies completely motionless, his eyes closed as if he has fallen into a deep sleep from which he might never wake. With a trace of hesitation, she mentions that he is improving. She quietly worries that although he has a long way to go, he is already stronger than his first day. Looking closely, Elena can see the dark magic circulating inside Steve's body. It leaves her deeply unsettled, knowing that this sinister black energy is still flowing through his veins. Remembering the moment Steve was exposed to that mysterious power, Elena quietly reflects on what happened. She realizes his body likely collapsed because it could not adapt to such a strange energy, which he absorbed from that dark artifact. Gareth stands with folded arms, closing his eyes with a heavy sigh. He gently reminds her that they simply cannot afford to waste any more time. They have already waited for 5 days, and if they keep delaying their plans, they will miss their chance to get a head start on the brigade. Elena speaks up, lowering her head as she carefully weighs her words. She confesses there is indeed a way to speed up his recovery, though she cannot guarantee it will work. Gareth's eyes widen in surprise as he asks why she did not mention this sooner. Pulling herself close, Elena explains she has never faced a situation like this before. She did not want to rush into something she did not fully understand, fearing she might only make his condition worse. Elena gently touches her own arm, where a strange force is currently flowing, and admits she originally hoped Steve would heal on his own. But since waiting will ruin their plans, she decides to do everything in her power to help him recover right now. Standing with his hands on his hips, Gareth agrees, deciding that it sounds like a wonderful plan and he will trust her to wake the boy up. He promises to get the carriage ready so they can bring him along, confident they can still catch up with the brigade if they leave immediately. With a wave, Gareth steps out through the curtain. He leaves her with a trusting word, leaving the task in her hands. Elena rubs her palms together and takes a deep breath, using her own inner strength to cleanse the dark energy pulsing through her arm. She knows that to suppress this darkness, she must gather her purest energy to block it. She recalls the last time she unleashed her powers during that fierce battle, preparing to do it once more. Gathering her strength, she places both hands on Steve's chest, channeling her magic into a single point. Sweating and straining from the sheer effort, Elena pours every ounce of her energy into healing him. Although a great stream of power flows from her hands, Steve remains completely motionless. Elena desperately urges herself to hurry. Meanwhile, in a distant place, there is only a vast dark sky where faint stars twinkle softly in the quiet night. Scattered fragments of memories begin to drift through Steve's mind. He wonders where he is and what he was doing before all of this happened. He vaguely remembers the start of his grand journey, completing dangerous quests, fighting battles, and meeting new companions. Yet, strangely, he also remembers every hardship and triumph he encountered on that long, grueling path. Steve wonders in confusion about who he truly is. Suddenly, a vivid image of a gentle old man placing a hand on someone flashes in his mind, leaving him completely bewildered. Memories begin to pile on top of one another, showing a strange, unfamiliar room that he slowly starts to recognize. Then, a hazy memory of a mysterious gaze appears. He sees a group of three, their faces blurred and unrecognizable, making Steve wonder if these belong to someone else. Next, he sees a figure speaking and performing a ritual before the other three, who all take a deep breath. Immediately after, the three kneel before the figure to show their absolute respect. But just as quickly, the shattered memories vanish without a trace. Elsewhere, in a room filled with scrolls, warm sunlight streams in, bringing a sense of peace. A man with light blonde hair lies slumped over his desk. Suddenly, Archibald starts awake, rubbing his forehead with a frown as he wonders what happened. He wonders when he fell asleep. Looking down at his hands, his eyes widen in complete shock. He stares open-mouthed at three glowing figures emerging from the light, filled with disbelief. Archibald cannot believe his eyes and bursts into joyous laughter. He looks at the creation standing before him. The strong, red-haired young man immediately shouts out with excitement, declaring that he actually did it. Next, a sturdy old dwarf exclaims with pure joy that he has truly succeeded. Finally, a beautiful elf girl stands there, filled with intense excitement, whispering that they have finally made it. Archibald looks at his creations and pumps his fists in celebration. He has successfully created life, but he suddenly notices they are not moving, quickly realizing what he forgot. He remembers that he has not given them names yet. Using his magic, he points forward and begins to write her name in the air, declaring that she will be called Deshia, a kind and gentle elf. Instantly, the girl comes to life. She takes a breath, opening her eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and fear. Next, he points to the dwarf and writes his name, calling him Axton, a strong and upright dwarf. The old dwarf immediately comes to life, gasping for air in utter confusion. Finally, Archibald writes the last name, naming him Kyan. He names him a tough and resilient warrior. The red-haired young man opens his eyes, taking his very first breath. Archibald proudly welcomes them to the world, introducing himself as their creator. Upon hearing that he made them, all three creations immediately bow down, kneeling before him to show their deepest respect. The red-haired young man earnestly asks for his name. Archibald begins to answer, but the memory suddenly cuts off, leaving the creator's final words completely silent. 500 years later, a pair of armored boots approaches a cliff. Kyan sheathes his sword with a relieved sigh, noting how long it has been since he last stood here. The dwarf, Axton, is also there, greeting him with a wide grin and asking how many years it has been. Irritated, Kyan leans down close to the old dwarf's face, asking what he just called him. He snaps back, calling Axton the real fool and mocking his ridiculous outfit and weird glove. Axton simply raises an eyebrow, chuckling that the young man has certainly grown quite grumpy. Grinning, the old dwarf throws a powerful punch into the air, challenging Kyan to a match to see who will be the last one standing. Kyan refuses to back down, resting his magic-infused weapon on his shoulder with a confident laugh. He agrees to the match, declaring he will not leave until he teaches the old man a proper lesson. As they prepare to clash, a sword suddenly flies between them. Deshia frowns at them and demands to know what they are doing. She reminds them this is their father's land, suggesting they take their fight somewhere he cannot see. Kyan quickly laughs it off, scratching his head as he claims they were not actually going to fight. Axton mimics the gesture, quickly agreeing with him to appease Deshia. He complains that she always manages to terrify them whenever they meet. Deshia simply turns and walks away with a huff, prompting the two men to quickly chase after her, begging her to wait up. Their playful bickering continues all the way back to their home, where they call out for their father. Inside, the old creator looks up in surprise, a warm smile spreading across his face as he welcomes back those he once gifted with life. The old man asks how they have been since it has been so long. Standing in the familiar old home of years past, a regretful voice speaks up, asking for forgiveness and admitting they really should have visited much more often. The old man smiles warmly as he leads the three of them inside. Squinting with a gentle chuckle, he tells them he knows they are all busy with their own lives, so there is no need to rush. As the three step inside, they look around and find themselves completely speechless at the cluttered mess. Sensing their dismay, the old man quickly tells them to make themselves comfortable while he fetches some fresh fruit for them to enjoy. Deshia frowns and sighs, raising her hand to use her magic. She tells him he needs to clean up more often, asking him to just look around. She asks if he has even cleaned once since their last visit, and the old man simply laughs, admitting he does not care about tidying up now that he lives alone. Meanwhile, messy items begin to float into the air, lifted gently by Deshia's magic. In the blink of an eye, everything returns to its proper place. Books fly back onto the shelves, and the entire room becomes incredibly clean and organized. As the final items settle, Axton sits on the table and closes his eyes in exasperation. He asks her why she is so obsessed with cleaning when they have not seen their father in such a long time. The room does look much better, but Kyan just stares blankly, not knowing what to say. Meanwhile, the blonde old man calmly continues to peel his apple as if nothing happened. Dashia keeps organizing the furniture with her power, turning her head to coldly ask if she should clean him up too, telling him to be quiet. Axton snaps back in annoyance, asking what she just said. He angrily threatens to rearrange her face instead, and hearty laughter soon fills the cozy home, making it livelier than ever. This beautiful moment triggers a memory of 500 years ago, back when that mysterious creator first used his divine powers to grant life and purpose to the three of them. The greatest gift the trio inherited from him was the power of creation, with each of them possessing a unique and incredibly mighty ability of their own. Einstein stood on the stone platform, looking down at the houses and the waterfall. Just like him, the three of them yearned to create, and they eventually brought new forms of life into the world. Deschia created a beautiful town nestled deep within a peaceful forest. Before long, the entire world was teeming with life, and Kyan sat cross-legged, watching the bustling town grow before his eyes. Before long, their marvelous creations led them to be revered as gods. Suddenly, a gentle voice breaks the memory and pulls them back to the present, as the old man asks how things have been since it has been centuries. Kyan turns around in his chair, explaining that humans are still much like they were 300 years ago. They continue to farm, build shelters, and try to survive. Lately, they have also been quite busy dealing with monsters. Deschia and Axton remain silent, closely watching their father's reaction as the old man repeats the word monster in surprise. Axton holds his cup and continues the explanation, saying that about 50 years ago, strange creatures began appearing and attacking everything. No one knows where they came from, and their numbers grow every year. The old man looks at the weapons piled on the floor and notes that must be why they brought all this gear, remembering that just a few centuries ago, such weapons did not even exist. Kyan chuckles, admitting they rarely have to use them, though they are still expected to lead. He then glances at a neatly stacked pile of rolled parchment, curiously asking if their father is still as busy crafting as ever. Dashia looks over as well, and the old man, sitting comfortably in his chair, simply smiles and confirms that he is. Axton reaches out and picks up one of the scrolls, curiously asking what he is working on. Instantly, the old man appears by his side, slapping his hand away and snatching the scroll back. Keeping a warm smile on his face, the old man warns him not to touch it. Axton winces from the quick slap and asks in surprise why he cannot see it, but the old man remains mysterious, promising to reveal his secret project only when it is fully finished. Instead, he asks to hear more about their own creations, reminding them that they are, after all, the leaders of those peoples. As dusk begins to fall and the outdoor lanterns light up, their teacups run dry. Deschia puts on her gloves and smiles back with gratitude, noting that she must go because her children are waiting for her. Einstein also puts on his gloves and finishes preparing. Waving his hand with a happy squint, he says it was wonderful to see his father again, inviting him to visit soon. The old man chuckles, promising to drop by as soon as this project is complete. The old man then turns and asks if Kyan has to leave as well. Startled by the question, Kyan looks up and confirms that he must get going too. Their voices and figures slowly fade into the distance, leaving the old man standing completely still. But the moment they are out of sight, his entire demeanor shifts. He rushes inside and slams the door shut, leaning against it as if utterly drained of strength. He slowly slides down to the floor, his face darkening as cold sweat begins to drench his body. Even after wiping the sweat away, his condition does not improve. He sits there, trembling as the sweat continues to pour, whispering that it was a close call. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, bright moonlight washes over the trees. Gareth and the others press forward on horseback without a break. In his carriage, Elena is desperately trying to heal her patient, while the masked traveler and the rest follow closely behind with their supplies. Deeply worried and restless, Gareth looks back into the carriage. Inside, Elena is releasing a massive surge of her healing magic, channeling it directly into Steve, who lies completely motionless with no signs of regaining consciousness. Elena frowns and bites her lip, pouring all her strength into the spell as sweat drips down her face. Suddenly, the skull tattoos on Steve's arm begin to radiate a bizarre and rapidly surging dark energy. A sudden burst of dark force recoils, making Elena flinch. Regaining her composure, she carefully reaches her hands back out, using her magic to suppress the violent, shadowy energy. Pressing both hands firmly onto Steve's chest, Elena continuously channels her magic, desperately trying to lock down and subdue the malicious force inside him. Gasping for breath and drenched in sweat, she wonders in confusion if this dark energy is actually conscious, since it actively resists being absorbed. She quickly shakes the terrifying thought away, telling herself that it is absolutely impossible. Hearing Elena panting, Gareth grows increasingly restless. He peers inside the carriage and asks if there is any progress, or if Steve has shown any signs of waking up. Elena keeps working without looking back, focusing entirely on Steve. She tells Gareth not to pressure her because this is incredibly difficult, leaving him feeling awkward as he turns away. Scratching his face in embarrassment, Gareth mutters that he will just talk to himself then. The carriages rumble forward, cutting through the dark and dangerous forest in the dead of night. One of his men gently takes the reins, telling Gareth that he should take a moment to rest. Handing over the reins, Gareth climbs inside the carriage and leans against the wooden frame to ask if she is okay. Elena, who is sleeping wrapped in a blanket, is startled awake by his voice. Still exhausted and half asleep, she rubs her eyes and tells him she is fine. Gareth sits down on a nearby crate, gently pointing out that it has been 8 days, and he knows how exhausted she must be. He urges her not to overexert herself, but Elena simply sits back down by Steve and continues, insisting she is fine. Gareth sighs, looking at Steve's motionless face with growing impatience. Staring at Steve's unresponsive face, Gareth silently urges him to wake up. Suddenly, a loud alarm cuts through the night as strange and frightening noises echo from the thick woods nearby. Gareth quickly pokes his head out of the carriage, asking the driver what that sound was. The driver looks back at him, clearly terrified. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind whips through the trees, or rather, something dashes past at terrifying speed, rustling the leaves. Gareth immediately grabs his sword, ready for whatever is coming. He shouts a warning to the rest of the crew. Suddenly, a glowing magical beetle appears out of nowhere, running alongside them and repeatedly ramming into the carriage. The masked driver is completely startled, leaping to his feet to regain control. Panic washes over Gareth as he quickly shouts a warning to prepare for battle, declaring that they are under attack. The pursued carriages plunge straight ahead as some panic, crying out that the path ahead is far too dangerous. Just then, a sinister voice echoes through the air, laughing about what an unexpected catch they have made. A muscular woman steps down from a bizarre vehicle moved by strange forces. Smirking, she remarks that Gareth looks even more handsome in person than he does on his wanted poster. The narrow-eyed man sitting inside the vehicle adds that they had been wondering if it was really him, and it seems they were right. Gareth glares back with intense caution, demanding to know if they are after his head, but the muscular, scarred woman simply laughs and says no. They are hunting Gajad's mercenaries. A cargo carriage bearing a prominent dragon emblem rumbles along as the enemy spots them. Sweating bullets and clenching his teeth, Gareth is filled with absolute dread, his mind racing as he wonders how on earth these pursuers managed to catch up to them so quickly. The enemy smirks triumphantly. Lose an arm or a leg, it does not matter to them, as long as he is breathing, so he had better start cooperating with them. Tara commands her men to leave Gareth to her. Right on cue, her subordinates charge straight forward from behind the vehicle, while the narrow-eyed leader sits back, silently watching everything unfold with a cold gaze. A dark-clad assassin lunges at Gareth with a sword, forcing Gareth to struggle as he grips the carriage frame to stand and fight. Suddenly, a spear flies out, skewering the attacker's side and sending him tumbling down in agony. The attacker crashes onto the dirt beside the carriage. Up front, the masked driver stands tall, revealing a dangerous array of assassination weapons ready in his hands. The masked driver yells out that they will support Gareth, while his companion strains to control the runaway carriage by pulling hard on the reins. As 3 of Gareth's swordsmen charge forward, the narrow-eyed man inside the carriage grows irritated, raising a hand flowing with blue magic and warning them not to do anything foolish. Dark smoke erupts from his palm, forming into a spectral crow with brilliant, glowing blue wings as he unleashes the beast with a single command to go. The magical crow swoops out instantly, slashing clean through the arms of the incoming swordsman. They wince in excruciating pain, crying out in agony from the deep, burning cuts. Gareth's eyes go wide in utter shock as he realizes the enemy can summon a spirit beast. He quickly screams to his struggling allies to pull the carriages back, warning them that they will only get hurt if they stay too close. Tara laughs with amusement at Gareth's protective nature, calling him quite thoughtful. Meanwhile, the narrow-eyed summoner calls the spectral crow back to his hand, scowling in silence. Suddenly, the summoner flicks 2 fingers, redirecting the flow of his dark magical energy. Sensing the danger, Gareth looks up in alarm, but the magic-infused crow sweeps past him so fast that he simply cannot react. Instinctively raising his arm to block the attack, Gareth is still cloaked in his invisible form. He winces in pain, suddenly realizing that this magic was how they tracked his hidden presence. Hearing his voice, the crow turns around and wraps its magical power tightly around Gareth, binding him in place. Inside the carriage, the narrow-eyed summoner begins to lose his patience. Calling it a highly annoying trick, he tells Tara that maintaining the spirit beast is draining too much energy, demanding she pin Gareth down. Tara responds with a devious smirk. Calling it a fun challenge, Tara prepares her move. Suddenly, another dark-clad assassin leaps onto the roof of Gareth's carriage, causing him to look up in surprise as the enemies challenge his true power. Gareth leaps onto the roof to face them head-on, releasing a surge of his own magical power. With more enemies surrounding him with swords and spears drawn, everyone braces for a deadly clash. They slash repeatedly at Gareth, but his body behaves like a phantom, leaving their blades passing through empty air. The attackers are completely dumbfounded by this bizarre trick. Seizing the moment, Gareth thrusts his translucent arm right through an enemy's face, leaving the man staring in absolute disbelief at the phantom limb phasing through his head. Instantly solidifying, Gareth brings his dagger behind the assassin's neck. He glides through the crowd with blinding speed, neutralizing his foe in a single flash, which instantly strikes pure terror into the hearts of the remaining attackers. Terrified, one of them calls for a change of plans, urging everyone to swarm Gareth at once. His companion nervously asks who is going to make the first move. Gareth stands ready with dual long daggers in his hands, declaring in anger that if they want to take him alive, those arrogant fools are welcome to try. Watching the spectacular fight unfold, Tara mockingly calls her men geniuses, telling them to stop chasing Gareth and check inside the carriage instead. Her words strike absolute dread into Gareth, who realizes she has figured out that there is someone precious inside he is desperate to protect. Inside the carriage, Elena bites her lip, desperately channeling her magical energy to heal Steve. On the roof, Gareth glances over at Tara in horror, cursing under his breath. The enemies catch on quickly, sharing a devious smirk. Instantly, one of them pins Gareth down while the other swings off the roof and into the carriage, leaving Gareth staring in absolute shock at their speed. The assassin peers inside. A sinister smirk spreads across his face as he finds his target. Suddenly, a sharp noise makes the intruder spin around in surprise. Elena is startled as well, but she refuses to stop channeling her healing magic into Steve. In a flash, Gareth materializes out of thin air, delivering a brutal kick straight to the assassin's face, drawing blood. The attacker tumbles backward, clenching his teeth in utter disbelief. How is this even possible? Clenching his daggers, Gareth glares down with pure fury, issuing a cold warning. He warns him to stay away, but before Gareth can finish, the other assassin on the roof thrusts a spear down at his arm, casting a spell to temporarily paralyze him. The attacker yells to strike. Gareth dodges, pulling back with a curse. With a few swift movements, he counters with a strike to the back, sending him plunging down. Watching the brutal struggle, Elena feels a cold shiver run down her spine. Gareth rubs his shoulder, apologetically telling her that he did not mean to cause such a mess. Just then, another dark-clad assassin charges Gareth from behind at terrifying speed. Reacting instantly, Elena rips a sharp dagger out of the fallen enemy's body and hurls it straight at the new attacker's face, sending him crashing backward. Gareth turns around in shock, staring behind him to see the attacker sprawling on the ground and quickly falling far behind the speeding carriage. Gareth offers a tense smile, praising her quick thinking. Elena's face remains incredibly focused and angry, keeping one hand healing Steve while her other arm is still raised in a throwing stance. Refusing to stand by any longer, Tara decides to join the fray. Sneering at how fragile they look, she swings her weapon with devastating force, unleashing a dark crimson magical energy. Thick dust blankets the area as she laughs like a demon, complaining that they do not play fair at all. Up front, the worried driver shouts a warning about her next move, and his partner quickly agrees. Suddenly, a single powerful strike rips through the air, completely blowing the roof off the carriage and causing everyone to scream in terror. As the wooden roof shatters above them, Gareth and Elena instinctively shield their heads. Grimacing in absolute horror, Gareth tells her that he will hold off that madwoman, asking if she can wake Steve up in the meantime. Elena uses both hands to channel her remaining magical power, desperately trying to wake the unconscious Steve as they run out of time. Biting her lip, blood begins to trickle from her mouth as she worries it is too early. Meanwhile, Tara grips her weapon, the red magic swirling intensely around her as she sneers. Did they really think they could stop her? It seemed they forgot she was holding back. Before Gareth, the attacker loomed like a giant preparing a terrifying strike as lightning crackled all around. She declared coldly that all they wanted was his head. Gareth turned completely pale, breaking into a cold sweat and unable to believe his eyes. He panicked, wondering how she could be strong enough to move such a massive force. Attempting to block it meant certain death. Yet inside the carriage, Elena was still trying to heal Steve. Gareth faced an agonizing choice. If he moved the carriage to save himself, his friends would surely die. Gripping his shoulder tightly as his energy began to fade, Gareth could only offer a silent apology to his friends. Accepting what seemed like an inevitable end, Gareth stopped his magic entirely, whispering a final, painful apology to everyone. Gareth looked up at the incoming strike, ready to accept his fate, but right before impact, a massive beam of energy erupted from the sky. It blasted straight into the ground, sending the nearby carriage flying high into the air as everything erupted in blinding light. Gareth stared in absolute shock, completely unable to process what had just happened. Nearby, Elena was just as stunned, her eyes wide as she beheld the unbelievable sight. A soft voice broke the heavy silence with a simple apology. Exhaling a thin trail of smoke, Steve stood tall with furious, powerful eyes, his entire body surging with an incredibly rich torrent of magical energy. Resting deep within the forest, Gareth finally spoke up. He admitted he never expected them to reach the meeting point so quickly, asking how Steve managed to defeat all those pursuers with a single blow. Steve looked down at his own hand, explaining that given their desperate situation, he simply had no other choice. When Steve asked who their attackers were, Gareth explained they were likely mercenary groups hunting down high-value targets, and he was unfortunately the one they had been chasing all this time. Gareth added that Steve ought to treat the young lady well, as she had been fully prepared to sacrifice her own life had he not woken up in time. Looking over at the peacefully sleeping Elena, Gareth offered the gentle reminder. Steve smiled softly, quietly acknowledging that he truly owed her his life this time. Gareth suggested they wait there for the caravan to determine their next move, urging Steve to rest as much as possible. Waving goodbye, he noted that if this mission succeeded, it would benefit countless people, so taking a moment to recover was vital. Steve waved back before turning his attention to his own palm. As a strange glow began to radiate from his hand, he muttered that it was finally time for some real answers. The ring on his finger began to gleam. Steve demanded to know what that dark object from earlier was, clarifying he was not asking about his dreams. He remained deeply suspicious, questioning why the artifact had been absorbed in the first place. The ring remained silent, prompting an angry demand from Steve to answer him. Suddenly, a cold response finally appeared, stating that he was simply not ready yet. Frustrated, Steve argued that without honesty, cooperation and trust would be impossible. When the ring went silent again, it left him feeling completely helpless as he tried to recall a mysterious garden and a house he could not remember ever seeing before. It felt entirely unreal to him, especially considering the last race that still believed in a higher power. Recalling Elena's intense aura, he wondered how the earth deity, Death Chia, could be so terrifying. He recalled an elf swearing in the name of Extern, the Lord of Hell, to banish anyone who interfered to the deepest depths. This left Steve wondering if the tales about elves and dwarves were truly accurate. Piecing the clues together, he realized that if Death Chia and the dwarf god Exjon were actually real, then the final deity had to be the god of humanity. Steve clutched his head in deep thought, realizing he might have witnessed the creators of those creatures, until Elena suddenly interrupted his train of thought. Steve rushed over to ask how she was feeling, glad she was awake. Startled, Elena stepped back and insisted she was perfectly fine, prompting Steve to smile and offer his sincere thanks for waking him up. Elena shyly looked away, telling him not to worry about it. Just then, Gareth called out from a distance, teasingly telling the young lovebirds to get over there now that they were both awake. Steve was left completely baffled by the comment, while a blushing Elena cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment. Steve caught up with Gareth, demanding to know what he wanted. Gareth explained that they needed to plan quickly before time ran out, handing over his binoculars to show him the horizon. Peer watching through the lens, Steve asked if that was indeed the caravan they had been waiting for. Gareth confirmed it, noting that while it seemed distant, their constant delays meant the travelers would be upon them sooner than they realized. Gareth suggested they prepare immediately, expecting his scout to return shortly. He began sketching out abstract shapes on the dirt, though Steve felt hesitant, admitting he had not planned on launching an outright attack. When asked if he understood their battle strategy, Gareth assured him that they possessed plenty of experience and worked together seamlessly. Suddenly, a breathless scout named Bernard ran up to deliver his report. Gareth welcomed him, asking about the caravan, only for Bernard to gasp out that things were not looking good. Gesturing with a small stick, Gareth acknowledged that intercepting a military escort would be difficult, but he demanded to know what specific obstacle they were facing now. Bernard took the stick and drew several lines in the dirt, explaining that approaching the caravan undetected was impossible. Gareth was shocked by the news, while Steve observed how well the scouts worked together. Bernard revealed that the caravan utilized an Akarasa's controller, meaning they would be spotted from 1,000 paces away. Steve looked confused, repeating the unfamiliar name. Elena explained that an Akarasa's was a highly intelligent avian beast with incredible vision, though she was surprised to hear they could be tamed. Gareth clarified that taming was indeed possible, provided they were raised and trained from birth. He added that these rare creatures were fiercely loyal to only one trainer and possessed a massive search radius. Steve crossed his arms with a sigh, asking if there were any other problems. Glancing toward Elena, Steve noticed her arm trembling slightly as Bernard mentioned that an Akarasa's was worth a fortune. Steve remained skeptical, wondering what their monetary value had to do with their current survival. Bernard explained that military convoys typically relied on elite magical squads for defense, using advanced mana detection to spot any intruders. Steve quietly agreed with the tactical assessment. He theorized that if the guards relied heavily on weapons loaded with Desperium, it might actually create a perfect opening for an ambush. Gareth agreed, noting that while Desperium would naturally suppress the enemy's own magical capabilities, exploiting that weakness was their only viable path forward. Elena volunteered to handle the beast, claiming 1,000 paces was nothing to her. But Steve immediately refused, insisting she needed to rest rather than push herself too hard. Elena reassured him she was strong enough to bring down the bird, promising to fire only a single shot and return immediately. Steve sighed at her stubbornness, while Gareth admitted he had no intention of stopping her if she was determined. He knew that without her incredible precision, they would never get close enough. Steve reluctantly agreed to the plan, reminding her that she was only allowed to fire once. Elena nodded in agreement. Gareth pointed out that eliminating the aerial sentry would immediately grant them a massive strategic advantage over their targets. When Gareth questioned how they would handle the Desperium, Steve merely smirked, raising his glowing ring with supreme confidence. He assured them it did not matter, as he had his own ways of bypassing their magical suppression. As the caravan moved forward in the chilly early morning light, Benedict looked down from his horse to check on his exhausted men, noting they had traveled tirelessly from south to north. He urges them on, insisting they reach the northern cape without delay. Their mission is almost complete, with the delivery of the cargo just a short distance away. Keep pushing forward. Suddenly, a magnificent eagle sweeps down from the sky, landing precisely on the leather glove Benedict has already extended for its arrival. It perches perfectly on his wrist. Watching from behind, Thao calls the creature magnificent, but his companion reminds him that despite its loyalty and hunting prowess, it remains incredibly dangerous and difficult to tame. Benedict feeds the beautiful, noble bird before it takes flight once more. Witnessing its utility and elegance, the onlookers finally understand why nobles prize these creatures so highly. But mid-flight, the eagle suddenly plummets to the earth. Benedict watches in absolute disbelief as the majestic bird gasps its last breath, an arrow driven straight through its heart. A frantic shout echoes through the ranks, warning everyone of an ambush. Benedict is stunned, wondering what kind of fools would dare attack a royal caravan under his command. A relentless rain of arrows catches them completely off guard, despite their elite training. They carry royal weapons coated in Desperium, which should easily suppress any magic user. Benedict watches in horror as his men are cut down with brutal efficiency. Staring at the chaotic battlefield, he realizes the enemy is using ancient artifacts against them. Cold sweat drips down his face as he realizes the devastating truth. These artifacts run on dark energy, not mana, rendering their protective Desperium weapons completely useless. Benedict quickly rallies his men, ordering them to form up and support the front cavalry while the rear guard holds defense. But another desperate cry warns him that they are being flanked from behind. A soldier warns that a mage must be behind this. But the sentient ring on Steve's finger scoffs, calling the royal soldiers fools whose attacks will achieve absolutely nothing. Steve calmly approaches the royal ranks as they try to organize. The panicked soldiers try to reassure themselves, shouting that if they can close the distance, their Desperium weapons will neutralize him. Steve calmly raises his hand, pointing the ring towards his enemies. He tells his dark companion that this will take less than 5 minutes. Motim unleashes his dark magic without another word. Violent beams of energy shoot forth, tearing through the air and piercing the royal soldiers with terrifying speed. Within seconds, the targeted soldiers collapse, completely losing consciousness. Before the sole survivor can even process the horror, a swift, lethal blow strikes him down, sending him to join his comrades. Chaos erupts among the remaining men as they scramble to understand what is happening. Steve commands Motim to possess one of the fallen soldiers and unleash hell upon the survivors. The possessed soldier gazes at his hands in horror as a strange force takes control. Under Motim's power, the man raises his blade and ends his own life. The remaining soldiers look around in utter confusion as their allies turn their blades on themselves. For Steve, this sacrifice is the catalyst required to unlock a powerful new ability. This newly unlocked magic allows Motim to transfer his essence into any target, dominating their mind. For the next several hours, no one is safe from his total control. The helpless commander demands to know what they are doing. Steve steps forward, declaring that they are merely reclaiming what was stolen, channeling immense dark power directly into his sword. With a single, decisive strike, Steve cuts him down, blood splattering across his cold face. Behind him, Motim possesses another nearby body, reveling in the dark sensation. Motim marvels at how convenient a physical form can be. Steve just sighs, asking why he is so surprised and if he had never considered possessing someone before. Motim touches Steve's sword, noting that he occasionally considers taking Steve's body whenever the boy makes him anxious. Steve simply smiles back, asking if Motim really thinks he would ever allow such a thing. Motim laughs, praising Steve's boldness before telling him to stand back and watch. The dark entity intends to enjoy the thrill of physical slaughter to the absolute fullest. Steve smiles, finding the sensation incredibly strange. Nearby, Benedict sweats in sheer panic, desperately trying to secure the cargo while wondering what ghostly entity is slaughtering his soldiers. Gareth moves like a phantom, leaving only after images as he slashes through the ranks. Even when stabbed by a spear, Motim ignores the pain, driving Benedict into complete and utter despair. Thao grits his teeth in pure rage, his hand gripping his hilt as he watches the bandits slaughter his comrades and plunder the royal carriages. Thao begs Benedict to give the order to fight before they lose everything. To Thao's surprise, Benedict dismounts, stating they must first regroup whatever remains of their scattered forces. Benedict draws his blade and charges at Gareth with blinding speed. Caught off guard, Gareth barely manages to raise his own sword to parry the commander's furious heavy strike. Gareth struggles to hold his ground against Benedict's incredible speed. As Gareth leaps back to gain distance, Benedict narrows his eyes, suspecting his opponent is preparing to activate an artifact. Refusing to give his foe any breathing room, Benedict lunges forward. He leaps into the air, aiming a devastating kick to disrupt whatever magic Gareth is trying to cast. The gemstone on Gareth's cloak begins to glow, but it is too late. Benedict's heavy boot strikes him square in the chest, sending him crashing backward in agonizing pain. Gareth slams against a tree, cursing because Benedict struck before the magic cloak could activate. There is no time to recover as Benedict charges him once again. Their blades clash with a deafening ring, locking together in a desperate struggle. Benedict demands to know if they dare plot against the kingdom and rob the royal family itself. Defending himself with great difficulty, Gareth spits back that the royal family has been mercilessly robbing the common folk for centuries. Gareth mocks the Empire's false righteousness, calling their quest pure selfishness. Outraged, Benedict spots Thao rushing into the fray and orders his loyal soldier to seize the rebel immediately before he can escape. Benedict turns, expecting assistance, but Thao swings his sword directly at him. Barely blocking the treasonous strike, Benedict demands to know what Thao is doing, unaware Motim has taken control. Motim revels in his perfect possession. Benedict can only stammer Thao's name in disbelief as his own ally lunges forward for another blow. A colossal wave of dark energy descends upon Benedict, triggering a massive explosion that tears through the forest. When morning breaks, only ruins and smoke remain. Leaning against a tree, Steve catches his breath. He knows he is fortunate that the battle lasted under 10 minutes, as maintaining such dark magic any longer would consume him. Gareth hands him a water flask, chuckling as he prepares to depart. He bids Steve farewell, announcing his return to the Regia Abyss now that their work is done. The ambush took far longer than planned, and he must make haste to his destination. Steve takes a drink and asks about the captured caravan. The scene shifts to reveal impoverished citizens huddled in squalor as Gareth promises to deliver the supplies to those in need. Countless souls in this kingdom are starving and defenseless. With a long journey still ahead, it is time for them to begin moving the wagon train. Gareth points to Bernat, who will escort Steve anywhere he needs to go within the capital. He adds that since young Elena is completely exhausted, they will take good care of her. He cheerfully asks where they should head next. Steve pauses to think deeply before suggesting they head for the capital. Inside a lavish mansion, Raptors leans back on a sofa. A voice asks if he is going out again. He looks up with a smirk, asking who just walked in. It is his younger brother, Anfet. Raptors invites him to sit down, rest, and share a drink. Anfet looks uneasy as a glass of precious 9.5 Ansegel wine is poured for him. He sits down across from his brother with a serious look, stating he did not come to drink. He wants to know how many artifacts Raptors has found. Raptors hesitates. Resting his chin in thought, he admits he only found about 3. Looking at the sword on the wall, he mentions giving 2 to the lower guards. He kept the last one just because it looked nice. Anfet sighs, pleading with Raptors to stop giving away priceless relics. Using these artifacts is dangerous, causing wild energy to surge through a normal body. With the royal power struggle intensifying, they must be careful. Even if they cannot hold many relics, Raptors is expected to set a proper example. Smiling, Raptors grabs the artifact sword, watching sparks of electricity dance along the blade. He playfully asks if his brother wants to take it. Holding his own glowing staff relic, Anfet firmly refuses. He is perfectly content with just one. Raptors collapses back into his chair with his wine, asking if his brother has heard the latest rumors. He wonders how their little brother Zero is doing. Anfet assures him that Zero is doing fine, living a quiet, peaceful life. He mentions Zero visited in secret. Raptors slowly sets his glass down, his tone turning dead serious. He warns that Edwin claims otherwise, demanding to know if anything happened. Anfet sighs, thinking of Ezro. He claims that is all he knows, while secretly cursing Edwin for being such a pain. Raptors remains lost in thought. To the public, the 3 princes of Benicia share an incredibly close, unbreakable bond. But behind closed doors, a bitter tension divides them. In this silent war for the throne, Raptors holds the ultimate advantage. As the crown prince, he is backed by endless wealth and two highly loyal servants. These skilled companions are none other than Idri and Matt. He commands the full wealth of the kingdom. To make matters worse, his younger brothers seem more like his loyal subordinates than actual rivals. Yet, do not expect them to bow down easily. Behind their quiet obedience lies a deep refusal to yield. As they plot their own way forward, the youngest, Zero, openly avoids his eldest brother. This defiance infuriates Raptors, who expects absolute respect as the future heir. Despite his young age, Zero was sent to the brutal northern front to train and command soldiers in a frozen wasteland. Anfet plays a much cleverer game. Being highly intelligent, he always stands in his brother's shadow, pretending to help while keeping himself perfectly safe. He manages the kingdom's finances, acting as a loyal advisor to keep Raptors pleased. He maintains a supportive facade, but behind closed doors, he quietly sharpens his skills and secures his power step by step. While he has no intention of serving his brother, his face remains completely unreadable. Suddenly, a cold voice breaks the silence, calling it simple curiosity. Raptors looks menacing as he questions if his brother is secretly betraying him. Anfet raises his hands, laughing off the accusation despite his secret plotting with Zero. The two brothers have a mutual goal. To claim the crown, they must first join forces and get rid of Raptors. Cooperation is their only choice. Anfet politely excuses himself, turning to leave. Raptor simply closes his eyes, remaining silent on the sofa as his brother bids farewell. With a faint smile, Anfet promises to buy the next round. Raptors merely watches him walk away, offering no reply. Deep in the northern outskirts of Benicia, Elena slowly opens her eyes. Waking up, she catches a faint, earthy aroma of medicinal herbs. Their carriage rolls forward, carrying Steve, Elena, and Bernard. Driving the horses, Bernard reassures her that they will find proper medicine once they reach Keldon. Meanwhile, Steve is deep in thought. He wonders how Bernard already knows so much about Keldon's sudden boom in the medicine trade. Meanwhile, Steve is deep in thought. He wonders how Bernard already knows so much about Keldon's sudden boom in the medicine trade. Looking pale, Elena insists she is completely fine. Inside Steve's mind, Motim scoffs at her claim, calling it utter nonsense. Motim warns her mana flow is completely unstable. To test her, Steve challenges her to summon a magical bow. Holding the relic, Elena tries to channel her magic, but her hands shake violently. She grits her teeth in pain as the light quickly fades away. Clutching her trembling arm, Elena gasps for breath. Steve points out that if she keeps pushing herself, she might ruin her magic forever. He warns her to rest and avoid using magic until she heals. Frustrated but too exhausted to argue, Elena stays silent as Steve asks how much further it is. Bernard points ahead, happily announcing that they have finally arrived. Before them lies Keldon, a bustling town protected by towering, sturdy stone walls. Looking at the town, Steve remarks on the long journey, asking if this is indeed their destination. Steve offers his sincere thanks, asking Bernard to thank his master as well. Bernard smiles warmly, insisting the debt is entirely theirs to pay. Steve silently wonders if he should reveal his real name, as they still know him as Brain. As the carriage enters the crowded streets, Bernard offers to help with any supplies, noting his master ordered him to take good care of them. Suddenly, Elena collapses in pain, her body trembling violently. Startled by the noise, Steve rushes to her side and kneels down, deeply concerned by how sick she truly is. As Elena lies unconscious, Motim muses inside Steve's head, wondering how she managed to endure such volatile energy for this long. Motim points out she was only pretending, teasing Steve for failing to notice. Annoyed at himself, Steve leaps from the carriage and runs ahead, yelling for Bernard to wait while he searches for medicinal herbs. Sprinting through the crowded streets, Steve's face grows grim as he realizes her life is truly on the line. A basic potion cannot stabilize her mana, but Keldon must have something that can. Scanning the busy market stalls, he spots an apothecary and skids to a sudden halt. Steve slams his hand on the counter, startling the old pharmacist. Desperate, he demands a mana recovery potion, but the old man stammers that he simply doesn't have any. A wave of frustration hits him as he fires back. What does the merchant mean? There is none. Keldon is famous for rare remedies, so they must have basic mana potions. Sweating profusely, the helpless old pharmacist raises his hands. They usually stock almost every common remedy, leaving Steve to grit his teeth in complete and utter disbelief. An elderly woman approaches from behind, catching Steve off guard. She calmly reminds him that this is a peaceful town, and shouting like that is no way to behave. She understands his shock that a town legendary for its medicine lacks recovery potions, but the pharmacist is telling the absolute truth. Meanwhile, a massive waterfall cascades down a lush mountain nearby. The elder explains that dandelion flowers, the key ingredient for these potions, only grow on the treacherous rocky peaks, but lately, nobody can reach them. For months, every single gatherer has returned completely empty-handed. Steve looks puzzled and asks if they will brew the potion if he gathers the flowers. The pharmacist agrees, but wonders how on earth a young man expects to pull that off. It is much easier said than done. The old woman chimes in, warning him against going because it will only end in failure. Turning on his heel, Steve heads straight for the forest, his dark cloak fluttering with pure determination. As they journey toward the treacherous peaks, he wonders if someone is erasing the gatherer's memories. His companion Modem dryly replies that if no one remembers, there is absolutely no way to know. Suddenly, Steve glances to his right, sensing something strange. Tucked away amidst the overgrown bushes and rugged rocks of the Cuden forest, rare medicinal herbs seem to be growing everywhere. Suddenly, two dark shadows dash across the trail he just walked past. Steve immediately senses the anomaly behind him, and his expression instantly turns cold and highly alert. He reaches down to grip the hilt of his sword, ready to draw the sharp blade against whatever is blocking his path. A mysterious green figure darts behind the tree trunks, scattering falling leaves in its wake, while Steve remains fully on guard. Closing his eyes to pinpoint the threat, Steve feels a massive green presence lurking right behind him. It moves with incredible speed, yet its physical size is absolutely enormous. Something plunges from above with terrifying speed, aiming straight for his head. A giant razor-sharp claw slams down, exploding the forest floor in a shower of dirt and stone. Fortunately, Steve reacts in the nick of time, leaping high into the air to dodge the lethal strike. Landing safely a short distance away, Steve grips his sword. Through the settling dust, the monstrous attacker finally reveals itself. Resting his sword on his shoulder, Steve calmly remarks how strange it is that the villagers never mentioned this beast. Suddenly, a giant spider with 6 glowing red eyes and razor legs roars in front of him. With a deafening screech, the savage Gosokni lunges forward, stabbing its sharp front legs directly at Steve. Steve ducks under the swipe, charging forward. The spider's missed attack slams into the dirt, triggering a shockwave that cracks the solid ground. Dodging the spider's leg, Steve charges straight at the massive beast, sword in one hand, while his other hand glows as he channels raw energy. Gritting his teeth, Steve unleashes a powerful forward punch. The keepsake ring of Modem flares with bright green energy as he yells for the beast to take this, triggering a massive explosion that ripples through the forest. With the Gosokni defeated, Steve breathes a sigh of relief. The sheer force of his attack has completely blasted away the surrounding trees, leaving a cleared path. Crushed stones and ruined trees surround them, with the spider's carcass still glowing with residual green energy. Steve sheaths his sword as his companion Modem floats nearby, wondering why a Gosokni is out here. It is definitely not normal. Steve notes that these creatures usually live elsewhere, his eyes lingering on the fallen beast. They only came for dandelion flowers, but if they leave this monster threat unchecked, the peaceful town's destruction is just a matter of time. Steve looks serious, wondering why on earth no one noticed this danger sooner. Suddenly, a sharp instinct makes Steve dodge. An arrow flies straight at him, but he reacts instantly, catching the projectile barehanded and realizing someone is targeting him. His system interface flashes, activating an automatic reflection skill. Glaring into the canopy, Steve warns the hidden archer to speak up before he gets blown away. The green-hooded assassin up in the trees trembles, realizing his lethal strike failed. Clinging to his bow, the elf archer wonders how on earth any human could catch an arrow barehanded. He realizes this intruder is far more dangerous than he looks. Steve grabs his own wrist, channeling a sphere of raw energy into his fingertips. He demands an immediate answer, ready to fire. Steve flicks his finger, unleashing the spell. Before the archer can even react, Steve has vanished and is now pointing a cold sword at his throat, ordering him to look up, leaving the elf completely stunned. Recognizing his captor as an elf, Steve stares back with irritation. The captured archer grits his teeth, cursing how a lowly human could possibly defeat him. Steve sighs, noting it has been a very long time since he last met an elf. He recalls how these proud beings turn extremely hostile when cornered, harboring a deep, instinctual hatred for humans. Stepping closer, Steve keeps a tight grip on his weapon. He tells the captured elf to get up and explain exactly what is going on in these woods. The elf stares in confusion without saying a word. Steve crosses his arms and explains that he has a very sick elf friend who desperately needs medicine from the mountain peak. Steve asks if the elf knows who is responsible for wiping the memories of anyone climbing the mountain. Sensing danger, the elf suddenly vanishes into thin air, leaving Steve behind to shout in surprise for him to wait. Sid escapes by leaping through the nearby tree branches. Modem asks Steve why he just stood there, pointing out he easily could have frozen the elf's feet. Steve only sighs in response. There is no desire to terrorize the locals before figuring out what is actually happening. Still, Steve admits that the strange elf was incredibly fast. In a grand elven chamber, a stern voice demands to know what Sit just did. Looking down anxiously, the young archer hesitates, explaining he spotted a human during his forest patrol. Hearing this, Myriad furiously demands if he simply shot the intruder. Standing before the judging elves, Sit tries to defend his actions. He had no choice, and she would understand if she saw him. The human crushed a Gosokni with a sword and basic magic, proving he is a major threat in their woods. Myriad closes her eyes in frustration, asking if the target is dead. When Sit awkwardly admits that is the problem, she grits her teeth and delivers a fierce slap across his face. Furious, she screams that he should have finished the job. By letting the human escape, he is threatening to completely ruin an entire month of her hard work. The surrounding elves whisper in absolute dread. As Sit holds his bruised face, Myriad demands if he understands why they had to erase memories. If that human takes another step into their territory, their secrets will be exposed. Slowly walking down their steps, Steve casually asks what would happen next. The elven guards gasp in pure shock as the human breaches their hidden base. Steve waves his hand casually, telling them to go on with their conversation because he is curious. Myriad and Sit freeze in absolute disbelief before Steve asks if the cat got their tongues. Enraged, Myriad snaps and prepares to strike. She instantly unleashes her wind blade ability, channeling a sharp gale of slicing energy right into the palm of her hand. Myriad immediately leaps forward and lunges straight at Steve. He remarks on how hot-tempered she is while keeping a very close eye on her rapid movements. Steve quickly catches her hand, easily blocking the sudden strike. Myriad rolls her eyes, signaling the archers behind her to fire a barrage of arrows at him. Steve closes his eyes and instantly summons his defensive wind magic. A massive whirlwind erupts and fills the entire room, leaving the elves completely shocked. Steve raises his hand to disperse the howling wind, muttering in disbelief at what just happened. Myriad stares at Steve in pure shock, wondering how he did that. Steve grips her wrist tightly and warns her that she will never defeat him, so she had better listen. He points back toward the entrance, showing them that he has no intention of causing any harm to their people. He promises to leave peacefully if they simply answer his questions, asking why they have to make this entire situation so incredibly complicated. Myriad questions him, pointing out that since the other elf does not speak the human tongue, there is no way for him to understand or answer Steve's questions. Another elf whispers to Steve, teasing that he is basically talking to a solid brick wall. Frowning at the massive waste of time, Steve lets go of Myriad, who immediately rubs her sore wrist from his incredibly tight grip. She demands to know what he means, asking if he is not a human assassin sent to eliminate them. Steve raises his hands in a mocking surrender, replying that if he wanted them dead, this entire building would already be dust. Now that they know he is here, and since nobody seemed to understand his earlier words, he suggests they start their conversation all over again. The two sit down to talk things out, and Myriad gradually begins to understand the situation. Steve sighs deeply, admitting that it is indeed hard to believe a human and an elf could actually be close friends. He wonders if she thinks he is lying to her. Myriad then asks for the name of this mysterious elf friend, and Steve quietly answers that her name is Elena. As memories of Elena flash through his mind, he repeats her full name, Elena Drenua. Hearing this, the elves behind them gasp in utter shock at the familiar name. Steve quickly turns around to face the startled crowd, asking if they actually know her. The elves begin whispering among themselves, highly confused about how a mere human could possibly know that name. Myriad urgently raises her voice, asking him to clarify if his captured friend is truly Elena. She presses for details, wanting to know what happened and if she was recently attacked. Steve hesitates, stammering that she simply overexerted herself. He realizes he cannot admit it was his fault, so he quickly shifts the subject, asking if she is finally ready to answer his questions. He nudges his sword forward as a subtle warning, demanding to know the real reason why she chose to erase the villagers' memories. Myriad quickly waves her hands to clear up any misunderstanding, explaining that they never attack unless threatened and only wish to defend their territory from dangerous intruders. Steve casts a doubtful look, and Myriad quickly reassures him that they have absolutely no ill intentions. She explains they only want to block access to the mountain because several highly dangerous monsters are currently nesting near the summit. As images of those giant spiders flash through his mind, Steve realizes the remaining monsters are still up there. If that is true, then the elves are actually protecting the townspeople. With that thought, he abruptly turns to leave, giving Myriad a quick wave and saying he believes her, but is in a rush. A startled Myriad asks if he is out of his mind for wanting to fight those monsters. Steve looks back with a confident smile, telling her those giant spiders are absolutely nothing to him. He leaps straight out of the window, calling out to her as he goes. He bids them farewell. The elves can only watch his retreating figure in stunned silence, completely speechless. After a long pause, Myriad speaks up, realizing this might be their golden opportunity. Another elf turns to Myriad, deeply confused about her plan. He reminds her that they cannot allow any outsider near that cave, otherwise, their entire mission is bound to fail. Myriad calmly tells him to think about the situation, Grabbing her trusty sword, she declares she will accompany the human, warning that if they do not eliminate those Gosokni monsters right now, it is only a matter of time before they devour both the villagers and the elves. Myriad grabs Sit by his collar and tells him they are leaving. Startled, the young elf asks if he really has to tag along. As they both step outside, Myriad tells Sit that of course he has to come. She then calls out to the remaining elves, instructing them to guard the area until they return. Steve stands in the mountain forest, waiting with hands on hips for the spiders to ambush him. He wonders why none have shown up yet, assuming the first two were just strays. Suddenly, a massive spider lunges at Steve. He quickly draws his blade and drives it straight through its head, causing the beast to shriek in agonizing pain. Crying out for the wind to rise, his glowing sword releases a powerful gale that shreds the spider into tiny pieces. He then commands a reverse wind to scatter the foul remains. Another giant spider immediately emerges right in front of him. Steve glares at the beast, noting that there are now two of them, just as it spits a toxic yellow fluid. He instantly recognizes the corrosive yellow liquid as deadly acid. He quickly leaps high into the air to dodge, while the spider thrusts its claws forward. He floats right above its head, but suddenly notices a strange light flashing from the nearby bushes. Steve glances over, wondering what that shining object could be. Suddenly, a projectile is hurled through the air, successfully blocking the spider's incoming attack just in time. Landing safely on the ground, he sighs in deep frustration, complaining about more elves showing up. He readies his blade once more and swiftly slashes it straight toward the rustling bushes. Steve blocks Myriad's path with his sword, demanding to know what she and the young elf are doing there. Myriad tries to explain they are here to help, but Steve quickly cuts her off. He tells her he does not need their help, gathering powerful energy in his palm, and watch he unleashes a devastating blast backward, instantly vaporizing the giant spider behind him. He warns them to stay away, stating they will only get in his way. Myriad watches in absolute shock, realizing he just defeated the monster with a single blow. Steve turns away, explaining that Elena was a completely different story. Since he has only met the two of them, he has no time to train them from scratch and orders them to go home. Myriad looks down, admitting that finding someone who learns as quickly and has combat support skills like Elena is incredibly rare. She understands why he feels that way after working closely with her. Steve remains completely silent as thoughts of Elena fill his mind once again. Gazing toward the mountain peak where a waterfall cascades down, Myriad explains that the Gosokni monsters have built a massive nest right inside the flower garden Steve is heading toward. Myriad crosses her arms and acknowledges his incredible strength, but warns him that he still cannot defeat the entire Gosokni nest all by himself. At least, not without completely destroying the precious black flowers in that garden. Steve remains silent, raising his hand to cast an absorption spell over the defeated spiders. While concentrating on drawing in their remaining essence, he asks how exactly she plans to help him. Myriad replies that they will let him fight the Gosokni monsters while she and Sit retrieve the flowers. However, both she and the young elf gasp in absolute shock as they witness Steve's next move. She wonders in utter disbelief if he is actually absorbing the monster. Steve draws all the lingering essence directly into his hand, noting that his mana has increased significantly due to his unique magic. Steve captures the final wisp of essence in his palm. Watching this, Myriad admits she is surprised, noting she has never met a human who did not harbor hatred for elves. It is a first for her, and she asks if that is why Elena traveled with him. Glancing back, Steve replies that she certainly has a lot of questions. It is a long story. Steve tells Myriad she can ask Elena once she recovers, but then he turns the question on her, asking why she is helping him. Is it really just for Elena? Myriad looks down in silence. Sadly, Myriad replies that it is not the only reason. Her mind drifts back to her forest home, shadowed by stalking spider monsters. She explains that her people lived in those woods long before the townspeople ever arrived. Grim memories of her comrades being slaughtered by the beasts flash through Myriad's mind. She continues explaining how everything fell apart when those vile Gosokni invaded their forest. Their lives decayed under the overwhelming power of the beasts. Unable to fight directly, the elves decided to starve them out. Ultimately, Myriad and her two brothers had to flee toward the human town. Taking advantage of the fact that the Gosokni rarely leave their territory, they decided to quietly shield the townspeople from the spiders. They went as far as erasing the humans' memories to keep the secret. Mortem appears beside Steve, noting how incredibly cautious the elves had to be. Steve sighs, finally understanding those stray spiders he fought earlier were simply wandering around because they were starving. Myriad admits it was never a perfect plan, but it was their only choice. And just as they began to dread what would happen when the starving monsters grew desperate, she looks at Steve, calling him their only beacon of hope. Suddenly, the scene shifts inside a massive cavern resting at the very peak of the mountain. A sword glowing with radiant energy cuts through the gloom. Steve unleashes his blade, driving brutal strikes right into the spiders' heads, while Myriad uses her bare hands to crush the rest. Myriad blasts away the thick webs blocking the cave entrance. Steve grits his teeth in frustration at the sticky mess, while Myriad remains focused on clearing their path forward. Steve's blade gets tangled in the sticky silk. He snaps in frustration, but as he struggles, a blue spider lunges directly at his head from the shadows above. Spotting the threat, Myriad yells a warning. Without hesitation, she thrusts her hands forward to block the incoming strike. A massive slab of stone erupts from the ground, halting the beast instantly. Myriad unleashes her piercing stone skill to impale the spider, leaving Steve to turn back and stare in awe at the shattered monster. Shocked, Steve asks if she is some kind of mage. Myriad exhales wearily, explaining that the spell drains too much mana, forcing her to save it strictly for emergencies rather than drawn-out battles. Steve nods in understanding. He admits such a costly spell is highly impractical when they are facing a massive swarm like this. Suddenly, the stone barrier behind Myriad explodes into dust. As she whirls around in shock, a brilliant bolt of lightning tears through the cave. The electric current engulfs the spider, leaving it twitching and screeching. Seizing the opening, Steve charges the stunned beast. With a wave of her hand, Myriad summons a violent vortex that tears the spider to shreds. Steve glances back, asking about the blue lightning, only to find her younger brother, Sid, holding the spark. Sid looks a bit anxious, wondering if he got in Steve's way, but Steve simply smiles, noting that her brother is surprisingly useful. Myriad scoffs, admitting Sid has talent, though he remains far too fragile. Sid just chuckles, glad to receive even a shred of praise. Cracking his knuckles, Steve asks if they can pick up the pace since they both know how to fight. He wraps his body in a blazing shroud of flame, yelling for them to protect themselves as he unleashes a massive fireball. The entire mountain trembles violently under the force. A massive explosion erupts from deep within the cavern, bursting outward like a raging volcano. Steve, Myriad, and Sid leap out of the billowing smoke, coughing wildly. With their clothes completely charred, Myriad glares at Steve in absolute fury. She snaps at him for nearly roasting them. Sid nurses his minor burns, muttering that Steve is too strong, but Steve calmly replies that he hates wasting time. Steve adds that the siblings are quite strong themselves. Spotting a towering, fortress-like cave ahead, he admits he expected a beautiful flower garden on the mountain peak, not this ominous structure. As the skittering sounds of approaching spiders grow louder, Steve looks down and lets out a heavy sigh. He wonders if they are hiding, noting there is nothing but thick cobwebs. As they land, a swarm of screeching spiders instantly surrounds them. Sitch grows anxious, suggesting they turn back. Myriad glares at him, warning him to shut up or she will hit him first. Steve, however, just grins at the massive horde blocking their path. Steve cuts in, telling the bickering siblings to quiet down and look ahead. He points to the rare black flowers guarded by a massive beast. Myriad confirms the target but notes it is nearly impossible to reach. Steve gathers a dark purple aura, telling them to grab the flowers while he handles the horde. The ominous purple energy surges through his veins as Steve releases a devastating wave of raw power. He unleashes his curse aura, a dark shroud of energy that envelops his body and actively drains the strength of any enemy nearby. Mortem recalls the last time Steve cast this spell beside Elena and Gareth. He notes how much easier it is to control now, proud to have personally optimized and upgraded the magic for his master. Steve asks if the dark artifact caused this boost. Mortem agrees that it was likely the main cause. Steve leaps straight into battle, leaving Myriad utterly shocked by his massive reservoir of dark energy. Screeching in fury, the spider swarm rushes forward to crush him. Steve's dark coat morphs into a pair of massive wings. Unfurling them with a mighty snap, he takes flight, leaving the spider horde frozen in absolute terror. The suffocating dark energy looms over the monsters. Before they can even move, the crushing pressure slams them flat against the ground. Steve lands smoothly, catching his breath as he mocks the wretched bugs. His overwhelming dark energy blankets the entire peak, leaving the weakened spiders paralyzed and sprawling helplessly across the ground. Steve shouts that this is their chance. Myriad snaps out of her shock and calls for her brother to move, while Sitch grumbles that any failure is entirely Steve's fault. The massive spider guarding the cave entrance screeches in pure fury. As Myriad dashes toward the flowers, she realizes this beast is the colony queen, still incredibly dangerous despite being weakened. The queen rears back and lunges at Myriad, but a sudden crackle of lightning halts her mid-strike, forcing a painful screech from the beast. Sid fires off his electric shock skill, while Myriad slides deftly beneath the giant spider. Myriad conjures her lightning whip skill, binding the beast in place. Watching her scale the tower, Sitch silently urges his sister to keep going and never look back. Sitch draws his bow and lets an arrow fly. The shot lands but barely scratches the queen. Enraged, she glares at him before unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp bristles. Stunned to see a spider shoot projectile bristles, Sitch is forced to raise his arms to block the incoming barrage. Those deadly feathers rain down, but Zid steps forward, swinging his arm to cast a wind-cutting spell that blows them all away. Enraged, the spider beast leaps through the air, charging directly at the two of them. Providing support from above, Myriad leaps down directly over the creature. She reaches her hand out to grab the raw elemental energy from the air, calling forth a barrage of stone bullets. Instantly, a massive stone pillar erupts, impaling the Spider Queen as she shrieks in agony. Myriad spots the delicate flowers below and jumps down to protect them, while Steve yells out in stubborn defiance. He vows to crush the monsters right now, telling her to back away. Seeing his sudden intensity, Myriad feels a wave of fear. He thrusts his hands forward, summoning a howling gale. The spider is pushed back by the fierce winds, visibly startled by his power. Before it can recover, Steve conjures a swirling vortex of fire, combining it with a massive fireball. The combination of raging wind and fire merges into a devastating firestorm, unleashing a blazing tornado that completely sweeps away the surrounding spider horde. The burning monsters shriek as they are reduced to ash. Myriad watches in utter disbelief, wondering how any human could possess such terrifying magic. Who is he? To escape the raging heat, she and Zid quickly retreat inside a cave. Looking back, she realizes she can still feel the scorching heat vibrating through the cavern floor. What kind of nightmare is unfolding, and is Elena going to be safe? She runs deeper into the dark cavern alongside Zid. The massive firestorm has already wiped out more than half the horde, but suddenly, a colossal crash shakes the entire mountain peak. A monstrous beast emerges from the heavy smoke, roaring in absolute fury. Zid stares in shock. The creature does not have a single burn mark on its body. Motim appears, warning that only a tomb guardian could withstand such a devastating blast. Zid looks down at the defeated spiders and immediately activates his absorption spell. He instantly absorbs the spiritual energy of the fallen monsters. While drawing in their power, Zid mutters that the blast was so intense he almost got himself roasted. Motim ignores him, complaining that his magic failed to kill a simple, foolish spider. Zid sighs in sheer exhaustion, asking if his companion only cares about his pride while Zid almost lost his life. Reaching into his pouch for a backup plan, Zid notes that fighting these mythical beasts always seems to come with a lot of unexpected surprises. Shrugging it off, Zid pulls out a vial of red powder with a confident smirk. If magic fails, brute force is the answer, which Motim recognizes as the salamander powder. The crimson vial glows softly in Zid's hand. Motim recalls their previous battle and warns him that this giant spider is built to resist heat. Drawing his sword, Zid coats the blade with the dust and tells him to relax. He already analyzed the spider's shell, and unlike the cheap imitation powder they used before, this is the real deal. Zid grips his newly enhanced sword. Motim grumbles that dwarves can never be trusted with a simple task, but Zid just charges the beast, telling him to stop complaining. The spider spits a stream of deadly acid, but Zid slashes his sword to create a defensive wind barrier. The creature is completely stunned by his incredible speed. Seizing the opening, Zid leaps high into the air, aiming his blade straight down. However, the quick spider uses its heavy front claws to block his strike. Zid is stunned that his attack was blocked so effortlessly. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he realizes he needs to penetrate its tough armor, just as a sudden gust of wind pushes him back safely. Landing gracefully back on his feet, Zid listens as Motim asks if he just needs something sharp enough to tear that thick shell. Zid asks for ideas, and Motim shouts ice. Before Zid can even question him, his companion tells him to get ready. Without hesitation, Zid channels his magic and casts Frostwave, though he silently wonders why they are using ice. Right on cue, Motim joins in with a wind blast. The combined spell conjures a storm of sharp ice shards raining down. Zid watches in awe as countless jagged frost needles cover the battlefield, warning that this will draw blood. Motim yells to fire. Zid swings his arm, launching the deadly frost blades directly at the monster, slicing its flesh. The ice finally cracks the monster's protective shell. Sensing his moment, Zid rushes forward with his blade held high, aiming directly at the creature's head. With a loud shout, he unleashes a blast of brilliant blue light from his sword, delivering a lethal strike. Recalling Casper's teachings, Zid is deeply impressed by the alchemist's true genius. The devastating blow completely obliterates the spider's head, leaving Zid's sword glowing bright red from the raw kinetic force of the impact. Zid silently wonders why he was trusted with such a dangerous weapon. Suddenly, Motim notices something strange and tells Zid to look at the spider's belly. Watching ancient artifacts spill from its torn stomach, Motim understands how a normal monster became so powerful. Zid picks up a relic, guessing it devoured some wealthy adventurers. He grips the treasure with a satisfied smile as the scene shifts to a cozy wooden cabin. Zid sits by the bedside, offering medicine to Elena. Noticing her hesitation at the strong herbal scent, he reassures her that it is a highly effective tonic made from rare flowers and roots. Elena slowly drinks every drop and lets out a soft sigh of relief. Zid smiles warmly, glad to see her starting to look healthy again. He stands up and heads for the door, glancing back to bid Elena farewell and reminding her to rest up, as her recovery will take time. She waves a quiet goodbye as Zid steps outside. Bernard is waiting and asks how she is doing. Zid thanks him for his care and asks what is on his mind. Bernard tells him he has 2 visitors. Zid's face goes blank, and though he already suspects who they might be, he quietly asks if they are guests. Just outside the door, Myriad and Steve are waiting. Standing in the quiet room, Myriad is speechless at the sight, while Steve mutters in awe. So this is human civilization. Zid sighs, asking what they were thinking, walking straight into a human town. Even with illusion magic concealing their faces, it is still far too risky. Later, as Zid leads them to Elena's bedside, Myriad suddenly speaks up with a warm smile, remarking that he truly is an honest man. Zid. Surprised, Zid asks if she doubted him after all this time. Taken aback by his reaction, Myriad quickly clarifies that is not the case. She explains that some things must be seen in person to be believed. Curious, Zid asks how she knows Elena, and Myriad grows emotional, explaining that they are like sisters. Even though they are not blood-related, she reveals that the elves of Kilden and the elves of the Dark Forest have shared deep connections for generations. That shared history made them close. As the chief's daughter, Elena was highly skilled in diplomacy, making her incredibly popular and respected throughout the entire tribe. However, those peaceful days vanished when an ancient tomb suddenly emerged in the Dark Forest, growing so powerful that the elves could no longer contain its dark, overwhelming presence within their homeland. And then, tragedy struck. Elena lost her father, and things went from bad to worse. Soon after, all contact with them was completely lost, including with Elena. As Steve listens to Myriad, he realizes they are talking about the very girl he rescued a century ago. He decides it is best to let Elena tell them herself. While the two are deep in conversation, Elena's ears suddenly twitch. She slowly opens her eyes and softly calls out for Myriad, startling her so much that her wooden chair scrapes loudly against the floor. The two girls are so overwhelmed to reunite that they eagerly throw their arms around each other. A moment later, Elena asks in sheer disbelief, "How did this happen?" Watching the girls, Steve sighs with a mix of helplessness and quiet joy. He drags his companion outside with him. Back in the sunlit room, a soft voice mentions hearing rumors about humans being nearby. Elena sadly whispers that she thought her friend had left the forest. Elena admits she had heard absolutely nothing about Myriad. Seeing her friend's sadness, Myriad explains that resettling too close to humans attracts unwanted attention, so they created a buffer zone to keep humans out of their forest. Myriad then turns the question back on Elena, saying that is enough about her and it is time to hear Elena's story. Myriad wonders why she is working with a human. After hearing Elena's tale inside the beautiful cabin, Myriad gasps in shock Steve saved the entire place and conquered the ancient tomb completely alone? Staring at the glowing magical runes on Elena's hand, Myriad is left in complete disbelief. Myriad asks if she stays with Steve just to repay her debt, noting she even uses ancient artifacts now. Elena blushes deeply and sheepishly murmurs that it is pretty much the case. Misunderstanding her reaction, Myriad gasps in shock, but Elena quickly denies whatever wild thoughts. Wiping away tears of laughter, Myriad says she can like whoever she wants, but she is glad it is Steve. Still, she jokes that Steve is bound to completely freak out. Standing outside, Steve is bewildered to hear his own name mentioned. But regardless of his confusion, the two girls inside continue their joyful conversation. Myriad gently asks if Elena plans to move on soon. Elena lets out a soft sigh, admitting she does not think they will stay long, though their next destination remains a mystery. After chatting a bit more, Myriad stands up and pulls up her hood. She hopes they will meet again soon, offering Elena a warm welcome to visit their forest home whenever she likes. The farewell brings a touch of sadness to Elena, who promises she will. When the door opens and Myriad steps out, Steve asks how Elena is doing already. Myriad reassures him that Elena is doing fine and acting normal, but then her tone shifts as she asks Steve, the most trustworthy person she knows, to make her a solemn promise. She demands that he keep Elena safe while she repays her debt. Steve sighs, explaining that Elena never owed him anything, and he will not stop her if she chooses to leave. Steve's attitude leaves Myriad wondering how the two will ever work things out, unsure if Steve is truly clueless or simply pretending to be. Brushing her thoughts aside, she asks where they are headed next. Steve shakes his head, admitting he has no set plan yet beyond his original goal of finding a cure for Elena. Myriad nods, warning him that she would have stopped him if he planned to head north, as things in that region have taken a turn for the worse. Steve wonders about the trouble in the north. 2 days later, amidst chirping forest birds, Steve and Elena prepare to set off. He thanks Myriad for all her help and asks her to say hello to Gareth. Once they are on their way, Elena asks if they are heading to another ancient tomb. Steve gives a sly grin, replying that he is done with tombs and they are heading to Port Aiden III. Elena gasps, deeply worried about entering a bustling human port city where they might be recognized. Despite her warnings, Steve insists they must go. He explains that a highly important contact is currently lying low somewhere in that bustling harbor city, vital for his future plans. This crucial key to Steve's future plans is likely a mysterious young man with a long facial scar, currently clutching a blood-stained red cloth in his hand. Sky stares at the wanted poster for Steve Steed with a 400-crown bounty. Suddenly, he drives his sword straight into the paper, his killing intent surging in an instant. With eyes full of hatred, Sky mutters that Steve is a cowardly traitor, while Steve himself remains determined to track Sky down at all costs. Reminded of Myriad's warning about the unstable northern front, the scene shifts to the frozen battlegrounds. A desperate commander bellows out a single order attack. Cannon fire erupts as screams echo across the field. They are targeting a colossal monster, but their heavy ammunition does absolutely nothing to the beast, wasting precious shells. A soldier quickly shouts that conventional bombing is completely useless against this creature. Infuriated, the monster raises its massive fist, preparing to crush them. While the terrified soldiers freeze in fear, a mysterious figure dashes forward. The monster slams its fist down, but a sudden, blinding slash cuts its arm, making the beast roar in agony. Their savior is none other than Prince Zero. He stands tall, telling the troops they did well and he will take over. The soldiers erupt in cheers at his arrival. A bewildered private wonders if that strike was pure magic, but a veteran quickly points out that the young prince's power is far more complex than that. The veteran tells him to watch closely next time, explaining that the prince wields a legendary combat artifact named Gumela. As the beast thrashes in a blind rage, Zero calmly analyzes its movements, his artifact Gumela glowing with dense spiritual energy. Zero unleashes a razor-sharp strike that cuts deep, sending the monster howling in pain. Without letting up, he leaps forward with absolute determination. With one final devastating blow, he slices the massive beast clean in half before landing gracefully on the snowy ground. His eyes lock onto a floating core hovering inside the dead beast. Without hesitation, Zero raises his sword and shatters it, letting the core dissolve directly into Gumela. The soldiers erupt in thunderous cheers, celebrating their victory. But a quiet private watches in awe, wondering if the prince just absorbed the monster's core. Staring at the glowing ancient sword, he whispers that he has never seen such a terrifying weapon before as the dark storm clouds finally begin to clear. An officer eagerly invites the victorious prince to their camp for a celebratory banquet, but Zero coldly declines, stating he only wishes to rest in private. Zero orders that no one disturb him, prompting a respectful nod from his men. Alone in his dark tent, a sinister black energy begins to ooze from his body. Shivering and drenched in sweat, Zero gasps heavily as he struggles with everything he has to suppress the wild, thrashing power of Gumela. It is clearly no easy task for Steve. Controlling the Mara staff takes everything he has, but after a tense struggle, he finally lets out a sigh of relief. The scene shifts to the bright lights of Burden 3. Steve and Elena walk down the street bundled up like thieves. Elena anxiously asks if he even knows where they are going, noting that the longer they linger, the higher the risk of being recognized. In stark contrast to her anxiety, Steve remains perfectly calm. He tells her not to worry, drawing on his deep experience in the underworld where massive cities offer the perfect cover. Suddenly, he flashes a signal light into the darkness. Across the water, a cloaked figure catches the flashing signal. Bundled up just like them, the stranger wonders if that was indeed a beacon. Elena watches him, deeply confused, and asks what he is doing. Steve sits down with a heavy sigh, telling her to just wait because their contact will arrive shortly. Right on cue, a gruff voice cuts through the quiet night, asking what they have here. A scarred, bearded man rows his boat closer, gasping in utter shock at the sight of Steve. He docks the boat and begins to mock him, but Steve refuses to argue, simply replying that the man is still as talkative and annoying as ever. Steve quickly turns his request into a flat threat. He asks for a ride, casually adding that he will just take the boat by force if the old man refuses. The man grumbles into the quiet night, muttering that this is no way to treat an old friend. Moments later, as he ferries Steve and Elena across the water, he asks how long it has actually been. He muses if it has been 13 or 14 years since Steve swore never to return, wondering what could have possibly driven him back to this place. Steve remains dead silent. Getting no answers from him, the boatman turns his attention to Elena, asking how such a grumpy guy convinced her to tag along. But instead of an answer, he is suddenly greeted by a blazing fireball. Once the panic dies down, the man remarks that Steve has certainly picked up some dangerous new tricks. Steve calmly warns him to shut his mouth, threatening to stuff a fireball down his throat if he keeps babbling. Showing zero fear, the boatman grips Steve's hand, calling it a wonderfully warm welcome. His tone then turns dead serious, accusing Steve of being a cold-blooded traitor who abandoned them all those years ago. Deciding not to argue with the bitter old man, Steve simply sighs. He asks where Sky is, stating clearly that he only came back to find him. The boatman sighs deeply at the mention of that name, warning Steve that finding Sky will not be easy. His voice drops to a dark whisper, telling him that everyone in the city is waiting to see him punished, and maybe only then will he get to see Sky. With those parting words, the man quickly rows his boat into the shadows, leaving Steve and Elena standing completely alone on the docks. Steve watches the boat vanish into the gloom. He turns to Elena and apologizes, warning her that in a place like Burden 3, hostile encounters like this are going to happen a lot. Elena simply shrugs, asking why that should matter. Steve can only offer a sheepish nod, admitting he is glad she understands. Looking around at the dimly lit streets, he realizes with a heavy heart that 10 long years have passed, and his old home has changed beyond recognition. Suddenly, Elena spots something catching the dim light by the side of the road. She calls out to Steve, telling him she might have found something important. Steve looks over, his skepticism instantly turning to shock as Elena approaches a wall covered in posters. She tears down a weathered wanted notice, asking if this is the man he is looking for. Steve takes the parchment, staring at the name of his old friend, Sky. Staring at the sketched face on the paper, Steve is stunned to see it really is Sky. He is horrified to see a bounty of 1.2 million, wondering when his friend got that massive scar on his face, and what on earth happens. Elena snaps him out of his daze, demanding that it is finally time for some real answers. She wants to know exactly who this man is. She asks why he is so desperate to find him, but Steve hesitates, admitting he is too embarrassed to talk about it. This pushes Elena over the edge, and she angrily demands he speak up, having followed him blindly for this long. Looking down, Steve confesses that he grew up in a harsh orphanage. Back when he was desperate enough to do absolutely anything for coin, he met this man. Staring at the poster, he whispers the name Sky Gunkin. Steve begins to recount the story of how they met. With neither of them having a place to call home, they quickly bonded and began gathering other abandoned outcasts living on the cold streets. Survival in a city like this meant sticking together, no matter what. Though they came from different backgrounds, they shared a common goal and forged a pact to protect one another. Lost in memory, Steve explains that they simply wanted to stop being looked down on by the rest of the world. But while their ultimate goal was the same, their ideas on how to achieve it couldn't have been more different. Steve wanted to earn respect through honest success, saving every coin he made until he could finally join an elite expedition guild. Sky chose a much darker path, seeking raw power to protect what mattered to him. He obsessed over finding ways to get stronger, until one day, he proudly showed Steve a massive stockpile of black gunpowder. While Steve saved up to escape their misery, Sky was building a devastating, unstable bomb meant to reduce the city to ashes. They had a massive, violent fallout over it, and Steve fled the city alone, never hearing from his friend again. Finishing his story, Steve looks down, his voice heavy with regret. He tells Elena that as much as he hates to admit it, he made a terrible mistake. The loudmouth boatman was right. No matter how insane Sky's plans were, Steve had abandoned his friend when he needed him most, which explains why the locals still despise him. Steve falls silent for a moment before letting out a sharp sigh, telling her that standing around won't solve anything. They push forward, down increasingly desolate and moss-covered streets where not a single soul can be seen. Elena follows close behind, covering her nose in disgust as a foul stench fills the air. She complains about the smell, asking if he has ever even used this sketchy path before. Steve peers down the dark alleyway. He reassures her that he knows this place like the back of his hand, noting that this forgotten little street hasn't changed a bit because there was never any reason for it to. Still pinching her nose, Elena asks if this is the exact slum where he grew up. Steve doesn't answer her right away, keeping his eyes forward as they walk. He quietly explains that Sky used to lead the way, searching every corner of the city to find a safe haven for the homeless children in an unforgiving world full of hostile adults. As he speaks, Steve approaches a weathered brick wall and presses his palm against a specific brick marked with a hidden symbol, explaining that Sky had built a secret sanctuary for them. With a firm push of the brick, the solid wall grinds open to reveal a hidden passageway. Elena watches in utter amazement before following Steve through the secret threshold. She whispers to him, asking if the gang is actually still inside, claiming she can hear faint voices. Steve murmurs a quiet reply as the heavy inner door swings wide, and they step into the light. 3 rough-looking thugs sitting in the room spot them instantly. They gasp in surprise, murmuring amongst themselves as one of them sneers, wondering aloud who has finally crawled back home. They realize the loudmouth boatman wasn't lying after all. Steve stands his ground, raising a hand in a casual greeting, but a black-haired thug immediately roars in anger, ordering the others to seize him as they charge. Steve remains completely unfazed. He shrugs casually, telling them there is really no need for such an aggressive welcome party. He throws a lightning-fast punch at a bearded thug. The man desperately blocks with both arms but is still sent flying backward, gasping in terror that he cannot even breathe. A massive cloud of dust erupts where the thug crashes, leaving the onlookers paralyzed with fear. Steve glares at them, challenging them to bring it on if they want to fight, channeling raw magic straight into his fist. Steve charges forward like a hurricane. His first strike shatters the jaw of a thug, while the next punch lands square in another's face, leaving the rest completely stunned at his overwhelming power. The chaotic clash leaves one side relentlessly attacking while the other can only endure, completely baffled that a mere Tomb Raider could possess such strength. Behind them, the bearded man sits frozen like a statue, paralyzed in sheer disbelief. He cannot believe his eyes. How could this guy have grown so incredibly strong? Meanwhile, in another room of the building, rage stretches across Sky's face as he curses his foolish subordinates for their sheer incompetence. Flinging the door wide open, he storms toward the staircase and looks down, shouting at the top of his lungs. Sky cracks his wrists and yells, demanding to know why they are making so much noise while he works. Suddenly, he falls silent as his eyes land on the man downstairs. He gasps Steve's name, and Steve calmly replies, "Long time no see, Sky." Sky Gherking is a man with a hefty bounty of 1 to 2 million kurongs on his head. He was born and raised in the gritty northern slums of Great Lock. His mother, Laza Gherking, was so breathtakingly beautiful that few could believe she came from the slums. Despite their crushing poverty, she always kept a warm smile until a ruthless noble ruined her life. That wealthy lord had everything he could ever desire and grew utterly bored of his privileged life. Seeking a cheap thrill, he wandered into the slums, and that was where he found Laza. Sky was born from that cruel encounter in the slums. Despite their struggles, he enjoyed 10 years of pure, warm love from his mother. But the tragedy of his life began on the day he turned 10, when he returned home to find his beloved mother lying on the floor, gasping for her final breaths under the cold swords of ruthless assassins. Blood pooled across the wooden floor, soaking the room. Even as her life slipped away, she used her remaining strength to look toward the doorway where her young son stood frozen in terror. His mother's final words were a desperate plea to run. Sky obeyed, sprinting into the night, running as fast as his legs could carry him. He never looked back, gripped by sheer panic while the torrential rain poured down around him. He ran with every ounce of strength he possessed. Shortly after he fled, the entire slum was slaughtered, though he only learned of this tragedy years later. Sitting by the dusty road watching the crowds pass by, his eyes turned cold. His life was now driven by a single burning desire for revenge. Later on, he made friends in the slums of Badinda City and formed his very own street gang. Utilizing his deep underground connections, Sky finally identified the man who hired those assassins, Duke Marcus Grutford, his own biological father. Upon learning his son was alive in the slums, the Duke moved to erase his shame. Sky grew furious at the barbaric, unjust nature of the high nobility, his hatred for them festering deep inside. Later, when Sky heard Duke Grutford was planning to visit Badind, he plotted an assassination disguised as a sudden explosion, which ultimately sparked his bitter feud with Steve. The assassination attempt failed, and as a direct result, Sky's gang was brutally crushed and heavily restricted by the local authorities. None of these secrets had ever been revealed before, but now, get ready for the ultimate reunion between these two former friends. Standing high on the stairs, Sky looks down at the chaotic scene and stares directly at Steve. He asks if Steve is even human anymore, to which Steve simply replies, "Long time no see, Sky." Completely ignoring the calm exchange between the two former friends, the battered subordinates turn to Sky. One of them screams out, begging their boss to do something, but Sky merely asks, "Do what exactly?" Another man nods in agreement, his eyes wide with fury as he yells that they cannot let this traitor escape. Confronted with this chaotic mess, Sky looks completely hesitant. Steve smirks, wondering if his old rival wants a one-on-one duel. But before Steve can ponder any further, Sky makes his move, ready to settle this. Saying he has thought it over, Sky suddenly draws his weapon and aims straight at Steve. Steve reacts in a flash, utilizing his wind cut skill to cleanly deflect the incoming bullet. Stunned, Sky gasps, demanding to know how Steve dodged a shot that should have been impossible to avoid. He realizes Steve must have picked up some impressive new skills. Steve angrily retorts, calling him an idiot and asking if shooting someone in the face is his idea of a proper welcome. Chambering a second bullet, Sky answers that seeing his old friend brings back plenty of memories, but honestly, it also makes him incredibly angry all over again. Sky adds that he prefers to shoot first and talk later, promising a real welcome party only after he puts a hole in his chest. He reveals a specialized weapon. This is no ordinary firearm, and it will do far more than just leave a simple bullet hole in anyone facing him. Gritting his teeth, Steve demands to know what kind of crazy weapon his rival has built now, charging forward before even finishing his sentence. Steve roars out, calling him a stupid fool, and before Sky can even react, Steve leaps high into the air right above him. The surrounding guards rush in to protect their boss, screaming to stop Steve before he can do any damage. But before they can even get close, a precise arrow fired by Elena streaks through the air, completely halting them in their tracks. The arrow strikes the leader with immense force, knocking the entire group to the ground. Elena raises her voice in warning, telling them not to move as she draws a second arrow and threatens to shoot anyone who dares to stir. Groaning on the floor, one fallen guard mutters about how attractive she is. The blonde man next to him snaps in irritation, telling him to stop looking and focus on the fight. Ignoring the chaos, Steve unleashes his elemental powers, intending to strike a decisive blow from above. Sky freezes in absolute shock, demanding to know what his rival is trying to do. Sky quickly aims his weapon and fires straight at the descending hero. Steve unleashes his wind cut technique once again, easily deflecting the deadly projectile. Sky curses under his breath, frustrated that he cannot even land a single clean hit. Right then, he notices something strange. The floor and his own feet have been frozen solid in thick ice. Sky stares in confusion at the ice, but before he can even process what is happening, Steve closes the distance and delivers a powerful, crushing punch straight to his chest. The powerful blow drops Sky to his knees in utter disbelief. Ignoring his shock, Steve steps forward and points the sharp tip of his blade directly at him. Steve speaks with absolute determination, telling him to yield because raw, brute force has never been enough to defeat him. He demands to know if Sky has any final words. Sky bows his head and closes his eyes, asking if this is just like 14 years ago when they almost killed each other. He wonders if Steve has returned simply to finish the job. Sky tells him to stop talking and just get it over with, but hearing those words only leaves Steve completely confused. Sheathing his sword, Steve firmly explains that finishing him off is not the reason he came back here. Steve explains he came to help him fulfill his dream, urging him to listen. A shocked Sky asks if he intends to blow something else up, but Steve calmly reveals his true plan to assassinate the prince. Hearing Steve's shocking declaration, the surrounding guards who had been quietly watching the entire standoff gasp in absolute disbelief. Sky is just as stunned, treating the claim like a ridiculous joke. Unable to believe what he is hearing, he looks up at Steve and demands to know if this is some kind of sick prank. Down below, the guards begin whispering among themselves about how much Steve has changed since their last encounter. The bearded man mutters that Steve was never like this in the past. Meanwhile, Sky remains completely dumbfounded, sitting silently on the cold floor as he struggles to comprehend the sheer scale of the situation. He asks skeptically if his own ears are playing tricks on him. Sky hesitates, completely lost for words. Steve reaches down to pull his old friend back to his feet, dryly asking if Sky thinks he has lost his mind, since this does not sound like him at all. Sky eyes him with deep skepticism and asks once more what he is looking at, his doubt lingering in the air. But as Steve pulls him to his feet, their hands clasp, and that old unbreakable bond between them instantly locks back into place. Fine, Sky says, let us see what you have got planned. Once the room finally quietens down, Steve begins sharing his painful past with the prince and everything he endured during those long, dark years. Zero Messer, the third prince, was nothing but bad news. Steve recalls entering the ancient tomb the prince led the march, while Steve and the royal guards followed closely behind him. The paths were lined with countless piles of gold and jewels. The prince made him act as if the tomb belonged to him, using him for his own selfish ends. Steve's voice falters here as memories of his agony rush back. It was an unbearable, crushing pain. Lying helpless on the cold ground, tears streaming, he was entirely alone, frozen to his very core. Hearing this tragic tale from his close brother, Sky grimaces and rubs his temples, caught between deep pity and raw anger. Sky sighs, man. You really went through hell. You wasted 10 long years, and now you finally understand how I feel. Leaning forward from his chair, Sky quietly asks if Steve and that girl really think they can pull off such a massive plan with just the two of them. Unlike his anxious friend, Steve is completely at ease. He folds his arms, looks Sky dead in the eye, and simply asks, "Are you going to help me or not?" Sky runs his fingers through his hair, lost in deep thought. Twirling a lock of hair around his finger out of pure habit, he finally asks what Steve needs from him. Steve answers without hesitation, "Your skills, and your entire crew." Stunned, Sky raises an eyebrow and asks if Steve is truly that shameless or just acting incredibly brave. Sky chuckles, adding that he is being incredibly generous in agreeing to help. So, what is the grand plan? Sky stares at him, noting that while he understands the thirst for revenge, opportunities do not just fall from the sky. Steve, ready for this, asks if Sky knows Gambini Fortress on the western edge of the northern front. They are going to take it together. The image of the massive fortress looms in their minds, perched high on a jagged cliff, towering, dangerous, and completely imposing. Sky is utterly speechless, but the quiet only lasts a brief second before a roaring laugh bursts from him, echoing through the door and down to the ground floor. The sudden blast of laughter makes Elena and Sky's men look up at the ceiling in complete confusion. Upstairs, the conversation carries on, though Sky is still gasping for air after his fit of hysterics. Sky wheezes that he has never heard anything so ridiculous in his entire life, calling Steve absolutely mad. Steve's face goes blank. Annoyed, he snaps back that it is not nonsense. He has never been more certain of anything, muttering under his breath about his stubborn friend. Sky shook his head, pointing out that sitting on a jagged, towering cliff makes it a flawless stronghold. He knows the fortress inside out, detailing the layout and design with absolute precision. He emphasizes that there is only one way in, and there is even an ancient tomb sealed directly beneath it. It spews dark, ominous energy, making the defenses impenetrable. So how does Steve plan to take it? Steve reveals his strategy. They will disguise themselves as a merchant caravan and walk right through the front gate. Sky rejects the idea, warning that guards will not let a random caravan stroll in. Even if they manage to get their men inside, they will be instantly surrounded. Steve remains completely unbothered, chuckling as he mentions that an elf he met recently found signs of the northern tomb and offered him some valuable advice. Steve remembers Myriad warning him about something dark in that northern tomb. Sky is left speechless again, asking if Steve is seriously chatting with elves now. Steve explains that a massive horde of monsters will soon gather near the fortress to reclaim that very tomb. With the guards distracted, they can slip right in. Seeing Sky's disbelief, Steve reassures him that the enemies will not unpack the goods, keeping them safe inside. Sky leans back with crossed arms, questioning how he can be so certain. Steve smiles smugly, explaining that he recently intercepted a northern supply caravan, meaning the guards inside are starving. It is the perfect moment to strike. Sky's eyes widen in shock as he realizes Steve was the one who choked off their supplies. He asks what the next step is. Once the fortress is theirs, Steve explains, Tanjiro's army stationed nearby will be the key to clearing out the tomb. By using the tomb as bait, they will easily lure them in. Unlike the optimistic Steve, Sky looks pensive, pointing out that they cannot guarantee the prince will not escape. Steve finds the idea of escape laughable. Clenching his fist, a strange power surges from his ring as he mutters that when that coward sees him, he will have nowhere to run. Sky eyes the glowing ring, asking what it is. With that level of confidence, Steve clearly knows something he is not letting on. Sky laughs, teasing that Steve might actually be the first to flee. Still, he agrees to bring his crew along, eager for any chance to tear down this corrupt kingdom. With the details finalized, Sky gathers his men to share the plan. Just as expected, the crew reacts with absolute wild excitement. Men shout about getting revenge on those fools, slamming chairs and jumping onto tables. If Sky says they go, they know they have a real shot. Watching the uproar, Steve and Sky exchange a quiet nod. Steve is genuinely impressed. He looks at Sky and remarks on how much these men trust him as their leader. Sky turns to the rowdy crowd below and barks at them to shut up. Instantly, silence falls. He orders them to hijack the caravan, taking every bit of food and supplies. The men shout back, asking when they move out. Sky tells them to hold their horses. They cannot leave yet. Who knows if spies are watching them right now? Irene Henrietta, the prince's most trusted aide, will certainly notice if huge shipments start moving around northern Danma. Outside, moss-covered old houses line the quiet streets as a few locals stroll past. Besides, they cannot have a massive caravan drawing attention in broad daylight. They will have to wait until tomorrow night to make their move. Sky grabs his coat. Steve watches him, asking where he is going. Fully dressed, Sky replies that he is heading to the workshop. He has high-grade explosives that just need minor tweaks, and he refuses to let them go to waste. Suddenly, Sky lunges and grabs the sword at Steve's hip, making him shout in surprise. Sliding the blade from its scabbard, Sky admires it with sheer fascination. He admits he has wanted a close look since day one, wondering if it has explosive properties. As Sky inspects the weapon, Steve explains that it was crafted by a dwarven blacksmith named Clang. Steve warns him not to pry, leaving Sky wide-eyed as he asks if Steve actually knows dwarves too. Pausing in thought, Sky suddenly bolts into his room, slamming the door while Steve shouts after him, asking what he is doing. Sky's voice calls out from behind the shut door, telling him he will love this and to wait. Left staring at the wood, Steve yells out in frustration that if Sky breaks it, he is dead. Skydap remains completely unfazed, telling him to quiet down while casually warning that his sword might not survive otherwise. Now, Steve is left entirely alone. He wonders what he should do now, feeling like the only one sitting around idle. Just as Steve is speaking, the heavy doors suddenly swing wide open. It is none other than Elena. Steve is surprised but greets her warmly, saying he thought she went for a walk and asking if anyone had been bothering her. Elena lowers her head, her hood casting a shadow. She tells him not to worry about her, then pauses before asking when he decided to do this, leaving Steve completely confused. Elena whispers that he kept her in the dark. She did not know what Myriad told him to spark this quest, and she certainly did not expect him to attack a whole fortress. Seeing her like this, Steve raises his hands in mock surrender. He explains he had no choice, since without Sky's help, the fortress plan would fail, and he wanted to keep it secret until it was certain. He hesitates, admitting he should have told her sooner. Elena keeps her head down, hiding her face, as her quiet voice drifts through the room. Standing directly opposite her, she asks if everything will finally end once the plan succeeds and they deal with the prince. Steve answers with an uncertain tone, saying he guesses so. Elena falls silent at his words, simply replying that she understands. but when Steve adds that there is actually something else he needs to tell her, she looks up in mild surprise. She asks what it is. Breaking a nervous sweat, he tells her that with the plan ending, she has surely paid her debt, and others must be terribly worried about her. Upon hearing those words, Elena's mood instantly sours into pure frustration and anger. Fuming, she storms out and slams the heavy door behind her, leaving Steve utterly baffled. Right then, Motem appears again, asking if he and the elf girl are truly finished once this is over. Steve just sighs, muttering that this is no fairy tale. Regardless of how the plan goes, they are about to face the wrath of an entire kingdom. To Steve, that is hardly a problem since they have absolutely nothing left to lose. Motem nods, admitting he expected as much, though a strange feeling still lingers. Watching Elena walk away, Motem notes that she clearly has no intention of stopping, leaving Steve to sigh. Meanwhile, out in a scorched, rocky mountain pass, the heat is absolutely suffocating. Along the trail, Steve urgently calls out to Sky, begging him to double-check so they do not hit any snags. Sky pulls back the carriage curtain, peering out with a lazy sigh. Sky asks if he is nervous just because things are going smoothly, claiming this is not his first rodeo. Steve snaps back that he knows, but he just wants to be absolutely sure. Then Steve presses on, asking what exactly Sky did to his sword. Sky scoffs, mocking what Steve even calls a sword and telling him to stop whining since it is not broken. Steve shoots him a glare, dryly demanding to know what he did. Sky casually explains that the weapon is meant to be thrown right into the middle of the enemy ranks. Steve gasps in shock, but Sky warns it is a single-use trump card for the ultimate emergency, leaving Steve still completely in the dark. Sky brags about pouring all 14 years of his experience into the blade, urging him to save it only for a true crisis. With that, he shuts the curtain to rest, complaining about the heat. Telling Steve to just focus on driving, Sky vanishes. Now truly annoyed, Steve mutters under his breath that the stubborn guy will simply never change. In his mind, Steve asks Motem if he has any clue what Sky did, and the old spirit actually has an answer. Motem explains that the blade is covered in a dense layer of defensive magic, though its exact effect remains a mystery. Annoyed, Steve grumbles to himself, desperately wondering what kind of crazy stunt Sky actually pulled on his weapon. Motem reassures him that since Sky is a friend, he probably did not build a death trap, but warns him to remain cautious anyway. While the inner workings are unclear, Motem senses that the magical charge is actually quite massive. Still highly uneasy, Steve presses him, asking if this means the modified sword poses a real danger to its user. Motem reassures him it probably won't be fatal. Meanwhile, up on the high fortress walls, two exhausted soldiers can barely catch their breath as they talk. One soldier curses, knowing the northern front is chaotic but wondering what the higher-ups in the capital are doing, bitterly asking if they have simply been left here to die. With supplies delayed for almost 2 weeks, his companion warns him not to waste precious energy on despair. Suddenly, they are startled as a lone carrier pigeon appears in the sky, winging its way toward the fortress. The soldier sighs that they need food, not letters, muttering that this message can only be a bad omen. Having flown a massive distance, the messenger bird finally lands on the commander's hand, but as soon as the leader reads the brief letter, his face pales with panic. The commander, Angela, immediately barks out orders for everyone to assemble. Once they gather, he gravely announces that the monster population in the Gambini crypt has officially crossed the danger threshold. Angela announces they must select soldiers for their 426th battle, causing Nicholas to hesitate in deep thought. Nicholas wrestles with a heavy, complex thought he needs to tell everyone that their supply convoy has vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Angela reaches out, snapping him out of his daze. Angela abruptly dismisses the assembly, promising they will select the fighters later. The exhausted soldiers disperse, muttering to themselves in sheer confusion over the sudden change of plans. As they retreat to their tent, Nicholas wonders how much longer they can hold out, and if help is coming. Angela knows his men are on the brink of total despair. Once inside, Angela quietly asks how long their remaining food reserves will last, leaving Nicholas speechless as he struggles to find an answer. Angela sighs, deciding they must tackle the most urgent crisis first. He will personally lead a squad into the crypt, ordering Nicholas to guard the fortress and maintain order in his absence. Meanwhile, Steve and Sky finally arrive at the massive gates of the fortress. Peering out, Sky asks if that is their destination. Steve confirms it, guiding the carriage forward as calmly as possible to avoid drawing unwanted attention. When Sky pokes his head out to tell him to stick to the plan and not be afraid, Steve dryly snaps at him to get his head back inside. As their carriage approaches the heavy gates, the guards immediately yell for them to halt, announcing this is the Gambini fortress. They demand to know their business and destination. Hearing the commotion from inside, Nicholas looks up, instantly alert. Keeping completely cool, Steve shouts back that they are merchants bringing vital food and emergency supplies as instructed by their guild. Hearing about a supply delivery, Nicholas immediately rushes over to the guards, his mind racing with deep suspicion. When Nicholas asks what is happening, the guard explains they claim to bring supplies. Nicholas is completely stunned, wondering how simple merchants could possibly know about their desperate shortage. Steve adds they received an urgent royal order from Venezia to deliver the cargo. Meanwhile, Nicholas stares at Steve, racking his brain because the driver looks incredibly familiar. Steve keeps talking, laying it on thick to prove he is their actual supplier. He assures them that everything is fully paid for, and all they need to do is sign off on the delivery. Nicholas remains highly skeptical and demands real proof of his merchant status. Steve answers without a single second of hesitation, offering up his contract and employer identification for the commander to inspect if he pleases. Nicholas keeps his guard up, torn by deep doubt, but finally, the heavy gates of the fortress slowly grind open. Right on cue, Steve flashes a triumphant grin. Seeing the supply carriages, the starving soldiers cheer in absolute joy, shouting that food has finally arrived and they are saved. Nicholas thanks Steve, admitting they can finally breathe a little easier now. Hearing this, Steve simply replies that he is just glad to have successfully completed his mission. He adds that the hot journey must have worn them out, asking if they would like to inspect the goods now. Steve's friendly grin twists into something far more sinister as Nicholas agrees to take a look. Steve pulls back the carriage curtain while Nicholas watches with pure anticipation, eager for a hot meal. But as the fabric slides away, a terrifying surprise awaits them. Instead of a massive pile of food, a loaded gun points directly at them. With a sudden deafening bang, the weapon fires, leaving a bloody hole right through Nicholas's head. A panicked soldier screams that they are under attack. The infiltrators on the carriage wear victorious smirks, Steve included, while Elena looks incredibly tense but remains completely poised for the coming battle. Meanwhile, Steed smiles brightly, acting as if he has waited for this exact fight for ages. Both sides instantly clash, weapons drawn. Steve unleashes his magic, holding small black beads wrapped in a glowing green aura. He cries out his spell to activate them, launching the deadly spheres straight toward the frantic soldiers inside the fortress. The spheres land right in front of a confused soldier who is unsure how to react. Before he can even ask what they are, the deadly beads detonate in a violent blast. Hit with this sudden chaos, the guards scream in terror, wondering who these attackers are. A split second later, a sniper shot from Sky instantly drops the comrade standing right next to them. Sky sits in the carriage, his face cold and ruthless as he mutters that this pain is what he has felt his entire life. Realizing their swords cannot match his gun, the guards quickly switch to bows. It looks like the archer has locked onto Sky as his main target. He releases a volley of arrows, but unfortunately for him, they are shattered mid-air before ever reaching their mark. Sky is caught off guard and gasps. In a sudden twist, another arrow flies back toward the archer, piercing him directly in his left eye. That shot came from Elena, who calmly warns Sky to keep his emotions in check and stay alert. Sky thanks her, admitting he has not felt this alive in a century. The scene shifts as a massive power begins gathering high up in the sky. After a relentless struggle, the exhausted fortress guards collapse one by one, their bodies covered in painful wounds. Yet, they stubbornly try to drag themselves back up, cursing their attackers. They scream that the wizard must die first, unleashing a volley of arrows at Steed, who remains incredibly calm and completely unbothered. Right at the perfect moment, he shouts his wind-cutting spell, his face suddenly turning serious with a hint of surprise. Out of nowhere, a guard charging with a heavy spear drives the weapon straight through Steed, leaving him severely wounded. The soldier presses forward even faster, absolutely determined to finish off the young wizard right then and there. But the protagonist's armor is far too thick for that to work. Despite receiving a deep and agonizing stab wound, Steve simply mocks his opponent, asking if he is really attacking all on his own and suggesting he should have brought backup. Grabbing the spear with his bare hand, Steve activates his recovery magic, instantly restoring his stamina and closing the nasty wound. Stunned by this insane healing power, the soldier wonders what kind of monster he is fighting. Before he can even process it, Steve brings his fist right to the man's face, whispering his wind bullet spell. A devastating blast of wind magic erupts from his hand, hitting with such extreme force that the guard is sent flying dozens of meters away. The soldier crashes violently into the fortress wall, leaving a massive crater in the solid stone. Steve calmly declares he will only say this once. Anyone who surrenders now will be spared, so they should not make this harder than it needs to be. The remaining guards hesitate, initially wanting to fight to their very last breath. But realizing that survival is far more precious than stubborn pride, they slowly drop their weapons to the ground. With the entire garrison completely broken and disarmed, Steve flashes a bright, incredibly cheerful smile and happily declares their mission a total success. Sky chuckles, admitting it was much easier than expected before asking what is next. Steve explains that he and Elena will head down into the crypt to secure the remaining treasures while Sky stays behind. Before Steve can even finish his sentence, Sky cuts him off, knowing exactly what is needed. He promises to set the traps and tells Steve to make it a quick trip. Once the duo leaves, Sky takes full command of the fortress. He barks orders to strip the armor and weapons from all survivors and round them up, eager to get some answers. Meanwhile, the scene shifts deep into the dark crypt. The ancient tomb leaks a heavy, dark energy that would make anyone hesitate. Steve suddenly recalls Myriad, warning him that the monsters in this northern crypt recover much faster than anywhere else. Steve silently guesses that this rapid regeneration must be tied to the powerful relic at the core of the crypt. Elena remarks that a brutal battle seems to have taken place here. Steve pinches his nose against the overwhelming stench of rotting flesh and dried blood, wondering what kind of bizarre creature could actually survive in a place like this. Elena interrupts his thoughts, whispering that she hears movement on the other side of the heavy wooden door. Steve suggests they investigate, and without waiting, he pushes the door open to peek inside. Surveying the room, Steve begins to wonder if his worries were completely unfounded. He looks at the dry bones scattered around, thinking this crypt might actually turn out to be quite easy. Suddenly, a booming voice shouts to get back, startling the nearby guards. By sheer coincidence, Angela is also down here, screaming a warning that those dry bones are definitely not harmless. With a sickening crunch, the rotting bone fragments covering the creature begin to shed. Someone screams that it is a golem as the beast unleashes a wave of terrifying pressure that leaves everyone trembling. Injured soldiers shriek in agony on the floor while the enraged monster thrashes, sending skulls rattling to the ground. Suddenly, a powerful magic strike hits the beast directly in the head. Before it can recover, another blast of the same magic targets its right leg. Terrified soldiers yell that the beast is falling. It turns out Angela is the one launching these rapid spells, shouting for everyone to get back so they do not get caught in his crossfire. Channeling dense magic into his hands, Angela prepares for a massive strike. As the incomplete golem stumbles closer, he locks his sights onto the core and unleashes a devastating finishing blow. As the golem shatters into pieces, a glowing orb inside its head flashes with a fading purple light. Spotting the weakness, Angela delivers a final punch, completely shattering the sphere into dust. The soldiers cheer in relief, praising Angela for his incredible strength, but he sharply commands them to stay alert and tend to the wounded. Suddenly, a massive surge of hostile power erupts from behind, catching his attention. Fortunately, Angela manages to dodge the surprise strike and retaliate, furiously demanding to know who is hiding in the dark. Morton's voice rings out as Steve steps inside, noting it is not wind magic but likely an artifact. Angela stares in absolute shock, wondering how on earth this intruder managed to bypass the fortress's defenses. The intruder refuses to waste any more precious time, coldly declaring that he intends to finish them all off together in one single swift stroke. Suddenly, a terrifying blast of energy strikes the door right in front of Elena, catching her off guard. Angela confronts them, demanding to know how they dared enter the sacred treasury of Benatia. He demands to know what they are doing in this sacred space. Elena merely sighs with a knowing, gentle smile, causing Angela's eyes to widen in sudden panic as he looks toward Steve. With a sudden incantation, a devastating wave of magic strikes Angela, forcing him to spit blood in sheer disbelief at the sudden, overwhelming force of the attack. Blown back by the force, he curses under his breath, barely able to track the speed of the blow. Elena calmly observes the situation, noting that their powerful opponent is still standing. Wiping the fresh blood from his face, Steve mutters that this opponent is going to be incredibly tough. Morton analyzes the clash, guessing that teleportation magic was used to evade. Loyal soldiers rush to help their leader up, asking if he is all right. Shrugging them off, Angela commands them to leave the intruder to him. Deep down, Angela is still in complete disbelief, realizing he mitigated the impact with teleportation, yet was still thrown back. Forcing himself to stay calm, he prepares to strike again, knowing this is no time to hesitate. Confident that no mere human could survive a relentless barrage of magical strikes, the enemy unleashes another wave. Meanwhile, Steve leaps high into the air, preparing to strike back with everything. Seizing the moment, Elena unleashes two swift arrows directly at the distracted commander. Angela freezes in shock as the projectiles pierce his armor, while Steve lands back on the ground with a word of praise. The soldiers charge forward, promising to handle Elena while supporting their commander. Sensing the incoming threat, she extends her hands, gathering her focus to summon a massive gale. Elena's powerful spell whips up a fierce howling storm throughout the dungeon. The soldiers struggle to shield their eyes in the blinding dust, while Steve crouches low, cheering her on. Activating his physical enhancement skill, Steve dashes forward like a flash of absolute lightning. The panicked soldiers desperately try to find their target through the blinding, howling storm, only for one guard to freeze in pure horror. With one single, devastating sword strike, the entire squad is instantly wiped out. Watching his men fall in agony, Angela screams desperately for the survivors to fall back and escape the storm. Suddenly, a biting, freezing chill envelopes the commander's entire body. Before he can even react, thick ice begins creeping rapidly up his legs, pinning him down as his face turns dark. Realizing the intruder is planning to strike from behind the mist again, he prepares to utilize his teleportation magic to counter the incoming dash. Expecting a magic spell, Angela is stunned to see a cold steel blade instead. Before he can react, Steve's sword tears across his waist, sending a fountain of blood spraying into the air. Despite the deep wound, the commander stands firm like solid rock. Realizing his slash did not go deep enough, Steve gasps in shock just as Angela swings a massive fist, striking back with all his might. Fortunately, Steve manages to dodge the heavy counterattack. Panting heavily and clutching his wound, Angela warns his allies not to engage the intruder head-on. Angela suddenly turns his gaze toward Elena, summoning a barrage of magical projectiles above. As the heavy blast strikes her, he shouts to his men to keep their distance and attack from afar. Seeing Elena fall, Steve grows completely furious, growling in pure rage at the bastard. Charging forward like a wild whirlwind, he closes the distance while his opponent braces for impact. Though his initial rush is blocked by the defense, Steve tightly clenches his fist, preparing to shatter the shield. He activates his ultimate Curse Eater skill, absorbing negative energy from cursed items to massively boost his physical attributes and combat abilities. Unleashing his full power with a mighty roar, Steve slams back onto the ground. Waves of energy ripple around him, and without a second's hesitation, he charges right back into the fray. He glares at Angela with fierce, deadly intent, looking ready to tear him apart. Gritting his teeth in disbelief, the commander wonders how this kid could possibly possess such overwhelming physical power. Wondering if his opponent is relying entirely on raw, unbridled physical force, Angela meets the charge head-on. The two opponents clash with equal intensity, sending a massive shockwave tearing through the ground as the terrified soldiers watch. Fueled by pure, righteous fury, Steve unleashes a devastating punch meant to end the entire battle right then and there. Unable to strike back, the commander can only grit his teeth in helpless anger as the overwhelming blow rushes toward him. Gathering his remaining strength to retaliate, their dual energies collide in a massive, earth-shaking explosion. The heavy clash continues, but Angela is quickly overwhelmed by Steve's superior physical power. Morton cheers from the sidelines, shouting for him to keep pushing because they have the upper hand. Steve glares ahead, his determination absolute. Refusing to back down, Angela glares back with equal resolve. Meanwhile, the ordinary soldiers watch the devastating duel in complete terror, desperately wondering if they should find a way to intervene. Watching from behind, Elena notices one of the enemy archers drawing his bow to target Steve. Reacting with lightning speed, she unleashes a rapid shot of her own, and the two deadly arrows whistle right past each other in midair. While her arrow flies dangerously close to the distracted commander, the enemy's shot narrowly grazes Steve's face, catching the young warrior slightly off guard in the heat of battle. Steve unleashes a wind cutter spell to cleanly slice the incoming arrow in half. Meanwhile, Angela swiftly reacts to Elena's projectile, raising a magic shield just in time to deflect the deadly strike. Steve's eyes gleam with lethal intensity as he closes the distance. With a single brutal thrust, he drives his blade deep into Angela's stomach, leaving the commander helpless against the devastating blow. Unleashing a blindingly fast technique, Steve strikes with a loud roar. A massive shockwave crashes down from above, shattering the stone ground and sending heavy debris flying in all directions. Severely bloodied and broken by the devastating impact, Angela collapses in agonizing pain, completely stripped of any strength to resist. The surrounding soldiers shield their faces from the flying debris, screaming out their commander's name in trembling, absolute terror. They cry out for Lord Angela, whose bloodied face and fading eyes reveal his defeat. Standing victorious over his fallen foe, Steve catches his breath, feeling a surge of confidence. Steve coldly commands the remaining soldiers to drop their weapons immediately. But before they can comply, a massive shadow begins sliding down the cliffside, sending everyone into a state of absolute panic as they watch it move. The grotesque entity lunges downward, causing the terrified soldiers to scream in agony. One guard screams for mercy as half his face begins to melt away under the monster's acidic touch. Steve watches in complete horror, realizing the soldier is literally melting and being absorbed by the creature. Facing a colossal nightmare that towers 100 times his size, Steve stands frozen as Morton chimes in to explain the threat. Morton warns that this creature is the ancient tomb guardian, appearing like a mass of raw flesh, though its core is definitely a golem. Steve mutters that they barely stepped inside and already met the guardian. Morton explains that this tomb has been starved for centuries, and since the fortress guards stayed outside, the hungry beast went searching for food itself. The flesh golem lets out an ear-piercing shriek of hunger. Sensing the imminent danger, Elena calls out to Steve, warning him that it is about to attack and asking for a plan. Preparing a blazing fireball in his hand, Steve displays zero fear, confidently declaring they will do what they always do: fight. With a fierce shout, he hurls the massive sphere of flames directly forward. The raging fireball strikes the guardian, engulfing its grotesque mass in blazing heat. Although part of its fleshy body melts away under the intense flames, Morton warns that it is already beginning to regenerate. The beast regenerates almost instantly. They must find its core. It is about to fully recover right before Steve and Elena. Elena looks at Steve as he asks if she can locate the source. Staring at the monster with a sad, anxious face, she watches it rebuild itself and admits she can see nothing through the thick, dark energy. Furthermore, her arrows cannot pierce its slimy body. With a sharp, determined look, Steve realizes he must find the core himself, noting that the slime itself is the obstacle. Steve places both hands on the ground, preparing his move, while Elena readies a powerful shot since this monster is far from human. He freezes the ground beneath it, solidifying the beast in ice, before shouting for Elena to fire. With absolute resolve, Elena draws her bow, aims, and fires her arrow. Her focused gaze shows she cannot afford to fail. Elena releases the arrow with immense force, and her perfect, high-powered shot strikes the monster directly. The golem nearly explodes, making it look defeated. But just as they think it is down, it rapidly regenerates, rising again to smash its fists into the earth in fury. Standing tall, the furious golem prepares to charge. Elena wonders if it is raging as the monster shakes the very ground, cracking the earth beneath its feet. Deeply alarmed, Steve desperately tries to save them both. Sensing the extreme danger from the raging golem, he shouts to Elena as the situation turns critical. He screams for Elena to run as the colossal beast stomps forward, each terrifying step shaking the ground like an earthquake. The massive golem towers over them like a terrifying prehistoric predator, leaving Steve and Elena looking like tiny insects. Elena is completely stunned and deeply fearful of its destructive power. Looking down the cliffside, she prepares to drop. Elena leaps over the edge, clinging to a rocky ledge to escape the devastation above. A figure leaps down at lightning speed. It is Steve, diving over the edge to grab a hold opposite her, sighing in relief that they barely made it. Suddenly, a red streak from the monster whips through the air. The crimson lash wraps tightly around someone's leg, squeezing with immense force. The lash binds Steve's leg, forcing him to grimace and groan in intense pain. Elena watches in deep worry, calling out his name in sheer panic. The substance burns into his leg, corroding the flesh as he screams in agony. Steve looks down helplessly, realizing a toxic poison is eating away at his leg and burning through to the bone. Drawing his sword from the stone wall, a voice echoes that there is no other choice. Steve brandishes his blade and leaps down to face the beast directly, telling Elena to stay back while he defeats the monster and returns. Elena watches him go as Steve shouts for her to prepare an escape route. She frowns with a mix of frustration and anxiety, muttering that he always acts alone. Steve dives downward with his sword, tracking the red lash that bound his leg. With decisive action, he cuts away the acidic poison on his leg. Guided by the ring of Mortem, which reveals the beast is alone down here, Steve readies his fist. Its massive body means any strike will hit the target, even in the pitch black. Acknowledging this, Steve prepares to charge in. Unleashing his full power, he strikes with a wind burst, creating a bright flash as he punches downward. But looking at the impact, Steve frowns, realizing that single blow was not enough. A purple haze drifts past Steve, who observes with a cautious glare that a potent toxic gas is filling the air. Steve conjures a blazing fireball in his hand, calling for elemental support as a golden streak of light rains down upon the beast. Flames engulf the area, catching the startled monster completely off guard. Elena watches the massive blaze in utter disbelief, wondering what on earth is happening down below. Determined footsteps echo through the smoke. It is Steve, stepping forward confidently, asking if the ring sees anything. Mortem tells him to look over where a glowing green sphere rests, tangled in thick roots. Steve smiles, realizing he found it. Filled with triumphant confidence, he remarks that all golems share the same weakness. Standing proudly in front of the core, he prepares to unleash a devastating final strike. With a sharp, determined glare, he channels freezing frost in one hand and a tempest of exploding wind in the other. Steve slams his hands together, combining ice and wind. Mortem calls it a blizzard spell, unleashing a freezing gale that will instantly flash freeze the entire area. Standing tall, his elemental magic spreads rapidly, encasing the monster in solid ice. Confident in his final move to end it, Steve repeats that all golems are the same. The golem's frozen core is shattered as Steve plunges his sword directly into it, declaring it finished. Suddenly, the ground ruptures and shakes violently. Two onlookers wonder what is happening, asking if the tremor is coming from the crypt. They watch from a distance as Steve and Elena suddenly materialize right in front of them. Stunned, one of them questions if Steve used teleportation magic to escape the danger. Steve sighs in relief, calmly stating that they simply defeated the monsters and left. He adds that the crypt entrance collapsed with minor shaking, causing no real trouble. The others are shocked, having expected him to just flee. Handing Steve a bottle of water, Sky notes that while he was skeptical before, Steve has clearly grown much stronger to survive the crypt with only 2 people. Taking the water, Steve confidently replies that without this strength, he could never overthrow the prince, then asks Sky what he has been doing. Sky assures him not to worry, mentioning he gave that fool Jiro an offer he could not refuse, promising they will meet him soon. A voice inquires at the kingdom's gates about who filled the area with gunpowder. Sky smirks, clarifying it is a special explosive welcome for the royals. Steve sighs, commenting that it is a lot of gunpowder. Sky explains to the nearby soldiers that they have successfully neutralized the local guards. Sky adds that his men are armed and explosives are planted nearby. Steve chuckles, praising his thoroughness and referencing his past experience. Sky reaches out, demanding something back. When Steve hesitates, Sky grabs his arm, joking that he would never let Steve leave without checking him over. Steve raises an eyebrow, asking how he knew. Sky stares at his arm, pointing out a shiny item Steve did not have before, wondering if it is made of feather or metal. He lets go of the arm he is holding and raises both hands, looking towards Steve. He wants to examine things more closely, suggesting the other man go get some rest. Steve sighs and looks at him, saying he thought Sky wanted to see it. Sky raises an eyebrow and asks what else he can do, seeing how completely exhausted Steve has become. Raising his hands high, Sky says he has cleared out 2 tents and tells him to rest, since it will take some time before the target arrives. He then waves his hand, ordering the others to show them the way. From inside a tent with a green door flap, a voice speaks up. Sky is truly kind, they say. Inside, Steve bows his head. What is he supposed to do with this problem now? He stares at his bruised purple leg. What is happening? Suddenly, Motim's voice echoes in his ear. I warned you. Steve turns his head toward the voice as Motim explains that recovery spells only heal physical wounds, not poison. Unfortunately, there is absolutely nothing they can do about it right now. Steve asks if recovery is possible since the antidote is useless. Motim replies that normal antidotes have no effect on the deadly poison of the Tomb Keeper. Pondering the situation, the spirit analyzes that the venom is a complex mix of magic and lethal poison. Since the Keeper is dead, the toxin will eventually fade, but how long that will take remains a mystery. Sweat drips down his face. A major battle is coming. But he cannot fight like this, not in this state. Finally, he collapses backward onto the bed, muttering that he has survived far worse and can easily overcome a bit of poison. Motim warns him to stay calm, as anger will only delay his healing process. Meanwhile, 3 days later, a massive caravan slowly makes its way across the vast golden sands of the desert. Sitting on his horse, Garo gazes ahead and suddenly speaks, calling for the lieutenant. Riding right beside him, the lieutenant quickly responds, waiting for his lord's command. He questions the officer, noting that although it is hard to believe, the 3rd letter they received claimed their Tomb Raid army was completely wiped out deep inside the ruins. Jero frowns and stares intently ahead. He wonders aloud how much destruction will be left behind if they end up arriving too late at the site. The lieutenant visualizes the northern front in his mind. Gambini does not just guard the kingdom from brutal outside invasions, but it also keeps the chaotic tomb from growing completely out of control. If that fortress falls, a massive, catastrophic hole will be torn open in their northern shield. Hearing those worrying words, Garo can only bow his head and let out a soft sigh, remaining silent. The anxious officer continues his grim speculation, warning that if a massive fortress of that scale falls, endless monsters will flood directly into the lands of Ezia. In the worst-case scenario, he begins to dread an even more terrible outcome. If news leaks that the northern front has been breached, neighboring northern kingdoms will surely launch a full-scale invasion. Jero, silent until now, speaks up and asks if he truly believes that. Panicked, the lieutenant quickly apologizes, begging the prince's pardon and stating he had no intention of judging the royal family. Jero simply frowns and shakes his head, telling him it is fine and he does not blame anyone. Suddenly, a soldier's shout rings out, announcing that the Gambini fortress is finally in sight. Hearing this, Jero immediately asks how it looks and if the situation appears dire. Peering through his binoculars, the scout reports that from the outside, the main gate looks completely fine. Jero frowns, his mind filled with uneasy doubt as he wonders if they truly arrived in time. High up on the defensive walls, 2 guards spot Jero's approaching caravan and rejoice in relief. Shouting down that the prince has finally made it, they promise to open the gates immediately. The guard standing beside him turns and barks an immediate order to open the gates for the arriving prince. From below, Jero looks up and demands to know the location of the fortress commander, since they came to offer aid. A soldier yells back down that the commander is currently fighting off beasts deep inside the tomb, though he is highly unsure how much longer the man can hold out. Jero watches the heavy city gates slowly grind open before him, instantly commanding his soldiers to prepare to enter. On his order, the heavy carriage and the entire royal guard begin marching inside. Suddenly, a cloaked figure runs toward them in a panic, calling out to Jero that his arrival is perfect. The figure claims that if the prince had been even a single day later, everything would have collapsed. Jero narrows his eyes, growing suspicious. Where are the guards? Suddenly, the cloaked stranger lets out a mysterious, eerie smile. Suddenly, the cloaked stranger yells out a warning and hurls an object forward, instantly activating an ignition skill that shoots a fierce blast of fire directly at his target. The fiery blast strikes perfectly, detonating hidden explosive barrels rigged all along the fortress gate. Jero's eyes widen in absolute horror as he finally notices the deadly traps placed high above. A massive, deafening explosion tears through the gateway as giant flames erupt. Thick, dark smoke completely covers the area, leaving Gero utterly dazed and confused as the heavy defensive walls completely collapse into rubble. Injured and covered in debris, Gero sits in the ruins. His army is trapped outside. Is this a rebellion or a trap? Looking down from above, Sky mocks the prince, noting how beautiful the explosion was compared to his miserable face. He adds that such sudden despair is highly fitting for someone like him. Gero glares up through gritted teeth, demanding to know his identity. Sky just smirks, pointing behind him and saying that while he would love to introduce himself, someone else is far more eager to say hello. Stepping forward in a dark cloak, Steve approaches them, his eyes glowing with rage as he grips his sword. Gero still does not recognize him, only able to stare back in confusion. The young man pulls back his hood. A familiar ring. Jero's eyes widen in absolute shock. Steve smiles coldly, greeting his beloved former master after all this time. Jero's face contorts with absolute, seething rage, veins popping on his forehead as he tightly grips the hilt of his heavy sword. With a deafening roar, the prince charges. Steve rushes to meet him. Their raw powers collide. Steve questions him fiercely as they clash, but Jero snaps back that the ring belongs to him alone, claiming he suffered far too much to let anyone else take it. Enraged, Steve slams his forehead violently against the prince's face. Sky turns to Elena, telling her that Steve can handle the prince, while they focus on taking out the enemy soldiers outside. Glancing back at the intense battle between Steve and Jero, Sky barks orders to their allies, commanding the ranged fighters to quickly assemble in front of the fortress. Jero grits his teeth and asks what actual hardship Steve could have possibly faced. Enraged, Steve fires back that the pampered prince was always too weak and cowardly to do his own dirty work, forcing others to suffer for him. Jero calculates his next move, realizing that using Gumira alone will trigger a massive backlash. He decides he must defeat his opponent as quickly as possible using physical attacks. A dark purple aura erupts from Steve as he dares the prince to show his full strength. He promises to demonstrate the fruits of his hard work, unleashing his magical cloak's energy. Jero feels himself being completely overwhelmed by this sudden power. With Jero's sword hand completely restricted, Steve thrusts his hand forward to trigger his blast wind magic. Instantly, a massive, destructive tornado conjures directly in front of the prince. The violent wind sweeps Jero off his feet like a dry leaf. Steve activates a device in his hand, laughing coldly at how the foolish noble thought he could simply ruin people's lives without facing any consequences. As the thick white smoke slowly dissipates, the area clears, but the prince is nowhere to be found. Suddenly, a figure emerges from another ruined wall, charging directly at Steve. Steve immediately raises his blade to deflect Gerald's sudden violent strike. He struggles to understand, a quiet dread creeping in. How could this monster still possess such immense strength after enduring so many heavy, bone-shattering blows? Gerald pours all his strength into the assault, finally showing his true colors. He warns Steve not to be arrogant, boasting that he has faced far worse monsters on the frozen northern battlefields. With a swift swing of his sword, Gerald boasts of the countless champions he has defeated. But before Steve can recover, he spots Gerald's knee flying straight toward his face. The sudden, brutal strike sends Steve flying backward, and he can feel warm blood trickling down his face. Before he can even catch his breath, he looks up to find Gerald already looming over him, raising his blade for another lethal blow. Steve thrusts his sword forward to counter the strike. The heavy impact triggers another massive explosion, echoing violently through the surrounding air. Gerald's blade is knocked upward, sending Steve sliding back. The prince stares in absolute disbelief, wondering how Steve could possibly repel a legendary relic with nothing more than a simple iron sword. In a flash, Gerald charges forward with lightning speed. Gritting his teeth, he swings his blade in a sweeping arc, aiming directly for Steve's weapon to disarm him once and for all. A warning voice echoes in Steve's ear, telling him to watch out. He quickly tilts his head, dodging the blade, and instantly unleashes an explosive counterattack of his own. Gerald dodges to the side, slicing Steve's attack clean in half. Though his sword arm trembles from the impact, Gerald glares at him, mockingly noting that Steve has picked up a few new tricks. Steve steps back, preparing to unleash his next move. If Gerald's sword can cut through the wind, he wonders how it will handle raw lightning. Steve focuses his power, activating his devastating Tesla arc skill. A blinding surge of electricity strikes Gerald directly, sending agonizing pain through his body as he screams in torment. The high-voltage current fries Gerald's flesh, leaving him writhing in agony. Fueled by the memory of his own past suffering, Steve looks down at him and demands to know how it feels. Steve tells him that now he finally understands the agonizing pain he once endured. Slowly, Gerald's flesh begins to scorch, and the skin on his face blisters under the intense heat. Suddenly, Gerald lets out a deafening roar, unleashing a wave of energy that blows away the consuming flames. Steve watches in disbelief, amazed that the prince is somehow still standing. Pointing his sword forward, Gerald declares that he will destroy Steve and reclaim the ring. Nearby, an ally watches with annoyance, wondering what nonsense the prince is babbling about. Steve fires back that the ring never belonged to him in the first place. In response, Gerald vanishes, moving with terrifying speed once again. Steve scans his surroundings, but before he can react, Gerald blindsides him and slams his head violently into the dirt. With a brutal swing, the prince throws him crashing into a nearby wall. Steve crashes hard into the stone wall. Groaning in pain, he raises his hand to cast his surge skill. Across the field, Gerald immediately spots the movement and prepares to react. Gerald raises his blade, successfully blocking the magical onslaught. Glaring at Steve, he sneers that it is time for a reality check, claiming Steve would be dead already without the power of that ring. Steve clenches his fists, replying that Gerald is the one who needs a reality check. He activates his primal power, causing Gerald to notice that his opponent's body has suddenly grown sturdier. Steve leaps forward, closing the distance in an instant. Gerald watches him warily, gritting his teeth as he wonders if this stubborn bastard still has another trick hidden up his sleeve. Before Gerald can finish his thought, Steve is already in front of him, unleashing the full might of his Pondo's artifact. Their blades collide with a violent clash that shakes the ground. Steve grips his hilt with both hands, letting out a primal roar as he channels a massive surge of raw, destructive energy directly into his weapon. The Pondo's relic activates its boost, amplifying his strength to extreme levels. He grips the sword with all his might, even as the bones in his arm begin to crack under the overwhelming pressure of his own power. Gerald grits his teeth, struggling to resist Steve's rapidly growing strength. The sheer weight of the attack is overwhelming. Steve's eyes flash with absolute resolve as he swings his blade with brutal force. Blood sprays from Gerald's face as the impact sends him flying through the air, his mind screaming in denial that this is impossible. Gerald crashes heavily back to Earth, leaving him broken and defeated. Panting heavily, Steve looks down at him, declaring that he is entirely unworthy of his royal title and asks how someone so weak ever expected to defend the Northern Front. His hand trembles violently from the immense strain of his own power. He challenges Gerald to try and block his next attack. Meanwhile, a few minutes earlier at the base of the city wall, a battle-hardened commander raises his hand, ordering his troops to unleash every ounce of magic and physical strength they possess. The soldiers immediately comply, raising their hands to launch a massive, coordinated barrage of fireballs and crackling lightning. A massive explosion echoes from below, forcing the defenders on top of the wall to duck for cover. Among them is Nancy, a sun-tanned blonde soldier who peers over the edge and shouts in praise. He marvels at how sturdy the fortress is, noting that the enemy's attacks didn't even leave a single scratch. Next to him, a stout soldier grins while holding a bomb, reminding him they still have plenty of explosives. The soldier chuckles, admitting he cannot remember the last time a battle went this smoothly. He tosses the bomb over the edge, triggering a massive blast that sends the enemy forces below, screaming in terror. Nancy looks up toward the high tower, a sudden thought crossing his mind. He watches Elena drawing her bow and marvels that the enemy stands no chance of reaching them. However, Sky quickly turns around, loudly warning them that getting distracted on a chaotic battlefield is a surefire way to get a spear through the head. Sky loudly orders the men to keep throwing bombs down, but suddenly, a nearby soldier freezes, staring intensely into the distance before urgently calling out to his commander. The scout warns that something is approaching. Sky peers through the thick rising dust cloud, demanding to know what he means. But as the distant figures gradually come into focus, a look of pure, undeniable dread washes over Sky's face. Sky immediately shouts for the soldiers to gather and brace themselves, warning everyone that enemy reinforcements have arrived. Upon hearing his desperate cry, panic quickly spreads through the ranks of the defenders. The soldiers exchange confused, terrified whispers, wondering how reinforcements could have arrived. As the approaching commander's face becomes clear, Sky grimly identifies him as Madawell, the legendary leader of the Eastern forces. Nancy frowns in disbelief, asking if he means the legendary commander known as the Unstoppable. Hearing that terrifying name, a nearby soldier wearing a white cloak stands completely frozen, his mouth hanging wide open in sheer shock. A nervous soldier asks what a high-ranking commander is doing here instead of defending the capital. Sky can only bite his nails in sheer anxiety, unable to offer an answer. Sky admits he has no idea and never foresaw this development. Privately, he wonders if this turn of events might actually work to their advantage, never expecting the prince's right-hand man to personally march to the northern front. Terrified by the sudden turn of events, Nancy turns to Sky and asks what they should do. Frowning, Sky stares at the ground for a moment before giving a quiet, calculated command. He instructs Nancy to gather the men into a tight-ranged formation, warning him that no one is to attack until he gives the explicit order. Heavy, armored boots step off a massive warhorse and onto the dry dirt. A panicked officer immediately rushes forward, asking what brings the legendary general to this remote place, but Madowell simply demands to know if Prince Gerald is still inside. Gesturing toward the massive pile of rubble, the officer confirms that the prince went in first, but warns that the exit is now completely blocked. He is currently trapped inside, but the enemy is keeping everyone back, making it nearly impossible to get an update on the situation. Mark stares straight ahead as he listens to the report, giving a firm nod. "Is that so?" he says. "Then I will go check it out myself. Gather the men." Up on the castle wall, Nancy watches Mark move below and calls out that Han has arrived. The soldier beside her anxiously asks if they should launch an attack. Sky lowers his head and grits his teeth, telling them to completely ignore Han. Standing high above, Elena overhears his words and immediately casts her gaze downward. She leaps straight down from the tower toward the wall, while Sky continues directing the soldiers. He tells them to wait for his command to strike Han's forces, warning them not to target Mark. She approaches him and asks why they should avoid attacking the enemy commander, wondering if there is a special reason. Sky turns to look at her and asks a question of his own. He asks if she has ever heard of him, explaining that the shield on his back is actually an ancient artifact. Mark's legendary battlefield victories are famous because he has never been defeated. Everyone knows the power of that artifact allows him to absorb all physical attacks and return the damage 1,000 times over. Sky shares his tactical deduction with her, explaining that Mark is trying to bait them into attacking, but they will strike his army instead. Mark looks up at the castle wall and notes that not a single arrow is aimed in his direction. He realizes their commander is definitely no fool. A soldier behind him loudly reports that everything is ready and they await his orders. Mark glances back at his subordinate before calmly announcing that it is time to begin. Watching the enemy forces, Sky wonders if they really plan to attack the fortress with those cannons. But as he checks the trajectory of their weapons, he notices they are aiming far too low. Suddenly realizing their plan, Sky shouts out for his soldiers to target the cannons immediately. Elena looks on in shock as he screams for his men to stop them from firing. Mark frowns deeply and stands stunned after hearing Sky's sudden command. Nearby, a soldier wearing a headband looks just as shocked, staring with his mouth wide open in utter disbelief, while Nancy can only watch with wide, tense eyes. Down below, the prince's subordinates loudly order their men to fire, sending a massive wave of arrows soaring through the air. Mark shouts out with all his might, prompting his mages to immediately slam both hands onto the ground. They activate their defensive magic to raise a massive, solid barrier that easily blocks the incoming storm of arrows and sends them flying backward. Seeing this, Sky grits his teeth and curses under his breath. Down below, Mark looks up with a triumphant, smug grin on his face. He raises his powerful shield high and loudly commands his forces to fire. A barrage of cannonballs rains down directly on Mark, triggering massive, fiery explosions all around him, but the beast's head engraved on his shield suddenly roars and opens its massive jaws. The shield sucks in all the raging flames surrounding Mark, completely clearing the air. Once the beast's mouth snaps shut, he slams the heavy shield violently onto the ground. Sky grits his teeth in frustration at the sight. As Mark smirks and begins channeling power into his shield, Sky screams out a desperate warning for everyone to get away from the wall immediately. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Steve's intense battle. His hand trembles from sheer exhaustion as he grips his sword with all his remaining strength, declaring that if his opponent thinks they can win, they should try blocking his next strike. Steve swings his blade forward, channeling magic into a single, devastating slash that cuts right through the air. Suddenly, Sky's urgent voice rings out, warning Steve to get away from the entrance immediately. Confused, Steve looks back with a puzzled expression, wondering what is happening. At that moment, the lion's mouth on Mark's shield opens wide, unleashing a devastating blast of energy. The massive force shatters the stone wall into 1,000 pieces, prompting Sky to order his men to take up their weapons and stop the enemy at all costs. Hearing the command, a group of Jero's soldiers rush toward the wall with weapons drawn. Suddenly, Mark launches himself high into the air, soaring over the battlefield. He flips through the air, sailing clean over the soldiers below, before landing heavily right in front of Steve. Steve frowns deeply at the sudden arrival, wondering what on earth is going on. Steve freezes in realization as he recognizes the man standing before him. Mark says nothing, his expression completely serious as the shield on his back begins to glow with power. Before Steve can even react, he can only stare in disbelief. The shield flies forward and delivers a crushing blow straight to his chest, sending Steve screaming in agony from the sheer impact. He is thrown back dozens of meters right through the city gate. His face covered in blood, Jero grits his teeth and demands to know what Motterwell is doing here. Mark steps forward and hands him a small vial filled with a mysterious pink liquid. Without asking a single question, Jero quickly throws his head back and downs the entire potion. Watching Jero lean against the wall, Mark notes that while his wounds are healed, he is still exhausted and must rest. Jero tells him not to dictate his actions, prompting Mark to drop to one knee in a show of deep respect. Mark explains that Gero's brother sent a message, making Gero freeze. The message states that Gero owes him this time, leaving the frustrated prince to silently curse his brother for waiting until he was nearly defeated before helping. Mark looks at him, calmly reminding him that he was wrong. Glancing down at the sword on the ground, Mark adds that escaping would have been much easier had Jero chosen to use the power of Gumera, but he refused. Before turning to leave, Mark glances back to tell him that he lost his composure and simply wanted to fight. Mark promises to handle the enemy while Jero rests, explaining that is why he ended up in this state. Jero simply grits his teeth, staring bitterly at his retreating back. Over on Steve's side, he breathes heavily as he watches Mark slowly draw closer. He genuinely wonders how these enemy reinforcements knew to show up, questioning if someone had leaked information about their private battle. A sudden voice urges him to stop fighting and retreat. Steve glances over to ask what is happening outside and where this new powerhouse even came from. Sky asks if he has ever heard of the unstoppable force from the east. Steve quickly replies that of course he has, but wonders why that beast is here instead of his usual post. Sky admits they also have no idea why he is here. The only crucial piece of information they have is that they must absolutely avoid using physical attacks against him. Steve sarcastically asks if they should just use magic instead, thanking him for stating the obvious. Standing opposite them, Mark clasps his hands together and announces that their little chat is officially over. The beast's head on his shield begins to glow once more as Mark locks his eyes onto them, charging forward like a rocket. Frozen in place, Sky can only marvel at his insane speed. Steve glances over anxiously, realizing Sky will not be able to dodge the incoming strike. But as he tries to move, a sharp pain shoots through his leg from his previous wound. Mark instantly closes the gap and delivers a precise, powerful strike using both hands. The sheer force of the blow sends both Steve and Sky flying dozens of meters through the air. Mark looks down at Sky's battered body and notes that the strike easily took care of one opponent. Showing complete impatience, Mark tells them to stop dragging things out and surrender. Steve quickly decides to buy time using magic, unleashing a fireball, but Mark raises his shield to easily block the attack, making Steve wonder why he is using a shield instead of a sword. Without hesitation, Steve launches another magic attack, sending an electric shock directly toward him. Mark analyzes the spell and begins to suspect that his opponent might actually be a wizard. Mark reaches deep inside his cloak as if searching for a hidden item. Within moments, he pulls out a mysterious black object shaped like a small sphere. Mortem spots the object in the enemy's hand and screams out a warning, "Don't let him throw that!" Steve, completely confused, asks what he means. But it is too late as a massive explosion erupts, filling the entire space with thick gray smoke. Frowning at the thick gray haze, Steve wonders if it is just a smoke bomb. Mortem quickly warns him that it is dyspolium, a clear sign that their cunning opponent is not stupid at all. Hearing the warning, Steve instantly covers his nose to shield himself. Mark observes this quick reaction and mocks him, saying he is fast, but it is already too late. Mortem frowns, sensing that things are about to go very wrong. With your current physical state, stamina, and weakened spirit, you have absolutely zero chance of defeating him. Even if I brought you back to life, he would only destroy you once again. Steve glares at him, demanding to know if there is another way. Mortem looks at the young man with deep thought. Finally, he glances toward Sky and delivers a grim warning. You must use every single thing you have. If you fail to defeat him right now, he looks toward Mark, then everything is lost. Not only will the prince survive, but our entire plan will go up in smoke. But Mark refuses to give them any more time, pooling all of his immense power into his fist as he charges forward. He delivers a brutal punch straight to Steve's face, forcing a cry of agony from the young warrior. Steve is sent flying backward, nearly collapsing onto the hard ground. Mark wastes no time stepping forward and leaping high into the air. With glowing eyes, Mark closes the distance, raising his heavy sword high for a final, lethal strike. But just as a mysterious voice echoes across the field, Steve suddenly lets out a strange, knowing smile. Mark frowns as he stares in confusion. Suddenly, a bright beam of light flashes right past his face. It turns out Mortem is now controlling Sky's physical form, pointing the barrel of a weapon directly at his enemy. Mork notes that the boy has quite a trick hidden away, one built for speed rather than raw power. Steve looks back at his ally, admitting that seeing him use that technique makes him feel uneasy. Mortem simply tells him to save the talk for later. With a fiery determination burning in his eyes, he gives Steve a sharp warning, telling him to hold on tight. Inside the fortress walls, panicked soldiers shout to one another, "Stop them! Do not let them pass!" Through the open air, a figure streaks by with the speed of a fierce wind. Mortem, his eyes blazing, locks onto his target now. Watch as he fires a relentless barrage of shots forward. Mark is forced to raise a single arm to shield himself from the deadly rain of bullets. Seizing a split second of opportunity, he suddenly lunges forward with incredible speed, charging directly toward Motem. Mark unleashes a powerful punch to counter the oncoming gunfire. Motem swiftly dodges, frowning as he raises his weapon once more. He admits he has no idea what kind of device this is, but it is incredibly tough to destroy. Mark quickly brings his heavy shield forward, desperately blocking the relentless rain of bullets being launched from Sky's direction. Bracing himself against the heavy impact, Mark wonders if his foolish opponent has any idea what he plans to do with this next attack. Motem continues to unleash a fierce storm of gunfire, but the massive shield perfectly blocks every single shot. Suddenly, Motem screams out a command, "Steve, grab him!" Hearing the cue, Steve immediately activates his special dimensional skill and launches his entire body forward. Suddenly, Motem stops firing. Just as Mark stands there utterly confused by this sudden pause, Steve has already leapt high into the air, coming down directly over his head from behind. Sensing immediate danger, Mark tilts his head to look behind him. Spotting the incoming sword descending upon his position, he scoffs, thinking that the flimsy-looking blade stands absolutely no chance of piercing his defense. Steve yells out as he drives his sword downward, asking his foe if he really thinks a simple piece of metal can stop him. The blade strikes the incredibly hard surface of the shield with a loud crash. Mark quickly channels all of his power into the defense, blasting Steve backward into the air with a powerful counterstrike. Glancing at the retreating warrior, Mark sighs, admitting that was a rather annoying attack. Before the enemy can even catch his breath, Steve catches him off guard by launching yet another fierce charge toward the shield. Pressing his palm against the shield, Steve unleashes a gravity spell, making the defense incredibly heavy. The massive weight drags the shield straight down into the dirt, forcing Mark to frown as he struggles to lift it once again. Huh? Wondering why it suddenly feels so heavy, Mark grips the handle tighter, channeling even more of his power. He raises his free arm to block an incoming strike from Motem, who drives his foot down hard against the defender's arm. But Motem suddenly shifts direction and slips away. Stunned by this unexpected maneuver, Mark watches him, wondering why on earth he would jump back now. Steve uses one hand to push the shield deep into the ground, continuously increasing the gravity. With his other hand, he drives his sword straight toward Mark, but the seasoned warrior manages to block the strike just in time. Steve unleashes magic to pressure both of his opponent's arms simultaneously, leaving Mark with no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. Suddenly, a bright blue energy begins to surge from deep within the shield. The energy explodes with immense force, blasting Steve backward. But as the smoke clears, the young warrior lands lightly on his feet, completely unharmed by the blast. Mark's body is now covered in fresh wounds as he looks up at his opponent, admitting he is genuinely surprised that Steve possesses such incredible strength. Suddenly, a dark, ominous energy erupts near the fortress gate. Jero stands there fully enveloped in dark magic as someone calls out to him as the prince. With glowing red eyes, he slowly walks toward the two warriors. "Steve." The prince suddenly calls his name. Steve looks at him with a deep frown, wondering what is wrong with him. Without warning, Jero's arm stretches right in front of him. Acting on pure instinct, Steve raises his blade and drives it straight through the outstretched arm. He tries to use all of his force to push the pinned blade backward, hoping to force Jero to retreat. Steve frowns as he realizes his sword is completely stuck. Jero's eyes are vacant and unfocused, yet a creepy smile spreads across his face as he whispers that he finally has him. Suddenly, Motem appears by his side, urgently reminding him of the cross. A sudden memory flashes through Steve's mind. He remembers Sky telling him about a secret mechanism he installed, a one-time trump card. Back then, Steve had annoyedly warned him not to mess with the weapon. An urgent voice rings in his ear, telling him to use it now. Staring straight ahead, he finally makes up his mind and agrees to do it. Steve prepares to see just how powerful this secret weapon really is. He slowly touches the middle of the hilt, hoping for the best, as a blinding, brilliant light suddenly erupts from the blade. A massive explosion erupts right where they are standing, shaking the very heavens with its sheer power. Soon, a blurry image of Sky appears before him, his face filled with deep worry as he begs Steve to open his eyes. Finally, Sky's face comes into clear focus. He stares down at him, urging him to wake up and joking that he opened his eyes just in time to avoid getting hit. But right after, Steve groans and spits out a mouthful of white liquid. Sky recoils in absolute horror, asking what on earth is wrong with him and what stupid thing he did this time. Steve weakly tells him not to worry about it. Sky shrugs his shoulders, looking at the rising smoke nearby and remarking that he never expected Steve to use the secret weapon while he was knocked out. Sky laments that he wished he could have seen it, noting how spectacular it must have been. He then collapses flat onto the ground, remembering only the brutal blow that knocked him out. Suddenly, Elena rushes over from the side, asking with deep worry if Steve is all right. Still lying flat on his back, Sky lets out a sarcastic chuckle at being completely ignored. Sky jokes about how he is right there too, acting as if he is totally invisible. He tells Steve he is lucky, while Steve turns to Elena with a sigh, assuring her that he is perfectly fine. Steve mutters that he is just too tired to talk, prompting Elena to let out a sigh of relief as she looks around. Steve then stares at the raging fire and asks what became of their enemies. Are they finally dead? Sky sits down, explaining he made the explosive with rare powder and infused it with his own magical energy. But just as they relax, a heavy, ominous sound echoes in Elena's ears. It is the sound of heavy, deliberate footsteps. Out from the blazing fire walks Mark McDorwell, carrying the limp, unconscious body of Prince Gerald slung over his shoulder. Mark frowns, his face stained with a strange red fluid as he glares at them. Both Steve and Sky freeze in pure shock. Sky shakes his head, whispering that the man is an absolute monster. Elena is completely stunned to see him standing. She quickly calculates her options. Her magic reserve is nearly empty, but she might have just enough strength left for one final shot. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of cannon fire echoes through the air. Elena watches in disbelief as explosions erupt outside the fortress. She thought they had already destroyed all the enemy artillery. A panicked soldier rushes over to report that they are in serious trouble. Nancy, their veteran fighter, yells that the enemy is targeting them with long-range magic artillery from afar. As explosions crash around them, Sky shields his face and frowns. He turns to the group and announces that their immediate priority is to get out of there alive. Elena looks at him in protest, pointing out that their target is right in front of them. Sky glances back, explaining that while he shares her frustration, they must remain rational. Sky continues to analyze the situation. He points out that despite Mark being completely exhausted, the warrior is still raising his shield to protect the prince, making a direct attack nearly impossible. Both of their opponents are exhausted, but if they drag this out until enemy reinforcements arrive, they will be cornered. Elena looks at him anxiously, asking what their next move is. Sky raises a hand to announce he has a plan they are going to pull back. He pulls out a small white sphere, while Nancy holds an identical smoke device in his hand. With a loud pop, the entire area is blanketed in a thick cloud of gray smoke. Elena coughs, covering her nose as she wonders if it is some kind of smoke bomb. Sky pulls the reins of his horse and explains it is a special smoke screen designed to block tracking magic. He instructs her to head for the mounts while he helps Steve. Nancy readies his own horse and signals that everything is set for the retreat. Sky leaps onto his saddle, shouting to the surrounding soldiers to move out and avoid capture. At his command, the entire unit scatters in multiple directions, riding hard to confuse their pursuers. The enemy forces immediately notice the escape. One of the prince's officers screams to capture the fleeing rebels. Nancy looks at Sky and suggests they split up, wishing him luck. Sky smiles and replies that he expects to see everyone safe at the hideout. Later that night, inside the fortress camp, a soldier gently advises a weary McDorwell to get some rest. Mark pushes aside the tent flap and asks about the prince's condition. The attendant standing nearby reports that Prince Gerald has still not regained consciousness or moved at all. Mark frowns deeply, staring at the motionless figure on the cot. The prince's body is severely mangled from the battle, and the subordinate quietly continues with his grim report. They still have not recovered the prince's missing arm, which was likely vaporized in the explosion. Talk about a gruesome injury. Hearing this, Mark crosses his arms and sighs heavily, muttering that he understands. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes from outside. Mark whips his head around, demanding to know what is happening. Stepping out, he sees the magic sword, Gumela, erupting with wild, dangerous energy. The rogue sword suddenly charges straight toward him. Mark tightens his grip and raises his heavy shield, bracing for the impact. He thrusts the shield forward, blocking the aggressive strike of Gumela. Gritting his teeth, he struggles to hold his ground against the blade's unnatural power. The floating blade continues to radiate a menacing dark aura before suddenly shifting direction. It releases a burst of dark energy and dives straight toward Gerald's cot, forcing Mark to quickly activate his protective shield. A beam of light shoots from the shield, striking Gumela directly. Moving with blinding speed, Mark lunges forward and raises his heavy shield high above his head. He slams it down with incredible force, stunning the nearby troops. A strange bright green fluid splashes out of the blade, leaving a nearby soldier staring in complete disbelief. The second soldier standing right beside him wears the exact same stunned expression on his face. On the ground, the sword lies completely shattered as the green fluid slowly oozes out. Some of the strange liquid even splashes onto the surface of Mark's shield. Elsewhere, 3 figures dressed in black crouch in a dark corner. One of them signals with his hand, warning that heavily armed guards are patrolling the entire area. Sky curses under his breath, admitting he knew infiltration would be difficult, but not this extreme. Steve nods in agreement, noting that the security is incredibly tight. Sky activates a hidden mechanism, opening a secret door. Stepping inside, he pulls down his hood and angrily demands to know why the other is laughing after ruining his sword. Sky tells him to stop complaining since they made it out alive. As they collapse to rest, their allies rejoice, calling out that the commander has finally returned. Sky smirks, jokingly asking if they actually thought he was dead. He then looks around the quiet room, wondering where the rest of their companions are. Nancy explains that with so many guards patrolling, the others will need extra time to arrive safely. Currently, only a small handful have made it to the hideout. Sky nods, realizing why the hideout is so quiet. He mentions that their own journey here was quite difficult. Nancy strokes his chin, asking if he remembers the notorious Python gang from the criminal underworld. Sky nods in agreement, but Nancy reveals the gang was arrested just a few days ago. Sky is stunned, finding it hard to believe regular soldiers caught such a slick crew. Nancy explains that Idrin, the Western commander, personally hunted them down. Sky scratches his head, realizing that the prince's guards and elite soldiers must be hunting for them all over the city. They are bound to be absolutely furious. Sky turns to Steve, stating it is clear he can no longer stay here. Steve looks up, asking what he means. Sky explains that with the Benezia faction hunting him, walking outside means instant arrest. Steve remains silent, sweating nervously, while Nancy points out that his face is still relatively unknown. There is only a single sketch on the wanted poster, but it is only a matter of time before the manhunt intensifies across the entire region. Hearing this, Steve drops his head onto the table in frustration. Their plan had been completely perfect before all this unexpected chaos ruined it. Sky tells him to stop complaining and focus on what they should do next. Steve snaps back, asking where he is supposed to go when Benezia controls the entire territory. He mutters that he never wants to lay eyes on Prince Gerald again. Sky suggests that if the West is unsafe, he should head north. When Steve questions this, Sky explains that hiding in the snow-covered Chromatisor Empire might be his best option. Not only will Benezia not dare to hunt you down, but in reality, this is the perfect opportunity for you to raise your own army while Benezia remains completely powerless. He continues, noting that Steve must have already realized that fighting Gerald alone is completely useless. What is needed right now is the sheer power of an army, something that must be acquired upon returning from the north, leaving Steve utterly silent. Outside, a large ship is already preparing to set sail with its sails fully unfurled. Cloaked in black, Sky steps forward and pulls down his hood, revealing he found a ship to carry Steve's sword. Steve remains highly skeptical, admitting he originally thought Sky was just playing a cruel joke on them. He points out that the harbor is completely blocked by royal guards, and not even a small boat is in sight. Sky places a hand on his hip, asking if they honestly think a smuggling vessel would be so easily spotted, adding that it should be right here. Just as Sky finishes speaking, the faint silhouette of a massive ship begins to appear. The invisibility spell fades, revealing a grand vessel right before their eyes, causing one of them to gasp, wondering how long it had been there. Elena watches in awe, noting it is a form of optical camouflage she has never seen used on such a scale, recognizing it as the Hannah. On the deck, a woman appears and remarks that she was rather worried when told this was a friend, but he actually looks quite polite. She introduces herself as Claudia and proudly presents her beloved ship. Steve quickly follows suit, introducing himself as Stetch Atelier and gesturing toward his traveling companion. Claudia asks if there are only two of them, adding that she is glad they are on time, as she would have gladly left them behind otherwise. Sky chuckles, thanking Claudia for coming during such a sensitive time and promising to pay the travel fare as soon as possible. She waves her hand dismissively, stating she is just doing her job and never asked for money, suggesting he simply buy her and her crew a drink next time instead. Turning back, Claudia suddenly remembers to ask if this is their first trip to the north and whether they get seasick easily. He honestly admits that this is actually his very first time on a ship. Once the conversation ends, the vessel peacefully sails across the vast, open ocean. On the deck, Steve is seen shivering and struggling through terrible seasickness. A frustrated crew member carrying a heavy sack barks at him to head down to the lower cabin because he has been blocking the pathway like this for 2 whole days, while Steve looks utterly miserable. Steve groans that he cannot help it since he feels like he is dying. Right then, Mortem appears, advising that using recovery magic will only help temporarily, as he will keep vomiting as long as he remains on the ship. A concerned voice asks if he is all right, and Steve turns to Elena, wondering how she can remain completely fine despite this being her first time on a ship and her senses being far sharper than his own. Looking at the bottle in her hand, she replies that as the captain said, some are born for the sea while others are not. Elena hands him the bottle, telling him to drink it. Steve reaches out curiously, asking what it is, and she explains it is a remedy from the captain to help ease his seasickness. But just as he is about to drink, he suddenly remembers something important. Steve asks if she spoke to the captain about how much longer the journey will take. Elena responds that it will take about 2 weeks, as they must navigate around a massive magical storm dividing the northern and southern continents. Steve is so shocked by the mention of 2 weeks that he spits the medicine right out, prompting her to warn him not to waste his only lifesaver. Tears stream down Steve's face as he miserably wonders if he will die before reaching their destination. Mortem tries to comfort him, promising to heal him, but Steve snaps back that the spirit is not helping at all. Just then, Claudia approaches and asks how he is holding up. Steve weakly replies that he feels much better thanks to her medicine, and she notes she has not used that remedy in a long time, telling him there is no shame in seasickness. She warns that since everyone on board is smuggling their way to the north, she cannot guarantee they won't run into dangerous characters, so they must remain highly alert. Hearing this, Steve asks if she came all this way just to tell him that. Claudia places her hands on her hips with a soft laugh, replying that as captain, it is her duty to look after everyone. She adds that she also wanted to warn them to hold on tight, leaving Steve quite confused. Pointing her finger up, she explains that until they fully escape the storm, the journey will be rougher than expected, and get this, she predicts rain tonight. Looking up at the clear sky, Steve wonders how it could possibly rain. Yet, exactly as Claudia predicted, dark storm clouds quickly roll in and a heavy downpour begins. Inside the cabin, voices whisper about how unpredictable the sea is, wondering where those sudden storm clouds came from and asking Elena if this is also her first time heading north. Steve rests his face in his hand and sighs, explaining that he first needs to stop at a guild station to see if he needs a new explorer's license. Entering tombs without one is illegal, and he wants a smooth start. He really does not want any trouble the moment they arrive. Elena smiles, saying she understands and will spend the time learning about northern culture, prompting him to ask how she plans to do that. Suddenly, Elena flinches as her sharp ears catch a strange sound from the darkness. She stands up instantly, warning Steve that something is lingering outside, leaving him thoroughly confused. Outside, amidst the pouring rain, hideous lizard-like monsters begin crawling onto the deck from the dark ocean waters. As Elena mentions hearing noises against the hull, a middle-aged crewman strokes his chin, muttering that the beasts have arrived sooner than expected. He grabs a massive blade and barks a stern order to the passengers, telling everyone that dinner time is officially over and they must lock themselves inside their cabins immediately. With that, the man slams the door shut and leaves, leaving the passengers inside whispering in confusion, wondering what is happening and where the crewman went. Out on the stormy deck, Claudia grimaces at their early arrival and immediately orders her crew to draw their weapons. She shouts that she won't let her ship's reputation suffer if any passenger gets hurt, threatening to throw anyone who fails to protect them straight to the sharks. The crew quickly readies their weapons for battle, with one carrying a large blade complaining about the overwhelming numbers, while the captain's voice grows even louder. She tells them that since they are done eating, it is time to work. Down in the cabins, the atmosphere turns incredibly tense as the worried passengers whisper among themselves. One traveler notes that even the cook has gone out to fight, suggesting they should probably help out. Another quickly objects, confidently stating the crew has everything under control and that going out there would only get in the way of their defense. They agree to stay put as ordered, while two cloaked figures sit in complete silence. Suddenly, one of them turns to Steve and asks if he has any idea what is happening. Steve calmly raises a hand, asking for quiet, before closing his eyes to focus his senses. But then, his eyes snap open in sudden surprise at the eerie silence outside. Looking toward the door, a passenger wonders if they should check outside since it has gone so quiet, assuming the fight is over. Without hesitation, Steve opens the door, and the curious crowd peers out behind him. The sight outside leaves Steve completely stunned as he looks at the fallen beasts. Recognizing them as Aquins, he listens to a passenger pointing them out, while another remarks that these creatures never seem to tire of being butchered. Steve asks if these beasts always target the ship, and Claudia casually nods in agreement. She explains that the Aquins always appear when they set sail, so the crew has gotten used to them as a form of combat practice. Holding her weapon, she warns them to remain highly vigilant since they hunt in packs. Claudia adds that their growing numbers lately are highly concerning. Just then, a sharp appendage on one of the fallen monsters suddenly twitches, and in the blink of an eye, a white blur shoots forward. The strike aims straight for a figure standing nearby, but a powerful hand suddenly shoots out and grabs the deadly arm. Steve quickly pulls her out of harm's way, effortlessly shattering the monster's weapon with a single hand before delivering a heavy kick that sends the beast flying. Inside the ship, bewildered voices cry out, asking what on earth is happening. Is one of those things still alive? Gwokon glares and bites his lip in frustration. Suddenly, a curved blade swings forward in a wide arc, and Steve instantly notices, turning his gaze toward the threat. A sharp axe blade is suddenly pressed against Steve's neck as Gwokon demands to know what he just did to her. But in that instant, Kazuya delivers a sharp punch to Gwokon's chin, yelling that Steve actually saved her. She annoyedly reminds him not to scare people like that. Gwokon clutches his swollen face, stammering that he only thought they were in danger. Annoyed, Steve asks if the guy has anything to say. Gwokon just sighs in silent frustration. He turns and walks away without a single word of explanation, leaving Steve to curse him under his breath. Claudia crosses her arms and apologizes. When Steve asks what for, she admits she never expected to rely on a passenger's help. As the captain, she feels deeply ashamed. Steve asks why she does not use that invisibility spell from before to easily evade their enemies. Claudia scoffs, replying that if it were that easy, she would have. Unfortunately, turning a ship this size invisible does not last long, nor can she use it often. But she believes in facing these challenges directly, calling it the sea's harsh welcome. Inside, silence falls over the ship, with only the low hum of the engines echoing through the space. Steve rests his hand on the table with a sigh, wishing he had not been so seasick. Holding a cup of water, Elena sits nearby and curiously asks what he knows about the North. The North? Not much, Steve replies. She asks if he knows they eat sweet sauce-covered snow there like fast food, but he has no idea. Elena continues, asking if he knows they use dwarf sleds to travel. Amused by these strange questions, Steve asks where she learned all this, and she answers it was from books. Elena cheerfully adds that her roommate told her, describing her as kind and smart. Steve is puzzled until she points toward Keisha, indicating the quiet girl sitting across from them. Steve recognizes her as the girl from yesterday, realizing she is a northerner. Watching Cassia slam her hand on the table, he wonders what a northerner is doing on a vessel sailing from Venezia, though she does not seem suspicious. Just then, a figure approaches Steve and asks to speak. Steve reacts with utter indifference, coolly asking what the man wants. Guokan scratches his head and sighs, muttering that his girl made him apologize. He immediately walks away, leaving Steve completely stunned, wondering if that half-hearted gesture was supposed to be a real conversation. Outside, the sky has faded into a deep orange. Urgent voices of the crew echo across the deck, ordering everyone to move quickly and get into their positions. Watching them, Steve wonders why everyone is in such a massive rush. Crew members sprint past, frantically reminding each other to secure the inner passages. Elena explains that from what she gathered, the weather is taking a turn for the worse much faster than expected. Suddenly, Claudia's booming voice commands everyone to stop panicking, claiming they still have time before the storm hits. A crewman reports that while that is true, they have already spotted several bad signs. The wind direction and sea currents contradict their instruments, indicating something is very wrong. Hearing this, she grabs her binoculars and decisively orders the ship to steer starboard, telling them to avoid any obstacles even if it alters their schedule. The crewman salutes, and Claudia raises the glass to observe. Through her lens, a distant mast with an unrecognizable flag appears faintly on the horizon. She wonders why a mast is out there, fearing the worst. Suddenly, water erupts from the sea ahead, accompanied by deafening crashes. A surge of dread hits her as she looks forward, cursing that she is seeing this now. Out of the mist, a ghostly ship approaches, and Claudia recognizes it as the Gray Fog. On deck, she screams that they will be sunk if they are not careful. Rain pours down as the Gray Fog draws closer. Sensing extreme danger, Claudia tightens her grip and barks out commands. "Lower the sails and blow it out of the water before it is too late," she yells. She whispers a protective spell, and instantly, a rainbow-colored barrier envelops their vessel. Claudia shouts for her crew to prepare the cannons. Despite the roaring storm, they cling tightly to the heavy artillery, shouting back that they are ready. She continues to direct the crew, urging them to get as close to the enemy as possible. Their ship immediately pivots, heading straight toward the ominous gray fog. At her signal, Claudia screams to fire, and a massive beam of golden energy erupts. Yet, no matter how many shots they land, a purple barrier blocks every single hit. The crew gasps in shock at the sight, while Claudia questions how they possess such a shield. Voices scream that the blast knocked them off course as the fog ship closes in. Bizarre tendrils sprout from the enemy vessel, launching black objects at Claudia's ship as someone yells that they are about to be rammed. Seeing the onslaught, Steve panics, wondering if it is a ghost ship. Elena shields her face from the debris. Meanwhile, Guokan leaps in front of Keisha to shield her. Without wasting a single second, Claudia bellows that they are under attack and must prepare for impact. She orders all combat squads to the deck for close-quarters battle. From above, black shadows swarm onto the vessel alongside the strange projectiles. An authoritative voice cuts through the chaos, warning everyone of the boarding enemy. In that exact moment, a heavy chain whips out, slicing a corpse in half. Guokan stands ready in a fighting stance. As a ghoul charges, a brilliant strike pierces right through it, delivered by Elena, who holds her glowing weapon with a calm expression. Guokan glances at Steve, who is holding his own. Steve slams a monster's head into the deck, grimacing as he wonders what these creatures are. He stares at the skull in his hand, wondering if they are skeletons or zombies. Suddenly, a strange purple light glows around everyone, and Steve realizes with dread that his skills are completely unresponsive. As an undead creature lunges, Steve blocks the strike with his arm. His face turns grim as a faint whisper echoes, making him wonder if he is hearing things. First the ship, then his failed skills, and now this mysterious voice. Suddenly, Mortem's voice calls out his full name, causing him to snap his eyes open in realization. Steve looks around, and the voice explains it has been trying to wake him. Urgently, it reveals there is no time to explain, as he is trapped in an illusion. Though it managed to wake him, it warns that he will soon succumb again. Confused, Steve asks what exactly this illusion is making him see. Mortem replies that everything he has just witnessed is fake. The only reason he cannot break free is because he does not fully trust the spirit yet. It urges him to think about how they are talking while the enemy does not attack. Steve looks around and realizes everyone is frozen in place. Mortem asks if he finally senses that something is deeply wrong. It points out that it makes no sense for the enemy to choose close combat over shooting, or why his core skills are suddenly useless. Motim explains that with more time, she would have let him break the illusion on his own. Steve's eyes are rolled back, completely white. But her next words snap him awake, as she declares there is no time left and she must force him up. Around them, everyone on the ship is covered in a faint purple glow. A soft voice echoes through the heavy silence, telling them everything is normal and urging them to move quickly. One intruder whispers in absolute awe their captain is incredible, and it is hard to believe that illusion spell still works from miles away. His partner gives a silent thumbs up, while the leader ahead picks up a girl, telling them to shut up and keep moving. Unable to hide his curiosity, one of them asks why the captain even wants this girl in the first place. The leader snaps back. How would he know? She is probably the child of some powerful noble, and if they want answers, they should ask the captain themselves. Before leaving, one of them stops his partner. Wait. It has been ages since they hit a jackpot like this, so why not steal a little extra for themselves? The leader replies to make it quick. The thief laughs, telling him not to rush, entirely unaware of a fist clenching tight right behind them. Suddenly, sparks of energy gather, and an explosion rips through the ship, startling the black-clad intruders. The leader mutters in disbelief. The illusion should have lasted much longer. Steve appears with dark, hollow eyes, grabbing one of them and demanding to know what they want with his ship. One thug draws a dagger, cursing him, but his partner warns him to forget it since they have absolutely no time for a fight. Panic sets in as he realizes this was never part of the plan. Clutching his blade, he points it at Steve, warning him not to move unless he wants something terrible to happen. Faced with the threat, Steve grits his teeth in annoyance. The thug points his blade at Keisha, shouting at Steve to back off. Suddenly, Motim possesses his partner, pressing a sword against the thug's throat. Feeling the cold steel, the thug panics, wondering how on earth his partner moved so fast without him noticing. Controlling the possessed man, Motim orders him to stay still while she reads his mind, needing his brain intact. Blue wisps of energy rise from his arms as her spirit takes over. After forcing the three intruders to tie themselves up, Motim confirms they are just low-level grunts who have no idea why they were sent here. She adds that while the foggy illusion around the ship has shattered, a pale purple barrier remains. It is likely powered by an ancient artifact, and breaking through it will not be easy. Steve asks if they can just shatter it with magic, but she replies that unless he plans to waste a massive amount of mana, it is not worth it. Sighing at their options, Steve suggests waking the crew first, confident they will quickly realize something is wrong. Motim releases her energy, and within moments, Kasia snaps out of her trance. She panics, looking around wildly and demanding to know where the enemies went, but Steve quickly reassures her that everything is under control. As the rest of the crew shakes off the illusion, they look around in confusion, asking Steve what happened. With the intruders captured, the ship quietly resumes its peaceful journey across the sea. Elena speaks up, wondering if they were actually trying to kidnap Kasia. Steve looks over, confirming her name, while Elena remains baffled as to why anyone would target her. Steve admits he is not sure either, as the grunts know nothing. He asks Elena to update the captain while he interrogates the captives. Nearby, Guokong asks Kasia what she is doing on deck when he specifically told her to stay safe in her cabin. Kasia snaps back, telling him not to boss her around. She argues she has no idea what happened and just woke up out here. Guokong sighs, reminding her that as the family heir, she must stop being so reckless. Steve jumps down, interrupting them to ask if they can stop bickering. Guokong apologizes, asking Steve to explain what just happened since his own memory is quite hazy. Motim notices a sudden shift in Guokong's demeanor, pointing out that his tone is much softer and he seems to be backing down. Steve crosses his arms, explaining that everyone on deck was caught in an illusion, and he was the first to wake up. He adds that he had to fight off some kidnappers, leaving Kasia completely shocked. He points over to the tied-up men. Guokong studies them, admitting he does not recognize them, though their uniforms and ship look strangely familiar. Suddenly, a sword slams into the deck. Claudia stands with hands on her hips, furiously declaring it does not matter who they are, no strangers are getting anywhere near her ship again. She turns to Steve, mentioning she heard the truth from his companion. It turns out everything, from the skeletons to the ghost ship and storm, was a lie. Steve nods in agreement. Though exhausted, Claudia remains determined, wondering how those bastards managed to disguise themselves as a ghost ship and fool them so completely. Vowing to tear them apart, she is stopped by Steve, who calmly points out they are not strong enough to sink the enemy ship yet, so he needs a favor. Holding a dark energy ring, Steve confidently tells her to leave the enemy vessel to them. He instructs her to focus entirely on steering their ship forward. Shocked, she asks if he plans to fight them alone. Without a word, Steve stands at the bow, quietly chanting a spell while gripping the ring. With a silent command, an avalanche is unleashed, instantly freezing the sea as a thick frost rises into the air. Claudia stares in absolute shock before quickly recovering, shouting orders to push straight ahead. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the serene royal estate of Benicia under the bright afternoon sun. Raptor sits comfortably with his legs crossed, reading a piece of brown parchment when the heavy doors are suddenly flung open. Annoyed, he asks his visitor to stop slamming the door as he hates being disturbed. Anfit demands to know what he did, and Raptor sighs, calmly asking for some specifics. Anfit presses him, demanding how he managed to predict the crisis at Gambini Fortress and why on earth he sent McDowell's Eastern Army as reinforcements. He points out that given the vast distance from the capital, it should have been impossible. Anfit demands to know how he got his information. Raptors replies with complete indifference, stating he learned it from the spy and wonders why his brother is even asking when he thought he already knew. Anfit narrows his eyes, saying that based on Conrad's reports, Raptor sounds more like a liar who is hiding the real truth from everyone. Raptors rests his chin on his hand, looking amused. He casually mocks him, saying it is touching to see his brother care so much about the kingdom. With a sly grin, he adds that he thought Anfit was just angry about the stolen throne. Anfit suppresses his rising anger, veins popping on his face. Raptors chuckles, telling his little brother not to look so miserable, since his quick action saved them from a potential disaster. He points out they have already suffered enough casualties, so they should be glad things did not get worse, as he is already dealing with the aftermath of Gambini. Hanpeth frowned, wondering if he should be relieved he hadn't suffered a worse defeat. All that exhausting effort had only brought him misery. What truly baffled him, though, was how his brother could possibly share the vision of a rat. Catching Raptor's calculating smile, Hanpeth realized a vital truth. He had to assume that his brother would be watching his every single step from this moment on. Raptor picked up the paper, glanced over it, and asked why he had such a blank stare. If that was all Hanpeth had to say, he was free to leave. With the crises they faced, there was simply no time for idle chatter. Hearing that, Hanpeth turned away. He walked out and slammed the door behind him, leaving Raptor with that same cold, lingering smile on his face. Meanwhile, Hanpeth walked down the long corridor, his mind racing. Figuring out his brother's secret scheme was his absolute priority. He realized it was far too dangerous to make another move without knowing the truth. He had to uncover it. The scene shifts to the ship as it finally reaches the Empire. From high above, a lookout calls out that they have arrived at the port city of Ungia. Steve pulls his warm coat tight and sighs, relieved to finally reach the Chromatose Empire. Suddenly, Claudia calls out, asking the two of them to come over. She has something important to tell them before they head into the bustling city. Steve and Elena listen in surprise. Claudia then shakes hands with Steve, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. She tells him that because of their help, everyone on the ship made it through safely. Without them, the ship would have been lost to the sea. Steve smiles warmly, warning her that those attackers might strike again despite their failure, so they must stay alert to any danger. She takes his advice to heart and pulls out a small token of gratitude. Steve looks on with curiosity, asking what it is, as she presents a neatly folded piece of paper. She explains that she is usually buried in work, but this paper links him directly to the crew, meaning she will receive his messages first. If he ever needs help, she promises to drop everything to assist him. Steve accepts the paper with gratitude, promising to treasure it. As snow continues to blanket the entire port in white, they are told not to worry about customs. After bidding farewell to the crew, Steve and Elena head into the city. Another voice guides them through the crowd, instructing them to present the identification papers they had prepared beforehand at the security checkpoint. Wherever they go, friendly locals wave and greet them warmly. Looking around at the peaceful scenery, Elena softly confesses her hope that the South might one day be just like this, where elves and humans live in harmony. Steve completely agrees with her. When Elena asks where they should go next, he suggests finding a place to stay first, before they begin gathering information on their surroundings. Suddenly, a polite voice interrupts, asking if they would mind coming with her for a brief moment. Turning toward the call, they spot Cassia standing nearby alongside her bodyguard Gukum. She waves gently, gesturing for them to join her. Soon, all four are riding together in a carriage. As they travel along the snowy streets, Steve curiously asks if she is taking them straight to her home. Cassia raises a finger, asking why he seems so surprised. Since they saved her life, she simply cannot let them leave without properly showing her gratitude. She then inquires what brought them to the north, while Steve folds his arms, looking out the window. Wondering how to explain, Elena looks out at the unfamiliar, beautiful landscape, softly mentioning she has never seen a snowy forest before. She then explains that she is fleeing from the Southern Prince after a failed assassination attempt. Steve adds that traveling south is incredibly difficult right now, keeping the rest of his reasons private. Cassia smiles warmly, assuring him it is perfectly fine. She notes that most travelers arrive without any connections in the north, assuming they are no different. Steve sighs, silently recalling how he spent every coin from his tomb raiding days to help Sky. He admits aloud that this journey is certainly not starting off on the best foot. Cassia gently intervenes, expressing her desire to help them adjust to life in the cold north. She promises to support them in every way possible, providing both transportation and financial aid. Steve objects, pointing out that such assistance would cost an absolute fortune. Cassia remains completely calm, replying that she should have offered sooner. Meanwhile, Elena is completely captivated by the scenery passing by, mesmerized by the snowy wonderland. Cassia then formally introduces herself as Cassia Hardenbrock, the sole heir to the largest merchant empire in the entire north. Before long, they arrive at a grand mansion amidst the heavy snowfall. Sitting inside, Steve is absolutely stunned, staring at the furniture and wondering just how expensive the sofa is. Elena looks up, completely awestruck by the sheer luxury surrounding them. Sinking back into the incredibly plush cushions, Steve cannot help but feel a tiny stab of envy. Being the heir to such vast wealth must be spectacular. He realizes he could never earn this much, even with a lifetime of raiding ancient tombs. Cassia enters with a warm smile, pleased to see that her guests are feeling right at home. Elena tentatively asks if she should address her as Lady Hardenbrock. Cassia giggles, telling her not to be so formal and to treat her just as they did on the ship. Steve then chimes in, saying he has a pressing question. She looks at him expectantly. Steve explains that while he understands her desire to repay them, this lavish treatment is simply too much. He seriously asks if there is something else she is hiding from them. Cassia nods slowly, asking if they remember the captured sailor left on the ship. Steve recounts his failed interrogation, explaining the man knew nothing except his orders to kidnap her, completely unaware of the motive behind it. Cassia agrees, noting that her bodyguard Gukum got the exact same useless answers during his own interrogation. As she speaks, Gukum reaches deep into his sleeve and pulls out a concealed dagger. Cassia's expression grows tense as she points to the weapon, explaining she confiscated it from a thief who tried to rob her just days before she departed from the north. She confesses she originally dismissed it as a simple thief's tool. Taking the dagger to inspect it, Steve counters that no ordinary street thief would carry such an exquisite weapon, noting a strange name engraved on the hilt. Cassia solemnly utters the name Augustine Riverwood, explaining that he was not only her father's closest friend but also his primary business partner. Her voice heavy with sorrow, Cassia adds that the man was tragically murdered during a robbery right before she left. From those dark-clothed bandits, she learned about the connection between the dagger and the mastermind behind his death. Cassia warns that the kidnappers even used a ghost ship to hunt her down, making it clear her family is safe nowhere, land or sea. Steve wonders if this could all just be a massive coincidence. He asks why she believes a single mastermind is pulling all these strings. She reveals the truth. Her family is secretly planning to revive the trade route connecting the north and the south. Steve is taken aback, questioning how such a feat is even possible when a massive magical storm separates the two lands. Cassia explains that while extremely difficult, smugglers have already proven it can be done. She continues, explaining that both kingdoms deal with non-human races differently, each profiting from illegal smuggling in their own ways, which is why both sides are eager to resolve these persistent issues once and for all. This is precisely why a select group of northern merchants chose to act in secret, led by her father and supported by hundreds of others, including the late Augustine. As her family's representative, she had no real power to protect anyone, other than traveling south to negotiate contracts and discuss future plans. Her voice slows as she recalls how everything went wrong the moment negotiations began. She explains how key members of the project suddenly faced brutal attacks, and she herself was nearly abducted. The connection is too clear to ignore. Steve agrees, pointing out that since the enemies knew her exact coordinates and dared to kidnap her publicly, the traitor must be someone working directly on the project. Visualizing the hidden shadow behind it all, Cassia whispers the word traitor. Steve realizes her true intention as she looks at him with desperate eyes, begging him to help her find the mastermind. Cassia quickly reassures him, waving her hands to clarify that she will support them regardless of his decision. She views her request as entirely separate from her gratitude. Still, Steve is not fully convinced, wondering why she is so certain they are the right ones for the job. Steve crosses his arms with a heavy sigh, pointing out that before they crossed paths on that boat, they were total strangers. To make matters worse, they have absolutely zero knowledge of the freezing north. Handing such a critical family mission to them feels like choosing the worst possible candidates. Kasia rests her chin in deep thought, disagreeing with his doubts. She explains that their obscurity actually makes them the perfect candidates for this mission. If she sent her own known house agents to investigate, the conspirators would catch on instantly and destroy all evidence, rendering the entire effort completely useless. Steve sighs, admitting she has a point. It does not matter who the enemies are, they will never get anything out of him. He asks if that is why she brought them here. She replies that discussing such classified matters at the busy docks in broad daylight would be foolish. Holding up 2 fingers, she adds that beside Augustin, there are 2 more corrupt merchants involved, and she needs him to keep a close eye on both. Noticing his reluctant face, Kasia clenches her fist, offering strong reassurance. Just then, Modem floats forward, noting that this sounds like a pretty lucrative deal. After all, their ultimate goal is to hunt down rare artifacts scattered across the north anyway. The artifact continues, pointing out they would have traveled the continent anyway. Exploring the frozen north with the backing of a wealthy sponsor is a massive win-win. Steve ponders the idea for a moment, slowly nodding in agreement that it is indeed a solid plan. With his mind made up, Steve accepts the offer. Since they will be traveling extensively, they can easily look into her targets along the way. Kasia sinks back into her chair with a massive sigh of relief. She confesses she was so anxious she could barely breathe, while Guokong stands nearby, smiling. Guokong agrees that it is wonderful news. Still, Steve harbors lingering doubts, questioning Brian on why they trust him so easily when the rugged guard was so hostile toward him before. Brian calmly replies that Steve has already proven his impressive capabilities. Since Kasia chose to place her trust in him, the loyal guard respects her decision without question. Motem humorously remarks on how quickly the stubborn guard changed his tune compared to their first hostile meeting. Kasia turns to Guokong with a mild frown, telling him to stop teasing so they do not pressure their guests, emphasizing that Brian is only doing his duty. With a warm smile, she instructs Guokong to give their esteemed guests a proper tour of the estate. Stepping outside, Steve examines his brand new sword, reflecting on how they have been living like royalty. He admits he feels slightly guilty accepting such an incredibly expensive weapon, even though he desperately needs it. Kasia waves her hands dismissively, telling him not to feel guilty. In fact, she is shocked he only took a single sword, as she was ready to gift him an entire armory. Steve politely declines, preferring to travel light. Steve gets straight to business, confirming his target. He must keep a close eye on a shady merchant named Novelia Riverfell. She confirms his target, explaining that Novelia supplies goods to Siles, a nearby dwarven town. Since the journey is short, it should be an easy trip, eliciting a casual shrug from Steve. Steve sheathes his new blade and asks where the nearest Explorers Guild is, explaining he needs to renew his official license. A surprised Kasia immediately offers to pull some strings and simply write him a fake one. She points out this would save him the hassle of a rigorous exam. Steve looks slightly concerned, asking if doing so is actually illegal. Kasia chuckles sheepishly, admitting that in the gritty criminal underworld, laws only seem to apply to the poor. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she suggests he simply collect his real license from Guokong. Hearing such a cynical, cold worldview from a wealthy noble is quite chilling, leaving Steve to wonder if all high society merchants think this way. Once the heavy carriage is fully prepped, the loyal Guokong announces that he has packed it with plenty of fresh food, travel funds, and essential survival gear, along with one very special item. He presents a glowing crystal orb, explaining it is a rare communication artifact. It allows Steve to contact Kasia directly in case of an emergency. But there is a catch, it only has 10 uses. Guokong then hands over his official explorer license. Steve examines the heavy metal card, recognizing the unique alloy designed to prevent forgery by glowing only when the true owner touches it. Wishing them a safe journey, the butler warmly reminds them that the future of their house now rests on their shoulders. Steve offers a reassuring smile, telling him not to worry since they have plenty of experience from their days in the south. With everything ready, they climb aboard and set off into the horizon. Upon arriving at a bustling new town, Steve lowers his voice to warn Elena. He warns her that they must avoid drawing any unnecessary attention to their powerful artifacts. When Elena asks why, Steve explains that the hunt for relics is a bloodbath. Countless greedy explorers will kill for them, and many teams are slaughtered before they even set foot inside a tomb. Pushing the guild doors open, Steve advises her to remain highly vigilant if anyone tries to get too close. Stepping inside the bustling hall, he scans the active request board to find a job along their path. Reading a flyer for a job in Raken, he mutters about the terribly low pay. He sighs, realizing that as a newcomer in these parts, he really cannot afford to be picky. Steve presents the flyer to the receptionist, asking to take the job. The clerk, puffing on a pipe, squints at him, noting he is a new face and demanding to know his rank. The entire guild hall falls silent, with every eye locking onto the 2 newcomers. Steve calmly asks the clerk if anyone else has signed up for the escort mission. The clerk rubs his chin thoughtfully, noting that about 5 other mercenaries have already registered, which is a near miracle given the terrible working conditions these days. He adds that finding B-rank explorers is tough enough, while an elite A rank like Steve is practically unheard of. Urging them to move, he warns that the caravan is already gathering at the western port entrance. Once outside, Elena wonders aloud why everyone was staring at them so intensely. She insists they did nothing to stand out, but Steve explains they are likely just jealous of an outsider snatching their job. He adds that veterans rarely welcome a young kid holding an elite A-rank license. Spotting a gathered crowd down the street, Steve points out their destination. Upon arrival, a stern man named Lemaine steps forward, demanding to know who they are. Steve holds up his quest scroll, explaining they are here for the escort job to the Raken territory. Lemaine inspects the paper, admitting he had lost hope in the local recruits until seeing an A-rank elite. He sheepishly asks if Steve is fine with just 200 coins a day, explaining his budget is extremely tight. Steve retorts that he would not have shown up if he cared about the low pay. Amused, Lemaine tells him to climb into the carriage. The caravan of carriages finally lines up and rolls out, drawing attention to the elite vanguard leading the way. As the guards are ordered to stay alert and study the map, Steve looks out at the scenery. The travelers seem just as energetic as those in the south, though the long journey eventually wears them out. A friendly companion named Croze introduces himself as a B-rank explorer, earning a polite nod from Steve. The carriage driver chuckles, remarking that he certainly talks like a true elite, before asking how someone so young managed to climb to A-rank. Steve answers with a straight face, advising him to simply survive by never taking on suicidal missions. By staying alive and waiting for the right opportunities, anyone can eventually reach the top tier. Crozet sighs, muttering that while it sounds incredibly simple, surviving is the hardest part. He points out that nowadays, wealth is the easiest shortcut to rank up, though if they were already rich, they would not be risking their lives as explorers. Elena speaks up, asking Steve why he chose this specific escort job over so many other lucrative requests. Steve quickly explains that this particular route leads straight to Novelia's merchant guild, which is their exact target on the way to the Raken Principality. Besides, having a regular merchant deliver goods directly to the main branch of a massive trading company seemed highly unusual. It was almost laughable, suggesting something strange was brewing. But for the group, this was a golden opportunity. Once they finished the job, they would have the leverage to negotiate directly with the powerful merchant guild. Their main goal now was to leave a good impression. That meant keeping the carriages grouped as tightly as possible, ensuring they never lost sight of the lead wagon in the snow. Right on cue, a bitter freezing wind whipped across Glossett's face, making him complain. He grumbled about this sudden blizzard hitting them at the worst possible moment right during their patrol shift, and Steve simply nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Steve secretly realized this blinding storm was the absolute perfect cover to make his move without anyone noticing. But as he drew his sword, his hand slipped, and he accidentally sliced his own finger. Quickly pulling out some powder to treat the cut, he caught Elena's attention. She stared at it curiously and asked him what that strange powder was. Steve explained that it was a basic blood-stopping powder, typically used in healing potions. However, he noted that using it raw would make the scent of blood much stronger. As he spoke, he deliberately let his blood drip onto the mixture. The two stepped down from the carriage. Steve carefully buried the blood-soaked powder beneath the fresh snow. Watching this, a puzzled Elena asked what he was doing. She wondered if this bloody scent was the opportunity he had talked about, and Steve calmly confirmed it. He asked her to scout the area instead of carrying the powder along. Just a moment later, she picked up a distant noise and warned him. When she sensed someone approaching, Steve quickly asked for the distance. She told him they were about 150 meters away, wanting to know when they should make their move. But Steve simply replied that they should wait. If there were no witnesses, their actions would be pointless, so they needed the newcomers closer so everyone could see them. With that settled, they pushed forward through the storm. Pushing ahead, a sudden warning cry echoed through the wind that monsters had arrived. Spotting them, Coleman gasped in utter disbelief, wondering why these elusive snow apes were suddenly attacking out in the open. Ready to fight, more beasts swarmed them from behind. Gripping his sword tightly, Steve sighed, noting they could no longer just stand by and watch. Elena wasted no time activating her powers for the upcoming clash. As Steve leveled his blade directly at the approaching beast, she looked over and questioned his choice of weapon. Why use a sword when magic could finish them in seconds? Suddenly, a massive snow ape lunged straight at him. Steve did not flinch. Once the trouble was over, the group safely reached the Dominic Merchant Guild outpost to rest. While everyone ate and drank in high spirits, the crew was informed that they would need to halt the carriages for a quick cargo inspection. Spotting them arrive, a man at the far table waved and called out for Brian to join them. Steve quickly answered that he was on his way, while the man hospitably ordered a round of cold beers and extra food for everyone. A moment later, Glossett grinned. He cheered, celebrating the fact that their escort mission was finally nearing its end. He went on to bring up the skirmish with the snow apes, expressing sheer awe at how many Steve had defeated. He praised him as a true A-rank adventurer, leaving Steve to scratch his head in modest embarrassment. Laughing it off as no big deal, Steve listened as the man at the head of the table asked about his next moves, mentioning their plans to conquer some nearby dungeons once this job was wrapped up. However, Steve politely declined, admitting he was not much of a team player while secretly figuring they just wanted an A rank on their side. The man laughed, realizing it was no use trying to convince him otherwise. Just as the man was offering a spot on a new team, the door swung open and Coleman walked in. Seeing him, the companion frowned and grumbled about why the old man was there, asking if he had simply come to drink. But Coleman retorted sharply that he had serious business to discuss, leaving both Steve and Elena quite puzzled. Following the old man out, Steve casually asked what was going on. Was it finally payday? Coleman simply replied that someone wanted to meet them, raising a wave of curiosity in both their minds. As they approached the door of a private room, a warm voice from inside welcomed them, stating it was a pleasure to meet them. The man introduced himself as Ruth, the branch manager of the Dominic Merchant Guild. Steve was caught off guard by his sudden appearance, silently noting that this influential figure had made contact much faster than anticipated. Ruth gestured toward Coleman, explaining that he had already heard about the encounter in the snow. He expressed his desire to Ruth praised them for stepping up during such a critical moment, calling their presence a stroke of pure luck. Steve humbly brushed it off, replying that it was simply their duty and they had only done what was required. But as Steve spoke, his hand shifted, accidentally exposing a unique ring to the branch manager. Ruth caught a glimpse of the glittering ornament and silently wondered about its strange brilliance. Later on, the scene shifts to the local library, where the two search through old records. You can almost feel the tension building as Steve breaks the silence to ask Elena if she has discovered anything of interest, and she quietly responds. She admits she hasn't found anything out of the ordinary, and Steve agrees, noting that his own search through the opposite shelves has turned up absolutely nothing suspicious. A month passes, and Mortem finally returns, having used a forbidden art to possess Ruth's physical body. Channeling his magic, he warns them that they only have a 10-minute limit before their window closes, adding that the old man is secure. Steve turns to Mortem, asking if it really took that much time, and presses him to think carefully if there was truly nothing there. Mortem lets out a weary sigh, warning Steve not to order him around with such an arrogant attitude, while Elena quietly listens to their bickering. Eventually, she sighs as well, admitting she always found Steve rather peculiar, but finding out he carries an ancient artifact harboring a living soul inside is on a whole other level. A bizarre secret, and he had only just revealed it. Hearing this, the old spirit simply scratched his head with a sheepish reply. Meanwhile, Steve traces a line across an old map and mutters that he finally found Nobelia. Kezia was right, he assumed the man had been living in total isolation for years, but it seems his contact with the outside world was cut off only a month ago. Elena chimes in, asking what the actual chances are that this mysterious man was the one behind the attack on Kezia. Steve hesitates, admitting they still lack the evidence to make a definitive judgment. With no written clues left in the library, he notes that their only hope of gathering information is to track down the people who actually interacted with him. Mortem raises his voice in annoyance, reminding them that while his soul-searching ability is powerful, it is far from perfect. If they try to forcefully dig into someone's memories, they risk completely shattering that person's fragile mind. I know, Steve quickly reassures him. They probably did not need to pry any deeper into Ruth's memories. It was clear the branch manager knew nothing about Nobelia's current whereabouts. Ultimately, their priority was tracing where this letter was headed and who was meant to receive it. Uncovering those two details would lead them straight to Nobelia. Hearing this, Mortem deduces that the delivery method was likely chosen by Nobelia himself. This meant they had no choice but to head out and investigate the drop-off location in person. When Steve asks where they need to go, Mortem explains that the destination lies just outside the city limits. Trusting the old spirit's guidance, Steve makes up his mind to set out immediately. They decide to use the letter as bait at that location. Elena remains quiet throughout their planning, but noticing her silence, Steve turns to her with a curious look and asks if she has something on her mind. Mortem chimes in, eager to hear her thoughts. Elena finally speaks up, admitting she was just thinking that Mortem is a really difficult name to wrap her head around. Wouldn't it be better to give you a much simpler name? The artifact Mortem snaps back in pure anger, asking if that is really the case. Anfed is absolutely furious, his words bursting out like wild flames. Grabbing Conrad tightly by the collar, he roars to demand the absolute truth. When did the betrayal start, and who ordered it? Conrad desperately tries to explain himself, pleading that he would never dream of betraying his master, let alone actually doing such a terrible thing. But Anfet refuses to believe a single word. Only the two of them knew about the prophecy, so unless he went completely mad, Conrad had to be the leak. Seeing the terrifying rage, Conrad desperately plays along, agreeing with everything while begging his master to reconsider. Does he truly believe Conrad has the heart to betray him? Hearing this, Anfet quietens his anger, falling silent as he carefully reconsiders Conrad's words. A moment later, he lets Conrad go. He admits that Conrad has absolutely no reason to betray him, blaming his own bad temper on the endless string of disasters that keep happening. With key targets lost even after treatment, handling the Eastern disaster has become a total nightmare. It is a complete and chaotic mess. Just then, a frantic soldier rushes in to report, begging Anfet to come quickly. Anfet immediately demands to know what is happening. The soldier quickly delivers the major news: the third prince has finally regained consciousness. Rushing straight to his brother's chamber, he finds everyone standing in anxious, heavy silence around the bed. After quietly observing the room for a moment, Anfet steps up to the bedside and tells him that he is finally awake. Hearing this, Garo looks up weakly and asks what on earth has happened. Without holding back, Anfet explains the entire series of events that transpired while he was asleep. He finishes the story by coldly asking Garo if he is truly satisfied with how this massive disaster turned out. Hearing the harsh question, Garo simply bows his head in heavy silence. This only annoys Anfet further, who points out that Garo could have easily retreated and called for reinforcements at any time, but chose not to, all because of his foolish, stubborn pride. Garo merely glares back, remaining completely silent. Anfet then adds a chilling update. Their father, the Emperor, left a direct order to be delivered the moment he opened his eyes. According to Anfet, Emperor Sincero declared a stern judgment against Jurat Demizar because he completely lost the vision of a grand general, failed to defend the vital front line, allowed enemy forces to overrun the fortress, and caused devastating losses to the entire imperial army. These massive failures can never be overlooked. From this moment on, he must take full responsibility for his actions, resulting in the immediate stripping of his title as the Eastern Expedition General. Crushed by these brutal words, Garo holds his head in deep regret, with memories of his fierce clash against Steve flashing through his mind. Meanwhile, far away from all this drama, Steve, Elena, and the artifact Mortem are busy tracking down a mysterious target. Steve turns to the group, noting they have been tailing this suspect for 2 whole days. Elena dryly replies, hoping he is not about to admit they got the wrong guy after all this time. The artifact immediately snaps back, asking if they seriously doubt its skills, since no normal person would go searching for a hidden letter in the dead of night. It tells Unru allow Steve to reading the map correctly so they know where they are headed, but Steve hesitates, admitting he is not entirely sure about their current location. This leaves the artifact Mortem completely baffled and furious, demanding to know if Steve really dragged them all this way without even knowing their location. Steve quickly defends himself, pointing out how incredibly difficult it is to maintain his tracking abilities while keeping eyes on a target through a freezing blizzard. Using animal instincts is no walk in the park, but he estimates that the closest safe haven around here is the Principality of Raken. Steve looks over in absolute shock, wondering how she could possibly know that. Elena calmly explains that based on the map Makasia showed them before they departed, she had already calculated their direction to find their most likely destination. She mentions hearing that the Principality of Raken sits directly between 3 massive nations, making it a neutral ground where no outside government dares to interfere. Steve gasps in realization, while Mortem agrees that it is indeed the perfect hiding spot, teasing Steve that he should take some notes from Elena's sharp mind. Soon enough, they follow their target right into the bustling Principality of Raken. Steve is completely blown away, praising Elena's incredible instincts as a veteran elf hunter. She quickly snaps him back to reality, urging him to keep his eyes locked on the target. Steve readily agrees. Watching the target slip into a quiet, narrow alleyway, Steve silently resolves to corner the man and finish this quickly before things get any more complicated than they already are. Slipping into the shadows, the duo follows him deep into the alley. Steve whispers to ask where these dark paths lead, but Elena confidently replies that she knows exactly where they are going. Suddenly, a massive thug steps out to block their path, shouting to demand what they think they are doing, loitering around in his territory. The massive thug demands a toll, claiming nobody passes through his alley without leaving a little something behind. Hearing the loud commotion, the target ahead glances back in surprise. Realizing he is being pursued, the young man immediately takes off at a full sprint. Steve groans, thinking this is exactly how the lawless underworld always operates. Seeing their target disappear around the corner, he curses under his breath. Damn it, the guy has definitely spotted them. The bearded giant laughs mockingly, boasting that nobody is getting past him, inviting them to give it their absolute best shot if they dare to try. Before he can even finish his sentence, Elena plants a savage kick directly into his face. The brute screams in agony as she bypasses him, sprinting ahead to keep up with the fleeing target. Hearing the loud screams, the rest of the thug's gang rushes out, wondering what on earth is wrong with that crazy girl. But Steve immediately leaps into action, yelling that they shouldn't turn their backs after starting a fight. With those words, Steve delivers a thunderous punch right to the bearded leader, sending him howling in absolute agony. The brute flies backward into the wall. Steve challenges the rest of the gang to come at him all at once, since he has no time to waste while Elena closes in on their target. She manages this by activating her special movement skill, a powerful speed boost that allows her to cover massive distances in the blink of an eye, moving forward with the terrifying force of a localized tornado. In an instant, Elena corners the fleeing man and pins him down, demanding to know where she can find the elusive Nobelia Riverfell. The panicked informant sneers, asking why they think he would ever talk to them. Elena quickly brings a sharp, menacing weapon right to his face, warning him that talking is much better than having his skull completely crushed. He instantly changes his tune, begging her to let him go while frantically asking what they want and what on earth is going on. He leads Elena to a secluded hideout. After surveying the quiet area, she grabs him by the throat, coldly asking if he is absolutely sure this is the spot. Shaking with pure terror, he stammers out, asking who they really are. She swiftly knocks him unconscious and tosses his limp body aside. Stepping closer to the entrance, she whispers to herself that she can definitely sense someone hiding inside the building. Slipping through the door, she confirms that a figure is indeed waiting in the dark. Keeping her footsteps perfectly silent, she cautiously approaches the stranger, whispering to ask if he is indeed Nobelia Riverfell. The man starts, whipping his head around in absolute shock. Recognizing her face, his fear quickly turns into pure rage as he snarls that she has finally decided to show her face after all this chaos. Quite confused by his sudden, aggressive outburst, Elena barely has any time to react before he hurls a heavy glass right at her face. She swiftly ducks out of the way, watching it crash against the hard wall and shatter into tiny pieces. Ignoring his screams, Elena instantly tackles the man and slams his head onto the wooden table, pinning him down. As he struggles, a strange doubt crosses her mind. Is this truly the real Nobelia Riverfell? Meanwhile, Nobelia yells out in frustration, what do they want, and why can they not just leave him alone? If they are going to help, they should do it quickly. Elena lets go, flustered as she explains that she did not come here to kill. Right then, an assassin stealthily appears directly behind her back. Sensing the danger, she quickly turns around to face him. The assassin hurls alcohol to attack them, but she counters instantly with whirlwind magic, unleashing a fierce gust that blows everything away. Nobelia cries out in discomfort, yet the assassin remains completely unscathed. Elena looks on in sheer surprise, realizing this foe is no ordinary threat. The assassin glares at her with furious eyes before leaping into action. Meanwhile, Elena's strange eagle arm bites off a solid piece of wood from a nearby table. Chewing it rapidly, her arm spits the sharp wooden splinters right at him. But the killer deflects them with his axe, just as Steve suddenly kicks open the door. Steve slams the door right into the assassin's face, sending the man flying back in a panic. He tosses him across the room, then turns to ask Elena who this guy is. He wonders if the intruder is Nobelia's bodyguard, casually adding that he only blocked the attack because it headed his way. This casual remark absolutely infuriates the killer. Elena sheepishly replies that Steve might have actually delivered a fatal blow to the intruder. Leaning in, Steve whispers to her that he has no clue what is happening, but they absolutely must deal with this guy before they can face Nobelia. Just then, the desperate assassin pulls out a small pill and slips it into his mouth. Fortunately, Elena catches him in the act. She instantly alerts Steve, shouting that the man swallowed something. Without wasting a second, Elena squeezes the killer's throat, forcing him to gasp for air. Steve lunges forward, striking the assassin's chest while yelling to hold him tight. The heavy blow does the trick, forcing the man to spit out the hidden pill. As the assassin coughs violently, Steve snatches the pill, muttering about how the job went from assassination to suicide. Shortly after, Steve drags the captive back to their quarters. Using a magic orb to contact Cassia, Steve asks if Nobelia is truly innocent of the kidnapping. Cassia firmly replies that Nobelia is absolutely no traitor. In fact, there is more. Cassia pauses, then adds, with growing anxiety, the truth is, both Steve and Augustin, along with Nobelia, are all victims in this conspiracy. Nobelia silently sits there listening to their conversation, nervously pleading not to be left alone with the captive assassin. After a tense pause, Cassia urgently adds that there was also a direct assassination attempt planned specifically for Nobelia. Wondering what the captured assassin actually knows, Steve calmly tells Cassia that they are about to uncover the truth right now. A second later, he turns and politely asks Elena if she can step outside the room for just a moment so he can speak with Nobelia alone. Nobelia looks startled, nervously asking what they could possibly have to discuss. Meanwhile, Elena calmly agrees and exits the room. Steve approaches the bound assassin, whose eyes widen in sheer confusion. With a cold gaze, Steve quietly tells him that it is now his turn. Despite the killer's furious resistance, Steve activates the powerful Mortem artifact to suppress him. Within moments, the relic dominates his soul and slips directly into his body. The artifact plays back the assassin's memories, from being choked by Elena to deflecting the wooden splinters. Steve then asks if it found anything useful. The relic tells him to wait, silently digging deeper into the mind before gasping in utter disbelief. While Steve waits in silence, the artifact suddenly forces the assassin to the floor as the magic modem relic ejects itself from his body. Steve immediately asks if it is finished and what went wrong. The artifact quickly explains that its memory search was suddenly blocked by an external force. It describes a sticky, repulsive presence placed deep inside the mind. The relic cannot penetrate his memories because a dense, unnatural fog blocks everything. Steve is genuinely baffled, wondering how anything could block the artifact's power. Who is this killer, and who could have locked his mind so deeply? The relic explains that the memories are not merely sealed, rather, a murky, corrupt presence has been there from the very beginning. Yet, it did manage to catch a glimpse of one striking, massive image deep inside his mind, an immense structure tall enough to pierce the sky, the legendary World Tree. Startled, Steve asks why a symbol from the distant elven kingdom of Kellam is inside a human assassin's head, and why he is targeting Nobilia. The modem artifact immediately asks how far they currently are from the kingdom of Kellam. Steve admits the destination is incredibly far, so distant that even traveling on horseback, he has no idea how long the journey would take. But the relic insists they must make the trip, catching him completely off guard. He questions if they are really traveling all the way to Kellam over a single mental image, but the relic insists they must find out the truth. Confused, Steve asks for clarification. The relic explains that the strange energy surging inside the assassin matches the power of the treasure from Regia Valley. Steve contacts Cassia through the magic orb again, explaining that while he lacks the full details, the assassin is definitely connected to Kellam, especially since the magic search revealed the World Tree hidden in his memories. Hearing this, Elena is completely stunned by the sudden mention of Kellam's World Tree. Kasha points out that the kingdom lies in the exact opposite direction of their current location, making its involvement highly unusual. Steve sighs in frustration, muttering that he has no idea either, but they must find out. He then changes the subject, asking about the status of the others. Keisha bows her head in frustration, admitting that while she investigated the suspects during their absence, she has completely lost track of where that person is currently hiding. Steve groans at another apparent dead end, but Keisha suggests they handle the investigation on their side, leaving Steve and Elena free to act as they see fit. Steve reluctantly accepts the plan, thanking Kazuya for her hard work before bringing up one last detail. He asks if her group can protect Nobilia instead, calling him far too clumsy to be left to his own devices. Nobilia flinches in sudden offense as Steve mutters that he cannot believe their clumsy operations have succeeded until now. Kazuya chuckles, conceding that Nobilia might just be extraordinarily lucky. She promises to send an escort, instructing them to wait at the Zermini Merchant Guild. Kazuya quickly agrees, promising that her group will stay in touch the moment they find anything new. Steve concurs before finally putting the magic orb away, ending their intense discussion after more than 2 hours of planning. With the call finished, Nobilia quickly speaks up, offering his sincere thanks for their help even if it comes a bit late. Nobilia explains that things simply moved too quickly for him to thank them earlier, but he still fiercely objects to being called clumsy. He insists he was actually busy gathering crucial intel and building a reliable network to prepare for the worst. Steve stares back in utter confusion, asking what on earth he is talking about. Nobilia decides it is time to tell everyone the absolute truth. When he first heard of Augustine's death, his instincts told him it was no accident, convinced that some shadowy figure was pulling the strings. Determined to find the truth, he began investigating the death himself, calling upon every contact and information broker he knew across the city of Raken. He gathered all kinds of information, starting from high-profile assassinations to unexplained accidental deaths, and here is what he managed to discover. They are using a dungeon in Selos as their base, and he is certain of it. But Steve remains highly skeptical, asking him for concrete proof. A second later, Nobilia points directly to his map. He explains that the suspicious black market funds circulating recently all lead back to that Selos dungeon. He stakes his entire reputation on this claim, asking if his word isn't proof enough. Steve smiles, satisfied with the answer. He admits that despite his clumsy appearance, the man is highly capable. Later, Steve recalls Motem's warning of a shadow creature, a soul-piercing cold, and a deadly energy moving like a living entity. He never expected to hear of such a terrifying force in the north. If he loses control of his powers around that thing, it will lead to massive trouble. This thought keeps Steve tossing and turning for 3 days. Sensing his deep distress when they are alone, Elena asks why he looks so incredibly serious. She notes that he hasn't slept well in days and asks if there is a problem. Steve reassures her that it is nothing, and he is just thinking. He falls silent before sighing, noting how rare it is for her to show concern. This leaves Elena thoroughly flustered and embarrassed. Flustered, Elena changes the subject and urges them to move quickly. She mentions that this path leads straight to the underground city of Eisen in Selos. Steve agrees, and they pick up the pace. After a short walk, they arrive, and a surprised Steve asks if this massive place is indeed Eisen. He can't believe such a massive city exists underground. Elena notes the stifling heat, which Steve attributes to their subterranean location before she asks where they should head first. Steve suggests checking out the weapons first. As they take off their cloaks, Elena questions the need, arguing they are already well equipped. But Steve explains that their current gear might not suffice. In magic neutralizing chambers or tight emergencies, a reliable, powerful blade is the only thing standing between them and death. Heading deeper into the city, they cross paths with two locals. One old man turns to Dorian, surprised to see actual humans wandering around. Dorian is equally surprised that humans made the journey. He approaches the duo, asking what they are searching for and if they have lost their way. Steve seizes the opportunity, explaining he wants to commission a sword but does not know where to go. Dorian kindly explains that the truly legendary mastersmiths are found deeper inside. Dorian proudly boasts that his own shop offers the absolute best quality for the fairest price. Steve just chuckles in response. Steve politely declines, wishing to browse further in. Dorian does not press, laughing as he wishes them luck on their search. Suddenly, the talking artifact Motem speaks up, telling Steve to wait. Steve brushes it off, saying he is busy, but Motem warns him that a strangely familiar energy is nearby. As Elena listens in silence, Motem points them in a new direction. The artifact believes that Steve's companion sensed the strange presence long before he did. Steve demands to know what it is. Unsure, Motem insists they go investigate, sensing that something highly unusual is unfolding. Steve hesitates outside a humble blacksmith shop, wondering if this rundown place is really it. Motem urges them forward, asking why they are stalling at the door. Instead of barging in, Steve calls out from the threshold. Inside, the blacksmith Melchior is startled by the voice and slowly steps out to see who has arrived. Seeing Melchior, Steve awkwardly asks if he is the local blacksmith. But the old man suddenly shuts down and retreats inside, leaving them completely baffled. Steve asks Motem what just happened. The artifact confirms its instincts were correct, detecting a distinct, lingering scent despite the passage of time. It warns him of a heavy trace of death energy. The dark force is actively radiating from both the old man and his workshop. This leaves Steve deeply unsettled, wondering why death energy would linger here. Motem chides them for giving up so easily after it guided them there. Later, as they sit down to discuss their next move, Steve sighs, telling Elena that they cannot simply force their way in. Motem points out that for dwarves who spend their entire lives surrounded by iron and soot, that metallic grime becomes a permanent part of their very being. Steve is skeptical, finding it hard to believe the artifact can smell such details. But Motem insists that the old blacksmith is on a far higher level than any ordinary dwarf. The dwarf is supposedly the finest craftsman in the entire city, though Steve recalls that the old man seemed to genuinely detest being called a blacksmith. Just then, Dorian approaches them, asking why they wandered into that specific shop. The duo turns to him, utterly confused by his concern. Nearby onlookers begin whispering, questioning why these outsiders are poking around someone else's workshop. Dorian chuckles, noting that they claimed they were moving along, yet ended up right at that forbidden door. Steve admits they are newcomers to the north. Dorian quickly reassures the whispering crowd, promising to handle the situation and telling them to return to their work. He tells the locals that everyone makes mistakes, then introduces himself as Dorian, asking for Steve's name in return. Steve uses his alias, introducing himself as Brian. Dorian shakes his hand warmly and immediately gets straight to the point, asking if they actually met the old blacksmith. Startled by the question, Steve hesitates before confirming they did. Dorian immediately warns him to never speak that man's name aloud in public, prompting Steve to ask why. Dorian explains that the blacksmith fell from grace after getting into deep trouble for attempting to fuse ancient artifacts with weapons. That disgraced craftsman is none other than Melchior. Fusing artifacts and weapons seems absurd, but inside a cozy tavern, Dorian explains the theory. He compares ancient artifacts to blocks of frozen ice. No matter their physical form, their functions are entirely chaotic and uncontrollable, making them nothing more than unpredictable gifts of fate. Steve asks what happens if the ice melts. Dorian explains that once melted, it liquefies into pure energy, capable of taking any shape the user desires. This would allow the wielder to forge a custom weapon of unmatched power. This ultimate masterpiece was Melchior's obsession. Motem finds the theory fascinating, but points out a glaring flaw. Steve then asks Dorian about the trouble Melchior reportedly caused. Dorian takes a long swig of beer before revealing the dark truth. To melt artifacts infused with death energy, Melchior resorted to using cursed tools forged in the deepest dungeons. Some individuals are born with a natural tolerance for magic and the chilling grip of death energy. As Melchior labors over his burning forge, Dorian explains that even though this dangerous method works, it is Melchior who ultimately breaks under the strain. Melchior's tense face comes into view. The scene shifts to the moment the experiment fails, deadly energy consumes the forge, and Melchior collapses in absolute agony. Dorian continues his grim tale, explaining that the artifact Melchior tried to control unleashed a massive wave of death energy and exploded on the spot. Because he was directly engulfed in the blast, that decaying, toxic force seeped deep into his hands and left him gravely ill. Dorian calmly adds that from the city council's perspective, they wanted nothing more than to execute him for attempting such a dangerous and reckless stunt. But the local lord decided otherwise. The scene shifts to a shabby house hidden deep inside a dark cave, as Dorian notes that because Melchior had served so well in the past, executing him would be a waste of talent. Melchior sits alone and despondent in that bleak home. Dorian remarks that now, the poor man cannot even move his hands without strong painkillers, making him a truly tragic figure. Had the experiment succeeded, Melchior would be famous across the entire north, but instead, the dwarves brand him a disgraced outcast. Steve's face darkens as he speaks up, saying he just thought of a theory, while Mortem floats nearby and agrees that he has one too. The scene shifts back to the cave dwelling, focusing on a dusty workbench scattered with a few abandoned tools. Inside, Melchior sits lost in thought, wondering who that kid Steve really is and if he is some kind of blacksmith. A sudden knock cuts him off, making him wonder if the medicine delivery has finally arrived. Opening the door, Melchior is startled to find the young boy standing there with a warm, friendly smile. Terrified, the old dwarf bolts back inside, while Steve quickly calls out for him to wait and not run away. Steve casually steps inside anyway, ignoring Melchior's furious demands to get out before he calls the guards, reminding the boy that this is illegal trespassing. Steve tries to calm him down, promising to leave immediately if Melchior will just listen. Standing right before the old dwarf, Steve looks him in the eyes and asks if he has truly given up on his dream. But the old dwarf's anger only flares. He yells for Steve to get out, but the boy pleads with him to listen, explaining that he came to talk about that failed experiment. The mention of his failure only angers Melchior more. He snaps, asking what any of this has to do with Steve, and how much more miserable the boy wants to make him. Steve boldly offers a solution, telling Melchior to use him because he is completely immune to the artifact's death energy. Shocked, the dwarf tells him not to speak such nonsense, but Steve remains entirely calm. Steve extends his hand in a gesture of partnership. The scene shifts to a freezing, snow-covered wasteland where Elena asks how much longer they have to trek through the cold. Through a howling blizzard on a rickety suspension bridge, Mortem tells Elena they are close. Steve relays the message, telling her they are nearly at their destination. They reach a cave, and Mortem points inside. Stepping out of the storm, they sigh in relief as Steve remarks that because nobody wants this mineral, the dungeon is incredibly remote. Elena looks at him, confirming the mineral is called chromium. Steve nods, explaining that because this metal can hold deadly energy, most people avoid it. But ironically, that makes it the absolute perfect match for the artifact. A dark, ominous dungeon opens up before them. Steve notes that a massive cavern like this should contain both the chromium and the artifact, asking if they are ready to head in. The two leap down, entering a breathtaking cavern of shimmering ice. Steve marvels at the sight, calling it a dungeon worthy of the frozen north, before waving his hand to lead them deeper. After clearing out a horde of nesting monsters, they press deeper. Steve asks Elena if she has spotted any mineral veins yet, admitting that he can only see endless walls of ice. She sighs, agreeing that she has not seen anything either, though she wonders if the death-infused mineral should be close to the artifact. Suddenly, Steve spots a strange cluster of ice crystals and asks if this is it. Mortem confirms that the crystals are indeed pulsing with death energy. Snapping off a piece, Steve muses that a cavern this massive must have some kind of guardian watching over it. As Steve drops the glowing crystal to the ground, the entire cavern begins to shake violently. A brilliant, harsh light erupts from the depths of the cave, revealing a horrifying monster that lets out a blood-curdling roar, rattling the icy walls around them. Instantly slipping into a battle stance, Steve yells to Elena, telling her they can mine the minerals once they finish off this beast. Inside the monster's gaping maw, sharp ice crystals begin to condense for a deadly blast. Sensing the imminent danger, Steve yells out a quick warning, telling Elena to get behind a wall immediately. Before she can move, the beast unleashes a deadly volley of ice shards straight at her. Steve quickly raises a thick wall of ice to shield her, the impact triggering a series of thunderous explosions. Steve roars at the monster to take his next attack. Watching him closely, Elena is stunned to realize he is preparing the exact same explosive ammunition he used in his previous weapon. Loading the explosive round, Steve channels a blazing flame in his hand and aims it at the beast, muttering that there is nothing better than fire to melt through thick ice. With a fierce shout, he unleashes a massive, roaring fireball directly at their giant foe. The blazing sphere strikes the beast, making it howl in agonizing, ear-splitting pain, but to Steve's sheer dismay, the heat only melts a small fraction of its icy armor before the creature instantly freezes over and recovers. Steve clicks his tongue in frustration, muttering that the moment he manages to melt a bit of its skin, it just freezes solid all over again. Steve charges forward, yelling for Elena to create a distraction. She draws her bow, loading an explosive arrow that detonates against the beast with a thunderous bang, giving Steve the perfect opening to leap high into the air. Soaring above the blinded creature, Steve capitalizes on the distraction. With a ferocious battle cry, he pours every ounce of his strength into a devastating downward strike with his blade. A brilliant flash of sword light crashes down, but as his blade collides with the icy armor, the crystals suddenly sprout forward. They wrap tightly around his weapon, prompting a startled cry from Steve as he struggles to free his sword. The beast lands a devastating counterattack, severely gashing his side and forcing him to grit his teeth in agony. The impact completely shatters his sword, prompting a panicked scream from Elena as she cries out Steve's name. Wounded and in intense pain, Steve struggles to move as the relentless monster roars, charging straight toward him to finish the job. Elena draws her bow with grim determination, releasing a barrage of arrows that streak through the air. Their explosive impacts erupt against the beast, shaking the cavern to its very foundations. Steve seizes the chance to fall back while the beast is thoroughly distracted. Elena's relentless barrage seems to have pushed the monster into a fury. Its eyes flare wide, and it suddenly drives the heavy ice crystals from its body deep into the ground. Elena keeps up her relentless assault, feeling confused as she realizes the beast has anchored itself firmly to the floor. Even as her explosive arrows detonate against its body, a fresh, dense layer of ice is rapidly freezing over the monster. As the dust and smoke clear, the monster begins gathering massive energy to retaliate. Mortem panics at the sudden danger, and just as a terrifying blast of energy erupts forward, Steve grabs Elena just in time, pulling her behind an ice barrier to narrowly avoid the devastating blast. Mortem quickly warns him to study this strange ice, telling him to stay covered and watch the creature closely. Steve mutters that he knows. He cannot easily recover from another direct hit. He scowls in frustration, highly annoyed that the creature is still standing. Steve wonders if they are truly out of options, but a sudden realization strikes him. He calls out, asking Elena to focus all her firepower on the monster's lower half. Though deeply confused about what he has in mind, she agrees to back him up. Meanwhile, Steve seizes the opportunity to absorb the dark energy directly from the raw, death-infused minerals. Mortem watches in absolute shock as waves of lethal decay flow into the boy, recognizing it as the devouring curse. A system notification suddenly pops up, announcing that his skill has just been upgraded. Steve freezes, thinking, wait a second. Cutting off his thoughts, Elena screams out to him. Steve quickly shifts into stance, channeling immense power into one arm, ready to strike. Huge masses of air condense around him, freezing into a massive block of ice. He stands tall, lifting the giant frozen chunk, ready to crush the beast. A confident smile plays on Steve's face, knowing he has already won. The terrified beast stares back, its eyes wide with fear, before desperately firing a massive blast of dark energy. Before the blast can land, Steve shoves the massive ice chunk directly into the creature's gaping jaws. He leaps high into the air, looking down as the monster struggles to break free. Gathering the air into his palm once more, he unleashes his full power. Talk about a spectacular finish. A colossal tornado sweeps forward, completely obliterating the beast. Back at the workshop, the dungeon loot sits on the table. Steve proudly presents the ancient artifact and chromium to Melchior. He tells him to use them however he wants, while Dorian confidently boasts about his own impressive role in the mission. Seeing them relaxed, Melchior worriedly asks if they will be safe. If others find out Steve is associating with him, they will surely target him. Dorian cuts in to reassure him, pointing out that whatever they do here will never be officially recognized or known. Steve agrees, adding that he is just a passing adventurer who will move on soon anyway. Melchior looks at them with a mixture of fear and helplessness, calling them completely reckless. Steve simply offers a calm, unbothered smile in return. Steve explains that the burning desire to forge an even greater masterpiece is what truly keeps a craftsman alive. Surely, Melchior understands that feeling better than anyone. He knows Melchior wants to witness the exact moment a legendary weapon is born. Hearing this, the old blacksmith's hands begin to tremble with excitement. Melchior sinks into deep thought, weighing a decision that could change everything. Finally, he looks up and gives a firm nod, agreeing to the plan. Instantly, Melchior gets fired up, his eyes burning with intense determination. He instructs Steve to place the artifact into the forge, relying entirely on his unique immunity to its deadly energy. The camera cuts to the blazing forge, where intense flames crackle and thick columns of dark smoke billow into the air. Steve holds the artifact with a pair of tongs while Modem floats nearby. He examines it curiously, noting that it looks like solid ice yet maintains its rigid shape. Modem explains that only an artifact can destroy another, admitting he has never seen anything like this. Suddenly, Melchior shouts, telling Steve to put down the tongs and grab it directly. Melchior quickly reassures him, explaining that the gloves he is wearing are specially designed to filter out the lethal energy. The gloves glow with a dark, eerie aura. Melchior observes him closely, relieved to see that Steve truly is immune to both the energy and the extreme heat. Steve stares down at his hands in surprise, but the moment of calm is shattered as the artifact suddenly begins to vibrate violently, resisting his touch. With a solemn expression, Melchior warns him that they have reached the ultimate barrier, a wall that ordinary blacksmiths can never hope to cross. He instructs Steve to use his gloved hands like a heavy hammer to crush the artifact, warning that a massive explosion of death energy is inevitable. Recalling his own past trauma from a similar blast, Melchior warns that if Steve fails to withstand the pressure, everyone in the workshop will die. Steve gets annoyed seeing that Melchior has already retreated to a safe distance, but the old men quickly claim they are just cheering him on. Mortem cuts in to snap him back to focus, warning that the pressure is causing the artifact to liquefy into raw, volatile energy. Suddenly, Mortem notices the ancient relic warping in Steve's hands, on the verge of leaking a devastating wave of death energy. The little companion urgently warns that even a tiny leak will trigger a chain reaction of catastrophic explosions. Keep a close eye on this, folks. Watching from safety, Dorian is utterly terrified by the deadly energy, asking Melchior how on earth he survived such chaotic explosions in the past. Ignoring Dorian, Melchior screams at the top of his lungs, commanding Steve to fuse the chromium with the artifact immediately. Steve acts quickly. A blinding purple flash erupts, consuming the entire room in light as Melchior watches in dread, fearing the worst. As the light fades, a glowing crystal rests on the table, radiating a unique energy. Melchior cheers, realizing the chromium successfully absorbed the artifact. Now, he can finally forge the legendary weapon of his dreams, though Dorian quietly wonders if Melchior's damaged hands can actually handle the work. Melchior steps closer to the newly forged metal, telling Dorian that physical limits do not matter. It is all about willpower over physical weakness. He puts on his working gloves, telling Dorian it is finally their turn to create history. As the old bandages fall to the floor, Melchior admits that now that the rush is over, his hands are starting to ache. Both men collapse onto the floor in exhaustion. Melchior suddenly blinks, wondering when they actually summoned Steve and why he is taking so long. A familiar voice cuts through the quiet room as Steve announces he has actually been standing there the whole time. Melchior hands him a breathtaking sword radiating a brilliant energy, proudly declaring it as his new weapon, the Void Blade. Both Steve and Mortem look at the magnificent weapon, wondering why the blacksmiths decided to give it such a hollow name. Melchior explains that the blade is quite literally hollow inside, allowing it to channel and concentrate a massive amount of pure energy. It was forged to serve its master, but because it knows nothing of its owner yet, it remains a blank slate. Steve offers to pay, but Melchior flatly refuses. Still resting on the floor, the old blacksmith scoffs, asking who on earth would do such grueling work just for a bit of money. Forging a weapon of this caliber is a reward in itself. He tells Steve to pay his sleeping friend instead. Dorian is indeed already fast asleep beside him. Melchior sighs, urging Steve to head out, as the long hours of grueling work have completely drained his strength. Melchior tiredly says he is off to sleep, inviting the young man to visit whenever he has time. Steve smiles, looking down at his new blade. Before turning away, the old smith reminds him to treat the weapon with the utmost respect. Steve quietly agrees. Soon, his group finds themselves standing deep within a frozen, rocky mountain pass. He asks their dwarven guide if following this rugged ridge will truly lead them straight to the snow dungeon, and the old guide nods in reply. That is correct, because the group that attacked Augustin must have taken this very path. Looking back at his two young companions, the dwarf apologizes for forcing them to abandon their mounts and travel on foot. He sighs heavily, explaining that with rumors of northern merchants being brutally attacked by fierce snow apes, he simply could not sit idle in a carriage while people were in danger. Steve looks at the dwarf with a warm smile, waving his hands to say it is perfectly fine since he is guiding them, and this is the absolute least they can do. Remembering the white ape he once summoned, he knows defeating them is easy, but he still worries whether the rumors of these beasts have already spread across the lands. Leading his horse cart ahead, the dwarf happily remarks that he was clearly introduced to highly reliable adventurers. He promises they will soon reach a safe cave where they can take a quick rest before continuing their journey. Suddenly, the sword at his waist begins to glow and vibrate intensely. Steve stares down at the shining blade in sheer confusion, wondering what could possibly be causing this strange reaction. A dark, oppressive energy begins to creep into the freezing air, causing the dwarven guide's horse to neigh in absolute terror. Sensing the sudden danger, Mortem warns him that something malicious is rapidly heading their way. A violent gust of wind sweeps past them so quickly that they cannot even catch a glimpse of its shape. As Steve wonders what just flew by, the howling wind rushes past and slams straight into the unsuspecting dwarf, leaving the old guide completely paralyzed as the strange force takes control. Steve turns his head in sheer panic, shouting out for the dwarf to be careful. No sooner has he warned him than the possessed dwarf swings his massive axe straight at him. Steve gasps, quickly leaping backward to dodge the lethal blow as the heavy axe shatters the frozen ground. Frustrated and confused, he demands to know what on earth the old guide is doing. Suddenly, a dark shadow with glowing, sinister eyes begins to manifest right over the dwarf. The dwarf groans in agony, desperately struggling to resist the malevolent possession. Steve watches in confusion, wondering how such a creature could suddenly appear and what it actually is. Looking at the floating blue phantom with its demonic face, Motem begins to explain. This specter is an entity from another realm of the cosmos, and its ability to roam freely in the material world of humans makes absolutely no sense at all. Startled by its cosmic origins, Steve asks if it is some kind of wandering soul from another world. Before Motem can even answer, the possessed dwarf lunges forward again. Steve quickly leaps back to dodge another deadly swing as Motem continues his explanation. Indeed, it possessed the dwarf because it could not directly harm him or the young elf girl. Wanting to end this nightmare quickly, Steve asks Motem if he can use his usurpation skill to resolve the situation. The dwarf growls in pain as the spirit twists his body, leaving him panting heavily and glaring at them as Motem answers the question. You could try, but if too many souls end up tangled and mixed together, Steve frowns deeply, realizing the grave danger, and asks if that means the old guide will die. Steve desperately racks his brain for a solution, knowing that if he lets this battle drag on any longer, the dwarf will surely die. He wonders what he can possibly do to save him. Just then, the sword at his waist flashes and vibrates wildly as if begging to be drawn. Filled with sudden doubt, Steve wonders what is happening, while Motem urgently tells him to draw the blade. Drawing the blade, Steve is astonished by its radiant glow, muttering that the weapon is actually shining. Before he can process this, the possessed dwarf lunges again, forcing Steve to brace himself and block the heavy axe, causing their weapons to clash with a deafening screech. Suddenly, the sword unleashes a blinding light that completely floods the area, accompanied by an agonizing scream of pure pain from the possessed dwarf. Shielding his eyes, Steve struggles to look at his glowing weapon, wondering what this brilliant light could possibly mean. As the blinding glare slowly fades, the clearing becomes clear again, revealing the dwarf lying motionless on the ground amidst rising smoke. Steve anxiously wonders if the old guide is dead. Motem quickly reassures him that the old dwarf is still alive, and the malevolent spirit possessing him has been completely obliterated. Relieved, Steve looks down at the glowing weapon in his hand, amazed that the blade turned out to be so incredibly useful. However, Motem looks around the snowy pass, warning him not to let his guard down as he can feel many more of those dark energies approaching. Elena looks down at the motionless dwarf in absolute shock, anxiously asking Steve if the old guide has passed away. Wondering what they should do next, Steve points to the ancient ring on his finger, explaining that Motem confirmed the dwarf is fine, but warned that many more of those dangerous dark spirits are lurking nearby. Motem scoffs in annoyance, asking why he is even hesitating when they simply need to destroy them all, especially since Steve is clearly the primary target. Steve stares at the ring as if looking at a complete fool, demanding to know what he is talking about. When Steve asks if he is absolutely sure, Motem confidently declares it is obvious, pointing out how the possessed dwarf targeted him immediately. Steve scratches his head, genuinely wondering why on earth these spirits are so obsessed with him. Elena looks at him and sighs softly, admitting that earlier she simply had to step aside to avoid getting in his way. Motem suggests that regardless of the danger, he can guide Steve straight to their lair, adding that the unconscious dwarf will be much safer if Steve goes there alone. Gripping the hilt of his powerful new sword, Steve firmly agrees, confident that with such a formidable weapon by his side, they can easily handle whoever is targeting him. He boldly declares they should head straight north, leading Elena toward the source of the terrifying dark energy. The scene shifts to a dark, gloomy cavern steeped in oppressive dark magic. As the two companions step deeper inside, Steve looks around in deep suspicion, realizing this is no ordinary cavern but something resembling a dangerous, hostile dungeon. The sword at his waist continues to vibrate and flash aggressively, prompting him to remark that the blade has not quieted down since they first set foot inside this eerie place. Floating gently above their heads as they march forward, Motem casually remarks that he is not at all surprised, urging them to keep following this path. Motem notes that he can clearly smell the unique, foul scent of these strange entities. Meanwhile, deep within another part of the cavern, a dark voice demands to know the status of the mission, as a cloaked figure surrounded by shadow kneels before a grand throne to deliver his report. The subordinate trembles as he confesses his complete failure, prompting the Dark Lord to glare down at him in disbelief. Clenching his fists in a silent, trembling rage, a wave of cold, lethal energy begins to pour from his body. The Dark Lord seethes, muttering that he went through far too much trouble creating those phantoms from his very own life force. Looking down gloomily, he realizes that the intruder heading deep into his cavern must be the descendant of their ancient sworn enemy from the past. Sensing that their old foe has finally returned after centuries of waiting, the Dark Lord fiercely orders his minions to prepare for battle. As Steve and his companions descend deeper into the cavern, Motem floats alongside them, complaining that the putrid stench of these cosmic entities is growing stronger with every step. Elena turns to Steve with a worried look, asking if having so many of these otherworldly entities nearby means they are in extreme danger. Before Steve can answer, Mortem chimes in, explaining that the unique mental link between an ancient artifact and its master grants him a strong level of mental resistance. He tells Steve to relay that exact explanation to the young girl. Steve glares down at Mortem hiding near his arm, muttering that if mental manipulation were really that easy, he would have just used his usurpation skill to handle things from the very beginning. Clenching his fist, Steve gently advises Elena that since this is only a basic level of defense, they must remain extremely vigilant, and she nods in silent understanding. Stitch keeps talking, warning her that these entities have many ways to attack other than simple possession. Elena nods, promising to be careful. As they venture deeper into the dark, empty space filled with an eerie silence, he can't help but wonder aloud. He asks how they could have traveled this far without finding a single thing, prompting Elena to search for clues. After a brief pause, she admits she cannot detect any living creatures nearby. Suddenly, Mortem appears with a deeply worried look to warn them that it is already too late. Surrounded. To their absolute horror, dozens of cloaked figures materialize from the shadows, trapping them in a tight circle. Instantly on high alert, Elena stares at the dark figures in utter confusion, asking where they could have possibly come from. Stitch is equally baffled, having felt no presence whatsoever before this. Then, without warning, Brez appears right in the middle of the cultists. With a chilling grin, the dark figure offers them a mock welcome. Showing his hideously twisted face, Brez points a mocking hand at the young man, calling him the greatest enemy of God. A puzzled Mortem glances at Stitch, repeating the strange title in sheer disbelief. Stitch dismisses the words as total nonsense, but soon, a fierce battle erupts. Clashing in high-stakes combat, Stitch declares he has no intention of seeking answers from a monster like him. Channeling the raw power of Mortem, the artifact commands them to seize control. Angered, Stitch focuses his attack directly on Brez, telling him to shut up and take his medicine. Mortem mutters a curse as Stitch looks at the floating companion, asking why he is still hovering there. Mortem urgently warns him to draw his sword immediately. Brez's eyes turn pitch black as he calls the move quite amusing. Looking down at them from his high perch, the villain asks if that was indeed the light of displacement. Feigning surprise, he notes a slight difference, realizing Stitch possesses a unique power that indeed makes him worthy of being deemed their ultimate adversary. Furious at this confusing babble, Stitch demands answers, but Brez simply raises his hands as dark smoke billows out. He remarks that their young challenger seems well prepared for this dangerous fight. Suddenly, the dark-cloaked figures surrounding them begin to slowly vanish into thin air. They dissolve into dark, swirling mist, flowing directly toward the villain's raised arm. Watching this eerie sight in absolute shock, Stitch desperately wonders if the enemies surrounding them were nothing but ghosts. Once the figures vanish completely, only their empty black cloaks remain scattered across the cold ground, prompting a sudden realization. That explains why he could not sense their presence at all. After absorbing those cloaked figures, Brez's arm slowly withers into bare bone. He lunges straight at Stitch as his entire body transforms into a skeletal specter of death. Holding a giant, menacing scythe, the monster commands him to die right now. Brez raises his skeletal arm and lifts the massive scythe high. He brings the weapon down with terrifying force. Stitch barely manages to block with his sword, struggling against the heavy pressure before being violently thrown backward by the impact. Elena is also targeted by a powerful, sweeping strike. Gritting his teeth, Stitch tries his best to resist Brez's overwhelming might. The villain sneers at his struggle, asking if he truly believes his skills are enough to challenge a god. Angered, Stitch yells back, demanding to know what nonsense the creature is spewing. He quickly infuses his blade with magic, unleashing an enchantment that shatters the enemy's attack. Brez is forced back, staring at Stitch in utter shock. Just then, Brez senses another threat rushing his way. He spins around and catches a deadly arrow mid-air, right before it hits his head, angrily demanding to know who dares to interfere. His intense, terrifying gaze locks onto Elena, sending shivers down her spine as he calls her a mere insolent elf. Seizing this momentary distraction, Stitch focuses his mana into his arm and unleashes a magic vortex. A powerful blast of energy surges forward, but Brez simply swings his scythe, easily brushing the entire attack aside. Brez mockingly asks if this feeble display is truly all the legendary enemy of God can do. Doubting Stitch's power, he realizes the boy is not holding back, wondering if he is actually just a weakling. Pondering for a moment, he suddenly bursts into loud laughter that echoes through the cavern, leaving Stitch deeply unsettled as the villain claims he knew something was off. Things are looking incredibly grim now. With that, Brez charges, declaring he was wrong from the very beginning. The dark scythe sweeps down, forcing Stitch into a desperate block. He sweats profusely, staring at the razor-sharp blade hovering inches from his face. He cannot hold the line. Stitch is sent flying, blood spraying as the brutal blade cuts into his flesh. Suddenly, a swift force flies toward Brez, catching him off guard. An arrow pierces his body, infuriating him. In a rage, he immediately charges up a deadly spell, aiming it straight at Elena. Brez warns her to stay out of their business. Elena can only watch in wide-eyed horror as the destructive energy hurtles toward her, leaving her no time to react. Looking down at her broken, motionless body on the ground, Brez coldly tells the elf to stay down, having no interest in her. He then grabs Stitch by the arm, hoisting him up while mocking his inability to even master his own awakening. Pulling him closer, Brez spots the ring on Stitch's hand and angrily demands how a fool like him dared to enter this sacred place. Stitch is absolutely horrified to realize the monster can actually see the ring, wondering in fear how Brez could recognize the sacred Motem artifact. Speaking directly from the ring, Motem calmly addresses Brez as it hovers in the air. The artifact tells the villain that just like his human companion, he does not understand any of this nonsense either. In response, Brez summons crackling black lightning around his body, asking if seeing this will help jog their memories. He reveals a crimson orb wrapped in dark electricity, displaying a familiar image that both Stitch and Motem instantly recognize. Both of them freeze. Brez sneers, asking if they have not already seen this exact sight countless times before. Dark energy wraps around Brez's hand, shaping it into a deadly blade. He stares down at Stitch, declaring that he is merely a fragment of the Great One, a humble representative whose sole purpose is to accomplish a certain goal. This is getting hard to watch. With a swift, brutal stroke, Brez raises Stitch's arm and cleaves off his hand, holding the Motem artifact, causing the young warrior to scream in agonizing pain. As the severed hand falls to the cold ground, Brez bends down to slide the sacred ring off the bloodied fingers, continuing his speech. He vows to erase all their enemies. Looking at Motem in his grasp, Brez tells the artifact to feel proud, noting this human lasted far longer than any of the others he has previously encountered. The grim scene shows Elena lying unconscious against the wall, while Stitch clutches his bleeding wrist in agony. Brez gloats, telling Motem that he trained this weakling surprisingly well. Stitch grits his teeth in frustration over his stolen ring, but suddenly, the reassuring voice of Motem echoes in his mind, telling him not to panic. Stitch goes silent before asking how that is possible. Motem quickly explains that their spiritual bond cannot be severed just because a physical ring is lost, urging him to stay calm. Meanwhile, Brez declares that their understanding is irrelevant, as both they and their companion will soon be sealed away. He claims the seal will hold until his lord returns to this world, shocking Motem completely. Furthermore, Brez mockingly expresses pity, saying that Stitch must repeat these struggles endlessly until he finally perfects himself. He calls this cycle a truly tragic and miserable fate. While Brez continues his arrogant rant, Stitch quietly channels healing magic onto his severed wrist, whispering an incantation of recovery. Meanwhile, the monster remains silent, staring intently at the captured artifact. Once the healing is complete, Stitch asks Brez if he finds this move amusing as well. Surprised, the monster chuckles, noting they certainly won't get bored being sealed away together. Next, Stitch feels a surge of anxiety, wondering what his next move should be. Charging straight in would only get him hurt, so maybe he should rely on magic. But then, what kind of spell could actually work here? Meanwhile, the strange artifact Motem activates its magic and speaks light. He urges Stitch to recall what happened to the Luundi, confident that it will definitely work. Immediately after, the beast clashes with Stitch again. It is utterly shocked to find that its own dark magic cannot even lay a scratch on the sword in Stitch's hands. Stitch watches in absolute shock and wonder, realizing that the light is actually working. Just then, the artifact Motem chimes in with a vital reminder. Remember the blacksmith's words, "For the core of the blade comes from the user's own will. The blade will answer his deepest desire." Gaining sudden enlightenment, Stitch lets out a powerful roar, channeling all his energy to finally release his true dormant power. The surging energy instantly takes effect, leaving the beast completely bewildered and terrified as it screams out in agony, "What the hell is this?" Stitch himself stares in shock at the glowing weapon in his hand, realizing its light is transferring over. He immediately channels the magic of Barak to launch a devastating, full-power strike directly at the monster. At this moment, Stitch uses every ounce of his strength to land consecutive blows. The beast roars in absolute fury, struggling to defend, while Stitch watches with immense satisfaction. He knows that handling 3 legendary artifacts is almost too much for his body to bear. Still, he lands another heavy hit, sending the panicked monster flying back to defensive range. He keeps slashing relentlessly, driving the terrified beast to scream in agony. Stitch demands to know who the creature really is, though he quickly decides he does not care for now. The coughing beast collapses, wheezing out that Stitch will find out when the time is right, questioning what the point of knowing the truth is at this very moment. The creature tells them to just do what they must, predicting they might one day wipe them out completely. Stitch snaps back in frustration, telling him to stop being so vague. the monster continues, explaining that from the very moment Stitz placed that mysterious ring onto his hand, everything that followed became his ultimate destiny. Rejecting it means death, but accepting it allows him to witness the raw truth, so he should keep struggling as much as he likes. Hearing this, Stitz clicks his tongue, whispering about swallowing the curse. With that battle finally behind them, they travel to another city, where Stitz tells Elena they have arrived in Cognate, the city of engineers. She softly remarks that it looks far more peaceful here compared to Izon. Stitz suggests they find a place to rest and study the scrolls they found, noting they have not had any time to inspect their loot since escaping that dark dungeon. With so many scrolls, they are bound to find some useful information. They settle down in a local tavern to analyze them, discovering the pages are mostly filled with strange numbers and complex diagrams. The scrolls also list names of objects they have never even heard of. Elena falls silent, studying the papers closely before pointing out a specific line. Stitz reads it, wondering what kind of bizarre research is actually being conducted here. The orders are bound for Chuck Lee's workshop with a deadline of late October. Tracking this Chuck Lee workshop might actually give them the lead they desperately need. Just then, a loud boom echoes from outside, startling them both. The waiter quickly approaches with an apologetic smile, saying it is a bit noisy out there and offering his sincere apologies for the disturbance. Stitz politely reassures him, explaining it is their first time in the city, before asking if that loud blast came from one of the local workshops. The waiter nods in agreement, explaining that today is indeed a bit more chaotic than usual because of a very special occasion. When Stitz curiously asks what makes today so special, the waiter reveals that the city's grand engineering fair is scheduled to begin in just 2 days. Engineers from all kinds of different fields will gather to showcase the impressive research projects they have been working on. With deadlines looming, all that noise is just the busy sound of everyone rushing to finish their projects. The waiter suggests they check it out if they have free time, promising lots of fascinating inventions. Hearing this, Stitz gasps in genuine surprise. "Oh," Stitz says, before asking if the waiter happens to know where Chuck Lee's workshop is located. The waiter hesitates slightly before responding. The waiter offers to draw them a map to Chuck Lee's place, but warns them that the man likely will not take new orders. Elena asks if this is simply because he is busy preparing for the big fair. But the waiter shakes his head, correcting her assumption by explaining that Chuck Lee's workshop has actually stopped operating altogether. The workshop itself still stands, but it closed down about a month ago, a detail that leaves both Stitz and Elena completely stunned. The waiter adds that the old man is likely just packing up his remaining tools inside, which instantly puts Stitz on high alert. Stitz curses under his breath, wondering why this has to happen right now, and begs the waiter to draw the map as quickly as possible. A short while later, they arrive at a nearby shop. Stitz politely greets the owner, explaining they came because they heard this was the workshop of Chuck Lee. Hearing his father's name, the man looks absolutely surprised. He quietly explains that Chuck Lee is actually his father, introducing himself to the pair as Chet. He tells them that as they can clearly see, they have been shut down for quite some time now, meaning they cannot accept any new orders. Stitz immediately asks Chet what exactly happened to shut the place down. However, Chet flatly refuses to explain, saying he does not want to discuss private family matters with complete strangers. Chet politely asks them to leave if they have no other business. Shortly after, the artifact modem whispers to Stitz, offering to easily invade Chet's mind to extract the information. Modem notes it would be incredibly easy, but Stitz immediately objects. He insists on gathering their information ethically and decides they should just wait a little longer. Turning back, Stitz politely apologizes for prying into their private family issues without knowing. He explains that they are secretly tracking down something and are actually quite concerned about his father's safety. They worry that his father might have fallen into a very dangerous situation. Hearing this, Chet gets highly emotional and demands to know if Stitz actually knows something about it. Seeing the man completely lose his composure, Stitz feels a bit tense. Stitz hesitantly admits he cannot guarantee they know anything for sure. Even so, Chet desperately begs him, pleading with Stitz to help find any trace of his missing father. Inside a quiet tavern, they sit down to talk. Stitz introduces Elena and uses the alias Brian for himself, before asking Chet to confirm if his father has truly vanished. Chet bows his head, sighing that a whole month has passed without a word, leaving him wondering if his father is even alive. He recalls the day some strange, cloaked figures came visiting. They brought blueprints, asking if he could craft specific items. Chet sadly remembers watching his father work late into the night, looking incredibly exhausted and isolated during those long hours. At first, the old man was absolutely thrilled to work on something new, pouring his heart into the project. However, he grew noticeably thinner and weaker after every single shift. Then, Chet's voice turns incredibly grave as he reaches the end. His father vanished into thin air along with every single invention he had created. Chet tried everything he could to track his father's movements, but had no luck. Chet sighs in heavy disappointment, explaining that he found absolutely nothing until Stitz and Elena showed up. As deep night falls, Stitch stretches his tired shoulders and finally prepares to leave the cozy inn. Chet promised to return tomorrow. Elena glances over at Stitch, quietly asking if this dead end is really where their long search finally comes to a screeching halt. Suddenly, Modem floats beside them to offer some comfort, saying that even though it is difficult, a few traces remain. Stitch finds it hard to believe they would be that careless. Modem casually replies, completely unaware that the group is being closely watched from above. The pursuers likely never expected anyone to pay attention to this peaceful town. On the rooftop, two shadowy figures suddenly leap away. Just as Modem predicted, the loud sound of their landing immediately draws their attention. Looking closely, they arrived so quickly that they might easily meet their end right here in this damp dungeon. Right after, two cloaked figures appear. Observing their clumsy posture, Steve is absolutely certain he can handle them without breaking a single drop of sweat. He immediately unsheathes his blade and calls out, "Hey, gentlemen." He thrusts his sword forward, unleashing a brilliant, blinding glow. "Take a look at this," he yells, as the blinding light forces the dark cloaked figures to shield their eyes in sheer panic. The radiance intensifies, completely swallowing their enemies. Staring down at the resulting pile of ash on the ground, Steve sheathes his weapon and mutters, "After this, there is no doubt in my mind." Chuck Lee did not just run away. I believe he was kidnapped or is being held prisoner somewhere. Elena looks at him with growing concern, asking if there is a chance they have already killed him. Steve calmly reassures her that they won't harm him until they find another craftsman. The companions push forward, discussing the enemy plans, which are now starting to seem as clear as day. They took him in secret to execute some dark scheme. Let us pick up the pace and search the most desolate areas first. The scene shifts to a breathtaking, snow-covered wilderness. As they look around, Elena focuses her magical senses, whispering that she can definitely feel something out here, even if the energy is faint. There is definitely a living presence here, and it is definitely not a monster. Hearing her confirmation, Steve takes a step forward and calls out a loud greeting. Elena adds that she caught a fleeting glimpse of it, though she cannot tell if it poses a threat. Modem slowly chimes in, grumbling that the foul stench of those fanatics is still lingering in the air. Unlike his cautious companions, Steve eagerly draws his sword. "There is no point in waiting around," he says with a grin. "Let us go. Let us finish them off quickly so we can leave. After all, that cat forged an incredibly powerful weapon for me." Moments later, Steve grabs a cultist by the collar, who laughs and calls him a worthy opponent. The cultist maintains a mocking grin, declaring that they do not fight without a proper reason. Steve sneers in disbelief, mockingly asking if that is truly the case. Steve draws his blade, muttering that he does not trust them at all. Every single foe he has ever met said the exact same thing, yet they all tried to kill him. The cultist screams in absolute terror. Having dealt with the group, Elena and Steve venture deeper. Looking back, she remarks that this was far easier than she expected. Steve sheathes his sword with a disappointed sigh. He grumbles about how pointless it feels to fight opponents who simply vanish the moment they lay eyes on the radiant light of his blade. Reaching a massive cave opening, they pause, realizing this is the main chamber. Steve gasps in shock as his eyes land on a bound figure in the shadows. It is indeed Chuck Lee. Steve rushes over and drapes his coat over the old man's shoulders, calling out to Elena to examine him while he scouts the area. She nods in agreement, immediately stepping forward to help. Leaving the old man in her care, Steve searches the area. A heavy sensation weighs on his chest, growing stronger with every single step he takes inside this dark chamber. Suddenly, a soft glow pierces through the pitch-black darkness. Steve narrows his eyes and cautiously steps toward the source of the mysterious light. He finds a strange artifact bound tightly with heavy chains upon an altar. Picking it up, he wonders what on earth these villains were planning to do with such a sacred relic. Steve crushes the item with a firm grip, absorbing its dark curse. Instantly, a system notification chimes in his mind, announcing his active ice skill has evolved, and 2 new passive skills are now unlocked. Furthermore, the seal on the unique properties of the artifact Modem is slowly fading. Once all requirements are met, its true power will finally be unleashed. Staring at the system screen, he sees 5 absorbed relics listed alongside a massive reserve of over 67,000 mana, with several incredible passive abilities still locked behind high magic costs. With numbers like 90,000 mana required for a substitute ability, Steve realizes he has been far too busy lately to properly examine his own character progress. He touches the newly unlocked skill slot before returning to Elena's side, quietly asking how the old man is doing. Elena looks at Chuck Lee, who is resting peacefully on the cold ground. She assures Steve that she cast a healing spell and administered medicine, though extreme exhaustion has made him faint. Knowing they must carry him out, Steve urges them to leave immediately. Soon, they safely return to Chuck Lee's home, where the grateful old man sits up in bed to thank them. "I truly do not know how to repay your kindness," the old man whispers. He admitted he believed his end was near, trapped in that damp, freezing darkness without being able to move. Steve offers a warm, reassuring smile. They are just glad he is safe, though they do have a few pressing questions about what transpired down there. The room falls silent as the old man bows his head, hesitating to speak. After a long pause, he finally asks if they already knew about the strange request from the cultists. Steve nods, prompting the craftsman to reveal his secret. He explains that the order was simple, a specialized syringe, but his captors refused to tell him how it would be used. However, with his decades of exceptional crafting experience, trying to hide the true purpose of the device from him was completely and utterly foolish. Stunned by their cruelty, Chuck Lee recalls how they took his family hostage, leaving him with absolutely no choice but to construct a deadly prototype of the syringe. The villains filled the glass tube with an eerie black liquid before injecting the strange substance directly into the cold corpse of a young child. Chuck Lee's expression darkens as he recalls how, hours later, the dead child began to move. Steve and Elena freeze in absolute horror, prompting him to add that although they killed it again, the body had briefly lived. Steve struggles to process the terrible news. He wonders if these madmen are actually raising the dead, and how they manage such a feat using mere potions instead of ancient relics. Even with a sacred relic, bringing the dead back to life should be completely impossible. Desperate for answers, Steve quietly asks Motem if such a miracle could ever be real. The spirit pauses in deep thought before asking a chilling question. Was that young child truly alive, or was it something else? Steve immediately presses for more information. He asks where the dark syringe is now. Chuck Lee whispers that after the final test, the cultists shipped the device directly to the elf kingdom of Kellum. The old man warns that whatever they plan, it cannot be good. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a grand palace, where a desperate advisor pleads outside locked doors. He begs the prince to come outside and show himself just once. The palace guards try to quiet the frantic Lord Banstock, but he ignores them and continues to call out to the royal heir. Inside, Prince Jero remains entirely silent and exhausted, refusing to say a word. As Banstock stands there gritting his teeth, a calm voice suddenly interrupts the noisy commotion. Banstock quickly turns around and gasps, recognizing the newcomer as Prince Alfit. The guards immediately bow their heads, apologizing for causing such a loud scene within the palace walls. Banstock explains he was simply consumed by worry. Prince Alfit calmly dismisses the apology, turning his steady gaze toward the heavy doors of Jero's silent chamber. Still, he cannot keep doing this forever. The door swings open, and a pair of elegant, expensive shoes slowly step into the room. Jero avoids looking up, letting out a quiet breath as he greets the newcomer. It has been a long time, Banstock. Banstock stares at Gero's ruined body, crying out in heartbreak for his prince. Standing nearby, Alfred clicks his tongue, chiding that the young prince has let himself go during his long rest. He tells Gero to clean himself up and get to the Grand Hall, because the Emperor has a few words for him. Jero is taken aback by this news, wondering what could possibly be happening. A short while later, dressed in his formal attire, Jero enters the Grand Hall as the servants loudly announce the arrival of the prince. He steps forward, speaking in a deeply respectful, steady voice as the third prince, Jero, offering his greetings to Emperor Sincero. He quickly kneels down before the throne, declaring he has arrived exactly as summoned. Emperor Sincero casts a displeased glance at his kneeling son, staring directly at the prince's missing arm. Keeping his submissive posture, Gero calmly replies that he is feeling much better now, all thanks to the Emperor's gracious care. Without wasting any more time, the Emperor cuts straight to the point, asking Jero one simple question. Across the vast, quiet hall, Sincero's words carry an almost magnetic weight, asking if Jero wants his missing arm back. Shocked by the sudden offer, the prince's eyes go wide as he asks if his father actually has a plan. The warm palace dissolves into a freezing blizzard as two figures trudge through the deep snow, talking as they walk. Elena asks if the land ahead is truly the Northern Elf Kingdom, and Steve confirms it. Elena offers a hopeful smile, admitting she knows this is no time for joy, yet as a Southern elf, she cannot help but feel excited to finally see the only world tree left on the continent. Steve smiles softly at her excitement, noting that he has heard of its legend. Since the world tree is the source of all elven life, he knows she must have been looking forward to this for a very long time. As they walk, Steve recalls the tree that became the guardian of the dark forest, wondering if that corrupted entity was actually a subspecies of the legendary world tree itself. Elena shares more history with him, explaining that before the continent was torn apart, their ancestors always carried seeds of the world tree with them. They lived in the dark forest and planted those seeds there, though she doubts they ever foresaw the tree's eventual corruption. Then she curiously asks how Steve knows so much about it. Steve raises his ring to show her his source, explaining that the artifact told him everything. He suggests they stop by to check it out after their mission, hoping they might find a healthy seed to take back south. The two continue their journey, chatting along the snowy path. Elena expresses her deep gratitude for his thoughtfulness, but she still has a few concerns. She notes the environment around the world tree should be highly stable, yet at this freezing rate, she fears they might catch their death. But Moat suddenly pops up, confidently assuring Steve that he is not going to freeze to death, leaving the young man completely baffled. Steve dryly asks if Moat plans to resurrect him if he freezes, but the spirit quickly corrects him, saying it will never even come to that. Walking a bit further, a lush green landscape suddenly opens up beneath them. They pull down their hoods in sheer astonishment, and Steve stares at the clashing seasons, completely bewildered by the sudden change. Steve wonders if they have stumbled into an illusion, but Moat tells him to relax, pointing out that if it were a fake world, he would not even realize he was trapped in it. Still hesitant, Steve asks for clarification, so the spirit carefully explains that they have finally crossed over into the sacred territory protected by the world tree itself. Moat points toward a colossal tree in the distance, noting that whenever elves look upon it, they feel an overwhelming warmth and love swell within them. Overcome with emotion, Elena softly whispers that this is the legendary world tree of the Elven Kingdom. But unlike her, Steve grits his teeth in frustration, wondering what those fanatical cultists could possibly want with such a sacred force. He flashes back to a conversation through the communication sphere, piecing the clues together. Cassia had asked him if the Mastermind's forces had already reached the Elven Kingdom. Steve had confirmed it, wanting to capture the intruders as quickly as possible within the kingdom. Cassia replied from the other side of the sphere, stating that if the enemy target lay in the north, luck was on their side. They had tracked down the location of the last remaining merchant, whose final reported position was right here in the Elven Kingdom, which felt highly suspicious. Frowning, Steve noted that if this merchant truly left a trail of dark energy, it would be their best lead, asking for a name. Cassia quickly gave him the name Sylvester in gray, and Steve promised to investigate. Assuring her he would search the area, Steve snaps back to reality. The trio continues forward as Moat urgently warns him to get ready, asking if he has already sensed the danger. With a serious look, Steve replies telepathically that he sensed it the moment they arrived. Feeling his sword shift slightly, he quietly asks Moat if the enemy is targeting them specifically. Moat quickly corrects him, explaining that the enemies are simply trying to eliminate anyone who stands in their way. Steve calls out to Elena, and she immediately understands his warning, assuring him she knows the cold wind is not what is triggering her senses. Suddenly, two masked figures appear, demanding to know who they are. They note that the travelers do not look like accidental tourists, but decide that in the end, it does not really matter. The one-horned masked fighter rests a massive warhammer on his shoulder, while the two-horned warrior draws a giant greatsword. Steve quickly slips on his explosive bomb gauntlets, quietly complaining to Moat about their loud opponents. He sighs that the enemies talk way too much. But the two-horned warrior laughs, declaring they will use the travelers as sacrifices for their grand return. Thick smoke erupts from Steve's bomb gauntlets. Watching this, Moat is reminded of an old acquaintance, muttering that one of these guys feels exactly like the Grim Reaper they faced before. Moat warns that these foes will not be as easy to beat as simple ghosts. After triggering a small flash explosion, Steve charges forward, telling his companion not to worry. Grabbing his sword tightly, Steve unleashes his magic-infused strike, Wind Sword First Form, aiming directly at the silent two-horned warrior who has been watching him intently. But as Steve slashes forward, the warrior effortlessly blocks the blade with his giant sword. Sweating in disbelief, Steve wonders how his attack was blocked so easily. He remembers using this exact move to blow away the Reaper, wondering if there is some hidden trigger he missed. Taking advantage of his distraction, the one-horned foe leaps into the air with his hammer raised high. Just then, a volley of familiar arrows streaks through the air, causing a massive explosion as the two powerful forces collide. However, the one-horned fighter catches Elena's arrow bare-handed, and the two-horned warrior behind him does the same, snapping the shaft in half with ease. Through the rising black smoke, the enemies lock their eyes on Steve's position. Still concealed, Steve whispers his plan, asking Elena to cover him, and she pulls her bowstring taut, confirming she is ready. An arrow instantly flies out from the thick fog, but the one-horned warrior deflects it easily with his giant warhammer. Seizing the opening, Steve darts in low beneath the giant's arm, channeling his energy into his explosive gauntlet. This specialized weapon relies on his own internal power as ammunition. But as he throws the punch, the two-horned warrior quickly intercepts it with his greatsword. Steve grits his teeth in sheer frustration, cursing them in his mind. Across the field, Elena draws her bow and takes aim. Without warning, she releases the string, sending her arrow whistling straight into the fray. The two masked fighters move in perfect harmony. One swings a heavy hammer right where Steve dodged, while the other slashes the incoming arrow mid-air. The moment Steve hits the ground, he pulls out two small explosive spheres and activates them. The two-horned warrior steps up like a batter preparing for a pitch, locking his eyes onto the spheres. With a single clean swing of his blade, he bats them away. Right after, another lethal slash comes tearing toward him. Steve watches the incoming strike in absolute shock, a sword energy blast heading right for him. Reacting instantly, he raises his blade to block the blow while silently complaining about the enemy's unpredictable skills. Shifting his weight, Steve deftly maneuvers his feet to shatter the two-horned giant's heavy attack. But a split-second distraction nearly costs him. Just as the enemy's massive hammer is about to crush him, Steve realizes the danger. Too late. A deafening clash follows, triggering another massive explosion. Covered in thick soot and dust from the blast, Steve grits his teeth in frustration and shock, wondering what to do next. But as the smoke clears, the one-horned attacker is suddenly thrown back several yards. The man behind the save is McDorwell. He casually stretches his arms and greets them, long time no see. While Elena gasps in absolute shock, Steve's eyes flare with pure hatred. Without a second thought, he charges straight at him, screaming, "You absolute bastard!" Following his lead, Elena quickly releases a cover arrow. Although McDorwell is deeply confused by their hostility, he raises his shield to block their onslaught. Steve's sword clashes against the shield's glowing red-eyed lion crest. Recognizing the legendary armor, Steve's heart sinks as he realizes what he is up against. Before he can react, McDorwell forcefully shoves him back several paces. McDorwell speaks up, urging them to stop this pointless clash. He insists they need to finish the battle at hand before turning on each other. Pointing upward, McDorwell urgently warns Steve of a threat from above. Steve barely raises his blade in time to deflect a crushing strike from the two-horned giant. The monster sneers at Steve's trembling sword, mocking him for looking too relaxed in the heat of battle. But that arrogance proves fatal as Elena's arrow pierces his armor, blasting him away. Seizing the opportunity, Steve snatches the fallen enemy's greatsword and quickly activates his weight reduction skill. Wielding both blades, Steve unleashes a dual assault, sending his opponent flying. But as the dust settles, McDorwell charges forward with his shield raised. Hearing those thunderous footsteps, Steve spins around in alarm. Once more, the two warriors lock themselves in a brutal clash. The captured greatsword slams directly into McDorwell's massive lion shield, sending bright sparks flying into the air. The violent shockwave of the impact throws both fighters backward. McDorwell slides back but digs his heels in to stand firm. Steve manages to do the same, only to realize his stolen blade is slowly dissolving into dust. Behind them, the two masked enemies regroup. The two-horned warrior asks what they should do with these pesky intruders, leaving his partner utterly confused. Suddenly, a colossal hammer summons from thin air, slamming into the cracked earth with a heavy, deafening thud. The bodies of the two masked fiends begin to morph together. They whisper a dark pact to eliminate both of their foes. In an instant, their flesh merges completely, wrapping them inside a massive, writhing black sphere. A skeletal, decaying hand tears through the surface of the dark orb. McDorwell raises his guard, sensing a terrifying shift in the air. Steve watches in stunned silence, his mind racing at the horrific sight unfolding before them. Staring at the horrific fusion of their enemies, Motim gasps in horror. It is a Death Knight. The towering Death Knight looms menacingly over the battlefield. Elena quickly rushes to Steve's side, noting the deep dread written all over his face. Elena warns that a three-way battle would be absolute suicide. While McDorwell listens in grim silence, she reasons that a temporary truce with someone they can actually talk to is their only realistic hope of survival. Steve glares at her, his temper flaring. He shouts that he would rather level the entire forest than team up with a backstabbing snake like McDorwell. Motim quickly materializes to shut Steve up, calling him an idiot and telling him to listen to the elf girl. He argues that the Shield Warrior's arrival means they can definitely strike a temporary deal. Watching the Death Knight raise its deadly blade, Motim insists they settle their personal grudges only after they have put this terrifying monster into the ground. Steve fumes, shooting a bitter glare over his shoulder at McDorwell. He yells out that he will take the vanguard, but warns McDorwell that they have some serious talking to do. Steve snaps that they will talk after clearing this mess, telling McDorwell he can leave right now if he has complaints. Frowning, McDorwell realizes Steve already understands how he fights, cracking a subtle smirk before agreeing to the plan. As the Death Knight charges them at blinding speed, Steve shouts to Elena, telling her to cover their backs. The Death Knight lunges straight at Steve. Sidestepping the ferocious swipe, Steve swings his sword in a swift counterattack, pressing the advantage by launching a rapid flurry of strikes against the monster. The unyielding knight grips his spear tightly, swinging it with immense force at Steve, who barely manages to dodge the deadly arc. Although he evades, the spearhead grazes Steve's cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. Gritting his teeth, Steve realizes with frustration that the monster's changing weapons make its moves completely unpredictable. Pressing the attack, the knight hurls his spear at Steve, threatening to impale him. Out of nowhere, McDorwell leaps into the path with a furious glare, shocking the knight with his sudden intervention. The knight is slammed backward, crashing hard onto the dirt. McDorwell plants his shield as a bright halo of energy flares around it, the lion's eyes glowing a fierce crimson. Pinned down by the intense, glowing energy, rather bewildered knight struggles to block with his sword, pouring every ounce of his dark power into pushing McDorwell back. Before the knight can recover, Steve's blade is already at his throat. He mutters that McDorwell is a real pain of an ally, leaving the knight briefly confused. Without hesitation, Steve drives his blade downward, drawing a sharp scream of agony. Steve prepares his steel gauntlet, gritting his teeth in frustration that his shallow strike barely pierced the knight's tough hide. He follows up with a blazing, fire-infused punch that catches the monster completely off guard. The Death Knight retreats to put distance between them, dodging the flames while muttering how interesting this is. He glances back at McDorwell, clearly baffled by their tag-team effort. McDorwell grimaces, channeling a massive surge of energy into his shield. He unleashes a devastating blast, triggering a colossal explosion that shakes the battlefield. Steve shields his eyes from the blinding dust, muttering under his breath. Steve asks if it worked, but Motim quickly dampens his hopes. The Shield Warrior's blast did not connect, as the Death Knight managed to raise his own dark shield just in time. Motim gasps in dismay as the Death Knight lowers his shield. The monster sneers, calling McDorwell an annoying busybody for sticking his nose where it does not belong. The knight quietly resolves that these pests must never reach the World Tree. Nearby, Steve's sword suddenly begins to glow and vibrate with strange energy. Steve stares at his blade in sheer confusion, realizing the weapon's resonance is rapidly growing stronger. Suddenly, the Death Knight collapses, only to rise again draped in a terrifying aura of pure shadow. McDorwell watches in horror as the shadowed beast lunges forward. It grabs him by the throat, freezing his muscles as he struggles against the agonizing chill. McDorwell shivers, wondering what this paralyzing cold is. Steve panics as he watches his ally freeze solid from a single touch, while Motim warns him of the extreme danger. That bastard completely abandoned defense to focus solely on offense. The freezing chill of Axechurch is draining the life out of him. Suddenly, Steve leaps forward to launch a desperate strike from behind Axechurch. Steve thinks an undefended enemy is a golden opportunity. But without warning, a smoky hand whips out from the mist and strikes Steve first. Left completely shocked, he is immediately overpowered and sent crashing hard onto the ground. A voice warns that Axechurch has no physical form. Steve feels a cold hand choke his neck and angrily curses his bad luck. Using another hand to restrain McDowell, the monster turns to throw a devastating punch right at Steve. Just then, a blinding flash of light erupts, pushing Axechurch far back. Elena glares at the beast, her hand still glowing from the spell she just unleashed. Axechurch points his ghostly hand at Elena, clicking his tongue in annoyance at a mere elf. But Steve seizes this perfect split-second window, throwing a brutal punch that connects squarely with the monster's face. Steve narrows his eyes at Axechurch, declaring he will risk everything to finish this. In an instant, a layer of thick, solid ice binds the monster's feet to the ground. Frozen in place, Axechurch panics, realizing he cannot move his legs. Meanwhile, Steve leaps high into the air. He grips his hilt tightly and yells out his spell weight increase. Medium mass, Barak, Zim. Instantly, blue lightning wraps around his arms and the entire blade. Steve plunges his heavy sword down with immense force. His devastating strike triggers a massive explosion, completely engulfing the entire area where the monster stood. Later that night, Elena and Steve sit by the campfire with Mark. After a long silence, Steve looks up and directly asks Mark if he is hiding something from them. Filled with deep suspicion, Steve raises his voice, demanding to know how Mark tracked them down and why he is offering them medicine after previously trying to capture them. Mark remains perfectly calm. He claims it was pure intuition. Steve stares in disbelief, prompting Mark to explain that as long as Veneria remains an enemy of the Southern Alliance, then the entire South would be an easy path to follow. Elena and Steve listen intently to his words. Mark explains that under those circumstances, it was incredibly obvious where they would try to flee. Recalling his lonely walk through the dark night, Mark assures them that they do not need to worry about being pursued. Following them from Veneria all the way here was entirely his own choice. Steve lets out a heavy sigh. After a brief pause, he asks if they are truly expected to trust a noble and a high general of Veneria who suddenly abandoned everything for the North. Mark chuckles and corrects him, saying there is a massive misunderstanding. Having been born in the North, he claims that even if they searched the entire continent, they would find no one less loyal to the South. Looking at the two youngsters, Mark explains he simply heard rumors of an adventurer who achieved legendary success after arriving in the North, so he decided to follow those tracks. Steve sighs deeply at such a ridiculous rumor. Motim appears beside him, whispering that if Mark was truly from the North, he could have just stayed there quietly. Why go south just to share this absolute nonsense? Steve presses for answers, asking what Mark truly means by his lack of attachment to his home. Sitting close to the small fire, Mark replies that heading south to become a general simply aligned with the path he chose. Prince Lapchast is certainly a good man, but even a royal like him could never keep Mark bound to one single place. Steve listens in silence as Mark notes that he has no obligation to report his actions to anyone. Motim pops up to declare the man has clearly lost his mind, prompting Steve to demand his true purpose here. Mark smiles with absolute excitement, revealing his true goal is incredibly simple. He just wants a duel with a powerful opponent to finally finish their interrupted fight from before. That is his only desire. Steve is completely dumbfounded by this absurd reason, wondering how anyone could throw away their entire life just for a fight. Disappointed, Motim immediately takes back his previous statement, calling the general nothing but a complete fool. The next morning, Motim tells him not to be angry, but an annoyed Steve asks how that is even possible. Motim points out that if Mark wanted him dead, he could have easily thrown him to the Death Knight and run away. Steve begrudgingly agrees, but the spirit continues, noting that Steve is getting much better at making friends, so a future duel should not be a problem. As Steve walks alongside Mark and Elena, he lets out a weary sigh. Steve turns his head to ask Mark if he knows anything useful about the legendary World Tree since he is from the north. Startled by the sudden question, Mark looks over and explains that while he only knows the tree maintains the balance of nature in the north, he actually knows a great deal about the ancient elves sworn to protect it. Elena's ears twitch, and she flinches in pure surprise upon hearing Mark's words. Picturing the beautiful capital city of Exgenta, Mark explains that the massive roots of the World Tree lie deep within the capital of the Elven Kingdom, guarded by highly skilled, experienced elves. Remembering a specific warrior, he adds that these elite guardians are known as the Sellers. Steve cuts him off, wondering who would emerge victorious if the legendary zealots were to clash in battle against these elite Seller guardians. Mark replies that the Sellers hold a massive advantage, leaving Steve completely puzzled as to why. Comparing the massive tree to humans, Mark explains that the World Tree clearly bestows immense power upon its guardians. Because of this divine connection, their magic operates at a level far beyond anything normal humans could ever achieve. Thinking of the World Tree and its army, Mark notes that since several thousand of these elite Sellers reside in Exgenta, no human faction on Earth could ever dream of matching them. Steve sighs deeply, realizing he has absolutely nothing left to ask about. He mutters that Mark really must be from the north. Sometime later, the trio stands together inside the town, facing the colossal World Tree. Steve sighs, muttering that they should take everything they know as a warning, grumbling at how incredibly difficult things have become. High above, an elven guard instantly spots the three intruders standing below. She glares down and orders them to halt, warning that outsiders are strictly forbidden and must turn back. Standing below, Steve yells that he has an urgent message, apologizing for the intrusion. Extending his fist, which holds Motim's spirit, Steve begs the guard for forgiveness. Motim yells out to trust him, and instantly takes complete control of the female elf's body before she can even understand what is happening. Controlling her body, Motim announces he has mapped the interior and will escort them inside. Witnessing this absolutely shocking display, Mark's eyes go wide in disbelief, wondering how a spirit could so easily possess an elite Seller. Steve steps forward, waving his hand, urging them that there is no time to explain. The faster they get this done, the sooner they can claim their victory. He tells Mark to quietly follow along, though he does not have to if he refuses. Soon, all three enter the World Tree as Steve pushes the door open. A cloaked elf angrily demands to know who they are. Frowning deeply, he asks why they have interrupted their highly important meeting, demanding a swift explanation for what is going on. Speaking through the possessed elven guard, Motim apologizes for the interruption but insists they must see something. He urges Steve to draw his sword, leaving a confused Steve to ask if he has to do it so suddenly. Motim replies that the sword possesses incredibly high awareness, unlike its slow-witted owner. Steve draws the blade, still feeling completely surprised by the sudden turn of events. The sword begins to glow and vibrate intensely. Motim explains that the weapon can sense the strange atmosphere just as he does. Suddenly, the blade radiates a bizarre, blinding light. Suddenly, a sticky black liquid begins seeping out from the cracks in the walls. Gasps echo through the room as the elves demand to know what kind of foul magic they are using. The possessed elven guard urges that they have no time, promising to explain everything in detail after everyone evacuates. Outside, a thick, ominous mist completely swallows the World Tree as violent winds scatter leaves in every direction. Steve asks what is happening. Motim replies that as he can see, these elves can still be attacked by Zillos even though their eyesight is excellent. Controlled by Motim, the elf girl speaks up, noting the plan was quite successful, especially since she had no idea until she got closer. Realizing they simply hid the massive tree instead of blinding every single elf, and recalling Steve on the storm-tossed boat, Motim explains. This is the exact same illusion they saw on the vessel heading north, though the scale here is entirely different. A cloaked elf barks out, demanding to know what they are rambling about. He asks if this means someone has actively interfered with the World Tree to cause these changes. Motim praises his quick understanding, saying no more explanation is needed. Suddenly, nearby elves scream in agony and collapse to the ground. A dark mist surrounds them as one elf suddenly mutates, roaring wildly with blank eyes as if controlled by something evil. Motim yells for Steve to draw his sword. Steve panics, completely caught off guard. He asks if they are turning into monsters and if they will simply vanish. Motim replies that if that happens, they are too late, as these are not humans. Steve quickly draws his blade. The radiant light from his sword causes the mutated elf to shriek and dissolve into nothingness, leaving a nearby cloaked elf watching in utter disbelief. The shocked guard wonders what that light was. He quickly presses 2 fingers to his neck to transmit a signal, calling out to all sellers currently stationed across Exgenta. Surveying the chaotic ruins of Exgenta, he orders them to gather the citizens and quarantine them with protective magic. He adds that if anyone acts strangely, eliminate them immediately without hesitation. Motim notes the elf was quick to react. Steve replies, asking if the enemy really polluted the world tree by distracting everyone with an illusion, and if such a thing is even possible. Watching a bizarre black liquid ooze from the trunk, Motim says he is seeing it with his own eyes. Ever since the illusion broke, the dark fluid has been pouring down, threatening to flood the entire area soon. Just look at the absolute chaos unfolding as Elena stares in shock, realizing the black liquid pouring from the tree is making a bad situation much worse. She warns that at this rate, countless innocent citizens will be transformed. Motim explains that the world tree sustains the entire local ecosystem, but it is now completely helpless. Staring at the oozing sap, he adds that this is exactly what Zillus wanted all along. They polluted the world tree, which acts as a filter, and now the water source below is completely contaminated. Imagining a giant syringe, he suspects the enemy used a rumored injection device to pump something wicked deep into the world tree. Steve sighs heavily, realizing the implications, and asks his companions if they seriously expect him to climb all the way to the top. Elena looks at Steve and declares there is no need to ask. They are climbing up. Mark chimes in, admitting he never in his wildest dreams imagined climbing the world tree, but he is going too. Facing the sticky, massive trunk oozing with black slime, Steve nods and says they must move fast. Meanwhile, nearby, 2 cloaked elves rush up to Symiost, calling him commander and saying they have an urgent report. Symiost interrupts them immediately, stating there is one crucial thing he must hear first. Taking off his helmet, he turns and asks how the citizens are doing and if they are safe. One soldier replies that the sellers have gathered as many people as possible, though the city's overall security is completely shattered. Looking out at the ruined streets beyond their protective magic barriers, he continues his grim report. Parts of the city are in chaos from the battle, but the sellers are managing to control the situation and minimize casualties. Symiost frowns, anxiously noting they do not have much time. He urges they must resolve the situation here quickly and dispatch reinforcements to help the citizens. As the soldiers agree, deep inside the world tree, numerous nutrient tubes still run up the core. Symiost remembers those tubes and silently trusts Steve's group. Knowing they can climb rapidly by riding the powerful airflow inside, he leaves the critical task in the young hero's hands. Elena, Steve, and Mark are now riding the rushing airflow, ascending rapidly up the tree. Elena looks up and warns that the air is rising too fast, and they might get trapped if they lose focus. She promises to hold on to Steve tightly until they reach the upper levels. Steve is completely speechless, his face flushing bright red as he is squeezed tightly against Elena's chest. Mark chuckles, recalling how easily Steve controlled another person earlier, thinking to himself that it was a highly impressive skill indeed. Powered by the airflow, the trio quickly reaches a high platform. Landing, Steve remarks that this is a massive upper floor, but it feels too early for them to have climbed so high. Just when they think they have made it, a voice echoes a mock welcome. A mysterious figure stands waiting, slowly clapping his hands. He praises their impressive speed, but before the stranger can even finish speaking, Steve draws his glowing sword, declaring that anyone waiting for them here is definitely not an ally. The man claps in amusement, praising Steve's direct attitude and saying he prefers wrapping things up quickly anyway. Suddenly, one of his eyes glows a sinister blue, activating some hidden power. Instantly, Elena and Mark are violently blasted backward by an unseen force. Steve turns in shock, realizing the enemy had not made a single physical move to attack. Seeing both Mark and Elena knocked unconscious by a single strike, sheer panic grips Steve's mind. Questions race through his head, wondering if he missed some invisible magic, or if there is another hidden enemy lurking nearby. If they are outnumbered, he wonders how he can possibly survive. Staring intensely, Steve suddenly realizes something crucial. He reasons that the enemy could not possibly stand perfectly still while unleashing such a massive, devastating blow. He closes his eyes to calm his racing thoughts. Opening them with a steady sigh, Motim's voice echoes, announcing that his own eyes are finally open to the truth. Motim states he won't be fooled twice by the same trick. Steve glances at his fallen companions to ensure they are safe, telling Motim he is certain he has felt this strange power before. Motim recalls their encounter inside the World Tree, agreeing with Steve's suspicion. This man is the one responsible, having created both the gray ghost ship and the massive illusion of the tree. It is the power of the relic he possesses. The one-eyed rogue gasps in shock as Steve breaks free from the illusion, stammering in complete disbelief. He demands to know how Steve figured it out. Steve brandishes his glowing sword, ready for battle, while Elena finally awakens from the illusion, gasping for breath. Mark also breaks free, realizing it was all just an illusion. The enemy clicks his tongue as Steve uses his glowing sword to free his companions, highly frustrated that his signature skill was cancelled so easily. While eyeing the mysterious blade with deep suspicion, he bites his nails in a mixture of rage and anxiety, cursing under his breath. What was supposed to be a simple, profitable kidnapping has gone completely wrong. Recalling how he successfully infiltrated the cellars, he bitterly laments that despite pulling off the ghost ship stunt and coming all this way, he still hasn't received a single coin. Gritting his teeth, he gathers energy in his hands, realizing he needs to retreat immediately from this mess. Cursing Steve, he crosses his arms and unleashes a powerful blast of raw energy forward. Steve is confused by the attack, wondering if the enemy is throwing a shield. Motim instantly recognizes the barrier that protected the ghost ship. He warns that he saw that very shield on the ship, and blocking it with standard magic will be difficult. Steve asks what method they should use instead. Right then, Mac instantly blocks the one-eyed bandit strike with his own shield, leaving Steve in absolute shock. The enemy's shield shatters completely on impact. Mac growls that there is no chance and he will burn this guy to ashes, while Steve glares and mutters under his breath about the stubborn fool. He channels raw energy into his shield and hurls it forward, but the enemy easily blocks the attack and mockingly speaks. "So you use a shield too?" The enemy sneers, asking if he only blocks physical attacks. Suddenly, two massive shields materialize right behind Mac, catching him off guard as the fiend declares that victory is completely impossible for them. The twin shields slam Mac hard onto the floor. But just as the villain lets his guard down, Elena fires a swift arrow directly at him, though he seems to sense it coming. With a cold grunt, the rogue summons another shield to deflect her shot effortlessly. He notes that she must be a ranged fighter, but she remains silent. Looking over at Stitz, the enemy guesses the final fighter uses magic, prompting Stitz to immediately summon Motim's power and unleash Tessa. A fierce torrent of magical energy surges toward the one-eyed monster, while Stitz grits his teeth, watching intensely for any sign of damage. As the magic fades, an incredibly solid shield is revealed, protecting the villain. He calmly admits that Stitz is actually a rather formidable opponent. He gives a sneering laugh, telling Stitz that his head will fetch a massive bounty. But suddenly, a strange ink-black fluid begins to ooze from the villain's empty, pupilless eye. Raising his hand high, dozens of magical shields materialize instantly around him. Motim watches in absolute panic, warning that this goes far beyond normal limits, while Steve anxiously asks if the villain is pushing his power way too far this time. Motim urges the group to keep attacking until the monster completely drains his power, as that is their absolute best option right now. Steve yells for Elena and Mac to keep up the pressure. Elena raises her weapon, calling out for Spiratus to shift into its cannon form, instantly transforming the bow. The one-eyed rogue is visibly startled by the sudden shift. Elena fires a direct blast right at him, but he quickly conjures a shield to absorb and neutralize the incoming impact. Mac leaps high into the air with help from Stitz, who conjures an atmospheric blast. Mac slams his heavy shield against the enemy's barrier, creating a massive pressure that begins to crack the magical defense. Finally, the shield shatters completely into tiny fragments, sending the one-eyed bastard stumbling backward in disbelief. Stitz is utterly stunned, wondering how this is even possible. The villain struggles to sit back up, his teeth gritted in sheer fury. Trembling, he pulls out a glass vial of black liquid, realizing his time has already run out. He recalls receiving the vial from a mysterious man who warned him that if any issues arose with their contract, this substance would solve them, though he was told to only use a tiny drop in emergencies. Without a single hesitation, he gulps down the entire vial. The foul black liquid immediately begins oozing from his other eye, as he realizes his time is running desperately short. As Motim watches, the villain smashes the empty vial onto the stone floor. A dark, terrifying aura wraps around him as he grins wildly, muttering that this power will let him take all their heads. Suddenly, something wet drops to the floor, forcing him to look down. To his absolute horror, his own hands are melting away, leaving him panicking over how this could possibly be happening. He glares at Stitz and the others, desperately thinking he still must deliver their severed heads, but his vision suddenly blurs and his eyes clamp shut. Mac watches the villain dissolve into nothingness, leaving behind only his empty clothes. He asks if the guy is dead, while Stitz wonders if they just witnessed a horrific side effect. Motim warns them that the enemy is definitely not dead yet. Sure enough, something sinister begins rising from the dark puddle beneath the clothes, prompting Motim to yell that it is a shadow demon. They are warned to be extremely careful since very little is known about this creature. A slimy beast of black sludge and razor-sharp teeth emerges, and Steve quickly signals Elena to test its reactions first. Elena quickly unleashes a powerful arrow at the beast, but the creature instantly summons a magical shield to deflect her shot. Steve is absolutely stunned to see the beast can still wield its original relic. Enraged, the monster fires deadly streams of black sludge, striking Mac with a devastating and direct blow. Steve and Elena fail to dodge the rapid barrage as well. The monster continues its relentless assault with its whipping tendrils, leaving Steve gritting his teeth in pure anger. With Elena groaning in pain behind him, he raises his hand to summon Motim for healing, but the spirit urges Stitz to end this quickly rather than dragging it out. Glancing over at Mac, who is currently writhing in agony, Motim warns that both the elf and their main defender are fading fast. Stitz quickly pulls up his glowing system interface, asking Motim exactly when he should activate the ultimate synchronization skill. A blinding flash of light suddenly erupts across the entire battlefield. With his active skill fully synchronized, crackling static electricity wraps around his entire body. His legs gain incredible power, granting him lightning speed that far surpasses his normal physical limits while storing up devastating kinetic damage in real time as he prepares to strike. Steve charges forward with absolute focus. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, Steve strikes the beast head-on with a synchronized core burst. The ability violently disrupts whatever elemental or physical defenses the opponent relies on, turning their own magical energy against them in an explosive backlash. Taking the critical blow, the creature shrieks in agony before exploding into countless tiny droplets of black slime that rain down onto the floor. The beast screams as it desperately tries to reform its body. Steve unsheathes his brilliant sword of light, wondering if the creature will even give him enough time to use his relic. Pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into one final swing, he slashes downward. The glowing blade cleaves the monster cleanly in half, seemingly preventing it from ever reforming again. Utterly exhausted, Steve collapses forward, but Mac quickly rushes over to catch him. Mac wonders aloud why Steve hid such incredible strength, asking why he did not use this powerful skill during their previous battle against the Black Knights. Gasping for breath, Steve offers a tired smile and tells him to shut up, asking why he should have trusted Mac with such a dangerous risk. Mac grunts back that he is incredibly arrogant. As the three of them huddle around a warm campfire inside the World Tree, Elena softly asks Steve how he is holding up. Startled, Steve replies that he is actually feeling much better. He stretches his aching limbs and happily notes that it no longer hurts to move. Watching the energy flow inside the World Tree trunk slowly decline, he explains that it always drops at sunset, so they must wait for it to rise again. Elena then curiously asks if he managed to recover any valuable loot from their fallen opponent. Stitz reveals the enemy's pouch, opening it to find a single piece of paper. He notes there is not much inside besides a simple map and some instructions regarding a skull ship, while Mac watches him in silent contemplation. Annoyed by the silent stare, Steve tells Mac to spit it out if he has something to say, prompting Mac to reveal that he knows exactly what that symbol means because he has seen it before. With the grand image of the World Tree flashing through his mind, Mac explains that it represents peace, stability, and enduring strength. It is a sacred guardian of nature, and its total destruction is something no ordinary person could ever fathom. He looks directly at Steve, reminding him of his initial claim that he was only tracking this dangerous cabal to repay a small, personal favor. Recalling their battles with the masked zealots and the one-eyed fiend, Mac warns that if they keep going, he suspects their true enemy is actually someone very close to Steve, asking if his theory is wrong. Steve falls silent for a brief moment, letting out a heavy sigh before muttering that everyone always acts as if they already know everything. He admits he honestly knows nothing and has absolutely nothing more to say. Max simply watches him in silence as Steve pulls his blanket close and crawls inside to sleep. Steve tells Max that if he still doubts him, he should just go to sleep. Elena immediately wraps herself up to sleep as well. Leaving Max utterly surprised, Steve adds that they do not have much farther to reach the peak, so they must save their strength. By the next day, the three are soaring on the rising winds. Steve grimaces, struggling to breathe. Mortem warns that climbing higher will leave them with no oxygen at all, and they would have passed out long ago without the World Tree. Elena looks around, noting how dark it gets as they ascend. They must be nearing the summit. Max suddenly spots something ahead and warns everyone to get ready. He points to an exit above. The three fly through and land on a massive branch. Looking ahead, Steve spots several figures, wondering if those are the ones they seek. A voice welcomes them. Steve flinches, wondering if they were expected. A heavily bearded man sneers, mockingly noting his opponent chose the worst possible time to show up. Steve grits his teeth, readying his magic to skip the pleasantries. He wants a swift, decisive battle with a quick end, crying out as he synchronizes his speed to lightning. He charges. but the giant blocks Steve's strike with his bare hand, releasing a heavy metallic clang. Steve is completely bewildered by the sound. What kind of monstrous body does this man have? Holding the sword back, the giant admits his information was correct, though it has been ages since his last real fight. Steve growls, telling him he talks far too much. Steve leaps high, catching the giant completely off guard. Sensing something wrong, the man glares up as Steve swings his sword down with massive force. The giant pulls down his hood, chuckling at Steve's hot temper. Max and Elena draw their weapons, while Steve clicks his tongue, noting their strategy remains unchanged. He tells Elena to protect him while he takes the lead. A smaller man steps forward, laughing that he was worried for nothing since the boy is no threat. The large man warns him not to let his guard down, noting that underestimating an opponent is a quick way to end up dead. He holds the smaller man back, ordering Silverstein to stay put. Silverstein is taken aback, but Steve suddenly recognizes him, asking if he is indeed Lord Silverstein. Confused, the man demands to know who Steve is. Steve frowns, replying that it is none of his business until he clarifies whether he stands as a friend or foe. Steve thrusts his glowing sword forward, adding that it is a simple question because he needs to know whether to kill him or spare his life. Amused, the giant clenches his fist, declaring his excitement. Steve grits his teeth in rage, asking where all that fearsome power has suddenly vanished. The giant mocks him, asking if he is frozen in fear. Steve wonders if this is a trap, but the man slams his hand against a nearby valve, warning that if Steve does not act quickly, his goal will slide right out of reach. The giant grabs his cloak, declaring with a grin that he will not make this easy. He tears off his cloak, exposing a massive, muscular frame. Elena seizes the opening, firing a blast of compressed air that hits him dead on. Steve worries it will not be that simple, and Mortem agrees, appearing to tell him to stop wasting valuable time. Relying on basic techniques is only draining his magical reserves for nothing. The spirit urges him to use synchronization and the Void Blade simultaneously, warning that if Steve keeps hesitating over the risks, the entire North will collapse into chaos. Steve lets out a long breath. A blinding flash erupts around him, wrapping his body and sword in crackling static electricity. The giant recoils, wondering what that light is. In an instant, a streak of pure light blitzes him. Left with no time to react, the giant can only wonder what hit him as he grimaces in agony. Having delivered the strike, Steve leaps back, gritting his teeth to withstand the exhaustion. Behind him, the giant collapses heavily onto the ground. Silverstein gasps in complete shock. Steve turns back, telling him to leave immediately now that the way has been cleared. He vanishes into a cloud of black smoke, spitting a final threat before a new monstrosity rises from the dark puddle, blocking Steve's path. The beast growls in silence before roaring in fury. Steve slashes with his sword of light and punches straight through its liquid body to grasp its core. The creature flings Steve away. He slides backward, but his eyes suddenly widen as he spots a sudden movement. A liquid tentacle whips out, stabbing Steve directly. He screams in agony under the relentless, unstoppable assault, his energy draining until he collapses to the ground. His eyes glaze over as he loses consciousness. Suddenly, Mortem yells out that his soul has been bound. A split second later, Steve gasps awake in absolute terror. Sitting up, he checks his shredded cloak, realizing his body is miraculously unharmed despite feeling the agony of being impaled. Mortem snaps at him to pull himself together, reminding him that he literally just died. Steve stands, calmly shedding his torn cloak, much to the monster's shock. Max watches in utter confusion, positive that the blade had just pierced straight through him. Elena is equally stunned, realizing he somehow escaped injury entirely. Steve looks back and shouts a warning for them to stay away, or they will be caught in the blast and killed. He charges the beast, aiming to draw its attention and keep his distance. However, the monster easily pins him down, looking down at Steve with a smug, mocking sneer. Pinned and trembling, Steve struggles to rise. Suddenly, Elena fires a brilliant light arrow, followed immediately by a concentrated beam of magical energy from Max. Though a chunk of its body is blown away, the creature regenerates instantly, leaving Max and Elena completely horrified. Its eyes lock onto them before it charges to retaliate with terrifying speed. Max clicks his tongue, realizing his range is too limited. With the beast closing in fast, he shoves Elena out of harm's way to protect her. The monster's strike slams heavily into his leg, making Max scream out in intense pain. Seeing Max pinned under the creature's dark mass, Steve yells at them for being fools. Steve unleashes a blazing torrent of fire, roaring in fury at the beast for daring to look away. Trapped in the inferno, the creature howls as it burns. With Mortem possessing him, Steve dives straight into the fiery storm, staring the demon down and declaring he has found one absolute truth during his time on this floor. He commands his synchronization power to break the seal, static electricity enveloping his arm and blade. Even if he dies, whether it is a blessing or a curse, he will use every drop of it. Steve leaps up, swinging his sword down with immense authority, screaming for the monster to die as he returns all the pain. The beast explodes into black smoke. Panting, Steve looks around in worry, his eyes landing on the valve. A voice suddenly echoes, noting that she was right after all. Steve startled, turning back to look at Mac's leg. "Is your leg broken?" he asked. Mac looked back and answered that this girl knew a bit of recovery magic. He turned to Elena, expressing his deep gratitude. Then, looking over at Silverstein, he muttered that they did not know if the bastard was attacked by a monster or was just lying there, so they had to take him along, as he could not be allowed to die. Suddenly, a group of figures leaped up from below, their leader shouting for everyone to move forward. They stood before Steve's group, aggressively announcing themselves as the relief squad, delayed until now. The elf officer took off his helmet, surprised to find the three survivors sitting so calmly. With everything seemingly settled, the elf officer hesitantly asked for an explanation. The heavy, grim atmosphere remained as Mac and Elena stepped up to explain, leaving Steve standing in silence until Motim called out to him. Both of them stared at the dispenser. Motim warned that this would not end until the device was completely destroyed. Steve replied that he knew, bringing his fist forward to unleash a concentrated blast of compressed air. The devastating impact completely shattered the dispenser. But as a dark vapor began to leak from the wreckage, Steve watched in confusion, wondering what this strange black gas could be. Mac and Elena turned their heads in sheer surprise. As the dark aura billowed from the ruptured hole, Motim observed that instead of accelerating decay, it had transformed entirely into a gaseous state. Steve narrowed his eyes, asking in deep worry what they should do if destroying it did not end the threat. Motim told him to use his curse-devouring skill to absorb it, leaving Steve to wonder if it was even possible. Motim explained that, theoretically, the belief that this corrosive aura is destroying their world is nothing but a massive deception. By using synchronization to accelerate skill alignment, one could draw energy out through the very opening where the device was attached. Remembering the sight of the Great World Tree weeping a thick, slimy liquid, he admitted he was not entirely sure if the energy could be drawn out through that hole. Steve gasped in surprise. "Now?" Motim urged him to prepare himself immediately. The elder warned that this internal energy was far higher than any level they had ever absorbed, and even if they succeeded, the outcome remained entirely uncertain. Crouching low and pressing his hands to the ground, Steve let a brilliant yellow light crackle from his body like wild lightning, whispering the word synchronization. With his palms flat against the soil, a soft green light enveloped his hands. Steve focused his mind, unleashing his curse-devouring ability to draw the toxic power in. Steve's face contorted in agony as he grit his teeth, sweat dripping from his brow. The sheer volume of energy packed inside the ancient tree was overwhelming. The surrounding soldiers watched Steve's seemingly reckless act in utter disbelief, wondering if he was really trying to handle this massive burden alone. But as they turned to watch the withered tree shedding its dark smoke, they shouted for their captain to look. The dying giant suddenly surged with a miraculous rebirth, bursting with fresh green buds. Witnessing the incredible transformation, the crowd erupted in pure joy, cheering that life had finally returned to the sacred tree. The green-haired elf stared in absolute shock, unable to believe a mere human could absorb such a destructive aura from a giant tree. Gritting his teeth through the agonizing pain, Steve pushed on, feeling a strange sensation in his hand. Clutched in his grip was a dark cube, and he realized with dread that this was the black relic, pulsing with unyielding force. His face twisted with unbearable torment as his vision began to blur. As the world narrowed around him, he could barely make out the frantic figure of Elena rushing toward him in deep concern. At that very moment, deep within a secluded forest, two men faced each other. A visibly weakened Archibald leaned heavily against a cold boulder. It seemed his desperate run was finally coming to an end as a stern voice told him that enough was enough. Axton stepped forward with an imposing stance, offering a low sigh, but before he could speak, Archibald suddenly broke his silence, calling out Axton's name. Axton looked deeply conflicted, noting that the object was still in the old man's possession. Suddenly panicked, Archibald clutched the pouch at his side and snapped back, claiming it was absolutely not what they thought it was. Stunned by Archibald's defiant reaction and arrogant words, the man grit his teeth and demanded to know what of it. In response, Archibald clenched his jaw so tightly that his entire frame began to tremble. He hurried away, leaving Axton standing frozen in place. Archibald ran with all his remaining strength through the dense woods, completely unaware of a white aura rapidly descending upon him. A spear slammed deep into the ground. Daisha held her weapon with a deadly serious expression, telling her father that he must give up, as he knew his actions were deeply wrong. Archibald remained stubborn, scoffing at the word wrong and telling her not to speak such nonsense. Pointing a finger at the helpless Daisha, he spat that those trying to stop him were the ones in error. With eyes full of murderous rage, Archibald lunged forward, warning her not to get in his way. Yet, facing his desperate strike, she calmly stepped aside to avoid the blow. Archibald quickly turned to flee. Gritting his teeth, he desperately tried to escape. As he ran, he kept looking back, completely failing to notice the massive barrier rising directly in his path. Seeing the sudden crash unfold left both Desha and Axton completely speechless. Through the thick cloud of dust, a faint silhouette emerged holding a long sword, as a weak voice called out the name Cain. Right there, in the freshly overturned earth, a pair of glasses lay gleaming. With a dark, heavy expression, Cain apologized, claiming his hand had simply slipped. He then turned and walked past Desha and Axton, noting that the old man could not have run very far anyway. Desha showed a look of deep sorrow, but a voice urged her to remain calm, reminding her that they were all pursuing the same goal. Axton listened in grim silence as Cain added that they merely needed to clean up the mess. Nearby, Archibald struggled to his feet, gasping heavily for breath. Looking up with eyes full of pure hatred, he gathered his remaining strength to summon a massive white orb, screaming with desperate fury, but his strength failed, and he tumbled backward, rolling across the dirt. His 3 children stood over him, cold and unyielding, stating that they had already given him a fair chance to surrender. Seeing things end this way, the fallen Archibald scoffed at the word surrender. His face twisted in rage, demanding if they truly believed he was weak enough to crumble under empty words. He sat there in bitter anger, accusing his own children of ruining everything. He insisted that if they had truly understood his grand design, their family would never have ended up like this. Cain refused to buy into his excuses, coldly pointing out that their father was the one who had crossed the line first. Cain spoke of the countless faceless victims, the millions of innocent souls sacrificed for their father's cruel ambitions. Desha listened with a grim, cautious look as Cain demanded to know what reaction their father had honestly expected to see after committing such horrors. Empathy or understanding was completely out of the question, no matter what excuse he offered. Standing right behind them, Axton frowned with deep gravity, declaring that they would no longer sit idly by and witness their father's destructive path. Secretly, Archibald slipped his trembling hand into the pouch at his side, muttering that the object inside was indeed exactly what they feared. He pulled out a black cube pulsing with dark energy that instantly began seeping into his body. There was no going back now. Archibald channeled the malevolent power directly between his palms. His desperate move caught Cain completely off guard, making his eyes widen in shock as a massive sphere of dark energy slowly manifested, closing in on them. That sudden attack catches Cain completely off guard, leaving him with no choice but to brace himself and halt the shifting sphere. Moving with blinding speed, he spots a weakness and plunges his blade directly into the core. The powerful impact shatters the sphere, leaving it heavily damaged. Witnessing his defense crumble, Archibald grips the dark cube pulsing with dark magic in one hand and violently slams his other palm onto the hard earth. Within seconds, a massive patterned sphere materializes in front of him. This giant crimson barrier collides head-on with the surging dark energy. While the dark power slowly fuses into the new orb, his hands begin to tremble violently. Heavy beads of sweat break out across his pale forehead. Axton rushes forward to draw his attention, shouting in pure frustration that they are family bound by blood, so how could it all end this way? Archibald remains safely shielded within the barrier, channeling all his remaining energy onto the surface to block Axton's strike, which shatters harmlessly against the sphere. Seizing the moment, Deathjar joins the fray, summoning floating shards of blue glass. Calling out with deep resolve, he sends those sharp fragments flying forward under his command, relentlessly pelting the outer shell of the massive red sphere. Cain is no exception, charging ahead with a face burning with pure fighting spirit. His heavy slash collides violently with the barrier. With the 3 of them joining forces, Archibald finds it impossible to hold his ground for long, clenching his teeth as he struggles to endure the overwhelming pressure. While struggling against the joint assault of his 3 children, he opens a black magic circle with his free hand. Just then, Cain spots a vulnerability while putting everything into his attack. A dense black mist suddenly surges forward. Quickly parrying the dark energy with his sword, Cain screams for Deathjar and Axton to stay back. The fierce battle rages on. He raises his shield and charges straight toward the red orb. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupts, shattering the barrier and violently sending Archibald flying backward in agony. At that moment, someone dashes past Axton's shoulder, asking to use him as a stepping stone. Seizing the opening, Cain leaps forward to deliver a decisive blow to his father. Archibald's face darkens instantly as a deep wound opens, spilling blood across the battlefield. He screams in agony before collapsing onto the ground, blood pooling heavily around him. Looking back at the destruction, Cain quietly wonders if this is truly the end of their struggle. That elegant slash was not enough to defeat Archibald. But watch closely, the villain is not done yet. Pushing himself off the ground, he grips his hexagonal relic and mutters that they still cannot beat him. Before he can finish speaking, his throat tightens and a few dark red drops spill from his lips. Archibald coughs up a large amount of blood, sweat dripping down his forehead as he realizes his body is failing. Horrified by the sight, Deathjar quickly warns Cain about the dark fluid. Kayan nods solemnly, realizing this fluid represents their father's magical essence. On the ground, the glowing purple puddle begins to float upward, just as he suspected. Staring at the heavily panting Archibald, Kayan tells him that the end is near. Meanwhile, a desperate thought flashes through the old man's mind. Running away is his only choice now. Suddenly, a pillar of red energy erupts from his feet. Axton realizes they made a mistake by not preparing to kill their own father to stop him. Deathjar wonders how they can possibly proceed, but Kayan steps forward, firmly declaring he will do whatever it takes to contain the damage. Under a dark sky and heavy pouring rain, Archibald flies forward at incredible speed, completely focused on making his escape. That is when he senses something behind him. Looking back, he panics upon seeing Kayan chasing him down with relentless determination. Archibald clutches both sides of the cube, realizing with dread that his pursuer is closing the distance far too quickly. As the cube glows red, he realizes there is no turning back. Suddenly, a flying sword cuts through the air, and Kayan desperately yells for his father to stop. While the sword hangs in midair, the scene shifts to Steve sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, his eyes snap open in a cold sweat as he stares silently at his ring. Staring at the skull ring, he gasps in shock, wondering why the man took all the ancient relics. On a bright sunny morning, light filters through the world tree. In his room, Steve sits on his bed, wondering if the tree has fully recovered. Staring at the skull ring on his hand, he feels puzzled by the sudden silence, wondering if the spirit inside has fallen asleep again. Suddenly, Elena enters the room to check on his recovery. Surprised by how quickly he woke up, Elena listens as he explains that absorbing the relics felt much easier this time. He then asks how many days he has been asleep. She smiles and explains that it has been about a week, noting that with more help and better physical health, her workload has been much lighter this time. Just then, Dranor walks in, greeting him warmly and asking how he feels. Steve honestly replies that he is doing fine and feels no pain. Overjoyed by the news, Dranor promises to inform the president and asks if Steve can meet them in the main hall in 30 minutes. Steve agrees, then turns to whisper to Elena, asking if she knows Drenor's true identity. Instead of answering, she simply tells him she will get ready. Later at the conference table, President Simers warmly welcomes Steve back. He introduces himself as Simmers, the president of the Ex-Genta Council, apologizing for being too busy to introduce himself properly last time before asking how Steve is holding up. Steve replies that he is fine but hungry, suggesting they get straight to business as there is much he still needs to learn. Simmers chuckles at his directness. He explains that the team interrogated one of the merchants captured at the World Tree, which is why he urgently called Steve to discuss him. Instantly recognizing the name, Steve asks what investor Gray South was doing at that sacred location. Simmers reveals that the cultists have been supporting him, and it appears they have shared a highly cooperative relationship for a very long time. The interrogation also uncovered several deeply buried secrets, including details regarding Cassia, whom they recently rescued. Turning to Elena, the president asks her to explain the situation in full to everyone. Elena reports that the captured cultist admitted investor ordered the assassination of both the head of the Hardenbrock family and his wife, Keisha. Confused, Steve asks why they tried to assassinate her instead of kidnapping her. Elena explains that the decision to kidnap instead of kill was investor's own rogue choice to control the rival family and seize the northern trade territory. Steve realizes that without investor's rogue decision, both Cassia and the capital would have been destroyed. They got incredibly lucky. Besides, what does the South even stand to gain by keeping Simius silent? In truth, the Council has known about these zealots and their active movements for a very long time. This revelation catches Steve completely off guard, prompting him to ask how they could possibly know. The elder openly explains that these zealots call themselves the followers of Archibald, active in the north far longer than Steve realizes. Pressing for details, Steve asks if they have ever contacted other empires or kingdoms about this threat. The elder seriously responds that other nations would likely listen to a plea for help, especially since the cultists they uncovered belong to many different circles. Even a noble from the Chromouts Empire is involved, making it impossible to know who to trust. Fearing leaks from hasty actions, the elder finally reveals the truth behind their actual motives. The cultists simply wanted to block trade with the South to keep hostile forces from slipping through. But then, the elder asks a question that instantly brings Jarrow back to Steve's mind. He asks if Steve knows about the kingdom of Veneria. Steve just stares down at the skull ring on his finger, wondering why the artifact still shows no signs of life. Absorbing so much power at once was bound to cause a few glitches. As a shadow falls over him, Steve sighs and asks the newcomer if there is more trouble to report. Mac asks if he pushed himself too hard today. Steve can only reply that the ring looks fine on the outside, but remains totally unresponsive, leaving Mac deeply frustrated by the setback. Turning to leave, Mac mentions he will be staying at the city restoration site for the time being. He tells Steve to reach out once he is fully recovered. As Mac departs, Simius quietly slides into the seat next to Steve, prompting a surprised question about why the president is here. Simius hesitates, admitting he grew deeply concerned during the meeting. The moment the kingdom of Veneria came up, Steve looked incredibly pale and uneasy. Simius even asked Rena about it. Hearing this, Steve grits his teeth in frustration, brushing it off as a strictly personal matter that he has to handle alone. Suddenly changing the subject, Steve asks if Archibald's cultists are gone for good, leaving the president to answer while harboring his own doubts. Simius confirms that Steve successfully wiped out their key leaders. Over a warm meal, he reassures the young man that the cult took a massive blow and will not recover anytime soon. Reassuring him they will be ready next time, the president offers his sincere thanks once more before asking about Steve's plans moving forward. Mouthful of food, Steve admits he has no concrete plans yet. He has work to do, but wonders aloud if the president and the base will survive the current chaos. Simius chuckles, predicting a very busy schedule ahead. He mentions that even in the neighboring kingdoms, the signs of trouble are now starting to show clearly to the naked eye. The president knows he cannot avoid the other rulers any longer. After a hearty meal, Steve collapses back onto his bed, sighing at how incredibly complicated his life has become. Suddenly, the ring on his finger flares to life. A system notification pops up. The absorbed mana has exceeded maximum limits, initiating the next stage of evolution. As the ring begins to fade, the system alerts continue, showcasing new skills like Cursed Cloak Level 2 and Cursed Armor Level 3. The new armor forms purely from sheer willpower, allowing him to channel cursed steps directly through his hands. Once active, it steadily drains nearby enemies while perfectly blocking incoming physical attacks. He also unlocks Cursed Devourer Level 1 and 2, allowing him to activate power boosts 3 times a day using his own mana instead of relying on cursed items. Steve quickly checks on Motem, the spirit inside the ring, noting they both blacked out after the battle, though Steve managed to wake up 3 days earlier. Motem groggily compares the experience to a brief nap, immediately asking if the world tree is safe. Looking out at the sunlit room, Steve warns that there is a lot to catch up on. After hearing the whole explanation, Motem casually concludes that nothing seems too terribly serious. Steve snaps back in anger, demanding to know how Motem can be so calm when his silence caused so much worry. The spirit simply sighs, telling him to relax and focus on finding their next target, knowing Steve has been hunting artifacts. Ignoring the comment entirely, Steve demands to know how long it has been since the spirit absorbed that corruption. He wonders why it is suddenly acting so bold when they both witness the same terrifying visions. The spirit honestly shrugs it off, claiming to have always been this way. Motem pauses, deciding it is better to discuss the matter later once things settle down. Sensing his partner's reluctance to talk, Steve decides not to push any further. Steve agrees, knowing he would not get an easy answer anyway. With plenty of time ahead, the conversation is put on the back burner. Down in the training hall, Mac asks Steve if he is fully recovered. Smiling, Steve declares his ring is fixed, and they can spar for as long as they want. Grinning with excitement, Mac drops into a fighting stance and tells him to bring it on. Steve eagerly responds, challenging his partner to attack with absolutely everything he has. Mac lunges forward with incredible speed. Praiseworthy momentum indeed. Remaining completely calm under pressure, Steve instantly activates his newly acquired cursed armor skill. Caught off guard, Mac collides with Steve in a thunderous clash. Steve is sent skidding backward, instantly realizing that holding his ground against this brute force is going to be incredibly tough. Suddenly, Steve notices Mac gearing up to unleash a devastating power strike. The powerful blast hits dead on, but Mac is stunned to see his attack completely blocked. Steve stands perfectly unharmed, his defense proving far more robust than either of them anticipated. Steve explains it is a new, untested skill. This revelation only fuels Mac's competitive fire, and he laughs at Steve's boldness for using their spar as a live testing ground. Mac promises to crush him entirely with his heaviest strikes. Unfazed, Steve smugly welcomes the challenge and immediately triggers his high-speed movement skill to close the distance. Mac struggles to track the sudden acceleration, assuming the dispel loop on the shield would block mana usage. Seizing on this split second of confusion, Steve vanishes and reappears directly behind him. With a sudden move, Steve lands a clean punch right to Mac's face, sending the warrior flying backward across the training grounds. But a single punch is not enough to keep Mac down. Groaning as he pushes himself up, he notes that suppressing the loop's interference is barely scratching the surface of Steve's new power. Steve compliments Mac's sharp combat instincts and impressive durability. He then reminds his friend that this sparring match is also payback for Mac getting in his way during their last mission. Mac reflects on that tense moment, admitting that given how furious Steve was back then, he would not even defend himself if Steve decided to strike him down. Steve sighs, pointing out that he received plenty of help in return. With that settled, the debt between them is finally wiped clean. With those words, he turns on his heel and walks away. After such a tense battle, a quick wash is needed before heading to the Grand Hall. Something big is brewing, and the chairman has summoned them. Soon, Steve, Elena, and Max arrive at the lobby. Steve steps forward to ask why they were summoned. Seeing them arrive, Chairman Simus quickly explains. He thanks them for coming, admitting he has been completely overwhelmed with negotiations involving the two kingdoms. He was too distracted to meet them in person sooner. Passing a single scroll to the trio, the chairman explains that he has a special request to make. Steve takes the scroll, noting with a smirk that it looks an awful lot like a labor contract. The chairman quickly defends himself, pleading with Steve not to look at him that way because this is a win-win deal. They are free to decline, but he heard whispers that they are currently searching for a dungeon for their next adventure. This spikes Steve's curiosity, prompting him to ask how the man knew. The chairman honestly admits he heard it from Draenor, which makes Steve gasp in surprise. The chairman then begins to discuss the dungeon situation in detail. Normally, finding dungeons in this region is quite rare because the World Tree naturally reduces the pollution levels within its territory. However, he pulls out a massive pile of letters, explaining that these magical messages arrived all through the night from the various cities and ancient tombs surrounding the forest. He informs the trio that every single letter contains a desperate plea for help because of the sudden, unexplained appearance of active dungeons. It seems that once the World Tree was corrupted, the rot spread rapidly, crystallizing to form multiple dungeons across the land. Chairman Simus shares some more critical details with them. Thanks to the World Tree, the forest air is saturated with an incredibly dense mana. Consequently, the monsters in that area are far stronger than usual, and even the local guards can barely stand a chance. He makes a solemn plea, asking them to destroy those dungeons. If the adventure itself is not enough, he promises to pay them handsomely for their trouble. On top of that, they can keep every single item they find inside. This generous offer immediately catches Steve's interest, making him grin. Later, joyful voices echo down the hallway, and honestly, who wouldn't be absolutely thrilled about having an exclusive dungeon all to themselves without any outside interference? As they walk, Steve remarks that if this were a war, he would have just stolen the relics and fled, but now they have both official cooperation and funding. He turns to his companions, asking if this is not the perfect win-win situation. Of course, he notes that it only works out if they can actually prove their strength. Elena simply smiles in response. Then, Steve suddenly turns to Max, saying he has a pressing question. He asks in a serious tone if his current level of strength would be enough to kill Gerard. The question plunges Max into a brief silence. He then carefully points out that while Steve managed to eliminate the third prince in the past, things are different now. Back then, they succeeded in creating the perfect trap, cutting off supplies and isolating the target completely. However, the Kingdom of Veneria will never let that happen a second time. Max warns Steve that this time, he must be prepared to face the entire kingdom. He offers some sincere advice, suggesting they prepare much more thoroughly to handle any unforeseen risks. His realistic analysis makes Steve smile, admitting that while Max is a cold guy, his logic is completely sound. Then it is Max's turn to ask where they are heading next. Steve hesitates, pointing out that there are simply too many places left to visit. When asked if he has decided on a route, Max turns the question back on Steve, wondering why Chairman Simus summoned him if he is just supposed to follow Steve. This raises Steve's guard, and he quickly asks if Max is planning on stalking him again after everything. Seeing Steve's reaction, Max confidently confirms his intentions, stating that from now on, his path is absolutely clear. Max wants to travel the world to observe, learn, and hone his skills. Right then, Mortem appears to mock Max, warning them not to forget that despite his usefulness, Max is still a reckless battle maniac. Steve silently agrees with this assessment. There is absolutely no guarantee he won't betray them. If Max ever loses interest in their group, he is exactly the type of person who would find a new target instantly. Suddenly, Max speaks up, pointing out that at least for now, he has not betrayed them. This startles Steve, who looks at him in shock, while Max remains completely calm. He tells Steve not to make that face anymore. He then firmly promises that until the day he requests another duel like today, he will never betray him. He adds that if he ever breaks his word, Steve should just end him, since that would be easy anyway. This chilling comment makes Steve sigh, admitting he still cannot figure out what kind of person Max really is. Suddenly, Elena chimes in to remind them that she is there too. Pointing directly at Max, she warns him that the price of betrayal will be incredibly high. Her intense warning makes Max chuckle, noting it felt like a real threat. Still, he promises to keep it in mind. At that moment, Steve notices the new sword in Elena's hand and asks if she upgraded her gear. She explains that she did some testing while Steve was asleep. She tells him that according to the maker, this weapon can easily transform into various forms, though mastering it will certainly take some time. She then asks to be absolutely sure if Max is really joining their party. Steve responds with total indifference. He points out that for now, there is no harm in it. His relaxed attitude makes Max stare intensely at them, while Elena locks eyes with him in deep thought. In the end, the two of them shake hands. Elena decides to give him a chance, while Max firmly promises that he will not let them down. Under the cover of a quiet night, a voice calls out from below, bringing medicine and some snacks. The watchman hears him and calls back. The deliveryman asks if anything unusual has happened, but the guard assures him everything is quiet. Hearing that, the man below suggests the guard come down to grab the supplies first. Relieved that they will not run out of medicine, the watchman starts to make his way down. Suddenly, the guard stops in his tracks and tells his partner to wait. He spots several goblins lurking in the dark woods. Without a single second of hesitation, he fires 2 well-aimed arrows straight into the dark brush. Just then, his companion climbs up to ask if he got them. He proudly confirms it, muttering that the monsters never let him get any rest. He sighs, noting it has been about 20 days since the nearby dungeons opened. The monster count is rising rapidly, and their temporary defenses are reaching their absolute limit. His companion points out that their increased defenses have at least helped them react much faster. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently, leaving both of them shouting in terror about an earthquake. A shout echoes for everyone to get ready. In the distance, a massive horde of beasts charges toward the camp, prompting the guard to scream a warning that they are Oganos. The deliveryman freezes in absolute horror at the mention of the Oganos. Beside him, the other guard suddenly notices something strange and tells everyone to wait. Watching the terrified expressions of the beasts, the guards realize the horde is not actually attacking. Instead, they look like they are desperately fleeing. Suddenly, a massive shockwave forces the lead beast to panic and sprint even faster. Sudden explosions rip through the forest behind them, sending the guards into a complete panic. Through the thick, rising smoke, a calm voice calls out, asking if anyone is injured. Looking down at the clearing, the blonde deliveryman asks in total confusion what is going on. Steve suddenly steps out of the smoke with his companions, loudly announcing that reinforcements have arrived and the monster threat has been taken care of. Raising his ring with a smug grin, he proudly declares that not a single monster corpse remains. Inside a nearby wooden cabin, Steve steps forward to shake hands with the blonde guard, who introduces himself as Brian. His companion speaks up as well, introducing himself as Ernst. Without wasting any time on small talk, Steve immediately gets straight to the point. Due to the sudden appearance of the dark dungeons, many sacred tombs have been heavily damaged. Furthermore, he explains that this chaos is now striking towns and cities all over the land at the exact same time, forcing Ex-Genta to deploy forces everywhere to handle the crisis. He then turns to Elena and Mark, instructing them to remain behind and protect the villagers. With more monsters likely on the way, they quickly agree to keep watch while Steve heads out to clear the dungeon. Just then, Unsen enters, asking where the rest of the team is and if there is any way they can help. Steve casually responds to the offer there is no one else, just the 3 of them. His answer leaves Unsen completely stunned, shouting that going into a dungeon alone is pure recklessness. But Steve calmly reassures him that everything will be fine, confidently gripping his sword as he promises to wrap this up in no time. Sometime later, Steve cuts down beasts in the dark cavern, muttering to himself that he has cleared everything and must be getting close. After walking a bit further, he reaches a heavy door and kicks it wide open. Stepping inside, he whispers to himself that it is time to take a look, only to face a strange beast he cannot even name. Without warning, the creature spews deadly acid straight at him, forcing a quick dodge. At that moment, Motim warns him that keeping too much distance will only cause trouble, and Steve completely agrees with the advice. He instantly activates his cursed armor skill alongside the light speed technique. In a flash, he charges directly at the beast and delivers a highly painful blow. The monster roars in agony from the strike. Seizing the opportunity, Steve drives his blade in once more, but the sheer pain causes the beast to violently throw him to the ground. Motim asks why he did not just dodge, but Steve proudly shrugs it off, claiming his armor would have protected him anyway. Motim sighs, telling him he needs to be absolutely sure next time. That is exactly why he wants to test it out now. Preparing for a second strike, he immediately unleashes his flame stop technique. The creature lets out a sudden roar as a raging fire tornado engulfs it. Using the distraction, Steve springs forward with incredible speed, slashing a massive, deep wound across its body. But he is not finished yet. Triggering an explosive skill, a massive blast erupts right on the monster, completely blowing it to pieces. Back at the village, the Elder watches in awe, wondering if these fighters are simply incredibly strong or just plain bizarre. Before anyone can answer, a shield flies through the air, crushing a goblin. The man behind that brutal throw is none other than Mark. Nearby, Elena raises her sword high, slicing down another beast, but mid-fight, something suddenly catches her attention. Suddenly, the dungeon collapses in on itself, leaving the villagers in sheer panic as they yell out in confusion. Unsen can only stammer, completely shocked by the crumbling structure. Every soldier in the village panics, whispering in disbelief that the dungeon has fallen. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the noise, asking what they are all doing. Elena's ears twitch as she softly chuckles, admitting she did not expect things to end like this. Meanwhile, under the snowy night sky of Burden Bear, frantic voices echo, demanding to search everywhere. Hiding on a rooftop, Sky watches the chaos unfold below as guards chase targets, shouting that they have found one of them over there. Sky gasps at the sight. Below him, a ruthless soldier drives a spear into a fleeing teenager, leaving the young boy groaning in agonizing pain. Furious, Sky pulls out his gun to intervene, but Nancy quickly holds him back, pleading with his leader to stop. They must leave now and not waste the precious opportunity their comrades sacrificed themselves to create. Knowing everyone volunteered for this, they leap across the rooftops to escape. Later, on a deserted path, Sky mutters that while they were suspected of supporting Steve, the Venerians acted far too quickly. Nancy immediately replies that this was bound to happen ever since they targeted the third prince. If Sky does not want to regret the sacrifices of the others, he needs to focus solely on getting out alive. Sky grits his teeth, wondering if he can ever find peace after running away. Suddenly, a strange, chilling voice asks if he feels any guilt. Whipping around, they search for the source of the voice as a figure emerges. It is the Western general, Ezra Harrietta, sneering that she is pleased to meet such filthy rats. Sky forces a smile, remarking on the warm welcome and noting he had no idea the Lord of Burden Bear would personally hunt him. She draws her sword with a cruel laugh. Sky quickly steps forward, ordering Nancy to stand back, while Nancy hesitates, reminding Sky that he was supposed to stay far away from here. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushes directly toward Nancy, and Sky's eyes widen in sheer horror at the sight. In a split second, Sky grabs Nancy and throws him aside to dodge the blow. He tells Nancy to stay back and let him handle her, though deep down, Sky feels a cold dread, knowing this attack is unavoidable. He gazes at the dark energy swirling around Ezra, silently analyzing her overwhelming power. A larger fight will only cause more chaos, so he instructs Nancy to secure the escape route while he holds her off before they flee together. Nancy hesitates but finally nods, telling him to stay alive as he runs off. Left alone, Sky wonders if her recent strike was truly made of pure darkness. He had heard the rumors, but seeing her fight like this confirms it, his gaze shifting to the glowing sword in Ezra's hand. Sky draws his gun to counter her magic, charging forward with determination. Ezra watches with pure disdain, mocking him for bringing a simple firearm to a sword fight. She points her glowing blade forward, calling his tactics low class as thick black smoke rises with every step Sky takes. Suddenly, a bullet slips from his sleeve. He grips it tightly, unleashing a blinding flash of light that forces Ezra to shield her eyes, wondering if it is a flash spell. But it is something else entirely. As she worries about her dark blade's power being countered, a cold voice suddenly cuts through her panic, calling her a noble. Before she can react, a gun barrel is pressed to her forehead, whispering that they do not teach street fighting in the Royal Academy. Sky smiles and cocks his weapon, noting that some lessons must be learned from experience. A loud gunshot echoes, and he looks down at her motionless body, wondering if it was really that easy. But just as he frowns in confusion, a dark blade suddenly lunges straight for his face. He barely dodges in time, the sharp edge grazing his cheek. A terrifyingly familiar voice echoes, boasting that she easily avoided the fatal blow. Sky looks up in shock to see Ezra perfectly fine, wondering how she could still be standing. He looks around in pure panic, realizing she has created a clone from the shadows. Wondering if his regular tools are simply no match for her dark magic, he raises his gun once more. Things are getting interesting. Only one of them is walking away from this fight. Ezra grips her sword tightly and charges with pure rage, screaming that she will tear him to pieces with her blade. Sky fires several quick shots as she glares at him. Ezra immediately vanishes into the shadows to dodge the bullets. Seeing her disappear, he grows tense, wondering what else might be lurking in the dark. Right then, Ezra leaps from behind him to strike. Suddenly, Sky lets out a strange smirk. Her sword seems to pierce right through something, sending splatters of blood into the air. Sky spins around to fire, but his bullets flying toward Ezra are blocked by rising shadows. Sky grits his teeth in sheer frustration, hating how she can shield herself with those damn shadows. Suddenly, she aims a heavy blow at his shoulder, screaming for the kingdom parasite to die. Luckily, Sky blocks the blow with his gun in time, shouting back that this fight is purely about survival. Once again, he raises his arm to prepare another move. Recognizing his movement, Ezra remembers a cheap trick from before. She immediately launches a high kick to intercept him, her eyes burning with a clear warning not to play games again. Her heavy blade thrusts forward right after. Panic flashes through Sky's eyes as he realizes the weapon is far too close. Watching the blade draw closer, Sky chuckles bitterly, knowing there is no way to dodge in time. Suddenly, a mysterious voice speaks up, warning him that his own loyal subordinates will lose face if he gets taken down like this. If his crew saw this, he would surely die of embarrassment. But just as Ezra's blade strikes, Sky instantly vanishes into thin air, leaving behind a strange green smoke. Ezro stares blankly at the fading green smoke, screaming in absolute rage at whatever cheap trick he just used. Her eyes turn terrifying as she demands to know if he actually dared to run. Ezro merges back into the shadows to give chase, vowing to catch him next time, while the thin green smoke drifts away in one direction. A moment later, Sky appears inside a small cabin, gasping for breath as Nancy rushes to support him. The mysterious man sitting opposite them calmly tells him not to panic, explaining that drifting through the void for the first time is always incredibly disorienting. Once he catches his breath, Sky pushes Nancy's hand away and demands answers from the stranger, asking who he is and what is going on. The man snaps his fingers, realizing he forgot to introduce himself. He proudly gestures to his chest, announcing that he is Gareth, a wanderer who helps people and leads the bandits. Ignoring Sky's critical stare, Gareth continues to babble on, explaining that he received their proposal and had been waiting at the meeting spot to back them up. Seeing Sky's completely blank reaction, Gareth turns and gestures for them to move, warning that they did not get very far in their rush and need to head out immediately. Sky stops him right there, insisting he still has no idea what is happening. He questions what Nancy could have possibly promised to make a stranger risk his life, demanding to know who Gareth thinks they actually are. Gareth chuckles in amusement, casually replying that they are the prime suspects behind the Gambini crisis, making them a very interesting group. Gareth admits he had no desire to see their great talents and courage go to waste, as letting them die out here would be a real shame. As they stand there talking, however, they remain completely unaware of a dark presence creeping up on them. He asks if Sky has ever heard the saying that the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Gareth mentions he heard they make incredibly interesting items, but mid-sentence Sky suddenly notices something shifting in the room. Suddenly, a figure leaps straight out of the darkness. Spotting the threat, Sky yells out a desperate warning for Gareth to watch his back. But it is too late as a sharp blade pierces straight through Gareth. Strangely, his body dissolves into that familiar green smoke once again. It seems he reformed nearby, materializing right next to Sky, who quickly asks if he possesses some kind of powerful relic too. Gareth gasps in sheer panic, muttering about how close he came to actually dying and wondering how she found them so fast. Ezro steps forward with a cold sneer, mocking his little trick before warning them that once her shadows expand, there will be absolutely no escape. Dark energy flares wildly from her heavy blade as she declares that this entire area belongs to her now, completely engulfed by her creeping shadows. Gareth draws his own sword with an amused grin, praising her fierce spirit and wishing they had time for a proper duel. He warns her to try and survive his ultimate technique, while she suddenly senses something dangerous in the air. Ezro grits her teeth, realizing she cannot afford to hesitate like this when facing two opponents at the same time. If she stalls, she will be defeated, so she must strike first. Seeing her hesitation, Gareth glances over at Sky, signaling him to use one of his interesting gadgets to distract her while they still have the chance. Sky looks annoyed by the request, asking what happened to his supposedly unstoppable ultimate technique. Gareth points out she is a highly trained general, so his skill might not work easily. He urges Sky to stay calm and take a risk with him, to which Sky responds with a subtle movement of his hand, realizing Gareth is no ordinary fighter. Sky fires a bullet forward, muttering that since they are in the middle of a battle, he will just trust him for now. The familiar bullet streaks quickly toward Ezro. She glares at it with pure confidence, scoffing at his repeated tricks and preparing to slice the projectile in half before it can even explode. True to her word, she swings her sword and slices the bullet cleanly in half, but a thick smoke suddenly erupts from within. Ezro swings her sword down in irritation, cursing them for refusing to fight like real warriors. She slams her blade into the ground, fiercely deciding to slaughter them all right then and there. As the thick smoke begins to clear, Ezro stands completely alone, sweating as her hands begin to tremble on her hilt. Looking around the empty area, she is shocked to realize she cannot sense a single trace of her enemies nearby. She envisions the completely empty streets of the silent city around her before her gaze hardens with absolute fury and cold determination. Vowing that this is the last time she will deal with such trouble, a massive explosion suddenly rocks another part of the region. As the dust settles, a familiar figure emerges complaining about the hassle, prompting Elena and Max to ask if he is still angry, noting how truly tragic this final village looks. Looking at the ruins, he explains that the dungeon opened right in the middle of town. The villagers had no time to react, and since they are so far out, getting help was nearly impossible. He continues speaking, reminding them that they have done absolutely everything they could to clear out these dangerous dungeons. Elena gently tells him not to blame himself for the tragedy, but Steve angrily interrupts. He snaps that what really infuriates him is finding a mysterious cloak inside the dungeon that looks exactly like the ones worn by those spider-legged bastards. He softens his voice, noting only ruins remain, before the three of them finally turn and walk away. Steve suddenly stops to ask if they found any survivors or clues outside, to which Elena sadly replies that everyone is gone. though they did manage to discover some fresh footprints from the escaping villagers. Following her to the tracks, Steve kneels to inspect them closely, muttering the word footprints in confusion. He wonders why they are all outside, questioning if they were running from the monsters. Steve closes his eyes, activating his survival instinct. Faint trails of smoke guide him, whispering secrets of the trail. He senses they fled toward the southern forest. Suddenly, Motem appears in his mind, warning him that their scent lingers. There is a dark possibility they dragged the captured villagers along. Anger flares hot within Steve, those absolute bastards. Meanwhile, far away inside the royal palace of Veneria, Prince Conrad sits in his private quarters, staring deep into a glowing magical relic. The crystal ball suddenly erupts in a blinding flash, projecting a hazy, distant vision before the light slowly fades away. Conrad gasps heavily, muttering about a future that is now set in stone. Leaving the glowing relic behind, he sprints through the palace halls, frantically calling out to the Grand Samek Kadev about a terrifying prophecy. Elsewhere, Steve and his companions emerge from the World Tree. A freezing, razor-sharp wind immediately whips across their faces in this snowy wasteland. Elena marvels at the incredible power of the World Tree, while Mark shivers, complaining about the brutal, bone-chilling cold. But their idle chatter is instantly cut short when a mysterious bird suddenly appears, circling directly over their heads. The bird suddenly vanishes into thin air, dropping a small object that catches Steve's eye. Reaching out, he catches a letter bearing the personal signature of President Seamoth. Mark looks on with deep curiosity, asking if the letter contains any urgent news. Steve quickly unfolds the parchment, skimming the lines before answering. He writes that he is already negotiating with various world leaders to handle this growing crisis. As Steve reads, he envisions the president drafting these urgent words. It seems the global authorities finally realize the extreme danger, mobilizing their forces immediately following the disastrous Shiji's incident. If the villagers have indeed been abducted, this turns into a massive international crisis. There is no telling where the remnants of that extremist group will hide or what terror they might unleash next. Snapping back to reality, Steve reads the next lines aloud. Although they possess a flawless tracking device to hunt down the evil cultists, the farther they travel from the World Tree, the weaker the signal gets. Mark chimes in, pointing out that those fanatics had somehow established contact with the tree from the very beginning. For the past 4 months, Mark doubted that dragging them back to Xanta was a wise move. Elena asks about the ruined villages, prompting Steve to calmly roll up the letter before answering. He explains that investigators were dispatched, but the immense distance means it will take significant time. For now, the search is entirely in their hands. As they resume their journey, Steve urges everyone to move quickly while he contacts the remaining nations. We need to hurry. There is absolutely no time to waste. Sometime later, they step through a portal into a completely different region, and Steve groans in sheer frustration. What is this? From a freezing snow mountain straight into a scorching desert, talk about a complete shock to the system. Behind him, Mark pulls up his scarf, warning that the mana in this desert is abnormally thick. He suggests they speed up before things get worse. Even with defensive gear, the whipping sand cuts deep into their skin. Steve teases Mark for being a big guy who complains too much, but suddenly freezes. Raising his hand, he summons a powerful, swirling vortex of wind to clear the path. As the dust settles, Steve asks if he is okay, noting that breathing and visibility should be much better now. Mark is genuinely impressed by such a handy survival technique. As they march on, Elena suddenly halts them, pointing toward a distant dune. Peering through the haze, she spots what looks like human silhouettes standing on the ridge. Steve quickly shields his eyes from the blazing sun, confirming the presence of strangers. He shouts up at the ridge, demanding to know if they are followers of the Archibald cult. A cold voice calls back down, asking who Archibald is and claiming total ignorance. Meanwhile, Mark's expression suddenly shifts to absolute shock as he recognizes someone in the group. The speaker steps forward. It is Prince Raptors. With a smug grin, he looks down and greets Mark, calling him General and remarking that it has been a very long time. Mark is utterly stunned, demanding to know what the prince is doing in such a desolate wasteland. But then, remembering the recent prophecy, he realizes Conrad's warning must have brought them all the way to West Laura Estella. The two guardians standing beside Raptors look down in disbelief, questioning if Mark is truly the legendary general and why he is with them. Raptors quickly cuts them off, declaring there is no time for idle chat. He demands to know what this Archibald cult actually is, showing zero patience for a reunion. Steve is not in a friendly mood. Drawing his blade, he demands to know who this arrogant prince thinks he is, warning him to stay out of their business. Steve channels his aura and lunges. Moving with blinding speed, he effortlessly slips past the prince's 2 elite guardians, leaving the purple-haired guard completely stunned as he frantically tries to track his movement. Stella is equally shocked by how instantly Steve closed the gap. He bypasses them entirely, thrusting his blade directly toward the spot where Raptors is standing. But Steve's blade strikes only empty air. He gasps in disbelief, wondering how anyone could possibly react and dodge an attack moving at such a terrifying speed. Suddenly, the prince's voice echoes down from above, mockingly calling the sudden head-on attack incredibly rude. Standing below, Elena silently watches the exchange, noting that hovering effortlessly in midair is a highly advanced technique requiring immense mana control. It must be an incredibly difficult feat. Back in the fight, Mortem speaks to Steve telepathically, questioning if some hidden relic is granting the prince such inhuman reaction speeds. This is going to be troublesome, Steve mutters, sensing that the prince is relying on a relic. Acting on Motem's advice, he conjures a small fireball, preparing to test his opponent's defenses. Steve hurls the rapidly expanding ball of fire high into the sky. As the blazing projectile closes in on the prince, a strange, glowing barrier suddenly manifests out of thin air. The barrier expands into a spatial portal, swallowing the massive fireball whole. Steve's eyes widen in absolute shock at the impossible defense. Suddenly, the same spatial portal tears open beside him, releasing his own fiery attack in a terrifying twist. A massive explosion rocks the desert sands, followed by a deafening blast. Emerging from the thick smoke with only a slightly singed cloak, Steve sighs in relief, thanking his heavy armor. Motem watches the portal shrink, explaining that it is a short-range teleportation relic, though using it defensively like that must drain an immense amount of mana. Looking closely, those powerful relics actually belong to the prince's two guardians, who quickly take up defensive stances to protect him. They declare that they will never allow Steve to lay a single finger on their precious prince. Instantly, the guard's magical rings fire a lethal beam of light straight at Steve. Motem quickly screams at him to stay alert, leaving Steve temporarily speechless as the blinding magical projectile closes in at high speed. The magical projectile shoots out of the portal like a bullet, but Steve's heavy armor successfully deflects the blow. Highly annoyed by the constant interference, he snaps at them, shouting that he is far too busy to play games with these lackeys. But two more energy blasts immediately rain down from both sides. Luckily, Elena and Mark leap in to block the incoming attacks, telling Steve to focus on his target. Elena gives him a reassuring look, telling him to focus entirely on the prince. With their support clearing the way, a massive surge of power channels into Steve's legs. Steve leaps high into the air, shouting back that he is counting on them to hold the line. Watching this, the stunned guard demands to know if the great general has truly betrayed his prince. He calmly replies to his foe, "Sorry, but I am no longer a Veneria noble, nor am I your general." Yes, this is betrayal, with absolutely nothing to explain. Hearing his cold answer, the opponent grits his teeth and attacks relentlessly. But Max calmly raises his shield, easily blocking the blows, and gently tells him to take a deep breath. While he is distracted, a teleportation portal suddenly appears behind him. Fortunately, Elena rushes forward just in time to block the incoming strike. She turns her head and yells at Jack, telling him he is wavering. If he is harboring any foolish thoughts, he should just speak up, because she is ready to snap him back to reality any time. Max calms down and frowns, answering that there is no need. He will never betray his own choice. She is right on this brutal battlefield. A single slip-up means instant death. He stares at the enemy henchman, quietly reminding himself that even the slightest slip-up could cost him his life. With that thought, he casts a cold, unfriendly gaze toward Stella. Floating high above, Raptors observes the chaotic battlefield below. Feeling those immense surges of power, he wonders to himself if this is how a war god truly appears. But before he can even finish his thought, a familiar voice cuts him off, and he looks up to see Stitz flying directly toward him. Stitz evaluates his foe. This man in front of him has completely surpassed the limits of any normal human. The very moment he reaches Raptors, he thrusts his sword forward without a single shred of hesitation. The blade surges ahead at a blinding speed, but to his utter shock, a single casual hand easily stops it in its tracks. Raptors asks if he really thinks a god could fly this high on simple wings alone. Stitz feels a crushing weight pressing down on his blade, gasping in horror as his entire body completely freezes up. With pure contempt, Raptors raises his foot and stomps hard on his head. He warns the young warrior never to dream of standing on equal footing with someone of his stature. Unleashing a massive burst of force, Raptor stomps him down. Steve crashes straight into the hard earth with a deafening rattle that shakes the entire battlefield. Emerging unharmed from the thick cloud of dust thanks to his protective armor, Steve stands up calmly. He looks up at his foe and asks if he can manipulate time in addition to flying. Mortem chimes in with a quick analysis, suggesting the enemy can only slow down time within a limited area. Keeping his eyes locked on the hovering prince, Steve notes that if his power were truly absolute, he would have wiped all three of them out by now. Why does he just stand and watch? Mortem offers to investigate further, but warns Steve not to overuse their synchronization. Suddenly, the massive figure of Max appears right beside them, quickly apologizing for the confusion and explaining that he was in the middle of a battle just a second ago. Steve quickly cuts him off, calling it perfect timing because he is planning to finish off the arrogant prince with one single strike. He carefully consults Max on the plan, asking if he thinks their target will try to run away. Max calmly gives him a firm, unshakable answer. The prince will absolutely not retreat from this spot. While Steve is still processing this confident response, an unexpected projectile flies right toward them. Reacting instantly, Max shoves him out of the way, shouting for everyone to scatter and stay far away from him. Dodging the blast, Steve grits his teeth and mutters a curse. But Mortem quickly advises him that if this crucial intel came from an insider, it might actually be highly reliable. High above, Raptors silently watches everything play out. Below him, Steve drives his weapon deep into the ground and thrusts his bare hands forward, unleashing a massive, roaring torrent of energy directly at the sky. Next, he shoots a blazing stream of fire into the vortex, combining the elements into a devastating new technique that surges straight toward Raptors in a massive, roaring firestorm. A series of deafening explosions rock the heavens. But through the raging inferno, the enemy prince emerges, coughing heavily as he struggles to escape. Stitz watches in sheer disbelief, gasping out in shock. Steve asks if the prince is trying to run away. Mortem quickly corrects him, pointing out that their foe merely dodged the direct impact and has stopped very close by. Watching this bizarre behavior, Steve narrows his eyes in deep confusion. The man is really not escaping. Hovering in the air, Raptors grits his teeth against the heavy pressure, wondering if this sudden area attack is the result of Steve's clash with the war god. He quickly deduces that the power granted by the ancient artifact is absolute, but there has to be a catch. The skill range is restricted to a fixed axis, meaning his movement is heavily limited after activation. Gritting his teeth, he recalls Conrad's warnings from before, silently reminding himself that they must have planned this ahead of time. But according to Conrad's prophecy, a massive, world-altering event is about to unfold right here, and he needs to get into the correct position immediately. Reaching out to pierce the defensive barrier behind him, he bitterly regrets his decisions. Had he known things would turn out like this, he never would have traveled alone just to move faster, bringing so few men with him. Forcefully tearing a hole through the barrier, Raptors is glad he is not too far away from his goals. Just then, Steve charges up from below and demands to know where he is looking. Clenching his fist as dark, ominous energy surges around him, Steve prepares to unleash a devastating punch. Yet, to Raptors, his movements are slow as a turtle, prompting him to say that while he is impressed, Steve has learned absolutely nothing. Catching Steve's incoming fist with utter contempt, Raptors asks if he needs to remind him that throwing simple physical attacks is completely useless. Confused by Steve's sudden, eerie grin, Raptors asks if his opponent has completely lost his mind. But before he can react, a blinding light erupts from an object in Steve's palm, exploding in a flash of pure, excruciating pain. Hearing his cry of agony, the two loyal henchmen look back in panic. Seeing their prince falling from the sky, they rush forward. Seizing this distraction, Elena swiftly raises her glowing bow to take aim. A brilliant, glowing bow materializes as she gathers her energy, preparing to strike. In an instant, she releases the arrow, sending it screaming through the air with immense power. Stella turns her head just in time to spot the incoming projectile, quickly tearing open two magical portals to redirect the deadly arrow back at its source. As her own attack comes hurtling back, Elena notices a sudden shift. It is Max, charging forward with his heavy shield to intercept the arrow for her, shouting that he has got it covered. Simultaneously, the golden lion emblem on his shield glows with raw energy, as Max decides this is more than enough. Unleashing the accumulated force, his shield fires a colossal, devastating beam of pure power straight ahead. Seeing the massive blast of energy heading their way, the henchman screams out a warning to Stella. Acting quickly, she opens another portal to absorb and counter the devastating beam. Struggling to hold her ground, she curses under her breath because she has no time to set up her position. In desperation, she sweeps her hand to open yet another portal. The newly created portal absorbs the overwhelming energy and redirects it elsewhere. Suddenly sensing danger, Mortem shouts for Steve to take hold of this, prompting the young warrior to yell a frantic warning. He yells for everyone to get away from that spot immediately. Before the words even leave his mouth, a massive explosion erupts, catching the prince's henchmen completely off guard. The sheer force of the blast tears through everything in its path, scorching the very ground. As the roaring flames slowly fade, a thoroughly terrified Stella stammers out a desperate order to protect the prince, calling it their absolute top priority. She wonders in sheer panic where such a horrifying blast could have come from. Right on cue, another earth-shattering explosion rocks the area, accompanied by deafening screams from the battlefield. Through the darkness, a voice suddenly breaks the silence, asking if they can hear him and telling them to get out immediately. Through the smoke, Elena and Max safely peek their heads out. As they struggle out of the collapsing sand, Steve is already waiting and sighs in relief that they were not buried too deep. The moment Mark claws his way free, he immediately starts asking questions. Mark demands to know what just happened and if the prince and his team survived. Steve can only offer a grim, calm reply. They are either buried deep beneath the dunes or already dead. Looking around, Steve points out that he cannot sense any signs of life other than them. The massive amount of sand has even raised the ground level, but that is not their biggest concern right now. He points into the distance, urging them to look closer so they can see it too. There, drifting through the dry desert air, is a highly unusual and ominous dark energy, visible to the naked eye. Mark is absolutely stunned, unable to believe they can see such dark power so clearly, but before they can process this, a violent tremor shakes the earth, causing Mark to panic and shout. Even Steve grits his teeth, wondering what kind of nightmare is heading their way this time. Suddenly, a massive shadow falls over them, and a terrifying giant monster looms right before the eyes of all three companions. Mortem immediately notices a gaping hole in the giant's chest, where a corrupt dark relic is embedded. As they scream in terror, Steve is stunned to see his own sword suddenly starting to glow with a strange power. Staring at the giant's burning eyes, Steve suddenly realizes a horrifying truth. This beast is actually one of the disciples serving the evil Arcabasso. Steve reassures himself that a giant body does not mean real strength, promising to lead the charge as usual. The words have barely left his mouth when he runs right past Elena and Mark to attack. Just as Steve closes in, the monster kicks him away with terrifying ease. This shocking sight causes Elena to scream his name in absolute panic. Mark is stunned, wondering how such a massive giant can be so fast. But Steve quickly shouts to keep everyone calm, telling them to hold their ground and focus on the target. Steve immediately activates his devastating Inferno Heatwave, unleashing a fiery hollow breath attack. Confident he can burn the beast to ashes, he wastes no time barking out orders to Elena. Steve yells for Elena to back him up with everything she has, and she quickly responds. Her arrow flies forward like a flash of light, with Steve charging right behind it. This coordinated assault startles the giant, who quickly raises a massive hand to block the incoming strike. However, instead of a direct attack, he is caught completely off guard by Steve's clever feint, leaving him wide open. Seizing the brief opening, Steve swings his sword down for what should be a fatal strike, but to his absolute shock, the blade cannot even pierce the giant's incredibly tough skin. The giant counters immediately, forcing Steve to curse in frustration. A powerful fist slams him face first into the dirt, and the monster ruthlessly follows up with another brutal punch right to his back. Feeling the crushing power, Steve wonders how the giant can be this strong. Right then, Mortem speaks up to give him a harsh warning. Mortem tells him to focus, warning that even if she heals his injuries, he will be crushed to pieces unless he escapes immediately. Steve angrily snaps back that it is easier said than done, demanding to know how he is supposed to break free as another fist crashes down. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the darkness, calling out to Steve. Mortem urgently informs him that she senses the raw energy of an ancient relic buried nearby in the sand. Confused, Steve watches as something beneath the sand reacts, releasing a powerful energy that feels strangely familiar. He wonders if someone from the prince's squad is buried right beneath them, and Mortem immediately confirms that this is indeed the case. Hearing this, Steve immediately activates his curse ring. The ancient artifact on his hand begins to glow, releasing a surge of incredible power. That surge of power triggers a system alert, announcing that Steve has unlocked a brand new ability called Incarnation. While the giant blindly hammers the ground, a brilliant light suddenly erupts from the sand, leaving Steve completely wide-eyed with shock. Standing right in front of him is a beautiful young woman, possessing such incredible strength that she easily blocks the giant's massive fist. Now that is what you call a grand entrance. Despite her exceptionally beautiful appearance, this fierce young woman has a remarkably sharp tongue. She warns the beast that this is his final resting place, before pulling her fist back and delivering a powerful counterstrike. The giant recoils in pain, forced to retreat a few steps. Sighing, she turns to a completely bewildered Steve and tells him to get up, asking if he plans to lie there all day. Still completely dazed by her sudden appearance, Steve hesitantly stammers to ask who she is. This simple question instantly annoys the girl, who turns back to ask what kind of nonsense he is babbling about. Suddenly, her true spiritual identity becomes clear. She is actually Mortem, now taking the form of a human girl named Freya, asking if he recognizes her. At that moment, the system displays how this transformation works, explaining that the incarnation skill allows a spirit to manifest in physical form. Steve finally starts to understand what is happening. Stammering about the incarnation skill, Steve remains completely dazed. Seeing him so lost, Freya angrily tells him to stop standing there like a ghost and pull himself together. She commands him to save his questions for later so they can focus on the enemy in front of them. Steve quickly agrees, but is immediately distracted by his sword, realizing it is completely transformed, right as the giant lets out a deafening roar. The giant's roar snaps Steve back to reality, reminding him of a very crucial detail. He hurriedly asks her what will happen to his abilities now that she is out here. He asks if this means he can no longer use his powerful ring. Lunging forward to attack, Freya yells back that it only affects a few minor abilities, reminding him again to leave his foolish questions for after the battle. Charging into battle without a moment of hesitation, Freya leads the assault. Meanwhile, Elena and Mark rush to Steve's side, with Mark asking anxiously if he is doing all right. Mark spots Freya and immediately wonders if she is a new threat. Before he can finish, Elena chimes in, equally confused about the stranger's sudden appearance. Elena asks if this mysterious girl is an ally or an enemy, and Steve admits he is not entirely sure either. He quickly charges back into the fray, shouting at them to find a safe place to hide while they handle this bizarre fight. His words leave Elena utterly bewildered, repeating the phrase in confusion. On the other side of the battlefield, Freya winds up to strike the giant again. She delivers a staggering blow that completely freezes the beast in his tracks. Following up with a rapid flurry of relentless punches, she leaves Steve watching in absolute awe of her sheer strength. Suddenly, Steve's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. With a thunderous crash, Freya is slammed violently into the dirt, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that makes him gasp. Just when you think they have won, the tables turn. Freya sits up and angrily curses that she is still not strong enough. Seeing her intense frustration, Steve tries to comfort her, pointing out that she definitely managed to damage the beast. Steve points out that his own sword failed to pierce its hide, leading Freya to realize she cannot win this fight with her bare hands alone. But then, she notices something. She finally notices the glowing weapon in Steve's hand, demanding to know when it transformed. Steve honestly explains that the blade changed right after he nearly lost his life just a few moments prior. This explanation makes Freya sigh in annoyance, declaring that if she had known sooner, they could have avoided this entire mess in the first place. She confidently declares that he can easily defeat the monster using that sword. When a skeptical Steve asks how she knows it is that strong, Freya explains that the weapon's transformation is directly linked to her own spiritual energy. She can clearly feel that as her strength grows, the sword becomes much more powerful. She then recalls the dwarf's previous words, asking if his weapon truly possesses the ability to grant its wielder's deepest desires. She explains that this unique trait is why the blade constantly absorbs all available energy from its surroundings, drawing in both the dark power of the area and her own strength. After clashing with the creature herself, Freya realized something crucial. The sword only reacts this intensely to its true target. She warns that the only way to destroy the beast permanently is for its master to deliver the final blow himself. With the explanation out of the way, Freya turns to Steve with a grim warning. Manifesting in the physical world has drained the ring, leaving very little power. He will only get one shot at this, and she promises to create the perfect opening. Before he can even respond, she charges headfirst toward the towering giant, waiting for the perfect split second to strike. Steve grits his teeth at her reckless attitude, muttering that she never changes. Freya unleashes her blazing hellfire heat, using the intense waves to keep the monster distracted. Instead of trading direct punches with the brute, she agilely scales up his giant arm, keeping him completely off balance. She delivers a devastating surprise blow right to his face. Seeing the golden opportunity, she screams for him to strike, and Steve immediately leaps high into the air. A system notification flashes. Their combined skills have conjured a roaring flame of extreme heat. This technique drains a massive amount of energy in real time, with the consumption rising alongside the size and intensity of the fire. Steve swings down, delivering a fatal strike to the giant. Seeing the colossal beast finally defeated, he breathes a heavy sigh of relief as the massive body begins to collapse onto the desert sand. Amidst the smoking ruin, the defeated giant lies still while Freya watches. Steve cautiously approaches, but suddenly, the monster's hand begins to twitch, drawing a sharp sigh of disbelief from Freya. She mutters that it is a stubborn thing and tells him to finish it. Gritting his teeth, Steve curses the wretched beast and wastes no time activating his parasite curse magic. A sudden development makes Steve gasp in surprise. The dark power radiating from his ring is slowly devouring the giant's corpse. Once it is fully consumed, a strange object falls from the creature's chest onto the sand. Freya walks over to pick it up, telling Steve to hold on tightly. She grips the writhing artifact, annoyed that it is still trying to escape, when Steve suddenly asks her a direct question. He asks if she is not going to absorb it this time, but she nonchalantly replies, asking what would happen if the power backfired on her. She hands the strange object to Steve. Instead of absorbing it immediately, he pockets it, suggesting they discuss it later. Together, Steve, Elena, and Mark drag their enemy's body from the shifting sands, noting how suffocating and horrific such a death must have been. Elena asks if he plans to burn the corpse right there. Steve explains that since their artifacts are parasitic, he cannot use them anyway, making disposal the best option. Staring down at his ring, he unleashes a sudden burst of flame from his palm, setting the enemy's remains ablaze to ensure nothing of the parasite survives. In that quiet moment, Steve asks Mark if he regrets fighting alongside him. Mark replies with a calm shrug. He adds that even if they had not met today, those foes were destined for a brutal end regardless. The royal family of Benicia has far too many enemies, making this outcome inevitable. Steve nods, recalling Mark's words during the previous battle with the prince, and mutters that he understands. It seems Mark knew why they were here all along. He admits there is a prophetic artifact in Benicia, which is how he anticipated the Raptors' presence in this desolate wasteland. That foresight was how he managed to bring reinforcements to Fort Gambini just in time. He apologizes for bringing it up, but notes the prince must have envisioned something crucial in this area. That was why the prince refused to leave. Hearing Mark's words, Steve sighs deeply, realizing how fortunate he was not to attack Benicia unprepared, as he would have stood absolutely no chance. Steve silently thanks his luck for discovering this truth in time. Suddenly, a voice behind him cuts through the quiet, making him spin around in surprise. Mark has a question for Brian, or more accurately, Steve. Hearing this, Elena freezes as the memory hits her. In her panic earlier, she had accidentally blurted out his real name, Steve. This sudden realization makes her gasp in dismay. Mark asks Steve directly why he is hunting the third prince, sensing a deep personal vendetta between them. Steve remains silent, letting out a heavy sigh before gesturing for Elena to come over. Under the scorching desert sun and the heat of the flames, Mark speaks with sheer amazement. He marvels at the strange twist of fate, realizing Steve's artifact actually brought him back to life. Mark glances over at Elena, noting that everything is finally starting to fall into place, especially since Steve's companion is an elf from the dark forest. Steve points toward Freya standing quietly in the corner, explaining her true identity as a Memento Mori spirit who emerged from his ring, though she does not usually look so human. Suddenly, Freya snaps, asking if they plan to stand there chatting all day. She irritably orders Steve to move if he is finished. She points out that the deep crater left by the giant is pitch black, and they must head down to investigate. Soon after, the group descends into the dark pit, with Elena pinching her nose at the putrid stench. At the same time, Freya casually pushes open the door to a hidden chamber and steps right inside. She tells them not to just stand there staring, since there is something inside. The moment Steve enters the chamber, he instantly covers his nose, complaining that the foul odor is absolutely unbearable. Staring at the clutter before him, Steve wonders what kind of place this is and what those strange crates contain. Freya turns to him, demanding that he open one of them up. Her demand leaves him bewildered, questioning if they should really be opening them. But curiosity wins, and the moment he cracks one open, he recoils in absolute horror. He shouts in shock, realizing it is a mummified corpse, wondering what all these coffins mean. Freya deduces that these must be the missing villagers of Edel, the settlement they had passed through right before venturing deep into this harsh desert. Elena agrees with her theory, noting that despite the severe decay, the fresh stench confirms it. Steve turns around hesitantly, asking if she truly believes all of these victims were the local villagers. Freya inspects the row of coffins, guessing they took victims from wherever they could find them. Steve looks at the bodies lined up before him, his voice trembling with growing anger. So this is where those monsters dragged all these innocent souls. But wait, look closely as the mummy they just uncovered snaps its eyes open, while Elena warns that she hears someone moving nearby. The mummy sits upright just as Steve asks if she is sure she heard movement. In a flash, the creature lunges to attack him, but he delivers a swift kick that sends it crashing across the room, leaving him utterly baffled. He thought they were already dead. But then, he notices his sword reacting, which leads to a chilling realization. These innocent villagers have all been turned into brainless disciples. Pointing his blade at the twitching mummy, he desperately tries to process the chaos, wondering how they could still be in danger when they thought they had finally escaped. To his surprise, the mummy crumbles into dust the moment the blade draws near. Just then, Freya calls out to him, prompting Steve to look over and ask what she has found. She points to a distinct slot carved into the altar, asking Steve if he recognizes its unique shape. Steve pulls out the strange object he retrieved from the giant, gritting his teeth in sudden realization. He asks if those monsters were using this very device with the altar's magic circle to forge their twisted disciples. As they explore deeper, Steve's group realizes how massive the underground complex is. Mark proposes that they split into two teams to cover more ground quickly. Freya studies the strange letters carved onto a stone tablet, teasing Steve that he should focus on himself, as even the elf is smarter than him. Her playful jab makes him yell out in frustration. She remains calm, pointing out that Mark and Elena are safer staying above ground, while they face the real danger down in the tomb. Steve suggests they finish the search quickly and leave, as he cannot see a thing in the dark. Just then, Freya shares her discovery about the crimson runes painted all over the ancient walls. Although invisible to the naked eye, mysterious writing completely covers these stone walls. It appears to be some kind of magic circuit, but this dark artifact fails to activate it. She sighs and asks if they need another trigger for a reaction. Mana fills the heavy air, but Steve has a completely different idea in mind. Drawing on his exploration experience, Steve advises that the most important thing is to stay calm and analyze what is failing. His words make her look closely at the device, admitting they are not missing any specific piece. This dark relic is capable of interacting with other objects, but right now, it remains completely dormant. Suddenly, Steve suggests the artifact might simply lack power. Hearing this, she holds the dark object up, explaining that it initially radiated an incredibly strong energy, and asks if he remembers that power. They both saw it glowing brightly inside that massive giant, but now the device seems completely drained. Steve points out that turning a simple disciple into such a monster must have consumed an incredible amount of dark energy. Otherwise, the disciples in the previous room would have attacked them already. Steve's sharp reasoning makes Freya pause. Dark energy, she mutters to herself. To prove his theory, Steve points out that the surrounding area is filled with dark energy. He decides there is no point in guessing, so he immediately activates his cursed armor skill to test the hypothesis. An immediate change occurs. Freya gasps in surprise. The writing on the walls becomes clearly visible, proving Steve was absolutely right. Right at that moment, Max and Elena step into the room. Feeling the heavy aura, Max immediately asks about this strange, dark power. Steve turns around and asks if they have finished searching the area upstairs. Steve instructs both of them to close the basement door and wait upstairs until they are finished. Asking Max to protect Elena surprises the big guy, but Steve adds that safeguarding her is entirely his job if things go wrong. Freya unexpectedly calls out to Elena, addressing her as the elf. She reminds Elena of their past conversation, asking if she still remembers, suggesting that they find a much simpler name for her to use. Recalling those words, Freya asks Elena if she indeed recommended getting a nickname. Freya then proudly boasts that she has been thinking about it ever since and has finally chosen a proper one. She happily announces the name she chose for herself, telling Elena that she can call her Freya from now on. Shifting from human form back into a ring, she murmurs her new name. Moments later, Steve sits completely still in the center of the basement, wondering if he is starting to see something. Two figures suddenly materialize, making him wonder if his mind is playing tricks on him. One shadow glides right past him and shouts to the disciples that the enemy token has vanished. The figure growls that they gathered every single disciple and searched the entire northern territory for years, yet found no trace of it. The leader then turns to his subordinate, asking if he understands the true meaning behind this failure. The subordinate stammers, asking if the item could be located in the south. The leader immediately confirms this, stating the token is definitely there, though the royal bastards of Benesia still hold total control over that region. Once they realize the importance of the token and how to wield it, there will be no way to stop them. Hearing this, Steve is utterly shocked, questioning what they mean. Steve wonders if these disciples are actually rebelling against Benesia. At that exact moment, the leader shouts to calm his followers, declaring that since the enemy token is now out of their control, they have only one choice left. Stepping closer to Steve, the leader delivers a chilling declaration that makes him shudder. He warns that the enemy will soon return, meaning they must raise a brand new army to fight back. This bold claim shocks the other disciples, who immediately ask how they plan to create a whole new army of followers. The leader answers that they will seize the world tree, explaining their plan to inject this divine power directly into its ancient roots. Once accomplished, they can turn every single living creature in that entire kingdom into a host to breed many more disciples. He screams with absolute certainty that whether it is the enemy or not, they will crush anyone in their path because their ultimate goal remains entirely unchanged. Summoning all his strength, the leader declares that everything they do is to prepare for the grand return of God on this earth. These terrifying words leave Steve trembling in absolute fear as he listens. As the vision fades, Steve finally snaps out of it, gasping for air in exhaustion. He asks if it is over and what that was, and she replies that it was a recording. She explains that the mana circuit acts as a storage device, recording and playing back the conversations that once took place inside this dark basement. Shifting back into human form, she guesses this happened fairly recently since they mentioned the world tree. Suddenly, Steve tells her to wait, saying they need to look closely at everything they have heard so far. He assumes the previous owner was lost along with the token itself. Because of this, he deduces that a massive amount of time has passed since the last enemy showed up. Piecing the events together, he theorizes that receiving the token instantly made him their enemy. This means they are essentially preparing for a massive war against him. His words give Freya a massive headache, and she complains about her missing memories. Hating having to piece things together like this, she suggests heading back upstairs since there is nothing left to find. Upstairs, they realize that is the exact reason why the enemy targeted the world tree. Max suddenly points out that while they need to escape, there is still one major problem that they must address. He quickly explains that while investigating the dungeon, he realized a strange change had occurred since the moment they first stepped inside. The desert mana outside has grown increasingly intense, trapping them completely inside the dungeon. It is a terrifying realization. Meanwhile, outside, howling winds carry thick waves of dark magic through the empty air. Back in the basement, Freya shares her thoughts, noting that she had sensed something strange happening not too long ago. She points out they possess an artifact powerful enough to corrupt the world tree. However, the strangest thing is that this dark device has remained completely inactive despite all the time that has passed. This leads her to theorize that its massive energy is being redirected somewhere else, and if her guess is correct, that power serves a specific purpose. Convinced the energy is maintaining this entire desert, Freya asks Steve if he still remembers that incredibly intense mana he felt when they first set foot on this wasteland. Although he might not have noticed because his skill blew the surrounding mana away, she explains that the energy was exceptionally dense. She concludes that the only possible way to consume all of that dark power is by maintaining this vast, magical desert. If they absorb the artifact, she suggests, the massive flow of mana previously mentioned by that giant will naturally dissipate, allowing them to finally make their escape. Elena is deeply worried by this plan, asking what will happen if he absorbs the object and ends up falling unconscious once again. Placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, Steve tells her not to worry because his body is quickly adapting to the strain. Each time he absorbs the dark energy, the duration of his unconsciousness grows shorter, and he feels safe by her side. His sweet words make her blush with embarrassment. Shaking off the moment, he grabs the artifact from Freya and urges everyone to hurry. Instantly, a massive flow of mana surges into Steve as he activates his curse-absorbing skill. Meanwhile, far away on the Kadev plains, a low, menacing voice growls, giving someone one final chance to answer. Daisha demands to know who the captive is working for, but the prisoner only chuckles in response. Seeing this, Daisha pulls the chains tighter around his neck, threatening him to speak before it is too late. Just then, a voice rings out calling Daisha. Aston suddenly appears. Stay far away from him, he warns. The moment the warning is yelled, the captive mutates. Dark blood spews everywhere. Daisha floats in midair, frowning deeply as the body collapses. Einstein lands right behind her, asking if she is all right, his eyes full of worry. Einstein asks if she is all right. Looking at the corpse, he wonders if the man took his own life. Daisha sighs. She explains she only wanted to threaten him, not kill him. With a sigh, Einstein wonders how many times this has happened. He advises Daisha to stop investigating these people for now. They have far more pressing matters to deal with. Daisha looks around and asks where Kane is gone. Einstein frowns, explaining that Kane is currently mediating a conflict between the elves and dwarves, and that he only ran into her on his way elsewhere. Lowering her weapon, Daisha realizes they never get a moment of rest. Let us solve this first, she says, then investigate together. Einstein immediately agrees. Elsewhere, pouring rain washes over a distant castle. A heavily bearded soldier fights. Suddenly, an invisible force hits him, sending him flying backward. The blonde soldier fighting him is also pushed back by the shockwave. Then, the enemy leaps forward, slamming his blade into the muddy ground as agonizing screams echo through the rain. Kane halts. He lets out a heavy sigh, looking at the terrified soldiers. Return to your positions, he orders. Looking at the wounded, Kane issues a cold warning to the survivors. He has left this entire battlefield in ruins, declaring they had better not make him draw his sword again. His eyes glow with fury as he glares at them, leaving even the blonde soldier gritting his teeth in sheer terror. Panic spreads as the remaining soldiers scatter. Kane looks at the only person standing calmly before him, calling her by name, Daisha. Bowing his head, Kane asks where he went wrong. Suddenly, he glares and yells out that it took immense resolve and will, but in the end, he successfully killed their father with his own 2 hands. Remembering that day, armed with immense power, he did not hesitate to plunge his blade straight through a familiar body. As the pouring rain mirrors his dark mood, Kane wonders why things have only gotten worse. Staring at his trembling hands, he grits his teeth, questioning if killing his father was a mistake after all. Daisha tries to comfort him, insisting it is not his fault. She believes someone else is pulling the strings behind the conflicts between these tribes. She mentions that she and Einstein are investigating, but Kane angrily cuts her off, yelling at her to stop pretending she does not know. Covering his face, Kane mutters that they both know the truth, and that there is no hiding it. Looking down at his hands, he explains that he used to end major wars with a simple wave of his hand. He asks Daisha if she knows why he chose to personally take up arms this time. Deep down, he feels his creation slipping away. The absolute control he once held over the humans he created is completely gone now. Daisha stares in absolute shock, asking what he means. Kane explains that humans are spinning completely out of control, making fear the only option left to manage them. Clutching her hands tightly to her chest, Daisha still cannot believe such a nightmare is possible. Kane explains that under normal circumstances, this would indeed be impossible. Standing in the pouring rain, he asks if she realizes what this implies. He reminds her that they are gods, and these humans were created by their very hands. They can do almost anything they want. Yet, they can no longer control their creations or even understand why. Kane suggests that the mysterious mastermind Daisha is trying to hunt down is the very person actively blocking their divine powers. Daisha bows her head, struggling to accept this. Frowning deeply as he sinks into his thoughts, Kane asks her to consider everyone they know. He asks who the only one is with the power to suppress and neutralize them. As Kane speaks, an image of the creator who made them flashes in Daisha's mind. She realizes the culprit is none other than their own father. Stunned by this revelation, Daisha hesitantly protests, pointing out that such a crazy theory should be completely impossible. After all, Kane killed their father with his own hands. Kane stares at the ground, recalling the day the creator died, noting that the father he knew was never the type to act so impulsively. Their father had tried to use his divine power to suppress his children. Although he failed to stop them, Kane recalls with regret how the old man still fought them to the bitter end in a hopeless battle. Kane senses that something is still terribly wrong, as too many questions surround their father's sudden demise. He believes a critical secret is still hidden from them. Suddenly, an urgent voice from behind interrupts, announcing an emergency. Aston lands out of nowhere, drawing Kane's attention. Calling out to Aston, they listen as he urgently reports that while he settled the Northeast conflict, the elves and dwarves have already started clashing again. Alarmed, Daisha asks where they are. Aston tells her to follow him as he takes to the sky, and she flies right after him, leaving Kane completely alone in the rain. Biting his lip, Kane watches them fly away, silently wondering if their father could really be behind the chaos. Standing on a cliff in the pouring rain, they observe the warring armies. Once the brutal conflicts across the continent finally settle, Daisha captures a few cloaked suspects who instigated the riots. Under interrogation, they proudly declare themselves to be the disciples of Archibald. Kane is left with a burning question. Had these disciples existed since then? The conspiracy runs far deeper than anyone realized. Meanwhile, in a dark room, Steve opens his eyes to find Elena sleeping soundly right next to him. He is comforted to see that she chose to stay by his side. Sitting up, Steve decides to let her sleep a bit longer. He heads outside to look for his companion, but as he looks up at the bright sky, he gasps. Is this really the same desert as before? A voice nearby boasts that their hypothesis was correct, pointing out that the mana in the surrounding air has stabilized. Looking at the desert slowly coming back to life, they judge that the region will soon flourish, especially if humans stay away from here. Mark McDowell stands below and asks if he is finally awake. Steve looks down at him with a nod. Steve admits he owes him a favor, but McDowell casually brushes it off, saying it is not worth mentioning. Instead, McDowell points out that this transformation represents a massive opportunity, leaving Steve thoroughly confused. He explains that since the only barrier blocking the desert is gone, travelers from both the north and south can now freely pass through. Steve realizes that newly opened lands are highly coveted. He ponders if this means the kingdom of Benesia will soon clash with rival nations over the territory. McDowell warns that a full-scale war is highly likely, asking Steve what he plans to do next. Standing up from the rock, Steve remembers his ally Zero, who is currently heavily bandaged and retired after losing his arm, meaning they are on their own. Hearing this, McDowell adds that the first prince has already been dealt with. Smirking with amusement, Steve suggests they pay a visit to see the miserable faces of those Benesia bastards. Sitting on the cliff edge, Steve suggests they set out the moment Elena wakes up. Below him, McDowell nods, agreeing to the plan. Steve stares off into the distance. It is best to check the south before striking those Benesia forces. He remembers the ambush. Fighting an entire army requires raw power equal to the enemy. He learned valuable lessons at Gambini Fortress, but he cannot rely on Sky again. Elena steps forward, asking if he is feeling better. Steve turns with a nod. He explains he just woke up and asks how long he has been asleep. About 2 days, she replies. His body is finally adapting to the dark energy. He asks where to go next. Elena blushes, suggesting the dark forest. Meanwhile, heavy blows echo from the training grounds. Gerald pours all his strength into his prosthetic arm. Opposite him, General Zhu prepares to strike. But Gerald is faster. He lands a brutal blow. The general's silver chestplate dents, forcing out a cry of pain. The general is sent flying. Observers shout praise for the prince. Gerald inspects his artificial arm. It took more than a month to master. He stares at the tyrant relic. It had better work. Clenching his fist, he remembers a crucial question. A voice from his past had asked if he wanted his arm back. Rage consumes him. He silently swears that the bastard who took his limb will pay dearly next time they meet. Veins pop across Gerald's face. He punches the stone pillar, shattering it into falling debris. An onlooker gasps at the shattered stone. General Zhu is stunned that the prince was hiding such incredible power. Anfet and Van Stock approach, asking about the arm. Gerald replies that it exceeds his expectations. His old Gumara relic cannot even compare to this. Anfet listens quietly, lost in deep thought. The tyrant form is a dangerous beast. It links directly to the nerves, reconstructing bone and blood. One wrong move, and it devours the host. Enduring the agonizing process without medicine is impossible. No one had ever survived it before. The relic remained locked away for years. Anfed asks if revenge gave him the strength to survive. Gerald bows his head, expressing his deep gratitude. He tells him to thank the king instead. As Anfet turns to leave, he asks if Gerald is finished training. If so, the king wants to see him. Soon, a booming voice echoes inside the Grand Palace, asking about his progress. Gerald kneels before the throne, declaring his absolute satisfaction. The king smiles coldly in approval. The emperor orders Gerald to stand, officially reinstating him. He commands him to return to the front lines, and Gerald obeys immediately. Suddenly, a panicked messenger rushes toward the doors, shouting about trouble in the Kadelt Desert. The guards block him immediately. The messenger cries out that the desert's mana storm has completely vanished. Anfet turns around in absolute shock. Gerald freezes. The king speaks up from his throne, demanding to know if this impossible news is absolutely certain. The king smiles menace. The man he has been waiting for is finally arriving. Meanwhile, a lone bird flies over the forest. Steve reads a letter from President Simon. He pockets it and looks toward the enemy camp, ready to push south. Crouching behind a boulder, Mac warns that the defenses are much tighter now. It is likely a reaction to the Gambini incident. Steve raises his hand, preparing his skills. He whispers that he will dismantle the sentries. A bright light gathers on his finger. A strange energy gathers above the guards. One sentry looks up, only to be struck in the face. His partner turns in horror, but a hidden blade is already flying. It stabs deep into his chest, leaving no time to defend. The fallen guard's eyes glow. An invisible power sweeps over the soldiers, throwing them into a state of panic. Mac stares in absolute awe. This is undoubtedly how Steve brought down the Gambini fortress. Steve and his companions slip into the camp. Beside him, Elena walks in silence, her expression heavy with unspoken thoughts. He asks if she is anxious. She sighs, forcing a soft reply. She secretly wonders how she will face her father. If he learns she is fighting Benisia, the consequences will be severe. She must fabricate a believable lie. Deep within the forest, sunlight filters through the canopy. A lone sentry sits on a log, chewing a piece of bread. A voice behind him grumbles that Cry should not eat during his shift. Cry shrugs, pointing out how quiet the forest is. He complains about hunger, but his partner scolds him. Humans have been making highly unusual moves lately. They are mobilizing massive armies. Suddenly, the veteran stops and draws his bow. Cry tenses, sensing the threat too. Cry stares in disbelief. The older scout rubs his eyes, wondering if he is imagining things. Recognizing the travelers, they call out Elena's name. She smiles, expressing her relief at seeing her friend safe. Cry, thanks Steve for keeping her safe. The older guard stares at Mac, immediately growing suspicious. He demands to know his identity. Steve glances at the silent warrior, preparing to introduce him. He was his close friend, a reliable mercenary, and the two shared a deep bond. Matt stands silently nearby, remembering the crucial advice he was once given. If they ever encountered any dangerous elves within the shadows of the dark forest, Matt had to pay close attention to his words. Meanwhile, the guard smiles at them without a single hint of suspicion. He says the elder will be thrilled to meet him anyway. The other guard chimes in, asking Elena if she has finally returned home for good. She smiles and waves, replying that she is only visiting, so they should not get too emotional. But everything is fine and there is no need to worry. Deep inside the Elf Kingdom, Renoir greets his returning daughter with a warm smile. He hugs her tightly, expressing how wonderful it is to see her after all this time. Elena blushes, pleading with him to stop because everyone is watching. Finally letting her go, Renoir laughs and warmly invites their guests to sit down, promising that a fresh dinner is almost ready. Slipping her heavy traveling cloak off her shoulders, she gently asks him how her mother is doing. He explains that she is retired and is resting quietly at home. Then, turning his gaze to the magnificent shield resting near the chair, Renoir notes how incredible her gear looks. Elena rolls her wrist, giving a casual reply. Renoir nods, acknowledging that staying safe in the outside world is never easy. He tells her she does not have to share her secrets, but she must always remain incredibly cautious out there. Bowing her head, she quietly promises her father that she will. Renoir looks closely at his daughter, realizing she has not returned home for good, but is simply stopping by to rest for a short while. Steve finally breaks his silence to explain that they need to assess the situation in the south. Since they are already here, he asks if it is all right for them to stay a few days. Renoir is momentarily taken aback by Steve answering on her behalf. He quickly laughs it off, telling them they can stay as long as they like. He admits his excitement made him forget to let them relax. He promises to prepare their rooms so they can rest after dinner. Night falls over the quiet kingdom as the round moon shines brightly. Collapsing onto the bed, Steve sighs, wondering how long it has been since he last rested. A voice outside the door suddenly breaks the silence, prompting Steve to sit up immediately. Renoir unexpectedly appears at the threshold, asking if they can talk for a minute, and Steve politely tells him to come inside. Sitting across from Steve at the small wooden table, Renoir apologizes for interrupting his much-needed rest. He mentions a few things he is certain Steve already knows, laughing heartily that his daughter is terrible at hiding her true feelings. Steve is left utterly shocked, staring back at him in disbelief. Renoir asks if he truly failed to notice during their travels, because a father can read his daughter's heart instantly. He points out how she smiles whenever she looks at him. Steve lowers his gaze, admitting he either did not notice or chose to ignore those feelings. He recalls her constant care whenever he was wounded. Remembering the life and death struggles they shared, Steve confesses that his own feelings are complicated too. Clenching his fist, Steve explains to her father that his life is far too dangerous and unusual. Dragging anyone else into his chaotic lifestyle would simply put them in constant danger. Renoir strokes his chin, asking if he ever told her. Steve looks up, admitting he did once, purely out of worry. In his mind, he remembers telling Elena that once their plan succeeded and the prince was dealt with once and for all, everything would finally come to an end. Back then, he had bluntly asked her if she felt she had already done enough to repay her debt to him, entirely oblivious to the pain in her eyes. Elena had glared at him in frustration before slamming the door. Hearing this, Renoir can only let out a heavy sigh at the young man's dense nature. Calling it a massive mistake, Renoir looks at him, suggesting the reason they never spoke of what happened outside the forest is because Steve might collapse from the truth. Steve remains completely quiet. Renoir asks if he understands why he allowed Elena to travel with him in the first place, despite knowing the risks. He explains that his daughter lost all her freedom the moment he disappeared. She became utterly obsessed with her duty to protect their community as the next village leader. Bound by invisible walls and driven by a desperate desire to avenge him, she had completely thrown away her own childhood. Steve bows his head in deep thought. Even now that he has returned, Renoir laments that there is no way to repay his daughter for the precious years she lost. Allowing her to live exactly how she wants is the best thing he can do as a father. He stares directly at the young man, asking a critical question. With a deeply serious expression, he asks Steve how he truly feels about Elena. Steve looks him in the eye and admits his love. Out on the roof near the window, Elena sits listening. Her face blushes a deep red, and she covers her mouth to keep silent. A sudden voice behind her makes her jump. Freya grins playfully, teasing her that eavesdropping in the middle of the night is a terrible habit. Elena quickly defends herself, claiming she was here first. She then quietly asks if Steve has any idea she is sitting out here. Freya notes that the stubborn blockhead is far too distracted to notice. Sighing, she reminds Elena of her non-human senses, asking exactly how long she has been eavesdropping. Looking down, Elena confesses she heard everything from the start. Under the quiet night sky, she admits they still have a long journey ahead. Tears well up in her eyes, her face filled with sadness as she wonders if she will ever hear Steve speak those words to her face. Freya sighs, telling her to stay calm because worrying over that stubborn fool is completely pointless. Sitting beside her, Freya points out that ever since the fortress battle, the idiot has never once asked her to leave his side. He might not be the sharpest person around, but she knows he certainly does not lack determination. Smiling warmly at Elena, Freya sighs as her spiritual form slowly begins to fade away. Placing a hand on Elena's head, she tells her to stop overthinking and get some sleep before she ruins her entire night. With her cheeks still burning red, Elena sits quietly in the dark. Meanwhile, Steve lies awake in bed, his hand pressed against his forehead in deep thought. Freya suddenly appears right next to his bed, demanding to know what he plans to do. When he tries to play dumb, she tells him to stop making things so difficult. Steve frowns in deep concentration, quietly making his decision. The next morning breaks with golden sunlight washing over the peaceful land. Inside her room, Elena lay on the bed as the soft sound of birds chirping outside drifted through the window. Her face looked completely exhausted, her eyes suggesting she had not slept a wink all night. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door startled her from her thoughts. She sat up quickly and called out toward the door, asking what was wrong. A familiar voice drifted in from the hallway, apologetically asking if she was still asleep. Standing outside, Steve scratched his cheek nervously. He asked if she wanted to join him for a morning walk, then quickly added with a blush that she could keep sleeping if she was too tired. Inside, Elena covered her blushing face with both hands. She called back that it was fine, asking him to wait just a moment while she got ready. As they walked along the quiet path deep within the forest, Steve asked how it felt to be back after such a long time. Elena admitted that everyone was doing much better than she had expected, making him smile warmly in relief. Looking up at the green canopy above, Steve admitted that even though he did not actually come from this forest, being here gave him a deep sense of comfort, almost like he had finally returned to his own home. She followed his gaze upwards, noting that while most people called this place the dark forest because of its shadows, it only ever felt warm and cozy to her. Steve turned his head, his eyes softening as he looked at her. Then, he looked down at the ground before him, past memories swirling in his mind. He wondered exactly when everything had started to change, remembering how Elena had initially seemed like just a very dependable and efficient partner. Time had slowly drawn them closer together, but she had done far more for him than any ordinary partner ever would. She had saved his life countless times. Breaking the silence, Steve suddenly called her name, causing her to stop and look at him. Elena waited with a pounding heart as he prepared to say what was on his mind. He confessed that seeing her with her father the day before had made him feel strangely guilty for some reason. Steve looked down, unable to meet her eyes. He felt that after her father returned, her family finally had a chance to be whole again, yet he had somehow ruined that. As his voice trailed off, a heavy silence fell between them, but Elena simply turned away to leave, saying it was her own choice. She asked if he had called her out here just to feel sorry for himself, prompting a panicked Steve to reach out and stop her. He pleaded with her to wait, insisting that was not what he meant. Steve quickly stepped forward and firmly caught her wrist, holding her back as a bright blush instantly rushed to her face. Standing behind her, Steve muttered about how frustratingly difficult it was to say something so simple. Elena lowered her head, utterly confused and asking what he meant by that. Steve explained that he had tried hard to deny his own feelings at first, desperately wanting to bury and hide them away, but doing so proved to be far from easy. His face grew redder as he confessed that although he always kept himself in control, being around her made his heart completely melt. He gently tightened his grip on Elena's arm, pulling her around so she would face him. The moment her eyes finally locked with Steve's, her face flushed with a deep, burning blush. She could only stare at Steve in a daze, her mind racing with chaotic thoughts. This could not really be happening, she thought, as his face slowly began to lean in closer and closer to hers. As their bodies drew incredibly close, Elena's panic took over. Slowly, her fingers curled in, and she clenched her hand into a tight fist. Steve caught a glimpse of her sudden movement out of the corner of his eye, but before he could react, Elena delivered a powerful punch straight to his stomach. Doubled over in pain and completely bewildered, Steve managed to ask what that punch was for. Startled by her own reaction, Elena immediately covered her face with both hands and cried out in sheer embarrassment. Elena looked at him in a panic, asking if he was okay and explaining she had just been too startled. Groaning on the ground, Steve let out a weak laugh, wheezing that she should at least warn him next time. Looking up at her with a gentle smile, Steve thanked her for loving a guy like him, before softly admitting that he loved her too. Hearing those words, Elena's worried expression instantly melted into a bright burning blush. She stammered, completely lost for words, as the symbol of the ancient Mortem relic suddenly glowed on Steve's hand. The relic laughed heartily at the sight of them, amused that those two fools had finally figured things out. Before fading away, the relic offered one final lingering thought. A human and an elf, they were bound to make a highly entertaining couple. Inside King Sincero's majestic palace, 3 figures stood before the throne to deliver their report. One of them spoke up, admitting they were not entirely sure what had occurred. The reporter continued, explaining that both the raptor's Muddick and the terrifying magic storm in the Cadelt Desert had completely vanished. Sincero sank into a deep, silent contemplation. Sensing the heavy tension, the speaker begged for forgiveness, while Anfet stood quietly by, watching the entire exchange unfold. The desert was one thing, but the king did not even react to the news of the raptor's Muddick. Anfet wondered what could possibly be going through his mind. Breaking the silence, Emperor Sincero reassured the 3 of them, urging everyone to remain calm. He reminded them that their kingdom served as the shield for the Southern Alliance, and they had to stay strong no matter what. He ordered Anfet to make contact with the northern kingdoms as quickly as possible. Hearing this, Anfet immediately bowed his head, agreeing to carry out his master's commands. Sincero added that they were surely not the only ones surprised by this sudden turn of events, and they needed to reach out to their allies before anyone jumped to the wrong conclusions. He then instructed Ezro and General Henrietta to remain in the capital for the time being, as he might soon require their services. Ezro immediately saluted, and Sincero dismissed them, saying they were free to go. As everyone turned to leave, the king suddenly called out, stopping the second prince in his tracks. Addressing Anfet, the prince turned back immediately to listen to his father's words. Sincero commanded him to halt the search for the first prince, stating that they could not afford to waste their military resources on such an endeavor. When a puzzled Anfet asked what he meant, the king frowned deeply, muttering that this was his final punishment. Sincero declared that he had no intention of letting someone blinded by ambition become the heir, adding that if his eldest son was still alive, he would eventually find his own way back. Anfet was momentarily surprised by this decision, but he bowed respectfully and accepted the order. Meanwhile, back in a quiet room, Steve, Mac, and Elena gathered around a table. Elena slammed her hand down, sharing news from the scouts about a gang that had been wiped out in the north. Hearing the news, Steve immediately put the pieces together, asking if the eliminated gang was the notorious Sky. Elena noted that fortunately, their leader had avoided capture, though he was currently missing. Steve pondered for a moment, guessing he had likely managed to escape despite the formidable Western Force general commanding the operation. It was highly impressive that he managed to evade her, showing he truly knew how to survive on the run. Steve kept these thoughts to himself, then asked if there was any other news. Elena handed him a tightly rolled parchment in response. Steve quickly unfurled it, only to find a brand new wanted poster bearing his own face and a massive reward featuring 6 zeros. Stunned by the astronomical amount, Steve chuckled, noting he was apparently getting more famous by the day, with a bounty of 8 million. Elena peered at the paper, remarking that the drawing looked much clearer than the first poster. Steve figured they were eager to capture him after his attack on Fort Gambini. Sitting quietly nearby, Mac finally spoke up, warning them to be extremely careful if these wanted posters were actively circulating across the land. They could not rule out the possibility that Benicia might decide to come search this very forest. Hearing that, Steve crossed his arms in thought, realizing he urgently needed to find Garrett. Elena looked at him in surprise, questioning if he really meant that notorious bandit. Steve explained that Garrett claimed to have informants working for him throughout the entire kingdom. He planned to start by gathering intel in the south, hoping some of his old black market contacts might know something useful. Steve calls Max over and tells him that, by the way, big guy, he has to stay behind. Max is completely baffled and asks why. Steve explains that a man of his massive size traveling on such a boat will attract far too much attention. Besides, people in the south would recognize him instantly, which is a risk they cannot take. Max realizes that Steve's reasoning makes perfect sense. He readily agrees you're right, and besides, I need to prepare in case Benicia decides to launch an attack. Steve breathes a sigh of relief before continuing. Exactly, and since I'm asking for a favor, it's only fair I give you something in return. Steve mentions a great arena that the local elves love to use. Max replies, I've actually been there. It is a fantastic arena. Steve keeps going, instructing Max to watch over the village while he is gone. In exchange, he promises to fight Max in that arena until he is fully satisfied. Max gives him a look, then smiles and agrees, all right, you sneaky rascal. I'll keep this village completely safe until you return. Soon, Steve and Elena arrive at a beautiful sunlit clearing where many elves are gathering. Steve, Elena, I heard the news from Kayan. I didn't think you would be leaving so soon, Elder Bellanora says. She wishes them endless good luck on their journey. Renoir, standing right beside her, also speaks up. Oh, by the way, Elena, take this. He hands her a necklace with a giant gem. Elena accepts it, asking her father in surprise if this is the village chief's symbol, the ancient relic believed to grant divine protection to its wearer. Renoir offers a warm, affectionate smile, saying he hopes this necklace will act as a protective amulet on her journey, and she shouldn't worry because he already made a fake one to keep. Elena smiles at her father, then rushes forward to give them a big embrace. Over on the side, Max tells Steve to take care because once he returns, a massive arena battle will be waiting for him. Steve watches Max and thinks to himself, the big guy seems strangely excited about that for some odd reason. Regardless, Steve and Elena finally make their departure. They turn back to say a final goodbye, promising to see everyone later. Walking through a peaceful area drenched in golden sunlight, Elena suddenly senses something. She tells Steve that she feels humans nearby. Steve senses them too, replying that they will see them shortly. This is Lolo Town. Elena notes that the town looks quite different for some reason. Gazing down at the settlement from above, Steve wonders if it was always this noisy, seeing so many more stone buildings now. She sighs, remarking that they seem to have made a fortune from that mine she mentioned right after their dungeon raid. Steve asks if all this growth is really because of the mine he told them about. Elena confirms that Dan Tan has found massive success, likely utilizing his black market experience to the fullest. Elena adds that while it is great to see the town doing so well, she has no idea how they are going to slip past such a massive crowd. Steve ponders in silence for a moment before replying, you are right, in that case. This triggers Steve's old memories, recalling how an elf's favorite treat is fresh river fish. He calls out, it is time for you to shine. A magical beast appears, grunting that using magic is such a hassle. Steve touches the wall, blue power radiating from his hand as he summons his avatar. Instantly, a woman materializes, leaping out of the solid wall surrounded by a flash of blue lightning. Steve tells her that since she is already inside, there is no need to worry about security checkpoints or misunderstandings. He asks if she knows her mission, and she confidently replies, yeah, find this Dan Tan guy and tell him you want to meet. Steve nods exactly, but the townsfolk might realize you're an outsider, so please don't cause any unnecessary trouble. She flashes a mischievous grin and agrees, heh, sounds easy enough. But suddenly, her eyes lock onto a passing villager. She instantly grabs him by the collar, leaving him completely startled, and demands aggressively, listen up, human. I am looking for a guy named Dan Tan. Do you know where I can find him? The terrified man can only stammer back, what are you doing? Ignoring his plea, her face remains murderous. I said, Dan Tan, now tell me where he is. Sweating profusely, the trembling villager finally stammers, oh, Dan Tan. Just a moment ago, he was terrified for his life. But now he blushes, suddenly realizing how beautiful she is. Sensing his thoughts, she immediately beats him up and warns, don't blush at me, you weirdo. The terrified villager quickly begs for forgiveness. He continues, if you're looking for Dan Tan, you can find him at the Medikov Trading Company. She pauses to think, repeating Medikov Trading. Huh, so he's there? Outside a building, a voice repeats the directions to the Medikov Trading Guild. She raises an eyebrow, confirming the location Medikov Trading. Huh? Freya pushes open the door and steps into a packed tavern. She scans the rowdy crowd, searching for her target. Behind the bar, a large, burly man is busy wiping a beer mug. Freya thinks to herself, found him. He's right there, looking exactly like he did when I saw him in the ring. She walks over and takes a seat at the bar right in front of him. Dan Tan looks at her and asks, what brings a beautiful lady like you here? What's your business? Glancing at the lively crowd chatting behind her, Freya asks, I have a question for you. Have you ever heard the name Brian Gosling? Hearing the name, he is visibly startled and hesitates. No, I don't think so. Freya then shows him a wanted poster of Steve. How about this guy? Dan Tan is breaking a cold sweat, wondering what on earth Steve has done this time. He clears his throat, sorry, but finding people isn't my job. Now would you like to order something? Freya sighs and decides to be blunt. You might look like a bear, but you have the cunning of a fox. Steve was smart to make friends with you. He is waiting outside the city walls, stressed because he cannot get in. Dan Tan immediately reacts with urgency. Wait, Steve is here? Lead the way. Inside a large room, a loud shout echoes, Steve! Talk about a dramatic reunion. As Dan Tan tightly wraps his arms around him, lifting him off his feet. What on earth have you been doing? You almost gave me a heart attack. Steve's face is squeezed so hard he can barely gasp out. Wait, I can't breathe. Put me down. Freya and Elena can only stand by and watch in total shock. Good grief. Even with Steve pushing him away, Dan Tan refuses to let go, hugging him tighter. What is going on here? How did you get so much stronger? Finally releasing him, he asks, what have you been doing out there, and why has the bounty on your head skyrocketed like this? Watching him gasp for air, Freya notes that he behaves just like a child. Steve leans over, laughing breathlessly. Haha, I will explain everything later. He looks up at his old friend, by the way. I am deeply impressed you have not been arrested yet, especially with how incredibly tense things have been around here lately. He recalls past events, asking if anyone has reported them to the soldiers. Dan Tan raises his fist, laughing so hard that tears of joy well up. Ha ha, if it weren't for that mine you told me about. The guards would have surely dragged him away by now. Danton throws up his hands to explain that while everyone knows they are close friends, his massive mining business keeps the entire town economy alive, making him completely untouchable. He laughs smugly as he speaks, boasting that his influence in the black market is greater than ever. Steve watches his self-satisfied expression and offers a quiet reminder. Steve notes that Danton is certainly living the good life, warning him not to let it cloud his judgment. Danton just smiles, pointing out that having their contact reach out to him instead of calling Steve directly was actually a very smart move. The truth is, even the black market is no longer safe for Steve. With a bounty of 8 million coins on his head, silence cannot be bought forever. Sitting down on a wooden chair, Steve admits he understands the danger. Steve looks up to ask how Laya is doing. Instantly, the cheerful, smiling face of the young woman pops into Danton's head as he repeats her name with a fond sigh. She has plenty of creative spark but always lacked direction, so Danton assigned a mentor to guide her work. Since then, her true talents have finally started to shine. Danton then asks if Steve sold the sword that Clyde had crafted especially for him, warning that the stubborn blacksmith would be absolutely furious to find out. Steve glances at the weapon resting nearby. Sell it? Of course not, it is only broken. This makes Danton wonder what could have possibly damaged it. Steve shrugs casually, explaining that he simply tried to assassinate the third prince of Benezia. Danton raises an eyebrow in disbelief at the mention of the third prince. Steve just smiles, promising a wild story as the hours slip away, leaving only a single candle to light up the dark room. Sweat drips down Danton's face as he listens to the insane tale, remarking that Steve has grown far more reckless since they last met. The sheer scale of the young man's actions is mind-blowing. First, Steve seized a royal fortress, then he nearly assassinated a prince, and that does not even cover his exploits in the freezing north or the barren desert. Steve playfully waves his hand to calm him down, asking if his blood pressure is rising. Danton rubs his temples with a deep sigh, wondering how anyone could possibly stay calm after hearing such madness. It explains why his bounty has skyrocketed to 80 million coins, with the powerful houses of Benezia hunting him down, though they will never catch him. Danton looks over at Freya as she waves politely, struggling to believe that the quiet young girl before him is actually a legendary living artifact. Steve turns to his friend, deeply apologizing if his chaotic war with the high nobility has dragged Danton's peaceful life into this highly dangerous mess, though he has no regrets. It is indirectly his fault, and he is truly sorry, but he has absolutely no intention of stopping until his thirst for revenge is fully satisfied. Danton crosses his arms with a knowing smile, assuring Steve that he would never judge him. After all, this corrupt kingdom is practically begging for a massive, violent revolution to clear out the rot. He recalls the endless oppression, where ordinary people are taxed to death regardless of how little they actually earn. Citizens are constantly beaten, and violent tribal conflicts run rampant across the land. Elena grows pale listening to Danton explain that none of this suffering will ever change while the corrupt royal family holds on to absolute power. Venezia is essentially pulling the strings of the entire Southern Alliance, ruling with an iron fist. With Venezia ruling with such cruelty, Danton is certain that this miserable situation is identical in almost every other kingdom across the south. Danton covers his mouth in thought, amazed that a full-scale rebellion has not erupted yet. Steve grabs a piece of bread and explains that the royals possess a legendary artifact that allows them to see visions of the future. Danton gasps, repeating the word in shock. Visions indeed chewing his bread. Steve explains that this powerful sight allows the crown to crush even the smallest spark of rebellion before it can start. Danton closes his eyes and nods. He admits he once thought Steve was overreacting, but now he realizes the kingdom will never change unless the royal family is backed into a corner. Steve looks down, admitting that his only goal in the beginning was personal revenge. He never planned to become a savior or rewrite history, but he supposes he can clean up the kingdom along the way. Suddenly, Steve snaps out of his deep thoughts, remembering something highly important. He asks Danton if he has ever heard of a mysterious man named Sky Goken, whom he has been desperately searching for with absolutely no luck. Instantly, a familiar face flashes in Danton's mind. He knows Sky Goken well, chuckling that birds of a feather truly flock together, before asking how Steve is connected to such a wild character. Joking that they all give him a massive headache, Danton pulls a parchment from his desk drawer. He promises to put out some feelers through his guild network while Steve watches him gratefully. Steve asks if he can crash there while they wait for info. Danton grips the scroll tightly in his hand, his expression turning deadly serious as he tells Steve there is one thing he must remember. Steve frowns, listening closely as Danton reminds him that while this bloody path may have started as a highly personal vendetta, Danton looks away, thinking of his homeland, hoping Steve will completely tear down this outdated oppressive kingdom. He smiles and points a finger, adding that he is not just saying this as a powerful black market chief. He vows to support Steve no matter what, urging him never to forget it. Steve breathes a sigh of relief and thanks him. But before leaving the room, Danton suddenly pauses with one last question. Steve braces himself, his face turning completely serious as he waits for some heavy, dramatic question. Instead, Danton playfully asks if they will be needing separate rooms tonight, causing poor Elena's cheeks to instantly flush a bright, embarrassed pink. Freya bows her head, stifling a quiet laugh at the teasing, while Steve turns bright red and yells out, demanding to know what on earth Danton is implying. Danton just chuckles, teasingly asking if it was not a perfectly fair question for a host to raise. Meanwhile, in a bustling workshop nearby, a head craftsman barks orders to his busy apprentice, who quickly obeys without hesitation. A sudden, familiar voice cuts through the room as a cloaked man marvels that Klein has actually taken on a personal apprentice, claiming he can barely believe his own eyes. Klein frowns, sliding his glasses down his nose as he turns to see who is mocking him. His eyes instantly go wide with shock when he recognizes the unexpected guest, shouting in disbelief. Steve offers a warm grin, waving hello and noting it has been far too long. Dumbfounded, Klein stammers, demanding to know what Steve is doing back in town. Under a glowing golden sunset, the busy swordsmithy finally grows quiet as the hot forge fires burn low. Clyde looks across the hearth at Steve, demanding to know what kind of crazy stunt he pulled out there to get his face plastered on wanted posters in every single town. Steve just shrugs nonchalantly, pointing directly to the heavily damaged weapon lying beside him. He confesses that the legendary sword Clyde gifted him is completely ruined, offering a sincere but highly casual apology for the loss. Clyde's face tightens as he asks if the weapon at least served him well. Steve laughs heartily, replying that the blade did not just serve him, it saved his life multiple times over. Clyde relaxes with a warm chuckle, glad to hear the armor and steel did their job. He asks what weapon Steve relies on now, prompting the young warrior to reach into his pouch to pull out his current gear. Examining the advanced gauntlet and sword, Clyde is amazed that any smith has the skills to craft such unique gear. He lifts the blade, noting with deep fascination that it is actually designed with a hollow edge. He wonders how anyone could conceive of fusing a weapon with such intricate magical properties, calling the design an absolute stroke of genius. Clyde then examines the mechanical gauntlet, marveling at the beautifully engineered joints designed to withstand extreme impact force. He tells Steve that if he plans to stay in town for a while, he should leave both items behind so Clyde can personally upgrade them. Steve expresses his deep gratitude to both Clyde and Klein for their help. Soon after, a steaming plate piled high with eggs and meat is set on the table, served as the guild's special breakfast. Steve looks at the cook and playfully asks why a powerful guildmaster is still cooking meals and wiping down glasses. Danton just smiles, replying that old habits die hard and he genuinely enjoys the simple labor. By the way, did Steve hate his room? He looks incredibly exhausted for some reason, with massive dark circles under his eyes. He glares at Danton, demanding to know if the man put them in the exact same room on purpose. Steve's face flushes a deep red as he grinds his teeth in frustration. He mockingly thanks Danton, saying he couldn't get a single wink of sleep because of him, which is why he looks so exhausted now. He asks if the man is finally satisfied. Danton laughs until tears well up in his eyes, teasing Steve about his blushing face and eagerly asking what exactly happened. Steve stands up, turns around to leave, and waves his hand to show that absolutely nothing happened. He tells Danton not to be so ridiculous, but thanks him for the delicious meal anyway. Just as he is walking away, Danton calls him back, insisting that they are not quite finished with their conversation yet. Danton reaches into his coat to search for something. He explains that after hearing what Steve said the day before, he immediately ordered his men to investigate the surrounding area. Danton reveals that they found a rather interesting document. Steve crosses his arms, staring down at the paper placed on the table, as Danton confirms that another individual has also been digging up information regarding Skysoul. This inquiry came in just 2 weeks before the massive operation to capture criminals in Baton 3 took place. It certainly raises some highly suspicious questions, doesn't it? Steve looks at Danton and asks if the person might be a noble or a member of the royal family. Danton explains that they always perform strict background checks in this business, especially with potential spies running around. On the surface, the culprit seemed like an ordinary citizen. Steve looks down, staring intently at the document, and asks Danton if he can help uncover the true identity of this mysterious inquirer. Danton rolls up the paper and promises to do his absolute best. He then adds with a grin, asking Steve if he only came there to eat a free meal and immediately run off. Steve looks slightly embarrassed as Danton walks over to the kitchen. Danton hands him a plate of food, telling him to take it to the young lady. He warmly watches Steve walk away, wishing his friend the best of luck. Steve stares at the plate of food in his hands, completely amazed that Danton is capable of preparing something so delicate. Inside the quiet room, Elena takes a bite of the food and looks over at Steve. She wonders if the timing was just a coincidence, or if he already has a suspect in mind. Steve closes his eyes and sighs, admitting he is not sure, but since Danton promised to investigate, he will surely uncover the truth. Reassured, Elena continues eating happily, noting there is nothing to worry about. Steve looks at her as his face flushes red again, silently telling himself that this is bad. Meanwhile, in another location, a powerful man gives orders to his subordinate. The soldier salutes and promptly leaves the room. Soon after, a pair of legs dressed in tailored trousers and polished leather shoes slowly steps into a dark, private chamber. Prince Alfith glances around the room, silently judging the vast collection of artifacts accumulated here. To him, most of these items appear to be nothing more than completely useless junk. Alfith picks up a block of gold studded with glowing red gems. The mystical information reveals it to be a listening device, capable of transmitting nearby conversations over immense distances. He grinds his teeth, unable to believe his target actually possessed such a powerful tool. Recalling a past moment when he grabbed someone by the collar, Alfith grips the gold artifact tightly. In that case, everything makes perfect sense. He channels his magical energy into the device, activating its tracking functions. Visions of the castle interior begin to unfold before him, ultimately leading him to the exact location of the second transmitter. As the alarm rings and pinpoints the location, Alfith turns around in absolute fury, realizing that the bastard actually planted a transmitter inside his own room. He storms off, cursing the idiot who managed to fail despite having such powerful tools. A guard standing at the door notices his sudden rush and respectfully asks why the prince is in such a hurry, wondering if something is wrong. Alfith waves him off, telling him to mind his own business and step aside. He closes his eyes momentarily, gripping the magical device as he walks forward. Suddenly, his eyes snap open as a realization hits him. The snake must have planted a bug in the office too. Alfith stops directly in front of a pair of large double doors. Knowing there is more to this conspiracy, he reaches out and pushes them open. He looks around the empty room, his eyes locking onto the throne in the center. He silently curses Raptus, calling him a despicable bastard. Alfith looks down and smiles with dark amusement at the device in his hands. He decides to treat it as a generous gift from his brother and put it to good use. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, an instructor yells at the recruits to keep running. Jero shouts at the soldiers, asking if this pathetic display is all the protectors of the capital, Benezia, can muster. Suddenly, a voice from behind calls out to him, addressing him as commander. He turns to glare at the arriving subordinate, demanding to know what is happening. The soldier salutes and announces that the emperor wishes to see him immediately. As they walk, Jero notes that they are heading to the emperor's private office and demands to know the reason. The soldier nervously replies that he is unsure, but the emperor gave strict orders to bar anyone else from entering. Standing outside the door, the soldier announces that the third prince has arrived. From inside, a powerful, commanding voice orders them to enter. Jero steps inside, bows politely, and asks what the emperor wishes to discuss. In his mind, Jiro knows that his father would never summon him to this private office unless something of absolute grave importance had occurred. Ignoring him, the Emperor simply barks another order to enter. Instantly, Alphith pushes the door open and walks inside. Jiro's face tightens as he grinds his teeth, wondering what on earth Alphith is doing here. Jiro looks toward the Emperor, who is standing right in front of them, and respectfully asks why they have been called together. The Emperor turns around with a deep frown, stating he summoned them to explain their current failure. Alphith watches him closely, noting he has never seen their father this furious. When the Emperor suddenly barks Jiro's name, the prince flinches and quickly answers to his majesty. Emperor Sincero glares intensely at him, asking how much he actually knows about the enemy he is fighting. Bowing his head in deep thought, Jiro asks if the Emperor is referring to Stetch Atelier. The Emperor quickly dismisses his response, clarifying that he is talking about the boy's magical artifact. Jiro's eyes widen in shock as his brow furrows, wondering how his father could possibly know about it. Standing quietly beside him, Alphith keeps a watchful eye on Jiro's reaction. Before them, the Emperor coldly asks if how he found out even matters. He explains that he only kept quiet because it was necessary, but questions the final result of that silence. Jiro did not just lose the entire army he took with him, he even allowed the precious artifact to slip into the hands of an outsider. Jiro desperately tries to explain that it was not intentional. Recalling the horror of that day, he protests that they had received a dire warning, stating that anyone who used the item would be cursed until they completely disintegrated. After hearing the explanation, the Emperor remains perfectly calm, stating it was never a curse. Looking thoroughly confused, Jiro asks what His Majesty could possibly mean by that. Emperor Sincero explains that the artifact actually tests the willpower of whoever dares to wield it. It measures their desire to live when staring death in the face, as well as their sheer determination to endure agonizing pain. Once a person proves themselves worthy of the artifact, it burns away their old body and grants them a completely reborn life. He adds that this process optimizes the user's body to match the artifact, which Jiro foolishly mistook for a curse. Jiro knits his brows and looks down at his hands, remembering the moment he held the object, but the Emperor firmly cuts him off. The Emperor confirms that if Jiro had not given it away over such foolish fears, the artifact would be his right now. Having remained silent until now, Alphith finally speaks up, asking if he may pose a question, but Emperor Sincero quickly interrupts, stating he already knows what Alphith wants to say. He orders both of them to follow him, promising to reveal the hidden truth behind the history they think they know. There is a deep truth about this world passed only from one king to the next, and now I will share it with you. The Emperor begins to pace across the room. Long ago, the wicked elves started a territorial war against humanity. They even went as far as using forbidden magic to forge ancient relics capable of completely wiping out mankind. Fortunately, before they could finalize all of these weapons, humanity emerged victorious over them. That victory was only possible because the relics cannot unleash their true power unless they are all gathered together in one place. Sincero pushes open the double doors as he explains that after the war ended, the elves scattered across the lands. Beside keeping watch to prevent another rebellion, a legendary figure sealed the relics away so they could never be used again. Anfith and Jiro gaze into the chamber their father just opened. The Emperor continues, explaining that this savior was none other than the founder of Benesia. The three of them walked down into the cellar, but there was a limit to what the founder could achieve. First, these relics were far too powerful to destroy, leaving him with no choice but to seal them away. Second, the location of the final and most powerful relic remained a mystery. Jiro glares at his father in complete disbelief and asks if he is referring to that item, which Emperor Sincero solemnly confirms. Indeed, Sincero says. He looks at the artifact floating before them, declaring that the relic Jiro gave away was the final piece. In front of them are 3 floating orbs radiating dark energy. Sincero explains that retrieving the lost item will cause the relics to collide and destroy one another, finally freeing them from this cursed fate. Jiro knits his brows, asking why Benesia did not search for it sooner. Emperor Sincero answers with another question, asking if Jiro knows the true reason he was sent on that expedition. Of all your brothers, you are the only one with a fierce attachment to life and a relentless will to fight. I trusted you because you survived the depths. Now do you realize what a disastrous mistake you have made? He lowers his head, remaining silent for a long moment before finally asking what his father wants him to do. Do nothing, the Emperor replies. He tilts his head and glances toward Anfith, adding that they must wait for now. Anfith's eyes widen, his entire body trembling under his father's piercing gaze. As the meeting ends, Anfith walks down the corridor, recalling his father's words. The one who worries me most is you, Anfith. The Emperor had listed each son's flaw, calling Raptor proud and easily swayed. As for Jiro, he possesses great will but lacks intellect. Yet, both of them have a single quality that you completely lack. Do you know what that is? They spark change, the Emperor had said. noting that while Raptor and Jero failed their missions, at least attempting to act is better than producing absolutely no results at all. Anfith grinds his teeth as the memory continues. In that sense, you are unfit to be king. You might make a fine politician, perhaps even a prime minister. His grip tightens as the Emperor's final judgment echoes in his mind, telling him his job is only to support the king. Finally, Anfeth screams in fury and hurls his glasses against the wall. The guards stationed outside look in and anxiously ask if anything is wrong. Anfith snaps back, ordering them to shut up and return to their posts, leaving the terrified soldiers begging for forgiveness. With his shattered glasses lying on the floor, Anfeth breathes heavily in the silent room. He tightly clenches his fists, a dark aura rising as his thoughts turn bitter. He had worked tirelessly for this kingdom, yet that was all his father believed he was capable of. How pathetic. If the Emperor wanted him to take action on his own, then that is exactly what he would do. Elsewhere, Steve walks forward, surprised that their pursuers found them first. Elena walks beside him, voicing her concern. They want to meet in a completely isolated spot. Do you think this is a trap? Steve raises his fist, confidently declaring he will crush them either way. He vows to make them pay if they drag them all this way just to waste their time. Suddenly, Elena's elf ear twitches, catching a strange noise. Steve asks how many there are. Elena tilts her head, listening intently, and murmurs that it might be 5, or perhaps 6. Hearing this, Steve shouts up at the cliffs on both sides, warning any potential ambushers to show themselves. He yells that if they make him angry, they will face dire consequences, and he will take every single one of their lives. Standing on the cliff, Sully squints down at them, recognizing Steve as Brian. Leaping down, Sully asks what Steve is doing here instead of the north. Steve looks at him, completely confused, and asks if they know each other. Sully points to himself, reminding Steve that they have met before. Behind Steve, the magic skull ring Mortem pops up to jog his memory about the mage who worked for Greg. Steve finally remembers. He asks Sully what he is doing here. Sully quickly turns around and shouts up to the cliff, reassuring everyone that there is no danger. He calls Steve an ally. Up on the cliff, Sky repeats the word in disbelief, wondering if Steve was the one tailing them these past few days. Steve is startled to see his friend, expressing relief that Sky is safe but asking what is going on. Just then, a complaining voice groans from the camp on the cliff. The voice asks why Steve had to wait until all of his men were completely robbed before showing up. Sky grumbles, criticizing Steve for his arrogance and for challenging him before. He grabs Steve by the collar, declaring he is still angry and wants to teach him a lesson, while someone behind them sighs. Gareth points at Steve, realizing his real name is Stetch Atelier and not Brian. He asks if Steve is the wanted man everyone is currently searching for. Yet, he turns out to be Sky's close friend. Still held by his collar, Steve looks back calmly and confirms the truth. Gareth turns to the 2 women nearby, asking if they also used aliases. Elena smiles and introduces herself. After Elena gives her name, Gareth looks at Freya, but she bluntly tells him to mind his own business. Gareth clutches his chest in disbelief at her attitude. It is quite rude to speak that way to a bandit leader, especially since he helped Sky get this far. Still, he tells himself they are comrades now, doing his best to keep a positive outlook. Sky suddenly lets go of Steve's collar in shock. With a panicked expression, he demands to know what Steve actually did while he was up in the north. Steve sighs and confesses that he killed the first prince. Panicked gasps erupt around them as the nearby henchmen turn to stare. Sky asks again in absolute shock, unable to believe who Steve eliminated. Gareth breaks into a cold sweat, remembering rumors that the first prince had missed recent events due to some mystery. Steve explains that he happened to find the prince traveling with only a small, unguarded escort, making it easy to finish him off. Sky looks at Steve, admitting that his friend never fails to surprise him, but acknowledges that this is incredibly good news. He notes that with the Eastern general missing, the first prince dead, and the third prince essentially out of the picture, they only need to handle the Western army at Badamba and the second prince. All in all, things are looking up. Steve thought to himself that this was no time to bring up Big Head. He spoke up instead, sharing what he learned while finishing off the first prince. A magic hand is cast over the Folly Orb. Word is, they have an artifact in Benicia that foresees the future. Then a panicked voice cries out, "What?" Sky grits his teeth in frustration. If that is true, then they were destined to lose from the start, despite all efforts. That explains why the Eastern General appeared in Gambini. Gareth turns to dismiss those fears. As an artifact user himself, he guarantees that no relic in this world is truly all-powerful. At most, it shows fleeting glimpses of what lies ahead. Sitting around the campfire, Gareth explains they can turn this against them. The more a plan threatens the crown, the easier it is to predict. Steve agrees with him. Exactly. No matter what they do, they have to prepare for failure. What they need right now is the flexibility to adapt to changing situations, not a rigid, flawless plan. Sky speaks up next, agreeing with the idea, but insists he must ask Steve one crucial question first. He frowns and stares directly at Steve. He warns that since Steve plays the central role, he will be responsible for everyone, not just Sky's people. Is he truly ready for that burden? Elena sits quietly to the side but nods in agreement. Steve responds with absolute determination, of course. He knows they can succeed, but they will need all the help they can get. He leans forward to emphasize that this is a highly dangerous mission. He will not blame anyone who decides to walk away now, but he has one question for them in return. Sky sighs as Steve asks the heavy question, no matter what lies ahead, will they all stand by him until the very end? Elena smiles and nods without a single hesitation. Gareth lets out a rough chuckle, finding it hard to believe these fools are actually going to wage war against an entire kingdom. He respects their grit. Standing up, Gareth beckons them to follow him to a temporary shelter. They soon arrive at a quiet, completely deserted tent pitched on the outskirts. Inside, Gareth leans over and points at the map. Fortunately for them, the kingdom of Benesia is currently in a severely weakened state. He explains that their commander, Irene Henrietta, wields a dangerous relic called Belonging to the Night. It summons shadow minions that grow stronger as the surrounding light fades. Sky knows she is bound to strike at night when her power peaks. Unlike standard armies that rely on light, she operates entirely alone as a lethal, independent force. They must avoid bright lights to keep from exposing their positions. Gareth plans to counter this by using specialized night vision goggles. Steve then asks about the second possibility. They still cannot be certain if Idrin will command their forces. Gareth closes his eyes and frowns. As far as he knows, the second prince is entirely unsuited for war, focusing on governing the kingdom rather than battle. It is highly unlikely for a desk-bound scholar to suddenly march onto a battlefield. But their discussion is cut short when a frantic scout rushes into the tent. The scout reports a serious problem. Strange soldiers are moving through the valley. Shocked, Gareth immediately orders him to lead the way. A massive army of heavily armored soldiers marches forward. Watching them from the safety of a high cliff, Gareth frowns deeply and lets out a quiet curse. As the marching ranks draw closer, Gareth realizes they belong to the Benesia army. Dumbfounded, he mutters to himself, wondering just how many troops there are. Suddenly, another subordinate rushes up and whispers a frantic report in Gareth's ear. Gareth looks back in utter shock. How could they only be telling him this now? With their internal conflict settled, the Benesian forces are marching north. Their army has split into two divisions, one heading east and the other pushing south. The scout relays this urgent news to the group, admitting he is still highly uncertain about the true purpose of the southern division. The forces nearing their location are almost certainly the eastern wing. Steve looks toward the horizon and surmises that the southern wing must be heading for the dark forest, wondering if they truly intend to assault it with such massive numbers. Now, Steve can only place his trust in Big Head to handle whatever happens in the forest. Shaking off his dread, he calls out to Gareth. Steve asks if Gareth had previously installed dyspolium plates throughout the valley. Gareth answers immediately, eager to keep the group informed. They are not across the entire valley, but they cover a good portion. Steve asks if those plates can withstand direct hits from the enemy cannons. Gareth keeps watching and explains that while the plates can block magical mana shells, they will fail against solid metal projectiles. Steve realizes they cannot predict anything without knowing the ammunition type, then asks about the enemy commander. He asks if Gareth can identify the leader from this distance. Gareth raises his binoculars to take a closer look. Peering through the lenses, Gareth lets out a low grunt of surprise. The commander is none other than the second prince, Anfeth. He wonders what Prince Anfeth is doing here. Suddenly, Mote calls out to Steve, urging him to look closely at the prince's chest, pointing out a black orb hanging from a heavy chain around his neck. Down below, the second prince remains dead silent as his soldiers call out his name, his attention entirely locked on something else. Anfeth only snapped out of his trance when Banstock asked if he was all right. He replied that he was just deep in thought after being away from the battlefield for so long. Banstock reassures him that there is no need to worry. The entire army will fight to the death to protect their prince, so long as he does not wander too far ahead. Anfeth agrees, but silently curses his own shortcomings. If he had only secured the foresight he needed, he would not have been forced to divide his forces into two separate groups. The prince mutters that he is absolutely certain of one thing, that Bastard Steve is nearby. He gently touches the dark relic resting against his chest. A memory of the relic flashes in his mind. King Sincero had handed him the sphere, telling him it would react whenever an ancient holy artifact was close by. He was given a free choice, and recalling this makes him grind his teeth in anger. Breaking his silence, the prince bellows for all mana cannons to prepare for battle. The artillery crew immediately aligns the massive weapons, waiting for the order to fire. Sky watches the battlefield shift and shouts in absolute panic. He screams, wondering if they actually plan to fire from such a distance and if the shells can reach them. Elena looks on, her eyes filled with deep anxiety. Elena realizes that their artillery is heavily loaded with mana ammunition. A grim voice answers that the moment of truth has finally come. Anfeth shouts the order to fire, and a terrifying barrage of mana shells erupts instantly. The deadly projectiles soar directly toward the cliff where Steve and his companions stand. Still unsatisfied, Prince Anfet orders his men to keep bombarding without pause. Even with the relentless attack, his face is twisted in rage. He secretly worries that if the enemy manages to fire back into this rugged terrain, his own troops will end up completely surrounded. But he refuses to give them that chance. He vows to blow them to pieces from a distance they cannot possibly reach, muttering that Stetch Atelier will go down in ruins. High up on the cliff, everyone struggles to dodge the brutal bombardment. Sky frantically yells at Gareth to get his men out of there before they all perish, but Steve helplessly replies that he wants to do exactly that, except bombs are raining down everywhere. Their voices are thick with regret and helplessness as they realize they should have never split up their forces just to surround the enemy. One wrong move means taking a direct hit. Steve suddenly stands up and curses, prompting a deeply worried Gareth to yell at him to keep his head down before he gets himself killed right there. Steve completely ignores the warning, focusing his mind on sinking his inner mana and speed. Instantly, countless dazzling streaks of light erupt all around him, leaving both Sky and Gareth gaping in absolute shock at the incredible display. Sky gasps in disbelief while Gareth asks what Steve is doing as a blinding light begins to gather on the cliffside. Even Prince Anfet looks up from below and questions what that strange light is. Before anyone can answer, Steve transforms into a massive, blinding sphere of pure lightning. With absolute resolve, Steve plunges straight down toward the second prince amid frantic screams. Anfet remains utterly clueless about the danger, squinting up to ask what that fast shadow is. Steve's voice suddenly booms, telling the prince he should have stayed behind his desk instead of coming here. Seeing the young warrior right in front of him, Anfet turns pale in sheer disbelief. Up on the cliff, his teammates are just as stunned, grumbling that the reckless fool always runs off on his own and drags trouble right to them. Suddenly, Elena calls out from behind Sky and Gareth, asking them to lend a hand because the object is simply too massive. Gareth stares at her with a very strange look, asking if she actually knows how to operate a relic of that scale. Gareth then urges Sky to fire the signal flare, since the enemy already knows their location and it is finally time to strike back. Sky huffs at being ordered around but immediately fires a glowing flare that brilliantly lights up the night sky as Gareth shouts out for everyone to listen up. Gareth commands everyone nearby to quickly gather as much stone and metal as possible to serve as ammunition for their cannons. He yells that he does not care how they attack, as long as they focus all their might on crushing those Benesian bastards. With the order for payback issued, Elena unleashes her powerful dragon relic. The devastating blast shatters the cliffside, sending rocks tumbling down amid the terrified screams of the enemy forces. Seeing his army crushed, Anfet stares in sheer horror as Steve taunts him, telling the prince he should look this way instead. Steve then charges forward like a lethal arrow, daring the prince to see if he can last any longer than his own brother did. Dangerous or not, Anfet stands his ground as his mysterious sphere suddenly glows with an ominous light. Charging forward at maximum speed, Steve is suddenly brought to a grinding halt by an invisible crushing force, leaving him struggling to breathe and wondering what on earth is binding him. Anfet sneers, mocking him to see if his big talk comes from real confidence or just pathetic arrogance. Trapped and helpless, Steve desperately asks Mortem if the spirit can do anything to break the bind. Steve groans that he is completely paralyzed, earning a sharp scolding from Mortem, who calls him a fool for charging blindly into enemy territory without knowing what tricks they had up their sleeve. The spirit explains that Anfet is using a relic to manipulate and lock down the physical space around them. They are completely sealed inside with absolutely no way out, leaving Steve cursing at their terrible luck. Suddenly, Anfet orders his magical squads to take their formations and prepare to strike. Bandstock loudly echoes the command, and within seconds, the entire enemy force moves in to completely surround the paralyzed hero. With a furious roar, Anfet gives the final order to attack. A massive torrent of fire erupts from the magical squads, all zeroing in on Steve, who is pinned right in the center. Even as the relentless flames engulf Steve, a flicker of anxiety crosses Anfet's eyes. He is forced to admit that the young warrior is impressive, wondering how anyone could possibly survive such a brutal onslaught. His magic is heavily boosted by the Black Relic, and he has an entire army backing him up. Realizing this only fuels the prince's burning rage even further, Anfet tells himself that he never expected this battle to be easy, swearing to utterly crush his foe no matter how long it takes. Meanwhile, Steve's allies frantically try to break through the enemy lines, with a soldier calling out to their commander. The enemy forces are overwhelming, and they have no idea how to push them back to safely regroup with the rest of the team. Gareth watches the battlefield with growing dread. He realizes Steve has been completely paralyzed by the prince, leaving him deeply concerned about leaving the young man exposed in such a deadly spot. Sensing the growing distraction, Sky sharply reminds Gareth to tell everyone to forget about that reckless fool and focus on their immediate target instead. He argues that this sudden turn of events is actually a perfect chance to keep applying heavy pressure on the enemy. Meanwhile, Steve grits his teeth as he endures the relentless magical barrage, realizing with dread that even his devour skill cannot break him free from this spatial barrier. He still cannot escape this powerful barrier. Mortem warns him that if they keep taking hits like this, even his cursed armor will soon be completely destroyed. Suddenly, Steve's sword begins to move on its own, as if guided by an unseen hand. Mortem quickly explains that the blade is reacting directly to the prince's black relic, though the spirit admits he has no idea how it can help them in this dire situation. Steve falls silent, remembering a crucial truth about his weapon. The sword will always obey the true will and direct commands of its master. Sensing his thoughts, Mortem asks if he has a plan. Steve tells the spirit to shut up and let him think, admitting he is not entirely sure if this wild idea will actually work. Steve pushes his limits to break the deadlock, activating the amplified power of his cursed armor. As the devastating flames are pushed back, he realized with relief that his gamble is actually working. He can feel immense magic power surging through his armor. At that exact moment, Anfet's glowing sphere begins to violently tremble, leaving the prince wondering what on earth is happening to his precious relic. Furious, Anfet screams at his men to throw absolutely everything they have at the target. Ignoring the incoming barrage, Steve clenches his fist and delivers a massive punch to the invisible barrier. Steve realizes exactly how to disrupt the flow of mana. His heavy strike causes deep fractures to ripple through the barrier, and he knows that even a tiny crack will be enough to shatter it. He is confident he can shatter the cage. True to his calculations, the barrier violently bursts apart, allowing Steve to break free from the trap. Feeling the sudden surge of overwhelming dark energy, the enemy soldiers scream out in terror, wondering where this power is coming from. Steve then steps out of the smoke to everyone's absolute shock. Anfet stares with wide, disbelieving eyes, calling him a monster and demanding to know how he broke free. The prince frantically reasons that his spell is a spatial distortion magic heavily reinforced by mana, making it impossible to breach. He cannot understand how a human could break it. Banstock quickly steps in front of Anfet, telling the prince to step back, while Steve smirks and remarks that it has been a long time. Steve asks Crony if he was not still serving as Jarrow's commander the last time they met. Banstock completely ignores the question, telling Steve to give up because he has over 30,000 troops backing him up, along with a massive array of magically operated artillery. The entire enemy formation has gathered with one single purpose to kill Steve. But Motim warns him that even though the enemies are strong, they are nothing compared to them, telling him to grip his sword tightly. Confused, Steve asks what he means. Motim explains that the enemy is preparing to fire a signal flare to launch their attack. Steve remains skeptical, but Motim insists that he can literally smell the impending strike. Motim asks if Steve remembers the explosive device planted during their previous battle. Just as Steve tries to process the question, a sudden, blinding flash of light erupts from the mountain peaks behind them. Pure panic fills Steve's eyes as he realizes what is happening. Before he can even finish his warning, the massive projectile detonates, engulfing the entire area in a thick cloud of dust and agonizing screams. The battlefield is completely blanketed in blinding white fog. Steve coughs through the dust, complaining that Motim could have warned him sooner, but Motim simply shrugs. Motim casually points out that he could always resurrect Steve if he had enough mana. This careless remark only infuriates Steve further as he demands to know what on earth their allies were thinking. Steve fumes over how they could fire directly at him without caring about their own ally. He vows to teach those responsible a lesson once he returns, though Motim dryly points out he is their only ally out here. But ironically, that reckless blast ended up wiping out most of the frontline soldiers. On the enemy side, a heavily injured Banstock struggles to get back up, completely dazed and demanding to know what just happened. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out. It is Steve, standing tall amidst the ruins. He wears a mocking smirk, asking Banstock what he was saying earlier about his invincible soldiers. Fueled by absolute rage, Banstock screams at the top of his lungs for all remaining units to attack immediately. The enemy soldiers charge forward like wild beasts, locking onto Steve as their primary target. Watching from a distance, Gareth worries that the enemy has completely lost their minds as they swarm Steve. He asks if they should go down there to assist him. Elena remains incredibly composed, reassuring Gareth that there is no need to panic. She points out that the remaining enemy forces are nothing more than standard grunts. Their numbers do not matter at all. Elena reminds him that their priority right now is looking after their wounded allies. Meanwhile, Steve faces the oncoming horde without a shred of fear, even smiling as Motim excitedly urges him to hurry up and start the action. Motim tells Steve to give them a taste of their own medicine. With a powerful roar, Steve unleashes his absorption skill and throws a devastating punch. The impact kicks up a massive cloud of dust, leaving the enemy soldiers coughing and blinded. Suddenly, one soldier freezes in sheer terror as he spots something horrifying emerging from the fog. It is one of their own men, now completely possessed by Motim. The puppet soldier ruthlessly slaughters his comrades as they scream in agony. One by one, the enemy forces are quickly decimated from within. Watching this madness unfold, Banstock is utterly dumbfounded. He cannot comprehend why his own soldiers are suddenly massacring each other, wondering if this is another one of Steve's terrifying abilities. It makes absolutely no sense to him at all. Steve was supposed to be a simple adventurer, yet he has somehow become this powerful. While the entire enemy army lies decimated, Steve remains completely unharmed without a single scratch. Banstock whispers in absolute disbelief. Nearby, Enfet furiously screams at his men to keep attacking, but not a single soldier can move, as sharp, invisible blades slice through the air and pin them all in place. Steve moves easily, cutting down anyone in his path. The enemies scream in absolute terror at his overwhelming power, realizing their attacks cannot even scratch him. Enfet watches in horror, unable to comprehend how one man can possess such monstrous strength. Now, the battlefield is ruined, with Steve standing alone in a silent graveyard of fallen soldiers. Staring at Steve's terrifying smile, Enfet desperately wonders if anyone on Earth can stop this monster. But in the blink of an eye, Steve vanishes, leaving Enfet scanning the area in sheer panic. Before Enfet can even react, Steve materializes right in front of him, gripping his face in a vice-like hold. He slams Enfet's head violently into the dirt, eliciting a painful shriek. Even while pinned to the ground, Enfet tries to threaten him, warning Steve that if he dares to harm him, the entire kingdom will hunt him down to the ends of the earth. Steve does not even let the arrogant noble finish his sentence. He casually cuts him off, muttering that he knows all about it. He explains that he has been prepared to face death every single day, so Enfet has no need to worry about his future. Steve slowly raises his weapon high into the air, preparing to deliver the final, decisive blow to the trembling commander. Steve coldly remarks that since he holds no personal grudge, he will grant him a swift death. With a clean slash, Enfet's life is ended, his blood soaking the dirt and his fallen scepter. Steve then turns his icy gaze to his next target. Looking down at Banstock, who is trembling on the ground, Steve delivers a chilling promise he wants this one taken alive. Completely paralyzed by terror, Banstock cannot even move a single muscle under the suffocating dark energy radiating from the young man. Steve stares down at him, coldly reminding him of how he stood by and watched innocent lives get snuffed out as if they were mere insects. The memory of Banstock's cold gaze flashes through Steve's mind, only fueling his resolve further. Without wasting another second, Steve grabs him tightly by the throat and declares that it is finally his turn to pay. Steve's expression turns dark and predatory as he promises to see what kind of face the man will make in his final, agonizing moments. A split second later, a horrific scream echoes through the clearing. Sometime later, a raucous victory celebration is underway as everyone raises their glasses to toast Steve. A tankard is slammed onto the table, accompanied by a begrudging toast to the young hero. Suddenly, Gareth points an angry finger at Sky, demanding to know what he was thinking with that bomb. He cannot believe Sky would create such a dangerous explosive right inside their own base. Seeing his commander fume, Sky tries to calm him down, telling him to take it easy. But Gareth only yells louder, asking how on earth he is supposed to remain calm after such madness. Gareth yells that they almost lost their entire camp and everyone in it because of that blast. Sky nonchalantly retorts that Gareth is exactly like Steve Friendly when they need his help, but immediately screaming in his face the moment the job is finished. Sky's casual attitude only pushes Gareth over the edge, as he demands to know what he just said. Realizing the situation is escalating, Sky quickly tries to drag the angry commander away, calling for anyone nearby to help hold him back. Watching the chaotic scene from a balcony above, Steve can only let out a sigh. Steve chuckles to himself, noting that everyone seems to be enjoying the celebration. Just then, Elena joins him, pointing out that their behavior is understandable given the massive victory they just secured. Steve offers her his sincere gratitude for exposing the enemy's weaknesses during the battle. He admits he is highly impressed, asking what kind of weapon she actually used to devastate their lines. Elena readily explains that she used a special liquid explosive created by Sky. She details how she mixed the compound into spiritus, turning it into highly destructive ammunition for their heavy artillery. She recalls how Gareth had helped her lift the heavy barrels, highly skeptical about whether the mixture would actually work. Yet, even Elena admits she was quite shocked by the sheer force of the blast. Elena admits she had never witnessed a blast of that scale, and the impact far exceeded her expectations. Hearing this, Steve can only shake his head, wondering why Sky always comes up with such bizarre inventions. Gently brushing off his grumbling, Elena smiles and points out that the victory has brought them much closer to their ultimate goal. To her, this is a very promising sign of things to come. Steve agrees with her assessment. He notes that because the Benicia forces have recalled their troops from the northern front line back to the capital, they will not be able to mount an attack anytime soon. Steve gently pats her head, reminding her that they still need to venture into the deepest parts of the dark forest. He urges her to get plenty of rest before their departure, before casually turning his back to go handle some of his own personal matters. A moment later, a door swings open. Steve steps inside and asks if she has uncovered anything yet. Hearing his voice, Freya simply replies by asking if recess is over already. She found absolutely nothing. Looking closely at the strange object inside the jar, she wonders out loud how the prince managed to get his hands on such a sacred relic in the first place. Steve simply lacks her patience. Wanting to examine the object immediately, he realizes that waiting around any longer makes no sense. He instantly prepares himself and activates his special skill, Curse Devourer. His power flows directly into the dark orb. Suddenly, everything plunges into a dark abyss, where it seems someone has already been waiting for them. 3 figures flash by, leaving Steve to wonder what kind of memory this is. A white-haired guide leads the way. Seeing Jarrow and Anfest there, Freya guesses that she cannot be entirely sure of the reason. But it seems the dark relic has absorbed some of the prince's memories, signaling that the end is drawing near. With Emperor Sincero acting as the guide, Steve wonders what the King of Venezia is actually scheming. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupts as a rogue soldier causes a scene outside the palace doors. Then Jarrow suddenly drops to his knees. Recognizing him immediately, Steve gasps in total shock. Wait, that is absolutely impossible. Watching him bow to Anfest, Steve boils with anger, cursing that the stubborn bastard is still alive. He should have finished him when he had the chance. Though he survived, his limbs have been completely reconstructed with strange materials. Right then, Freya snaps him back to reality. Freya urges Steve to stay focused as the memory begins to shift. Instantly, a bright flash of light erupts, transporting them to another time and place where a voice filled with quiet resignation echoes. It seems this is truly my end. Cries of absolute despair quickly follow, begging Lady Desha to stay strong and fight. Desha merely sighs in silence, thinking that, in the end, Aston was lost while busy working away at his forge. Kayan vanished while living among others. She then reassures the weeping crowd, telling them not to cry because this is not truly death. Her energy is simply fully depleted, and her physical form is merely returning to dust. At that very moment, a panicked elf cries out, asking what they could possibly do without her around to guide them. Dacia solemnly calls his name, Elnoran Ponzi Adranau, and he instantly responds. She gently advises him to look at the other 2 races, who also lost their gods but kept going. They continued to live, and her departure does not mean a dark future is waiting for their entire race. Her gentle words make Elnoran want to argue back, but she patiently reassures him and the crowd. There is absolutely nothing to fear, as she never raised them to be a weak or helpless people. As Desha's body slowly fades into nothingness, her gentle voice echoes, saying that she will be leaving soon. But she hopes that everything she has taught them will always stay deep within their hearts. With those final words, she completely vanishes, leaving her people in absolute grief. Their beloved goddess is truly gone, but suddenly, a brilliant light flashes from the pile of dust left behind. This catches Elnoran's attention immediately, and he reaches into the dust to pick it up. Looking at the glittering object in his hand, he whispers her name, realizing she was absolutely right. Finding a newfound strength deep inside, he knows they are not weak. The only way to honor her high expectations is to live the absolute best life they possibly can from now on. He then carefully places Desha's relic stone inside his necklace. He silently reflects on her final wish, realizing this stone represents the lasting hope she has left behind for them. With this precious heirloom, she will always be by their side. Suddenly, a bright light flashes, pulling Steve out of the vision. Gasping for air, he immediately asks if she saw that too. Freya quickly nods, noting that the unique pendant looks incredibly familiar. Steve then asks if she thinks that elf from the memory, Elnoran, could actually be one of Elena's ancestors. What does she think about it? Instead of answering him, she suddenly runs off, shouting that she needs to check on something. This erratic behavior leaves him completely baffled, wondering where on earth she is going. Freya runs down the hallway, shouting an apology as she bursts through the door. Hearing the commotion, Elena quickly turns around and wonders what is happening. Elena wonders what is going on, but Freya suddenly rushes forward and reaches right into her clothes, ordering her to stay still. This aggressive move makes Elena scream out in shock. She demands to know what Freya thinks she is doing. After searching for a moment, Freya finds the exact necklace from the memory and shatters it to pieces. Elena panics, yelling that it is a holy relic and demanding to know what she is doing. Seeing her fury, Freya quickly tells her to calm down and look closely at what she has just uncovered. Freya looks at the stone fragment in her hand and confirms it is Dacia's core. Later, during their roundtable meeting, Elena asks in utter disbelief if that is truly her core. They quickly confirm it to the group. They witness these memories while absorbing the dark relic from the prince. Because this holy object was passed down for generations, everyone completely forgot what was actually hidden deep inside it. All they knew was that the relic was extremely important, She then turns to Steve, asking if he remembers the goddess's last words. He immediately answers that it was not death. He suddenly recalls Dacia's final words before she vanished, stating she had simply depleted her source of power, causing her physical body to return to dust. Elena notes that while it seemed like mere comfort for the grieving elves, the goddess was actually telling them the absolute truth from the very beginning. She was not just trying to make them feel better. Looking at the glowing core on the table, she continues, explaining that though her physical body vanished, the core containing her true essence was passed down and now sits right before them. Hearing this, Steve wonders if this means the elf goddess could actually awaken once again. Freya believes it is highly possible, leaving a completely stunned Elena to ask if they can actually bring their goddess back to life. Instead of answering directly, Freya merely points out that things which originally seemed completely unrelated are now starting to connect together. Freya then begins listing the clues, starting with the supreme existence that created the sacred beings for the three races, followed by the dark relic itself. Based on all of this, she suspects the king of Benezia has a sinister plan they cannot afford to overlook. Hearing this, Steve immediately asks if she has any idea on what their next move should be. Freya pauses to think, noting that the goddess did not decay like normal living beings but vanished in pure light. With enough massive mana, she believes it is definitely worth a try. However, she points out a major issue, prompting Steve to ask what it is. She explains that in order to construct a new body capable of housing the goddess's mind, they have a massive hurdle. They would need an astronomical amount of mana, and even if they successfully create the vessel, maintaining it would require a continuous, massive supply of energy. This prompts Steve to ask how long he could hold out using the mana stored in his ring. Unable to give an exact time, she guesses it would last 5 to 10 seconds at most, making it barely worth considering. Steve falls silent, thinking it over deeply, before suddenly asking what if a new body already exists. After asking that crucial question, he slowly turns his gaze toward Elena. Meanwhile, down in the hall below, a voice asks what all of this is about. Sky grumbles that if there is nothing special, he is going to leave. He claims he has a mountain of experiments to complete. Hearing this, Garrett furiously snaps back, threatening to break his arms and legs if he performs any more weird stunts. Sky refused to back down, arguing that Gareth would eventually use his creations anyway. But Gareth stubbornly yelled back in a flat-out denial. Gareth stubbornly warned him to take his dangerous experiments far away from here. Just then, Steve arrived down below alongside Elena, immediately stepping in to calm them down and pleading for them to stop since he already had a massive headache. Steve explained that he originally wanted to handle the matter alone. However, since any mistake could cause massive complications later, he decided to bring them in and explain the situation beforehand. His words left them both highly confused. He immediately asked if they had ever heard of the elf goddess Deschia, but only a heavy silence answered his question. Momentarily, Steve brought out the core of Deschia to show his friends. He explained that the gemstone before them was the goddess's very core, and they intended to bring her back to life. Gareth was completely bewildered, demanding to know what they were planning. Sky also loudly questioned them, reminding Steve that he lacked the mana needed to pull off such a resurrection. Steve calmly pointed at Elena, stating she would handle it. His nonchalant attitude only angered Sky, who demanded to know exactly how she could possibly do that. Steve quickly explained that channeling mana into the core would revive the goddess's mind first, and Elena would offer her own body to serve as the physical vessel. He added that a highly crucial step for success involved tricking the core into believing the goddess's body was already complete. After hearing Steve's explanation, Gareth wore a deeply serious expression, asking if Steve was actually being serious about such a dangerous plan. It was simply too dangerous, and Gareth asked if Steve had even considered what would happen to Elena if anything went wrong. Steve sighed, replying that the decision was already made and it was actually Elena's idea. Just then, Freya appeared to explain further, telling them not to worry because the goddess's mind would exist alongside Elena's, meaning their souls would not merge into one. She added they could halt the process at any moment if danger arose. Still, Gareth remained worried, prompting Freya to clarify that the ritual worked best if the host's personality matched the goddess's. Fortunately, Elena shared many traits with the goddess herself. Realizing he could not stop this crazy plan, Gareth finally gave up and told Steve to do as he pleased, knowing that trying to stop him was completely and utterly pointless. Sky, on the contrary, was highly intrigued by the plan, noting that it would be incredibly interesting and urging them to get on with it quickly. Steve urged his two friends to work hard as well, before turning back to Elena to ask if she was absolutely certain. She sighed gently, reaffirming that she felt deeply honored to help the goddess in any way she could. Once she gave her full consent, he immediately promised her that nothing would go wrong, giving his solemn word to protect her. Elena trusted him completely, and seeing her absolute faith made Steve smile with deep happiness. Without wasting any time, he brought Deschia's core into direct contact with her. A surge of power erupted, completely enveloping her body. Gareth and Sky watched in sheer amazement as the goddess's magic slowly flowed into Elena, proving the ritual was actually working. The room fell silent as they waited for the results, with only Gareth nervously muttering questions. Suddenly, Elena snapped her eyes open. She was no longer Elena but Deshia, who addressed them simply as humans. The incredible sight left the three friends wide-eyed with shock, as Sky whispered, wondering if it was truly the goddess. Freya explained that Deskia was now in control of the body, while Elena had willingly stepped back into her own subconscious. Fortunately, everything seemed stable for the moment. Suddenly, Steve knelt down, politely asking for forgiveness as he sought to confirm her identity. Looking up at Elena's body, he asked if she was truly the goddess Deshia. The goddess looked down sadly, wondering aloud if so much time had passed that humans no longer recognized her. Without any hesitation, Steve explained that they had summoned her physical form to ask vital questions, aided by her descendant, Elena Draenor. Steve added that if she had any questions of her own, he would gladly answer them. Touching Elena's chest, Deskia expressed her deep gratitude to the young girl, before asking why they risked so much to awaken her. Looking up at the goddess, Steve replied that they simply wanted to know the truth. Just then, the ring on Steve's finger began to glow brightly. Noticing it, Deshia remarked that since he possessed that legendary ring, he must already know quite a bit about the world. She offered to share her tale, warning them that it was a long one. The story shifts to the distant past, where a voice on a high balcony asked Deshia if she noticed their father acting strangely of late. Deskia was quite puzzled, asking how their father was behaving. Einstein admitted it was hard to explain, but felt something was off. Einstein explained that their father used to share all his plans and discuss ideas with him regularly. Lately, however, the creator seemed to have lost all interest in talking, and it had already been a full 4 months since their very last conversation. Deshia sighed at this, pointing out that their father would never behave that way without a good reason. She teased that Einstein probably angered him by boasting about his foolish inventions again. Her teasing made him quite defensive, and he loudly protested that everyone loved his brilliant inventions just as much as they loved him. Even if they did occasionally cause minor accidents, he was passionately defending his creations when something suddenly crashed down from above, startling him into a loud scream. It turned out the intruder was none other than Kayan, who gasped heavily for breath and pleaded for Deskia's help. Recognizing the fallen figure, they both cried out his name in shock. Deeply bewildered, Deshia asked what had happened to cause such panic. Kayan quickly explained that a massive war had broken out between the humans and the elves in the southern regions. He added that neither side would listen to his commands, making it impossible for him to stop them alone. Deshia found this hard to believe, but Einstein urged her to stop overthinking and act quickly. Einstein declared that they should not waste another second and must go immediately. Glad to have their help, Kayan offered to lead the way, rushing off as the other two followed closely behind him. They soon arrived at the battlefield, which was in complete, devastating chaos. The shocking scene of destruction left them wondering what on earth could have triggered such violence. While floating above the chaos, one of them spotted a human driven mad with rage, preparing to crush an elf with a large stone. This shocking sight spurred Deskia into action, quickly channeling her magic to rescue the helpless elf. Her spell instantly blasted the aggressive human away. Without wasting a single moment, the goddess descended directly to the spot where the attacker had landed. Furious at his insolence, she prepared to end his life right then and there, but just as she raised her hand, a loud voice echoed, desperately pleading for her to stop. Extern landed beside her, firmly reminding Deskia that gods must never directly harm their own creations, as it violated their very first sacred law. Reluctantly biting her lip, she listened to his warning and decided to back down for now. As she walked away, Kayan angrily questioned why these mortal species were fighting one another. Meanwhile, the human who had just been struck suddenly reached for a nearby stone. Driven by pure rage, the man charged madly towards the goddess, shocking Kayan, who lunged forward and desperately screamed for him to stop. Months passed after that initial clash, which had quickly ended thanks to the timely intervention of the three deities. However, the aftermath was far worse than they expected, leaving both humans and elves with a deep, lasting distrust of one another. The bitter war bred nothing but mutual hatred and contempt. Soon, following the clash of elves and humans, bloody conflicts erupted among all three species across the entire land. Yet no one knows exactly how these conflicts began, or who crossed the line first. Three gods traveled across the entire continent, but in the end, even they had to resort to violence. Kayan had to draw his sword to handle the issue. After that fiery clash, lifeless bodies lay scattered across the ground. Deathja was busy treating a wounded survivor when someone asked him about the situation. He frowned, answering helplessly that it was the same phenomenon as before. He could not understand why or how they ended up attacking each other, and the man's memories seemed completely scrambled. At the same time, he added that there were strange, empty blanks in the victim's memory. This strongly pointed to an unknown third party interfering behind the scenes, though it remained unclear what they stood to gain by inciting these violent conflicts everywhere. Axton wondered about this as well. Indeed, the entire continent was falling into decay, yet there was not a single clue or hint as to why this was happening. Suddenly, Deathja proposed an idea they had already witnessed this far too many times in a single day. Why not ask their father about it before the situation grew any worse? However, Axton disagreed. Ordinarily, he would agree, but as he had mentioned before, their father had stopped speaking to them recently. Furthermore, he was certain their father would want them to handle this matter on their own. Suddenly, a wave of dark energy surged, startling all three of them. Kayan asked in confusion where that power was coming from, while Axton admitted he had a bad feeling and suggested they go check it out immediately. At that very moment, a painful scream echoed from a nearby tower. A beast raised its massive leg and cold-bloodedly crushed the helpless person standing right in front of it. Just as the beast struck, Kayan came rushing toward the scene. He suddenly accelerated, leaving both Deathja and Axton far behind him, while on the other side, the monster prepared to strike down yet another helpless victim. Preventing the beast from acting, Kayan blew it away with a single, powerful punch. He landed swiftly on the ground, growling in pure rage, "How dare you slaughter humans right in front of me?" Staring down the monsters, he declared he would hunt down whoever sent them later. But first, he would completely annihilate every single one of them. Meanwhile, Deathja began using his own magic to analyze the chaotic situation. After finishing his investigation, Deathja muttered in confusion, wondering what kind of creatures they were. Seeing the intensity of the fight, Axton quickly asked if they should step in to help. However, Deathja assured him that Kayan could handle this on his own. He was far more concerned with the ominous dark energy spreading nearby, wondering if that was the true source of all this malice. Deathja moved up to support Kayan. In the meantime, Axton urged him to evacuate the townspeople first, admitting he had a very bad feeling about where this was heading. Kayan quickly agreed, saying he already had a plan in mind. Deathja then pointed out that they had all sensed the energy on their way here, noting that a powerful dark aura was definitely radiating from a mountain cave located just past the town. With their minds made up, they headed out together. As they stepped into the deep shadows of the mountain cavern, Axton shivered, admitting the place sent a cold shiver down his spine. Deathja agreed that the entire cavern felt incredibly unnatural, and Kayan nodded in quiet agreement. Walking a bit further, Kayan clenched his fist tightly, stating he could feel a vile, malevolent force surrounding them. Declaring they should not waste another second, he suddenly unleashed a burst of magic right after speaking. A moment later, he turned to the others and told them he would leave the rest to them. Axton gasped in utter disbelief at his words. Meanwhile, Deathja noticed monsters rushing toward their position, sighing that Kayan always seemed to leave the most troublesome parts for them to clean up. In the meantime, Kayan ventured deeper into the earth. It took him a while to reach the very bottom of the dark abyss, where a strange living creature was waiting for him. It was a massive, three-headed wolf enveloped in roaring flames. Kayan glared at the beast in anger, realizing that this monster was the source radiating all that evil energy. The beast roared fiercely, and Kayan instantly lunged forward to attack, letting out a thunderous battle cry to boost his fighting spirit. Sometime later, Deathja and Axton finally managed to catch up to him, with Deathja calling out from behind to ask if that was the very last of those creatures. Hearing Deathja's voice, Kayan turned around and asked with a smirk why they had taken so long. Axton grumbled, telling him to stop complaining since the remaining tunnels had been crawling with those bizarre creatures too, though they had successfully wiped them all out. Looking ahead, Kayan pointed further into the dark, warning him that it was not over yet. Spotting a faint, glittering light in the debris, Deathja gasped in surprise, wondering what a necklace was doing in a place like this. A mysterious power radiated from the artifact, prompting them to wonder what it was. After examining it closely, Deathja remarked that all the monsters in both the cave and the town were likely created by this magic. Reaching out to grab the necklace, Kayan agreed with his assessment. A second later, he scowled, staring intensely at the necklace in his hand. Without warning, Kayan used his magic to reduce the relic to absolute nothingness. Watching it crumble into dust, Deathja sighed, asking if he felt that action was perhaps a bit too hasty. Deathja had wanted to examine it further, but Kayan sighed, explaining that the artifact was not their main concern right now. They needed to go see their father immediately. He stormed back to their home in anger, while Deathja tried to calm him down. Deathja urged Kayan to calm down and think about what he was doing, reminding him how furious their father became whenever they entered his home without permission. But Kayan argued that their father could be as angry as he wanted. He needed to see for himself where this tunnel led and when it had even been built. With that, Kayan ventured deep inside without their father's consent. After walking for a while, he called out loudly, demanding to know what their father was planning. After searching around the chamber, he was startled to find an old book. Instantly recognizing it as his father's personal journal, Kayan opened it, slowly discovering the truth of what had happened back when Archibald, occupying Zero's physical body, sat in deep, lonely contemplation. He wondered why he was so isolated, noting that no matter how much time passed, nothing ever changed. He had always felt lonely and empty. Life was the answer. He would create new life to keep him company. At that moment, Archibald found himself in a magical forest. After using his magic to grow a small sapling, Archibald wondered how much time had slipped by. The world was now teeming with life, yet looking at his creations, he felt unsatisfied. It still was not enough. He raised his hand, desiring something different. With that thought in mind, he took some clay and began molding the shape of Kayan. Soon, Axton and Deathja took shape as well, as he dreamed of creating a genuine family. Smiling with deep satisfaction at his work, he watched as all three newly formed beings knelt at his feet. Their faces were filled with absolute devotion. Together, they lived alongside Archibald in perfect harmony, until the day came when they said their farewells and departed from their beloved home. Archibald smiled with pride as he watched them leave. However, his thoughts soon began to shift, and as he waved goodbye, he realized he was undergoing a change of heart. Watching his children bicker and play as they drifted away, he knew that when immortal blood is divided, it slowly fades, yet he refused to accept such a fate. Anxiety clouded his face, remembering the centuries he spent creating these fruits. Staring down at his hands with profound regret, he realized he could not lose everything to the cold limits of death. He desperately needed a way to achieve true immortality. He had to study the secrets of life itself, and with that dark obsession taking root, Archibald grew utterly ruthless, stopping at nothing to pursue his forbidden research. As the eerie voice echoed, a familiar memory resurfaced. Archibald was being tormented by a single problem. There was absolutely no way to store natural mana in one place. Archibald tried to gather and artificially maintain mana, sparking a flood of old memories with every single word told. He then discovered a completely new source of power with highly unusual properties. Known as dark energy, this mysterious force first manifested after the tragic death of the humans created by the three gods. This dark force only triggered when someone suffered a terrible injustice like murder or a brutal betrayal. On its own, the energy possessed absolutely no power, but Archibald realized he could actually condense it by gathering it near natural mana. So under the cover of a raging storm, he took matters into his own hands and committed murder just to harvest this power. As the victim lay dying on the cold ground, dark energy poured from his body to Archibald's pure delight. If he could just combine more of this dark energy with the surrounding natural mana, his ultimate plan would succeed. But right as he reached out his hand to seize the newly condensed energy, something unexpected started to take shape right in the middle of it. He gasped in confusion what was happening, and why was the energy reacting so violently? He watched in shock as the shape grew larger, crying out in sheer disbelief, "What on earth is that?" A living creature began to form inside that sphere of mana. Born from the collision of two opposing forces, a brand new life form emerged. Archibald had just created the very first monster. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a gloomy town under a dark sky. The entire place is littered with dry skeletons, a faint, eerie mist drifting through the empty streets. Archibald looks over the devastation and laughs with sickening pride. Wonderful, he boasts in high spirits. There is so much dark energy and mana gathered in this one spot. As he speaks, the massive monster raises its arm to strike. He continues calmly, "The more people I kill, the thicker this dark energy gets, letting me store massive amounts of mana." But Archibald shows no fear, raising his hand to cast a binding spell. At this rate, he muses, "I can gather mana far quicker than I ever imagined. What a pleasant surprise." Yet, watching his magic hold the beast, he calculates his next move. He still needs a much faster way to wipe out large groups of people. The monster's body boils violently as if terrified by his cold words. "If I only rely on these beasts," he thinks, "there is a serious risk that my children will step in and stop them." Just as he makes up his mind, the monster's head suddenly blows apart. In that case, he decides, "I need a completely different strategy." With a cold, murderous glare, Archibald resolves to find a way to generate massive amounts of dark energy without relying on these wild beasts. Time slips by, and on a quiet morning in a sunny field, his slow footsteps catch the attention of the land's owner. With a cold, murderous glare, Archibald resolves to find a way to generate massive amounts of dark energy without relying on these wild beasts. Time slips by, and on a quiet morning in a sunny field, his slow footsteps catch the attention of the land's owner, who watches him closely. Feeling uneasy, the farmer calls out to ask if he is lost. Archibald slowly walks over with a calm smile. "Oh no, I am quite all right, but would you mind standing still for just a moment?" He reaches out and presses his finger directly against the thoroughly confused man's forehead. A bright light suddenly flashes from his fingertip as he delivers a single chilling command, "Obey me." Instantly, the man's eyes glow with an eerie light, his hands gripping his pitchfork tightly. Archibald issues his next command, telling him to march straight toward the town. As the farmer marches off, absolutely no one suspects that Archibald is the mastermind pulling the strings behind these human conflicts. Everything falls into place perfectly. Sometime later, he stands in silence before a massive, bizarre structure. While he searches for answers to his own questions, the giant mass suddenly begins to shift. He wonders if this is what happens when he concentrates too much dark energy in one single spot. Perhaps this is a clear sign that the compressed energy is trying to evolve into a much greater form. Hearing a sudden, deep rumble, Archibald is caught off guard, watching in total awe. Suddenly, the massive structure explodes, unleashing a violent and terrifying shockwave of pure dark energy. As the shattered debris begins to pull back together, a figure leaps high into the air to avoid the blast. Suspended in midair, he watches in confusion as the debris and dark energy swirl together. Archibald can hardly believe the sheer power radiating from it as the mass ruptures, violently pulling in the surrounding earth. The flying fragments assemble themselves right before his eyes. Floating high in the sky, he watches the debris solidify, but this time, the energy fuses to form a massive cave that lets out an echoing, terrifying roar. He smiles with dark delight at the sight the mass wrapped itself in dark energy to create a cave that breeds monsters automatically. It is quite impressive indeed. What excites him even more are the frenzied beasts pouring out of the cave. "This is it," he whispers, as the horde charges straight toward the small mountain town below. The frenzied beasts slaughter the helpless villagers, gathering even more dark energy to attract more victims. Sometime later, the scene shifts back to the present, with warm sunlight filtering into a cozy little house. Steed sits in absolute shock after hearing this horrifying tale. Deschia lowers his eyes and quietly explains that all of this was written in the research journal found in his late father's secret basement. Steed carefully asks what happened next. Deschia replies that his father's dark plan succeeded completely, as countless dungeons began appearing and drawing people in from all over the continent. Hearing this, Steed bows his head in deep thought, realizing that the core must refer to a powerful relic. In other words, these dungeons are just giant factories harvesting mana to fuel Archibald's ultimate quest for immortality. Deschia helplessly explains that they tried their absolute best to stop him, but their father did everything in his power to evade them while continuing to spawn more and more dungeons. Eventually, he successfully gathered all the dungeon cores, channeling his remaining mana into them to fuse those powerful cores into a single entity. As Deschia describes how they condensed into a single object, Steed suddenly realizes what it is and blurts out the black relic. Deschia nods in solemn agreement. Yes, with so much mana concentrated in one place, they easily traced it. Einstein, Axton, and Deschia tracked their father down just as he tried to absorb the core, but in that exact moment, he suddenly took his own life, leaving them completely shocked. Steed is completely stunned, finding it hard to believe why would he end his own life after going to such extremes. Why would he do that after everything? Sensing his deep confusion, Deschia hesitates before revealing a shocking truth: it was not actually suicide at all. Elsewhere, Axton violently pins a man against a heavy door, shouting at him to speak. The heavily bearded captive, his eyes bloodshot and body trembling, struggles to reply, "You will never be able to stop our grand plan. We are the loyal disciples of Archibald," he snarls, "and even gods cannot stop us." Enraged by the defiant threat, Axton does not hesitate for a second, finishing him off instantly. Axton lets the lifeless body slide to the floor. Just then, Einstein rushes into the room, calling out that he has finally found the object they were looking for. Einstein holds out a glowing fragment of dark energy, explaining that this is the artifact these disciples carry. Seeing it, Axton finally understands the truth. This is exactly why their divine powers had absolutely no effect on these zealots. It is all because of that fragment, a creation of their father that even Deschia could not detect. Einstein agrees, suspecting the disciples are plotting to resurrect their father by gathering these pieces. He falls silent for a brief moment before donning his armor to give the command. They must hurry, as they simply do not have enough mana left to maintain their physical forms much longer. Einstein firmly crushes the fragment in his grip, absolutely determined to end this battle before they disappear once and for all. Back in the quiet room where Steed talks with Deschia's spirit, the truth becomes clear: the cultists they fought were never just religious zealots. Indeed, their physical bodies and minds were completely corrupted by his father. Deschia solemnly explains that they began wandering the vast continent, desperately searching for any scattered fragments left behind by their father. They originally planned to locate and destroy every single piece, but time was rapidly running out. With their divine power fading while the cultists grew stronger and threatened the world, they eventually came up with a desperate, clever plan. In the goddess's flashback, Aston's giant face looms large as he demands the essence of the other two gods. High atop the peak of Extern, three deities gather. They came to hear his plan for when they all eventually fade away, making them wonder why he suddenly demands their very life essence. Giving away more of their core essence will only hasten their own ultimate demise. Dacia pleadingly agrees, urging that they must not leave their heavy burdens behind for the future generations of Extern to carry. But Aston quickly cuts her off, insisting they must finish this task before they fade, adding that he completely understands her fears. He warns them with deep concern that they must never underestimate the Dark Lord, whose loyal followers will surely try to resurrect him in the near future. Stepping down from his platform, the god moves forward to reveal his ultimate master plan. Since they no longer possess the strength to fight, he proposes creating a singular champion to act on their behalf, gesturing for them to follow. Although the other two deities are highly confused, they still follow him closely. This agent will be an immortal champion of the gods, destined to carry on their sacred legacy and fight their war for centuries to come. Standing before a mystical chalice radiating immense energy, Aston explains that this champion will completely purge those wretched dark fragments from the face of the earth. Looking proudly at the skulls hovering over the chalice, he declares this to be his life's greatest masterpiece. He has a name for it. Dacia gently whispers the name Motem, startling Freya. Biting her lip, she quietly listens as the goddess explains that she is actually an artificial relic, specifically designed to continue their holy mission long after the gods have vanished from this world. She looks up at her with a warm, gentle smile, expressing how truly wonderful it is to finally meet face to face after centuries of separation. But Freya looks deeply uncomfortable and rejects the warm greeting, stating she has absolutely no idea who this goddess is or what happened in the past. Rather than getting angry, Dacia calmly explains that of course she wouldn't know, since she was only programmed with essential functions to fight monsters, clear dungeons, and oppose the disciples of Archaban. Hearing these words, Freya's brow furrows even tighter. It explains nothing. Freya questions why she cannot remember anything, but the goddess merely bows her head in response. She gently explains they created the ring with two primary purposes, the first being to destroy dangerous dungeons and monsters. To accomplish this, the sacred relic was equipped with a unique ability known as curse devouring. This solved the critical issue of mana supply, which is always the most vital factor for ancient relics, while also helping locate other relics as the wearer hunts down monsters. As for the second purpose of the ring, it was absolute stability. Since the enemy disciples excel at mind control, a brainwashed user handing the ring over to them would completely ruin their entire plan. Back in the present, the goddess confirms that this is exactly why they created a brand new soul and placed it inside the ring. As Steve visualizes his body merging with the relic, she explains that the ring binds with the user, forcing two souls to share one physical vessel. With this dual soul bond, the user becomes permanently immune to any mental attack. He frowns, silently absorbing every word. Turning her attention back to Freya, Dacia asks if she has already experienced this strange phenomenon firsthand. The goddess quickly brings up a past example, back when the ring had a proper master. Its auto-resurrection ability works continuously to protect the user from death. However, when facing a truly unavoidable demise, the ring is designed to completely discard the host's body so the relic can escape the danger. This grim reminder makes them recall the Reaper's warning about endlessly repeating the cycle until their mission is complete. Honestly, it makes you wonder how much agony a single soul can take. Dacia bows her head apologetically, admitting that the physical and mental pain of this process is unfortunately too agonizing to bear. Although it is true they created the ring's soul out of their own desperate necessity, she gazes at the glowing relic on Steve's hand. With absolute certainty, she reassures him that she can still promise him one thing. She, or at least her faction, never wanted him to remember the horrific agony of suffering through that endless, brutal loop. Freya can only stare in silence, processing the heavy truth. A moment later, as sunlight streams through the window, Dacia's spirit departs, returning full control to Elena. She looks at Steve with deep concern, asking if he is doing all right. Sensing his discomfort, she waits. He calmly reassures her that he is fine. Sighing wearily, he admits he is not doing well, but worries that Freya must be hurting even more. Right then, her familiar voice instantly rings out in protest, claiming she is not hurt at all. Surprised by her sudden appearance, Steve demands to know where she went after vanishing into the ring without saying a word. Freya coldly explains that she merely needed some time to process everything. Turning to Steve, she firmly declares that she only cares about her present memories, completely ignoring the past. She vows to do everything in her power to keep him alive, simply because losing her current memories would force her to start all over again. Amused by her response, he smiles and agrees that it sounds exactly like her. He then mentions that he has been reflecting on the goddess's earlier words. He recalls Dacia mentioning how they originally hid the sacred ring deep inside a dangerous dungeon. They also sealed the gathered fragments of Archaban in a special area within the elf forest. However, Steve frowns and reveals that the forest the goddess spoke of no longer exists, since the continent was split into north and south by the Samarkand Delta. Elena calmly adds that this was the site of a brutal genocide against those who opposed the elves, where countless lives were lost. Freya immediately raises her own suspicions, noting that the entire conflict was started by humans. She suspects the disciples were pulling the strings, which explains why the king of Benezia possesses so many dark relics. Meanwhile, panic erupts at the royal palace. A messenger desperately runs toward the royal training ground, only to find countless lifeless bodies laid out neatly across the courtyard. Gerald screams in sheer panic, calling out for his commander. A trembling soldier rushes forward with a mysterious box, reporting that they have just received a grim delivery. Inside the box lie the severed heads of Banstock and Enfet, leaving Gerald completely paralyzed with utter shock. As Gerald screams in pure anguish and rage, a sinister smile creeps across the wrinkled lips of an old observer in the palace, whispering that his destiny has finally come to its end. Behind Sincero, a magical orb crackles with raw power. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Steve walks alone, letting out a heavy sigh. Seeing his distress, Motem appears to reassure him, advising him not to overcomplicate things since the king still supports the prince. Ultimately, this situation simply provides him with another perfect excuse to wage war against Benezia. Steve understands the logic but remains highly uneasy, wondering why the king of Benezia, who must be one of Archibald's disciples, would hand a dark relic over to the second prince. Gripping the ring tightly, he theorizes that if the king knew about Freya, he would also know Steve could absorb dark relics. Motem immediately agrees, deciding they must extract more detailed information directly from the king or the prince. After all, if Archibald is successfully resurrected, the entire continent will be ruined, meaning they must stop them before it is too late. As they walk, they fail to notice a figure quietly trailing behind them. Agreeing that overthinking only gives the enemy more time, they are suddenly startled when the mysterious figure speaks up, warning them never to let their guard down. Turning around in surprise, Steve finds Decia standing there. He feels a sudden chill of fear, realizing that the ancient goddess has fully adapted to Elena's body, moving so quietly that he could not even hear her approach. Shaking off his lingering dread, he politely asks if she would mind answering a quick question for him. The goddess casually tells him to go ahead and ask. Steve raises his hand and points to his ring. According to what was said, the Motem ring still has 2 unactivated abilities. The system displays the unactivated abilities and asks if he knows how to trigger them. Desha's forehead gem glows as the ancient deity thinks. Desha tells him to treat those powers as a last resort, leaving Steve to murmur the words in utter disbelief, a last resort. The ancient lord explains that activating these abilities is merely a tool to help the wielder destroy dungeons and eliminate monsters far more efficiently. Explaining the mechanics of the ring, Desha reveals that any mana the wielder thinks they consumed while triggering new abilities is actually stored directly inside Motem. As the ring glows with surging energy, Desha continues to explain that this serves as a final safety measure in case the demon father successfully resurrects. The power will automatically trigger at the right moment, though it is best to pray that day never comes. Once Desha finishes speaking, Steve looks at the ring and quietly says that he understands. Later, the scene shifts back to the inn as a door slams shut. Inside, Garrett urgently presses him, saying it is time to stop talking and start planning. He demands to know what took so long and asks if Steve is scared. Steve looks blankly at his 2 idle companions. He admits he is still trying to digest everything, but explains that is exactly why he came to them. They need a plan, and he never said he was scared. Annoyed by that response, Garrett sternly warns him that if he dares to jump into another battle without a solid plan, he will personally end him. This time, they are facing an entire kingdom, meaning they must prepare thoroughly. Sky quickly agrees, pointing out that Benezia has already lost the vast majority of its military forces. As long as they feel threatened, they will never step out of their castle, so they must go to them. Hearing her sharp analysis, Garrett is secretly quite surprised. Garrett notes how sharp she can be in moments like this. He praises her, agreeing that they must find an unexpected way to scatter the massive army gathered in the capital. Garrett speaks frankly about the situation, noting they lack the numbers to overwhelm the enemy. Steve agrees, stating they need a strategy that is both highly effective and incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, in the Grand Royal Hall, Sincero speaks to the 2 before him. He states that Benezia's forces are now in their hands. Noticing his son looking away, he sternly orders Jero to look at him, remarking that the young man's spirits seem to have improved. Little does the king know that Jero's mind is consumed with quiet fury, and honestly, who could blame him? The king shows absolutely no concern over recently losing 2 of his own sons. From his throne, Sincero smiles with amusement, revealing that he has seen a grand vision. He confidently shares that vision, declaring that within 3 days, the northern elves will march straight into the capital. This timing is far too perfect to be a mere coincidence. He then drops a specific name to provoke Jero, suggesting that Stetch Atelier is the mastermind behind everything. Sincero catches his son's dark expression and remarks that Jero is finally beginning to grow into that formidable armor. The king adds that Jero's arm will be a great asset in the coming war. Hearing this, the prince instinctively grips his iron arm, which begins to radiate a terrifying power. Jarrow's brow furrows deeply with burning hatred, silently vowing that he will crush Steve once and for all. Sincero shifts his focus back to the battlefield, noting that as the General of the North, Garrow would normally lead the march. However, they must concentrate their forces now. He orders the regular soldiers to handle the elves, commanding Jarrow and Edrin to guard the capital instead. The two immediately bow in absolute obedience to their king. Turning to leave, Jarrow quietly tells himself to just wait and see. He clenches his fist, glaring at the figure on the throne. He vows that once he returns from this mission, he will kill his father for what happened to Banstock and his brothers. The scene shifts to a quiet room where Steve and Elena are talking. He nods, agreeing that they must wait for more news, noting that Garrett wants them to save their strength while he investigates. Garrett claimed they would only get in his way, while Sky is busy with her own preparations. Elena quickly responds, saying she understands but still wants to know one more thing. The curious tone of the ancient soul inside Elena's body makes Steve shiver as she suddenly asks how the two of them became lovers. Feeling awkward, he silently notes that Daisha is synchronizing perfectly with her body now, as her hair no longer even changes color. Steve cautiously inquires, asking where the ancient lord could have possibly heard such a thing. Daisha calmly reveals that Elena told him herself last night, noting that a lot has happened to the elves since he departed. Blushing, Steve tries to dodge the subject, asking why the ancient being is suddenly bringing it up. Amused by his embarrassed reaction, Daisha chuckles and remarks that relations between humans and elves are quite terrible nowadays, making it a wonderful surprise to witness such a close bond. Daisha teases him further, suggesting this explains what Steve does every single night. Utterly panicked by the implication, Steve quickly cuts the ancient spirit off, begging for at least a little bit of personal privacy. Just then, a companion walks in and sternly warns Steve to rest, rather than wasting his energy on useless things. Seeing them return, Steve quickly composes himself, noting they came back early and asking how the situation looks. Standing beside Sky, Garrett annoyedly snaps at him to not interrupt, warning that things are far too quiet. Pulling down his hood, Garrett reports that they sent the surviving enemy soldiers back with a small gift just to test their reaction, but they did absolutely nothing. He then lays out a map on the table to show the current situation, just as Sky described. Benicia has gathered its remaining forces inside the capital, making the castle virtually impregnable to a direct assault. He carefully suggests that they will need a distraction to throw the enemy into absolute confusion. Steve reaches into his pocket to pull something out, suggesting they seek help from the north. Garrett repeats in confusion the north. He questions who from the far north would ever agree to cross that massive desert just to fight for them in the south. In response, Steve quietly utters a single phrase, the northern elves. Hearing this, Garrett looks toward Daisha inside Elena's body, who turns to stare back. Slightly uneasy, Garrett asks if he is actually planning to use the elf goddess. Realizing Garrett misunderstood his intent, Steve quickly objects to using that phrasing. He warns that the elves would hate such wording, suggesting they instead tell them they are fighting a holy war against the Demon King. Daisha sighs softly and smiles in agreement. Sky then chimes in, noting that the elf goddess has finally been resurrected. That alone should be enough. Steve also recalls the letter from Simon, assessing that the northern elves are familiar with Archibald's followers, making it highly likely they will come to help. Steve carefully explains the gravity of the situation, warning that this is not about using anyone. If they fail to stop the King of Benicia right now, the casualties will be devastating. Daisha listens in silence as Steve declares they cannot afford to hesitate any longer. The more time they waste now, the stronger their enemy will inevitably become. Steve immediately issues his orders, instructing Sky to build something capable of causing massive damage, giving her full permission to push past her absolute limits. He then commands Garrett to closely monitor the capital and report any unusual activity the moment it happens. Garrett eagerly agrees to the plan. Gripping the sphere in his hand, Steve takes on the hardest task, declaring that he and Elena will gather as many northern troops as they can. In a spacious hall, Steve's voice rings out with solemn authority. He tells them to prepare for new allies. This is their chance to finish what they started at Gambini Fortress and finally make Benicia pay for all of their crimes. He wears a confident smile full of determination for this upcoming battle, ready to throw everything they have into the fight. Steve pleads for help from Chairman Seymour. He explains that they desperately need support, as the member states of the Southern Alliance are all in league together, and not a single nation is willing to help them. Knowing it is no easy task to cross the vast desert, Steve begins to speak, but the chairman cuts him off, asking for a moment to process this unbelievable news. He asks if the ancient elven goddess has truly been revived, questioning if the adventurer realizes how monumental this is. Meanwhile, Daisha nudges Stig, suddenly remembering a crucial detail, and asks if he is currently in contact with the far north. If that is true, then that must be where the World Tree stands. After a brief, quiet pause to gather his thoughts, Stig nods in agreement. Hearing this, Daisha immediately channels her magic into the glowing orb to take action. Right after, Chairman Seymour detects a strange reaction on his end, causing him to ask aloud in absolute shock what could possibly be happening. Just then, a panicked messenger rushes into the room, shouting that the mana of the world tree is suddenly surging. Shocked by this sudden development, the chairman immediately rushes out to see the ancient tree for himself. He can barely believe his eyes as he witnesses the dramatic transformation of the tree. When he desperately demands to know what is happening, Desha smiles warmly, suggesting that this spectacular sight is more than enough of an answer. She speaks through the magic, declaring that the world tree is merely a small fraction of her being. She can easily control it with a single gesture, without even needing to gather any mana. She addresses the people of the North, admitting that abandoning their descendants and leaving them to face the consequences of ancient conflicts was a terrible mistake they should have never made. She refuses to make excuses for their past actions. Though she feels deeply ashamed to ask, she warns that without their help, the entire continent will inevitably drown in a devastating, bloody war. She begs them not as a distant, powerful deity, but as the loving mother who created them. Hearing these profound words, Chairman Seymour can hardly believe his ears, standing frozen before he slowly raises his hand to make a choice. He swiftly issues a grand decree, telling the people of the North that their ancient goddess is summoning them. Upon hearing her sacred name, the crowd erupts into thunderous cheers. With absolute determination, he commands his massive army to march straight toward the south. Meanwhile, Cassia happily shares the great news that the northern elves are finally on the move, promising to do everything possible to ease their journey across the harsh desert. Steve expresses his sincere gratitude, noting that her support will help them launch their plan much faster. She warmly explains that she cannot simply sit idle while such a crucial battle looms ahead. She bids him to stay safe, but their conversation is suddenly interrupted by an unexpected visitor, catching everyone completely off guard. The newcomer is none other than Gareth Finvai, who wastes no time in asking if they actually managed to convince the elves to join their cause. Steve sighs and confirms that they succeeded, securing plenty of vital supplies before asking about the situation in Benicia. Gareth releases a heavy sigh, revealing that there are currently 100,000 troops stationed there, leaving Steve completely speechless at the massive number. Stig can only repeat the staggering number in disbelief. Unrolling a map, Gareth explains the grim details, warning that their enemies' numbers are actively growing with every passing minute. They must deal with Benicia before the situation becomes completely unmanageable, a reality that deeply unnerves Steve. Gareth emphasizes that the northern elves Steve successfully recruited will play a critical role in this desperate campaign. The fortress is surrounded by massive, thick stone walls with only 2 gates providing entry, one in the north and one in the south. If the northern elves arrive exactly on time, the enemy army will be forced to reinforce their defenses to the north, allowing a surprise attack on the southern gate. Watching from above, Sky asks how many men they actually have, prompting Gareth to reveal the very harsh truth. Around 2,500 men, Gareth admits, explaining that their primary goal is to lure as many enemy soldiers away from the fortress as possible. By avoiding direct clashes for as long as they can, the massive size difference between the two forces should not matter. As for leading this distraction force, he entrusts the critical duty to Stig and the young lady standing beside him. Stig merely offers a quiet nod of agreement. Beside him, Desha remains completely silent, her face clouded with deep concern. Meanwhile, Gareth and Steve plan to secretly weaken the fortress walls from either the east or the west. Stig quickly asks if there is any reliable way to ensure the guards do not spot their approach. Gareth confidently assures him that if all goes well, they will take the quickest path straight to the castle. Still, Stig remains deeply uneasy, muttering that while it sounds good in theory, a single mistake will cost them their lives. But Gareth remains completely calm, reminding him that they simply must finish this job before they are discovered. Their ultimate targets are the king and the prince. Once Steve infiltrates the castle and eliminates them, this nightmare will finally end. Hearing this, Sky speaks up to voice her own doubts. She understands the plan, but agrees with Steve that relying entirely on individual performance is far too dangerous. Slightly annoyed, Gareth snaps back that they have no other choice, as this is the only viable path forward for their small army. With time rapidly running out, Steve realizes he needs to pull off another miracle, asking Sky to see if she can bolster their forces with one of her unique diesel-powered inventions. A moment later, Steve offers a sudden glimmer of hope by mentioning he knows someone who might be able to help them. While Sky looks highly skeptical, Gareth immediately demands to know who this mystery person is. Steve hesitantly admits that Gareth likely won't be very fond of this ally. Meanwhile, at a training field, Max Maxwell roars in frustration, telling his trainee to strengthen their stance and stop being so incredibly weak on their feet. He furiously disarms his opponent, knocking the weapon right out of Jester's grip, who merely laughs and remarks that Max is impressively strong for a mere human. A moment later, Renoir approaches them with a warm laugh, asking how the training is progressing and jokingly noting that Max looks even more terrifying than usual today. Max grunts in annoyance, admitting that the Lord's troops are actually in excellent shape and learning remarkably fast, while Jester and the other soldiers quickly bow in respect to Renoir. Renoir chuckles warmly and replies that their morale has skyrocketed ever since Max arrived to take charge of their training. Renoir expresses his sincere gratitude for everything Max has done for their town, but Max dismisses the praise, stating he is just thankful to be accepted. Suddenly, Max spots a strange, glowing object flying across the sky, prompting Renoir to quickly explain that it is a messenger spell. After reading the message, Renoir frowns in disapproval, admitting he knew they were planning something big, but never expected such a reckless strategy. Renoir hands over a second letter addressed directly to Max, who grows tense as he reads. After a long, quiet moment of reflection, a slow, determined smile spreads across his face as he realizes the time has finally come. Max quietly tells Renoir that his time here is up. With a heavy sigh, Renoir nods in understanding, promising not to stand in his way if he must depart. After offering his final thanks to Max for keeping the town safe, the warrior departs. Meanwhile, Steve feels incredibly flustered as Elena rests close to him, prompting him to softly ask why she wanted to meet tonight. Elena admits she is deeply anxious about the upcoming battle, especially now that the elves are involved. Steve nervously asks why she is worried, silently wondering if he is speaking to Elena herself or the goddess controlling her mind. She looks up at Steve, asking if he does not feel the same way. Steve immediately voiced his concerns. At times, he wondered if Benicia was setting a trap for them. To say he was not worried would be a lie, but he resolved to do his absolute best, just like every other time. And then, Elena suddenly wrapped her arms around him, softly whispering that she felt the exact same way. Up on the castle walls, soldiers were busy transporting weapons for the upcoming siege, when one of them suddenly paused to ask what was going on. The other soldier admitted he was only wondering if an attack would actually happen today. He knew it sounded ridiculous, but that was exactly what the vision had foretold. There was no telling what the goblins might do next, which was why the northern front had to remain in constant combat readiness. All they could do was defend the capital. Meanwhile, on a nearby hill overlooking the entire fortress, Gareth Finver kept watch, warning his comrades that today was the day. 70,000 northern goblins were already approaching the border, and their mission was to strike the fortress with everything they had. They had to throw everything into the fight. Gareth called out to Steve, demanding to know what his plan was and what he was hiding from them. Steve hesitantly spoke, thanking everyone for coming. He admitted he was not good at speaking to crowds, so he promised to keep it brief. He knew they were all anxious and terrified, but urged them not to worry about saving the world. They just needed to do their best. If things went well, they would all survive to see the sunrise tomorrow. Yet, his attempt at comfort did not seem to help the grim atmosphere. If anything, it only made things feel worse. Greg turned with a deep frown, asking why he was suddenly being so gloomy. He grumbled, demanding to know when they were finally going to attack anyway. Steve clenched his fist with determination, telling them to hold their positions for now and wait until their secret weapon finally made its appearance. Back on the ramparts, the commander was busy deploying soldiers to their battle stations. But over on the hill, one of Gareth's allies called out in surprise, warning him that the enemy was turning all their cannons toward the north. Gareth gasped in shock. A soldier rushed in to report that a massive army led by an unidentified commander was fast approaching. They were ready to fire, waiting only for his command. The general scoffed, questioning if there was truly only a single leader. He laughed out loud, mocking their foolish formation. But as hundreds of airships and warships closed in on the fortress, the general grew tense. He stood frozen in shock as the leading figure came into clear view. Could it really be him? Matt poked his head out from the massive airship, shouting down to the fortress below. He warned them not to shoot, explaining they were facing the general of the east and urging everyone to lower their weapons. But the opposing general bellowed back, mockingly asking Matt Dorgueo if he had forgotten he was no longer welcome in Benicia. Matt smirked defiantly, shouting back that he remembered it all too well, but he refused to wear the kingdom's leash forever. Suddenly, a smaller vessel glided up right alongside the massive flagship. Simon stepped forward to greet them, expressing how glad he was to have such reliable reinforcements joining their fight. Meanwhile, Sky looked up with a frown, murmuring that he too had heard plenty of rumors about Salos. Gareth realized with frustration that this was the secret Steve had been keeping from them all. Whispers broke out among the soldiers, many of them furious that the general of the East was now leading them, as some still held old grudges. Sky snapped at them to focus, reminding everyone that defending Benicia had to be their absolute priority. But without warning, he pulled out a glowing blue firearm and pointed it straight at Gareth's head. Sky warned the big guy not to get any funny ideas about switching sides, threatening to put a bullet through his skull. Gareth replied with a lazy, half-serious shrug, which only infuriated Sky even more. Down at the southern gate of the Benicia fortress, soldiers frantically called out to one another, checking the status of the heavy cannons to make sure they were fully primed and ready for the onslaught. Suddenly, a massive wave of enemies rushed forward like a broken dam. The The commander pointed ahead, yelling to fire, but before the words could fully leave his mouth, an arrow tore straight through his cheek as a grim warning. Though the cannon fire wiped out hundreds in a flash, it barely slowed down the endless tide of warriors. Elena watched the chaos unfold, cold determination in her eyes as she muttered that no one would escape her sights. At the base of the wall, enemy forces hammered against the massive gates until they finally gave way. Talk about an intense showdown. Sky stood tall on his ship, locking onto his next target while Matt yelled to show them what they were made of. Along the battlements, the two sides clashed in brutal, mindless combat. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Steve, who was bent over, letting out a long, miserable retch. Gareth watched him, wondering why he still was not used to the motion sickness since this was hardly his first trip. Steve ignored the teasing, weakly begging to just have a moment to catch his breath. Gareth turned his gaze toward a massive looming mansion, warning Steve that they had no time to complain, and if he had to throw up again, he needed to do it quickly. Obediently nodding, Steve followed him inside a dark chamber, where both men immediately began struggling to endure an intense, painful energy radiating through the room. Gareth tried to reassure him, telling him to hang in there. Steve gasped for breath, whispering that he hoped the rest of their team was doing all right. Gareth dismissed his worries, pointing out that those guys were more than capable of handling themselves. Gareth reminded him that, just as Steve had said, they only needed to focus on their own mission. Hearing this, Steve's eyes flashed with renewed resolve as he agreed, focusing entirely on finding their way through. Using his unique ability to see through solid walls, Steve searched for a hidden path to lead them out. He could not hear a single sound, yet a strange sensation told him that something was lurking nearby. Steve suddenly stopped, telling Gareth that he would go on alone from here. Gareth gasped in surprise, arguing that someone should at least accompany him, but Steve insisted he would be fine and that Gareth was needed out on the battlefield. Gareth asked one last time if he was absolutely sure, warning him that the guards at the entrance might have already heard them. But seeing Steve's determination, he backed down, wishing him luck and telling him not to get killed. Steve quietly told him to stay safe, and Gareth vanished in an instant. But the moment his partner was gone, a sudden wave of sheer terror washed over Steve, making him freeze in his tracks. Eerie purple beams of light suddenly erupted from beneath the floorboards. Fortunately, Steve's sharp reflexes allowed him to dodge just in time, realizing that this darkness manipulation had to belong to the legendary general of the Western forces. Ezra glared with fury, wondering how Steve dared to enter this sacred place. Without hesitation, she threw a small shadow orb right toward him. The orb bounced off the floor, and Steve immediately recognized it as a smoke bomb. Before he could react, it exploded, completely filling the entire chamber with a thick, blinding fog. Harnessing her dark power, Ezra thrust her sword deep into the floor. As the blade pierced the ground, the air in the room grew cold, thick with an incredibly oppressive and terrifying aura. Swirling black currents of energy enveloped the room, but suddenly a brilliant golden light pierced through the center. Ezra gasped in shock, wondering how this light could shred her darkness, as Steve smirked and stepped forward. Steve taunted her, asking if that was truly all she had to offer. He gripped the edge of the barrier, and with one powerful shatter, the sturdy wall crumbled into dust, leaving him completely unharmed. Clenching his fist in anger, Steve slammed it directly into the floor, sending blinding golden lightning crackling outward in a massive, devastating elemental burst. Ezra watched in sheer panic as the powerful, pure mana began seeping deep into her shadow domain, rapidly expanding and threatening to consume her entire defense. Her pupils dilated in shock, but she gritted her teeth, determined to stop it. But she was far too slow to react. The powerful mana surged right through her, bypassing her defenses completely. Finding herself utterly cornered, Ezra realized she had no choice but to escape immediately. Summoning every ounce of her remaining strength, she dragged her heavy body out from the collapsing barrier. Now standing weak and defeated before Steve, she flinched as he calmly called out her true name, Idrin Henrietta. Steve stared down at her with an intense gaze that made her feel utterly helpless. Struggling through the overwhelming pain, Ezra looked up to meet his eyes, already fearing what was about to happen next. She felt utterly doomed, certain his next blow would end her. But suddenly, the floor collapsed beneath her, plunging her straight into the depths below. Steve raises his dagger and aims it straight at Ethro. He presses the cold blade against her neck, telling her it is finally time to end this. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupts, telling him that is enough. Steve looks up in irritation as Jero angrily calls out his full name. Steve does not back down, growling Jero's name right back at him. Jero steps past him to stand in front of Ethro, asking the commander if she is all right. She immediately drops to her knees, begging His Highness for forgiveness. She begs for mercy, but the only response she receives is Jero's reaching hand. It seems Jero is simply too powerful for her to ever face alone. Anyone would expect some mercy, but Jero suddenly wraps his hand around Ethro's throat. She gasps in agony, calling out to her prince. With a completely blank face, Jero lifts her high into the air, ignoring her painful screams. Steve stands frozen at the brutal sight, wondering what on earth is happening. He remarks that Jero's body has turned hideous just to match his ugly personality. Jero shoots him a fierce, warning glare, telling him to mind his own business. Jero tosses her aside like trash before turning back to Steve. He mockingly commends the boy, calling him the very first opponent to ever give him such a hard time. Steve has certainly come a long way for a lowly explorer. Steve demands to know what nonsense Jero is spouting. He vows that he will not stop until he crushes Jero once and for all. With that, Steve begins gathering massive waves of freezing mana, preparing for a devastating strike. Like a sudden winter gale, Steve charges straight at Jero, who is already being frozen in place by the biting wind. Steve taunts the villain, noting that Jero seems to be doing much better ever since he lost his arm, as his new artificial limb actually looks quite useful. Jero's face darkens in fury, demanding that Steve show him every ounce of his power. Jero easily shatters the thin layer of ice coating the floor. Steve leaps back, asking the prince if he is absolutely sure he won't regret those words. Without waiting for an answer, Steve gathers his mana into glowing blue spheres, invoking the Tesla spell. Jero looks on in utter disbelief, recognizing the magic. The glowing blue spheres streak forward with the speed of a bullet. Jero confidently believes he can block them with ease, but as the magic expands, a sudden explosion veils Steve's position. He bursts through the smoke like a wild wolf hunting down its prey. Calling for Jero to die, Steve leaps forward and draws his twin blades. The swords are charged with a massive surge of mana, carrying enough power to end the fight in a single blow. But luck is not on his side this time. With terrifying raw strength, Jero blocks the blades with his bare hands. Steve furrows his brow in disbelief, wondering how his enemy has become so powerful. Having stopped the blades, Jero smiles and announces that it is now his turn. Steve gasps in shock, wondering how the prince is able to harness dark energy. Jero delivers a brutal kick straight to Steve's face, making him spit blood. From this single strike, Steve can tell his opponent is dealing far more damage than before. Jero mockingly asks if Steve is already grimacing from such a simple hit. The prince charges forward to attack again, claiming this is payback for what Steve did to his subordinates and his kingdom. Steve quickly raises his shield to block, completely bewildered by the accusation. Steve demands to know what Jero is talking about, pointing out that Jero just murdered his own general. He asks if this is how Jero treats anyone who displeases him, all while his cursed shield absorbs the impact. Steve demands justice for the chaos Jero brought to his own life. Steve baitingly dares Jero to come closer, hoping to turn the prince's own speed against him. But the moment Jero's hand touches him, Steve's barriers instantly shatter. Steve curses internally, realizing Jero's left arm can actually devour dark energy. Suddenly, a thick wave of dark energy floods the entire room. Barely having time to gasp, Steve grits his teeth in pain, desperately using his sword to hold back Jero's overwhelming dark power. Jero bellows that he expected much more after their grand talk, mocking Steve for being so weak. He commands Steve to keep struggling as much as he likes, declaring that the fun is only just beginning. The prince launches another fierce assault, forcing Steve to defend while trying to figure out a way to close the distance. Jero mockingly asks why others must sacrifice themselves for Steve's despicable revenge. Ignoring the taunt, Steve focuses on finding a way to get close, spotting a tiny opening before quickly making his move. Successfully closing the distance, Steve launches a sudden counterattack, shouting that Jero should have never sacrificed him in the first place. Jero's eyes widen in sheer shock as the blow rushes in. In the next instant, Jero is sent flying backward, coughing up blood from severe internal damage. Seizing the momentum, Steve casts his gravity-altering Ponda spell to weigh the prince down. Steve snarls that every single word out of Jero's mouth makes him absolutely sick, calling him a despicable bastard. Yet, to Steve's utter disbelief, the prince somehow manages to dodge his heavy strike. Jero counters instantly, landing a vicious blow that leaves Steve cry out in pain. In a horrifying flash, an arm is ripped clean off and sent flying. Jero sneers, calling him far too arrogant for a common adventurer. Now watch this. A mere second later, Steve does something that leaves the prince utterly baffled and shocked. The prince is stunned because Steve's severed arm has perfectly regenerated, looking just like Jero's own limb. Steve smirks, asking what is wrong. Jero grits his teeth in rage, wondering how his opponent healed so quickly. Jero realizes that if he had secured that ring from the start, he would never have faced these troubles. Angered beyond belief, Jero screams Steve's name and lunges forward. Steve feels a wave of anxiety, realizing his regenerated arm hasn't fully recovered yet. As Jero closes in on him, the Mad Prince roars that he is going to end Steve's life. Thankfully, Freya intervenes, landing a powerful kick on Jero and telling him he won't be killing anyone today. The force of her strike sends the prince flying backward. Steve is shocked to see her, asking why she is here instead of helping Elena. Freya simply sighs, complaining that they both keep sending her to help each other and asks them to finally make up their minds. She tells him he is being incredibly annoying, explaining that Elena can handle herself. Besides, she knew Steve needed her help way more, since he was just a hair away from dying. Hearing her words, Steve grits his teeth and insists that he is doing perfectly fine. He warns her that Jero has become incredibly strange, with his power and physical limits reaching an impossible level. What's worse, Steve's sword keeps reacting violently to Jero's artificial arm, which Freya must have noticed as well. Freya agrees, noting that the arm behaves very much like a corrupted dark relic. She advises him that they need to observe his movements more closely first. Rising from the shattered rubble, Jero shouts out in fury, telling Steve that he should be absolutely ashamed of himself. Jero mockingly claims that despite all of Steve's grand provocations, he cannot even hope to win without the help of his little maidservant. Seeing him completely unharmed, Freya simply giggles. Freya dryly warns Jero that she will remember being called a mere servant. She reminds him that was just a warm-up, hoping he doesn't think he is stronger just because he survived a few light blows. Jero's face sours in utter irritation at her words. Turning to Steve, Freya tells him to show the prince what they can really do. To Jero's absolute shock, Freya transforms, returning to her true form as the legendary Mortem relic. Jero wonders in shock if she merged with the relic. In the next instant, Steve strikes with the speed of lightning. Jero marvels internally at Steve's incredible lightning speed, feeling a sudden wave of deep panic. He grows increasingly anxious as Steve's swift movements become completely invisible to the naked eye. Steve materializes right behind Jero, mockingly asking if the mighty prince is completely unable to track his movements. He whispers the exact same question once more, letting the terrified villain know that his opponent is standing directly behind him. Seizing the perfect decisive moment, Steve unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks directly on Jero's body. The brutal onslaught forces the prince to spit out fresh blood. As he collapses heavily onto the floor, Jero weakly asks how Steve accomplished this, and what that woman did to help him. Meanwhile, Steve prepares to land another heavy kick. He mockingly asks what a lowly servant like him could possibly do against a crown prince. But right after those words, Jero delivers a devastating kick. Steve goes crashing straight through several stone floors. Paralyzed and unable to move, Jero struggles to ask what just happened. Steve simply approaches his fallen foe, explaining that he understands his confusion. Steve explains that the woman Jero saw is a new ally. Until just moments ago, she was occupied elsewhere. That is why Steve allowed her to borrow half of his true power. But now, Steve has reclaimed his full strength. The villain already knows exactly how this battle is going to end. Jero slowly manages to sit up. Hanging his head in bitter defeat, he wonders how Steve could fight on equal terms while holding back. He keeps questioning how his opponent is so incredibly strong, but before he can understand, Steve hits him with a brutal punch. The blow sends Jero sprawling backward as he coughs up fresh blood. His mind is spinning with the agonizing question of what he is still missing. In his despair, Jero remembers his father. The Emperor warned him that the relic would have been his, if not for that foolish curse. Clutching his face in deep regret, the fallen prince laments his tragic mistake. Now, lying in a pool of his own blood, Jero refuses to give up. His stubborn willpower pushes him. Whispering a desperate protest, he struggles to stand once again. Steve watches in sheer disbelief. Dragging himself up, the defeated prince glares with eyes full of pure hatred, declaring that he will never let Steve leave this place alive. The sheer hatred in Jero's eyes is chilling to witness as he repeats his vow to never let Steve escape. Confused, Steve asks the totem relic how Jero recovered from such a blow. The relic quickly explains that Jero's dark energy is surging rapidly. At the same time, the villain's broken body begins to heal. Determined to finish it, Steve lunges forward to attack. But a split second later, a massive explosion rocks the castle. The nearby guards panic over the sudden violent blast. Stunned by the noise, the commander demands to know what is happening. A panicked soldier reports that they seem to have an active intruder. The commander curses under his breath. He wonders how any enemy could have scaled the high castle walls without help from an insider. Perhaps the great southern gate has already collapsed entirely. Suddenly, another violent blast erupts right near their position. Everyone screams in terror. Recovering quickly, the commander orders his deputy to take charge of the northern gate while he leads half of the men back to defend the castle. The deputy commander salutes, telling his leader to be careful out there. Right on cue, McDorwell returns to launch a surprise assault. The entire defense line falls into complete chaos. Watching them writhe in agony, McDorwell mockingly asks the guards where they think they are going. Meanwhile, Elena leads an ambush on another sector of the castle. As the fighting intensifies, Decia whispers in her ear. She asks if Elena is worried, prompting her to turn and reply. Elena admits that lying about her worry would be foolish. However, she trusts that Steve knows what he is doing as he continues his fierce duel with Jero. Exhausted, Steve drops down to one knee. He clicks his tongue in deep regret for wasting so much time venting his anger on Jero. Sensing his fatigue, the totem relic promises to distract the villain so Steve can close the distance. True to its word, The relic takes on the physical form of Freya. But as soon as she manifests, she gasps in pure shock, asking what on earth is happening. Freya is terrified because Jarrow is suddenly shifting his form while screaming in agony. Steve becomes frustrated. He demands to know what is going on while trying to deactivate the summon. Suddenly, Freya is forced back into her simple relic form. Steve asks her what just happened and if she is all right. The totem relic quickly explains that the monster almost absorbed her entire soul along with her mana. Manifesting physically is far too dangerous now. After Steve gently reassures her, the relic adds that there is no longer any doubt about Jarrow's true intentions. His artificial arm is actually a dark relic. It is a cursed magical item that allows him to actively absorb every drop of mana in the entire surrounding area. Still confused, Steve questions the relic. He asks if it wasn't King Benija himself who originally handed over this dark relic to Jarrow. Steve wonders what the king is truly planning, guessing he knew the ring could absorb the relic. Suddenly, Jarrow lunges forward, but the totem relic screams for Steve to watch out. Despite the warning, Jarrow's cursed hand clamps tightly around Steve's throat, choking him as he gasps for air. Seeing him in such agony, the relic frantically urges Steve to act. She warns that Jarrow is trying to drain their remaining mana once again. Steve grunts that it is much easier said than done. He quickly reaches into his pocket to pull out a small explosive bomb. He tosses it directly at a startled Jarrow, triggering a sudden explosion. The blast allows Steve to break free and quickly retrieve his weapon from the ground. Thick smoke blankets Jarrow's position, completely obscuring him from view. But as the dust slowly begins to settle, Jarrow stands tall once more. His damaged arm is already fully regenerated. Seizing the moment before Jarrow can fully recover his bearings, Steve rushes in. He lands a deep slash, forcing a painful cry from the villain. Knowing he must strike again before the monster can heal completely, Steve prepares to lunge. But the totem relic suddenly commands him to back away immediately. Steve quickly retreats, asking in deep frustration what is going on. Sensing the violent surge of energy swirling around Jarrow, the relic urges Steve to stay as far away as possible. Steve obeys while asking if this is another ability of the dark relic. The totem relic warns that Jarrow's mana field is actively draining all surrounding energy and life force. She warns that staying near it for too long will lead to unknown consequences. Steve explains that he needs to land a direct blow somehow, but if he gets too close, that swirling vortex of energy will instantly drag him in. Steve curses under his breath as the relic insists there is simply no other choice but to attack Jarrow again. Stunned, he asks how she can suggest something so incredibly dangerous after warning him to stay away. In an instant, she conjures a cursed set of armor around him. She explains that she can buy him some precious time by wrapping his body in dark energy. The relic warns that letting Jarrow continue this monstrous transformation is far too risky. She urges Steve to unleash everything he has in one final push. Stealing his resolve, Steve agrees to give it a shot. Without losing a single second, Steve bolts forward to deliver a heavy blow directly to Jarrow's head. He shouts out in triumph that this crazy plan is actually working. Following up immediately, Steve raises his fist and lands a devastating punch. This makes Jarrow scream in pure rage, calling him a crazy bastard. Steve continues to pummel Jarrow with everything he has, declaring that it is finally time to end this terrible nightmare once and for all. With that last crushing blow, the villain is completely defeated. He collapses backward as raging flames erupt all around them. The sheer force of the impact sends Jarrow flying through the air. As Steve prepares to finish him off, the totem relic warns him to wait. Seeing that Jarrow's rapid regeneration has significantly slowed down, Steve nods in agreement. He notes that their relentless attack has definitely taken its toll. Channeling the devouring magic of the curse into his hand while wearing the cursed armor, Steve synchronizes the powers. He charges forward, roaring that he is coming for Jarrow. In the next second, Steed readies himself to charge straight toward Jarrow. Moving with the blinding speed of a lightning bolt, Steed attacks while Jarrow watches his every move with absolute focus, and they clash once more in a brutal duel. A heavy blow to the head forces Jarrow to scream in agony before Steed quickly leaps back to safety. Seeing this, the relic warns Steed to keep his distance, or else he might accidentally hand over complete control to his enemy. Steed immediately replies that he is well aware of the danger, as Jarrow stretches his monstrous arm forward. Even though Steed has no idea what Jarrow plans to do next, he grips his sword tighter with deep worry in his heart. With a deafening roar, Jarrow launches a relentless assault. His colossal arm strikes out continuously, but Steed stands his ground and fiercely fights back against the onslaught. Completely losing his composure, the villain begins to strike with savage fury. Right then, the relic urges Steed to strike while Jarrow is busy gathering his energy, prompting Steed to quickly find an opening to attack. Caught completely off guard by Steed's sudden ambush, Jarrow looks absolutely stunned. When Steed leaps backward to create some distance, the villain lets out a furious and deafening scream of pure rage. Jarrow glares at Steed with wide, shocked eyes, but in the next instant, Steed's blade slices his arm clean off. Steed immediately unleashes the devastating Leviathan magic to deliver his final, decisive blow. The villain desperately retaliates, causing their massive mana currents to collide with a violent roar. Steed screams, releasing all his anger into the attack. A thunderous explosion rocks the entire castle as raging flames spread rapidly everywhere. Outside, a panicked soldier reports to his commander that a massive blast has occurred within the stronghold. Staring at the burning castle in utter disbelief, the commander curses in his mind. Damn it, what on earth is happening, he wonders. Where is His Majesty, General Exro, and the third prince? Unsure of what to do, he stands frozen. Meanwhile, after finally defeating General Exro, Steed clicks his tongue and mutters that the general simply refuses to die, amazed that he is still breathing. Steed points his sword directly at Jero's throat, asking if he has any final words. Coughing up blood, Jero spits out a bitter question, asking what the real difference is between them. Jero sneers that he has never heard of a ring choosing its own master. Just because Steed claimed the ring first, does that truly mean Jero was never worthy of wielding its legendary power? Refusing to hear it, Steed replies that Jero is making excuses again. He reminds him that he chose to throw the ring away, doing nothing even when given a chance. You have not changed a single bit since the day we met, Steed says coldly. Freya adds that even if Jero had touched the ring first, she would never have accepted him as her companion. With bitter resentment, Jero demands to know why. Standing beside Steed, Freya gives him a simple, brutal answer: because you are a scoundrel, and I do not like you. Judging by everything she has witnessed through Steed's eyes, Freya notes that this tragic outcome was always going to be the absolute best Jero could ever achieve, no matter what. Even now, you are probably making excuses to yourself, thinking that having the ring would have made everything perfect. But there are countless reasons why it would have failed, because you were simply never good enough to deserve it. Raising his sword high, Steed looks down at Jero. I know your life has been a living hell, he says, and I truly hope we never have to cross paths again. But Jero somehow vanishes, escaping yet again. Steed is left utterly stunned, wondering how his broken enemy could possibly summon the strength to avoid that final, fatal strike. Freya cannot believe her eyes, angrily shouting that Jero was on the brink of death. Urging Steed to stay calm, she quickly unleashes her mana to track down his location. A moment later, she detects him, warning Steed that Jero is directly beneath them. She can feel his energy moving stealthily beneath the stone floor. Steed clenches his fists and grinds his teeth in sheer frustration. Damn it, I should have finished him off, he growls. Vowing to kill the bastard the instant he sees him, Steed smashes his fist into the floor, shattering the stone beneath. Crashing through the debris, Steed lands in a massive underground arena beneath the castle. As he looks around, he is completely awestruck by the colossal scale of the hidden chamber. He mutters to himself, unable to believe such a vast place existed beneath the kingdom. Suddenly, Gareth arrives on the scene and calls out to Steed. Hearing his voice, Steed demands to know what Gareth is doing there, since he was ordered to retreat. Gareth tells him not to worry about that, asking if Jero is finally dead. Steed admits with frustration that Jero vanished into thin air, but before he can even finish his sentence, Steed is shocked to see Jero materialize right in front of them. Gareth shouts in alarm, noting that Jero looks ready to die. Steed is deeply confused, wondering in his mind how a man so incredibly weak could still have enough power to levitate. Suddenly, footsteps echo through the dark cavern. As the figure approaches, Steed feels a wave of anxiety, while Gareth grinds his teeth, wondering if this monster is here to check on his son. It is King Sincero, silently inspecting Jero's broken body. Without a word, the cold emperor begins to channel his immense magical power. Sincero grabs Jero by the throat, telling him that he has served his purpose. With those words, the ruthless emperor tightens his deadly grip. His foe chokes and gasps, letting out a final, agonizing shriek before an overwhelming wave of raw mana suddenly erupts from his body. In that moment, a vision of Sincero's youth flashes. Waking up in a strange, barren land, the young Sincero had looked around in confusion, wondering where he was and who he even was. Then, a mysterious voice echoed, demanding that he bring them the black relic. Sincero wondered where the voice came from, unaware the dark orb was speaking. The voice from the dark orb continued to ring in his head. It commanded him to collect the black relics to resurrect their master, Archibald, declaring it was his sole purpose in life. Sincero listened in fear as the voice claimed all existence belongs to their lord. Holding the dark orb, Sincero realized that from the very moment his mind first awakened, his primary instinct was to gather the black relics to revive Archibald. Soon after, he discovered other individuals just like himself, who called themselves the loyal disciples of Archibald. Their mission was simple: use brainwashing powers to trigger brutal conflicts between the three races, utilizing the resulting chaos to gather the dark energy needed to awaken their master. Though the three gods initially blocked their path, the disciples proceeded once the deities finally vanished. However, their triumph was short-lived. cut short by the sudden arrival of an adversary created by the gods. This powerful adversary threatened to destroy their plans. Unlike the gods, this warrior drew strength directly from monsters and relics. Such a blessing meant the warrior could live almost forever, possessing a power specifically designed to hunt down and slaughter the disciples. By meeting simple conditions, this champion wielded near-infinite power to crush them. As the centuries passed and their numbers dwindled, one of the original disciples began to doubt their entire mission. He began to question the effectiveness of their grand strategy. He changed his name, rejected all disciples who tried to recruit him, and built his own powerful southern kingdom. That is how Benizia was born, transforming their birthplace into the vast Cardeo desert. Meanwhile, Han launched a brutal campaign to destroy the dark relics that Cain had sealed. All of this was done just to awaken the supreme deity, Archibald. While fighting Sincero, Steve felt deeply confused. What was that sudden explosion all about? Freya immediately appeared beside him, warning Steve that she had a very bad feeling about this. While Gareth coughed violently from the rising dust, she urged him to remain on high alert. A second later, Steve spotted a sudden flash of light, wondering what had just exploded and hoping the others were safe. Right then, Freya shouted for him to look ahead. Seeing Zero's body twist and transform, Steve gasped in shock at the sight. Freya warned that it was no longer him, leaving Steve to wonder what the creature was trying to do. Sincero burst into laughter, mocking their foolishness. He declared he was not trying to do anything because the process was already complete. Seeing this, Freya told Steve she understood what was happening, leading him to guess the truth. She explained it was just like how they had once brought Deshia back to life. By using the dark relic and the core, she believed he had resurrected their god inside a new physical body. Still, Steve hesitated, arguing that since the god had only recently entered Zero's body, they might still have a chance to kill him. Deep down, he braced himself against a crushing pressure as the raw power radiating from Zero began to skyrocket. This made Steve feel deeply anxious. If their theory held true, it meant the supreme deity had only just awakened. That meant the god could not yet wield his full strength in that vessel. But as Steve analyzed the situation, Zero's hand reached out and gripped Steve's sword. The two locked in a fierce struggle, with Steve knowing this was their one opportunity to strike. But as Zero's eyes regained their focus, another massive blast tore through the area. This left Sky completely baffled, wondering if the dark relic had just shattered and what on earth Steve was doing in there, promising to scold him when he returned. Meanwhile, Maxwell pointed out that the massive blast had wiped out a huge portion of the fortress soldiers, making their job a whole lot easier. "Keep quiet. I do not like your presence here at all," he snapped. "Unlike some people, you must hold a deep grudge." But a moment later, seeing Leonidas suddenly begin to glow, he gasped in surprise, wondering what on earth was happening. Why is Leonidas glowing? And what is going on? Dust swirled everywhere, prompting Gareth to shout out in alarm, asking if Steve was all right. Steve weakly replied that it was not him. That thing was definitely not Zero. Standing before them now was none other than the ancient god, Archibald, who simply stared down at Steve in complete silence. Emperor Sincero quickly bowed before Archibald, declaring himself a loyal servant. The deity turned to him with a cold gaze, demanding to know whose body he was currently inhabiting. Sincero eagerly explained that to provide a worthy lineage, he had prepared a flawless physical body using the dark relic as a foundation. This vessel could withstand at least 1 minute of the god's absolute maximum power. Archibald pondered these words while slowly flexing his new hand to test the body. He casually cast a test spell, and upon witnessing its terrifying activation, Elena was left deeply astonished. She also saw a massive stream of powerful mana surging through the air, causing Elena to worry as she silently wondered what was happening. Suddenly, her weapon slipped from her hands and clattered to the ground, prompting Elena to anxiously ask what was going on. Meanwhile, Gareth was also suppressed by the god's magic, realizing his gear had suddenly vanished. Panicking over his lost equipment, he warned Steve they were in serious trouble, prompting Steve to turn and urgently ask Freya what was happening. "My weapon and Gareth's relic are completely gone," Steve noted. A second later, Freya explained that the supreme god was the sole cause. "He is not just absorbing the nearby relics," she warned. "He is calling back his mana from every dungeon across the continent. Every single particle he absorbs is actually a piece of a relic. Essentially, what he is doing now is identical to how the first dark relic was created." Gareth then asked Freya how she felt, recalling that the mana used by the three gods to create her originally came from him. Hearing this, she hesitantly replied that according to the goddess, Archibald wanted to create entirely independent beings capable of free thought. As a creation of the three gods, she was completely unaffected by Archibald's power. Hearing this, Steve understood the situation, but wondered when her remaining 2 combat abilities would finally activate to help them. If those powers were given to her specifically to fight Archibald, shouldn't they be triggering right about now? A second later, she confessed that those powers were indeed unlocking inside her, but she desperately needed more time. Steve clicked his tongue, looking down at his ring before gasping in complete disbelief. Both Freya and Gareth were suddenly seized by Archibald's magic, suspended helplessly in midair. Steve roared in anger as Freya cried out his name in terror, while the god calmly asked Sincero who these pests were. The energy felt strangely familiar, prompting Archibald to question what it was. Sincero respectfully suggested that it might be best for his lord to examine them personally. Freya gritted her teeth, enduring the god's brutal torture. Meanwhile, because Steve's ring linked them together, he was dragged into the exact same painful torment. Steve screamed for their release, but Archibald merely stared at him with cold eyes. Then, the deity unleashed another wave of crushing magic. Pain racked Steve's body, making him cry out, but the god did not stop there and quickly attempted to seize control of his mind. Seeing this, Freya screamed for Steve to wake up and cast a recovery spell. In an instant, Freya's healing magic enveloped his mind, and Steve finally returned to his senses. Archibald uttered a surprised sound in amusement before attacking Steve's body once more, filling the young man with dread. The god muttered in annoyance that he thought the boy would have died by now. He clenched his fist tightly, causing Steve to cough up fresh blood instantly. But Archibald was far from done, flipping his hand a second later to twist Steve's body in absolute agony. Archibald quickly unleashed another spell, causing even more blood to pour from Steve's heavily battered body. Seeing that Steve was somehow still standing, the god mused that he had assumed the boy was a mere human, wondering how humanity had evolved so much during his long slumber. He praised Steve's impressive resilience, but as soon as he spoke, Archibald prepared to unleash his dark relic magic. Fortunately, Deschia arrived just in time and called out to his father, which caught the god completely off guard. Turning toward Deschia, Archibald greeted his creation, noting that it had been a very long time and everything must have changed immensely. Deschia quietly agreed, stating that when he first woke from his long slumber, the world was a completely different place, and asked what his father planned to do now. But Archibald merely laughed, asking if it was not obvious. After all this time, the conditions were finally perfect to absorb mana, and once he summoned his energy back, he could execute his grand plans better than ever. That way, you, Kane, X10, and I can live together just as we did before, reuniting the four of us. But before Archibald could even finish his sentence, Deschia cut him off, reminding him of what he had once taught them. She questioned the joy of creating new life and helping it grow, asking what could possibly give her father the right to decide the fate of these innocent creatures. Hearing his daughter's words, he suddenly fell silent. A moment later, Archibald stared down at his clenched fist and replied that he did not care about the creatures she had made. To him, those beasts meant nothing compared to his 3 children, the only family who ever truly understood him. Without them, he faced millennia of utter loneliness, making him wonder what was wrong with resurrecting them to protect their sacred bond. He believed he was simply uprooting the very seeds of life he had once sown into the world. But Deschia argued back, declaring that every living being has the right to seek freedom, and death is just an inevitable part of existence. Archibald pondered in silence for a brief moment before quietly responding that he understood. He claimed her current physical form had completely warped her mind, promising to make her normal again. Moving with terrifying speed, Archibald lunged forward toward the host and brutally drove his hand straight through Deschia's chest. Witnessing this horrific sight, Steve screamed in absolute shock. In that moment of intense grief, the dormant power of matter transmutation suddenly awakened deep within his body. Freya felt this sudden surge of energy as well, and the immense pressure actually shattered her own restraints. However, the sheer magnitude of this power was far too much for Steve's mortal vessel, causing him to howl in agony. With her freedom secured, Steve's body gradually broke away from the villain's magical grip. Seeing this, Archibald gasped in disbelief, marveling that the boy had somehow managed to break free all on his own. Before he could finish his thought, Steve smashed a heavy fist right into his face. They clashed in a brutal frenzy that left Sincero screaming in terror, until Steve finally forced Archibald to spit blood. As Deschia's soul departed, Elena reverted to her original human form. Weak and heavily wounded, she collapsed, prompting Steve to rush over and catch her in his arms. Watching them, Archibald coldly asked Steve if the two of them were lovers, prompting the young man to glare back with burning hatred. Archibald slowly stood up, casually asking how it felt to watch a loved one die right before your eyes. He claimed Steve would now taste the same bitter agony he once endured, hoping it might make him understand his actions, but Steve only roared back in sheer fury. He demanded to know what the difference was between Jero and the monster who stole his body. They were both exactly the same, finding it easy to destroy the lives of others while remaining blind to the heavy price they would eventually pay for their sins. Yet Archibald merely sneered, asking if that incredible energy came from the magic ring, bragging that he could achieve far greater things with such high-quality mana. Sensing Gareth's intense panic, Steve urgently begged him to take Elena as far away from this dangerous place as possible and to make absolutely sure she remained completely safe from further harm. Archibald mocked him, declaring how desperately he wanted that high-quality power now, before charging forward as Steve braced himself for a lethal clash. In the blink of an eye, Steve's body initiated another transformation, drawing upon the ancient matter transmutation data stored inside his totem relic. Activating the legendary Leonidas armor, a powerful shield manifested on Steve's arm, just in time to block a devastating blow from the charging tyrant. Stunned and thoroughly confused, Archibald wondered how the boy had absorbed his strike and what kind of strange energy he was sensing. Suddenly, the power of the Leonidas shield surged to an even higher level. The explosive backlash sent Archibald flying backward, forcing an angry curse from his lips as Steve's body began yet another profound transformation, summoning the elemental power of Spiratus. Within moments, the Spiratus weapon erupted into a torrent of roaring red flames, leaving Sincero stumbling backward in sheer terror as he watched the brilliant blaze. He realized this was the ancient power forged by the gods themselves to combat the supreme deity upon his rebirth. However, since the ring held the essence of three mighty gods, Sincero doubted the tyrant's mortal vessel could withstand its strain for long. Sensing that the final showdown was at hand, Sincero muttered that he had to complete his own mission now. Expressing slight regret that he would not see how this battle ended, he quietly turned and left the scene. Meanwhile, Archibald was left reeling, wondering why that powerful attack felt so incredibly familiar to him. Dark tension gripped his mind as ancient memories from a forgotten era rushed back, making him question if it could truly be. He recognized the faces of the three legendary figures who had crafted that ring, realizing their deep, ancient hatred for him had driven them to forge such a devastating weapon. He wondered if they had truly been so determined to slay their own family member, even as Steve's physical form underwent yet another massive and heavy weight transformation. Witnessing this, Archibald launched a furious assault, determined to destroy this annoying nuisance once and for all and prove to the gods that they were completely wrong. He yelled out for Steve to face his doom as they clashed violently once more. A heavy blow caught Steve off guard, sending blood spraying from his mouth and triggering a roar of pure rage. Summoning every ounce of his energy, Steve prepared a decisive final punch. Both fighters swung with all their might, but Steve was suddenly left in utter confusion as he stared at his opponent's fading physical form. Speechless, he could only watch as Archibald's physical form dissolved into thin air. Slowly, Steve realized the tyrant had used a high-level atomizing matter transmutation to make his escape. Refusing to let him slip away, Steve immediately sprinted after the escaping villain. Meanwhile, Gareth was frantically running for his life, carrying the wounded Elena as he shouted in panic. A crowd of confused survivors rushed close behind them, while Sky yelled out to ask what on earth was happening, demanding to know the true status of the battle inside. But Gareth only panicked, shouting that they needed to escape immediately and could explain later. Steve overheard these desperate words as he ran, but chose to remain completely silent. Catching up to Archibald, Steve was met with a harsh mock, the villain sneering that he was far too arrogant to look away during a fight. Steve snapped back, telling the vile monster to shut his mouth. Declaring that his final thread of patience had snapped, he began to channel all of his inner energy outward. Sensing the shift, Archibald realized the boy was transferring his power step by step, while the ground beneath Steve's feet began to crack and warp. Moments later, Steve's massive mana took the form of a giant dragon in the sky. As Archibald fled once more, Steve pursued him relentlessly through the air. Below them, Sky stared up at the sky, completely speechless at the sight of two powerful beings taking flight. He muttered in confusion, asking what on earth was going on. Just then, Chairman Simon arrived on the scene and urgently demanded to know the cause of the chaos. He eagerly asked about the massive power Steve was unleashing and if anyone recognized this mysterious, terrifying enemy. Hearing the chairman's voice, Gareth turned to look, his eyes wide with absolute shock as he struggled to explain the impossible scene. He revealed it was the ancient northern elves, and the supreme god that Archibald's disciples had desperately tried to resurrect had finally returned to this world. High above, Steve pursued Archibald relentlessly until a sudden, violent explosion tore through the clouds, instantly triggering a massive, secondary blast that shook the very ground far below. This shockwave completely blocked Archibald's path, forcing him to look up in deep surprise. Before he could react, Steve launched a furious assault, forcing a pained grunt from the cornered tyrant. Steve pressed his advantage with fierce determination, but the tyrant quickly retaliated. Suddenly, Archibald drew a mysterious dark relic, causing Steve to freeze in surprise at the sight of the strange object. From down below, Chairman Simon watched in sheer awe as the tyrant's dark mana filled the horizon. Cadelt speaks in complete disbelief, staring out at the fading dust. He wonders how they managed to pull off such a feat out there, unable to keep up with the chaos unfolding before him. Meanwhile, Steve lunges straight down toward Archibald. Right then, Freya bursts out from the ring. Steve yells her name in sheer panic, but she immediately strikes the villain from behind. The sudden assault leaves Archibald completely off guard as he gasps out in shock. At the same time, Steve unleashes a material transmutation explosion, striking hard from the front. He lands a heavy punch right on Archiband's jaw, silently praying for the blast to detonate. But the villain holds his ground. Seeing this, Steve pours even more power into his fists and continues his relentless assault. Seeing Archibald shrug off the blows, Steve realizes his mana flow has been completely blocked. Freya quickly warns him that the monster has absorbed Garrett's relic, wondering if this is how he wields its power. As she speaks, Archibald silently glides up behind her. A second later, his blade pierces right through her chest, forcing a terrible cry of agony from her lips. Steve screams her name in horror. He rushes to her side, desperately asking if she is all right. Freya insists she can heal herself, but warns him about the strange magic their enemy just unleashed. Archibald merely mocks them, laughing that he expected far more from someone using borrowed strength. He scoffs, asking if that pathetic display is truly the best they can do. Steve snaps back in pure rage, shouting that he is going to rip that smug mouth right off the villain's face. Without wasting a second, he swings Leviathan straight at Archibald. Steve lets out a furious roar to vent his anger. Archibald only sighs, casually telling him that such foolish tricks will never leave a single scratch on his body. But just a moment later, Archibald gasps out in absolute shock at what happens next. Dark chains of materialized night magic wrap tightly around his entire body. Freya, who summoned them, yells out for Steve to take the monster down while he is pinned. Steve lunges forward for a decisive strike, but just as Leviathan is about to hit, his weapon freezes midair. Archibald unleashes a blast of cold magic, freezing the mana flow instantly and leaving Steve staring in utter disbelief. Frustration boils within Steve as he wonders if Leviathan has actually been frozen solid. Before he can react, the icy layer shatters into a million pieces. Smirking, Archibald calls the effort amusing and offers to return the favor, asking if they have any more tricks left. With a wave of his hand, he uses void magic to dissolve his body into thin air. Out of nowhere, a brutal strike catches Steve off guard. He screams in pain as the force sends him crashing backward across the dirt. Left utterly defenseless, Steve struggles to stand under the pressure. He stares at the monster, wondering if Archibald is growing stronger or if his own mana is slowly slipping away. Just as hope begins to fade, a strange shift occurs within Steve. His final ultimate ability activates, and he glares at Archibald through the swirling clouds of dust. He realizes he might be the only one losing his magic in this fight. Seeing him severely wounded, Freya cries out in absolute panic, begging Steve to stay conscious because time is running out. Annoyed by her shouting, Archibald turns his blade toward Freya. Steve desperately tries to reach for his sword, but his trembling hands refuse to move. He curses silently, wondering if this pathetic defeat is how he is destined to die again. He fears he will fail to save anyone in the end. But right then, his body undergoes another massive transmutation, and his ultimate skill flashes to life. A sudden surge of warmth floods his veins, catching him off guard. It is the power of true transmutation, the ultimate ability to bring the dead back to life. Steve whispers to himself. Remembering Elena lying wounded and helpless in her bed, he forces himself to stand, refusing to give up when so much is on the line. A sudden, massive explosion erupts right where Steve stands, leaving Archibald completely stunned by the sheer force. After a tense silence, the villain speaks in disbelief, demanding to know why on earth the boy refuses to stay down. Archibald asks if he still fails to see who holds the upper hand, warning him that the longer this drags on, the lower his chances of survival. Steve snaps back, telling him to shut his mouth because he does not care about any of that. He calls Freya back, leaving her completely stunned by his sudden recovery. Steve urges her to follow his lead because he wants to try something new. Meanwhile, Archibald grows highly impatient, muttering that the boy is only wasting precious time before stepping forward to finish the fight once and for all. Despite the villain's mocking words, Steve does not hesitate. He charges straight ahead, and the two clash in a fierce battle of speed and strength. Archibald counters with his dark relic, but as Steve draws near, a shocking transformation occurs. Steve suddenly shifts into Freya, catching the villain off guard as she unleashes a massive explosion right in his face. Freya trade blows with Archibald in a flurry of sparks. After a brief clash, he sneers, declaring that such petty tricks will never work on him. Before he can finish, Steve blindsides him. With lightning speed, he drives an explosive punch straight into Archibald's chest, forcing the villain to scream out in agony. Archibald curses the boy silently, filled with absolute rage. Steve quickly follows up with a fierce sword strike, then grins as he admits it was just a wild idea, though it worked out better than expected. Reverting to her dark relic form, Freya admits her shock. She cannot believe he timed his strike for that split second when the villain compressed his mana to cancel his skill. She asks if he was just incredibly lucky or had a master plan all along. Steve confesses it was pure instinct, thanking everyone for having his back. As he speaks, memories of Elena, Mark, Stythe, and Garrett flash through his mind. Archibald warns him that pushing past human limits will only drag him closer to permanent death, a true final demise that even his magical ring cannot save him from. Hearing those heavy words, Steve is caught off guard as a sudden trickle of blood begins to run down his nose. Wiping the blood away, Steve firmly replies that he does not see it that way, and he will do it 100 times over if he has to. He vows to end the villain once and for all before charging straight forward. Archibald quickly conjures his spells, mocking that pride means absolutely nothing without mana, promising to finish this right here and now. Before he can finish, Archibald spins around in horror, shouting that Steve is using the exact same trick. A second later, he swings his dark relic hard against the boy, but he fails to realize Freya is already directly above him, calling down that she is right here. Meanwhile, Archibald desperately glances back at Steve charging in. Caught in a pincer move, Archibald is blasted from both sides as they detonate their explosive magic together. Freya screams for Steve to make sure the monster does not escape this time. Steve confirms he knows exactly what to do, silently telling the beast to swallow his curse. Chemical decay spreads across the villain's body. Panic sets in as Archibald realizes his magic is being swallowed whole. Reading his thoughts, Steve tells him that every single drop of his energy will soon belong to him. Promising to tear him to pieces, Steve unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks. As a glowing fist rushes toward his face, absolute terror grips Archibald. Crashing backward onto the ground, he asks in confusion how a human body that reached its limit long ago can still fight. How could anyone keep fighting with a body so broken? As Archibald collapses, Steve strikes again with a fierce blow. The old man screams out in pure, bitter frustration, demanding to know why. Why are you so determined to destroy me? The three gods who gave you this mission mean nothing to you. Besides, you do not even know the person you are risking everything to save. Even if you win this battle, you gain absolutely nothing. Why keep fighting me like this? If you just want to be reunited with your lover, I will bring her back to life for you. Surely that is enough reason to stop this fight, so do we have a deal? Steve looks disgusted by the offer. Your pathetic nonsense makes me sick, he says, because I despise people like you more than anyone on earth. He cannot stand people who think they are superior just because they hold power. Arrogant fools who believe they can do whatever they want to anyone they please. The world is simply better off without monsters like him. Gathering his remaining strength, Steve channels everything at once: wind blasts, dark energy, burning fire, and freezing ice. This ultimate combo is an elemental burst that fuses different natural forces into a single overwhelming attack. Every new element he feeds into the spell makes the final explosion exponentially more devastating. The swirling energies merge into a massive sphere of pure mana right above his head. Steve looks down. This is the end. Archibald stares up in absolute horror as the sky glows. Die, Steve yells, sending the colossal sphere hurtling toward him. While the old villain struggles desperately to defend himself, Steve stands back, panting heavily from exhaustion. Archibald's body begins to rapidly decay as dark energy eats away at him. Blood spills from his mouth, his earlier arrogance completely shattered. Steve picks up his sword, realizing the old villain is somehow still breathing. Suddenly, Freya steps forward and says she will strike a deal with him, leaving Steve looking at her in utter surprise. She walks directly toward the fallen Archibald. The dying villain realizes his mana is draining much faster than he can ever recover it. Glaring at her with pure hatred, he sneers, "So, you are the one who is going to do this?" Freya calmly replies that yes, her duty is to destroy him once and for all. "You might not know why your own child created me," she says, "but I know he did it to punish you with death for stealing so many innocent lives. That is my entire purpose." As she speaks, she gently places her hand on his head. Activating her magic, she tells him that he will remember this death the moment he closes his eyes, all because of the Mortem relic. Archibald chuckles weakly, asking if that is all she lives for, just obeying orders without a single thought of her own. But Freya remains firm. "That is what Desha said," she replies. "But I want to be free of you and finally live our own lives." As her words fade, Archibald disintegrates into dust. She sighs softly, whispering that it took far too long. Back at the castle, Sky wonders aloud who will win and how they will even know. Max confidently replies that he put all his money on Steve. Sky teases him, asking if he has a crush on Steve. How can he be so sure of a victory without even seeing the battle? Max asks if Sky is actually hoping they lose their friend, making Sky snap back to mind his own business. Just then, Steve returns and a lookout spots something in the sky, shouting to the boss that something is flying right toward them. Steve lands with a heavy thud, putting everyone on edge. Gareth panics, shouting out to ask if it is another enemy. Max orders everyone to grab their weapons. But the lookout quickly calls out that it is not an enemy, it is Steve. Walking toward them, Steve immediately asks where she is. After a heavy silence, Sky hesitantly asks if Elena is going to be all right. Gareth stammers nervously, awkwardly saying that she looks fine on the outside. Steve sighs, telling them not to worry. He is not losing his mind or in shock. He just wants a straight answer immediately. Where is Elena? No one answers Steve directly, but they all turn to look in one direction. Following their gaze, he is shocked to see her lying nearby. Yet, he does not run over, standing still to watch her from a distance. After a long moment, he rushes over, cradling Elena in his arms. He whispers softly that they promise to spend their lives together, and he will not let her leave him. The Mortem relic quickly unleashes its resurrection magic to save her. Steve, Gareth, and Max all watch Elena anxiously, praying for a miracle to happen. Finally, the warm color begins to return to her pale face. Thankfully, Elena opens her eyes. Looking around in utter confusion, she asks what everyone is doing here, but a stunned silence is the only response she receives. Suddenly, her face blushes bright red. Breaking the quiet, President Seymour speaks up in absolute disbelief, expressing how amazed he is that Steve could resurrect someone from an entirely different species. Steve lets out a sigh of relief and smiles, explaining that this power cannot just be used on anyone. It only works on those who passed away very recently, he tells her with a smile. I wanted to surprise you with a dramatic reunion, but either way, welcome back. He finishes his sentence and gently bumps his forehead against hers. Heavy rain pours over the castle that night. Down at the tavern, Clyde asks Danton if they are done with customers, and Danton replies that the boss said it is time to close up. Clyde wonders why they are suddenly sharing a drink tonight. Danton chuckles, promising that this bottle is far better than the cheap beer they usually gulp down. We deserve something special on a day like this, Danton says. Clyde gasps in disbelief, recognizing the bottle is that a Game Media 67? Only royalty can afford this. How did you get it? Danton grins and explains that rare opportunities like this pop up when you deal with the black market. Clyde gets quite nervous, admitting that this is starting to make him feel anxious. What is so special about today that warrants opening such a treasure? Laughing, Danton pulls out a formal invitation and tells him to just read it. Clyde snatches the letter, eager to take a look. A wedding invitation, he mutters, and Danton nods with a smile. Is this really from Steve? Clyde asks. Danton confirms it immediately. In complete shock, Clyde stares at his friend, processing the unbelievable news that Steve is actually marrying an elf. Danton laughs so hard he cries, and soon both men raise their glasses, shouting, "Congratulations!" Meanwhile, Bantaja is working deep in the mines. A while later, Nicholas runs in with Steve's wedding invitation, calling out that Bantaja has a letter. He explains someone delivered it through the black market network. Opening the envelope, Bantaja looks completely stunned by the news. He bursts into a loud laugh, making Nicholas curious enough to ask what the letter says. Bantaja tosses him a small pouch, asking if he is still standing there. Take this, he says. I am feeling incredibly generous today. Bantaja starts walking away, but Nicholas stops him, confused because this reward is far too much for such a simple delivery. Bantaja does not halt, calling back that good news is extremely rare in these dark, gloomy caves, and he hopes Nicholas will return with more of it soon. Elsewhere, Sip rushes in to see Miriak, completely panicked as he holds up a letter. Miriak gasps in surprise, asking what on earth is going on. They have been extremely careful to ensure no one could ever track their secret location, so how could anyone have possibly sent a letter here? Syed is completely taken aback by Myriad's sudden words. Sensing her suspicion, he stammers and quickly explains that it is not what she thinks an elf from the dark forest actually hand-delivered this mysterious letter directly to him just moments ago. Myriad immediately demands to see the letter. Opening it in tense silence, her expression quickly shifts. She can barely believe her own eyes as she scans the shocking words written inside. Seeing her troubled face, Syed nervously starts to ask what is wrong, but Myriad abruptly cuts him off, rushing away while shouting out urgent orders to her people. She commands everyone to pack their things and prepare to leave immediately. A thoroughly bewildered Syed asks where on earth they are heading, and she simply replies that they are going to the dark forest. Meanwhile, over at Claudia's camp, her subordinate rushes in with an urgent message, calling out to his captain that the letter has finally arrived. Claudia looks up in surprise, and her crewman confirms that it indeed came from the dark forest. Unsealing the envelope, she wonders aloud who would have the sheer audacity to send a letter to a notorious smuggler, and more importantly, how this sender managed to track down her secret location. But the moment she reads the message, a wide smile spreads across Claudia's face. She warmly tells her crew to take a good rest and recover before they resume their duties. Her puzzled subordinate asks what special occasion could warrant this sudden break. Walking away, Claudia casually replies that there is no deep reason, she simply wants to stop by the mainland to handle some personal business. Her crewman protests, reminding her that she always gets terribly sick whenever she steps onto solid ground. Claudia laughs it off, declaring she is willing to endure it for this trip, though she hopes she packed enough anti-nausea pills. Elsewhere, in Kasia's chambers, Guo Kong brings her a newly arrived letter, addressing her respectfully. Kasia looks up with a bright smile, completely untroubled by the sudden news. She confidently boasts that she already knows what is written inside without even breaking the seal. When a surprised Guo Kong asks how, she explains it is from an old friend they both know, urging him to read it aloud. Guokong opens the envelope and reads the joyous news, asking if they should depart immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Kasha declares that indeed they must no harsh desert will ever keep them apart from their friends, and they must go congratulate them in person. Meanwhile, the elderly Melkor quietly receives his own message, as his loyal companion delivers the letter directly to his hands. Melkor calmly muses that sending the invitation directly to his companion would have caused quite an awkward scene, which is precisely why the senders wisely chose to address it to him instead. When asked if he is not at least a little happy, the old master only gives a reluctant sigh. He notes that all the powerful factions are currently competing to honor the man's legacy, adding that he would not be surprised if they ended up erecting a bronze statue in his honor. They once ridiculed his theories on combining powerful weapons with magical artifacts, but time has finally proven him right. It shows the brave explorer successfully finished his grand quest, even though he sadly passed away right after expressing his deep gratitude. Melkor speaks these heavy words while sitting quietly in front of a lonely grave, where he has gently laid down the unopened letter alongside a polished sword. He softly whispers that he never opened the envelope because it was never meant for him anyway, wishing his departed friend eternal rest. Meanwhile, because Steve also sent an invitation to Chairman Simers, the older man smiles warmly upon reading it and mutters that it is finally happening. Right at that moment, his assistant rushes in to ask what has happened. With a bright smile, Chairman Simers proudly reveals that it is a wedding invitation. He chuckles, and noting he knew those two had a spark between them from the very beginning. His assistant, a young man with hair draping over one eye, catches his breath and asks if the chairman seriously plans on attending, warning him it will disrupt his tight schedule. But the chairman firmly replies that he is absolutely going, warning his assistant not to even try stopping him. After a brief, thoughtful silence, the assistant reluctantly agrees to rearrange his busy calendar to make it work. Simers laughs heartily, noting that since the wedding is in Benesia's dark forest, he will only bring a small entourage to keep things completely peaceful and quiet. He teases his assistant for worrying far too much before trailing off mid-sentence. Recovering his composure a second later, the chairman confidently declares that even if anyone tries to cause trouble, the new emperor of Benesia will personally protect him. Meanwhile, over at Steve's quarters, Sky sighs with a highly irritated expression. Seeing his friend's misery, Steve simply chuckles. He asks Sky how it feels to finally be a king, the Grand Emperor of Benesia and Lord Skygear of Crossford. But Sky snaps back in annoyance, grumbling that he absolutely hates the entire concept of ruling an empire, which is exactly why he never wanted the job. Steve speaks with firm resolution, pointing out that they have no other options left, especially since out of everyone who survived the brutal war, Sky is undeniably the absolute best fit for the throne. He tells him to think about it as the illegitimate child of the Duke of Crossford, one of Benesia's most respected noble families. It provides the perfect legitimizing title for a new emperor. Sky lets out another weary sigh, admitting he still finds it hard to believe. After all, who could have ever guessed that the Duke's bloodline, assumed to be completely dead, would resurface now? Turning his attention to Gareth, Steve warmly asks how he has been holding up lately. Gareth replies with a cheerful smile, noting that he is doing fantastic and finds his new role quite fitting. As the newly appointed Minister of Finance of Benesia, Gareth Silvereye happily explains that he is currently supervising all financial matters under Sky's reign, meaning absolutely nobody dares to give him any trouble. Sky scowls playfully, warning Gareth to enjoy the easy ride while it lasts because he will eventually send him back to the castle. He asks if Gareth seriously expects him to pay for his meals and travel forever, prompting Gareth to jokingly fire back that someone is sounding like a tyrant. Steve smiles warmly, speaking to both of them. He deeply appreciates them making the long journey despite their incredibly busy schedules, warmly inviting them to relax and make themselves comfortable. Right then, Chairman Simers walks over to greet the group. The chairman warmly thanks Sky for the invitation, noting that his journey through the border went smoothly and honestly. That is no small feat in these dangerous, unforgiving lands. Seeing the prestigious guest arrive, Sky immediately stands up to welcome him, expressing his delight that Chairman Simers could make it after all. He reassures the chairman not to worry about any hostile reactions from the Southerners, promising that Benesia will thoroughly reform the South and abolish all of those outdated cultural policies so he can feel right at home. Sky steps forward to shake his hand as he delivers these warm words, and a touched Chairman Simers replies that he sincerely appreciates the kind gesture. Witnessing his friend naturally command the room like a true ruler in front of the esteemed guest, Steve is left utterly speechless. Recovering from his surprise, Steve asks Sky where he learned to speak so eloquently and wonders if he already prepared his formal speech. A slightly embarrassed Sky simply retorts that he has always been the smarter of the two. Smiling at their banter, Chairman Simers chimes in to remind Steve that he is actually making history today. Curious, the young groom asks the elder gentleman what he means by that, and Simers is quick to explain. He points out that there has never been a wedding between a human and an elf in the entire Northern Territory until now. While racial prejudice is far less severe here than in other regions, most elves still harbor a deep-seated distrust toward humans. Hearing this, Steve is completely stunned into silence as Simers adds that their union stands as the historic first example of a successful marriage between their two species. Simers kindly suggests that he should not hold the busy groom up any longer. Knowing the grand ceremony is scheduled for this afternoon, he urges Steve to go focus on his final preparations. He mentions his plan to have a long, productive discussion with the elders of the Dark Forest, parting with a warm promise that they will catch up again very soon. A short while later, at the beautiful wedding venue, Drenua approaches Steve to ask a serious question. The elf elder gently reminds him that one of the absolute biggest obstacles facing interspecies marriages has always been the painful difference in lifespan. Drenua asks if he has truly prepared himself for the reality that human lives are fleeting compared to the near-immortal elves. But Steve replies with quiet confidence, explaining that the miraculous energy flowing through his veins for all these years has fundamentally altered his physical body. He believes he will easily outlive any ordinary human by several centuries, in fact giving him and his beloved Elena plenty of precious time to share their lives together. No matter what may happen, Stetch promises he will always stand by her side. The old man weeps at those words. He is deeply touched by his sincere devotion. The father requests that from now on, Stetch must take good care of his precious daughter. Startled, Stetch turns around. Elena is standing right there behind him. Clutched tightly in Elena's hands is a beautiful wedding bouquet, and Stetch smiles at her with pure, unfiltered happiness. Instantly, she beams back. It is the radiant smile of a truly happy bride. Watching them, Simers happily remarks that their future children will surely be the first of their unique mixed kind. He simply cannot wait. He wants to see them grow. Garrett heartily agrees, admitting that now that the topic has been brought up, he is also highly curious. He wonders what they will look like. A blend of human and elf? He cannot even imagine it. In a heartfelt message to his beloved readers, UMKY, the creator of this tale, speaks out. It has been 3 whole years since he first released this story. Time really flies. It took a long time to wrap up Stetch's epic journey. A long time. Along the way, the creator faced high cholesterol and a relocation. Plus, his computer broke down a real taste of hell. A lot of things happened along the way, but finally, this journey has reached its destination.